they kick me out of the elite class just because I awakened as a common mage. They don't know my talent is the SSS rank, infinite multiple casts. For every monster I kill, my next spell gains an extra attack. In my hands, the trash profession they despise is the beginning of world-ending power, starting with a single fireball. He only awakened a common profession. He is no longer qualified to be in the key class. We only accept elites here, not trash. In the key class office, the head teacher, Li Qinghu, glanced at me with contempt, his voice cold. My name is Qin Shang, a transmigrator who arrived in this world at birth 18 years ago. This is a world where a game has fused with reality after an invasion from the abyss. Awakening a profession at 18 is the turning point in everyone's destiny. I was once recruited into this elite class for my exceptionally high mental power, considered a treasure by Li Qinghu. Today, I awakened as a common mage, and instantly fell from genius to the trash he spoke of. Li Qinghu, what about the promise you made me? My former class teacher, Mr. Bai Yao, was heaving with anger, fighting for me. He was a friend of my late father, a truly good man. It was Li Qinghu's silver tongue and solemn promises to nurture me that convinced Mr. Bai to reluctantly send me to the key class for my future. The past is the past, Li Qinghu said, completely shameless. I knew that being kicked out now meant I had lost both the benefits of being first in the common class and the resources of the key class. I was left with nothing. Ignoring the trembling Mr. Bai, Li Qinghu led his elite students away to the trial tower, leaving us behind. Ah Shang, don't worry. When the principal returns, I will get justice for you, Mr. Bai said, comforting me after composing himself. Looking into his sincere eyes, a warmth spread through my chest. In this world where life is cheap, such loyalty is too precious. Just as I tried to force a reassuring smile, a cold, electronic voice sounded in my head. Ding! Host's profession awakening detected. Binding infinite growth system. Ding! You have awakened the SSS rank talent, infinite multiple casts. Effect: every target killed adds 1 casting count and effect. Note: this talent has no upper limit for growth. It's here, my golden finger. It may be late, but it has arrived. I instantly understood the terrifying potential of this talent. A normal mage can only cast 1 fireball. But me? If I kill 1 monster, my next spell will have 2. Kill 10, and it will be 11. The fatal weakness of common mages, low damage in the early game, was completely irrelevant to me now. The more I kill, the stronger I become, without limit. Seeing me dazed, Mr. Bai thought I was crushed by the news. He took out a card and shoved it into my hand. Ah Shang, take this. Go buy a skill book and grind in the trial tower. Don't lose hope. I looked at the bank card in my hand, my heart stirring. The money on this card was enough for me to enter the expensive trial tower several times. To help me, Mr. Bai had not only confronted Li Qinghu but had also given me such a large sum of money. Mr. Bai, don't forget what you just said. You damn well better become the strongest mage for me. He waved his hand and turned to leave, his departing figure carrying a hint of hopeful uncertainty. I clutched the card, no longer hesitating. The priority was to turn my talent into real power. I took a cab to the auction house. In a shop, I bought a beginner skill book, Fireball. The owner even threw in a seemingly useless passive skill book that was being used to prop up a table leg. Spirit Return restores 1 point of mana per spellcast. Just after I learned the skills, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! System's delayed binding detected. As compensation, a beginner's gift pack will be issued to the host. Open now? Open. Ding! Your beginner's gift pack has been opened. You are rewarded with 5 layers of multiple casts. I immediately checked my status panel. Under the Multiple Casts Layers section, the number was a glaring 5. This meant my very first fireball spell would launch 6 fireballs. My current spirit is 20, so 1 fireball deals 20 damage. 6 would be 120 damage, enough to one-shot myself. This is it, time to fly. Brimming with confidence, I headed straight for the novice trial tower. The plaza was packed with people shouting to form teams. I saw the genius of the common class, Ning Qingfeng, who had awakened the rare wind swordsman profession. He had just emerged from the hard difficulty, wounded but with a determined look in his eyes. I will clear the 5th floor today and prove to those key class bastards that we commoners are not inferior. His words drew a round of applause. On the other, more luxurious side of the plaza stood Li Qinghu and his elite students. The one leading them was my old rival, Zhang Hao. He had awakened the rare elemental mage profession and was now looking at me as if I were dirt. Ha! A common mage dares to come to the trial tower. Zhang Hao's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to my ears. Boss, ignore him. Our starting line is his finish line. Once we clear the trial first, that guardian spirit armor is yours. His cronies flattered. I ignored the noise, my eyes fixed on the towering black pagoda in the center of the plaza. Soon, the tower glowed, and hundreds of teleportation vortexes appeared, corresponding to 4 difficulties: white for easy, green for normal, blue for hard, and blood red for hell. The supervising teacher, Mr. Liu, advised us all, know your limits, don't waste your money. He gave me a pointed look, implying I should find a team or pick the easiest option. I just smiled. A team? No one would want a common mage. Easy mode? The paltry number of monsters wouldn't even be an appetizer for my talent. Under the pitying and contemptuous gazes of the crowd, I walked straight towards the ominous, blood-red vortex. Hell difficulty. You have selected the hell difficulty of the trial tower. Your level is detected to be low. Do you wish to enter? Enter. A flash of light, and my figure vanished. They thought I was committing suicide. They had no idea I was simply choosing the fastest path to godhood. After a flash of white light, Qin slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a dark, damp space. This seems to be a cave, Qin assessed. His surroundings informed a judgment in his mind. The space before him was more accurately described as a cave than as a tower interior. Indeed, the rumors were true. Although the trial tower appeared as a tower on the outside, the interior spaces simulated the territories of magical beasts that humans had once conquered. In the cave before Qin, only a few stones emitting a faint glow illuminated the area. According to what I've read online, goblins should appear in the first layer of this trial tower. While recalling the online strategies, Qin quickly climbed onto a higher stone platform. As someone who frequently played games in his past life, Qin understood the importance of occupying high ground as a long-range mage. Just as he stood on the platform, a series of squeak, 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 squeak sounds echoed from the depths of the cave, followed by 5 green-skinned goblins wielding stone clubs slowly appearing at the cave's end, advancing towards Qin. Stone Club Goblin Strength 4 Health 40. Seeing the goblin data displayed before him, Qin nodded. The goblin data was indeed similar to what was speculated online. According to the online guide, the strength of goblins in simple dungeons was 1, and their health was 10. The ordinary goblin had a strength of 2 and a health of 20. By this logic, the hell-level goblin's data was likely what he saw before him. At this thought, Qin couldn't help but admire the good intentions of the officials of the Divine Summer Kingdom who built the novice dungeon. To ensure that novice adventurers could level up steadily, even the goblin data in hell-level difficulty was significantly weaker than the monsters outside. If it were in the wilds outside the city, even the weakest monsters wouldn't be this weak. Fireball. As the goblins drew closer, Qin, who had already chanted the spell, saw sparks flickering around him. Instantly, 6 fireballs appeared right in front of him, making the originally dark and damp cave feel hot. Go! With a flick of his hand, the 6 fireballs shot out, illuminating the entire cave, and then they struck the goblins with a trail of red light. 120, a massive damage number appeared over the 5 goblins. In an instant, the 5 goblins were engulfed in the explosion created by the fireballs, turning to ashes. This hell-level dungeon is so easy. I just casually cast a fireball and took out 5 goblins. Qin was somewhat surprised, knowing that the total damage of his 6 fireballs was only 120. Each of these 5 goblins had 40 health. But then he realized this was reality, not a game. Unlike in games, where you had to use skills to kill monsters one by one, in reality, the power of the fireball spell erupted all at once. The 120 damage from the 6 fireballs was enough to eliminate all 5 goblins. Just as Qin was regaining his composure, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! You have killed 5 goblins and gained 200 experience. You have leveled up to level 2, all attributes increased by 1, and you gain 4 free attribute points. I leveled up just like that. It doesn't seem as difficult as they said online. If other adventurers heard Qin's nonchalant words, they would surely be infuriated. What do you mean it wasn't that hard? You just earned 200 experience in one go. If we were to compare it to the easiest simple dungeon. In the easy dungeon, each goblin only provides 10 experience points, which means others need to kill 20 goblins to match the experience Qin gained from this wave. Moreover, it has to be done solo. However, before Qin could fully savor the joy of leveling up, a notification sound echoed in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations on killing 5 goblins. You are rewarded with 5 layers of multiple casting. Damn, the casting layers have increased too. Adding the previous 5 layers, I now have a total of 10 layers of multiple casting. This means my next fireball spell can release 11 fireballs. And just because he leveled up, Qin's spirit had now reached 21. As for the remaining 4 attribute points, to increase his damage, Qin allocated all 4 of those free attribute points to spirit. This brought his spirit to 25, allowing him to release 11 fireballs with 1 fireball spell. This meant that the damage of his next fireball spell had reached 275 points. Wow, that's a full doubling. What does 275 points of damage mean? Take a shield warrior of the same level, for instance. A shield warrior of the same level can only have a maximum health of 250 points, which means they can't even withstand one of his fireball spells. Who says mages have low damage and can't develop because they are fragile? But soon, Xinsheng thought of something and quickly checked his own status. Although his damage had increased, reality is not a game. Leveling up does not increase mana and health bars, it only raises their limits. His fireball spell's damage is indeed high, but his mana is only 100. He can cast skills a maximum of 10 times before he has to rely on meditation to recover his mana. However, when Xinsheng checked his mana, he was taken aback. Logically, Xinsheng's total mana should be 100, and after casting one fireball spell, it should be 90. But at that moment, Xinsheng saw that he still had 96 points of mana. Something's off. 10 points should be 12 points, something's wrong. Could it be a bug? But then Xinsheng shook his head. Ever since the datafication of professions appeared, there had never been a bug. In a profession's status, there was only one possibility, and he immediately looked at his other passive skill, mana recovery. He remembered that the skill description stated that every time a skill is cast, 1 point of mana is restored. Could it be that since he just cast 6 fireball spells, he triggered the mana recovery skill 6 times, restoring 6 points of mana? This multiple casting can even trigger passive skills? This is simply a godly talent. Thinking of this, Xinsheng felt his breath quicken. No, practice makes perfect. To see if multiple casting triggered mana recovery, I need to cast fireball again. Just as Xinsheng regained his focus, 5 goblins wielding wooden sticks appeared at the end of the cave. These goblins charged fearlessly towards Xinsheng, shaking their wooden clubs. Just right to test on you guys, Xinsheng thought, raising his hand to cast fireball again. In an instant, 11 fireballs illuminated the entire cave, all bombarding the 5 goblins. In the blink of an eye, under the explosion of the 11 fireballs, the 5 goblins were reduced to nothing. Ding! You have killed 5 goblins and gained 200 experience. You have leveled up to level 3. All attributes increased by 1, and you gain 4 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations on killing 5 goblins. You are rewarded with 5 layers of multiple casting. After casting fireball, Xinsheng had no time to check the goblin's miserable state. He immediately checked his own status. Xinsheng, age 18, profession mage, level 3, spirit 30, strength 12, agility 12, constitution 12, health 120, mana 97, skills fireball, mana recovery, multiple casting layers 15, free attribute points 5. After killing 5 goblins, Xinsheng's multiple casting layers increased by another 5 layers. However, what surprised him even more was that his mana not only didn't decrease but actually increased a bit. This meant that the 11 fireballs he had just cast indeed triggered 11 layers of mana recovery, restoring 11 points of mana. Seeing this result, Xinsheng couldn't help but gasp. Releasing 11 fireballs restored 11 points of mana, considering that a single fireball consumes only 10 points of mana. This meant that the mana consumed by his skills was less than what he regained, which implied that as a mage, he wouldn't have to calculate his mana like other mages in the future. Thinking of this made Xinsheng's heart race. Why are ordinary mages often seen as burdens? Firstly, their early damage is low, and secondly, their mana recovery is slow, unlike a few hidden or rare mages who possess passive mana recovery. Now, with multiple casting, he could trigger mana recovery effects and no longer worry about mana issues. Not enough mana? I recover more than I consume. Casting without cost. Not enough damage? I can start with 16 fireballs or even hundreds or thousands. How would you respond? After checking his panel information, Xinsheng unhesitatingly allocated the 4 free attribute points he had previously obtained entirely to his spirit. This brought his spirit to 30 points, and just now, Xinsheng noticed that when he cast the second wave of fireballs, the casting time of his skills had noticeably shortened, with the only reason being an increase in proficiency. Could it be that the effect of multiple casting also applies to proficiency? At that moment, 5 goblins appeared again in front of the cave, but Xinsheng was not the least bit flustered. With his previous experience, he raised his hand and released 16 fireballs, smashing them fiercely towards the 5 goblins. Indeed, this time the casting time for the skill became even shorter. With 30 points of spirit and 16 fireballs, Xinsheng's damage shot up to 480 points, instantly killing the third wave of goblins. The fourth wave of goblins was also directly eliminated by Xinsheng. After passing the first level, Xinsheng gained a total of 800 experience, but his level remained at level 3. The experience required for a professional to level up is calculated as follows. It takes 200 experience to go from level 1 to level 2, and 300 experience to go from level 2 to level 3. Following this pattern, the 800 experience Xinsheng gained was only enough for him to reach level 3. Just as Xinsheng adjusted his state, the scene before him blurred, and he was teleported to another space. Looking around, he saw that the end of this space was desolate, the sky dim, and the ground scattered with some dilapidated houses. Is this the second level? Before choosing the Hell Dungeon, he had indeed looked up information online. According to the records online, many professionals had attempted the Hell level novice trial tower before him, but most had failed to pass the second level and were teleported out before Qin Shang could observe carefully. Creaking sounds came from the ruined houses. Then several skeletal warriors burst out from the dilapidated buildings. These skeletal warriors were armored, holding shields in one hand and swords in the other, totaling 16. Skeletal warrior, strength 16, life 160. Goodness, they aren't even pretending, are they? Right off the bat, 16 of them. No wonder those previous professionals couldn't even pass the second level. Looking at the skeletal warriors that had just rushed out, Qin Shang couldn't help but mutter to himself. If the first level was meant for novice professionals to practice slowly, then the second level was simply ramping up the intensity, especially since he was in a hell-level dungeon where the intensity was 4 times that of the easy difficulty. This fourfold increase not only referred to the stats of the monsters but also to their numbers. No wonder those professionals who previously entered the hell-level trial tower were teleported out shortly after. Right from the start, there were 16 undead skeleton soldiers. The difficulty had increased significantly. For others, 16 undead skeleton soldiers might be an insurmountable challenge. But for Qin Shang, this was merely nourishment for refreshing his casting levels. After all, upon clearing the first level, Qin Shang gained not just experience. His casting level had already reached 25, and with a wave of his hand, 26 fireballs were shot out directly. With a mental power of 30 backing him, the damage of the 26 fireballs had reached 780. The barrage of 26 fireballs completely incinerated the 16 undead skeleton soldiers before him into ashes. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 16 undead skeleton soldiers and gained 966 experience points. Your level has reached level 4. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 16 undead skeleton soldiers, and your casting level has increased by 16 levels. Hearing the system's announcement in his ears, Qin Shang nodded. This time, not only had his level increased, but his casting level had also risen by 16 levels. Adding to the previous 25 levels, it totaled 41 levels. Good, he would continue to push forward and simply allocate his attribute points, and then, in Qin Shang's view, the scene before him changed once again. He arrived at the third level, where the space was a desolate desert, and at the end of the desert, there seemed to be a patch of green oasis. Before Qin Shang could fully assess the situation, several dark figures rushed out from the oasis. This time, there were 12 ironback black wolves. According to previous records, the hidden professional who last challenged the novice hell-level trial tower made it to this point, right? If I can get through this level, wouldn't that mean I've broken the record set by the last hidden professional? Qin Shang pondered, just as he had read in the information online. Most professionals, after clearing the first level of the trial tower, were defeated by the 16 undead skeleton soldiers in the second level. A few years ago, there was an outstanding hidden professional who led his team and managed to push through the second level but still fell in the third level. After all, this was a hell-level trial tower, with each level more difficult than the last. Since that hidden professional returned in defeat, no one had dared to challenge the hell-level trial tower again. At the moment Qin Shang began to chant the fireball spell, the 12 ironback black wolves had already charged towards him at an incredible speed. Ironback black wolf, strength 20, agility 30, health 60. Goodness, their agility was 3 times his. No wonder that hidden professional couldn't get past them. But no matter how fast these 12 ironback black wolves were, what did it matter? Qin Shang could now release 42 fireballs with a single spell, and with his current 40 points in mental attributes, he could unleash 1,680 points of damage. No matter how fast your agility is, it can't compare to my fireballs. He then raised his hand, and 42 fireballs shot out. Boom! 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 The blazing fireballs fell like meteors of destruction. The once formidable pack of ironback black wolves was easily dealt with under the assault of Qin Shang's 42 fireballs. After eliminating this batch of ironback black wolves, Qin Shang's level rose to level 5, and he once again increased his multiple casting levels by 12. Feeling the boost in his level, Qin Shang couldn't help but exhale. This feeling of constantly getting stronger is just too exhilarating. It's worth noting that his casting level had now reached 53 levels, meaning he could release 54 fireballs with a single spell. Who could withstand that? For a moment, Qin Shang felt that this talent of his might be a bit unbalanced. If this were in his past life, it would definitely be considered cheating. In the words of his past life, it was simply too unfair. Such an outrageous talent, let me bear it all alone. With 54 fireball spells, combined with his current 40 points of mental power, the damage soared to 2160. This is why rare and hidden classes are stronger than ordinary ones. It lies in their base attributes, which increase significantly with each level up. Comparing with hidden classes, each level gained adds 4 points to their attributes plus the free attribute points given each time, totaling 12 points. This means that normally, a rare class mage reaching level 10 would have around 184 points of mental power, while a hidden class can use advanced skills with a multiplier of 3. Therefore, a level 10 hidden class could achieve a maximum output damage of 552 points, while he, as an ordinary class at level 6, could unleash 2,160 points of damage. What does this mean? 3 hidden classes combined wouldn't match the explosive power of his current ordinary class. This talent is not just extraordinary, it's simply outrageous. As Qin Shang was lost in thought, the scene before him changed once again. Meanwhile, outside, students were continuously being teleported out from the ordinary difficulty vortex of the 4 dungeons. Some were injured, some wore expressions of joy, and their moods varied greatly. But without exception, after exiting the dungeon vortex, they all rushed to the team led by Lulu. This novice trial tower is way too difficult. We came in and 5 goblins spawned, each of us had to take one, it was exhausting. Who told you not to bring any output? We didn't feel it was that hard. The first level was easy, but the 4 undead skeleton soldiers in the second level were terrifying. They scared one of the girls in our team to tears. What's that? We've made it to the 3rd level. The 3 ironback black wolves in the 3rd level are the real challenge. They're incredibly fast. Our team's archer has run out of arrows several times. The students in the ordinary class trial team were discussing animatedly. However, Lulu, as the team leader, paid no attention to their chatter. Instead, he was fixated on the entrance to the difficult level dungeon. Brother Lu is worried about Ning Qingfeng and the others, right? Don't worry, even though they've been in for a long time. But my compass shows that they are not in any significant danger. Beside Lulu, the white robe formation master Lin Fei smiled and reassured him. Ha, I appreciate your good words, but that kid Ning Qingfeng is too strong-willed. I just wonder how far he's gotten. Lulu laughed heartily, brushing it off. Don't worry, the younger generation is formidable. Ning Qingfeng has good talent. Maybe he can really break the records of previous key classes. Lin Fei replied with a smile, seemingly optimistic about Ning Qingfeng. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Lulu nodded, but he felt puzzled inside. He clearly saw Qin Sheng enter the dungeon alone. How could it be so long without him being teleported out? Just as Lulu was pondering, at the entrance of the difficult level dungeon, shadows flickered, and several figures were teleported out. It was Ning Qingfeng's team. And right in front of the trial tower, a light screen reappeared in midair. Congratulations to Ning Qingfeng's team for successfully reaching the 5th level of the difficult level trial tower dungeon. Dungeon evaluation S at the same time, on a leaderboard displayed on a light screen, Ning Qingfeng's team had climbed to the 1st place. Wow, Brother Feng is amazing. The 5th level. They really broke the record for the difficult level dungeon. Brother Feng is too strong. Brother Feng is incredible. Let's see how those key class students can be so arrogant now. The students from the ordinary class cheered for a while, but suddenly they saw the leaderboard. The name that originally belonged to Ning Qingfeng's team in 1st place was forcibly pushed down. Hee, a bunch of weaklings making a fuss. They just passed the 5th level. Do they really think there's something special? Hearing this, Ning Qingfeng's team and the many ordinary class professionals behind him turned their heads in unison. They saw a flash of figures at the entrance of the difficult level dungeon vortex. Several figures emerged, led by Zhang Hao. The moment Zhang Hao's team appeared before the vortex, a dungeon announcement rang out. Ding! Congratulations to Zhang Hao's team for clearing the 6th level of the difficulty rating, SS. At this moment, Zhang Hao's team looked disdainfully at Ning Qingfeng's team. What level are you? How dare you compete for 1st place with us, the elite class? Do you really think that just because you cleared it, you can take 1st place with the record left by the elite class at the 5th level? Truly unaware of your own limitations. Don't you remember that they took 1st place in the novice trial tower? Exactly, I thought the geniuses you ordinary class brag about were something special, but they're just stepping stones for my brother Hao. My brother Hao's slight effort is a limit you can't reach. Hearing the mocking words from Zhang Hao and his team, the ordinary class professionals clenched their fists, gritting their teeth. You guys, especially Ning Qingfeng, as he looked at Zhang Hao and the arrogant faces of the elite class students, his anger made the veins on his forehead bulge. He had already sustained quite a bit of injury while clearing the 5th level. This moment of anger almost made him spit blood. At this time, it wasn't just Ning Qingfeng's team that was furious. The ordinary class students behind them were also filled with anger, yet felt helpless. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Initially, they had high hopes that Ning Qingfeng's team could break the record set by the elite class at the difficult 5th level. Ning Qingfeng indeed achieved that. But unexpectedly, Zhang Hao's team was even stronger, surpassing the ordinary class. Even Brother Feng has failed. Is it really true that our ordinary class can't win against the elite class? Damn, aren't these 2nd-generation kids just better at obtaining resources? If we had the same resources, I don't believe we would lose to them. Looking at their arrogant faces, I really want to go up and beat them up. Sigh, forget it, even if we're angry. What can we do? They indeed got 1st place, and even if you went up, you wouldn't be able to beat them. These ordinary class professionals, just a moment ago cheering for Ning Qingfeng's team clearing the 5th level, were now filled with lamentations. At this moment, in front of the team, Lulu, who was responsible for leading the ordinary class, also shook his head. Ning Qingfeng's team had already performed excellently, but starting from the 5th level, each level's difficulty would have a qualitative leap. It was quite normal not to clear the 6th level. Thinking this, Lulu stepped forward to comfort them. Don't put too much psychological pressure on yourselves. Qingfeng, you've done excellently enough. You must be tired today. Go back and rest well to heal. Ning Qingfeng and his teammates nodded and returned to the back of the team. After comforting Ning Qingfeng's team, Lulu began to count the number of ordinary class professionals coming out of the dungeon. However, he soon noticed that one person was missing from the ordinary class team. That person was Qin Shang. Where did that kid go? Oh right, he was challenging the Trial Tower dungeon alone. Could it be that he has already failed the challenge, got teleported out, and left on his own? Originally, among the ordinary class professionals, there was no sign of Qin Shang. Lulu was a bit puzzled, but then he figured it out. Qin Shang was most likely challenging the dungeon alone and, after failing the challenge, got teleported out and then left. After all, challenging a hell-level dungeon costs quite a bit of gold, and novice professionals only have one discounted opportunity per day. That kid must be feeling quite down. Not only did he awaken an ordinary profession, but he also has no one to team up with. His future development is likely to be difficult. Inside the dungeon, Qin Shang, who had just killed 9 lizardmen on the 4th level, suddenly sneezed. It's really a bit cold in this icy weather. At this moment, Qin Shang had arrived at the 5th level of the dungeon space. Before him was a scene resembling the Arctic glaciers, and this time he was to face 6 thunderstorm giant bears. These 6 thunderstorm giant bears not only had snow-white fur but also emitted electricity from their paws. Thunderstorm giant bear strength 50 health, 800. Seeing the stats of the thunderstorm giant bears, Qin Shang couldn't help but grin. Goodness, the health of these thunderstorm giant bears looked as substantial as their size. It was real meat. But so what? His current casting level had stacked up to 62 layers. Moreover, his level had reached 6, and his spirit had hit 45 points. With a wave of his hand, 63 fireballs shot out. Goodness, this scene could almost be compared to the top-tier high-level skill Meteor Fire Rain. At the moment the 63 fireballs were released, the originally icy space instantly transformed into a scorching summer. Following that, under the terrified gazes of the 6 thunderstorm giant bears, the sky full of fireballs crashed down upon them. Then they exploded, and the 6 thunderstorm fire bears were successfully reduced to ashes. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed 6 thunderstorm giant bears. You have leveled up to level 8 and gained 4 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 6 thunderstorm giant bears, increasing your casting layers by 6. Seeing that all 6 thunderstorm giant bears were dead, Qin Shang finally let out a sigh of relief. Initially, when he saw the health of these thunderstorm giant bears, he was worried that a single fireball spell wouldn't be enough to take them down. It's worth noting that all his free attribute points had been allocated to spirit. If he couldn't take these bears down in one go when they charged at him, he would be in trouble. Thinking of this, Qin Shang couldn't help but mutter to himself, looks like I need to find a way to get a control type skill, that way I won't have to fear these overly tough monsters. Just as Qin Shang was preparing to teleport to the 6th level, the space remained silent for a long time. What's going on? Hey, what's that? In the direction Qin Shang was looking, there was actually a blue light orb shimmering. Is this a drop? Qin Shang was somewhat pleasantly surprised to see the blue light. According to his knowledge, he had never heard of equipment dropping in a novice dungeon. It seemed that the hell level difficulty he chose was too high, resulting in an increased drop rate. So after killing the 6 thunderstorm giant bears, a blue light orb dropped. With this thought, Qin Shang immediately approached and picked up the blue light orb. He discovered that what was wrapped inside the blue light orb was none other than a beginner skill book. This skill book was entirely blue, with a lightning symbol on it. Beginner skill, Lightning Strike. After learning, you can release a bolt of lightning that deals proportional spirit damage to the hit enemy and paralyzes them for 1 second. Seeing the description of the Lightning Strike skill, Qin Shang couldn't help but smile. Not bad, this is like a pillow being offered when one is sleepy. With this control skill in hand, I won't fear those high mobility and tougher monsters. With that thought, Qin Shang learned the Lightning Strike skill without hesitation. Ding! You have successfully learned Lightning Strike. After Qin Shang finished learning Lightning Strike, the space before him changed again, and he was teleported to the 6th level. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Zhang Hao cast a disdainful glance at the ordinary class adventurers before leading his elite class team to the array master Lin Fei, who was in charge of the novice trial tower. Hello, we have now broken the record and secured the first place on the leaderboard. Can we claim our rewards now? Thinking of the generous rewards to be claimed this time, Zhang Hao and the elite class behind him couldn't help but rub their hands in excitement. According to the rules, the team that breaks the record and achieves first place will receive a substantial amount of gold coins. Specifically, the calculation method is that a simple dungeon can yield 2 million gold coins. In a normal dungeon, the reward is 4 million, in a hard dungeon it's 8 million, while in hell level it's 16 million. However, Lin Fei beside him did not pay any attention to Zhang Hao's team but instead wore a strange expression as he looked at the compass in his hand, which could probe the trial tower. He then turned to Zhang Hao's team and said, "Sorry, I can't distribute the rewards to you yet. There are still people who haven't come out." Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, Zhang Hao and the elite class team behind him were first taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Ha, so what if no one has come out? Can it still affect my chance of getting first place?" Exactly, teacher, just give us the rewards. Our Haogu has broken the record for the hard dungeon from previous years, and he's on the 6th level. I don't believe there's anyone in Binhai City who is better than our Haogu. Yeah, even if someone hasn't come out. So what? Can they break the record for the hard dungeon? Zhang Hao laughed as well. He didn't believe anyone could clear the hard dungeon, let alone clearing the hard dungeon. Even passing the 6th level wasn't that easy. One must know that the monsters appearing in the 6th level must be defeated using lightning attributes. Besides his elemental mage, where would a novice class get lightning attribute attacks? After a flash of white light, Qin Sheng slowly opened his eyes. Is this the 6th level? At this moment, the space that appeared before Qin Sheng was filled with countless broken weapons and armor, all crooked and scattered, resembling an ancient battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 loud bangs, 3 massive figures landed in the center of the battlefield. They were 3 gigantic humanoid ghosts, one holding a shield, one wielding a spear, and one with a bow. Giant ghost strength, 160 health, 850 trait, ghostly body, immune to normal attacks. Trait? Qin Sheng looked at the giant ghost before him, tilting his head in surprise that the giant ghost in the 6th level actually had a trait. Traits among the monsters in Blue Star are extremely rare attributes. Monsters with traits are very powerful, and generally only specific skills can inflict damage on them. Let's try a fireball spell first. Thinking this, Qin Sheng raised his hand and launched 69 fireballs. As soon as the 69 fireballs were fired, they surged towards the 3 giant ghosts. However, just as the 69 fireballs were about to hit the 3 giant ghosts, the giant ghost holding the massive shield lunged forward, causing the shield in his hand to become ethereal. He shielded himself and the other 3 ghosts behind the giant shield. The meteor-like fireballs then made close contact with the giant shield. Instantly, the energy from the fireball spell exploded, sending waves of heat radiating outward. However, such a strong force did not budge the giant shield in the giant ghost's hand even a little. It was as if all the power had vanished into thin air, causing no damage to the giant ghosts behind the shield. The fireball spell actually didn't work? Seeing that his fireball spell had no effect, Qin Sheng's expression was also stunned. However, taking advantage of Qin Sheng's momentary daze, the giant ghost with the massive shield and the one with the spear began to surround him from left and right. The remaining giant ghost with the longbow started to draw and shoot arrows in place. Playing tactical maneuvers with me? Let me show you what firepower coverage means. Seeing that the fireball spell was ineffective, Qin Sheng was not too panicked. He had only intended to test the waters with the fireball spell. With this thought, Qin Sheng raised his hand. Again. In an instant, crackling sounds echoed continuously, and as Qin Sheng waved his hand, dots of blue light flickered. The next moment, 69 bolts of blue-purple lightning descended from the sky like lightning snakes. In an instant, the blue light surged, illuminating the entire space with purple-blue lightning. Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow at the scene before him. The might generated by these 69 lightning strikes was simply terrifying. Even the high-level skill, Heavenly Punishment Thunder Calamity, couldn't be this frightening. This power was almost comparable to a forbidden spell. In the next moment, 69 lightning bolts struck the 3 giant demons. The first to suffer were the giant demons wielding a massive shield and a long spear. Under the bombardment of the lightning, the 2 giant demons let out a terrible scream and turned into black smoke. As for the giant demon that was drawing about to shoot arrows, it had just knocked an arrow when 7 or 8 bolts of lightning struck it, turning it into a wisp of black smoke. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 3 giant demons and leveled up to level 8. All attributes +1, free attribute points +4. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 3 layers of multiple casting. Phew, just as the textbook says, this lightning attribute attack has an incredible restraining effect on ghostly beings. Good thing I came. If it were another team, they might not have been able to deal with these ghosts. With that thought, Qin Sheng checked his current attribute panel. Qin Sheng age, 18 profession, mage level 8 spirit, 55 strength, 17 agility, 17 constitution, 17 health, 170 mana, 170 skills, fireball, lightning strike, spirit return. Multiple casting layers, 71. Looking at his panel, Qin Sheng nodded. The future looks promising. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Old Lin, I've already heard from Zhang Hao. They are the last team to enter the dungeon. How could there be a team that came out later than them? The one speaking was Li Qinghu, who had just arrived. After receiving Zhang Hao's call, he rushed to the square. Upon learning that Zhang Hao had broken the record for the novice trial tower, the corners of Li Qinghu's mouth couldn't help but curl up. He was eagerly waiting for Lin Fei to distribute the rewards. With that, he could claim the 8 million bonus. Moreover, with this key class and the record-breaking performance in the novice trials, it would greatly help his chances of being elected as the vice dean in the future. It seemed that his decision to expel Qin Sheng, who was at odds with Zhang Hao, and to fully cultivate Zhang Hao was indeed correct. Thinking of this, Li Qinghu couldn't help but praise his own cleverness. Don't worry, there will be results soon, Lin Fei said lightly, looking at the compass in his hand. Results soon? You mean this team will be teleported out shortly? Are they also challenging the difficult level? Trial Tower Dungeon? Li Qinghu asked, puzzled. No, they are not challenging a difficult level dungeon. Hearing Li Qinghu's words, Lin Fei shook his head. If it's not a difficult level, then it must be a normal or easy level dungeon? Li Qinghu said disdainfully. Since it's not a difficult level dungeon, what's there to wait for? Just give us the rewards directly. Yeah, what good results can come from easy or normal level dungeons? Exactly, even the results from clearing easy and normal dungeons can't compare to the value of the 6th level of a difficult level dungeon. And after so long, this team is still stuck in this normal or easy dungeon. They must be really weak. Right, staying in the dungeon without coming out not only wastes our time but also delays our rewards. Zhang Hao and the key class members, upon hearing Lin Fei say that the remaining team was not challenging a difficult level dungeon, began to voice their dissatisfaction. In their minds, since it wasn't a difficult level dungeon, it must be a normal or easy dungeon. If they were challenging these two dungeons, no matter what achievements the other side made, they couldn't compare to their own records. As for the hell level dungeons, they hadn't even considered them. The hell level dungeons had only been successfully challenged to the 2nd level twice so far. The only hidden class player who made it to the 3rd level had escaped with missing limbs after being beaten up. This severely affected their college entrance examination results, and since then, no one had challenged the hell level dungeons for many years. It's important to know that the monsters in hell level dungeons are not only statistically stronger than those in difficult level dungeons, but there are also more of them. Even though their small team had challenged the 6th level of the difficult dungeon, they had no confidence in tackling the hell level dungeon, let alone others. If anyone could casually challenge the hell level dungeon and surpass the levels they had cleared, they might as well find a block of frozen tofu by the roadside and end it all. Alright, old Lin, I have other matters to attend to. I can't waste too much time here. Since that team is challenging, it's not the difficult dungeon. Then it proves they can't break the record set by Zhang Hao's team. Hurry up and bring out the rewards. Li Qinghu once again showed an impatient expression and said to Lin Fei. Indeed, they are not challenging the difficult dungeon, but I haven't finished speaking. This team is challenging the hell level dungeon. And to be precise, it's not a team, but a single person who is soloing the hell level dungeon. Lin Fei took a deep breath and said slowly. What? He is challenging the hell level novice dungeon and he's doing it alone? How is that possible? Soloing the hell level novice dungeon. And still hasn't come out for so long. Whose subordinate is this so brave? Lin Fei glanced at the compass. This student's name is Qin Shang. This statement exploded like thunder among the crowd. The head teacher of the key class, Li Qinghu, and the students behind him all showed expressions of disbelief. Not just them, even Lulu and the ordinary class students behind him turned their gazes towards Lulu upon hearing this. They never expected that. They thought Qin Shang was brought in through the back door by Lulu. But they didn't expect Lulu to have a big surprise, bringing in Qin Shang, who dared to challenge the hell level dungeon that even the key class and Ning Qingfeng wouldn't dare to enter. When Zhang Hao and the key class team behind him heard that the one who entered the hell level dungeon was Qin Shang, they were first taken aback, then reacted and mocked. So what if Qin Shang entered the hell level dungeon? He might just be stubbornly resisting, just hasn't been teleported out yet. Exactly, Qin Shang is just an ordinary profession, a fragile mage. Maybe he's hiding in some corner. If you ask me, let's not wait for that waste anymore. Hurry up and give us the rewards. Does he plan to stay in there for a year? Can we wait for him for a year? And no one has ever stayed in the hell level dungeon for so long. He might have died in there. Although Zhang Hao and the key class students were a bit shocked when they first heard Lin Fei's words, in their hearts, Qin Shang was just an ordinary mage. Even if he entered the hell level dungeon, what good results could he achieve? Not to mention Qin Shang, even that hidden class player back then with the team didn't clear 3 levels in the hell level dungeon. Let alone Qin Shang, an ordinary profession mage. Silence. Do you want to go against the laws of the divine Xia kingdom? Lin Fei's eyes were fierce as he roared. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Zhang Hao and the key class students immediately shut their mouths. They didn't want to bear the charge of opposing the laws of the divine Xia kingdom. I know you are anxious, but don't rush. I won't issue the rewards until the dungeon announcement comes out, and my compass shows that he is still alive. As Lin Fei spoke, he opened the compass in his hand. From the array compass in Lin Fei's hand, a light screen projected. On the light screen, everyone present could clearly see a green, marked with the name Qin Shang, and in Qin Shang's team, it showed that only Qin Shang was present. The crowd was in an uproar, then instantly fell silent. They didn't expect Lin Fei was telling the truth, that only Qin Shang was soloing the hell level dungeon. I can't believe Qin Shang is still alive. That's great, but how did he do it? Beside him, Lula felt a chill in his heart upon hearing Zhang Hao and the others speculate about Qin Shang's death, but when he saw the light spots projected on Lin Fei's compass, hope reignited within him. However, it wasn't long before the head teacher of the elite class, Li Qinghu, noticed something unusual. This doesn't make sense. Qin Shang's status is still green. This clearly doesn't align with the situation in the trial tower, since the novice trial tower instance is an artificial one. The array master's compass can monitor the 3 states of the professionals in the current team. Green indicates healthy health, yellow means low health, and red signifies critical health. The advantage of this is that it allows the array master to monitor the status of the professionals inside the tower, facilitating timely rescue. Yet Qin Shang had been in the Hell level instance for an hour and his status remained green. This was evidently abnormal. Soloing a Hell level instance and now his status is green. After ruling out all impossibilities, only one possibility remained and a thought surfaced in everyone's mind: the Hell level instance had malfunctioned. The Hell level instance might have malfunctioned, otherwise Qin Shang's status couldn't still be green. The instance malfunctioned? How do we resolve this? This has happened before. Instances malfunctioning can lead to professional statuses being abnormal. Usually, there are only two ways to resolve this situation. Either the professionals clear the current instance, or they contact the 3 deans of the War Academy who created the instance to forcibly open it and rescue the people. Hearing the noisy discussion around him, Lulu quickly took out his communicator. He dialed the phone number of the dean of the Second War Academy. In this situation, they could only rely on the deans to forcibly open the instance. As for the first method of leaving the instance, clearing it, Lulu didn't even dare to think about it. To date, the only records for clearing the Novice Trial Tower instance were for the simple instances. The reason being that the boss of the Hell level 7th stage can summon minions, and under normal circumstances, the professionals would be overwhelmed by the minions before they could even fight the boss. 7th floor, jungle space. Indeed, although the internal space seems much larger than inside the tower, it still follows the same structure, with the space getting smaller and smaller. Qin Shang murmured as he looked at the jungle before him. At this moment, although the jungle in front of Qin Shang was filled with trees, it was surprisingly quiet. According to the information Qin Shang had previously searched online, this was the final stage, the dwelling place of the only boss in the novice instance, the Shadow Jungle. I didn't expect to be clearing the novice instance so soon. Sigh, I haven't farmed enough levels yet. I need to suggest to the deans to increase the difficulty of the novice instance. Qin Shang frowned, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. If outside professionals heard Qin Shang's words filled with a sense of entitlement, they would probably be so enraged they'd spit blood. Here was a guy who soloed his way to the 7th floor of the Novice Trial Tower and still complained that the experience the instance provided wasn't enough. He even wanted to increase the difficulty. Does that even sound reasonable? However, for Qin Shang, aside from leveling up through the instance, he mainly wanted to increase his casting levels. After grinding through the first 6 levels, his casting levels had already increased to 66 plus his original 5, bringing him to a total of 71. This was still quite far from the target he had set for himself. He originally thought that after clearing the Novice Trial Tower, he could push his levels to 99. That way, he could start with 100 fireballs and hundreds of lightning strikes. In that case, the damage his basic skills could unleash would be comparable to high-level skills of hidden professions, almost rivaling forbidden spells. Just as Qin Shang was deep in thought, the previously quiet jungle erupted with the roars of beasts. Roar! Is it here? The final boss of the 7th stage, the Crimson Flame Tiger. After hearing the beast's roar, Qin Shang turned his head to look. At the end of his gaze, there stood a fierce tiger, 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. This tiger not only had an astonishing size but was also enveloped in waves of red flames. It was the final boss of the 7th level, the Crimson Flame Tiger. Crimson Flame Tiger strength, 299 health, 6,666. Wait, buddy, is this data correct? After checking the data of the Crimson Flame Tiger, Qin Shang couldn't help but internally complain, good grief, a strength value of 299 and a health value of 6,666. Is this something a human can design for a dungeon boss? Did the designer of this novice dungeon even consider the feelings of the adventurers? Forcing novice adventurers to fight a boss with such stats is no different from sending a lowly character to kill Tang Sang and his disciples, right? You have entered boss challenge mode. The boss is the Crimson Flame Tiger. Challenge mode lasts for 5 minutes, during which the Crimson Flame Tiger will summon 4 small tigers to fight for it. If you fail to kill it within 5 minutes, the Crimson Flame Tiger will break free from the dungeon's control and double its stats. Before Qin Shang could finish his complaints, the prompt sound of the dungeon echoed in his ears. Challenge mode? It can summon small tigers? That can't be right. This is different from what I read online. Hearing the introduction about the challenge mode, Qin Shang furrowed his brows. According to the information he had previously checked, the simple dungeon only mentioned the final boss, the Crimson Flame Tiger, without any mention of its summoning small tigers. Could it be that because I'm challenging in hell mode, they've arranged a Beast King boss for me? After a moment of thought, he realized that the Crimson Flame Tiger set in the simple dungeon was likely just a beast general of the Crimson Tiger clan. Since he was in hell mode, the Crimson Flame Tiger before him was probably the king of the Crimson Tiger clan. According to the information about monsters on Blue Star, only the Beast Kings among monsters have the ability to summon minions. Before Qin Shang could fully digest this, the Crimson Flame Tiger let out a roar, and sparks of fire gathered beside it, forming 4 small Crimson Flame Tigers, which then charged towards Qin Shang. Looking at the 4 small Crimson Flame Tigers rushing towards him and the stationary Crimson Flame Tiger, Qin Shang quickly understood that the original intention of the designer of this hell-level dungeon was to test the teamwork of the adventurers. With this setup, a normal adventurer team could send 4 members to deal with the Crimson Flame Tiger while one would execute a finishing move. However, even with this arrangement, the difficulty was still quite high. It should be noted that the small Crimson Flame Tigers summoned by the Crimson Flame Tiger came in waves of 7. Just considering the 7 waves of small tigers, regardless of their combat power, the sheer consumption of mana for the adventurers would be a significant issue, especially if the team lacked mana recovery potions or skills. Just the 7 waves of small tigers could easily overwhelm the entire adventurer team. However, this problem was not a concern for Qin Shang. His skill, Spirit Recovery, could trigger every time he cast a spell. Currently, he could trigger it up to 71 layers, so he didn't have to worry about mana consumption. While Qin Shang was contemplating, the 4 small Crimson Flame Tigers had already charged at him. Unfazed, he raised his hand and unleashed 71 fireballs. The fireballs, trailing flames, smashed down on the 4 small Crimson Flame Tigers like a torrential storm. The powerful force erupted instantly. The 4 small Crimson Flame Tigers didn't even have time to let out a cry before they were killed. Ding! Congratulations on killing 4 small Crimson Flame Tigers, increasing casting layers by 4, current casting layers, 75. Hearing the system's announcement, Qin Shang was momentarily taken aback. Although he didn't gain any experience from killing those 4 small tigers, he did increase his casting layers. Goodness, this can also increase. Originally planning to cast Thunderstrike to kill the Crimson Flame Tiger in front of him, Qin Shang's actions involuntarily paused. It was as if he had just been given a pillow when he was feeling sleepy. Originally, I was thinking that the layers of multicasting weren't enough. Now, with the ability of the Crimson Flame Tiger to summon Crimson Flame Tigers, I can completely use its minions to farm layers. With this thought, Qin Shang grinned. He didn't use his skills to attack the distant Crimson Flame Tiger but waited for the Crimson Flame Tiger to summon the little tigers. Anyway, according to the dungeon rules, the Crimson Flame Tiger couldn't act until it had summoned 7 waves of Crimson Flame Tigers. Just as Qin Shang decided on his next target, the Crimson Flame Tiger, seeing its minions being killed, summoned 4 more Crimson Flame Tigers. Qin Shang remained unfazed, one fist clenched and the other pointing to the sky. In an instant, 76 bolts of lightning descended from the heavens. Like divine punishment, they struck down the 4 charging Crimson Flame Tigers once again, and under the dazzling lightning, the entire space instantly brightened. Qin Shang, who released the lightning strike, resembled a thunder god commanding the storm. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 4 Crimson Flame Tigers, increasing casting layers by 4, current casting layers, 79. Good. Bring it on. In the following 3rd wave, 4th wave, no matter how many waves of Crimson Flame Tigers the Crimson Flame Tiger summoned, Qin Shang followed the same method. He treated the Crimson Flame Tigers in front of him as nourishment to refresh his casting layers. As the Beast King of the Crimson Flame Tiger clan, he was quite intelligent. Although he realized that Qin Shang was using the summoned minions to enhance his own power, under the rules of the novice dungeon, he could only watch in frustration. After the 7th wave of Crimson Flame Tigers was killed by Qin Shang, the Crimson Flame Tiger finally regained its freedom. Damn brat, you actually use my summon kin as experience fodder. I will skin you alive and make sure you die a miserable death. Breaking free from the novice dungeon rules, the Crimson Flame Tiger leaped forward. The flames on its body surged with the wind, scattering countless flames around. The entire shadow jungle was instantly reduced to ashes by the flames of the Crimson Flame Tiger. Not far in front of him, Qin Shang, however, paid no attention to the anger of the Crimson Flame Tiger. Instead, he checked his casting layers. After the 7 waves of Crimson Flame Tigers, his casting layers had reached 99. This meant that any skill Qin Shang released now could trigger 100 times. Finally completed the first small goal, 99 layers of casting. Haha, let's test you first. Qin Shang looked at the charging Crimson Flame Tiger and cast Fireball. In an instant, a sea of flames gathered in the air before him. In no time, numerous fireballs coalesced in front of Qin Shang, totaling over 100. My current mental power is 55 points plus 100 fireballs, which means I can unleash a damage of 5,500 points. Qin Shang calculated his damage in his mind, 5,500 points. Such damage could almost take down the Crimson Flame Tiger in front of him in one hit. It's worth noting that this Crimson Flame Tiger boss was once defeated and captured by a fully equipped team of professionals. Moreover, that team was composed entirely of second-tier professionals. This meant that now, at level 8, and without any equipment, Qin Shang could already match the damage output of a fully equipped second-tier professional team. This talent seriously disrupts game balance. It's more sinister than stagnant water. Luckily, only I possess such a talent. While Qin Shang was internally complaining, the Crimson Flame Tiger had already charged towards him. Go! With a wave of Qin Shang's hand, the hundreds of fireballs roared out. Like apocalyptic meteors, they hurtled towards the Crimson Flame Tiger. Seeing this, the Crimson Flame Tiger gathered sparks in its mouth, and finally, a massive pillar of flame erupted, colliding with the hundreds of fireballs. Despite several fireballs being swept away by the Crimson Flame Pillar, most of the fireballs still slammed hard into the body of the Crimson Flame Tiger, dealing 3,480 damage. Damn human brat, roar roar roar. The fireball spell, accompanied by intense pain, made the Crimson Flame Tiger scream in agony. Don't worry, something even darker is coming. Qin Shang smiled slightly, his fingertips flickering with lightning, then pointed at the Crimson Flame Tiger. In an instant, thunder roared in the sky, dark clouds gathered, and bolts of lightning descended upon the Crimson Flame Tiger like a cataclysmic judgment. Before the Crimson Flame Tiger could evade, the lightning struck it repeatedly. Initially, the Crimson Flame Tiger wanted to dodge, but after the first bolt hit, the paralysis effect of the lightning strike took hold, causing the tiger to tremble uncontrollably as if it were a person missing an arm dusted with tickle powder. When Qin Shang had previously cast the lightning strike, its overwhelming power had directly killed most of the monsters encountered. However, the Crimson Flame Tiger before him had ample health, and at this moment, the paralysis effect of the lightning strike was fully displayed. No matter how the Crimson Flame Tiger roared in anger, it continued to tremble under the paralysis effect. Damn! Human brat, no sense of martial ethics, ambushing this old tiger. After letting out a final unwilling roar, the Crimson Flame Tiger fell completely under the baptism of the lightning strike. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the final boss, Crimson Flame Tiger, experience plus 5,000 ding. Congratulations on being the first to clear the Hell level novice dungeon, you are rewarded with a mage exclusive treasure chest. Ding! Your level has risen to level 9, gaining 1 layer of spellcasting, current spellcasting layers, 100. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, news of Qin Shang soloing the Hell level dungeon and the potential glitches it might cause spread quickly. At this moment, a crowd had gathered outside the novice trial tower, creating a scene of throngs of people. In front of Zhang Hao and the key class students, besides the key class homeroom teacher, Li Qinghu, several other teachers responsible for the key class education had also arrived on the scene. After understanding the situation, they were conversing with Li Qinghu. This Qin Shang really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, daring to challenge the Hell level dungeon alone. Is he tired of living? I think he must have been stimulated. I've often seen him talking to himself in the classroom about systems, hacks, and golden fingers. Even if he was stimulated, he didn't have to challenge the Hell level dungeon. Now look, not only did he get himself into trouble, but he also caused the novice dungeon to stop. Refreshing. Just think about how much this delays us. Exactly, he has no sense of responsibility, only knows how to create trouble for others. Fortunately, Director Li expelled him from the key class. A person like him doesn't deserve to be in the key class. Yeah, Director Li had the foresight to expel Qin Shang from the key class. Otherwise, others would blame what he did today on our key class. Li Qinghu, who was listening to the discussions, nodded with a smile. He's just used to being first all the time, thinking he's something special, wanting to solo the Hell level dungeon. What a dream. Let's wait a bit longer until Lulu contacts the dean of the second academy to fix the Hell level dungeon. Then we can claim the reward for being first in this novice record, and it's all thanks to Zhang Hao. Hearing Li Qinghu's praise, Zhang Hao raised his neck like a proud swan, saying with great satisfaction that Qin Shang really doesn't recognize his own strength. He should practice more instead of trying to put on a brave face. Meanwhile, unlike the noise from the key class, the leading teacher of the ordinary class, Lulu, was using his communicator to contact the dean of the second war academy. At this moment, his communicator finally connected, and an elderly voice came from the other end. Xiao Le, aren't you in charge of the novice trial tower for the ordinary class? How come you have time to call me? Old Chen, something big has happened. Do you remember Qin Shang? The one who was expelled from the elite class of the war academy? I seem to have a vague impression. What happened? Just as Lulu was about to explain the situation, he suddenly heard a sound like electronic fireworks celebrating. Following the sound, Lulu looked up and saw a light screen appearing in midair in front of the dark novice trial tower, accompanied by electronic fireworks effects nearby. On that light screen, just a moment ago, the rankings of all the novice trial challengers were displayed. For example, the team of Zhang Hao, who was in first place, and the team of Ning Qingfeng, who was in second place. However, in the next moment, all the names and teams disappeared. In their place was a very eye-catching full-screen announcement. Congratulations to Qin Shang, a student of the ordinary class of the War Academy, for clearing the Hell level novice dungeon. Congratulations to Qin Shang, a student of the ordinary class of the War Academy, for clearing the Hell level novice dungeon. Congratulations to Qin Shang, a student of the ordinary class of the War Academy, for clearing the Hell level novice dungeon. The electronic screen announcement rang out 3 times, booming like a bell. It quickly spread throughout the entire square. Upon hearing the announcement from the electronic screen, everyone turned to look at the light screen in midair. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent, not a sound to be heard, as everyone almost couldn't believe their ears. Qin Shang cleared the Hell dungeon? Qin Shang cleared the Hell dungeon. Qin Shang cleared the Hell dungeon. Stunned, confused, shocked, these three emotions gradually appeared and transformed on everyone's faces. How could this be? How could this happen? How is this possible? Whether it was Lin Fei, the array master hosting the novice trial tower, or the elite class members like Li Qinghu and Zhang Hao, or Lu Lu, who was just about to explain the situation, they all had the same question in their minds. Qin Shang solo cleared the Hell Novice Dungeon. Each of them recognized those three words, but together they felt so unfamiliar. What concept does a Hell-level Novice Dungeon represent? Since the establishment of the Novice Trial Tower, the highest record in the entire Xinxia Kingdom was only clearing 2 levels. The strongest hidden profession leader could only return defeated after reaching the 3rd level with their team. Yet Qin Shang entered the Hell-level Novice Dungeon alone and succeeded in solo clearing it. Zhang Hao, who had just been praised by Li Qinghu and was feeling triumphant, now looked lifeless as he stared at Qin Shang's name on the leaderboard as if all his strength had been drained away. He knelt on the square, hands on his head, muttering to himself, "This is impossible. Clearly, I am already a rare profession. How could I lose to him?" It wasn't just him. Li Qinghu, who had been jokingly preparing to claim an 8 million reward, also took a step back upon seeing the news of Qin Shang clearing the Hell-level dungeon on the light screen. If it weren't for the other elite class teachers supporting him from behind, Li Qinghu would have collapsed to the ground like Zhang Hao just did. What have I done? I expelled a student who cleared the Hell-level dungeon? If he could, Li Qinghu wished that everything he saw was just a dream, but reality had no if. In stark contrast to the lamenting scene on the elite class side, the ordinary class students, upon seeing the light screen showing Qin Shang clearing the Hell-level dungeon, were first taken aback, then erupted into cheers. Wow, Brother Shang is amazing. Solo clearing the Hell-level dungeon, this is simply breaking the records of Xinxia. Not just Xinxia. I heard that globally, there isn't a single professional who can clear a solo dungeon on the Day of Awakening, especially not a Hell-level dungeon. Haha, this time Li Qinghu was going to be furious. He thought Shanggu was done for and kicked him out of the elite class. As a result, Shanggu soloed the Hell-level novice dungeon, while his elite class team couldn't even clear the hard-level dungeon. Those people in the elite class aren't even worthy to compare with my Shanggu, they wouldn't even be fit to carry his shoes. The students from the ordinary class already knew some of Qin Shang's achievements. They knew that Qin Shang was originally one of them in the ordinary class, so when they saw him clear the Hell-level dungeon, they were astonished and coldly looked at the elite class students. This time, Qin Shang's astonishing performance allowed them to vent their frustrations. On the other side, seeing Lulu staring blankly at the light screen, he just realized what was happening. On the other end of the communicator, an elderly voice was anxiously inquiring, "Hey, Xiaolo, why aren't you speaking? Why is it suddenly so noisy over there? Is something wrong?" Hearing old Chen's words on the phone, Lulu finally snapped out of his shock. He calmed his emotions slightly and tried to speak in a steady tone. "Old Chen, it's nothing. No, it is something. That Qin Shang, he soloed the Hell-level dungeon." The previously calm tone of old Chen on the other end instantly turned to shock. "What? Are you dreaming, or is my old ears not working? You mean that student who was expelled from the elite class by the War Academy soloed the Hell-level dungeon?" After taking a deep breath, Lulu firmly replied, "Old Chen, this is absolutely true. Why would I joke about this? The light screen on my end has already reported it, you just need to check a little." After hearing Luli's confirmation, the elderly voice on the other end fell silent for a moment. After a while, it said, "Seriously, Xiaolo, listen carefully. This kid cleared the Hell-level dungeon, and his potential is immense, no need for me to elaborate. Since he was expelled from the War Academy, there's a chance to recruit him. Even if it means going head-to-head with those old geezers from the first academy, we must bring this kid to the second academy." At this moment, Qin Shang inside the dungeon was unaware of what was happening outside. He was still checking his gains from this run. As expected of the boss from the Hell-level dungeon, just killing one has jumped me from level 8 directly to level 9. One more level and I can advance. Qin Shang nodded. One of the gains this time was his level, and just from a novice dungeon, his level had reached 9. To have reached level 9 on the Day of Awakening, he might be the only one in the entire history of the Divine Xia Kingdom. Besides that, there was the increase in casting layers. Although it was only 1 layer, his casting layers had also reached 100. As for the free attribute points he received, Qin Shang, as usual, allocated them to his spirit. Aside from the improvements in level and casting layers, the biggest gain was the sparkling treasure chest in front of Qin Shang. According to the previous information online, the team that cleared the simple dungeon also received a treasure chest, but that one was green. Qin Shang pondered. In this world where everyone awakens, as long as the conditions for clearing a dungeon are met, there is a chance to obtain a clearing treasure chest. The rarity of the clearing treasure chests ranges from low to high: green for the brave level, blue for the fine level, purple for the epic level, gold for the legendary level, and red for the divine level. And at this moment, the treasure chest floating in front of Qin Shang was a golden one. What a find! A golden legendary chest. Truly worthy of the Hell-level novice dungeon. The treasure chest that dropped after clearing it is actually a golden legendary one. However, what surprised Qin Shang was not just the grade of the chest, but more importantly, according to the previous system prompt, opening this chest would grant him a piece of class-specific equipment. Open the treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the legendary equipment True Bracelet quality, Legendary Spirit, 30 Constitution, 50 active effect. Within 1 minute after use, for every 2 skills released, the next skill will be converted into true damage. Wow, this attribute truly lives up to the legendary equipment title. Qin Shang looked at the description of the True Bracelet, his eyes revealing a hint of shock. Not to mention the high value boosts to spirit and constitution that the True Bracelet provides, it certainly deserves the name of legendary equipment. More importantly, the special effect of this True Bracelet, for every 2 skills released, the third skill's damage will definitely be true damage. This special effect is simply a perfect match for mages. It's important to note that in this world where everyone can change jobs, there are still many special monsters and equipment. These pieces of equipment or monsters either have high magic resistance, making it difficult for ordinary mages to deal significant damage to them, no matter how high their spirit is. In many cases, a mage's output is even outpaced by the healing of these creatures. Alternatively, there are some even more special and powerful monsters that possess spell immunity. If one were to encounter such formidable opponents, no matter how strong the mage is, they would be helpless, reduced to a mere scraping master. However, with the special effect of the True Bracelet, everything changes. Every 2 skills can trigger true damage. If this special effect were given to other classes, it might only serve as a buff enhancement. But for Qin Shang, this effect combined with his talents is simply outrageous. It's important to know that his multiple casting allows him to release several skills. Following this logic, for every 3 fireball spells he casts, one of them can deal true damage. Considering Qin Shang's current 101 fireball spells, at least 30 of them can deal true damage. Don't underestimate those 30 fireball spells. With Qin Shang's 90 points of spirit, that amounts to 2,700 points of damage, enough to take down most monsters below level 20 in one hit. With this thought in mind, Qin Shang put on the True Bracelet. Then, after a flash of white light, he found himself teleported outside the dungeon. But before Qin Shang could open his eyes, he felt scorching gazes scrutinizing him from all directions. What the heck, did I teleport to the wrong place? This situation feels a bit like a zombie siege. Qin Shang looked in shock at the scene before him, where countless players were surrounding him, continuously surging forward. If it weren't for Lin Fei, the formation master, maintaining order, these people would have rushed up to him long ago. Brother Shang, I'm Ning Qingfeng. From the War Academy. Do you need teammates? As long as you take me to clear the dungeon, I'll cover all the costs. Ning Qingfeng, you're a damage dealer, and you still want Brother Shang to take you? Brother Shang, you're the damage dealer, you definitely need protection, right? I'm a shield warrior and can protect you the whole time, you just need to focus on farming monsters. What do you big guys know? Brother Shang's output is so high, he doesn't need a shield warrior. What he needs is a caring and understanding healer like me. Don't worry, I have enough supplies. Don't listen to them, Brother Shang. Take me. I have a team that specializes in providing buffs. As long as you take me, I can make them give you buffs non-stop for 24 hours. At the front of the crowd, countless players were eagerly recommending themselves, hoping to gain Qin Shang's approval to join him in clearing the dungeon. Meanwhile, at the back of the crowd, the previously disheartened head teacher of the key class, Li Qinghu, finally regained his composure. He looked at Qin Shang, surrounded by the crowd, with mixed feelings. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from the dean of the War Academy. Hello, Li Qinghu, I heard that someone cleared the hell-level dungeon in the novice trial tower. That student is named Qin Shang, right? He's from your key class, isn't he? I'll be back right away. Make sure to reward him well. We can't let the War Academy lose face. The dean of the War Academy, no matter where he was, always paid attention to the situation at the novice trial tower. As the dean, Lin Hai quickly learned about Qin Shang soloing the hell-level dungeon. However, after hanging up the phone, Li Qinghu felt a chill run down his spine. Just a day ago, Qin Shang was still a student in his class. If he had seen Qin Shang solo the hell-level dungeon, he would have probably jumped for joy and held several days of celebration. But now, he had just kicked Qin Shang out of the key class that morning, and now the guy had soloed the hell-level dungeon in the afternoon. What should he do now? He couldn't possibly tell the dean of the War Academy that he had already kicked Qin Shang out of the key class. If he were to honestly inform Dean Lin Hai, he could imagine Lin Hai turning around and kicking him out of the War Academy as well. By the way, Qin Shang is right in front of me. Why can't I try to pull him back into the key class? As long as I act quickly, I can make up for my previous mistake, he thought. Qin Shang is still my student in the key class. Who knows, the dean might even reward me and give me a good evaluation. As if he had come to a realization, Li Qinghu perked up again. He quickly squeezed through the crowd with the teachers from the key class behind him and approached Qin Shang. Ha, Qin student, congratulations. It was all the teacher's fault before. As long as you are willing, I can re-invite you to join the key class, Li Qinghu said, extending his right hand with a forced smile. Upon hearing Li Qinghu's words, not only Qin Shang but also those around him showed expressions of disbelief at how shameless this old man was. Not just Li Qinghu, but the other teachers from the key class nodded. In agreement, Qin student, you mustn't act impulsively. Choosing a good class and teacher will greatly benefit your future. Li Qinghu continued to persuade. You're right, I do need to choose a good class and teacher. Qin Shang smiled slightly, and upon hearing his words, Li Qinghu's smile widened as he was about to say something. However, Qin Shang's next sentence made him so furious that he nearly exploded. But I have requirements for teachers as well. I absolutely won't accept trash teachers or trash classes. Qin Shang said calmly, looking at Li Qinghu in front of him. You say I'm trash? Li Qinghu's face twisted in anger at Qin Shang's words. Hey, don't misunderstand, I'm not targeting you. Qin Shang glanced at the teachers from the key class beside Li Qinghu. I mean, everyone present is trash. As soon as Qin Shang finished speaking, before Li Qinghu and the key class teachers could react, the surrounding professionals burst into laughter. Really shameless. Where were you before? Kicking someone out of the class just because they awakened an ordinary profession. Now seeing Brother Shang solo the hell level dungeon, you want to pull him back into the class, you have no shame left. Indeed, Li Qinghu changes his face faster than he turns pages. If it were me, I wouldn't even be a teacher anymore, I'd go perform face changing. It would definitely be a unique skill. Ha, stop laughing. Don't let the old man get so angry he has a heart attack. Although I've had professional training, I can't help it. Watching this old man see his millions in bonuses fly away must be harder than killing him. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Li Qinghu and the teachers beside him felt their faces burn red. It was as if they had been slapped. The sting was sharp. They all lowered their heads, no longer displaying their previous arrogance. Congratulations, classmate Qin, you have won first place in this novice dungeon ranking, and this is your reward for being number 1. In front of Qin Shang, Lin Fei, dressed in a white robe, slowly descended and took out a piece of equipment from his body. Meanwhile, Li Qinghu, who had been bowing his head with a twisted expression, looked even more gritted-toothed upon seeing that piece of equipment. This equipment was something he had managed to obtain through connections, and it was supposed to be the reward for the first place in this novice record. Originally, it was planned for Zhang Hao to receive this equipment, but unexpectedly, it all became a gift for Qin Shang. Is this the reward? Qin Shang merely glanced at the equipment before putting it away. After all, there were many people around, and it wasn't the right time to wear the equipment. As a reward for clearing the hell level dungeon, you and your teacher will each receive 16 million gold coins. Please fill in your teacher's name here. Seeing Qin Shang put away the equipment, Lin Fei took out a tablet. It displayed detailed reward information and pointed to the column for the profession teacher's name. Alright, Qin Shang replied verbally while his hands were busy. He already had the answer in mind for which teacher's name to fill in. Without hesitation, Qin Shang wrote down Bai Yao's name in the teacher's name column. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the ordinary class office of the War Academy, numerous teachers were discussing something. At this moment, their desks were piled with various gifts. These were congratulatory gifts sent by ordinary class students who were about to graduate. Although Bai Yao's desk also had gifts, it was clearly not as many as those of the other class teachers. At this time, after discussing the gifts, the other class teachers turned to look at Bai Yao. Old Bai, it's not that I'm saying you, but how did I hear that you not only didn't receive a congratulatory gift from that student named Qin Shang, but also gave him hundreds of thousands of gold coins as a trial tower fee? Yeah, old Bai, other students give gifts to their teachers, but your student is actually sucking your blood. Old Bai, although I know you care for your students, it's not the right way to show it. Exactly, those hundreds of thousands of gold coins you've saved for a long time, if you were to invest in someone else, it would be one thing. Investing in that ordinary mage Qin Shang, isn't that just throwing meat buns to dogs, with no return? Hearing the cold mockery from the teachers, Bai Yao's expression turned cold and he said bluntly, what do you know? This is an investment in a genius. That kid Qin Shang has a strong character and will definitely not disappoint me. However, upon hearing Bai Yao's words, the smiles on the faces of the other teachers grew even wider. Old Bai, genius and ordinary mage, those two don't match up. Don't worry, old Bai, we understand your feelings for your late friend's son. But to expect Qin Shang, this ordinary mage, to rise up is still too difficult. Yeah, how can there be so many fallen geniuses at the start, and then a genius rising up? Those are just stories from online novels. The teachers shook their heads in disbelief. For them, a fragile mage being able to avoid being a burden to their teammates was already good enough. How could he possibly rise as a genius? Just as Bai Yao was about to retort a few more words, suddenly his phone began to vibrate. The next moment, a loud electronic voice instantly filled the entire office. Ding! Your aunt treasure has arrived. 16 million gold coins. The teachers? Bai Yao? Upon hearing this voice, Bai Yao hurriedly picked up his phone and found that he indeed received a text notification for the arrival of 16 million. Old Bai, what's going on? Have you been scammed? Idiot, don't you have any common sense? What era are we in to still be talking about scams? Old Bai, to be honest, are you being kept by a rich woman? I've seen Sister Zhang from Hong Romance always flirting with you. The teachers in the office surrounded Bai Yao, chattering away. I don't know. Bai Yao was also a bit confused. He wasn't being supported by a rich woman. If anyone was being supported, it would be that handsome guy Qin Shang, who might actually have that kind of luck. But what was going on? Just as Bai Yao was puzzled, his phone suddenly rang. Teacher, did you receive the money? It was Qin Shang's voice on the other end. Did you rob a bank? Even if you were stimulated, you can't just do that. Hearing Qin Shang's voice, Bai Yao felt a bit dazed. On the other end, Qin Shang was rubbing his forehead with a bitter smile. Wasn't this the image he had in Bai Yao's mind? Teacher, please check your phone and look at the current trending news. Following Qin Shang's words, Bai Yao, still confused, began to check. The first explosive news that caught his eye was shocking. The fallen genius rises again. Qin Shang from the War Academy clears the hell-level novice dungeon. Doubting whether it was his aging eyes, Bai Yao rubbed them. He then confirmed that this trending news was indeed real. Qin Shang had actually cleared the hell-level novice dungeon. Not just Bai Yao, but the other teachers also saw Qin Shang's trending news when they checked their phones. After a brief moment of shock, their gazes towards Bai Yao were filled with admiration. No way, you really can do it. They had originally thought Bai Yao was just comforting himself when he talked about investing in geniuses. They didn't expect Bai Yao was merely stating the facts. On the other side, after reporting to his teacher Bai Yao, Qin Shang hung up the phone. Just as he was about to leave, someone blocked his path. It was Zhang Hao, who had just been feeling down. No, I don't believe you could solo a hell-level dungeon. You must have cheated or discovered a bug in the dungeon. How could you, an ordinary mage, clear a hell-level dungeon that our well-equipped elite class team couldn't pass? Facing Zhang Hao's doubts, Qin Shang simply replied lightly, if you're weak, practice more. And where are you strong? Reflect on whether you've been studying dungeon knowledge and honing your professional skills all these years. One sentence made Zhang Hao tremble with anger. You. Already furious, Zhang Hao fainted on the spot from Qin Shang's nonchalant remark. Now, both the elite class teachers and the onlooking professionals all turned to look at Zhang Hao. Meanwhile, Qin Shang took the opportunity to slip away, leaving Lulu, who was left in disarray in the wind, wondering, where did he go? After a busy day, Qin Shang was ready to go home and get a good night's sleep. Not long after, he was walking on the way home, pondering his next plan. Now the experience from the novice dungeon is no longer enough. For me, I need to find a way to leave the city. But to leave the city, I either have to go through complicated exit procedures or get an exit token. While thinking, Qin Shang soon arrived at his doorstep. At his home, he saw a figure, a middle-aged man in military uniform, standing tall. Uncle Zhang? Standing in front of him was the instructor of the Demon Suppression Army, who was also one of Qin Shang's father's two closest friends. Zhang Weigua. You brat, I've waited for you so long, finally, you're back. Why don't you invite me in for a cup of tea? Zhang Weigua teased with a smile. Uncle Zhang, don't say that. If I had known you were waiting for me at home. I've been back for a while, it's hot outside, let's talk. Inside, Qin Shang smiled and invited Zhang Weigui into the house. At the same time, he felt a lot of emotions. If Bai Yao had taken good care of him at the War Academy, then Zhang Weigua, as one of his father's close friends, had taken care of him the most in his life. Ever since his parents died in a beast tide when he was 10, Zhang Weigua had continuously supported Qin Shang, almost single-handedly raising him. I heard about your situation from Old Bai this morning. Sigh, don't put too much pressure on yourself. When the Dean of the War Academy returns, I will definitely have a good talk with him, Zhang Weigua said angrily, slamming his right fist on the table. Hearing Zhang Weigua's words, Qin Shang understood. No wonder Zhang Weigua suddenly came to see him. It seemed he had learned about the situation through Bai Yao's call while in the army. However, Zhang Weigua must have been too busy in the military to know about his clearing of the novice dungeon, the trial tower. Sure enough, before Qin Shang could explain, Zhang Weigua spoke again. I have tasks to attend to, so I won't waste more time with you. As he spoke, Zhang Weigua took out a token from his pocket and handed it to Qin Shang. This is a city exit token authorized by the Demon Suppression Army. You know, Xiao Shang, because of my military status, I can't openly provide you with financial assistance. Zhang Weigua sighed and continued, but you can use this token to hire a small team within the city and then go out to grind monsters. After saying this, Zhang Weigua didn't even have time to drink his tea before standing up. I have to take people to the job transfer guild for assessments tomorrow. When I return, I'll take you out for barbecue. By the way, this year's provincial exam is different from previous years. Many talented individuals from various districts are participating, and I heard that the top 3 in this provincial exam will have other opportunities, so you better work hard. After saying this, Zhang Weiguo smiled at Qin Shang before leaving. Qin Shang watched him leave, feeling a moment of silence. Although Zhang Weiguo's visit was brief, every word was encouraging, and he had never said anything to discourage Qin Shang. After seeing Zhang Weiguo off at the door, Qin Shang silently made up his mind to secure first place in this provincial exam. He then rubbed the city exit token in his hand. This was no ordinary item. Due to the wild monsters outside the city, any professional wanting to leave had to go through a lengthy approval process. However, those with a city exit token could bypass these procedures and leave directly. But obtaining such a token was also extremely difficult, and exchanging military merits with the Demon Suppression Army was one of the ways to acquire it. Qin Shang felt a deep sense of gratitude. He wondered how much merit this token had cost Zhang Weiguo. He had already reached level 9, and just one more level would bring him to the threshold of the first job transfer. At that point, he could undertake the first transfer quest and then go to the large dungeon, the Abyssal Dragon Palace, managed by the Job Transfer Guild, to level up. If all went smoothly, reaching the second transfer before the provincial exam was not impossible. If other professionals knew of Qin Shang's goal, they would likely be shocked. Reaching the second transfer before the provincial exam, what kind of concept was that? According to past provincial exam practices, there were usually very few professionals who could reach the first transfer before the exam, let alone the second. The future looked promising. With this thought, Qin Shang went to bed to rest, preparing to set out for the wild the next day. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the office of the Dean of the War Academy. What did you say? You expelled Qin Shang from the key class? Dean Lin Hai's face turned pale as he questioned Li Qinghu in front of him. Dean, you can't blame me for this. At first, Qin Shang awakened as just an ordinary mage. Who would have thought he could solo hell-level dungeons later? Li Qinghu, who was being scolded, lowered his head with a bitter smile. Don't try to fool me with that. Do you think I don't know? Lin Hai looked at the evasive Li Qinghu with a cold smile. You usually receive gifts from Zhang Hao's family, and isn't it just to kick Qin Shang, who doesn't get along with him, out of the key class? Li Qinghu was momentarily at a loss for words. Forget it, if he's expelled, it doesn't matter, one more or one less makes no difference. Lin Hai shook his head. Right, Dean, there's no need to regret expelling Qin Shang. Even without him, we still have Zhang Hao. Hearing Lin Hai's words, Li Qinghu replied with a beaming smile. What regret? I'm talking about you. You've been fired, so pack your things and get the hell out. Lin Hai glared at Li Qinghu with anger, shouting. The next day, Qin Shang, who had woken up early, took out the equipment he had obtained for breaking the record right after finishing his morning routine. I was too tired yesterday, and there was too much going on, so I didn't have time to check it out. He thought to himself, I don't even know what type of equipment this is or if it has any special effects. With that in mind, Qin Shang took out the equipment and began to examine it. Guardian Spirit Armor, no stage requirements. Wow, Qin Shang glanced at the introduction of this equipment and couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. Before entering the Novice Trial Tower instance, he had heard from a regular class student nearby that Li Qinghu had deliberately changed the reward to an equipment suitable for mages so that Zhang Hao could develop well and bring glory to the elite class. But he never expected that this would turn out to be an equipment with no stage requirements, and its effects were incredibly suitable for mages. Guardian Spirit Armor Constitution, 20 Special Skill. When the user encounters danger, a shield will automatically generate, with the shield value equal to the current user's mental power. If this skill were used by another mage, it would merely be a powerful life-saving skill. However, if Qin Shang learned this skill, it would be a game changer. It's important to note that Qin Shang's passive skills are also enhanced by multiple layers of casting. This means that after equipping the Guardian Spirit Armor, when he encounters danger, he will instantly release a shield of 101 layers. Wow, 101 layers of shield. Qin Shang couldn't even imagine how exaggerated his defense value would be. The shield would arrive before he did. With that thought, Qin Shang equipped the Guardian Spirit Armor without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations on equipping the Guardian Spirit Armor. Hearing the system's prompt, Qin Shang checked his panel. Qin Shang age, 18 class, mage level, 9 mental power, 90 strength, 18 agility, 18 constitution, 78 health, 680 mana, 180 skills, fireball, thunderstrike, spirit return, equipment, true bracelet, guardian spirit armor, multiple casting layers, 100. Seeing his panel, Qin Shang nodded in satisfaction. Out of the city. After purchasing an electronic map online, Qin Shang headed directly west of the city. Binhai City is bordered by mountains to the north, the sea to the south, and transportation roads to other districts to the east. Only the west leads to the wilderness and the location of the Job Transfer Guild. Soon, Qin Shang arrived at the city gate. At this moment, many professionals were gathering at the city gate, forming small teams. Clearly, this was the group of professionals that Zhang Weiguo and Qin Shang had mentioned earlier, which could be hired. When these professional teams saw Qin Shang walking towards the city gate, they greeted him. Hello, classmate, you want to leave the city, right? We are the Heishin team, specializing in accepting some city exit commissions, and our prices are negotiable. A middle-aged man from one of the teams smiled at Qin Shang. Yes, classmate, although your equipment and items might be good, to leave the city and reach the job transfer guild, you'll have to pass through a wilderness area. Another lean man from the team added with a smile, and to get through the wilderness smoothly, it's best to find some experienced teams. Our Haixing team is the best choice. Don't worry, little brother, besides these two big guys, there's also me, your sister, to chat with you on the way. You definitely won't be bored. A talented female priest from the team approached Qin Shang with a smile. Hearing the greetings from the group, Qin Shang smiled back, clearly realizing they mistook him for one of those wealthy second-generation kids. Indeed, every year after the Awakening Day, those rich second-generation kids would use their family connections to obtain some city exit tokens to hire a team of professionals to take them out to hunt monsters, but Qin Shang was an exception. Although he had an exit token and a decent amount of money, he didn't plan to hire a professional team as Zhang Weigui suggested. First, teaming up with others, even to hunt monsters in the wild, would require splitting the experience, and he didn't want to share it with anyone. Second, the most dangerous thing in the wild wasn't the magical beasts but human hearts. Qin Shang didn't trust anyone other than himself. No, I'm planning to go out of the city alone. Qin Shang waved his hand, rejecting the other person's kindness. He then quickly walked towards the city gate, soon disappearing from the sight of the professional team. Are the second-generation players this arrogant now? They can't even gather a team and go out alone? He's just a young kid who doesn't know fear. Once he realizes how dangerous it is outside the city, he'll come back begging us to team up. Exactly, these students just out of school have no idea how perilous the wild is. They probably think it's like school. Once they get attacked by wild beasts, they'll understand that the wild is not something students can mess with. Alright, enough about him. Let's focus. Today is the second day of Awakening Day, and soon other second-generation players will come out to hire teams. Qin Shang quickly reached the city gate. Please stop. No student is allowed to enter or exit the city without a teacher's guidance. As soon as he arrived at the gate, two members of the Demon Suppression Army blocked his path and reminded him. Wait a moment, I have this. Qin Shang smiled and took out his token. The two members of the Demon Suppression Army exchanged glances and then began to check the token. After confirming it was valid, they allowed Qin Shang to pass. Although you hold a token, there are dangers outside the city, so please be careful. Qin Shang nodded with a smile and walked towards the city gate. As soon as he left Binhai City and entered the wild, Qin Shang sensed a strong smell of blood wafting through the air. He could even hear the roars of beasts in the distance. He couldn't help but exclaim, the inside of the city and the outside really are two different worlds. Just a few steps forward, he found himself facing a dark-colored jungle. The trees in this jungle area were mostly pitch black, giving off an eerie vibe. This was the first gathering place for wild monsters outside Binhai City, the quiet jungle. After leaving the city, professionals had to pass through the quiet jungle to reach the location of the job transfer guild. This was also why there were professional teams waiting at the city gate. Although the monsters in the dark jungle were not high-level and not particularly strong, they were quite intelligent. Without a powerful team of hired professionals for protection, it would be difficult to navigate through the dark jungle. However, to Qin Shang, this was not a challenge but an opportunity to refresh multiple casting layers. I wonder how many monsters I'll encounter as soon as I enter the dark jungle. With this thought, Qin Shang stepped into the dark jungle, and just as he entered, he heard several beast roars. Instantly, a few dark figures appeared right in front of him. They were the wind-chasing leopards, emanating black flames. Wind-chasing leopard level, 10 strength, 100 health, 1000. Qin Shang quickly glanced at the data of the few wind-chasing leopards in front of him. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Goodness, these were just the wild monsters encountered at the entrance of the dark jungle. Their stats were almost comparable to the bosses at the difficult level of the novice trial tower. No wonder Binhai City restricted professionals from leaving. Even when they were allowed, they were encouraged to travel in teams. Just these few wind-chasing leopards would be a headache for most, but for Qin Shang, who had even defeated hell-level bosses in the novice trial tower, these wind-chasing leopards were nothing. It seemed they sensed Qin Shang's disdainful gaze, and the leopard's eyes revealed anger. Then several wind-chasing leopards roared and scattered in all directions. Are they trying to surround me? Just as the information online said, these wind-chasing leopards excel at encirclement tactics. Qin Shang smiled at the movements of the wind-chasing leopards. According to the information he found online, these wind-chasing leopards loved to hunt down their opponents. The group of wind-chasing leopards would first spread out to encircle their target, then use their powerful speed to wear down the opponent until they were dizzy and exhausted. They would gradually close in the encirclement for the kill. Generally, only a tightly coordinated team could effectively deal with such encirclement tactics. If it were a solo player, one misstep could lead to being completely trapped in their snare. After all, early-stage professionals had limited skill strength, making it difficult to take on multiple foes. However, this only applied to other professionals. Qin Shang, at this moment, could unleash any skill 101 times simultaneously. 6 wind-chasing leopards were nothing to him, even if there were a few more. At this moment, Qin Shang showed no intention of dodging, so the 6 wind-chasing leopards quickly surrounded him at the center. The 6 wind-chasing leopards exchanged glances, then one of them lunged forward, and in an instant, shadows rushed towards Qin Shang, looking for death. Seeing the 6 wind-chasing leopards pouncing towards him, Qin Shang, who was already prepared, remained completely calm. With a snap of his right hand, the next moment, the 6 wind-chasing leopards that had been charging at him seemed to sense some deadly danger. They trembled all over, and their forward movement began to slow down. Their pupils revealed terror as they involuntarily looked up at the sky. In the next moment, the originally clear sky suddenly became overcast. Following that, hundreds of bolts of lightning poured down like a torrential rain, striking down around Qin Shang and enveloping all 6 wind-chasing leopards. Hundreds of bolts of lightning surrounded Qin Shang, like a prison of thunder, hitting and shredding the 6 wind-chasing leopards, who didn't even have time to let out a cry before being turned to ashes by the lightning. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed 6 wind-chasing leopards, increasing your casting layers by 6. Current casting layers, 106. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 6 wind-chasing leopards, gaining 1800 experience points. Not bad, after taking down these 6 wind-chasing leopards, my casting layers increased by 6. Hearing the system's announcement, Qin Shang was initially pleased but then frowned. The 6 wind-chasing leopards provided him with 1,800 experience points, which meant each one contributed 300 points. Compared to the monsters in the novice hell-level trial tower, this was not much. But for Qin Shang at the moment, it still felt a bit lacking. It should be noted that in this world, the experience required for professionals to level up increases exponentially. Currently, Qin Shang was level 9, and to reach level 10 and meet the conditions for the first promotion, he needed 90 times the experience required for a single level up. Looks like I need to put in more effort, Qin Shang thought as he continued towards the shadow jungle. He was always ready to chant the Thunder Strike spell, as it was more powerful and had a wider coverage area compared to the Fireball spell, which required him to lock onto a target. Soon, under Qin Shang's frenzied attacks, he took down 2 more waves of wind-chasing leopards. This time he killed a total of 18 wind-chasing leopards, bringing his casting layers to 118. These wild monsters are so hard to find. Although they provide rich experience, these wind-chasing leopards are too scattered. If only I could have a skill to gather monsters together, it would improve my farming efficiency. Just as Qin Shang was silently complaining, he suddenly noticed a sparkling, strange crystal on the ground after killing the second wave of wind-chasing leopards. Is this a monster crystal? Qin Shang looked at the sparkling stone on the ground, feeling a mix of surprise and suspicion. According to the information he had seen online, this was the monster crystal that had a chance to drop when killing beasts. This type of crystal had a wide range of uses, like the novice trial tower that Qin Shang had previously ventured into. The energy required to unlock it was provided by these monster crystals. However, novice trial participants had no means to obtain monster crystals. So, when entering the novice trial tower, they all directly consumed an equivalent amount of gold coins. Similarly, such monster crystals were also sold at a high price in the market. The low-tier monster crystal in front of Qin Shang could fetch as much as 1 million gold coins. Qin Shang stepped forward to collect the monster crystal and was just about to move on when suddenly a roar echoed, accompanied by a storm that swept in from all directions. The trees of the shadow jungle were blown askew by this powerful storm. Then, in front of Qin Shang's gaze, appeared a wind chaser unicorn leopard, several times larger than any wind chaser leopard he had encountered before. Wind chaser unicorn leopard grade, elite level, 20 strength, 310 health, 2000. This is a wild elite monster, and it looks like it's the leader of this pack of wind chaser leopards, Qin Shang speculated after checking the data of the massive leopard before him. The next moment, the wind chaser leopard seemed to be observing Qin Shang's aura as well. Indeed, in this world where everyone could change professions, some sentient monsters could gauge a practitioner's strength by observing their data. When the wind chaser unicorn leopard sensed that Qin Shang's data was merely that of an ordinary mage, a hint of a human-like smile appeared at the corner of its mouth, and it charged towards Qin Shang. The powerful speed created a series of sonic booms, and its form appeared as a series of afterimages, rapidly closing in on Qin Shang. Seeing that I've killed so many wind chaser leopards, not only does it not run away, but it dares to approach me. It seems to have some brains, but not much. Qin Shang smiled as he watched the charging unicorn leopard. He then pointed with one hand, and the lightning spell erupted once more. It should be noted that his casting level had now reached 118, allowing him to unleash 119 bolts of lightning. Coupled with his 90 mental power, the damage he could unleash reached a staggering 10,710 points. Such damage could take down the unicorn leopard before him 5 times over. Sure enough, the next moment, as hundreds of bolts of lightning struck out, the unicorn leopard that had been pouncing towards Qin Shang initially tried to halt its charge. But the next moment, it was bombarded by the dense lightning, and the paralysis effect of the lightning strike spell took effect. The unicorn leopard, hit by hundreds of bolts of lightning, convulsed uncontrollably under the onslaught of electricity, and this astonishing display of power caught the attention of other practitioners. What terrifying power! This level of lightning is a mid-tier skill. No, it's very likely a high-tier skill. Not only that, such immense strength is definitely not something a first or second transition practitioner could unleash. Could there be a third transition expert hunting elite wind chaser leopards here? This is too fierce. Such a powerful skill in the shadow jungle is simply a dimensional strike. The practitioners who were conversing were a well-coordinated team known as the Black Tiger Squad. They had originally planned to wait in the city for second-generation practitioners to come out, hoping to be hired for a big profit. However, what they didn't know was that, due to Qin Shang, all the key-class second-generation practitioners were in training, grinding through the trial tower, and no one was leaving the city. Unable to wait, the Black Tiger Squad had to venture out to hunt monsters themselves. They happened to witness Qin Shang taking down the unicorn leopard. Alright, keep your mouths shut, discussing a third transition expert is not something we can casually do. Let's move, said the leader. A burly man named Shurheihu, shaking his head at his teammates before calling out. Hearing Shurheihu's call, the other teammates nodded in agreement. Following the footsteps of Shurheihu, they ventured deeper into the dim jungle. However, before they had walked long, a hurried group of professionals brushed past them. Are these people from the Storm Guild? The leader is baldly. I didn't expect them to come too. It seems the rumors are true. The hidden dungeon has really appeared. Shurheihu remarked thoughtfully as he watched the Storm Guild team pass by. Captain, the direction they're heading seems to be where that third transformation expert just went. What should we do now? Lin Feifei, dressed in a purple priest robe, asked. We can't get involved with the third transformation expert's matters. Let's hurry and grind some monsters, hoping to get an item to enter the hidden dungeon. Shurheihu waved to his teammates behind him. Meanwhile, baldly, the leader of the Storm Guild asked a lean man beside him, Old 2, are you sure? The direction the unicorn wind chaser fled is this way? Don't worry, boss, I've used detection several times. The direction of the unicorn wind chaser should be just ahead, the lean man immediately replied upon hearing Baldly's question. Alright, everyone follow closely. We've been chasing this leopard for so long, we can't let it escape. Kill it, take the item, and quickly meet up with Zhang Long. At this moment, Qin Shang looked at the fallen unicorn wind chaser before him, a strange expression in his eyes. Right where the unicorn wind chaser had died, there was a glowing blue item. This is a key? Qin Shang gazed in amazement at the glowing object. Just as he was about to step forward to pick it up, whoosh, an arrow shot past him. Kid, even though you killed the wind chaser unicorn, this item isn't yours to take. Hearing this voice, Qin Shang turned to look. He saw a group of well-equipped professionals emerging from the parted grass, most of whom were above first transformation level. These individuals were mostly in their 20s or 30s, and they all wore a badge shaped like a storm. That badge, you are from the Storm Guild? Qin Shang said thoughtfully as he looked at their badges. Kid, you have some insight. Although I don't know how you killed this unicorn wind chaser, it has been our prey for several days, and you managed to kill it. I won't pursue anything else, just leave the key and give us some compensation, then get lost. The bald man leading the group said bluntly. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Hand over the item before my boss gets angry, said a lewd man next to the bald man, licking his dagger. Old 2, why waste words with him? Just kill him and take the item, another archer said coldly, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. Old 3 is right, no need to waste time with this kid. Just kill him, Zhang Long is urging us, and the hidden dungeon will close soon. The bald man, who was initially just threatening Qin Shang, suddenly turned gloomy after receiving a phone call. He then signaled for several professionals beside him to spread out, surrounding Qin Shang like they had with the wind chaser before. Kid, you just have bad luck. Normally, we might just extort you, but it seems killing you is more straightforward. The lewd man licked his dagger again, revealing a lewd smile. At this moment, Qin Shang looked at the several professionals surrounding him. They coordinated closely, surrounding Qin Shang right from the start. Their positioning was also quite meticulous, with a bald-headed warrior and 2 shield bearers standing in front. Meanwhile, an archer and a mage hid behind, ready to deal damage. The lewd assassin, who was always licking his dagger, had to stay even further back, looking like he was ready to strike at any moment. Their skilled cooperation clearly indicated that these people were not new to killing and looting, they were seasoned professionals in the art of murder in the wild. Whoosh! Before anyone else could react, the archer was the first to launch an attack. The arrow shot out from behind Qin Shang, but upon sensing the attack, Qin Shang did not dodge. Just as the arrow was about to hit him, a flash of yellow light enveloped Qin Shang, and a layer of shield unfolded, blocking the arrow. Boss, this kid is a bit off. Don't just stand there, let's all attack and take him down. The archer, seeing his attack blocked, quickly called out to his companions. Hearing the call, the bald-headed man and the other professionals also sensed something was wrong. Without hesitation, they unleashed their skills, and in an instant, countless attacks surged toward Qin Shang. However, in the next moment, swish, swish, swish. Under the astonished gaze of the bald-headed man and the other professionals, the yellow light around Qin Shang flashed brightly. Layers of shields continuously unfolded, dazzling the bald-headed man and the others with their brilliance. When they focused again, they discovered that there were a staggering 120 layers of shields surrounding Qin Shang. In an instant, the bald-headed Man couldn't help but swallow hard as he checked Qin Shang's stats. Due to the bald-headed man's higher level, Qin Shang's basic information quickly appeared before him, aside from the multiple layers of casting. Health, 780 shield value, 10800. Seeing this astonishing data, the bald-headed man felt a bit parched. Good heavens, after so many years, it was the first time he had seen someone's shield value exceed their health. This poet? At that moment, the attacks from the bald-headed man and the others all struck against Qin Shang's 120 layers of shields. Although the attacks looked fierce, like a torrential storm, they fell upon Qin Shang's shields as if they were nothing more than a drop in the ocean, creating no waves at all. Weak force, no effect? Inside the shield, Qin Shang stretched lazily and yawned. Not bad, as expected. The equipment skill is indeed useful. Seeing the effect of his guardian spirit armor, Qin Shang nodded in satisfaction. He had originally wanted to test the effectiveness of the guardian spirit armor, but the wind chaser leopard he encountered before only dealt simple physical attacks, making it impossible to truly test the armor's capabilities. The appearance of the Storm Guild team allowed him to experience the true effects and practicality of the guardian spirit armor. Seeing Qin Shang's astonishing shield value, the once confident bald-headed man felt a sinking sensation in his heart, but he quickly calmed down. Everyone, don't panic, he just has a thick shield value. Let's all attack together and see how long he can hold out. The boss is right, let's all strike together. I don't believe we can't wear him down. Exactly, he's just a level 9 professional. Every one of us here is above first transition, we can wear him down. Encouraged by the bald-headed man, the professionals behind him regained their confidence. The archer even spoke arrogantly, no matter how thick your shield is, you'll be worn down in 30 minutes. Hearing the opponent's words, Qin Shang slowly extended 3 fingers. Not even 30 minutes. 3 minutes? You're quite self-aware, aren't you? The second archer scoffed at Qin Shang's gesture. Qin Shang paid no attention to the other party's words, slowly bending down 1 finger. 2. The archer, old heir, ? The bald man, ? The many professionals behind them, ? Ignoring the puzzled gazes of the bald man and the other professionals, Qin Shang bent down the last finger. 1. Then, a storm of lightning descended again, enveloping the bald man and the others. When the lightning finally dissipated, all that remained on the ground were scattered equipment and items. What a pity, I won't really need these items, but I can hold on to them for now and sell them later when the opportunity arises. With this thought, Qin Shang gathered all the equipment on the ground. He also took out the blue key from his possession. From what I heard earlier, this blue key seems to be related to a hidden dungeon. With this in mind, Qin Shang examined the key closely and soon noticed that the blue key seemed to emit a barely perceptible blue thread. In Qin Shang's observation, the thread emitted by the blue key was leading towards a certain spot in the dark jungle. Could that be the location of the hidden dungeon? With this thought, Qin Shang began to follow the key's guidance, walking deeper into the dark jungle. Not long after Qin Shang left, an assassin-type professional appeared on the battlefield after a swift movement. We agreed to gather here to kill the unicorn wind-chasing leopard. Where are Li Chang and the others? At this moment, Qin Shang was walking deeper into the wilderness, following the key's guidance. At the same time, information about the hidden dungeon floated in his mind, currently recognized as the only usable dungeon outside of Binhai City. It was the large team dungeon maintained by the Job Change Guild, beyond the Abyssal Dragon Palace. In the wilderness, particularly near the Shadow Jungle, there was also a high probability of a hidden dungeon spawning. The reason hidden dungeons were not well known was that each time they appeared, there was a time limit. Once the time was up, the hidden dungeon would disappear again, and the conditions for entering the hidden dungeon were quite strict. When a hidden dungeon appeared, elite monsters would spawn around, and defeating these elite monsters would give a chance to obtain hidden dungeon items. It was said that only professionals who possessed hidden dungeon items could enter the hidden dungeon through the key. Following the key's guidance, Qin Shang gradually arrived at the end of the blue thread. At that moment, in front of his gaze, there was a swirling vortex about 3 meters in diameter, slowly rotating. Clearly, this was the entrance to the hidden dungeon. So many people have gathered already? At the entrance of the hidden dungeon, quite a few professionals had gathered. Everyone was staring at the front, where a large blue vortex was slowly rotating. Even more astonishing was that in front of the large vortex, there was a smaller vortex. Above the smaller vortex, there seemed to be a row of names. It's been so long, why haven't Bosher and the others come out yet? They can't have really cleared the normal difficulty dungeon, can they? I think there's a chance. Boss sure is one of the few second transformation professionals among us hired hands, and his team works together quite well. They might really pull it off. It's hard to say, Boss sure's team is good, but have you forgotten the tragic fate of that previous team? This dungeon is no joke. From their words, that small vortex should be the names of the professional teams. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Qin Shang speculated in his heart. Just then, a flash of light appeared at the entrance of the small vortex, and several figures stumbled out from the dungeon. Most of these figures were covered in blood and severely injured, with one boy in a robe being the most injured. He could barely stand with the help of others. It's Boss Sure and the others. Why are they so badly injured? Isn't that the mage Ishio from their team? He's already half a foot into the second transition, and he actually fainted. Is this dungeon really that terrifying? Even the Black Tiger team is this injured. Sigh, looking at Ishio like this, he can't fight anymore. This is a team dungeon. If one person is missing, Boss Sure and the others can't enter the dungeon again. The captain of the Black Tiger team was kind-hearted and acted quite justly. The nearby teams of adventurers had a good impression of him. Soon, a nearby priest stepped forward to cast healing spells for the Black Tiger team. Cough, this temporary dungeon is a horror dungeon. The monsters inside are not only powerful but also increase in number as you go further. Shurheihu thanked the priest who was healing him, then looked at everyone with a terrified expression. Upon hearing Shurheihu's words, everyone's faces changed dramatically. If even Shurheihu said that there were many monsters in the hidden dungeon, then this hidden dungeon was indeed a bit abnormally difficult. Logically speaking, a dungeon that restricts entry to adventurers below level 25 shouldn't have too many monsters. However, the number of monsters in this dungeon clearly far exceeded the limit that the adventurer teams could handle. Damn it, are we just going to give up like this? It's not easy to encounter a hidden dungeon. What are you afraid of? The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. With such a high difficulty, the rewards must be amazing. Heh, no matter how amazing the rewards are, you have to be alive to claim them. If even Boss Sure is this injured, Zhang Qiqiang, are you sure you'll make it back alive? For a moment, everyone looked at each other, glancing toward the vortex entrance of the dungeon. Their faces showed anxious expressions, and no one dared to step forward recklessly. Ha, a bunch of useless things. Are you all scared by a hidden dungeon? If you don't have the guts to charge in, then get out of my way. A loud voice came from behind the hesitant crowd. Hearing this mocking voice, many adventurer teams turned around with angry expressions. What are you looking at? Did I say something wrong? It's just a hidden dungeon and you've been waiting here for half a day. I see you. Mercenary teams are just a bunch of useless trash, getting more and more worthless. The speaker was a young man dressed in night gear with an arrogant look on his face. Behind him were 6 adventurers forming a well-equipped team. They all wore a badge of the Storm Guild on their chests, clearly indicating they were from the Storm Guild. The words of this Storm Guild team quickly provoked the anger of many adventurers. Some recognized the identity of the leader. Zhanglong, what are you being so arrogant about? If it weren't for your dad, could you even be the team leader? Watch your mouth, this isn't your Storm Guild's territory. Apologize immediately or don't blame us for being rude. Upon hearing the words of the many adventurer teams, Zhanglong smiled slightly. What? Do you scattered soldiers really want to fight us from the Storm Guild? As Zhanglong spoke, the voices of the crowd gradually quieted down. Although these mercenary teams were not afraid to fight Zhanglong's Storm Team, if they provoked the Storm Guild, their future days would not be easy. Zhanglong, this isn't your place to act wild. Shurheihu shouted angrily, stepping in front of Zhanglong. Shurheihu, with a face full of anger, stood in front of Zhanglong. He was already feeling down because of his injured teammates. Now, seeing the arrogant Zhanglong, he looked ready to fight at any moment. The originally arrogant Zhanglong's expression darkened upon seeing Shurheihu blocking his way. Shurheihu was different from the other scattered adventurers here. He was not only the captain of the Black Tiger team but also a bronze adventurer who had passed the assessment of the Transition Guild. Although the Black Tiger was at the lowest level in the adventurer ranking of the Transition Guild, but the backing of the other party is the Job Change Guild, which is the official guild designated by the Kingdom of Xinxia. Compared to the Storm Guild, it's the difference between state-owned and private. So even though the Storm Guild has considerable influence in this area, Zhanglong is reluctant to engage with Shurheihu. I came here to challenge the dungeon today and I can't be bothered to argue with you scattered soldiers. Zhanglong gritted his teeth and glanced at Shurheihu, then led his team to the side. At this moment, Qin Shang, through observing the Black Tiger team, gradually began to understand something from the scene that emerged from the small vortex. He recalled some information he had seen online about hidden dungeons. According to previous data, it seems that different items can open different dungeon vortices. Green represents easy, blue represents difficult, purple is disaster, and red is hell level. So, this blue key in my hand can only open a difficult dungeon. What a pity, it would be great if I could obtain a hell level dungeon. Qin Shang thought back to the hell level he had previously challenged in the novice trial tower, fully aware that the number of monsters in the hell level is much greater than in the previous 3 difficulties. His talent for multiple casting requires more monsters to gain greater enhancement. On the other side, Zhanglong had just walked a short distance to an open area when suddenly, one of the mage's subordinates called out to him. Boss, look, that kid seems a bit familiar. Isn't he the one that the young guild leader often talks about? Zhanglong quickly looked in the direction the mage was pointing. And in the direction the mage was pointing, there stood Qin Shang. That's right, it's the guy that Xiao Hao often mentions. I didn't expect him to come out of the city and arrive at a hidden dungeon. The moment Zhanglong saw Qin Shang, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Boss, I remember the young guild leader really holds a grudge against this kid. Every time he mentions him, it's with gritted teeth. The mage looked towards Qin Shang, his eyes revealing a cold light. That's right, this kid caused Xiao Hao a lot of embarrassment back in school. Zhang Long also looked at Qin Shang, his expression icy. As Zhang Hao's older brother, Zhang Long has always paid close attention to everything about Zhang Hao. He had long noticed that Qin Shang consistently overshadowed Zhang Hao at the War Academy. In Zhang Long's words, such an impressive person should not exist in the War Academy. So, boss, should we? The mage made a slashing motion across his throat while looking at Qin Shang. No, there are too many people here and it would be too easy to leave traces if we really started fighting. Zhang Long shook his head. Boss, how? Could you forget? Don't you still have 2 upgrade keys on you? The mage revealed a sinister smile, reminding Zhang Long in time. Upgrade keys? Zhang Long seemed to recall something and took out 2 transparent keys from his body. Boss, think about it. Since this kid has come near the hidden dungeon, he must want to enter the dungeon. We can just wait here, and after he enters the dungeon, we can use the keys to upgrade the dungeon difficulty. Upon seeing the keys, the mage revealed a cold smile. That's right, even if this kid chooses the lowest difficulty of the normal dungeon, we can use the 2 upgrade keys to upgrade the normal dungeon to a disaster dungeon. And both the disaster dungeon and the hell dungeon require a certain amount of time to stay inside before you can come out. This kid is doomed. With that thought, a smug smile appeared on Zhang Long's face. At this moment, in the Black Tiger team's group, Yi Xiu's injuries were quickly healed by the priest beside him. Alan, thank you so much this time. Without your timely healing, Yi Xiu wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Seeing Yi Xiu recover, Shirheihu thanked the priest who treated him. What are you talking about, Tiger brother? If it weren't for you saving me from the jaws of the wind leopard back then, I would have long become a corpse. The priest named Alan waved his hand dismissively and said just as Shirheihu was about to say something, on the other side, Alan's teammates called out to her. It turned out that after the cooldown, the hidden dungeon could once again use items to summon the small vortex. Shirheihu smiled and nodded at Alan, who then said her goodbyes and returned to her team. At that moment, however, Shirheihu's expression was somewhat complicated. The reason was simple. Although the hidden dungeon had reopened, it was a team dungeon. That required a full party of 5 to enter. Their team's mage, Yi Xiu, was already injured. Even after treatment, he was unable to fight again. Shirheihu frowned, realizing that if they wanted to enter the dungeon, they would need to find someone to form a team. On the other side, this time the hidden dungeon is actually a rare team dungeon. Qin Shang, who was originally holding a blue key ready to open the small vortex, also frowned. A team dungeon is a special type of dungeon mode on Blue Star. It requires a full party to enter, unlike the novice trial tower that Qin Shang had entered before, where the number of people didn't matter. This is a bit troublesome. Where am I supposed to find 4 more people to team up with? If it were just about clearing the dungeon, Qin Shang was confident in himself. With his current strength, even tackling the hell-level hidden dungeon would be no problem. But the rules of the dungeon were not something he could break. Just as Qin Shang was pondering, a voice suddenly sounded beside him. Little brother, our team is short 1 person. How about 10 magic crystals to make up the numbers? Hearing this, Qin Shang turned to look and saw that it was the Black Tiger team standing in front of him. The one who spoke was the injured mage, Yi Xiu. As a fellow mage, Yi Xiu had already noticed Qin Shang waiting by the dungeon. So just now, he had promptly suggested to his teammates. Initially, Black Tiger and a few others were unwilling, knowing that Qin Shang was only level 9. Bringing him into the hidden dungeon would undoubtedly be like carrying a burden. But Yi Xiu quickly added, Boss, have you forgotten? This is a hidden team dungeon, and the experience distributed in such dungeons is not evenly divided. It depends on individual contributions. The more effort you put in, the more experience you get. So even if you bring him in, as long as you all contribute enough, the experience you gain won't be less than what we would have shared before. After hearing Yi Xiu's persuasion, Shirheihu weighed the ordinary level dungeon key in his hand, then gritted his teeth and reluctantly accepted Yi Xiu's proposal. Alright, and that led to the current scene. 10 magic crystals to make up the numbers? Upon hearing Shirheihu's words, Qin Shang raised an eyebrow. 10 magic crystals, at a price of 1 million each, amounted to 10 million. Seeing Qin Shang hesitate, Shirheihu couldn't help but feel anxious, knowing that the hidden dungeon had a time limit. Little brother, you don't need to worry. Once we go in, we will do our utmost to protect your safety. If you're still concerned, take this, he said, pulling out a scroll and tossing it to Qin Shang. Is this a teleportation scroll? Qin Shang looked at the scroll in his hand, surprised. A teleportation scroll is a type of item that a professional can activate when encountering danger in a dungeon, transporting them outside the dungeon. It's important to note that aside from novice dungeons, most dungeons do not have a life-saving mechanism. Once you die, it's truly game over, so professionals usually buy some life-saving gear to protect their only life. Similarly, these items come with a hefty price, and the teleportation scroll in Qin Shang's hand was worth at least 3 million. Little brother, rest assured, once we go in, you won't have to lift a finger. We will handle your safety and will take care of the monsters inside the dungeon. This 1 million and the teleportation scroll are just to make a friend. If you need help in the wild in the future, feel free to find me, Shihihu. Afraid that Qin Shang would refuse, Shihihu hurriedly stepped forward to persuade him. Alright, just give me the magic crystal first, I've made a friend in you, Qin Shang said with a smile. Shihihu, who was originally prepared to say a few more words of persuasion, suddenly felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing Qin Shang's cheerful agreement. Why did it feel like an ominous premonition? After the smooth transaction was completed, Shihihu left the injured Yisho behind and led Qin Shang to the entrance of the Great Vortex. Little brother, I have a dungeon key, I'll just use it. Shihihu smiled and was about to take out the key, but just as he was pulling out the green key, Qin Shang stopped him. Wait, let's use my key instead, he said, pulling out the blue dungeon key from his own belongings. In the shocked gazes of the Black Tiger team, the blue key transformed into a small vortex. Let's go, Qin Shang stretched lazily and prepared to enter the dungeon, as if pulling out the blue key was the most ordinary thing for him. Wait, little brother, we originally invited you using our magic crystals to make up the numbers, but now that you've used your own dungeon key, it wouldn't be fair to just go in with you, so we need to add some money. Shihihu reacted from his shock. In his view, this blue key must have cost Qin Shang a great deal. It surely cost the other party a lot of money. Although the hard-level dungeon was more dangerous, it also provided richer experience. How could they, as adults, shamelessly mooch off a child's key? So, with a series of eye signals from Shihihu, the 4 members of the Black Tiger team, including him, each took out 10 magic crystals and handed them to Qin Shang. Looking at the 40 magic crystals in his hand, Qin Shang thought, wow, I've already made 50 million before even entering the dungeon. Before Shihihu's team could say any words of caution, they were all sucked into the vortex. The boss and the others have already gone in, we can make our move now. A mage from the storm team grinned lewdly. I didn't expect this kid to team up with Shihihu. Perfect. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhang Long revealed a sinister smile upon seeing Shihihu and Qin Shang enter the hidden dungeon. He then led his team closer to the entrance of the hidden dungeon where Qin Shang was located. As they approached, he transformed 2 keys into streams of light and used them to enter. I've called Xiao Hao, you 2 wait here for the announcement of Qin Shang's death. Once you find out, record a video and send it to Xiao Hao. After instructing his 2 subordinates, Zhang Long also stepped into the hidden dungeon with his team. Ding! You have entered the hidden dungeon, Wailing territory. After being sucked into the small vortex, Qin Shang and the Black Tiger team heard a prompt sound in their ears. Then, Qin Shang began to survey the dungeon scene before him. At this moment, the scene in the dungeon was set at night, with a half-moon hanging high in the dark sky. In the woods, the sounds of ghostly wails echoed intermittently. At the same time, crows were also making eerie cawing noises. Everyone, pay attention. We've been teleported into the dungeon. This is a hard-level dungeon, which is more difficult than the normal-level dungeons we encountered before. Shihihu called out to his teammates while protecting Qin Shang at the back. Beside Shihihu, one of his teammates held a giant shield in front. Another archer stood by to support, while the assassin used a skill to enter stealth. Shihihu's team was a typical offensive team, without a priest, consisting entirely of combat professions. As the captain, Shihihu charged to the front of the team. The 4 of them formed a semicircular formation, protecting Qin Shang behind them. This really is treating me like a weak mage to protect. Qin Shang couldn't help but touch his nose as he observed their formation. At this moment, Shihihu stood at the front with a serious expression. They had previously cleared a normal-level hidden dungeon. They knew just how terrifying the monsters in the Wailing territory could be. First, the Wailing territory was divided into 4 stages, and in the first stage, they would face skeleton monsters. During their normal-level hidden dungeon run, they encountered 4 skeletons in the first wave. So, according to his calculations, there should be 8 skeletons in this hard-level dungeon. Caw caw caw. Just as Shihihu and the others had just set up their formation, Qin Shang heard the sound of bones grinding from the distant woods. Then, in the direction Qin Shang was looking, a number of pure white skeleton monsters emerged from the trees. Skeleton monster level, 15 strength, 470 health, 1200. However, the previously tense Shihihu's expression suddenly changed upon seeing those skeletons. How is this possible? 16? That's right, there were a total of 16 skeletons emerging from the bushes. Not just Shihihu, but even the 3 teammates beside him turned pale. Captain, what's going on? According to the dungeon rules, isn't a hard-level dungeon only twice as strong as a normal-level one? Logically, there should be 8 skeletons. How did it turn into 16? The archer in the team looked at the distant 16 skeletons, somewhat dazed. Could it be that the hidden dungeon was contaminated by abyssal energy and mutated? The burly man holding a shield swallowed hard, somewhat astonished. Idiot, we're still far from the abyssal dragon palace. How could there be any infection from the dungeon? Another assassin said, forcing himself to remain calm. Indeed, according to typical dungeon logic, a hard-level dungeon is only twice as strong as a normal level one, unless they encountered abyssal infection. Regardless, these 16 skeletons are not something we can handle. Little brother, we'll cover you. Quickly use the teleportation scroll, Shihihu said anxiously, turning to Qin Shang. After all, he believed that they had actively invited Qin Sheng into this dungeon. Now that something unusual had happened inside, no matter the reason, they absolutely could not let Qin Sheng die here. Then, without waiting for Qin Sheng's reaction, Shirheihu called out to the other 3 teammates, "Let's go, charge together, we'll hold out as long as we can." Hearing Shirheihu's words, the 3 teammates nodded. However, just as they were about to rush forward, they suddenly felt a strange change in the air. The originally dark and cold air began to warm up. No, it even became hot. Shirheihu felt as if he had suddenly entered a scorching summer. Another mutation? With the 16 skeletons ahead, Shirheihu took this sudden change as another mutation of the dungeon, and his heart sank. Just as he was about to charge forward, the burly man with the shield stopped him. "Captain, look, what is that?" With the man's shout, the other 2 teammates, the archer and the assassin, also looked in the direction he was pointing. They saw that in the air above where they had just stood, countless fireballs were gathering, at least 100 of them. What is this? Shirheihu had never seen such a scene, nor had he even heard of it. The reactions of the other 3 were similar. They stood there, staring at the fireballs in midair, momentarily frozen as if turned to stone. At this moment, Qin Sheng, the instigator, had no time to check their reactions. Watching the 16 skeletons continuously pouring out from the bushes, he smiled slightly. He had originally thought that the hard-level dungeon would disappoint him, but unexpectedly, there were quite a few monsters. With this thought, Qin Sheng flicked his fingers, and instantly, hundreds of fireballs shot out, descending from the sky like meteors from hell. With a heavy crash, it struck down on the 16 skeleton monsters. Under the powerful fireball attack, the 16 skeletons turned to ashes in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the Black Tiger team, who had been stunned, felt a surge of intense energy as hundreds of fireballs exploded. In the distance where the 16 skeletons had stood, a mushroom cloud erupted, resembling a starfish. Ding! Congratulations on killing 16 skeleton monsters, increasing spell layers by 16, current spell layers, 135. Ding! Congratulations on killing 16 skeleton monsters, gaining 4,800 experience points. Hearing the announcements in his ears, Qin Sheng's face lit up with joy. He had gained a significant amount of experience, getting closer to his goal of reaching level 10. Moreover, he had also increased his spell layers by 16, bringing his total to 137 layers, resulting in higher damage. While others struggled in dungeons, their combat power dwindling with the consumption of mana and stamina, Qin Sheng grew stronger with each battle. "Let's go to the next level," Qin Sheng called out to the Black Tiger team, who were still petrified by the recent mushroom cloud. Shirheihu and the other 3 teammates stared at Qin Sheng's back, their mouths agape in unison. They recalled the hundreds of fireballs that had appeared in midair, looked at the skeletons that had been reduced to ashes, and then at the slender, young Qin Sheng. They simply couldn't connect the 3. What the hell? Who said he was a weak high school student? Is there really a high school student with such insane combat power? This combat power is too strong. Just this one move can rival a second transition, no, even a third transition professional. Goodness, is this kid really a mage? I've never heard of a spellcaster who can unleash hundreds of fireballs. Don't say you guys, I haven't heard of it either. Generally, a beginner skill like Fireball can only release 1 fireball. Intermediate skills like Meteor Shower can release 5, while advanced skills like Rain of Fire can release 20. What the hell are these? Hundreds of fireballs? Hearing the discussion among his 3 teammates, Shirheihu's shock remained undiminished. Despite his rich experience from joining the Job Change Guild, he couldn't make sense of the current situation. What kind of person are you? Shirheihu's tone no longer held the previous care. Instead, he looked at Qin Sheng's back in astonishment. Just a passing mage, Qin Sheng waved his hand, signaling them to follow. It wasn't until Qin Sheng had walked over 100 meters that Shirheihu and the others finally reacted and hurried to catch up. Before long, they arrived at the second level of the Wailing territory, Ghoul Manor. Little brother, no. Big shot, this is the second level, the Ghoul's Manor. We failed here before. When we were challenging the normal level, there were 8 ghouls. Shirheihu's tone when speaking to Qin Sheng was no longer so relaxed. Only 8? That's a bit few. Qin Sheng expressed some disappointment. Upon hearing Qin Sheng's words, Shirheihu and the other 3 exchanged glances, revealing a bitter smile. Goodness, previously they had a full team of 5 and they were chased around by 8 ghouls. Now, in Qin Sheng's eyes, those 8 ghouls didn't seem enough to pose a threat. At that moment, in the Ghoul Manor, ghouls appeared under the moonlight, coming into view of Qin Sheng and the others. Ghoul level, 16 strength, 580 health, 1500. These ghouls were not only ragged and hideous but also held some dismembered limbs, frantically gnawing on them. Sure enough, the number in this level doesn't match. It's not 8 but 32. Shirheihu was taken aback when he clearly saw the number of ghouls in the manor. The reactions of the other 3 teammates were similar to Shirheihu's. Unlike them, Qin Sheng's lips curled into a smile at this moment. Hee, still eating? I'm coming to kill you. Outside the dungeon, waiting for the Shirheihu team, Yishio was nervously staring at the dungeon. It's been so long, I wonder how the boss and the others are doing inside. Just as Yi Xiao was anxiously worrying, suddenly, one of the dungeon lights flashed. He intended to turn his head to look but found that the people coming out were not the Heihu team. Instead, it was another well-equipped storm team. What a pity, that last boss was just too hard to beat. Otherwise, with the boss's strength, we would definitely have cleared it. The mage in the team leered and flattered Zhang Long. There's nothing we can do. That boss's attributes are too abnormal. But reaching the 4th level is already pretty good. Zhang Long, as a knight, slowly inserted his giant sword into his back and said, the boss is right. Maybe some people didn't even make it past the 4th level and might have died inside the dungeon. Hearing Zhang Long's words, the mage grinned as he looked at the nearby vortex dungeon. Wang Zhaoxia, Jing Chenbo, how's it going? Has the Heihu team already received the death announcement? Zhang Long asked the other 2 teammates who had stayed outside the dungeon. Upon hearing Zhang Long's question, the 2 teammates exchanged glances and then revealed strange expressions. The boss and the others haven't come out yet. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Long and the mage were taken aback. What does it mean that they haven't come out yet? It should be known that a dungeon that has used the upgrade key twice is at least a disaster level dungeon. How could they possibly stay in a disaster level dungeon for so long? Boss, why have they been in the dungeon for so long this time? Yi Xiao was a bit puzzled but quickly reacted. Well, with their previous experience dealing with dungeons, they should have gained quite a bit of experience and are probably rampaging. At this moment inside the dungeon, Shihihu and his team were indeed rampaging, but only Qin Shang was doing the rampaging while they could only assist from the side. At this moment, Shihihu and his team were starting to doubt life as they looked at the scene before them. It should be known that every ghoul in the ghoul manor in front of them had attributes and combat power equivalent to at least a 2nd transformation professional, and there were a total of 32 such ghouls in the manor. Just the thought of 32 2nd transformation monsters was enough to make any 2nd transformation professional team feel despair. They didn't even have the desire to fight and were being chased by these ghouls, fleeing with their heads in their hands. Yet at this moment, something almost impossible was happening before them. Qin Shang was releasing hundreds of fireballs, crazily bombarding the ghouls in front of him, chasing after 32 ghouls while they were fleeing. Seeing this scene, Shihiho couldn't help but exclaim, truly, people can be infuriating. Finally finished. Qin Shang looked at the nearly destroyed manor and the ghouls lying dead and injured all over the ground, nodding in satisfaction. Although these ghouls used the terrain of the manor to hide and dodged quite a few fireballs, the number of his fireballs was 3 times that of these ghouls. No matter how well these ghouls could hide, under the pursuit of his fireballs, death was just a matter of time. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 32 ghouls, gaining multiple casting of 32 layers. Current layer count is 167 layers. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 32 ghouls, gaining 12,800 experience. Although this is a team dungeon, it seems I gained quite a bit of experience. Qin Shang looked at his rapidly increasing experience and stretched lazily. It's like this, big guy. Although this is a team dungeon, the experience is distributed based on each person's output. Hearing Qin Shang's question, Shihihu stepped forward to explain in time. It turns out that's how it is. Qin Shang nodded upon hearing Shihihu's words. The ghoul in front of him was almost entirely taken down by him alone. No wonder he could gain over 10,000 experience points from this wave. At this moment, Shihihu and his few teammates exchanged glances, revealing a hint of helpless laughter. Their original intention was to bring Qin Shang along to make up the numbers. They had spent quite a bit of magic crystals for this, just to enter the dungeon and gain experience to level up, but now they had instead become the ones who were just filling in. However, even though they didn't gain any experience, there were no complaints in their eyes. The reason was simple. The reason they couldn't gain experience was that Qin Shang was too strong. But even though they had spent a lot of magic crystals, being able to befriend a big shot like him was simply worth it. And he was such a young big shot with immense potential. Even if their trip to the dungeon was just to tag along, they could still leave a good impression on Qin Shang, which was worth it. Let's go. We head to the 3rd level. After brushing off the dust from his clothes, Qin Shang led Shihihu forward. After passing the ghoul manor and walking further, they could hear the howls of wolves. However, as they got closer to the direction of the howls, those sounds became fainter. By the time Qin Shang reached a twisted forest, he couldn't hear a single wolf howl. Big shot, we failed when we reached the 2nd level before. We don't know what monsters are in the 3rd level this time. We still need to be cautious, Shihihu reminded, drawing his giant sword. The other teammates also drew their weapons, ready for battle. Qin Shang remained silent, continuing towards the twisted forest while pondering that every dungeon has a general pattern. Before they got close to this twisted forest, they had heard the howls of wolves, but now those howls had disappeared, which must be connected somehow. Sure enough, just as Qin Shang and Shihihu's team entered the twisted forest, several dark shadows began to flicker around them. The speed of those shadows was almost like a gust of wind sweeping past Qin Shang. What is this? It's so fast, the archer, Gu Yao, said nervously. Could these fast creatures be werewolves, known for their speed among magical beasts? The assassin with a dagger analyzed calmly. It's very possible, and judging by the density of their appearances, there are probably around 40 of them. The big man holding a shield was now sweating profusely. Damn it, what's going on with this dungeon? Why are there more and more monsters? Shihiho cursed as he looked at the dark shadows surrounding them. At this moment, these shadows were quickly forming a circle surrounding Qin Shang and the others. Unlike the tense expressions of Shihiho and the others, Qin Shang looked at the increasing number of shadows with a smile on his face. Who says this dungeon is bad? This dungeon is fantastic. Am I afraid of too many magical beasts? The more beasts, the stronger I become. As he watched the shadows gather around, Shihiho couldn't help but feel anxious. Although Qin Shang was powerful, it was clear that the strange fireball technique he could cast was only a single direction area attack. Facing such a surrounding circle, it would be difficult to resolve. Moreover, generally speaking, powerful skills also meant a huge consumption of mana. After casting hundreds of fireballs twice, Qin Shang's mana was probably running low. Big shot, why don't we retreat? Upon hearing Shihiho's words, Qin Shang remained silent and began to gather lightning strike technique with one hand pointing to the sky. Indeed, while the fireball technique was powerful, it was just a single direction area attack. It couldn't break the current encirclement in one hit. But who said he only had the fireball technique? Shihiho and the others saw Qin Shang standing still, thinking he had given up resistance, and their hearts sank. This moment, the increasingly gathering black shadows seemed to sense the right timing, and they all revealed themselves, bloodthirsty werewolves, each standing 2 meters tall and entirely cloaked in darkness. Bloodthirsty werewolf level, 21 strength, 660 health, 3600. As one werewolf lunged, the others seemed to sense it as well. They rushed from the trees and the ground from all directions, attacking Qin Shang and the Black Tiger team. In an instant, the howls of wolves filled the entire twisted jungle, and at that moment, it was clear that the monsters revealing themselves were werewolves. Shihiho's heart sank to the depths. These creatures were not only incredibly agile but also extremely brutal. What was most terrifying was their exceptional teamwork. Either they would not strike, or when they did, it would lead to a deadlock. Once, a team composed of third-tier professionals encountered a pack of werewolves while exploring the Death Mountains. Despite their close coordination, they were still worn down to death by a group of second transformation werewolves. The most horrifying aspect was that the werewolves were exceedingly cruel. Even when they had the chance to kill a professional, they would not deliver a quick death. Instead, they would gnaw away at one part of the professional's body at a time until the professional slowly perished. Thus, many times, professionals would rather die than face werewolves. Damn it, let's fight. Even if I die in battle, I won't become a werewolf. Blood meal, Shihiho shouted, gripping his great sword in anger. The other three also picked up their weapons, ready to fight to the death at any moment. Just then, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the sky. The sound grew louder, drowning out the howls of the werewolves in the twisted jungle. In the next moment, bolts of lightning carrying the power to tear the heavens apart descended from the sky. The shadows that had filled Shihiho's team's vision were instantly replaced by a dazzling blue-purple light. They were blinded by the brilliance, and screams echoed in their ears. When their vision finally cleared, they were met with the smell of charred flesh wafting through the air. The Black Tiger team looked around and found that the ground was littered with the corpses of werewolves. However, what shocked them even more was how similar the power of this skill was to that of the third transformation expert they had encountered in the forest. At this moment, outside the instance, Zhang Long was listening to a report from an assassin-style professional, his face filled with shock. What did you say? Li Guangtou's team was completely wiped out? How is that possible? Zhang Long's voice was loud, and soon all the professionals around heard him. Even Yi Xiao, who was resting in the distance, caught wind of it and quickly recalled the third transformation expert and the storm team incident he had encountered in the forest. Could it be that the storm team clashed with the third transformation expert and got wiped out? Yi Xiao thought of this possibility, secretly thinking to himself, well done. They deserved it. Who told the storm team to be so arrogant and provoke a third transformation expert? Forget it, if Li Guangtou and the others are dead, then so be it. But what about Qin Shang and that Black Tiger team? Why hasn't there been any death announcement yet? Zhang Long was somewhat puzzled. Boss, do you think they've been there so long that they might actually clear the instance? Wang Zhaoxia said, sounding doubtful. What a ridiculous thought. Do you know how twisted the final boss is? It's special. Skill can make it immune to physical and magical attacks for a period of time, a mage beside Zhang Long scoffed. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 48 werewolves. Gaining 48 layers of spellcasting, current spellcasting layers, 215 ding. Congratulations, you have killed 48 werewolves, gaining 14,400 experience. Another 10,000 experience, now I'm just over 20% away from leveling up. Qin Shang looked at his rapidly increasing experience bar, getting closer to level 10. At the same time, His spellcasting layers finally broke through to over 100, reaching 215 layers. The future looks promising. Qin Shang rubbed his hands together. This hidden instance was truly worth it. Just the increase in spellcasting layers alone had nearly added 100 layers. He didn't know how many layers of spellcasting he could add to himself in the final level. After collecting the magic crystals that had exploded on the ground, he noticed the strange looks from the stone black tiger and the others behind him. It was as if they were looking at a monster. Indeed, the way the members of the Black Tiger team looked at Qin Shang was almost like they were gazing at a creature from a nightmare. Goodness, this was too abnormal. Previously, based on their speculations, they thought Qin Shang might be some special hidden class, just concealed by some item. Generally speaking, some special hidden classes would awaken powerful skills early on, strong enough to challenge higher levels. There had been precedents for this in the history of Blue Star, so they assumed that Qin Shang's ability to cast hundreds of fireballs was a special skill. But they never expected that Qin Shang could not only cast hundreds of fireballs but also unleash hundreds of lightning strikes. Such an outrageous skill he actually had too. How could anyone else play? Thinking of this, Stone Black Tiger and the others couldn't help but feel a bit despondent. In the past, every time they ventured into a dungeon, it was a life and death struggle. But looking at Qin Shang in front of them, he effortlessly eliminated all the dangerous monsters with just a few skills. Truly, comparing people could be infuriating. The final boss should be living in that castle. Killing him should allow us to clear the level. At this moment, Qin Shang had already walked out of the twisted forest. Looking at the towering castle before him, he rubbed his chin. The castle in front of him could almost be described as scraping the sky. At the same time, the castle was pitch black, with bats occasionally flitting in and out, making the entire structure resemble a ghost of the night. But what surprised Qin Shang was that he encountered no monsters on the way to the castle. He and the Black Tiger team almost marched straight to the castle's main gate. This wouldn't do. It was contrary to Qin Shang's earlier goal of refreshing his spellcasting layers. So he proposed a new battle plan. Brother Sure, could you please check if there are any other monsters nearby? If you find any, notify me immediately. Stone Black Tiger was taken aback by Qin Shang's words but quickly agreed. Alright, no problem, we'll go look right away. Don't worry, big guy, leave it to us. Once we find the monsters, we'll let you know at once. That's right, we will definitely complete the task you assigned us. Although they knew that the monsters outside the castle could be very dangerous, they still went ahead without hesitation. In their view, this dungeon run was mostly Qin Shang doing the heavy lifting. If they did nothing, they would truly become freeloaders. They wouldn't be able to leave a good impression in front of Qin Shang. After Qin Shang nodded at them, he headed alone towards the castle's main gate. When he pushed open the door and entered the heart of the castle, the entire structure suddenly came alive, becoming eerily agitated. The bats that had been scattered around the castle's perimeter flocked towards the windows above like weary birds returning to their nests, gathering towards the center of the castle. Soon, under the mass of countless bats, a figure resembling a bat hanging upside down appeared before Qin Shang. Duke of Bats level, 24 type, boss strength, 780 health, 50,000 skills, blood binding, blood spirit. Human, you truly have guts to dare invade my territory. The bat-like figure slowly descended from the castle's ceiling. As the bat wings behind him spread out, they revealed a man dressed in European noble attire. Is there only you among the monsters in this castle? Ignoring the Duke of Bat's words, Qin Shang surveyed the castle and found that no other monsters appeared, feeling a bit disappointed. What kind of attitude is that? The Duke of Bats, seeing Qin Shang looking around, couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. The hidden dungeon has appeared outside Binhai City for many years, and it's not that no one has ever made it past this level. However, most professionals, upon seeing his formidable stats, would tremble in fear. Unable to contain their anxiety, he relished watching these professionals' terrified expressions, savoring the fear within them. If you have any minions left, you might as well summon them now. Qin Shang shrugged, completely unconcerned. He had initially thought that by the time he reached the final boss stage, there would be plenty of monsters. Yet, as he progressed, he encountered not a single creature. Even the final boss, the Bat Duke, was just a lone individual, lacking even a single minion. This Duke was rather poor, wasn't he? Seeing Qin Shang's nonchalant demeanor, the Bat Duke gritted his teeth in anger. Usually, he would say such things to professionals, and when they saw his powerful stats, he would casually ask, since you dare to challenge me, feel free to use any means at your disposal. But now, Qin Shang's attitude seemed to say, you are the challenger. Human, you seek death. Provoked, the Bat Duke instantly transformed into a shadow, charging towards Qin Shang. In the next moment, Qin Shang's fireball spell was also completed, unleashing a total of 216 fireballs that whistled towards the Bat Duke. What the hell, did I turn it on and forget to turn it off? The Bat Duke was momentarily dazed by the incoming fireballs. With his pointed head, he couldn't comprehend what was happening. However, in the next instant, the 216 fireballs struck the Bat Duke, exploding with a damage output of 19,440 points. The Bat Duke was sent flying by the fireballs, crashing hard. Against the castle, his health plummeting by nearly 1/3. So this is your reliance? You really think that having powerful skills can kill me? Humans are so naive. The Bat Duke crawled out from the wall. At the same time, he underwent a transformation, surrounded by a faint blood glow, which was his special skill, Blood Spirit. Just as the Bat Duke activated his special skill, the next moment, Qin Sheng pointed a finger and bolts of blue-purple lightning descended from the heavens. They tore through the castle's ceiling and struck the Bat Duke fiercely. However, the next moment brought a puzzling turn for Qin Sheng. Although the lightning struck the Bat Duke, it caused no damage whatsoever. A skill effect that immunizes against spells and physical damage? After a moment of thought, Qin Sheng considered a possibility. That's right. Although this effect lasts only 30 seconds, it's enough to kill you. Get ready to die. The Bat Duke, having had his skill effect exposed by Qin Sheng, did not panic. Instead, he became even more arrogant. Oh, so you're immune to physical and spell damage, meaning only true damage will work. Qin Sheng stroked the true ring on his wrist. He then activated the skill effect of the true ring. After use, within 1 minute, for every 3 skills cast, 1 can deal true damage. Qin Sheng once again gathered fireball spells to strike at the Bat Duke. Ha, I told you, your skills can't harm me. The Bat Duke watched as numerous fireballs rained down on him, not dodging at all. However, the next moment he was left dumbfounded. Those fireballs hit him, and although most caused no damage, 1/3 of them truly injured him, and white numbers floated up. Before he could react, another wave of lightning struck down. How is this possible? What kind of monster are you? The Bat Duke looked at Qin Sheng with unwillingness in his eyes. Logically, skills with high damage wouldn't have true damage effects. Skills with true damage effects generally don't deal high damage. Yet, the skills Qin Sheng unleashed were not only extremely high in damage but also carried true effects. Duke Bat wanted to escape, but he was immobilized by the paralysis effect carried by the lightning strike. 1 bolt of lightning paralyzed him for 1 second, and with 218 bolts, he was paralyzed for 218 seconds. He immediately found himself unable to move. After 2 waves of skill bombardment, Duke Bat let out a reluctant roar, and his entire being turned to ashes. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the hidden dungeon, MVP rating, and receiving a treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on killing Duke Bat, gaining 40,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations on increasing your casting layers, current casting layers 217. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 10, meeting the first job transfer conditions. Please choose your job transfer task, easy, hard, catastrophe, hell. Hell. No joke, a real man must choose the hell level task, kill 60 elite monsters. Outside the dungeon, most of the small vortex entrances had closed, but many teams of professionals were gathered around one vortex entrance, watching intently. I heard that Boss sure brought a high school mage into the dungeon. Is that true? It's true. Just now, Yi Xiu from their team said so himself. Sigh, isn't that just bringing a dead weight? No wonder they haven't come out for so long. At this moment, Yi Xiu was also anxiously watching the small vortex dungeon in front of him. Why haven't Boss and the others come out yet? They've been in there too long. The hidden dungeon is different from the novice dungeon. If they encounter deadly danger, they won't be automatically teleported out. Don't worry so much, Xiao. Yezi, Boss sure has cleared the dungeon once before. Maybe they'll clear it this time too. And look, isn't there a report coming in? The priest. Alan comforted with a smile. However, as soon as Alan finished speaking, the small vortex suddenly shot out a beam of light, which was a huge light screen announcement. Seeing that light screen announcement, Yi Xiu and Alan turned pale before they could even see the content. It's over. The hidden dungeon, like the novice dungeon, also has announcements, but because the hidden dungeon doesn't have a life-saving mechanism, there are only 2 types of announcements. One is for clearing the dungeon, and the other is to declare how many people in the team inside the dungeon have died. Given the strength of the Black Tiger team, the probability of dying in the dungeon is greater than clearing it. On the other side, the Storm team, which was originally resting, also saw a light screen. Ha, I told you, sure Heihu and the others are doomed. Look, this death announcement, it's out. Zhang Long said arrogantly. Boss is still brilliant. Without Boss's 2 upgrade keys, they wouldn't have been able to kill them. In front of the light screen, Yisho's expression was pained, filled with self-blame. I shouldn't have urged Boss to go into the dungeon again, it's my fault. At this moment, the priest Alan, standing beside him, looked at the light screen with a complex expression. How is this possible? They actually cleared the hidden dungeon. With Alan's exclamation, the professionals gathered around. The vortex also turned to look at the light screen, and at that moment, they finally saw what was written on the screen. Congratulations Qin Sheng, Sure Heihu, for clearing the hidden dungeon at hell level. Damn, Boss sure is amazing. He actually cleared the dungeon at hell level. When did Old Sure become so awesome? I should have asked him to take me along. Wow, Old Sure was hiding too deep. Even his brothers were kept in the dark. At Alan's reminder, the originally sorrowful Yi Xiu also saw the content on the light screen, and his mood immediately shifted from sadness to joy. Great, Boss Sure and the others are still alive. Strange, how did they clear it at hell level? Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Storm team, what did you say? They didn't die and they cleared the Hell level dungeon. How is that possible? Do you think anyone can just clear a Hell level dungeon? Hearing his subordinate Zhang Chenhua's words, Zhang Long's face was filled with disbelief just thinking about how he used 2 keys for the upgrade dungeon and not only failed to kill Qin Shang, but actually helped him clear a Hell level dungeon. Zhang Long felt a surge of blood rising, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. Well, I didn't expect that the first transfer task at Hell level is to kill 60 elite monsters. That's not easy to find. Qin Shang looked at his first transfer task with some surprise. Although elite monsters are strong, they are not a big deal for him. The difficulty lies in the fact that these elite monsters are relatively scattered and hard to locate. Take the dark forest that Qin Shang had traversed before. He had killed so many wind-chasing leopards, yet he only encountered one elite-level unicorn wind-chasing leopard. This shows just how rare elite monsters are. Looks like I can only go to the transfer guild and try my luck. Qin Shang stroked his chin. If there's any faction that has a lot of traces of elite monsters, it must be the transfer guild. It is said that the transfer guild creates numerous elite monster dungeons specifically to recruit potential adventurers. Qin Shang then looked at the treasure chest floating in front of him, rubbing his hands in excitement. It's time for the thrilling moment of opening the treasure chest. Ding! You have opened a legendary treasure chest and obtained 1 boss energy crystal and 1 blood cloak. You have obtained the initial stage skill Insight. Ding! You have received the Insight skill book. Would you like to learn it? Learn! Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully learned the Insight skill. Insight skill quality, initial stage skill effect. After using it once, you can randomly gain 1 piece of information about the object in front of you. An auxiliary skill? Seeing the description of the Insight skill, Qin Shang roughly understood that this should be an auxiliary skill, randomly capturing 1 piece of information about the object in front of him. For example, if Qin Shang uses Insight on a professional, he is likely to detect the other party's profession or attributes, etc. In simple terms, it's completely random information. Just looking at this point, it doesn't seem very strong. But if Qin Shang learns the Insight skill, it wouldn't be that simple. You see, his multiple casting can amplify any performance. This means that the Insight skill is the same. Each release can only randomly obtain 1 piece of information about the other party, but what if I release it 200 times? Wouldn't that mean I could obtain 200 pieces of information about the other party? Goodness, 200 pieces of information, that's enough to strip the other side down to their underwear. A real-life treasure box opening? Then Qin Shang checked the other 2 items. First, the boss energy crystal. This is similar to the magic crystals dropped by other monsters, containing immense energy. However, it's more expensive. A regular magic crystal is worth 1 million gold coins, and elite monster's magic crystal is worth 10 million, while a boss magic crystal is worth 100 million. Goodness, now Qin Shang has set a small goal for himself. And then there's this cloak type equipment. Blood cloak quality, epic level, requirements, 30 constitution, special effect, increases agility by 1 point for 10 seconds each time a skill is released. Note, wearing it will make you look very cool. This special effect is amazing. Seeing the description of the blood cloak, Qin Shang couldn't help but exclaim, this effect is perfect for him. Each time he releases a skill, he can increase his agility points, and he can release 219 spells each time. Doesn't that mean he can temporarily increase his agility by 219 points every time? Goodness, at that point he could cast skills while running faster than an assassin. One major drawback of mages in the early stages is their slow movement speed and lack of mobility. This makes it so that most mages in the early stages have no means of self-preservation. But now, with the blood cloak, this special effect changes everything. Qin Shang can rely on himself to cast skills while maneuvering wildly. Don't even think about attacking him, they wouldn't even be able to touch him. Age, 18 profession, mage level, 10 spirit, 95 strength, 19 agility, 19 constitution, 108 health, 1080 mana, 190 skills, fireball, thunderstrike, spirit return, detection, equipment, true bracelet, guardian spirit armor, blood cloak, multiple casting layers, 217. Looking at his luxurious panel, Qin Shang couldn't help but smile broadly. What does it mean to be invincible at the same level? This is what it means to be invincible at the same level. When it comes to damage, he has Fireball and Thunderstrike, with damage higher than that of third-tier professions. When it comes to defense, he has Guardian Spirit Armor, with shield value longer than his health bar. When it comes to agility, he has the Blood Cloak to increase his agility. If he isn't invincible, who is? Just as Qin Shang gathered everything together, a beam of light struck him. So soon, are we being teleported out? Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, due to the recent exclamations from the crowd, more and more professionals gathered around the dungeon entrance. They were jostling for space, looking at the entrance before them. Damn, don't push, I'm about to be squished flat. Has Boss sure not come out yet? I really want to ask how he cleared the hell level dungeon. What's there to ask? Isn't it better to just have Boss sure power level us? Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, suddenly a flash of light appeared outside the dungeon. Sure Heihu's team appeared before the crowd. What the hell? Why are there so many people? What's going on? Shirheihu looked at the crowd in surprise. He had been helping Qin Shang look for monsters, but for some reason, he was inexplicably teleported out. Boss, you've kept me in the dark. The first to approach was the mage Ishio. Shirheihu, ? Boss, tell the truth, did you secretly open it? Otherwise, how did you clear the hell-level dungeon? Yishio wore a bitter smile. What? Hell-level dungeon? Didn't we just clear a hard-level dungeon? Shirheihu and the few people beside him were a bit confused. Hearing Shirheihu's words, Yishio didn't explain, just pointed at the light screen above the vortex. Shirheihu and the other teammates behind him followed his finger and looked over. They then discovered the announcement of clearing the hell-level dungeon. He first looked puzzled, then shook his head with a helpless smile. I don't know what's going on, but I can tell you one thing, this dungeon clearance didn't rely on us, but on this big shot. As Shirheihu and his 4 teammates split into pairs, they revealed Qin Shang at the back of the team. And at this moment, because of Qin Shang's appearance, the announcement on the light screen changed again. Calculating scores now, Qin Shang output 100%. MVP rating. Originally, upon hearing Shirheihu's words, everyone wanted to question it, but seeing the changes on the light screen, they all shut their mouths. They looked in shock at the young boy standing at the back of the team. Even if Shirheihu was lying, the light screen in midair wouldn't lie. This young boy had actually cleared the hell-level dungeon. And with a 100% output, who would dare to imagine that? Among the shocked crowd, the one with the most mixed feelings was undoubtedly Yishio. Isn't he the weak mage I found to fill the numbers? How did he become the MVP big shot who soloed the team dungeon with 100% output? At this moment, the focus of everyone, Qin Shang, looked at the light screen in the air, his eyes filled with confusion. Brother Shir, what exactly is going on? How did our hard-level dungeon become a hell level 1? Just as Shirheihu was about to say something in response to Qin Shang, they heard sounds of scuffling and pleas for mercy from a distance. Everyone looked over and saw Zhang Long, the captain of the storm team, frantically kicking a mage dressed in a robe. Damn it, it's all your fault. If you hadn't said that using 2 upgrade keys could put Qin Shang in a dead end, how could I waste this 10 million? Useless trash, die, die. The mage rolling on the ground was kicked until his face was bruised, continuously begging for mercy. Ouch, ouch, spare me, boss. I didn't know Qin Shang could really clear the hell-level dungeon. Hearing the mage's words, Zhang Long was once again furious. Damn it, if it weren't for you egging me on, would I have brought out those 2 upgrade keys? Seeing the announcement about Qin Shang on the light screen, Zhang Long instantly felt like a clown. He had paid such a high price only to find out, oh no, Qin Shang got the MVP. At this moment, the members of the Storm Guild team, hearing the distant chatter, quickly realized what was going on. They looked at the Storm team with smiles in their eyes. Ha ha, today I definitely learned what it means to shoot oneself in the foot. Helping someone else level up with 2 upgrade keys? I've never heard of such a thing. TSK, those 2 upgrade keys are worth 10 million, Zhang Xiao is really rich. Hey, what was that saying? Right, a bad person racking their brains is no match for a fool's sudden inspiration. What are you talking about? How can you say Zhang Deshao is a fool? He's clearly both foolish and malicious. Zhang Xiao's operation is just too relatable. Hearing the discussions, Zhang Long, who was still kicking the mage, instantly turned as red as a pig's liver, his face awkwardly wishing he could find a hole to hide in. You all, Zhang Long gritted his teeth, wanting to refute but unable to find the words. Boss, although we cleared the hell-level dungeon because of Zhang Long, but no matter what, this guy's original intention was to harm us. Should we report it to the enforcement team? Asked Shirheihu beside Qin Shang. Brother Shir, there's no need to report it to the enforcement team. I can handle this myself, Qin Shang said, his gaze cold as he looked at the distant storm team. Indeed, although Zhang Long used 2 upgrade keys leading to Qin Shang entering the hell-level dungeon, Zhang Long's initial intention to kill Qin Shang had already violated the normal competition among professionals and could definitely be reported to the enforcement team in Binhai City. But Qin Shang knew very well that even if this matter was reported, Zhang Long would have a reason to argue. Qin Shang could even imagine the excuse he would give, claiming he just wanted to help with the dungeon upgrade and had no malicious intent. And under such a defense, according to the enforcement team's usual handling, it was very likely that he would just be fined some gold coins and that would be the end of it. This wouldn't achieve Qin Shang's goal of revenge. He always sought revenge from dawn till dusk. If the other party dared to be so kind as to help him level up the dungeon, he would repay them in kind. Send them to the afterlife. Boss, what do we do now? The injured mage, who had been kicked by Zhang Long, stumbled to his feet. This matter absolutely cannot be let go. This kid cleared the dungeon, he must be going to the job change guild. Let's ambush him in the misty forest ahead, and then, A hint of coldness flashed in Zhang Long's eyes. Boss is brilliant. Even if this guy cleared the dungeon, so what? No matter how many treasures he has, once we kill him, everything will be ours. The mage dusted off his clothes and quickly flattered him. Then, under Zhang Long's signal, the storm team quickly left the scene. Boss, we're heading back to Binhai City. Are you coming with us? Sure, Heihu asked Qin Shang. No, brother, sure, I still need to go to the job change guild, so I won't be going with you. Qin Shang waved his hand and replied with a smile. Alright, be careful on your way. If you need any help running errands when you get back to Binhai City, just let us know, sure. Heihu smiled at Qin Shang, then led his team away from the dungeon vortex. I should head towards the job transfer guild in this direction. Qin Shang recalled the information he had found online, slightly discerning the way. He then left the entrance of the hidden dungeon and walked towards the misty forest. According to the map he had seen online, as long as he passed through the final misty forest, he would arrive at the location of the job transfer guild. Is this the misty forest? It really is surrounded by hazy white mist, Qin Shang said slowly, looking at the forest, enveloped in fog before him. At this moment, a vast forest lay ahead of Qin Shang, surrounded by thick, bottomless white mist. According to the information I found online earlier, this mist seems to have appeared after the dungeon Abyss Dragon Palace emerged, surrounding the forest in front of me. Based on the online information, to pass through the misty forest smoothly, one generally needs to purchase special fog-breaking pearls. However, due to Qin Shang's eagerness to set off, he did not buy any fog-breaking pearls. But it's fine, he has the skill gaze, which allows him to randomly detect information about the things in front of him. Moreover, his multiple casting has already reached over 200 layers. He can instantly release over 200 gaze spells, which will allow him to gather information from the mist and avoid danger. Activate. With a low shout from Qin Shang, his eyes gradually glowed with golden light. The moment he used gaze, the skills effect activated over 200 times in an instant. He looked towards the mist in the forest, and soon information about the mist appeared before him. Detected information, there is a straight path on the left side of the misty forest. Detected information, there is a small pit next to the straight path on the left side of the misty forest. In Qin Shang's view, various data prompts floated in the misty forest. After nodding, he walked deeper into the mist, but before he could take a few steps, he suddenly stopped. What is this? He saw that in the distance within his line of sight, there were still many pieces of information floating. Detected information, Practitioner Zhang Long, Practitioner Wang Zhaoxie, Practitioner Zhang Zhenbo, Practitioner Zhang Haizhu. Detected information, the current practitioners are in a state of battle readiness. Detected information, the current practitioner team has used stealth items. At this moment, in Qin Shang's eyes, a string of data information formed words in the distance, continuously introducing details about Zhang Long and the Storm Squad, including their professions, attributes, and skills, all visible to Qin Shang. So they are waiting for me, just in time. Seeing Zhang Long's team lying in ambush in the misty forest, Qin Shang felt a surge of joy, instead of surprise. If Zhang Long and the others had returned to Coastal City, he would have had no way to deal with them. But now, in the wild, he wouldn't hold back. With this thought, Qin Shang raised one hand, and instantly, over 200 fireball spells had been chanted and were launched towards the concealed Zhang Long. The Zhang Long team, which had been hiding deep within, saw the whistling fireballs coming towards them. What the hell? What's going on? Why are there so many fireballs? We were clearly in stealth mode. How could we be discovered? They hurriedly exited their stealth state, rolling to the side to dodge. However, the other two teammates in the team were not so lucky. They were directly killed by the intense damage from the explosion of over 200 fireball spells. Oh, my bad, I thought it was a group of monsters, Qin Shang said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Where did the monsters come from? Can't you see clearly before releasing your skills? Zhang Long said, trembling with fear as he looked at his two teammates who had been killed. There's nothing I can do, my skills have already been released, I really couldn't stop them. Besides, I was covered by the mist that the forest naturally has. This is a blind spot in my vision. Qin Shang shrugged and said nonchalantly, I will report this to the enforcement team. We were just taking a stroll in the forest mist and you actually attacked and killed someone. Hearing Qin Shang's explanation, Zhang Long gritted his teeth even more. Hey, who in their right mind takes a stroll in the misty forest? Since that's the case, let my fireball spell have a word with you. Qin Shang chuckled and unleashed the fireball spell once more. This time, its power was even greater, and Zhang Long along with the other members of the Storm Squad didn't even have time to react before being struck hard by the fireball. They let out cries of agony. Among the Storm Squad, although most of the members had perished, Zhang Long was still alive, his body shimmering with a blue light. According to the damage of my fireball spell, there's no way Zhang Long could withstand it. It seems he must have some special life-saving equipment. In that case, I'll put in a little more effort. Damn it! The effect of the life necklace actually activated. What on earth is going on with this Qin Shang? How can his skill damage be so high? Fear was evident on Zhang Long's face, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Qin Shang. Before he could process it, dark clouds suddenly gathered above him, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Before Zhang Long could react, bolts of lightning began to pour down like a torrential rain. Before he could make a move, the tearing force of the lightning struck him fiercely. Ah! As Zhang Long let out cries of despair, his figure was completely reduced to ashes under the relentless bombardment of the lightning. After killing an entire squad again, Qin Shang felt no emotional stir. Once a conflict arises in the wild, there are only two choices: kill or be killed, and Qin Shang chose the former. Moreover, there were 7 of them lying in ambush for just him, and they got counter-killed. Did they not know how to play? With that thought, Qin Shang looked towards the direction of their demise. Friends who often kill know that killing without looting is like killing for nothing. At this moment, beside Zhang Long and his teammates, glowing orbs were shining one after another. Qin Shang stepped forward and began to check each of these orbs. Most of the items dropped by the professionals were not worth much. Aside from some gold coins, there were some pieces of equipment that Qin Shang didn't even care about. I'll find an opportunity to sell these pieces of equipment, and as for the gold coins, they can be directly transferred to my account. After all, in this world where everyone can change professions, it's not strange for a professional's account to have a little extra money. Then Qin Shang turned his gaze to the orb dropped by Zhang Longhihi. As the young master of the Storm Guild, he must have quite a few good items on him. As Qin Shang opened the orb, he found the contents to be indeed plentiful, with 50 million gold coins alone. There were also several pieces of fine equipment. Is this the life necklace? A special piece of equipment that can withstand a fatal blow. Qin Shang looked at the necklace in his hand and put it around his neck. And 2 beginner skill books? Qin Shang looked at the 2 skill books in his hand with some confusion. Logically speaking, Zhang Long's brother, Zhang Hao, had awakened the rare profession of elemental mage. He should already be able to learn intermediate skills, so there was no need to buy beginner skills. But after Qin Shang carefully read the descriptions of the 2 beginner skill books, he understood why Zhang Long had specifically brought these 2 skill books. One of the skill books was Taunt, which could attract monsters by releasing a taunting effect, a definite monster pulling skill. The other one was Wind Blade, a rare penetrating skill among beginner skills. Both of these skill books have great effects, especially the Taunt skill book. It's simply a godly skill for pulling monsters. No wonder Zhang Long carried them around. He probably wanted Zhang Hao to learn them to help him pull monsters. Qin Shang pondered while stroking his chin, but now they had conveniently fallen into his hands, and he learned both skill books. Ding! Congratulations, you have learned the beginner skill Wind Blade. Ding! Congratulations, you have learned the beginner skill Taunt. Hearing the announcement by his ear, Qin Shang nodded in satisfaction. After quickly organizing his belongings, he chose a new direction and headed towards the destination of the Job Transfer Guild. Meanwhile, in Binhai City, what's going on? Didn't my brother say he would show me something good? Why can't I even get through on the phone now? Zhang Hao said, puzzled, while making a call. Not far behind the misty forest, a massive building came into view. This was the branch of the Job Transfer Guild in Binhai City, and also the only outdoor dungeon, the Abyss Dragon Palace. At this moment, countless professionals were coming in and out of the Job Transfer Guild Hall. Qin Shang, who had already arrived at the entrance of the Job Transfer Guild, observed his surroundings briefly before stepping inside. He walked straight to the front desk on the first floor, where various basic tasks were handled, along with explanations of dungeon precautions and guidance for assessments. Hello, I'm here to sell magic crystals, Qin Shang said to a young lady at the front desk responsible for selling magic crystals. Okay. The front desk attendant, who had been looking down, raised her head and, upon seeing Qin Shang's student appearance, her previously cheerful tone turned subdued. Zhao Lin, come over and assist him. I need to attend to Mr. De Lang for the adventurer assessment. After saying this, the front desk attendant named Wang Xiao walked away, leaving Qin Shang in the care of a younger Zhao Lin beside her. Alright, Sister Wang, hello. Please pour your magic crystals onto the platform, and I will help you count them and settle the gold. The younger Zhao Lin smiled at Qin Shang. This even younger Zhao Lin had a clear gaze, clearly just stepping into society. Okay, Qin Shang nodded, then took out all the magic crystals he had. With a clattering sound, a large number of magic crystals appeared on the platform. At that moment, Zhao Lin, who had been calm, suddenly looked shocked, her mouth forming an O shape. She had thought that as a student, Qin Shang wouldn't have many magic crystals. Now, these crystals piled up into a small mountain in front of her. Hello, can you help me count the quantity? Qin Shang reminded the stunned attendant. Okay, please wait a moment, I'll count them for you right away. Zhao Lin quickly regained her composure and began checking the number of magic crystals. You have 164 ordinary magic crystals, 1 elite magic crystal, and wait, what is this? As Zhao Lin checked the crystals, her surprise grew. What shocked Zhao Lin the most was that there was even a boss crystal at the end. This was worth 100 million magic crystals. Huh, alright, I've counted them for you. Your magic crystals are worth a total of 111,640,000. What about your teammates? I can settle it for them now. Zhao Lin smiled at Qin Shang, while also curious about what kind of team could bring a student to kill so many monsters. However, Qin Shang's next sentence left her even more shocked. I don't have any teammates, all these magic crystals were obtained by me alone from killing monsters. Qin Shang shook his head. How is that possible for just you? Zhao Lin looked at Qin Shang in astonishment. He looked like a student who had just awakened yesterday. How could he possibly kill so many monsters alone? Did he awaken some hidden profession before? Thinking of this, Zhao Lin began to use her detection skill to check Qin Shang's basic information. Level 10? How did you do that? Seeing Qin Shang's level, Zhao Lin was taken aback. How could a student who just awakened yesterday reach level 10 in just 2 days? If he found a suitable team, he could indeed quickly level up from 1 to 9. However, from level 9 to 10 was a watershed moment, as it required a large amount of experience to level up from 9 to 10. Normally, a student reaching level 10 before the college entrance examination is already quite impressive. Yet, this young man in front of me managed to reach level 10 on the second day. This is simply a talent, no, a genius. Alright, please put your identity information on this platform, and I will transfer the gold coins to you immediately. Collecting her shock, Zhao Lin said to Qin Shang. Okay, Qin Shang thought little of it and placed his identity card on the platform. The transaction was completed quickly. Hello, your magic crystal transaction has been completed. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Zhao Lin smiled at Qin Shang, her expression much warmer. After all, opportunities to befriend a young genius like him are rare. I heard that the Job Transfer Guild holds adventurer assessments periodically. Can I participate now? Qin Shang stroked his chin and said slowly. He hadn't forgotten about his first job transfer quest. You want to participate in the current assessment? Well, of course, you can. Although the adventurer assessment requires a first job class, but with your strength you already meet the requirements for a first job class. However, the content of the adventurer assessment involves killing elite-level monsters, so I still suggest you think it over. Zhao Lin was initially taken aback, covering her cherry lips, then quickly replied, elite-level monsters? Upon hearing Zhao Lin's words, Qin Shang raised an eyebrow. That's right, the current adventurer assessment by the Job Transfer Guild is determined by adventurers killing elite-level monsters. Seeing Qin Shang's expression, Zhao Lin hurriedly stepped forward to remind him. In Zhao Lin's view, although Qin Shang's strength was not weak, he was still just a high school student. The adventurer assessment was even more dangerous, as it required hunting elite-level monsters. If one's strength was insufficient, it was very possible for a participant to end up seriously injured after the assessment. Alright, I've decided to participate in the assessment. Please help me with the registration process. Qin Shang said firmly to Zhao Lin. Okay, I will help you with the necessary procedures for the adventurer assessment right away. Please wait a moment. Seeing that she couldn't dissuade Qin Shang, Zhao Lin could only take him to handle the paperwork. On the other side, at another front desk in the guild hall, a middle-aged man in military uniform was registering something with a girl also dressed in military attire. If Qin Shang were present, he would definitely recognize this middle-aged man in military uniform as his uncle, Zhang Weigua. Alright, I'll handle the basic information here. You find a place to rest and prepare for the upcoming assessment. Make sure to come back with a bronze-level adventurer. Zhang Weigua said with a nod and a smile to the girl behind him. Yes, instructor. The girl behind Zhang Weigua replied with a smile. She then left the guild hall, following a receptionist towards the adventurer assessment. Zhang Weigua continued filling out the forms in place. So this is the very center of the first floor reception hall. It's quite large. Following Zhao Lin into the guild hall, Qin Shang was admiring the professional guild hall in front of him. It is said that the Job Transfer Guild covers at least 10,000 square meters with vast internal space. It seems to be true. At this moment, in the center of the Job Transfer Guild hall, numerous professionals were moving back and forth, bustling with activity. Some were looking for teams, while others had formed groups ready to tackle the Abyss Dragon Palace. Among the many professionals, the most attention was drawn to a small team. Wow, isn't that the White Snake team? They are among the best in our profession, and they've been hired by someone. I heard their hiring fee isn't cheap. Hey, it's just that they got lucky and ran into a wealthy lady from Luochang. She's quite generous. Ah, is that so? Bai Fei's luck is just too good. Hearing the voices of the crowd, Qin Shang, who was originally walking forward, turned his head to look. In front of his line of sight, a group of professionals was forming a surrounding circle. They were watching a small team, most of whom were well-equipped. Leading them was a petite assassin holding a dagger, and beside this assassin stood a girl in a light blue coat, with white hair and blue eyes. At this moment, the white-haired girl seemed oblivious to the scene before her, only greeting the captain of the White Snake team, Bai Fei, who stood next to her. Let's go. The Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon should be open now. Hearing the girl's words, the assassin's attendant nodded with a flattering expression. Alright, Miss Luo, please follow me. The Abyss dungeon is in this direction. Then, the captain of the White Snake team led his teammates through the crowd. As the White Snake team departed, the onlookers gradually dispersed and Qin Shang also withdrew his gaze. Hello, the assessment location is this way. The receptionist Zhao Lin then pointed the way to Qin Shang. Before long, Qin Shang followed Zhao Lin's footsteps to a square. At the end of the square, there were 4 swirling dungeons, slowly rotating. This is the assessment dungeon of the Job Change Guild. The assessment dungeon is a specially crafted artificial dungeon by our guild leader containing no other monsters, only elite magical beasts. Zhao Lin looked at the swirling dungeon before her with a look of reverence. Only elite-level magical beasts in the dungeon? Qin Shang was also taken aback by Zhao Lin's words, although he had heard from Sure Heihu before coming that there would be traces of elite-level magical beasts in the assessment dungeon. He did not expect that this job change guild's assessment dungeon would be filled entirely with elite-level magical beasts. Seeing Qin Shang's puzzled expression, Zhao Lin took the opportunity to explain the rules regarding the assessment dungeon and adventurer ratings. Yes, all the monsters in the assessment are elite-level magical beasts, and this is also related to the adventurer ratings. According to the adventurer ratings for the Job Change Guild's assessment, those who can kill 2 magical beasts are Black Iron level adventurers, 4 are Bronze level, 8 are Silver level, and 16 are Gold level professionals, and so on. What Zhao Lin did not mention was that above the Gold level, there was the legendary Abyss Walker Adventurer qualification, but it was called legendary because no one had achieved it in Binhai, or even the entire Xingxia kingdom, for decades. 2. Obtain the Abyss Walker Adventurer qualification, one must kill at least 32 elite-level magical beasts. Hearing Zhao Lin's words, Qin Shang nodded just as he was about to say something. From one of the 4 assessment whirlpools ahead, a figure stumbled out. Damn it, why are the magical beasts in this assessment dungeon still so strong? I was so close to killing the second one. A young man dressed in warrior attire, around 20 years old, muttered. Hearing his words, the surrounding candidates waiting for the assessment recognized the young man and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Yi Bufan, I told you long ago that with your level, you're still far from it. Train some more before attempting the assessment. Yeah, how many times have you failed now? Is it 12 times or 3? If I were you, I wouldn't even call myself Yi Bufan anymore, just call yourself Yi Changfan. Hearing the laughter of the crowd, the young man named Yi Bufan turned beet red with embarrassment. Can you blame me for being weak? What kind of assessment is this? They released 2 elite-level magical beasts right from the start. Who can handle that? Hearing the young man's words, Qin Shang also raised an eyebrow. Releasing 2 elite-level magical beasts right from the start, the rules of this dungeon assessment are quite unusual. Zhao Lin, beside him, nodded. Of course, generous benefits also represent a strong difficulty. Benefits? Qin Shang was taken aback. You don't even know this? Then why participate in the adventurer assessment? Zhao Lin was somewhat surprised, and Qin Shang shook his head. He had originally come to challenge the assessment dungeon for his first job transfer task and hadn't inquired about this aspect of the information. The so-called benefits are also related to the level of the adventurers and are also connected to the dungeons managed by the Job Transfer Guild, the Abyssal Dragon Palace. The Abyssal Dragon Palace is divided into 5 difficulty levels: normal, hard, catastrophic, regional, and abyssal. Each entry into the dungeon requires a significant amount of gold, coins or magic crystals. However, once you become a registered adventurer in the Job Transfer Guild, even the lowest rank of Black Iron can enjoy 3 free entries to the normal dungeon each day, and half-price entries to the hard dungeon. Similarly, bronze rank adventurers can enter the hard dungeon for free 3 times, while the catastrophic level offers half-price benefits, and so on. Hearing Zhao Lin's words, Qin Shang suddenly realized why the boy named Yi Bufan was so determined to pass the adventurer assessment. It was known that the Abyssal Dragon Palace was the only dungeon in the entire Binhai city that could be freely entered by adventurers below level 35. It was said that as long as one could complete a dungeon run, they could basically level up if they were below level 25. And once they became a Black Iron adventurer, they would have at least 3 free opportunities every day. Even if they only brought others to farm the dungeon, they could earn a fortune. Little Yi, hurry up and get out of the way, sit quietly. Alright, the next batch of adventurers participating in the assessment can come forward now. A person presiding over the assessment shouted loudly. With the administrator's call, Qin Shang stepped forward at Zhao Lin's gesture. Soon he saw that there were about 20 to 30 people in his batch. This group of adventurers was sizing each other up. The most eye-catching among them was a giant man with a huge knife at his waist and a long scar on his face, alongside a girl in military uniform with a high ponytail. The giant attracted attention because he was the only adventurer among them with a level as high as 29, almost stepping into the threshold of the 3rd job transfer. Chai Dalong is here too? So the rumors are true. He really plans to push through to meet the standards of a silver rank adventurer. Of course, I heard he has been a bronze rank adventurer for 2.5 years. Looks like he's really ready to make a sprint. What? How much did you say? The knife-wielding giant, who was being discussed by the crowd, had his arms crossed and was staring intently at the assessment dungeon, looking calm and steady, clearly a veteran with rich combat experience. Also drawing attention was the girl in military uniform, with her high ponytail and a black cap, leaning against the wall, head down, appearing disinterested in talking to others. It was no wonder the girl stood out. Most adventurers participating in the assessment were around 20 to 30 years old. Young adventurers like her were indeed rare. Qin Shang glanced at the girl, and at that moment she looked back at him. Their gazes crossed in the air before they both looked away. As Qin Shang withdrew his gaze, he felt several pairs of eyes watching him from behind. He couldn't help but smile wryly. It was to be expected. After all, if age were to be considered, he might be the youngest among this group of adventurers. Now, the adventurers whose names I call will step forward to enter the assessment dungeon. The assessor, Ian, began to call out names one by one. Meng Fei, Zhang Hu, Li Hua, Wang Er. As Ian called the names, 4 people stepped out of the adventurer line and entered the vortex of the 4 dungeon assessments. Just 3 minutes later, 2 stumbling figures rushed out of the dungeon. It was Meng Fei and Li Hua, who had been called earlier. As the 2 emerged, the announcement outside the dungeon also rang out. Meng Fei, the professional, and Li Hua's challenge failed, with 0 monsters killed. Evaluation: keep up the good work. Hearing the announcement, Meng Fei and Li Hua left the team dejectedly. Seeing the 2 leave, the expressions of the others in the team also changed. It is known that emotions can be contagious among people. Witnessing the failure of the 2 newly entered professionals made the others in the team feel anxious. Fortunately, good news soon followed. From the vortex of the dungeon, 2 more people emerged. Congratulations to the professionals Zhang Hu and Wang Er for successfully completing the challenge, taking 20 minutes, and killing 2 monsters, rated as Black Iron level professionals. Evaluation: charge into battle. Since the results were the same, the ratings of the 2 were announced directly. Upon hearing the good news, Zhang Hu and Wang Er exchanged glances and walked towards their receptionist. Alright, those 2 have passed. Take them to process their Black Iron level adventurer credentials. Seeing Zhang Hu and Wang Er's actions, Ian also nodded to the 2 receptionists. Upon hearing that 2 professionals had passed the adventurer assessment, excitement spread through the professional team, as if the next adventurer could be one of them. Ian then called out several more names, and a few professionals stepped forward to participate in the dungeon assessment. Naturally, some succeeded while others failed, but there were still more successes among those who participated. After a long while, Ian called out the name of the scar-faced man, Chai Dalon, by Miao Yang Feng. Upon hearing Ian's call, the scar-faced man, with a giant knife at his side, strode towards the dungeon assessment vortex. To Qin Shang's surprise, besides this man and the other 2 professionals, a girl in military uniform was also in the group. As the 4 entered the assessment dungeon, time passed slowly. However, it seemed that those who had previously passed the assessment had exhausted their luck. The 2 professionals accompanying the scar-faced man both failed and were teleported out. Another 20 minutes later, the man finally emerged from the vortex. Congratulations to the professional Chai Dalon for successfully completing the challenge. Time taken, 30 minutes, rated as silver level. Professional. Evaluation: brave and skilled in battle. Upon hearing the announcement, a smile broke through the scar-faced man's originally fierce face. Seeing Chai Dalong qualify as a silver level adventurer, the receptionist who had been attending to Qin Shang, Wang Xia, approached him with a beaming smile and linked her arm with his. Dalong, you must be tired. Come on, let's first process your silver level adventurer credentials, then find a place to rest. But to Qin Shang's surprise, after obtaining the adventurer qualification, the man did not hurry to leave with his receptionist Wang Xia. Instead, he sat down on a nearby sofa. He quickly realized the reason as he overheard the professionals in the nearby group discussing. I didn't expect Chai Dalong really did it. A silver level adventurer. There aren't many in the entire Binhai Transmigration Guild. Now Chai Dalong's life will be easier. Just by being a silver level adventurer, he can have 3 free attempts daily to challenge the difficult level of the Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon. Not only that, just based on the benefits of being a silver level adventurer, the value of their wolf pack team will multiply several times. In the future, their hiring fees will probably be overwhelming. Hey, their wolf pack team already had a good business, now others will have even less chance, and they might have to line up to hire them. Sure enough, as soon as these words fell, many professionals approached Chai Dalong. Soon, the crowd surrounded him tightly, looking eager to team up with him. Look, someone else is coming out. Before Qin Shang could retract his gaze, he heard a gasp. Turning his head, he saw a girl in military uniform stepping out from the vortex of the assessment dungeon. Congratulations to the professional by Miao for successfully completing the challenge. She killed 8 elite monsters. Time taken, 50 minutes. Rating, silver level. Adventurer, evaluation, unmatched bravery. This announcement once again stirred a commotion among the professionals. Don't be fooled by the fact that the girl named by Miao took 5 minutes longer than Chai Dalong. However, this girl looked to be just in her early 20s, much younger than Chai Dalong. Achieving the silver level adventurer qualification at such a young age is simply a sign of immense potential. The eyes of the crowd looking at the girl were filled not only with shock but also with envy, an envy reserved for geniuses. Chai Dalong, who was originally surrounded by the crowd, stood up upon hearing the announcement. His gaze towards the girl was filled with admiration. He flashed a smile at her, giving off a sense of camaraderie between warriors. The girl, on the other hand, lowered her baseball cap with her left hand. With her head down, her gaze, however, intentionally or unintentionally, drifted towards Qin Shang. Qin Shang, Lin San, Zheng Si. Just as Qin Shang turned his head, he heard the administrator, Ian, call out his name. With the administrator's announcement, Qin Shang stepped out from the group of professionals. As he walked out, he instantly attracted countless gazes. After all, with the precedent of the girl by Miao, they regarded Qin Shang as a talented professional as well. Otherwise, how could he dare to participate in the adventurer assessment? As Qin Shang approached, he glanced at the vortex in front of him and was immediately sucked in. Is this the assessment instance? Qin Shang stood at the entrance of a canyon, looking into the distance. Outside the canyon, he saw a lush green prairie. On the prairie, elite monsters were moving back and forth. Please note, you have entered the assessment instance. After 30 seconds, the instance will refresh elite monsters for you multiple times, 2 at a time. As expected. It's pretty much what Zhao Lin said. Qin Shang nodded as he looked at the countdown on the light screen in midair. According to Zhao Lin's previous introduction, after entering the assessment instance, it would refresh 2 elite monsters each time. After the professionals kill them, it would refresh another 2. This challenge tests not only the combat power of the professionals but also their endurance. After all, while professionals may lack in other areas, endurance is definitely their strong suit. Ultimately, the number of waves of monsters a professional can kill will be summed up for a comprehensive rating. According to Zhao Lin, the monsters that appear before the professionals are all teleported from the distant prairie, right? Qin Shang gazed at the distant prairie. From what he learned from Zhao Lin, since the assessment instance is artificially created, all the monsters on the prairie are controlled by rules and only move within their territory. They are only teleported to the professionals when summoned for assessment. Unless in special circumstances, these elite monsters have no desire to attack and won't run around. Refreshing wave after wave is still too slow. I still have to participate in the Abyss Dragon Palace, and I can't waste time here. With this thought, Qin Shang looked at the taunt skill in his skill bar. Let's give the examiner a little shock. Taunt skill effect. After use, it can attract monsters within a 100-meter radius to the user. Just looking at the taunt skill effect, it does seem a bit weak, only able to attract monsters within 100 meters, which is practically useless. If they are already within 100 meters, do they even need to be attracted? They would already be charging at the professional. However, this is from others' perspective. Qin Shang currently has a 218-layer multiple casting effect. This effect can be fully amplified to his taunt skill, meaning that after using the taunt skill, Qin Shang can attract monsters within a diameter of 21,900 meters. Taunt activate. As Qin Shang's words fell, a ripple, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, began to spread outwards from him. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room for the dungeon, the overseer was watching the light screen in front of him, which was divided into 4 small images. Each image displayed varying numbers of yellow, red, and green light dots. How's it going? Is the assessment for the professionals going smoothly? A voice came from behind the administrator. Vice President, rest assured, everything is going well so far. The administrator nodded at the man behind him. What's the pass rate for the adventurers now? Sima Luan, wearing golden glasses and possessing a muscular build like a golden wheel, asked with a smile. Today's pass rate is quite good, with 70% of the professionals passing the assessment, among which 2 are particularly outstanding. One is the captain of the wolf pack, Chai Dalong, and the other is the girl sent over by Instructor Zhang, named by Miao. Both have qualified as silver-level adventurers. The overseer did not dare to be negligent and carefully reported to Sima Luan. I know. Chai Dalong, I heard he prepared for this adventurer assessment for a long time and finally got his wish. As for Bai Miao, she truly lives up to being trained by old Zhang. Her strength is impressive. Alright, I'll leave this to you. I'll go check elsewhere. Sima Luan nodded and instructed the overseer before preparing to leave. What's going on? Just as Sima Luan was about to step out of the dungeon management office, he heard the overseer exclaim in surprise. What happened? Sima Luan, who had originally stepped out, quickly turned around. Vice President, look at these light dots. Something is very wrong. The overseer pointed at one of the images on the light screen, astonished. Hearing the overseer's voice, Sima Luan followed the direction of his finger. In that image, the numerous green light dots suddenly turned red and quickly gathered towards a yellow light dot. What's going on? This shouldn't be happening. Sima Luan's tone was astonished, and his expression became tense. It was no wonder that the usually calm Sima Luan lost his composure. The scene before him was simply too shocking. According to the dungeon management's identification of the light dots, those originally abundant green light dots represented elite-level magical beasts quietly moving across the grassland. They would only operate within the areas planned by the dungeon creator and would not randomly rush into the canyon entrance. The elite magical beasts would only turn red when they had a desire to fight. Typically, at this time, they would be teleported to the canyon entrance to battle the professionals represented by the yellow light dots. Yet now, all the elite magical beasts that should have remained on the grassland had turned from green to red. This meant that all elite-level magical Beasts on the grassland had developed a desire to fight and were charging towards the professionals in the canyon. How is this possible? The president personally restrained the elite magical beasts inside. How could they all simultaneously develop a desire to fight and rush towards the canyon? Could it be a beast tide? The overseer was somewhat astonished. Are you an idiot? Only the Beast King can initiate a beast tide, and there is no Beast King present in the elite dungeon, Sima Luan immediately retorted. However, if it's not a beast tide, then the only explanation is that someone inside the dungeon activated a skill similar to taunting? Sima Luan, as the vice president of the transfer guild, quickly figured out the reason. It seems that the professionals inside the dungeon accidentally activated a taunting skill. I'll go call my subordinates to pause the dungeon assessment immediately. The overseer, feeling anxious, wanted to stop the dungeon assessment. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon assessment, Qin Shang was standing in the canyon, looking at the elite magical beasts charging towards him. Look at this number, there are at least 60 of them, which is more than I've killed in any single encounter with a beast, and they're all elite level monsters. I can really let loose now. Qin Shang smiled, rubbing his hands together, seemingly quite excited. If other adventurers heard Qin Shang's words, they would probably be taken aback. Facing 60 elite-level monsters, not only was he unafraid, but he was even a bit thrilled. At the forefront of the many elite monsters were 5 stone-armored beasts. They were clad in heavy earth attribute armor, tough-skinned, and thick-fleshed, each step shaking the canyon as if an earthquake had struck. I didn't expect the vanguard to be these defensively renowned stone-armored beasts. It seems I can only use Windblade technique, Qin Shang thought, observing the approaching stone-armored beasts while stroking his chin. These stone-armored beasts had high defense, and if he used fireball or lightning strike, even if he could kill the one in front of him, they would still withstand most of the damage, making it impossible to timely kill the elite monsters behind them. With this in mind, Qin Shang looked at another newly acquired skill in his skill bar. Windblade technique type, penetrating effect, releases a semicircular windblade with penetrating effects. This windblade technique was quite similar to some penetrating skills of mages in the games Qin Shang played in his past life. Ignoring the number of enemies, it could attack a large number of foes. However, the downside was that the wind blade technique could only shoot out one blade, roughly the size of a basin. If he shot out just one wind blade, although it had strong penetration and was difficult to deal with the beast tide in front of him, let's not forget that Qin Shang could cast multiple spells. With a 218-layer amplification effect, it was enough for Qin Shang to shoot out 218 wind blades. As Qin Shang gathered the wind blade technique, the elite monsters were already charging towards him. They each let out earth-shattering roars, their expressions filled with anger and ferocity. The reason these elite monsters were in such a state was entirely due to the taunt skill Qin Shang had activated earlier. Human taunt skills are equivalent to playing noise in the minds of elite monsters. It's like humans hearing the sound of sharp objects scraping against glass. How could that not make them furious and uncomfortable? Don't worry, I'm a kind-hearted person. I won't let you suffer for too long. I'll send you on your way right now. Qin Shang revealed a benevolent smile, then pointed with his finger. In an instant, a green light burst forth in front of him, and waves of wind blades coalesced, shooting out endlessly into the distance. The first to suffer were the stone-armored beasts at the front. As the wind blades struck them, the stone armor they had gathered quickly shattered, revealing flesh and blood. Then, the wind blades continued to hit them, completely shredding the stone-armored beasts into pieces. However, the wind blades had penetrating effects, and the wind blade technique did not stop its damage, continuing to attack forward. At the same time, it carried hundreds of wind blades behind it, wildly tearing through the elite monster horde in front of him. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 6 stone-armored beasts, gaining 9,000 experience. You have gained 6 layers of casting. Current casting layers, 224. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 6 Earth Splitter Tigers, gaining 9,000 experience. You have gained 6 layers of casting. Current casting layers, 230. The system's notifications were constantly ringing in Qin Shang's ears. To him, this was the most pleasant sound. Wait, what's going on? Sima Luan, who had been staring at the light screen, called out to the supervisor who was about to halt the assessment. The supervisor, who was ready to stop the assessment, hurried over upon hearing Sima Luan's call. Vice President, what's wrong? Is something happening? At this moment, Sima Luan, fixated on the image on the light screen, swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat even forming on his forehead. Don't stop the assessment just yet. You need to check if there's a bug in the assessment instance right now. Hearing Sima Luan's words, the supervisor was somewhat confused. However, he still instructed his subordinates to investigate. No matter what happened, following the leader's instructions was definitely the right choice. After all, if something went wrong, the leader would take the blame. At that moment, Sima Luan's eyes were fixed on the light screen, his breathing becoming increasingly heavy. It must be a bug in the instance. How could this happen? Sima Luan recalled the scene he had just seen on the light screen, still somewhat in shock. Just moments ago, the instance supervisor was about to call off the assessment. Sima Luan, who was originally about to look away, suddenly saw something unbelievable on the screen where the situation had arisen. As the red dots continued to flicker, rapidly approaching the yellow dot, representing the practitioner, in the next instant, all the red dots almost simultaneously flickered and then disappeared. As the vice president of the transfer guild, Sima Luan knew all too well, the disappearance of the red dots on the light screen could only mean one thing: the elite-level magical beasts represented by the red dots had been exterminated. In other words, in that assessment instance represented by the light screen, that practitioner had, in an instant, wiped out 60 elite-level magical beasts. How could that be possible? How long had it taken from when he saw that light screen to when all 60 red dots were extinguished? A minute? No, not even a minute. As the vice president of the Binhai Transfer Guild, he had served for many years. Such a thing, let alone witnessing it with his own eyes, he had never even heard of. Such a bizarre occurrence had never happened in the entire Xingxia kingdom, no, in the entire Blue Star. Finally broke through to the first transfer. Looking at the corpses of elite-level magical beasts scattered around him, Qin Shang instead felt a sense of relaxation and stretched lazily. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached the first transfer. Basic attribute bonus increased to 4 points. Free attribute bonus increased to 16 points. Ding! Due to gaining a large amount of experience, your level has reached 13. Ding! You have killed a total of 60 magical beasts this time, gaining 60 layers of casting. Your current casting layers are 278. What a bountiful harvest! Qin Shang couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing the announcement in his ear. Not only had he reached the first transfer, but because it was a hell-level transfer task, his basic attribute bonus had also reached 4 points in free attribute points. Each time he leveled up, the free attribute points had even reached 16 points. Moreover, due to the massive experience provided by the elite-level magical beasts, his level skyrocketed from level 10 to level 13. And the casting layers, due to this time's extermination of 60 elite-level magical beasts, had also reached 278 layers, with the milestone of 300 layers just around the corner. However, before Qin Shang could finish reviewing his gains, the system's announcements sounded in his ear again. More surprises? Ding! Congratulations on advancing to the first transfer. Your divine talent for multiple casting has reached level 2. This divine talent can still be upgraded. How outrageous! Qin Shang was somewhat astonished. He then began to check his panel. Age 18, profession mage, level 13, spirit 155, strength 31, agility 31, constitution 110, life 1200, mana 1550, skills fireball, thunderstrike, spirit recovery, detection, taunt, wind blade. Equipment: true bracelet, blood cloak, guardian spirit armor, command necklace. Multiple casting layers 278. Effect: increases casting layers by 2 for each magical beast killed. Wonderful, this time killing 60 elite-level magical beasts not only improved his level and various attributes but even upgraded his divine talent to level 2, allowing him to gain 2 layers of casting for each magical beast killed. Just as Qin Shang finished his exclamation, a beam of light struck him. He was quickly teleported away, and as the light flashed, when Qin Shang opened his eyes again, he had already been transported to the outside world. At this moment, outside the dungeon, everyone saw Qin Shang being teleported out. Each person's expression varied. In the distance, Zhao Lin saw Qin Shang being teleported out and couldn't help but shake her head, feeling a bit regretful. I didn't expect him to come out so quickly. He was only in there for a minute. He probably didn't even get to kill an elite-level beast. But that's normal, after all, he's just an 18-year-old kid. Facing elite-level beasts in the assessment dungeon, he must have felt weak and helpless. The receptionist beside her, named Wang Xia, patted Zhao Lin's shoulder and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Sister, even though it's your first day on the job, you should learn a thing or two. When recommending adventurers for the assessment, you need to choose wisely. A student like this, although handsome and well-built, can only date. How could he possibly pass the adventurer assessment?" Wang Xia then looked at the resting Chai Dalong. "For adventurers, we definitely need to find someone steady to feel at ease." Hearing Wang Xia's words, Zhao Lin shot her a glance. She was well aware of Wang Xia's reasons for being pleased. On her first day as a receptionist, she had already heard the administrator's reminders. The transfer guild values talent highly, so for every adventurer a receptionist is responsible for, if they pass the adventurer assessment or their rank changes, they can earn a substantial bonus. According to the rules stated by the administrator, the commission for black iron rank is 250,000, for bronze rank it's 500,000, for silver rank it's 1 million, and for gold rank it's 2 million. Of course, above gold rank, there are the legendary Abyss Walkers. It is said that the commission bonus for an Abyss Walker is a whopping 10 million. The reason it is said is that in Binhai City there hasn't been an adventurer qualified as an Abyss Walker for decades. This time, Chai Dalong, whom Wang Xiao was attending to, successfully advanced from bronze to silver rank, meaning her bonus would be no less than 1 million. Unlike the reactions of the two women, Chai Dalong, sitting on the resting chair, looked a bit disappointed as he watched Qin Shang come out. "I thought he was a genius like That little girl, and like Chai Dalong's disappointed expression, many adventurers looked at Qin Shang with disappointment. Given the previous case of the military uniform girl, by Miao, they all thought Qin Shang would be a young genius like her. They didn't expect him to come out after just a minute. Sigh, it seems we had our hopes too high. Where would Binhai City find so many young geniuses? You know, I heard from my nephew who studies at the War Academy that this year, a young genius really did emerge, someone who cleared the hell-level dungeon of the novice trial tower. I've heard that too, but this young man pales in comparison to that genius. It's like comparing a mayfly to the vast sky. Sigh, I can only say that people can be so discouraging. Actually, it takes courage for him to even attempt the adventurer assessment. These adventurers discussed among themselves, their tone filled with skepticism towards Qin Shang. After all, in their eyes, he had only been in there for a minute. The most likely scenario was that he was taken out by an elite-level beast in one hit. Looks like I was overthinking. The military uniform girl, Bai Yao, turned her head and prepared to leave. At that moment, Qin Shang had just been teleported out and was about to look for his receptionist, Zhao Lin, when someone suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Haha, little brother, don't be discouraged. It's all about getting used to it. If it doesn't work this time, come back next time. The one who had his arm around Qin Shang's shoulder was Yi Bufan, looking like a sunny boy. Like a senior, he spoke encouraging words to Qin Shang. No, Qin Shang was about to say something but was interrupted again by Yi Bufan. I understand. Brother, I get it, you're not in the best state, right? This time, your feel wasn't right, was it? Hee, I'm familiar with these words, but don't worry, brother, I've been through it. I would never laugh at you. To be honest, the first time I caught sight of you in the crowd, I felt like we should have met sooner. Let's go, just the two of us for some barbecue. And we won't come back until we're drunk. Yi Bufan's words burst forth like firecrackers, leaving Qin Shang no chance to interject. This made Qin Shang shake his head with a bitter smile. Sometimes, too much enthusiasm isn't a good thing. Hey, brother, let's go. Just as Yi Bufan was about to pull Qin Shang outside, he suddenly noticed a light screen announcement popping up from the vortex. Upon seeing that announcement, everyone finally reacted. Right, although Qin Shang had completed the dungeon assessment, his announcement hadn't come out yet. In the next moment, everyone shook their heads. What kind of good announcement could a professional who came out in a minute possibly have? Just as everyone turned their heads, the announcement's booming voice echoed throughout the assessment hall. Congratulations to the professional Qin Shang for passing the assessment. Killed 60 monsters. Time taken, 1 minute. Qualification rating, Lurker. Evaluation. Invincible in battle. Congratulations to the professional Qin Shang for passing the assessment. Killed 60 monsters. Time taken, 1 minute. Qualification rating, Lurker. Evaluation, invincible. In battle. Congratulations to the professional Qin Shang for passing the assessment. Killed 60 monsters. Time taken, 1 minute. Qualification rating, Lurker. Evaluation, invincible in battle. The announcement rang out 3 times, resounding throughout the hall. Instantly, everyone who was about to step out of the assessment hall froze in their tracks. One by one, they stiffly turned their heads, their gazes fixed on that announcement. The once noisy hall fell into complete silence, not a sound to be heard. Among the shocked crowd, the most expressive was Yi Bufan, who had his arm around Qin Shang's shoulder. He glanced at the announcement in midair, then at Qin Shang beside him. No way, buddy, are you serious? He then swallowed hard. What had he done? He was actually comforting a professional who had just obtained the Lurker qualification not to lose heart? My god, I woke up in shock from a dying illness and the clown is actually me. Besides Yi Bufan, the most expressive were the receptionists Zhao Lin and Wang Xia in the distance. At this moment, Wang Xia's face was filled with regret. How is this possible? He's just a student. How could he kill 60 elite monsters in 1 minute? And he got the Lurker qualification. That's over 10 million in prize money. Wang Xia thought about how she had turned down Qin Shang's reception to attend to Chai Dalong, leading her to miss out on the 10 million Lurker commission. In an instant, her heart felt like it was being cut with a knife, her face turned pale, and she felt like dying. Meanwhile, Zhao Lin beside her had an even more dramatic expression. It hurts so much, it feels like I'm not dreaming. Zhao Lin pinched her arm, and after feeling the pain, she confirmed that everything before her was not a dream. This little brother actually did it. Not only did he obtain the adventurer qualification, but it's also the highest level Lurker qualification. Looking at the announcement in midair, Zhao Lin was momentarily dazed. This was her first day working at the promotion guild, and Qin Shang was her first client. To get a 10 million commission on her first day at work was just too outrageous. At the same time, the dungeon administrator Yian was also looking at the announcement in midair. As the assessor responsible for evaluations at the promotion guild, Yian knew very well the value of the Lurker qualification. In his decades of service as an assessor, this was only the second time he had seen a Lurker qualification announcement. The last professional he saw with a Lurker announcement was now one of the top 10 emperor-level powerhouses in the entire Xinxia kingdom. This meant that the young professional Qin Shang before him had the potential to become an emperor. No, this matter is beyond my ability to handle. I need to notify the vice president immediately. With that thought, Yian prepared to rush to the dungeon management office. However, he then turned back to Qin Sheng and said, "Classmate, no, big shot, regarding your adventurer qualification assessment, it has exceeded my authority. I need to report to my superiors before making a decision." "Don't worry, our job transfer guild will definitely not overlook anyone, especially talents, no, geniuses like you." After seeing the announcement in midair, Yi An's tone when speaking to Qin Sheng softened. Hearing Yi An's words, Qin Sheng nodded. Simply put, it meant he should wait for further news. After pondering for a moment, Qin Sheng accepted the proposal. After all, he had already submitted his information to the job transfer guild and they could find him any time, so there was no need to worry. Meanwhile, in the hall of the dungeon management office, Vice President Sima Luan was anxiously sitting in a chair, waiting for his subordinate's report. Could that scene be real? Sima Luan found it hard to believe, but the next moment, the door of the dungeon management office was pushed open. A figure rushed in. It was Yian coming to report. "Old Yi, you're here just in time, I have something to tell you." Sima Luan was ready to say something as he saw Yian approach. "Old Luan, I know you're anxious, but hold on, let me speak first." Yian interrupted him before he could say anything. "Listen to me, this matter is too big, I can't make a decision on my own." Yian gasped for breath, his entire face flushed. "What is it? Hurry up and tell me, does it have something to do with the dungeon?" Sima Luan asked, puzzled. "It does have some relation. A peerless genius appeared in the Abyssal Challenger dungeon assessment. He killed 60 elite-level monsters and completed it in 1 minute," Yian said, unable to hide his excitement. "What?" Sima Luan's mind momentarily froze, unable to process the information. At that moment, the staff member who had gone to check if there was a bug in the dungeon returned. "Report, Vice President, the dungeon did not have a bug." "What bug?" Yian asked, confused. Hearing both Yian and the staff members' reports, Sima Luan immediately reacted. That scene wasn't a bug, someone really killed 60 elite-level monsters, and it happened in an instant. "I need to report this to the president immediately." After throwing down this sentence, Sima Luan turned into a blur and dashed out of the dungeon management office. Meanwhile, after saying goodbye to Zhao Lin, Qin Sheng was about to leave. At that moment, a huge figure blocked his path. It was the giant man, Chai Dalong. "Big shot, can I get your contact information? I'm the captain of the wolf pack. If you ever need someone to run errands, just call me." Hearing Chai Dalong's words, Qin Sheng couldn't help but smile wryly. He never expected that the first time someone asked for his contact information, it would be from a giant. "Sure." Qin Sheng smiled and accepted the giant's contact information. The giant smiled back at Qin Sheng. "Big shot, call me if you need anything," and then followed his receptionist, Wang Xia, to the adventurer qualification processing office. At that moment, Wang Xia looked at Qin Sheng with eyes full of regret. Just as Qin Sheng was about to greet Zhao Lin, he suddenly felt countless gazes fixed on him from behind. "Big shot, can I get your contact information?" Me too, Big shot, I want it too." "Big shot, add me, I'm good at any task." Qin Sheng glanced back and saw a group of professionals rushing towards him with their phones in hand. Goodness, it's a zombie siege. He wanted to hurry to participate in the Abyssal Dragon Palace dungeon and didn't have time to add contacts one by one. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng simply waved goodbye to Zhao Lin. He activated the blood cloak, transforming into a crimson shadow, and swiftly left the scene. How did he run so fast? "I wanted to add his contact information." The girl with a high ponytail, by Meow, watched Qin Sheng's retreating figure, biting her red lip, and had no choice but to put her phone back into her pocket. Phew, finally out. The transfer task is done, and the next step is to go to the Abyss Dragon Palace. Qin Sheng roughly confirmed the direction and was about to step outside. However, just as he was about to leave the transfer guild, a voice called out to him. "Xiao Shang, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be out in the wild hunting monsters?" Qin Sheng turned around to see a middle-aged man in military uniform calling him from behind. It was Zhang Weigua. "Uncle Zhang, what are you doing here?" Qin Sheng was a bit surprised to see Zhang Weigua in front of him. "I brought a student to take the adventurer's assessment." "But you, how did you end up at the transfer guild?" "I gave you the city exit token, but I thought you were supposed to go out and hunt monsters?" Zhang Weigua looked at Qin Sheng with a puzzled expression. "Uncle Zhang, I came to..." Qin Sheng was about to explain when he was interrupted by Zhang Weigua. "There are quite a few dangers on the road from Binhai City to the transfer guild. But with your cleverness, you should be fine. You look quite energetic now." Zhang Weigua didn't care much about Qin Sheng's purpose for coming to the transfer guild. Instead, he was more concerned about Qin Sheng's safety. After all, in his view, Qin Sheng's safety was more important than anything else. "But since you're already at the transfer guild, with your personality, you must want to go to the Abyss Dragon Palace, right?" Zhang Weigua patted Qin Sheng on the shoulder, teasingly. "Hee, that's right, Uncle Zhang understands me. I'm eager to improve." Qin Sheng scratched his head and broke into a bright, sunny laugh. "You kid, you have ambition. No wonder you're old Qin's son." "Go ahead," Zhang Weigua said with a smile. The administrator of the Abyss Dragon Palace is an old comrade of mine, I'll greet him later. Hearing Zhang Weiguo's words, Qin Shang wanted to refuse. But Zhang Weiguo patted Qin Shang's shoulder again, his tone a bit regretful. Alas, it's my fault for not being useful. After so many years, my rank hasn't improved much. This is all I can do to help you. Hearing Zhang Weiguo's words, Qin Shang felt a bit touched. To be honest, Zhang Weiguo had helped him a lot since he was young, even providing resources that exceeded Zhang Weiguo's monthly salary. Who knows how much of his own savings he had used behind the scenes? Don't worry, Uncle Zhang, I won't let you down, Qin Shang replied with a smile, secretly making up his mind. Hee, good kid, you're full of spirit. Go on, I still have to pick up that student. Seeing Qin Shang so energetic, Zhang Weiguo felt relieved. Alright, Uncle Zhang, when I get back, I'll cook for you and treat you to a good meal. Qin Shang waved at Zhang Weiguo and quickly disappeared from his sight. This kid, still so impatient. Watching Qin Shang vanish from view, Zhang Weiguo couldn't help but chuckle. After seeing Qin Shang disappear, Zhang Weiguo smiled and shook his head, then took out a phone from his pocket. Hello, old Wei, it's me. I have a nephew, I need to trouble you to keep an eye on him. After a brief instruction, Zhang Weiguo hung up the phone. Instructor, I'm back. Hearing a voice behind him, Zhang Weiguo turned around to see a girl in military uniform with a high ponytail walking towards him. How did it go, little girl? Did you pass the assessment? What rank did you get, bronze or silver? Zhang Weiguo asked with a smile. Report, instructor, I received a silver rating. Bai Miao replied, but her tone lacked much joy. Not bad, as expected of you, silver rank. TSK, not many young people in our demon suppression army can achieve that. At first, Zhang Weiguo felt genuinely happy for his student upon hearing Bai Miao's words. However, the next moment he quickly noticed the unusual tone in Bai Miao's voice. Bai Miao's expression darkened further upon hearing Zhang Weiguo's praise. What's wrong? Did something happen during the assessment dungeon? Zhang Weiguo asked, somewhat puzzled. Hearing Zhang Weiguo's inquiry, Bai Miao, who had been looking down, finally raised her head. A complex emotion flashed across her face, an indescribable complexity. Teacher, you don't know, we encountered a genius during this assessment. No, I should say a monster. A monster? Zhang Weiguo was taken aback by Bai Miao's words. He knew her well, she was quite talented in the demon suppression army and had always been proud. Who could she possibly call a monster? It's a boy, younger than me, probably just awakened this year, but you absolutely won't believe what he did. He killed 60 elite-level magical beasts in the assessment dungeon, and it only took him a minute. As soon as the announcement was made, it scared the assessors into reporting to the higher-ups of the Transfer Guild. What? 60 elite-level magical beasts in 1 minute? Even Zhang Weiguo, who had been on the battlefield, was momentarily stunned by Bai Miao's words. I used to think I was quite talented, that I could be called a genius. But after seeing him, I realized that compared to him, I am like a mayfly facing the vast sky. Bai Miao said slowly, her tone weak, as if she had suffered a great blow. What's his name? If we have the chance, we should recruit him into our demon suppression army. He is definitely a rare potential genius. Unlike Bai Miao's shock, Zhang Weiguo quickly reacted. This was a talent worth cultivating, even someone with the potential to become the leader of the demon suppression army or even a commander. His name? I think I saw it in the announcement. It's Qin Shang. Yes, that's right, Qin Shang. What a pity, I was planning to add him to my contacts, but he ran away too quickly. By the way, teacher, have you encountered him? Here? Bai Miao thought to herself, feeling somewhat regretful. But as she spoke slowly, she noticed that Zhang Weiguo was no longer pressing her for answers as before. Instead, he fell silent, and when Bai Miao, who had habitually lowered her head, looked up, she saw Zhang Weiguo, who was almost petrified. That professional is called Qin Shang? How is that possible? Little Shang actually completed the adventurer assessment in 1 minute? Meanwhile, in the office of the Transfer Guild President, Hai Tianque, the president of the Binhai Transfer Guild, was leisurely writing calligraphy as if he had stolen a moment of free time. It's rare to have a day without work, I should practice my calligraphy well. As Hai Tianque thought this, the brush in his hand danced across the white paper before him. However, just as he was about to make the most crucial stroke, a loud crash suddenly came from outside his office door. One of the 2 large doors of the office was smashed to pieces. A figure rushed in, accompanied by a gust of wind, causing Hai Tianque to make a mistake on his crucial stroke. Old Luan, are you looking for death? I was practicing my writing well. Who told you to barge in? We are both berserkers, can't you learn to be a bit more composed like me? As Hai Tianque spoke, he waved his hand and slammed the intruding Sima Luan down onto the desk. President, I know you're anxious, but please don't rush. Forget about your messy writing, I really have something important to report. Struggling under the desk, Sima Luan slowly began to explain the assessment dungeon and the matter of Qin Shang to Hai Tianque. Hai Tianque's expression changed from surprise to confusion, and then to shock. Good heavens, our Binhai Transfer Guild has actually discovered such a talent. Haha, this is truly a great fortune for our Binhai Transfer Guild. You don't need to worry about this, I will personally go and award this young friend the title of adventurer. After saying this, Hai Tianque shot out from beside the desk like a cannonball, smashing through the other intact large door. Where's the promised composure? Sima Luan looked at the rushing Hai Tianque and the shattered door, scratching his head. If we keep going in this direction, we should soon reach the location of the Abyss Dragon Palace. As Qin Shang walked, he recalled the introduction to the Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon. Just as he was about to hum a little tune on his way to the Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon, suddenly a figure came crashing down from the sky, hitting the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Is the security environment of the Job Change Guild really this poor? Someone actually wants to rob us. Qin Shang stared at the figure that stirred up countless dust and debris while simultaneously beginning to chant a spell. Cough, cough, young friend, don't misunderstand, I am Hai Tianque, the president of the Job Change Guild. As the dust and debris settled, an elderly man with bulging muscles appeared. The president of the Job Change Guild? Qin Shang looked at the muscular old man in surprise. He had heard a bit about this president, known for his steady demeanor. However, the man before him looked worn and hurried, which was quite different from the rumors. Young friend, that's right, I specifically came for you this time. You have brought great honor to our Binhai Job Change Guild. Hee, let's see if that old man from Luocheng dares to mock our Binhai city again. Hai Tianque laughed as he looked at Qin Shang, his eyes filled with admiration. Luocheng? Qin Shang was taken aback by Hai Tianque's words. Young friend, you may not know, but not long ago, a limbo walker appeared in Luocheng. That one Tianya from Luocheng has certainly been a thorn in my side. Hai Tianque waved his hand dismissively as if it were better not to mention it. Old. Hi, I've actually been wanting to ask, what exactly is a limbo walker? I only heard that the highest level for adventurers is gold. He had not had the chance to ask due to the chaos caused in the guild earlier, but now he finally voiced his confusion. Young friend, it's normal not to know. You see, our Binhai city hasn't seen a limbo walker in decades, so information on this matter is naturally scarce. You must have heard of the abyss difficulty in dungeons, right? Hai Tianque smiled at Qin Shang. It is said that aside from some artificial dungeons and hidden dungeons in the wild, all large dungeons that appear on Blue Star have an abyss difficulty. Qin Shang nodded in response. That's right, in dungeons. With abyss difficulty, only the abyss difficulty represents the true nature of the dungeon. Other difficulties are merely projections of the abyss difficulty. And unlike other adventurers who kill and clear monsters, the main task of a limbo walker is to conquer the abyss dungeon. But don't worry, young friend, conquering the abyss dungeon is entirely optional. It is completely up to the limbo walker's choice. I understand. Qin Shang nodded slightly upon hearing Hai Tianque's words. Based on his previous experience with dungeons, the higher the difficulty, the more monsters there were. This suited his point perfectly. Am I afraid of more monsters? The more monsters, the stronger I become. Alright, then let me first give you the relevant rewards. First is the Limbo Walker token that proves your identity. It also records your glorious achievements. After briefly explaining about the Limbo Walker, Hai Tianque's hand glowed, and a purple token-like item appeared in his palm. He then waved his hand and handed the token to Qin Shang. Qin Shang accepted the token and began to examine it. The purple token made of special material had the words Limbo inscribed on one side, while the other side bore the special markings of 1 minute and 60 monsters. Just as Hai Tianque had said earlier, the front side representing Limbo serves as proof of Qin Shang's qualification as a Limbo walker, while the other side represents Qin Shang's achievements. In addition, as a generous benefit for Limbo walkers, you will have access to the Abyss Dragon Palace in the future. No matter the level, it's all free and unlimited. Hai Tianque continued to introduce to Qin Shang. All free, unlimited. Upon hearing Hai Tianque's words, Qin Shang couldn't help but narrow his pupils in surprise. It should be noted that due to the Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon, several 7th-tier formation masters had previously applied experience-enhancing formations, resulting in the monsters killed in the Abyss Dragon Palace dropping an abundance of experience, making it a renowned leveling holy land in the entire South River province. The cost of the formations also required a significant amount of magic crystals. This led to the charging price of the Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon being quite expensive. One could say that the Abyss Dragon Palace is a veritable cash cow for Binhai City. Over the 100 years of its existence, it has undoubtedly created countless GDP for Binhai City, with the average practitioner spending nearly half of their income in gold coins to enter the dungeon. And for Qin Shang to enter for free, with no limit on the number of times, meant that he had saved an astronomical sum without realizing it. Young friend, there's no need to be surprised. This is the most basic reward from the Job Change Guild. In addition, I have already credited your adventurer account with 200,000 contribution points and 32 million gold coins. Hai Tianque continued with a smile. 200,000 contribution points? The surprise in Qin Shang's eyes did not diminish. According to the information he had previously found online, the ratio of contribution points to gold coins in the Job Change Guild was approximately 1 to 1,000. This meant that the 200,000 adventure points he obtained could be exchanged for 200 million gold coins in reality. Goodness, he had directly gained 2 small goals. Additionally, there is a skill book and a piece of equipment. Let me first take a look at your attributes and then see which equipment in the treasury suits you. After a moment of thought, Hai Tianqua activated his detection skill to check Qin Shang's basic attributes. How could your attributes be? Hai Tianqua, who had just checked the attributes, was immediately taken aback. Under his detection, all of Qin Shang's basic attributes, except for spirit and physique which exceeded those of an ordinary mage, were roughly on par with the average values of ordinary mages. This left Hai Tianqua somewhat puzzled, according to his speculation, since Qin Shang was able to kill 60 elite-level monsters and pass the Abyssal Challenger's assessment, he must have some extraordinary qualities. Either his attributes were exceptional or his skills were abnormal. However, upon his inspection, not only were Qin Shang's attributes unremarkable, but even his skills were all at the beginner level. Seeing Hai Tianqua's strange reaction, Qin Shang immediately guessed the other's thoughts. Just as Qin Shang was pondering how to deflect the attention of the fifth-tier practitioner Hai Tianqua, who had shown a puzzled expression, it seemed that Hai Tianqua suddenly thought of something. He waved his left hand, and the next moment, a green light flashed from a greenish ring on his left hand. Following that, the green light transformed into a transparent light shield encompassing both Qin Shang and Hai Tianqua. After the green light shield flashed again, the figures of Qin Shang and Hai Tianqua completely vanished from the wild path by the street. Young friend, have you awakened a talent? Qin Shang stared into the other's eyes and, after noticing that there was no malice or killing intent in them, gently nodded after a moment of silence. Just as I thought, Hai Tianqua received the answer he wanted from Qin Shang's gesture and let out a soft sigh. Talents are not uncommon in this world where everyone awakens. Many practitioners have a chance to awaken a talent during the process of changing jobs. These talents can vary in strength. Some awaken talents that are utterly useless, while others soar to great heights through their talents. Among the powerful emperors of the current Xinsha kingdom, there is a flame emperor, Shao Xian. In her youth, she awakened the useless profession of fire mage, only able to learn basic fire skills, and suffered a broken engagement. However, she later unexpectedly awakened the talent, gaining an affinity with flames. This led to a rapid surge in strength, ultimately making him one of the top 10 emperor-level powerhouses in the Divine Summer Kingdom. Child, remember this, your talent is your most important secret. Do not reveal any details about your talent to anyone, including me, Hai Tianqua said with deep concern. Okay, upon hearing Hai Tianqua's caring tone, Qin Shang understood that the other party genuinely meant well for him, and he nodded heavily. I just noticed that while you have shield-type skills, you lack recovery skills. Here's a recovery ring. Hai Tianqua took out a ring from his body, and then as if recalling something, he took out a skill book. You should also be heading to the Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon next. Your skills are all at the beginner level, so your damage might not be enough. I have a mid-level skill book here, Frostbite Ice Sword. Now that you've reached the first transition, you can learn it. Thank you, Elder Hai. Qin Shang accepted the ring and skill book that Hai Tianqua handed over, replying with a smile. Holding the ring and skill book, Qin Shang couldn't hide his excitement. He had been a bit worried that his skill damage wouldn't be high enough to rampage through the Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon, but now with the mid-level skill book gifted by Hai Tianqua, his damage would be elevated. Coupled with the recovery ring, his sustainability was also assured. Moreover, since the Abyss Wanderers could enter the Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon for free multiple times, Qin Shang felt even more confident. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he could reach the threshold for the second transition in one go. Seeing you so spirited, I can rest easy. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. If you encounter any trouble in Binhai City in the future, feel free to come to the Job Transfer Guild to find me, Hai Tianqua said as he exerted force with his legs, propelling himself into the air like a cannonball. This guild leader is nothing like the rumors. Where's the steadiness? Watching Hai Tianqua leave, Qin Shang couldn't help but shake his head and mutter. Before heading to the Abyss Dragon Palace, I should learn this Frostbite Ice Sword first. Ding! You have learned Frostbite Ice Sword. Frostbite Ice Sword rank, mid-level effect, condenses an ice sword. During the condensation process, the surrounding temperature will drop. When the ice sword hits an enemy, it will inflict freezing control on them. It also deals equivalent mental spell damage, and after the freeze explodes, it will cause secondary damage. Wonderful, Qin Shang exclaimed as he looked at the skill description of Frostbite Ice Sword. Not only does it have control, but it can also deal damage twice. This is simply like using a whip dipped in iodine, disinfecting while striking. Qin Shang then glanced at the description of the recovery ring life, 100 effect. Each time a skill hits an enemy, it restores 10 health points and any excess health will be converted into a shield. Impressive. This effect might not seem strong to others, as 10 health points is indeed not much, but for Qin Shang, it was just perfect. He could now cast skills 278 times each time, which means he could restore 2,780 health points with each skill release. And most importantly, Qin Shang's casting layers could continue to increase. If in the future he stacked his casting layers to 300, 400, or even more, wouldn't that mean his health could be restored infinitely? As long as the enemy can't take me down in one hit, I'm practically invincible. Qin Shang nodded in satisfaction, putting the recovery ring on his hand. Ding dong. You have received a text message. What's this? Qin Shang took out his phone and found a text message notification. The sender was the Adventurers Binhai Guild, which included not only praise for Qin Shang but also a link. This is. After opening the link, Qin Shang discovered it was a download link for an app called Adventurer app. Following the link, Qin Shang downloaded the Adventurer app. Then, guided by the prompts, he registered his information simply. Just after completing the registration, he saw various tasks hanging in the app's lobby. Clear the dark jungle's wind-chasing leopard, reward 20 contribution points, recommended for Black Iron level adventurers. Kill the dark jungle's wind-chasing unicorn leopard elite, reward 100 contribution points, recommended for Bronze level adventurers. Submit the spear of the difficult level Abyss Dragon Palace shrimp soldier, recommended for Silver level adventurers. Submit the shell of the Calamity level Abyss Dragon Palace crab general, recommended for Gold level adventurers. Conquer the Abyss level Abyss Dragon Palace, recommended for those on the brink. Qin Shang looked at the dense tasks on the app, most of which were officially released by adventurers. The most prominent task was about conquering the Abyss level of the Abyss Dragon Palace. What's this? Can personal tasks be posted too? Challenge the Hell level Abyss Dragon Palace Dragon King boss, no adventurer qualification required. Daring ones come forth. Before Qin Shang could carefully check the details of this personal task, he received a private message. Big White Rabbit, hey, want to team up? How about conquering the Hell level dungeon together? It's going to be thrilling. Along with this private message, there was also a team invitation. That's right, in this adventurer app, adventurers can initiate team invitations, and once the invitation is accepted, teammates can see their distance from you. Similar to an elite game Qin Shang played in his past life. You have declined Big White Rabbit's team invitation. Qin Shang decisively refused. He wasn't in the habit of sharing dungeon experience with others. After declining, he headed towards the Abyss Dragon Palace. This is the entrance to the Abyss Dragon Palace. Why does it look like a vegetable market? Qin Shang couldn't help but feel speechless at the sight before him. He saw a massive vortex of the dungeon surrounded by a dense crowd of professionals. On the outskirts of these professionals, some people were either holding signs or shouting loudly, "Come, come, come, we need a tank for normal difficulty. Anyone who comes will get in right away." Is there anyone brave enough to challenge the difficulty? Equipment. Experience will be shared once inside. Healers, we need healers, must have a high healing output. We need a damage dealer, preferably a rare class that can fill up. Qin Shang's gaze swept over these professionals looking for teammates, peering deeper into the crowd. In the deeper part of the crowd he saw several teams that had already formed, resting with their eyes closed. These teams were different from others, all were pre-configured 5-member squads. These squads should be like the White Snake team. In the lobby earlier, they can hire a boosting team for a fee, Qin Shang thought, stroking his chin. Although these squads seemed to have completed their formations and didn't appear to be lacking teammates, in this world where everyone could change classes, there were all sorts of strange equipment. One piece of equipment called the Expansion Stone allowed an additional teammate to join under the original team rules for dungeon runs. At the same time, special equipment often represented an expensive price, only some specialized boosting teams would purchase them. Just as Qin Shang was organizing the information in his mind, a team stumbled out of the dungeon vortex of the Abyss Dragon Palace, seemingly quite injured. The configuration of this team was textbook level. Assassins, archers, mages, priests, shield bearers, and warriors were all present. Isn't that the White Snake team? They seem to be quite hurt. They challenged the Calamity level Abyss Dragon Palace. It would be strange if they weren't injured. What? Challenging the Calamity level Abyss Dragon Palace? Are they out of their minds? Bai Fei is being too reckless. Exactly, attempting a Calamity level Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon costs quite a bit of gold. This has nothing to do with Bai Fei. The idea to challenge the Calamity level Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon came from their team's wealthy member. Goodness, does this rich lady have money but nowhere to spend it? We really don't understand the thoughts of a wealthy woman. Listening to the discussions around him, Qin Shang also looked over. He saw the White Snake team resting against a cool spot. Ahong, heal everyone first. Once we recover, let's challenge Miss Luo again, said Bai Fei, the vice captain, to the priest. At the same time, Bai Fei felt a bit puzzled. The girl in front of them had led them into the Abyss Dragon Palace many times, yet they had never seen her spend a single gold coin. Bro, you want to enter the Abyss Dragon Palace instance too, right? I see you're alone. How about teaming up with us? Just as Qin Shang was retracting his gaze, a boy next to him greeted him. Don't worry, even though we're short one person, the equipment and experience will be shared equally. We won't bully newcomers. Although the boy hesitated at first upon seeing Qin Shang's age, he quickly thought that anyone who could enter the Abyss Dragon Palace instance must be no ordinary player. He decisively extended an invitation to Qin Shang. No thanks, I prefer to solo. Qin Shang smiled and waved his hand to decline the boy's invitation, then walked towards the instance vortex of the Abyss Dragon Palace to select the difficulty. Upon discovering there was no abyss difficulty, he directly chose hell difficulty. Wow, challenging hell difficulty costs 800,000 gold coins. Looks like this guy is a rich kid, someone remarked. But this rich kid is really unaware of the dangers. He probably doesn't know that you can only be teleported out of the hell instance after reaching the third checkpoint. What a pity, this guy is so handsome, but he might have to restart his life. There's nothing to be done. Who told him to be so arrogant? He'll just have to be more careful in his next life. The members of the White Snake team under the big tree also noticed Qin Shang's actions. Bai Fei raised an eyebrow. This reckless young fool dares to challenge hell difficulty. He really must be tired of living. Luo Qingxue, who had been looking down, glanced at Qin Shang. He actually dares to enter a hell level instance alone. Regardless of his strength, he's at least much braver than that coward who rejected my invitation. Is this underwater? As soon as Qin Shang entered the instance, he was astonished by the scene before him. He felt as if he were deep in the ocean. Strangely, he didn't feel any suffocation from the water. In fact, it felt just like being on land. Just as the information online said, under the protection of the rules of the Abyss Dragon Palace instance, adventurers won't feel suffocated even when staying underwater. Qin Shang moved his body a bit and found that aside from a slight resistance while walking, he felt nothing unusual. Alright, let's start killing monsters. After getting used to his current state, Qin Shang strode confidently deeper into the Abyss Dragon Palace. He hadn't walked far underwater when he spotted a massive dragon palace standing beneath the sea. The palace was majestic and grand, with walls that shimmered brilliantly like an underwater miracle. Halt! Who are you to dare approach the dragon palace? Before Qin Shang could reach the front of the palace, numerous shrimp soldiers armed with long spears surrounded him. These shrimp soldiers were over 2 meters tall, and their spears were 3 meters long. Fierce and intimidating, they stopped in front of Qin Shang, glaring at him. At that moment, Qin Shang activated his detection skill and began scanning the information of the shrimp soldiers in front of him. Shrimp soldier level, 22 strength, 760 agility, 300 constitution, 800 health, 8000 skills, spear thrust, water bullet. A level 22 shrimp soldier, in terms of attributes, was already comparable to the bosses in the previous hidden instances. No wonder teams entering the Abyss Dragon Palace needed to group up to dare enter. Based on these shrimp soldiers' data, a single strike could likely take down even a level 20 shield warrior. Of course, what makes ordinary adventurers feel even more desperate is that there are a full 40 shrimp soldiers just outside the palace. Kid, you're asking for death by not answering. Seeing that Qin Shang did not respond to their questions, the shrimp soldiers angrily waved their long spears, trying to stab Qin Shang. Facing the attacks of numerous shrimp soldiers, Qin Shang stepped back and then waved his hand. Wind blade technique. In an instant, a green light burst forth in front of Qin Shang, and crescent-shaped wind blades shot out like a whirlwind, sweeping across the opposing shrimp soldiers. Those shrimp soldiers didn't even have time to react, and in the blink of an eye, all 50 shrimp soldiers were cut down by the wind blade technique. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 40 shrimp soldiers and gained 200,000 experience. You have reached level 15. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to 15. Basic attributes increased by 8. Free attributes increased by 32 points. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 40 shrimp soldiers and gained 80 layers of casting. Current casting layers are 358. Goodness, no wonder it's a leveling paradise in Coastal City. The experience truly is abundant. Just from the first wave of monsters, Qin Shang received a whopping 300,000 experience, allowing him to jump from level 13 to level 15 in one go. Continuing forward with this wave of experience, Qin Shang's confidence soared, and he was filled with anticipation for what lay ahead. Qin Shang pushed open the gates of the Dragon Palace and then moved forward to a spacious training ground. Bang! As soon as Qin Shang stepped into the training ground, a massive meteor hammer fell from the sky, crashing right in front of him. You bold little thief, how dare you trespass into the Dragon Palace? Let's see how Lord Crab takes your head. With these words, dozens of dark figures swooshed down in front of Qin Shang. It was a dozen huge crabs clad in armor, their bodies a deep blue. There were a total of 20 crabs, each wielding various massive weapons such as long knives, great swords, broad axes, and halberds. Crab general level, 24 strength, 890 agility, 540 constitution, 850 health, 20,000 skills, charge, sweep, vertical slash. Their health was actually 20,000. Qin Shang was somewhat surprised by the stats of the crab general. Compared to the previous shrimp soldiers, their health was significantly thicker. What Qin Shang didn't know was that normally, the crab generals in dungeons didn't have such high health. But there was no choice, they wanted Qin Shang to choose hell mode. Brothers, stop wasting time with him. Let's go together, kill him, and offer this person as a sacrifice to the Dragon King. The crab general wielding the greatsword exchanged glances with the other 10 crab generals, then they ferociously prepared to pounce on Qin Shang. TCH, so what if your health is high? Can you withstand my 359 wind blades? Qin Shang looked at the charging crab generals with disdain. Before he killed that wave of shrimp soldiers, he was indeed a bit worried. With his over 200 wind blades, could he kill the crab generals with 20,000 health? But after killing 40 shrimp soldiers, he had already increased his casting layers by 80, adding to the previous 278 casting layers, he directly reached 358. Over 50,000 skill damage. With one wind blade technique, you say my damage is low? I have 358 wind blades, do you still dare to say my damage is low? At that moment, the crab general wielding the great sword suddenly leaped into the air, ready to strike at Qin Shang. Just then, a brilliant yellow light flashed around Qin Shang, and he opened his shield of 359 layers, the powerful shield value almost making it impossible for the crab generals to see Qin Shang's health bar. At that moment, the blood-red cloak behind Qin Shang flickered with light. Because Qin Shang had released the effects of his skill 359 times, he successfully triggered the special effect of the blood-red cloak. It increased his agility by 359 points, and then Qin Shang lightly stomped his foot, quickly retreating. After that, he raised his hand, and the already condensed wind blade technique instantly shot out. 359 wind blades struck the crab generals like a tornado, demolishing a parking lot. Ding, congratulations! You have killed 20 crab generals and gained 400,000 experience. You have reached level 18. Ding, congratulations! You have killed 20 crabs and gained 40 layers of spellcasting. Your current spellcasting layers are 398. What a pity, releasing Fireball in the Abyss Dragon Palace reduces damage, otherwise, I could have made roasted crabs, Qin Shang remarked. Looking at the scattered crab generals ahead, cut to pieces by the wind blade technique. But I've leveled up 2 more levels this time, and I also got 20 elite magic crystals. Qin Shang smiled as he looked at the 20 magic crystals flickering at the spot where the crabs had died. After putting away the magic crystals, Qin Shang strode towards the final area of the dungeon, the central council hall of the palace. Where did this ignorant human come from, daring to disturb us, the chancellors, in our discussions? Do you not wish to live? On the left and right rows of chairs in the council hall sat 4 turtle chancellors, dressed in purple and red official robes. They wore official hats and sported small mustaches. Turtle Chancellor level, 28 strength, 840 agility, 960 constitution, 1000 health, 80,000. Good heavens, they aren't even pretending, are they? Each of these old turtles has a health pool of 80,000. Is this really a level 30 monster? This health is just too exaggerated. If it weren't for Qin Shang having killed 20 crab generals beforehand, raising his spellcasting layers to 398, he might not have been able to take down these 2 old turtles. However, what surprised Qin Shang even more was, why is the agility of these 4 turtles so high? Before Qin Shang could react, a flash of red and purple light appeared before him, and the 4 turtle chancellors swiftly charged at him. Just as the 4 turtle chancellors' large mouths were about to bite down on Qin Shang, a brilliant light erupted from him, surrounding him with layers of yellow shields. The 4 turtles bit into the shield, and although the first few layers were shattered by their bites, as they continued, the old turtles' teeth were nearly breaking, and could no longer penetrate, forcing them to exchange glances before retreating and spinning in place within their shells. At that moment, thanks to the activation of the Guardian Spirit Shield effect, Qin Shang quickly retreated. Relying on the agility boost from his blood-red cloak, his gaze towards the 4 turtle chancellors revealed a strange expression. Good heavens, it turns out the tortoise and the hare race isn't just a fairy tale. These 4 turtles are so fast. At this moment, the 4 turtle chancellors had completely withdrawn into their shells, continuously spinning, stirring up the seawater around the council hall and forming whirlpools. Are you trying to launch a more powerful attack by spinning like a top? I'll paralyze you to death and see how you keep spinning. Qin Shang thought, watching the 4 turtle chancellors perform their spinning skill, and he came up with an idea. He raised his hand to gather the Thunder Strike spell, and the moment he began chanting the skill, dark clouds rolled in over the entire council hall. It was as if the entire underwater dragon palace had suddenly entered an apocalyptic storm. At that moment, as the black clouds gathered above Qin Shang, bolts of lightning slowly coalesced in the air before him. Go! With a point of his finger, a total of 400 bolts of lightning surged towards the 4 turtle chancellors like a dragon, emerging from the sea. You, young man, you don't follow the rules of martial arts. How dare you deceive and ambush us 4 old men while we are chanting our skills? The 4 turtle chancellors' pupils dilated as they saw the Thunder Strike spell released by Qin Shang, and they cursed loudly. So much nonsense. Qin Shang's gaze was cold as he looked at the 4 turtles. Just as the 4 turtle chancellors were about to flee, the blockade of the Thunder Strike left them with no way to escape. The next moment, the Thunder Strike hit the 4 chancellors hard, paralyzing their spinning shells, and the powerful spell, carrying its damage, instantly killed the 4 turtle chancellors. Ding! Congratulations! You have killed 4 turtle chancellors, gained 600,000 experience, and you have reached level 17. Basic attributes increased by 4, free attributes increased by 16. Ding, congratulations on defeating 4 Tortoise Prime Ministers. You have gained 8 layers of spellcasting, and your current spellcasting level is 406 layers. Ding, You have received a boss treasure chest that has been opened for you, and you have obtained the epic equipment Tortoise Prime Minister's shell. Strange, I clearly finished off all the monsters, so why haven't I cleared the level? Qin Shang stretched lazily, feeling a bit puzzled. I should teleport out and find out what's going on. With a flash of light, Qin Shang's figure appeared outside the dungeon. How did this kid come out so quickly? How long has it been since he went in? Maybe he's some rich second-generation kid. It's possible he used a boundary stone to come out early. Sigh, I envy him. His starting point is our end point. When will I get my hands on a boundary stone? Listening to the discussions around him, Qin Shang didn't bother to refute anything. As for that boundary stone they mentioned, Qin Shang had indeed heard of it. It is a stone that ignores the rules of the dungeon, allowing players to leave the dungeon early, and it is quite expensive. Hearing their words, Qin Shang shook his head. Clearly, they thought he hadn't cleared the dungeon and had used a boundary stone to exit. It's a pity I don't have a cooldown talisman, otherwise, I could re-enter the dungeon to level up again. Aside from the short cooldown time of beginner dungeons like the previous hidden dungeon and the Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon in front of Qin Shang have very long cooldown times, usually around 6 hours. But then Qin Shang shook his head. Cooldown talismans are not only expensive but also quite rare. Most are held by those major powers. This is also why the children of those major powers level up quickly. Looks like I need to get one when I have the chance, that way I can improve my leveling efficiency. Just as Qin Shang was pondering, 2 large white rabbits jumped in front of him. I thought you were just bold, but it turns out you're not simple at all, entering a hell-level dungeon alone and even defeating the Tortoise Prime Minister's level. Hearing the curious voice beside him, Qin Shang lifted his lowered head. Standing in front of him with a smile was the girl Luo Qingxue, who had teamed up with the White Snake Squad before. She was wearing a blue jacket on top, paired with a white tank top underneath, outlining her slightly full chest curve, and on the bottom, she wore denim shorts that perfectly showcased her alluring waist-to-hip ratio. The girl had delicate features, long and thick eyelashes, skin as fair as snow, and her blue eyes were filled with youthful vitality. Most notably, she had long hair as white as snow. Qin Shang merely glanced at the stunning girl in front of him and then bypassed her, preparing to continue walking towards the open space behind. Hey, don't be so cold. I have clues about the Dragon King in the Abyss Dragon Palace. Are you interested in a challenge? If you're lucky enough to succeed in the challenge, you could obtain a profession-specific skill book. Seeing Qin Shang walking away, Luo Qingxue ran in front of him, smiling. As she spoke, Dragon King boss, profession-specific skill book? Upon hearing her words, Qin Shang instantly became interested, his eyes sparkling. You, seeing this beautiful girl walking so fast, now that there's a boss and a skill book, you're not leaving? Luo Qingxue leaned her face closer to Qin Shang, her eyes filled with a hint of grievance. Women only slow down my speed of drawing my sword. Qin Shang raised an eyebrow. You, a mage, what sword are you drawing? Luo Qingxue facepalmed, laughing helplessly. By the way, you're not lying to me, are you? I've also ventured into hell level dungeons and didn't see any clues about the Dragon King. Qin Shang's eyes showed confusion. Clues about the Dragon King? It's all written in the strategy for the Abyss Dragon Palace. Don't you read the strategies? How did you manage to get to the Tortoise Prime Minister's level? Now it was Luo Qingxue's turn to be puzzled. Well, look, this is the clue related to the Abyss Dragon King, Dragon Pearl. I spent quite a bit to exchange this from the Adventurers Guild's treasure vault. Luo Qingxue took out a pearl emitting a white light about the size of an egg. The Adventurers Guild treasury? Qin Shang raised his eyes to look at the girl in front of him, his gaze filled with confusion. Luo Qingxue had previously hired the White Snake team, and from the discussions among the professionals he knew that the hiring fee for this team was quite high. Now, Luo Qingxue was taking out a dragon pearl obtained from the adventurer's treasury. This girl looked to be around his age. When did such a young rich woman appear in Binhai City? Thinking of this, Qin Shang cast a divination spell on her. Ding! The divination spell is activated, randomly checking one piece of information about the target. Name, Luo Qingxue, occupation, ice archer, age, 18, level, 20, favorite foods, sweet potatoes, seafood. Personality, curious. Enjoys thrilling activities. Father, Luo Shanha, mother, Bai Shueshue, recent activities, practicing waist exercises, yoga. Underwear color is. After a brief look at Luo Qingxue's data, Qin Shang closed the divination spell. Something was off, definitely off. She was about the same age as him, yet her level was even higher. In all of Binhai City, there shouldn't be any professionals leveling up faster than him. There was only one possibility, Luo Qingxue. In front of him came from another city. Normally, dragon pearls can only be dropped when defeating the Tortoise Prime Minister. But not all professionals who obtain dragon pearls want to challenge the Dragon King boss. Some professionals will exchange dragon pearls at the Adventurers Guild for items they desire for their own development, Luo Qingxue explained simply. Hearing her words, Qin Shang nodded. Indeed, for some professionals, obtaining a dragon Pearl to challenge the Dragon King boss could be worthwhile if successful, but if they failed, it would be a loss, so it was better to trade for items they wanted. So why choose me as a teammate? Now Qin Shang was in the wild, and the other party came from another city, so it was better to be cautious. It's simple, because you have enough guts. Luo Qingxue smiled and shrugged. I've thought about teaming up with others, but I shouted for a long time on the Adventurers app, and everyone refused to team up with me. Even that White Snake team rejected my hiring when they heard I wanted to challenge the Dragon King boss. A bunch of cowards. After saying this, Luo Qingxue stomped her foot, seemingly quite angry. So you're quite brave then? Looking at her expression, Qin Shang raised an eyebrow and smiled. Just kidding, I'm super brave. Luo Qingxue made fierce gestures with her hands. But to Qin Shang, she looked completely adorable. It was similar to seeing some girls in short videos striking poses for women's self-defense. If you're worried, then here, take this. As if afraid Qin Shang would refuse, Luo Qingxue tossed him a stone-like item. Is this a boundary-breaking stone? Qin Shang looked at the stone in his hand, somewhat surprised. The boundary-breaking stone was not only expensive but also hard to find on the market. Oh, right, you came to the Abyss Dragon Palace to level up, right? Don't worry, it won't delay you, and here's this. Luo Qingxue said as she took out a gem-like item and a talisman. Experience gem. And cooldown talisman? Qin Shang looked at the green stone in Luo Qingxue's hand and finally understood why she could level up so quickly. The so-called experience gem was not used to increase one's own experience. On the contrary, a professional wearing the experience gem would not gain any experience from killing monsters or clearing dungeons. For example, if Qin Shang and Luo Qingxue killed a monster together, they would normally split the experience, each getting 50. However, after Luo Qingxue equipped the experience gem, if they worked together to kill a monster, Qin Shang would receive 100 experience. The difference lies in the fact that Luo Qingxue exerted the same effort in both battles but no longer distributed experience. As for the other cooling amulet, its function was quite simple. It could reset the dungeon's cooldown time. Don't worry, sis will take care of you. You keep your own gear, and we'll split the gear I get, said Luo Qingxue as she threw a party invitation to Qin Shang. This time, Qin Shang did not refuse and directly agreed. Although it was called a party, due to the experience gem, it was no different from him soloing, and he wouldn't have to waste 6 hours waiting for the dungeon cooldown. What, sister? You're not that big. Qin Shang stretched lazily and walked towards the dungeon. Where am I not big? Luo Qingxue puffed out her chest and kept pace with Qin Shang. By the way, how did you know I reached the stage with the Tortoise Prime Minister? There are no announcements for dungeons here, Qin Shang asked, as if recalling something. Is this your first time here? Don't you know there's a ranking list for professionals' level increases? Look, that's it. Luo Qingxue turned her head to point in a direction. Qin Shang followed her gaze and saw a huge electronic screen in the area she was looking at, densely displaying the names of various professionals. This was the increase ranking list, but it wasn't calculated based on the professionals' levels. Instead, it was based on the level increase behind their names. At that moment, because Qin Shang had leveled up 4 times in the Hell level dungeon, his rank had surged into the top 10. Of course, this ranking list wasn't meaningless. It could be said to be a method for the Abyss Dragon Palace management to filter nearby talents. Anyone who performed well on the level increase ranking list could receive a large amount of gold as a reward. If one had to compare it, it was similar to getting a pentakill while playing games in an internet cafe. The cafe would reward time or monetary bonuses inside the dungeon management office. So, how is it? Still no good candidates found today? Captain Lei is pushing hard. The demon slaying team is short on people, asked Wei Wuji, the dungeon administrator, to an assistant beside him. Director Wei, the ones challenging the Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon now are mostly veterans. It's hard to find qualified members to join the demon slaying team. The assistant shook his head. I know what you're saying, but Captain Lei is really pressing for it. The monsters in the Death Mountains are becoming increasingly rampant. The demon suppression army is in dire need of manpower. Wei Wuji also showed a helpless smile. He had been urged by Captain Lei of the Demon Suppression Army for 6 months, which was why he had been staying at the Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon for a long time, waiting for professionals qualified to join the demon slaying team. Indeed, although the Abyss Dragon Palace was maintained by the Job Transfer Guild, the management was handled by the personnel of the Demon Suppression Army. A significant reason for this was the abyss difficulty of the Abyss Dragon Palace. The abyss difficulty was different from other difficulties. It was a true invasion of abyssal monsters from another world, leaving behind a space. Unlike other difficulties, which were projections of the abyss difficulty would periodically leak abyssal energy over time. The leaked abyssal energy could cause mutations in other difficulties. If the abyss dungeon was not dealt with in a timely manner, it could lead to casualties among the professionals inside the mutated dungeon. But the problem lay here. Once members were sent to challenge the abyss difficulty, if they could clear the abyssal energy and return safely, that would be good. However, if the dispatched professionals died in the abyss difficulty, the monsters within would break out of the dungeon and harm others, and only the demon suppression army could handle such situations. By the way, did you find any trace of that student named Qin Shang I asked you to look into? Wei Wuji brought up another matter. He hadn't forgotten that not long ago, Zhang Weiguo had asked him to take care of Qin Shang. Okay, Director Wei, I'll check right away. Hearing Wei Wuji's words, an assistant immediately became busy. Huh, what's this? How did this player level up several times at once? The assistant, who originally wanted to say something, suddenly exclaimed upon seeing the level increase next to a name on the light screen. There was a name that galloped ahead, charging into the top 10 of the historical ranking list. Leveling up several times at once? Could it be that second-generation player? Wei Wuji silently thought to himself upon hearing the assistant's words. After all, in his view, only those wealthy and powerful second-generation players could achieve such rapid leveling. However, Wei Wuji quickly shook his head again. Most of these second-generation players level up by relying on others. Their strength and experience are not impressive at all, and they can't possibly join the demon suppression army to venture into the Death Mountains. Just then, the assistant recognized the name on the light screen and gasped. Huh, Qin Shang, Supervisor Wei, isn't this the student you were looking for? Qin Shang? Hearing the assistant's words, Wei Wuji, who was originally about to turn and leave, turned back again, staring in shock at the light screen before him. It really is him. Qin Shang actually leveled up 4 times in one go. How did he do that? Wei Wuji looked at the assistant beside him. Pull up his dungeon challenge records for me to see. The assistant nodded and quickly took out a tablet, searching on it. Supervisor Wei, I found it. Qin Shang only has 1 dungeon challenge record, but he actually challenged the hell level. The assistant exclaimed in a trembling voice upon seeing the records about Qin Shang on the tablet. Challenging the hell level and leveling up 3 times. That means he at least made it past the Prime Minister Tortoise's stage. Did he find some powerful team? I haven't heard of any team in Binhai City with such strength, Wei Wuji said, somewhat surprised by the assistant's words. No, Supervisor, he didn't find a team, he did it solo. The assistant carefully checked the data on the tablet and finally confirmed, having found no information about Qin Shang's teammates. What? He did it solo? Upon hearing the assistant's words, Wei Wuji couldn't help but exclaim. He had originally thought that Qin Shang had hired a team to help him level up and clear dungeons. He never expected that Qin Shang actually soloed the dungeon. After the shock, it took Wei Wuji a long time to calm down, and he scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. What is old Zhang thinking? A genius who can solo a hell-level dungeon still needs me to take care of him? But then, it seemed like Wei Wuji suddenly understood something, and an excited expression appeared on his face. I get it. It must be that when I was drinking with old Zhang a few days ago, I complained about the trouble of finding members for the demon-slaying team. He's sending me a talent. Huh, I owe old Zhang a big favor now. I need to thank him properly later. Then Wei Wuji nodded at the assistant, revealing a long-lost smile. Now he finally had a way to report back to Lei Wanjun. Keep a close eye on this player named Qin Shang, and report to me immediately if anything happens. At the entrance of the Du Longgong dungeon, as Qin Shang and Luo Qingxue just arrived, they heard a mocking voice coming from afar. Miss Qingxue, I advise you to think it through. You and this pretty boy going into a hell-level dungeon together could end up dead. The captain of the White Snake team, Bai Fei, slowly approached with his teammates. Shut your crow mouth, you coward. Luo Qingxue retorted without hesitation. You, kid, I advise you not to overestimate yourself. With you being just a level 17 mage, I bet you won't last 30 minutes in the dungeon. Bai Fei, not daring to provoke Luo Qingxue, mocked Qin Shang instead. Oh, you're so confident, what do you want to bet? Qin Shang raised an eyebrow, looking at Bai Fei before him. Ha, what did you say? Bai Fei didn't expect that after he made a bold statement, Qin Shang would actually take it up and even ask him what he wanted to bet on. As expected, you're a coward. If you don't dare, just admit it. Qin Shang shrugged and was about to step into the dungeon to choose the difficulty. You, what kind of attitude is that? I'll bet. If you have the guts, let's bet 50 million gold coins. Bai Fei gritted his teeth, feeling a pang in his heart. 50 million gold coins was half of his fortune. Alright, what's the betting method? Qin Shang readily agreed. If you can't stay in the dungeon for at least 30 minutes, you owe me 50 million gold coins. Bai Fei said coldly. What if I stay for 30 minutes or clear the dungeon? Qin Shang nodded in agreement and then asked. Heh, you really are confident. If you can stay for 30 minutes, I'll owe you 50 million gold coins. If you can clear the dungeon, I'll owe you 100 million. Upon hearing Qin Shang's inquiry, Bai Fei unhesitatingly laid out the terms of the bet. Initially, Bai Fei felt a bit hesitant, hearing Qin Shang's confident tone, but after thinking it over, the conditions for winning and losing that Qin Shang mentioned seemed almost impossible. Because in his view, whether Qin Shang wanted to stay in the hell-level dungeon for 30 minutes or clear it, it was simply not feasible. Even their well-equipped White Snake team found it difficult to maneuver freely in a disaster-level dungeon, let alone clear it. And now, Qin Shang only had 2 people left, which gave him the advantage. Alright, it's settled then, notarization robot. Seeing Bai Fei agree, Qin Shang nodded and then waved to the distance. Quickly, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a white robotic figure rushed to the middle of Qin Shang and Bai Fei. The bet has been confirmed, please both parties swipe the betting amount. The robot extended its hands, each holding a code swiping machine. Without hesitation, Qin Shang took out his card and swiped it on the machine. Wow, is this kid really that rich? No hesitation at all? Seeing Qin Shang's action, Bai Fei suddenly felt a bit uncertain, but then he gritted his teeth and took out his own card, swiping it with a pained expression. The bet has been confirmed. Why are you listening to this coward? And agreeing to his bet? Luo Qingxua approached curiously. Why not take the money that's being offered? Qin Shang chuckled lightly and walked towards the dungeon entrance, with Luo Qingxua quickly following behind. Behind them, Bai Fei watched the two's backs, gritting his teeth. Look at his age. Just a newly awakened student. What right does he have to act so arrogantly? Just wait until I win your pants off, then you'll have something to cry about. On the other side, Luo Qingxua and Qin Shang quickly arrived at the vortex entrance. As soon as they approached the dungeon vortex, 4 difficulty options appeared. Alright, now we're ready to enter the hell level dungeon, Luo Qingxua said with a smile, ready to select the hell level difficulty. Wait a minute. I heard someone say before I came that the Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon has an abyss difficulty. Why isn't that option here? Qin Shang didn't forget his previous doubts. According to his past experience in dungeons, the higher the difficulty, the more monsters there were, and the more monsters there were, the more layers of spells he could increase. So the Abyss dungeon was definitely a choice he couldn't miss. Oh, you silly fool, how do you not know this? The Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon has been specially set up by the Formation Masters. Only the token of the Abyss Dweller can unlock the Abyss dungeon option. As Luo Qingxue spoke, she took out a token from her body. This black token had the words Abyss Dweller written on one side, and on the other side, it recorded 3 hours and 32 monsters. Here, this is it. Look, the options are about to appear. Luo Qingxue held the token and approached the selection option of the dungeon vortex. In the next moment, a purple light shot out from the abyssal token, quickly transforming into an option for a deep abyss dungeon. So, that's how it is, Qin Shang nodded, realizing he couldn't blame himself. After all, he had just obtained the abyssal token, and the only person who had told him about the abyssal was Haitian Kwa. This reckless guild leader had only briefly introduced some information before leaving, failing to mention that the abyssal token had such a use. Alright, let's challenge the hell level now. Wait, what are you doing? Just as Luo Qingxue put away the token, she saw Qin Shang make an unexpected, even frightening move. Qin Shang's hand slowly pointed to the option for the abyss difficulty. If we're going to pursue excitement, we must go all the way. As Qin Shang's finger pressed down, the option instantly transformed into a purple light that merged into the dungeon vortex. The entire dungeon vortex turned purple, and the figures of Luo Qingxue and Qin Shang were sucked into it. On the other side, upon seeing Qin Shang and Luo Qingxue's choice, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, they actually chose the abyss difficulty. Have they lost their minds? The abyss difficulty has the highest death rate. That's right, I heard that the last team of abyssals that entered the abyss difficulty encountered demons, leading to the complete annihilation of the team. It's no wonder everyone was shocked. After all, it had been hundreds of years since anyone had conquered the abyss difficulty. However, human joy was not universal. At this moment, Bai Fei was laughing uncontrollably. I don't think we need to wait for the dungeon announcement anymore. They actually dared to enter the abyss dungeon. Don't say half an hour, they probably won't last even 20 minutes. I think, Justice Robot, you should just transfer the gold to me now. At this moment, the Justice Robot only emitted a cold voice. The bet is not over until the dungeon announcement is made. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, with a flash of light, Qin Shang and Luo Qingxue entered the abyss dungeon. Unlike the hell dungeon, a voice echoed in Qin Shang's ear. In the seas of this world, the master of the Dragon Palace, Aobai, leads his 3 siblings to guard this sea. But the good times didn't last long. Demons invaded, and the aura of the abyss infected this sea. Aobai, leading the guards of his dragon palace, vowed to resist the invasion of the demons. But unexpectedly, his 3 siblings, in order to survive, actually allied with the demons. This led to the invasion of abyssal demonic energy, and Aobai rose up to suppress the 3 dragons beneath the dragon palace of the abyss. But how long can the Dragon King Aobai hold out against the invasion of abyssal demonic energy? Ding! You have entered the abyss dungeon. Indeed, unlike the hell dungeon, the abyss dungeon where Qin Shang found himself was the original state of this space. The voice that had just broadcasted should be the real events that had occurred in this space. As for which world it existed in, it was unknown. Just as Qin Shang pondered, Luo Qingxue beside him looked pale. No way, you just had a hand tremor, right? Why did you choose the abyss difficulty? Luo Qingxue felt a bit overwhelmed. Although she had just become an abyssal not long ago, she had also learned from those senior abyssals how terrifying the abyss dungeon was. The monsters inside were not simply 5 times the number of a normal dungeon, but 6 times. Moreover, their stats were frighteningly strong. Although this abyssal dragon palace dungeon in Coastal City had been cleared several times by the abyssals of the Job Transfer Guild, every period of time, the abyssal demonic energy would condense new monsters again. It was almost endless unless cleared, but clearing the abyss dungeon was a rare event, not just in the kingdom of Xingxia but throughout the entire Blue Star. However, it's fine. Each of us has a boundary stone on us, so let's teleport out directly, Luo Qingxue said, recalling that she still had a boundary stone, quickly regaining her composure as she spoke to Qin Shang. No, what I want is the abyss dungeon, that's where the fun is. Qin Shang chuckled. Before Luo Qingxue could say anything else, a full 60 shrimp soldiers were already charging towards them from a distance. Upon seeing the shrimp soldiers, Qin Shang remained completely unfazed, scanning the information of the shrimp soldiers in front of him. Shrimp soldier level, 26 strength, 1460 agility, 600 constitution, 1600 health, 16,000 skills, spear thrust, water bullet. This is outrageous. Luo Qingxue had just finished scanning the data of these shrimp soldiers. Each shrimp soldier's attribute data was almost double that of hell level monsters, and even more astonishing was the fact that their numbers reached a staggering 60. How could they possibly fight this? Thinking of this, Luo Qingxue hurriedly took out a document from her belongings and then turned to Qin Shang, saying, "You shouldn't rush in. The data on these shrimp soldiers is too shocking. If we go in directly, we might get torn apart on the spot. I've prepared a strategy, you just need to." Luo Qingxue wanted Qin Shang to cooperate with her plan but hadn't finished speaking when she saw Qin Shang already beginning to chant a spell. "There's no need for that," Qin Shang said calmly, then pointed with a single finger. In an instant, a brilliant green light erupted in front of him, and crescent-shaped wind blades rapidly coalesced. Dense as a storm, a total of 407 wind blades gathered before Qin Shang. The next moment, the green wind blades, like the sides of death, struck towards the 60 shrimp soldiers. In the shocked gaze of Luo Qingxue, the 407 wind blades hit, instantly annihilating them. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingxue felt her scalp tingle. No wonder this guy didn't need a strategy, he wiped them all out with a mere gesture. Why bother looking at a guide? Ding! You have killed 60 shrimp soldiers, increasing your casting layers by 120. Current casting layers are 526. Ding! You have killed 60 shrimp soldiers and gained 900,000 experience. You have reached level 18. You gain 4 points to all basic attributes and 16 points to free attributes. Ding! You have obtained 60 elite level magic crystals. Level up again. This abyss level dungeon is indeed rich in experience, Qin Shang said, stretching lazily and nodding in satisfaction as he listened to the notifications in his ear. What did you just do? Luo Qingxue looked at the 60 shrimp soldiers, now in disarray before her, her mind blank. I killed monsters, didn't I say? I want to kill monsters to level up, Qin Shang replied nonchalantly, as if this was the simplest thing in the world for him. Hearing Qin Shang's words, Luo Qingxue opened her mouth, her throat dry, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. She certainly knew Qin Shang was farming monsters, but how could he possibly kill all 60 abyssal creatures in an instant? Moreover, what was that skill he just used? He merely chanted once and summoned 407 wind blades. Was that a mid-tier skill? No. At least it was high tier. No, even high-tier skills like Storm Nebula Slash couldn't possibly condense that many wind blades. Could it be a legendary forbidden spell? But the Qin Shang before her was just an ordinary level 18 mage. How could he possibly learn forbidden spells? Let's go, we still need to kill the crab generals in the next wave. Qin Shang called out to the dazed Luo Qingxue and walked ahead. You, wait for me, Luo Qingxue said, finally bouncing after him as he walked away. Meanwhile, at the dungeon management office. So, how's it going? Any new developments with Qin Shang? Wei Wuji asked his assistant beside him. Detected that not long ago he teamed up with a professional. The assistant replied briefly while glancing at the tablet. A good choice. Although his strength is formidable, it's safer to team up when challenging the Abyss Dragon Palace. Wei Wuji nodded, revealing an expression of understanding. At that moment, the door to the management office was pushed open, and a middle-aged officer walked in, exuding an aura of authority without anger, radiating dominance. Commander Lei, what brings you here? Wei Wuji, seeing the newcomer, was somewhat shocked. This person was none other than Lei Wanjun, the highest leader of the demon army in Binhai Town. Wei Wuji quickly saluted Lei Wanjun. It's nothing major, just that old Luo called me and said his little troublemaker has arrived near the Dragon Palace of the Abyss and asked me to keep an eye on her. Lei Wanjun waved his hand, signaling Wei Wuji to find a quiet place to sit. Old Luo's little troublemaker? Is Commander Lei referring to that genius girl, Luo Qingxue from Luo City? She has come to the Dragon Palace of the Abyss as well? Wei Wuji's face showed panic. He had heard of this little troublemaker, Luo Qingxue, who was said to love seeking thrills. Due to her family's circumstances, Luo Qingxue awakened her profession earlier than her peers. The first thing she did after awakening was to challenge large dungeons in major cities. This caused quite a bit of trouble, but her father was the lord of the first main city in Manhwa province, Luo Shanha. Therefore, whenever she arrived in a main city, the local dungeon administrators were filled with trepidation, fearing that this young lady might get hurt. Ah, that's right, you know old Luo's temper. He dotes on this little troublemaker the most. If she gets hurt under your watch, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle the consequences. Lei Wanjun shook his head helplessly. Thank you for the reminder, Commander Lei, I'll check immediately. Upon hearing Lei Wanjun's words, Wei Wuji was about to instruct his subordinates to investigate. But at that moment, an assistant rushed over in a panic. Xiaowang, why are you in such a hurry? Can't you see Commander Lei is here? Why are you acting so flustered? Wei Wuji, already irritated, felt even more annoyed at the assistant's panic. Sorry for the rudeness, Commander. Supervisor, you need to see this. Qin Sheng has leveled up again. Assistant Wang first saluted Lei Wanjun, then reported to Wei Wuji. What? He leveled up again in such a short time? Wasn't he in a team with someone? How did he level up so fast? Wei Wuji's face showed suspicion upon hearing Assistant Wang's words. Qin Sheng? If I remember correctly, he's the student that Wei Gu often mentions, right? Lei Wanjun interjected upon hearing the conversation between Wei Wuji and the assistant. I didn't expect you to remember. Yes, that's him. Today, old Zhang specifically asked me to take care of him. Wei Wuji nodded and replied with a smile. Ah, every time I meet Wei Gu, he praises his nephew's excellence. My ears are almost calloused from it. How could I not remember? But what do you mean by what you just said? What do you mean he leveled up again? Lei Wanjun asked, somewhat puzzled. Yes, Commander, since he arrived at the Dragon Palace of the Abyss Dungeon, he has leveled up 5 times already. Wei Wuji exhaled and nodded. Did you arrange a team for him? Lei Wanjun was initially surprised, then speculated. Old Zhang asked me to do this, but before I could arrange it, he had already leveled up 4 times. Wei Wuji shook his head, revealing a bitter smile. What? Are you saying that before he teamed up with anyone, he leveled up 4 times on his own? Lei Wanjun was somewhat astonished. That's right. And even though he is now in a team, he still leveled up from level 17 to level 18. Wei Wuji said excitedly. Goodness, this is a genius. No, he is simply a genius among geniuses. Every time Wei Gu meets me, he praises how outstanding his nephew is. I thought he was just boasting, but it turns out he was serious. Lei Wanjun couldn't help but feel shaken. He had been in the Dragon Palace of the Abyss Dungeon for so many years and had never seen anyone with such a terrifying leveling speed as Qin Shang. Quick, check which dungeon he is in now. Let's go wait for him in advance. You must recruit this kid into the demon-slaying team. He's a rare talent. Lei Wanjun said to Wei Wuji. Alright, Wei. Wuji signaled to his assistant, who immediately began checking. The assistant, looking at the data on the tablet, was filled with surprise. Qin Shang is currently in a team, and his teammate is Luo Qingxue. Hearing the assistant's words, Lei Wanjun and Wei Wuji exchanged glances. Goodness, how did this kid end up with the little demon king? However, the next moment, the assistant's pupils constricted even more as he stared at the tablet. It seemed he had seen something that shouldn't be possible. Qin Shang and Luo Qingxue are currently challenging a dungeon at abyss difficulty. Upon hearing this, Lei Wanjun was taken aback, while Wei Wuji felt a chill in his heart. Goodness, did Qin Shang dare to challenge abyss difficulty because he thought he was invincible? And if something happened to that little demon king from Luo City? Wei Wuji instantly felt a shiver down his spine, as if he could envision Luo Shanha coming for him. Sigh, it seems it's mostly that little demon king dragging Qin Shang into this madness, Lei Wanjun said, rubbing his forehead in frustration. But no matter what, both of them are geniuses. They are the pillars of the future of the Divine Xia Kingdom, and we cannot afford to lose them. I'll contact the Demon Suppression Army, and you reach out to the Transmutation Guild's Abyss Dwellers to prepare for entering the Abyss Dungeon. Hearing Lei Wanjun's words, Wei Wuji nodded anxiously. Alright, I'll take care of it right away. As Wei Wuji contacted the Transmutation Guild, he silently prayed. The death rate in the Abyss Dungeon is extremely high. Please don't let anything happen to you. Inside the dungeon, achoo. Luo Qingxue sneezed. What's going on? This dragon palace isn't even cold. Meanwhile, Qin Shang's gaze was fixed on the distance. They're coming. Crab general level, 28 strength, 1690 agility, 1040 constitution, 1650 health, 160,000 skills, charge, sweep, vertical slash. This time, they encountered a total of 30 crab generals, and their stats were terrifyingly high. They swung various weapons, trying to kill Qin Shang and Luo Qingxue. However, before they could get close, Qin Shang used wind blade technique again. What shocked Luo Qingxue was that this time, the number of wind blades Qin Shang unleashed was no longer 407 but 527. How is this possible? It should be noted that in the profession skills of Blue Star, the number of skills released cannot be controlled by the practitioner. It is what it is. For high-level skills like Meteor Fire Rain, the number of fireballs released is 20. It will always be 20. There can't be a situation where you release 10 and keep 10. But Qin Shang's situation in front of her completely defied the normal logic of Blue Star. Just a second ago, he had released 407 wind blades, but the next time he struck, it had turned into 527 wind blades. How is this possible? And while Luo Qingxue, with her sharp mind, couldn't figure it out, those 527 wind blades swept through like a storm, killing all the approaching crab generals. Ding! Congratulations on killing 30 crab generals and gaining 60 layers of casting. Your current casting layers are 586. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 30 elite-level magic crystals. After briefly reviewing the rewards, Qin Shang was not surprised by his rich experience gain. On one hand, it was because the abyss-level monsters provided abundant experience, and on the other hand, he had killed all these monsters by himself, so the experience naturally belonged to him alone. Let's go to the next level. Qin Shang patted the dazed Luo Qingxue on the head and walked towards the final council hall. Seems a bit unnecessary. Luo Qingxue, coming back to her senses, jiggled the experience gems on her body. She had originally promised Qin Shang that she could use the experience gems without dividing the experience, so as not to delay Qin Shang's leveling up. But now it seemed completely unnecessary. All the monsters in front were killed by Qin Shang alone, and the experience all belonged to him. She felt like a freeloader. At least she had awakened her hidden class Ice Archer. How could that compare to Qin Shang's ordinary class? It felt more like a beggar archer. Soon, the two arrived at the council hall and met the 6 Turtle Prime Ministers. Turtle Prime Minister level 29 strength, 1640 agility, 1860 constitution, 4000 health, 120,000. This health isn't double that of a hell-level Turtle Prime Minister, but triple. Luo Qingxue looked at the data of the 6 Turtle Prime Ministers in front of her, her eyes filled with terror. Don't be nervous, it's just a simple task. Qin Shang, unfazed by Luo Qingxue's shock, thought, what if it was 3 times? It was just 120,000 health. After leveling up, Qin Shang's mental power had reached 255 points, and with his spellcasting layers, it had already reached 586 layers. This meant that Qin Shang's current skill damage was 149,685 points. In other words, the Turtle Prime Ministers before him, like blood cows, were just a matter of Qin Shang's one skill. Eat my wind blade technique. Qin Shang didn't give the 6 Turtle Prime Ministers a chance to react. He raised his hand, and 587 wind blades howled out, striking the Turtle Prime Ministers. It directly shattered their shells, and their bodies were torn apart by the wind blade technique. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 6 Turtle Prime Ministers. Spellcasting layers increased by 12. Current spellcasting layers are 598 layers. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed a Turtle Prime Minister. Gained 1,200,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 6 boss magic crystals. As expected, just like before, the higher the level, the slower the leveling up. Qin Shang muttered to himself as he saw he hadn't leveled up after killing the Turtle Prime Ministers. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxue was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Previously, when Luo Qingxue and the White Snake team tackled the disaster-level Abyss Dragon Palace, they encountered 3 Turtle Prime Ministers, and spent a whole hour whittling down the Turtle Prime Minister's health of up to 30,000. And now, Qin Shang had taken down a Turtle Prime Minister with just one skill? What shocked Luo Qingxue even more was that the wind blade technique Qin Shang had just released had at least 587 blades. How did he do that? How? Are his skills like forbidden spells? What was this? An innate forbidden spell, Holy Body? Can we use the Dragon Balls to open the boss room now? Qin Shang stepped forward and reminded the still shocked Luo Qingxue. Okay. Luo Qingxue, just coming back to her senses, numbly took out the Dragon Balls from her possession. On the other side, outside the instance hall of the Class Change Guild, teams of Demon Suppression Army were passing by the entrance of the Class Change Guild Hall, their formations neat and their killing intent soaring as they rushed towards the Abyss Dragon Palace. Teacher, what's going on? Why are there so many Demon Suppression Army appearing near the Class Change Guild? The military uniform-clad girl by Miao asked Zhang Weiguo. With so many Demon Suppression Army mobilized, it seems someone is challenging the Abyss difficulty at the Abyss Dragon Palace, Zhang Weiguo thought to himself as he looked in the direction of the Demon Suppression Army. Only when someone challenged the Abyss difficulty would the Demon Suppression Army dispatch a large number of troops. The purpose was to prevent the challengers from dying and causing the monsters to break out and harm the city's people. I wonder how Xiao Sheng is doing. In the Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon, he must be careful, Zhang Weiguo thought silently. Meanwhile, in the Instance Management Office, a well-equipped team of players stood before Lei Wanjun and Wei Wuji. This team of players all wore black tokens, just like Luo Qingxue, and were all Abyss challengers from the Class Change Guild. Thank you all for your hard work, taking the time out of your busy schedules to rescue the players challenging the Abyss difficulty, Lei Wanjun said with a smile to the 4 players in front of him. Captain Lei, you're too polite, this is what we should do. Our teammate Zhao Xin has already gone to open the Abyss dungeon, one of them replied. Please rest assured, as soon as the dungeon is opened, we will enter to rescue the 2 classmates. As the captain of this team of Abyss Walkers, Long Yu confidently said to Lei Wanjun, please, Captain Long, these 2 students are geniuses and the future pillars of the kingdom of Xinxia. You must rescue them. Wei Wuji also looked anxious. Rest assured, we have previously ventured into the Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon and have experience. We will do our utmost to rescue the 2 students, Long Yu assured Wei Wuji again, patting his chest. Hearing Long Yu's words, Wei Wuji and Lei Wanjun exchanged glances, and the tension in their hearts slowly eased. But just then, Zhao Xian, the Abyss Walker responsible for opening the dungeon, rushed back with a worried expression. Captain, something's wrong. The Abyss dungeon failed to open. Long Yu furrowed his brow. How could this happen? Older, experienced Abyss Walker in the team speculated, I've encountered this situation before. The reason for the failure to open the Abyss dungeon is likely that the professionals inside have already opened the Abyss boss room, causing the dungeon to enter the Abyss boss strategy mode. Inside the dungeon, Luo Qingxue took out the Dragon Ball she had and walked to the conference hall. Behind the conference hall, there was a small courtyard. In the courtyard, various corals and seaweeds grew, resembling an underwater garden. At the center of this small courtyard stood a pavilion. On the stone table in the middle of the pavilion was a statue of a divine dragon made of sea stone. According to the strategy one found online, as long as the Dragon Ball is placed in the mouth of the divine dragon statue, the boss room can be opened, Luo Qingxue said as she moved the Dragon Ball towards the mouth of the divine dragon statue. I'm ready. Let's begin. Qin Shang nodded. The next moment, as Luo Qingxue placed the Dragon Ball in the mouth of the divine dragon statue, suddenly, both Qin Shang and Luo Qingxue flipped, falling headfirst downwards. Yes, they were indeed falling downwards. Strangely, the ground beneath their feet slowly rose into a dome made of sea stone. Meanwhile, the seawater that had been floating above them gradually changed from blue to red. The originally cold and damp seawater's temperature was surprisingly rising. After the blue seawater gradually transformed into red, the once clear seawater completely turned into magma. At this moment, Luo Qingxue and Qin Shang's feet slowly landed on the magma. Thanks to the protection of the dungeon rules, they were not harmed by the magma and felt as if they were walking on solid ground, just like outside. Is this the boss room? It doesn't look like what the strategy said. Luo Qingxue surveyed the bizarre scene. Before her, her eyes filled with surprise. Indeed, this might be due to the nature of the Abyss dungeon. Qin Shang, although he hadn't seen the strategy, based on his previous observations, believed that the correct boss room should have the divine dragon statue swallow the Dragon Ball and transform into a divine dragon to fight them, rather than transporting them to another space like this. Boom, boom. Hearing the thunderous sound from afar, Qin Shang and Luo Qingxue exchanged glances and then looked towards the source of the noise. Big brother, how long do you think you can keep us trapped by yourself? Yeah, you might as well let us go and join the abyss together. As a water-type spirit beast, you must be suffering in this magma hell. Why persist in this? In the direction where Qin Shang and Luo Qingxue were looking, an unforgettable scene unfolded before them. They saw a massive dragon covered in wounds and entirely snow-white, coiled around a towering stone pillar. The dragon's gaze was fierce. Despite its severe injuries, it still exuded a regal aura. At the same time, its 3 massive claws tightly gripped the stone pillar in front of it, while another claw held onto 3 iron chains as thick as a car. At the ends of the 3 iron chains were 3 different colored giant dragons, purple, blue, and red. Even if it costs me my life, I won't let you go out to harm others. You are clearly spirit beasts, yet you choose to surrender to the abyssal monsters and become beasts yourselves. How can you shamelessly continue to exist in this world? The snow-white giant dragon roared, its voice like thunder. However, what puzzled Qin Shang and Luo Qingxue from a distance was that although the dragon was making sounds, its mouth was not moving, as if the voice came from some ethereal depth. Brother, your body has already perished in battle. How long can you trap us with just your soul's power? The blue dragon scoffed. Indeed, even without the abyssal magic to replenish us, we have food delivered right to our door to help us regain our strength, the purple dragon said, glancing towards Qin Shang and Luo Qingxue. Hee, what are we waiting for? Let's eat them, and then we'll feast on our brother. The red dragon opened its massive jaws, exuding a murderous aura. At that moment, Luo Qingxue, looking at the 4 giant dragons from afar, turned pale. How can there be 3 giant dragons? According to the guides she found online, the ordinary level of the abyssal dragon palace dungeon did not summon bosses. The difficult, calamity, and hell levels corresponded to 3 different dragons. She never expected that the abyssal boss room would require battling 3 dragons at once. This meant that the dragons in the previous 3 dungeons were merely projections of these 3. Unlike Luo Qingxue's shock, Qin Shang was using his inspection skill to check the data of the 3 dragons. Ao Hua, Red Dragon, level, 32 strength, 3600 agility, 3400 health, 422,000 skills, Flame Breath. Ao Lei, Purple Dragon, level, 34 strength, 3400 agility, 3600 health, 321,000 skills, Thunder Strike. Ao Dian, Blue Dragon, level, 36 strength, 3600 agility, 3600 health, 366,000 skills, Lightning Strike. As expected of the Abyss Dungeon's difficulty, this data is outrageous. Not to mention, these three dragons have strength and agility values exceeding 3,000. Their health points have also reached over 300,000, with the Red Dragon having a staggering 400,000. Just as Qin Shang was pondering with his chin in hand, the three dragons suddenly struggled. The chains binding them rattled, causing the entire sea area to shake, and water whirlpools began to form. Roar, roar, roar. The three dragons twisted their bodies, and the three iron chains binding them emitted sharp sounds. Clearly, the chains could not hold for long. What are you doing? Qin Shang looked back at Luo Qingxue with some confusion. At that moment, Luo Qingxue took out a milky white pearl from her body and threw it into the air. This is a recording pearl. I'm documenting our lives, she said, her face filled with despair. Upon seeing the data of the three dragons, she had already lost her fighting spirit. Moreover, when she had just used the boundary-breaking pearl, she discovered that the boundary-breaking stone had also become ineffective. Oh, right, if you miraculously survive, plant a tree with my corpse. If the fruit I bear is particularly bitter and stimulating, then that's right, I do like excitement, Qin Shang said with a smile, shaking his head. What are you talking about? Don't give up hope, I never said I couldn't win. At that moment, Qin Shang's gaze was fixed on the three dragons before him, his eyes blazing. The next moment, he raised his hand, and 599 wind blades shot through the air, carrying a fierce momentum as they attacked the three dragons. Meanwhile, in the dungeon management room, boss challenge mode? What does that mean? Wei Wuji was also puzzled upon hearing the words of the Abyssal Challenger. He had been in the Abyssal Dragon Palace dungeon for so long and had never heard of this mode. Abyss Boss Strategy Mode, simply put, is when a professional enters the dungeon and reaches the Abyss Boss Room. During the 30 minutes of the challenge, outside professionals cannot enter, and they can only rely on the professionals inside the instance to escape. The older professional, Zhao Xian, sighed and said, "Does that mean the two of them have to fight the Abyss Boss to the death?" Wei Wuji said, his face growing paler. It wasn't just him, even Lei Wanjun beside him looked grim. The boss challenge mode sounded like a one-on-one duel between professionals and the boss, but everyone knew the terrifying difficulty of the Abyss Dragon Palace. The Abyss difficulty of the Abyss Dragon Palace had existed in Binhai City for a full 360 years, yet no one had ever broken through it. Why? Because the Abyss bosses within were terrifyingly strong. Rather than saying they would duel the Abyss boss, it was more accurate to say that Luo Qingxue and Qin Shang had already been sentenced to death. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I failed to supervise properly, leading to the deaths of Qin Shang and Luo Qingxue. Wei Wuji collapsed weakly to the ground. But there is still hope. As long as these two kids retreat in time, they can still escape from the boss, Dragon Yu said. Hearing this, Lei Wanjun and Wei Wuji exchanged hopeful glances. Then they saw Dragon Yu fall silent for a moment before saying to Lei Wanjun, however, Captain Lei, we need to be prepared. The boss challenge mode is different from the normal Abyss instance. The shorter the time the professionals hold out, the more monsters will rush out. Upon hearing Dragon Yu's words, everyone in the management office fell silent again. Lei Wanjun nodded and began to instruct the demon suppression army to start their deployment. Those two kids must be very scared right now, facing the Abyss boss at such a young age. They are definitely weak, pitiful, and helpless. At this moment, inside the instance, the three-headed dragon saw that Qin Shang not only did not flee but instead launched an attack against them, igniting their fury even more. However, the next moment, they saw a brilliant green light erupting in front of Qin Shang as 599 wind blades swept toward them. How can there be so many wind blades? What the hell is this kid? What kind of spirit technique is this? I've never seen it before, damn it. It's a pain in the ass. Old Lei, old Dian, let's take him down together. The three-headed dragon exchanged glances, looking at the wind blade technique before them like a world-ending storm. Then, one dragon breathed lightning, another breathed electricity, and the last breathed fire, rapidly gathering three types of energy to collide violently with Qin Shang's 599 wind blades. The next moment, the entire magma hell erupted with a deafening roar. In the distance, Luo Qingxue, even with her ears covered, suddenly saw everything go dark. Her head spun, and blood oozed from her ears. At this moment, the three dragons looked at Qin Shang with disdain. This spirit technique is indeed powerful, but how many times can you use it? That's right, once you run out of tricks, you'll be our meal. Heh, young people just don't know how to play. Who comes in swinging like that? The three-headed dragon revealed a chilling smile in their eyes. Such a powerful spirit technique was definitely Qin Shang's trump card and could not be used multiple times. Meanwhile, in the distance, Luo Qingxue looked at Qin Shang with some unease. Indeed, on Blue Star, skills like Qin Shang's could be called forbidden spells. Generally speaking, a 7th turn Emperor level professional would be lucky to have one forbidden spell. Qin Shang's immediate use of his forbidden spell made Luo Qingshua's heart sink even further. It was important to know that the skills of professionals on Blue Star also emphasized balance. Powerful skills often came with a hefty price, either in massive consumption or long cooldown times. In her view, Qin Shang might think his skill was powerful, that one move could conquer all. But now, with Qin Shang casting a forbidden spell, he had not killed the three-headed dragon before him. This couldn't help but make Luo Qingshua's heart sink to the bottom. Oh, you're talking about this? It's just a casual strike of mine. After saying that, Qin Shang pointed again at the three-headed dragon, and in the next moment dark clouds gathered above the dragon's heads, with bolts of lightning rapidly converging. Immediately, 599 bolts of lightning struck down furiously in the terrified eyes of the three-headed dragon. How is this possible? The three-headed dragon exclaimed in unison, and before they could react, the 599 bolts of lightning rained down on them like a torrential downpour. Following that, Qin Shang pointed his finger again, and in the next moment, a red light flashed before him, condensing into 599 fireballs. Previously, in the water area of the Abyssal Dragon Palace, the power of the fireball spell would be weakened. Now, transformed into hellish magma, the fireball spell's power was naturally unaffected. Qin Shang could release it with confidence. Damn brat! The three-headed dragon had just recovered from the impact of the 599 bolts of lightning and hadn't even had time to open its eyes when the 599 fireballs followed closely behind. As the three-headed dragon opened its eyes, it saw a sea of crimson before it. Fireballs, like a calamity from hell, were crashing toward the three-headed dragon. I endure. The three-headed dragon, still paralyzed from the previous lightning strike, was unable to unleash its skills. It could only watch helplessly as the fireballs smashed into it. At this moment, Qin Shang remained calm and pointed his finger again. In the next moment, a green light burst forth before him, condensing into 599 wind blades once more. Are you on repeat? The three-headed dragon was shaken to its core upon seeing the reappearance of the 599 wind blades, its pupils filled with disbelief. Each attack released by the opponent was considered a high-level spiritual technique in their world, and such terrifying spiritual techniques the opponent could release continuously as if it were as easy as drinking water. How is this possible? The three-headed dragon roared in anger, only to be unwillingly shredded into pieces by the wind blades. Phew, finally dead. That took a bit of time. Seeing the three-headed dragon killed, Qin Shang stretched lazily. Although the first wave of wind blades was blocked by the three-headed dragon, later, Qin Shang continuously unleashed lightning strikes, fireballs, and wind blades, with his 3 waves of damage stacking up to a staggering 493,350, enough to kill the three-headed dragon before him. Meanwhile, in the distance, Luo Qingxue stood frozen in place, his pupils constricting sharply, as if petrified. He watched the three-headed dragon being torn to shreds. Am I dreaming? Such powerful skills, he was able to release them 3 times in a row. Is this guy really a student who just awakened this year? Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the three-headed dragon, gaining 3 million experience. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 19, basic. Attributes plus 4, free attributes plus 16 points. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the three-headed dragon, gaining 6 layers of spellcasting. Current spellcasting layers are 604. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the three-headed dragon, gaining dragon scale armor and dragon scale blade, dragon scale gauntlets. Ding! You have obtained 3 boss magic crystals. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a treasure chest from the Abyss difficulty dungeon. Phew, finally leveled up. As expected of an Abyss difficulty boss, the experience is abundant, a full 3 million, allowing me to jump from level 18 to level 19 in one go. Feeling the boost in level, Qin Shang stretched lazily, his face showing delight. After this wave of experience, he only needed to level up once more to reach level 20 and take on the second transfer quest. Goodness! Reaching the second transfer on the second day after awakening, this goal is probably something others wouldn't even dare to think about. After allocating all his free attribute points to his spirit, Qin Shang checked his attribute panel: age, 18, occupation, mage level, 19 spirit, 275 strength, 55 agility, 55 constitution, 134 health, 1340 mana, 2750 skills, fireball, thunderstrike, spirit restoration, detection, taunt, windblade, frostbite sword equipment, true bracelet, guardian spirit armor, blood red cloak, fate necklace, recovery ring. Multiple casting layers, 604, effect, increases casting layers by 2 for each monster killed. Goodness, after leveling up, Qin Shang's spirit has now reached 275 points. Coupled with the original 604 casting layers, he can deal an explosive damage of up to 166,100. Of course, aside from the increase in damage, one of the most important gains this time is the Abyss treasure chest in front of Qin Shang. After putting away the boss crystals dropped by the 3 dragons and the equipment, the snow-white giant dragon perched on the stone pillar in the distance let out a cry towards them. "Ha, well done. Young man, thank you for eliminating these 3 scoundrels for my clan. I have little time left, but I still have a treasure chest to give you. Come over quickly, and I will get it for you right away." Meanwhile, in the external dungeon management office, Lei Wanjun and Wei Wuji were anxiously watching the screen displaying the dungeon vortex. It's been 5 minutes already, and they haven't sent out a death announcement. These 2 kids are geniuses, maybe they really have a chance to escape. Seeing that so much time had passed without an announcement, Lei Wanjun felt a bit relieved. By the way, Captain Lon, didn't I notify 2 teams of Abyss Explorers to come over? Why is it just your team that arrived? Wei Wuji, who had just calmed down, suddenly remembered something and asked Longyu. "It's like this, Supervisor Wei, the other team you notified." Longyu shook his head, revealing a look of sorrow. They were wiped out by the evil spirits a month ago when they conquered the Abyss dungeon. Evil spirits? Could the rumors be true that a team of Abyss Explorers was annihilated by evil spirits? Upon hearing Longyu's words, Wei Wuji recalled the previous rumor. Yes, the evil spirit they encountered was called Dec. This evil spirit is very cunning and likes to hide on the Abyss boss. Longyu shook his head, also filled with regret. When that team of Abyss Explorers let their guard down, it suddenly launched an attack leading to their annihilation. These scum from the Abyss are getting more and more arrogant, Lei Wanjun said with anger on his face, his fists clenched, radiating killing intent. That's why the demon suppression army is eager to form a demon-slaying team to promptly clear the evil spirits from the Death Mountains, he continued. Sooner or later, we will drive all the evil spirits out of Blue Star, leaving not a single one behind. As he spoke, Lei Wanjun scanned the members of the Demon Suppression Army in the management office. With Lei Wanjun's impassioned speech, the members of the Demon Suppression Army were also filled with a surge of killing intent. At the same time, upon hearing the words of the snow-white giant dragon, Qin Shang did not rush forward but instead fixed his gaze intently on the snow-white giant dragon in front of him. At this moment, Luo Qingxue, who had been frozen in place, also came to her senses and walked over to Qin Shang. "Now that the boss has been killed by you, why haven't we been teleported out? Could it be that obtaining the equipment from this white dragon is the final step of this dungeon?" Luo Qingxue speculated in her heart. Hearing Luo Qingxue's words, Qin Shang ignored her and instead began to raise his right hand. "Hey, what are you doing?" Seeing Qin Shang's actions, Luo Qingxue was taken aback. However, the next moment, Qin Shang flicked his right hand, and instantly, 605 wind blades shot towards the white dragon. "Oh, young friend, what are you doing?" Seeing the wind blades rushing towards it, the white giant dragon let out a puzzled sound. However, in the distance, Qin Shang remained oblivious to this, and the next moment, just as 605 wind blades were about to strike the white giant dragon, the dragon's previously confused expression instantly turned sinister. Then, from the dragon's horns, 2 purple-black beams shot out, blocking all the wind blades in front of it, and those 2 beams even pierced through numerous wind blades, hitting Qin Shang and Luo Qingxue with incredible speed. Ding! The effect of your equipment, the Destiny Necklace, has been activated. Cooldown time, 1 day. Hearing the system's announcement in his ear, Qin Shang's gaze was fixed on the white giant dragon in front of him. That purple beam had been too fast, his protective spirit shield hadn't even had time to activate. If he hadn't had the Destiny Necklace, he would have been in serious trouble this time. What's going on? Isn't this guy supposed to give us a treasure chest? Why did it suddenly attack? Beside Qin Shang, Luo Qingxue also had special equipment that blocked this attack. Hee, I didn't expect you 2 little ones to have quite a few treasures on you. At this moment, the dragon coiled around. The stone pillar was staring intently at Qin Shang and Luo Qingxue. The tone of the white giant dragon was no longer filled with the majesty of a king, but rather had a cold and sinister feeling. "I'm curious, when did you realize something was off?" The white dragon's gaze swept past Luo Qingxue and landed on Qin Shang. At this moment, facing the dragon's gaze, Qin Shang remained silent. It was too easy to notice the dragon's abnormality. Originally, the 3 giant dragons were tightly locked beneath the stone pillar by the white giant dragon. However, during the recent battle, those 3 dragons broke free from their chains, and the white giant dragon didn't stop them at all, which was already suspicious. It doesn't matter whether you answer or not, anyway, you are all going to die at my hands today, under Emperor Ix's. After letting out a sinister laugh, the dragon released wisps of purple smoke above its head, which slowly gathered into a figure. It was a demon dressed in a purple robe, with horns on its head, holding a book-like item in its hands. Emperor Ixis level, 39 strength, 10,000 agility, 10,000 health, 1 million. Traits. Each skill can only be effective once. It's over. After checking Emperor Ixis's data, Luo Qingxue's eyes were filled with despair. Not to mention that Emperor Ixis was at level 39, just its base attributes being 10,000 was enough to make Luo Qingxue feel hopeless. Moreover, its health reached 1 million, how could they fight that? This guy isn't launching the same kind of beam attack as before. So that attack must be a skill of the white giant dragon. He just borrowed it. Qin Sheng stroked his chin, contemplating. According to his own speculation, that previous attack should have been the dragon's own. The Emperor Ixis in front of them should be the type of demon that excels at possessing others. Qin Sheng, why don't we run for now? According to the dungeon rules, as long as we hold on a little longer, we can leave the boss room. Seeing that Qin Sheng didn't move, Luo Qingxue thought he was also at a loss. Don't be anxious, I haven't taken the treasure chest yet. Hearing Luo Qingxue's words, Qin Sheng shook his head, then his gaze turned to the distant demon Emperor Ixis. He then pointed his finger, and in the next second, sparks gathered, forming a total of 605 fireballs that shot towards Emperor Ixis like meteors. However, Emperor Ixis did not dodge, taking the attack head-on, although its health dropped by 166/100. But then, DEC launched an attack at Qin Sheng, a purple-black beam that slammed hard into Qin Sheng's body. Luo Qingxue, who could only hide in the corner and watch, covered her eyes in fear when she saw DEC's attack hit Qin Sheng. However, because Qin Sheng had previously unleashed his skill 604 times, the effect of the recovery ring was triggered, turning what should have been restored health into a shield of 166,100 points, coupled with Qin Sheng's original protective spirit armor, which also had 166,100 points. The shield value soared to 332,200 points. Although DEC's attack was not low in damage, it didn't even break through Qin Sheng's shield value. What kind of skill is this? The shield value is so high? Luo Qingxue lowered her hands and, seeing Qin Sheng's terrifying shield value, her mouth dropped open in shock. You have quite a few good things on you. We absolutely cannot let you grow stronger, or else you will become a serious threat to our abyss. Seeing that her attack had little effect, a cruel glint appeared in DEC's eyes. DEC waved her hand again, releasing another purple beam, while Qin Sheng did not back down, casting another fireball spell. To Qin Sheng's surprise, this time the fireball spell hitting DEC did not cause any damage. Then he remembered the characteristic he had seen when probing DEC's identity information. Each skill can only take effect once? Qin Sheng smacked his lips. Luo Qingxue also realized the reason why Qin Sheng's fireball spell had no effect. It should be related to the characteristics on DEC's panel, which caused each skill to only deal damage to DEC once. If that were the case, Luo Qingxue's gaze fell on Qin Sheng. She had witnessed Qin Sheng using 3 powerful skills akin to forbidden spells to eliminate 3 dragons, and most importantly, Qin Sheng had repeated the use of the wind blade technique during that process. This meant that Qin Sheng's powerful skills should only be 3. If those 3 skills couldn't take down DEC in front of them, then they were doomed. If the fireball spell is useless, then let's try this. Qin Sheng was undeterred, pointing his finger again as 605 lightning strikes and 605 wind blades slammed into DEC. DEC also did not back down, continuously releasing 3 beams. Although none of the 3 beams broke through Qin Sheng's defense, Qin Sheng's 3 waves of skills only dealt 498,300 points of damage to DEC, yet she still remained unscathed. At this moment, after releasing the wind blade technique, Qin Sheng did not condense another skill but instead stopped his left palm in front of his chest while raising his right fist above his head. Haha, kid, are you out of tricks? Although I don't know how you, at such a young age, managed to wield so many powerful spirit techniques, the evil DEC said proudly, but after these 3 moves, you have no skills left that can harm me. On the other side, Luo Qingxue also looked pale. Although Qin Sheng had not had his defense broken by DEC, in her eyes, Qin Sheng had already used up his 3 powerful skills, and there was nothing left that could harm DEC. Qin Sheng, you've tried, your 3 skills akin to forbidden spells still haven't taken down DEC. We should retreat for now, Luo Qingxue said anxiously. Hearing Luo Qingxue's words, Qin Sheng smiled. Who said I only have 3 beginner skills? Beginner skills? Upon hearing Qin Sheng's words, Luo Qingxue was momentarily stunned and didn't react. Just then, the temperature around Qin Sheng suddenly dropped significantly. Even Luo Qingxue, as an ice archer, felt the cold was unbearable. Next to Qin Sheng, white mist gradually condensed into icy swords. Raising his hand was not an apology, but a piercing cold ice sword. At that moment, from a distance, DEC instantly felt the threat to his life. The playful look in his eyes vanished, replaced by a serious expression as he gazed at Qin Sheng in front of him. As the cold air continued to gather, a total of 605 cold ice swords stood before Qin Sheng, arranged like a military formation. This was the mid-level skill Qin Sheng had learned not long ago, piercing cold ice sword. In the blue star, the differences between low, mid, and high-level skills were not just in their effects. The power varied significantly as well. Simply put, a low-level skill dealt 100% equivalent mental damage. A mid-level skill, however, dealt 200%, meaning that Qin Sheng's current wave of piercing cold ice sword could inflict damage of 332,200. Say goodbye to this world, little brother. Qin Sheng pointed at the distant DEC, and then 605 cold ice swords shot out. DEC looked up, and the 605 cold ice swords, carrying a powerful sense of oppression, charged towards him. Damn it, this kid has too many powerful skills. I can't just sit here and wait to die, or I'll end up dead here. Sooner or later. With this thought, DEC did not flee. Instead, he charged towards Qin Sheng, facing the 605 cold ice swords. He calculated that even if the cold ice swords had high damage, they wouldn't be able to kill him instantly. As long as he could kill Qin Sheng amidst the cold ice swords, all hidden dangers would be resolved. With this in mind, DEC plunged into the encirclement of cold ice swords, continuously pushing against the flow, charging towards Qin Sheng. However, the cold ice swords had a freezing effect. Every time DEC charged forward, his body would freeze a little more. But DEC remained undeterred, still charging forward fiercely. Qin Sheng, be careful. This guy is going all out. Luo Qingxue noticed something was off with DEC's state and hurriedly warned him. However, at that moment, Qin Sheng's eyes were fixed on DEC's charging figure, and he did not move at all. Luo Qingxue didn't know, but he was very clear that the damage from the piercing cold ice sword hitting the enemy was only the first wave. When the cold aura on the enemy accumulated to a certain extent, it would freeze, and when the ice shattered, it would cause the second wave of damage. At this moment, DEC was still charging, his figure moving forward. His hand was getting closer to Qin Sheng, almost there, just a little more. Heh, soon I can crush this kid. However, just when DEC was only a step away from Qin Sheng, the cold aura on him suddenly erupted. A terrifying chill swept in all directions. What is this? The powerful cold aura made even Luo Qingxue, the ice archer, change her expression drastically. She quickly looked over, but all she could see was a thick white mist for a long time. When the mist finally cleared, Qin Sheng's figure stood proudly in mid-air. Once she saw Qin Sheng's figure in the scene in front of him, Luo Qingxue's eyes filled with terror. At that moment, looking at Qin Sheng's back was like looking at a monster. This was because, at that moment, Qin Sheng was holding a head with two horns. This head belonged to none other than DEC, who had just charged at Qin Sheng, and DEC's body had already been reduced to powder by the second damage of the piercing cold ice sword. From the moment Qin Sheng released the piercing cold ice sword to the moment he killed DEC, it all seemed long, but in reality, it happened within a minute. A level 19 mage, Qin Sheng, had actually killed a level 39 evil demon, DEC, in just 1 minute. What incredible combat power! And at that moment, the system's announcement rang in Qin Sheng's ears. Ding! Congratulations on killing the Abyss Demon, gaining 1 million experience. Ding! Your level has risen to level 20, gaining 16 free attribute points, and all basic attributes increased by 4 points. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the Abyss Dragon Palace at Abyss difficulty, gaining the God level passive, Demon God. Body. 5 minutes ago, at the instance management office of the Abyss Dragon Palace, Assistant Wang, who was originally checking the instant status on a tablet, suddenly changed his expression dramatically. Captain, it's bad. Supervisor Wei, the instance has detected the presence of evil spirits in the Abyss Dragon Palace instance. Assistant Wang said anxiously. What? Evil spirits have appeared in the Abyss Dragon Palace? Upon hearing Assistant Wang's words, both Wei Wuji and Lei Wanjun, as well as Long Yu, the team leader of the Abyss Wanderers, gasped in shock. The three exchanged glances, seeing anger and unwillingness in each other's eyes. If Qin Sheng and Luo Qingxue were only challenging the Abyss boss room, there might still be a chance to escape, but once they encountered the cunning Abyss evil spirits, even a few lives wouldn't be enough to survive. Damn it! Captain Long, hasn't the boss challenge mode time expired yet? Lei Wanjun asked anxiously. Not yet, there are still 20 minutes left for the boss room strategy. Long Yu's face also showed a hint of unwillingness. It's over, it's all my fault. Wei Wuji's face turned pale, looking lost. Captain, is the situation really that dire? Do they really have no hope of surviving? Zhao Xin from the Abyss Wanderers team asked Long Yu. I wish they could survive, but those are Abyss evil spirits, notorious for wiping out a fully equipped 4-turn Abyss Wanderers team, Long Yu said sadly, shaking his head. These two students aren't even second turn. How could they possibly survive? Just then, on the instance screen monitored by the management office, a light curtain suddenly appeared in mid-air above the instance vortex, announcing information about the Abyss Dragon Palace practitioners. The already tense crowd felt even colder in their hearts upon seeing that announcement. There are only 3 situations in which the Abyss Dragon Palace would broadcast an announcement. One is when a practitioner is injured, another is when a practitioner dies, and the last is when a practitioner clears the instance. Lei Wanjun and the others exchanged glances. They couldn't even dare to think about clearing the Abyss difficulty of the Abyss Dragon Palace. After all, it had been over 300 years since anyone had cleared that instance. As for being injured and exiting the instance before knowing about the appearance of the evil spirits, they might have believed that Qin Sheng and Luo Qingxue could manage it, but now that the evil spirits had appeared in the Abyss difficulty of the Abyss Dragon Palace, which had previously wiped out an Abyss Wanderers team, how could they possibly escape unscathed? The only outcome left was a death announcement. The announcement has already been made. Could it be that those two really? As the administrator of the Abyss Dragon Palace, Wei Wuji didn't dare to look at the announcement on the screen. He could almost imagine the horrific information written on it. Well, it has come to this. The fate of these two geniuses is already sealed. We can only take care of the aftermath. Lei Wanjun sighed sadly, then turned to Long Yu behind him. I will immediately deploy the Demon Suppression Army, ready to confront any monsters that break out of the instance. As for the Abyss difficulty, I leave it to you, Captain Long. Lei Wanjun merely glanced at the announcement on the screen, not bothering to read it carefully, as he believed the outcome was already determined. Rather than reminiscing about the deceased, it was better to focus on the present, but from his tone, one could hear the loneliness in Lei Wanjun's heart. After all, he had searched for a long time to find a genius like Qin Shang, only to see him fall like this. However, according to what Long Yu had said earlier, in the boss strategy mode, the shorter the practitioners lasted, the more monsters would break out. Now that only 10 minutes had passed in the boss strategy mode and the announcement had come out, one could imagine the number of monsters that had emerged. Alright, Captain Lei, don't worry, I'll take care of the rest. Zhao Xian, go ahead and open the Abyss difficulty instance again, Long Yu said, a look of sorrow on his face. Then turned to the Abyss Wanderers team behind him. At the same time, at the entrance of the dungeon, due to the bet between Qin Sheng and Bai Fei of the White Snake team, a crowd had gathered outside the dungeon. What's going on? Why are so many people gathered here? Asked a giant man with a long knife at his waist, none other than Chai Dalao. Oh, it's Captain Chai. Well, about 15 minutes ago, Captain Bai Fei of the White Snake team made a bet with the adventurer who went into the dungeon, wagering 50 million, a warrior replied. What? Bai Fei is betting that much? Who's the opponent? Chai Dalao was somewhat surprised. It's that rich lady who hired Bai Fei before, along with a young boy who looks like a student just awakened this year, the warrior continued. Goodness, are students awakened this year that strong? Chai Dalao rubbed his beard, recalling Qin Shang's figure at the Job Change Guild. Meanwhile, Captain Bai Fei of the White Snake team was standing at the entrance of the vortex, staring intently at it. Captain, no need to be so anxious, they are bound to lose. Yeah, Captain, that's Abyss difficulty. How could a newly awakened student last even half an hour? Exactly, when they come out in disgrace, that little rich lady will know that only our captain is her support. At this moment, Bai Fei looked at the vortex entrance, but his brows furrowed slightly. It's already been 15 minutes, and those two still haven't come out. Are they hiding in some corner? Hearing Bai Fei's question, his teammates chimed in. Captain, just wait and see, they must be hiding in there, trying to stall for time. But it's fine, Captain. Don't forget, even if they can hide for 15 minutes, the monsters in Abyss difficulty are terrifying. Yeah, maybe they'll soon be surrounded by monsters and a failure announcement will come out. As if to validate their words, a light screen suddenly appeared in the air above the vortex, displaying the dungeon announcement from the Abyss Dragon Palace. Seeing the announcement, Bai Fei's face instantly lit up. In Bai Fei's eyes, there are usually 3 types of failure announcements: death and clearing. The clearing announcement is the hardest to appear, let alone in Abyss difficulty, leaving only death and failure. But regardless of which one, according to the wager, with less than 20 minutes past, Bai Fei had already won. Thinking of this, a brilliant smile appeared on Bai Fei's face as he walked up to the dungeon notarization robot. Hey, notarization robot, the announcement is out, the winner is decided. Quickly transfer that 50 million from that kid's card to me. Upon hearing Bai Fei's words, the notarization robot's eyes flashed and began to operate. Ding! Judgment started. Winner Qin Shang, 100 million gold deducted from loser Bai Fei, transferred to Qin Shang's account. Bai Fei? Meanwhile, at the dungeon management office, what did you say? What do you mean there are no traces of monsters detected? How is that possible? Lei Wanjun questioned his subordinate officer. Captain, it's absolutely true. After receiving your order, we began searching around the Abyss Dragon Palace, the officer replied. But the satellite hasn't detected any traces of monsters. The officer, seeing Lei Wanjun's anger, hurriedly responded. That shouldn't be. The announcement has been made, and they have activated the Abyss boss strategy mode. How could there be no monsters? Lei Wanjun was somewhat puzzled. Dragon Yu was equally confused. What did you say? The Abyss passage still can't be opened? Dragon Yu's eyes revealed doubt upon hearing teammate Zhao Xian's report. It shouldn't be, the announcement has been made, logically speaking, after Qin Shang's death, the Abyss dungeon should be able to reopen. Could it be that the dungeon has malfunctioned again? Thinking of this, Dragon Yu and Lei Wanjun simultaneously looked towards Wei Wuji, the dungeon administrator. Don't worry, I'll have someone check right away. Assistant Wang, hey, why are you just standing there? Feeling the gaze of the two, Wei Wuji was about to call his assistant Wang to investigate. However, he found Assistant Wang frozen in place, holding a tablet. that displayed the status of the dungeon. Looking as dazed as a stone statue, his eyes glued to the screen. No, it can't be. Impossible, absolutely impossible. At that moment, Assistant Wang kept staring at the tablet screen, his mouth trembling as he spoke. What do you mean impossible? Lei Wanjun and the others exclaimed in unison, all turning their attention to the dazed Assistant Wang. Captain Lei, Supervisor Wei, Captain Long, you might as well see for yourselves. Assistant Wang swallowed hard and uploaded the screen's content to the large display in the management room. The next moment, a prominent dungeon announcement appeared on the screen, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Congratulations to the professional Qin Shang and Luo Qingxue for clearing the abyss difficulty of the Deep Abyss Dragon Palace. Now we will evaluate the best performing professionals for this clearance. Qin Shang, output 100% evaluation SSS. Qin Shang, clearance speed 15 minutes evaluation SSS. Hiss. The crowd in the dungeon management office looked on, and the announcement about Qin Shang clearing the abyss difficulty left the entire room in silence, not a sound to be heard, all eyes fixated on that absurd clearance announcement. Clearing the dungeon in 15 minutes. This speed is incredibly abnormal for any dungeon. Not to mention that Qin Shang cleared the abyss difficulty of the Deep Abyss Dragon Palace. This speed is unprecedented and will likely never be matched again, even in the small city of Binhai, let alone the entire Nanha province or even the whole of the Xingxia kingdom. Such a clearance record is impossible to find. However, what shocked the management office even more was the 100% output. This meant that Qin Shang had almost single-handedly cleared the dungeon. What does that even mean? As the captain of the Abyss Walkers, Long Yu understood this best. He had participated in countless Abyss dungeon raids, moving from a team member to captain, and each time it required close cooperation with teammates, often teetering on the brink of death. Yet here was Qin Shang, who had done it all alone. Others said that the members of the Abyss Walkers were all geniuses, but now seeing Qin Shang, he realized that the others weren't even geniuses, only Qin Shang was. How is he only level 20? Wei Wuji glanced at Qin Shang's level increase, his face filled with shock. If he remembered correctly, the last time he checked, Qin Shang was only level 18. Although level 18 and level 20 are just 2 levels apart based on the normal leveling speed of professionals, the fastest would take at least a month in the Deep Abyss Dragon Palace, while the slowest could take 2 to 3 months. Yet Qin Shang reached level 20 in less than 20 minutes. Is there a possibility that he repelled that evil creature? Lei Wanjun rubbed his chin, analyzing. At that moment, Lei Wanjun appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was already in turmoil. Having spent so long in the Deep Abyss Dragon Palace, he naturally knew how much experience was needed between level 18 and level 20. Coupled with the previous appearance of the evil creature, eliminating all impossibilities left only one possibility. Qin Shang had indeed repelled the evil creature. And within the dungeon, repelling the evil creature would also grant experience. But from the appearance of the evil creature to the announcement being released, less than a minute had passed. This Qin Shang is too abnormal. Such an abnormal genius must be recruited into the Demon Suppression Army. Hearing Lei Wanjuan's words, Wei Wuji and Long Yu found it hard to believe. Yet they didn't know how to refute it. Indeed, logically speaking, if Qin Shang cleared the abyss difficulty, it meant he had repelled the appearing evil creature. The Demon Emperor is goodness, that was a team that had wiped out a squad composed of 4 turn Abyss Walkers, and Qin Shang had managed to repel it all by himself. Captain Lei, can we discuss something? Let Qin Shang join us, the Abyss Walkers, Long Yu said excitedly. With a genius like Qin Shang on their side, the casualties among the Abyss Walkers would be significantly reduced. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon vortex, Bai Fei and his White Snake team were surrounding the notarization robot, shouting, "Hey, is this broken machine bugged? The announcement has already been made, can't you see it? I clearly won. How can you take 100 million from my account to give to that kid Qin Shang?" Bai Fei's face was filled with anxiety. 100 million gold coins. That was all his fortune. After years of hard work in the Dragon Palace of the Abyss, he had finally saved up some money, and now it was all gone. How could this not make Bai Fei furious? "Sorry, this machine is not bugged. The result is that Qin Shang won," the notarization robot said coldly. "No, how did he win? If anyone should win, it should be our captain. Are you malfunctioning? Didn't you see the announcement?" "Exactly, the announcement is out, and it's been less than 30 minutes. They must have failed the challenge. How could they possibly succeed?" The other members of the White Snake team were also shouting at the notarization robot. But soon they noticed that the crowd behind them, which had been noisy, was slowly falling silent. What was going on? The members of the White Snake team recalled a phrase in their minds, and then they followed the puzzled gazes of the crowd behind them. They saw the announcement with bold letters. "Congratulations to the professional Qin Shang and Luo Qingxue for clearing the abyss difficulty of the Dragon Palace of the Abyss in 15 minutes, with Qin Shang's output at 100% and Luo Qingxue's output." At this moment, hearing Their teammates quiet down. By Fei, as the captain, also looked over and his pupils suddenly constricted, his body involuntarily taking a few steps back. How is this possible? The dungeon must be bugged. It was no wonder Bai Fei was shocked, not to mention the speed of clearing the dungeon. What was this 100% output? Did it mean that Qin Sheng soloed the abyss difficulty of the Dragon Palace? How could that be possible? He was just a student who had awakened this year. How could he have such strength? The dungeon is not bugged. This is the normal result. The notarization robot added timely beside Bai Fei. Hearing the robot's words, the crowd erupted in another wave of astonishment. After all, the notarization robot was connected to the system of the Dragon Palace of the Abyss. If it said there was no bug, then there was definitely no bug. Who exactly is this Qin Sheng? This is too incredible. He soloed the Abyss difficulty of the Dragon Palace. A big shot? Damn, pinch me. I need to know if this is a dream. I never expected a student would clear the Abyss difficulty. This is like a dream. From now on, we should call him Brother Sheng. Wow, now we don't have to worry about dungeon mutations anymore. That's right, Brother Sheng is mighty. With one professional's cheer, the others joined in. Although they didn't know Qin Sheng before, his clearing of the Abyss difficulty meant that they wouldn't have to worry about the leakage of Abyss energy causing mutations in the dungeon, which could threaten their lives. By the way, I heard Brother Sheng made a bet with a team before entering. Who was it? Anyone who dares to bet with Brother Sheng must be impressive. It's Bai Fei from the White Snake team. I heard he bet 100 million with Brother Sheng. Bai Fei, who had been in a daze, suddenly felt countless gazes on him and his eyes quickly cleared. Damn it, how could I lose? Must be a setup by the capital against me. Bai Fei gritted his teeth. Inside the dungeon, Qin Sheng, who had just resolved all battles, was unaware of everything happening outside. He was looking at the newly acquired god-level passive skill, somewhat surprised. Body of the demon god? Qin Sheng listened to the system's prompt in his ear and then checked the details of the body of the demon god passive. Body of the demon god type passive effect increases the user's damage reduction by 0.1% when attacked. Wow, this is just too overpowered. After reading the detailed introduction of the body of the demon god, Qin Sheng gasped. On the surface, increasing damage reduction by only 0.1% per attack might seem trivial to other practitioners, but one must know that Qin Sheng's current multiple casting can enhance passive skills. This means that when Qin Sheng is attacked, he could receive a 60% damage reduction? What's the difference from damage immunity? Looking at the skill description of the body of the demon god, Qin Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Immediately after, he heard the introduction about the second transfer task. Please select your second transfer task difficulty. Hell level. Qin Sheng blurted out before the system could finish. Ever since experiencing the improvements brought by the last hell level difficulty, Qin Sheng chose his second transfer task without hesitation, which was at hell level difficulty. Ding! You have chosen hell level difficulty. Your second transfer task is to slay a beast king of 1,000 beasts. Beast king of 1,000 beasts? As expected of a hell level second transfer task, it's indeed not simple. Qin Sheng rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The so-called beast king of 1,000 beasts literally means a beast king that rules over 1,000 magical creatures. 1,000 magical beasts. Just thinking about that number is somewhat astonishing. It's worth noting that since Qin Sheng awakened his profession, he has only killed a little over 600 magical creatures. 1,000 magical beasts is almost double the number he has slain so far. But this task is only difficult for others. For me, it's even more fitting. Qin Sheng smiled. This task requires slaying a beast king of 1,000 beasts, and there would definitely be a large number of magical beasts around the beast king. In that case, Qin Sheng could complete his second transfer task while accumulating his casting layers. If all goes well, it wouldn't be impossible to increase his casting layers by another 1,000. The future looks promising. Then Qin Sheng's gaze fell on the purple box he had just taken out. It's time for the exciting treasure chest opening segment. According to what Luo Qingxue said earlier, after opening the Abyss difficulty boss treasure chest, one can obtain an exclusive skill. I wonder what it is. Ding! You have opened the Abyss treasure chest and obtained the intermediate skill All Laws Return to 1. All Laws Return to 1? Qin Sheng took the skill book in hand and began to examine it. All Laws Return to 1 rank, intermediate effect, confuse the number of skills, increasing the size and damage of the skills. After a brief look at the skill description of All Laws Return to 1, Qin Sheng quickly understood some things. Simply put, for the intermediate skill Meteor Fireball, under normal circumstances he could release 3 fireballs. With All Laws Return to 1, he could fuse the 3 fireballs into one large fireball, attacking the enemy with not only an increased size but also increased damage and attack range. This is a type of amplification skill. If this skill were used by other mages, it wouldn't be considered strong. After all, fusing a few or a dozen fireballs together wouldn't show a significant increase in size, and the attack range wouldn't be very large either. But with All Laws Returned to 1 in Qin Sheng's hands, it was just too overpowered. One must know that Qin Shang's current casting layers have already reached 606 layers, which means he could fuse 607 fireballs. Goodness, fusing 607 fireballs would result in a size comparable to a small sun. If 607 wind blade spells were fused, could it strike the heavens in one blow? Just thinking about it made Qin Shang a bit excited. Learn. Ding, you have learned the unity of all laws. Just as Qin Shang finished studying the skill book, two beams of light descended from the sky, striking both Qin Shang and Luo. Xing Xue, are we being teleported out so soon? At that moment, outside the dungeon, several figures descended from mid-air, among them three, exuding an incredibly powerful aura, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Among the three, the most striking was a man in military uniform. Standing in the center, he radiated an imposing presence, with flickers of lightning dancing around him, making him appear overwhelmingly powerful. This man was Lei Wanjun, the commander of the Demon Suppression Army, and flanking him were Wei Wuji, the administrator of the Dragon Palace of the Abyss, and Long Yu, the leader of the Abyssal Seekers. In ordinary circumstances, any one of these three would be someone that regular practitioners looked up to, and now they stood quietly at the entrance of the dungeon, clearly waiting for someone. All three big shots are here. Are they preparing to snatch someone? Of course. Who wouldn't want a talent capable of soloing the Abyss difficulty of the Dragon Palace? Wow, this is too awesome. While others are being interviewed by the leaders, Shanggu is directly interviewing the leaders. Do you think Shanggu is still looking for a partner? Looking for what? Shanggu can solo the Abyss difficulty once he gets into the academy, won't he be changing partners every day? TCH, that's a narrow view. I say a number, 2 partners a day. At this moment, the crowd outside the dungeon, originally just spectators, became lively due to Qin Shang's astonishing achievements. Seeing the 3 big shots waiting outside the dungeon for Qin Shang only intensified their excitement. Soon, with a flash of light, Qin Shang and the bewildered Luo Qingxue were teleported out. What the hell? As Qin Shang opened his eyes, he saw 3 burly men approaching him. Uncle Lei, you're here too. Luo Qingxue finally snapped out of her shock, looking at Lei Wanjun before her. It's good to see you, little troublemaker. Lei Wanjun simply nodded, then turned his gaze to Qin Shang. You've given me quite a surprise, kid. Are you interested in joining the Demon Suppression Army? Hearing Lei Wanjun's words, Qin Shang was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly understood the identity of the man before him. The only person who could be called Uncle Lei by Luo Qingxue and possess such an aura was none other than Commander Lei of the Demon Suppression Army. Commander, while I am very interested in the Demon Suppression Army, I still need to take the provincial exam. Qin Shang shook his head. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to join the official Demon Suppression Army. I want to invite you to join the Demon Slayer squad. Lei Wanjun smiled as he explained. This way, it won't interfere with your studies and you can also enjoy the benefits of the Demon Suppression Army. Demon Slayer squad? Qin Shang was a bit puzzled. Yes, this is a temporary squad we formed to deal with the increasingly rampant situation in the Death Mountains and the evil spirits. The members of the Demon Slayer squad are tasked with eliminating evil spirits, clearing magical creatures, and beast kings. There are also missions to explore the Death Mountains and some abyssal areas. Although dangerous, these tasks are selectively executed by the members of the Demon Slayer squad. Lei Wanjun explained in detail with a smile. Clearing beast kings? Are you referring to the beast kings at the edge of the Death Mountains? Upon hearing information related to his second transition task, Qin Shang's eyes lit up instantly. Yes. Recently several Beast Kings have escaped from the Death Mountains, one of which is the Thousand Beast King. We are currently tracking its whereabouts. Lei Wanjun nodded, but then seemed to remember something. I heard that due to this year's provincial exam reforms, schools will organize mock exams before the provincial exam, and the content of the mock exam will be near the Death Mountains. You're worried about that, right? Don't worry, I've already organized the Demon Suppression Army to hunt down that Thousand Beast King. It will definitely not affect your safety. Lei Wanjun flashed a reassuring smile at Qin Shang. Alright, I agree to join the demon slaying team, Qin Shang replied with a smile. Not only could he gain benefits, but he also had the chance to complete his second transfer task. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Good, I will assign you to Team 7 now, and when we get back, I'll take care of the paperwork for you. Seeing Qin Shang agree, Lei Wanjun rarely showed a brilliant smile. By the way, Captain Lei, how should we handle this? Qin Shang seemed to remember something and took out a head from his storage space, which was the head of the evil demon emperor. You didn't just repel him, you killed him. Looking at the head, Lei Wanjun's eyes revealed a look of surprise. He had thought Qin Shang merely repelled the evil demon, but he didn't expect him to have killed it. This thing needs to be taken back to the War God Hall for thorough research. Since you killed the evil demon, we can't just simply assign you to the demon slaying team. I want to promote you to the captain of Team 7. You can choose a code name for yourself. After a moment of thought, Lei Wanjun said, Code name? Then let's call it Chi. Qin Shang nodded in response. Alright, good code name. You have limitless potential. I have high hopes for you. Who knows, one day you might become the chief captain of the entire demon-slaying team. Lei Wanjun patted Qin Shang on the shoulder and said with a smile. Also, as a reward for clearing the abyss difficulty, take this equipment. Saying this, Lei Wanjun handed a ring to Qin Shang. Thank you, Captain. Qin Shang accepted the ring that Lei Wanjun handed over, as it wasn't the right time to check the ring's attributes. Captain Lei, the rewards for the Demon Suppression Army have been distributed. Can I say a few words? Long Yu, the captain of the Abyss Walkers, said with a smile from the side. Look at you, so eager. Go ahead, isn't it just to let Qin Shang join the Abyss Walkers? Lei Wanjun waved his hand, looking somewhat annoyed. Hee, thank you, Captain Lei. Qin, do you have the willingness to join the Abyss Walkers? Long Yu rubbed his hands and then extended an invitation to Qin Shang. I am already an Abyss Walker, Qin Shang said, feeling both amused and helpless at Long Yu's words. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, he took out a purple token. You are an Abyss Walker? So that means you obtained the qualification before coming to the Abyss Dragon Palace instance. Wait, that can't be right. When you first came to the Abyss Dragon Palace, your level was only 13, right? You got the Abyss Walker qualification at level 13? Seeing the token in Qin Shang's hand, Wei Wuji said in disbelief. Became an Abyss Walker at level 13? Long Yu stood there as if petrified upon hearing Wei Wuji's words. He had reached level 25 when he became an Abyss Walker. Goodness, it really is true that comparison makes one feel inferior. What's your record? Killing 60 in 1 minute? Luo Qingxue looked at the back of Qin Shang's Abyss Walker token, where the record was displayed, and felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Goodness, she had thought she was the only student from Manhwa to obtain the Abyss Walker qualification and considered herself quite outstanding. She didn't expect that not only had Qin Shang obtained the Abyss Walker qualification, but he also killed 60 in 1 minute. It took Luo Qingxue over an hour to kill 32, and what shocked her even more was that with Qin Shang's strength, he probably could have killed more than 60. The reason he killed 60 was that there were only 60 elite-level monsters in the assessment instance. At this moment, the onlookers erupted into another round of exclamations upon hearing that Qin Shang was an Abyss Walker. Meanwhile, Lei Wanjun and Wei Wuji surrounded Qin Shang, looking at him as if he were a treasure. Instead, Luo Qingxue, who had once been the proud daughter of heaven, was left on the sidelines, sitting on the cold bench. Seeing the situation before her, a bitter smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of Luo Qingxue's mouth. In the past, regardless of her identity as the proud daughter of heaven or her father's background, whenever she went to any city, the local big shots treated her with utmost respect. Now, the three big shots of Binhai City didn't even have time to glance at themselves, all busy attending to Qin Shang. Just wait, when the provincial exam comes, I will definitely put you beneath me. Luo Qingxue puffed her cheeks, secretly motivating herself, and then disappeared into the Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon, returning to Luo City. Old Zhang is not righteous. With such an outstanding nephew, he didn't tell us earlier, Wei Wuji joked. Old Zhang? Are you talking about Uncle Zhang? Do you know him? Qin Shang was a bit surprised. Of course, your Uncle Zhang and I are old buddies. He asked me to take care of you, Wei Wuji said. Unfortunately, I didn't take care of you. Instead, you helped me out a lot. He shook his head, revealing a bitter smile. Originally, Zhang Weiguo called to have him look after Qin Shang, but he ended up being helped by Qin Shang, who solved the task of Lei Wanjun. By the way, I need to call old Zhang back and thank him properly, Wei Wuji said as he dialed Zhang Weiguo's number. Hey, old Zhang, I have some news for you. Your nephew Qin Shang has entered the Abyss Dungeon. On the other end of the line, Zhang Weiguo was momentarily stunned by Wei Wuji's words, then his voice turned a bit somber. Sigh, old Wei, we've been buddies for so many years, don't joke with me. He said. Playing the good news, bad news game. Just tell me honestly, did Shang die in the Abyss Dungeon? Zhang Weiguo said with a tone of sorrow. In Zhang Weiguo's view, even if Qin Shang was a limbo walker, there was still a high probability of death upon entering the Abyss Dungeon. Did you have a fight with your uncle Zhang? Why is he cursing you like that? Wei Wuji was a bit puzzled by Zhang Weiguo's words. Uncle Wei, let me talk to Uncle Zhang, Qin Shang said with a bitter smile. After taking the phone, Qin Shang's voice came through. Uncle Zhang. It's me, I'm doing fine, Qin Shang said with a smile. Ah Shang, you're okay, that's great. Damn, is that old Wei messing with me? The one who entered the Abyss Dungeon isn't you at all, Zhang Weiguo said, initially stunned by Qin Shang's voice, then his tone revealed surprise. No, old Zhang, why do you think that? I'm not messing with you. Qin Shang really did enter the Abyss Dungeon and even cleared it. Wei Wuji took the phone back, teasingly said. Forget the explanation, Qin Shang, come on, I'll take you to see Weiguo directly. Lei Wanjun, who was beside them, couldn't stand the back and forth any longer, grabbed Qin Shang and with a flash of lightning, disappeared in front of the Abyss Dragon Palace Dungeon. Why did the call drop? At the entrance of the job transfer guild, Zhang Weiguo was a bit confused. However, the next moment, a blue figure descended from the sky, crackling with electricity. Captain! Captain! Seeing the figure, both Zhang Weiguo and Bai Miao beside him saluted Lei Wanjun. Hee Weiguo, let's not talk about anything else. You have made a great contribution this time, adding a fierce general to our demon suppression army. Lei Wanjun waved his hand at Zhang Weiguo and Bai Miao, then said with a smile, Fierce general? Who is it? Zhang Weiguo was a bit puzzled. It's this kid. He soloed the Abyss difficulty of the Abyss Dragon Palace. He solved the sword of Damocles that has been hanging over Binhai City, and as the one who recommended him, isn't that a great achievement? Lei Wanjun laughed heartily. What? Old Wei wasn't messing with me. He really cleared the Abyss level Abyss Dragon Palace. Zhang Weiguo's eyes revealed shock, looking at Qin Shang with disbelief. Not just him, Bai Miao beside him looked at Qin Shang with even more astonishment and horror than during the job transfer guild assessment. Who would have thought that just a few hours later, Qin Shang had cleared the Abyss difficulty that no one in Binhai City had cleared for over 300 years. I've already decided. As a reward for recommending talent, I will promote you from Major to Colonel. Lei Wanjun first rushed to Zhang Weiguo, sharing the uplifting news that invigorated him, then smiled and said, Alright, you two must have a lot to talk about, so I won't disturb you. I'll head back to the Demon Suppression Army to handle some affairs. After saying this, Lei Wanjun's figure transformed into a blue lightning bolt and disappeared from the Class Change Guild. Ah Shang, you. Zhang Weiguo looked at Qin Shang in front of him. For a moment, he was dry-mouthed and speechless. His military rank had not improved since he was injured and retired. He could only retreat to the background to teach, and he never expected any promotion in rank. He never imagined that just because of Qin Shang's dungeon run, his rank would rise 2 levels from lieutenant colonel all the way to colonel. Uncle Zhang, this is what I should do, but if you really want to thank me, just treat me to a barbecue. Qin Shang scratched his head, revealing a bright, sunny smile. Ha, what's that? Come on, the barbecue is on me, and let's call old Bai too. We'll drink until we drop. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Weiguo took out his phone and made a call. Old Bai, do you know? I have good news for you. Do you remember our nephew Qin Shang, who we've watched grow up? He's really something now. On the other end of the line, Bai Yao's voice came through, filled with pride. Of course I know. He passed the Hell Level Trial Tower. That kid is really making a name for himself. Thanks to this kid, the Class Change Guild rewarded me with 16 million. How about that? You didn't get that, did you? Hearing Bai Yao's words, Zhang Weiguo became a bit smug. 16 million? What's that? You know what our nephew Qin Shang has done? He just cleared the Abyss-level Deep Abyss Dragon Palace dungeon today. Not only did he join the Demon Slayer team, but he also became the captain of the 7th team. And because of him, my rank has risen 2 levels, which is way better than your 16 million. Bai Yao's tone was filled with disbelief. What? Is that true? You're not joking, are you? When have I ever joked with you? Come out for barbecue. Let's celebrate this kid properly. It's not like we've let old Qin down. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Weiguo turned around, ready to take Qin Shang and Bai Miao to the barbecue restaurant in Binhai City. Qin Shang didn't refuse. He was exhausted from today's trip out of the city and desperately needed to recharge. Under Zhang Weiguo's lead, Qin Shang and Bai Miao met Bai Yao at the busiest barbecue restaurant in Binhai City. At the dinner table, Bai Yao and Zhang Weiguo kept patting Qin Shang on the shoulder, almost giving him a bone-setting massage. The two of them clinked glasses, but Qin Shang only sipped on bottle after bottle of ice-cold cola, while Bai Miao kept her head down, focused on eating barbecue. Only when Qin Shang's gaze occasionally met hers would she quickly turn her face away, as if it were on fire. Time passed quickly. You promised to take me home. How come you two are already drunk? Qin Shang looked at Zhang Weiguo and Bai Yao, who were already unconscious, and he held his forehead with a wry smile. Just moments ago, these two uncles were still reminding him to be careful on the way back, and now they were the ones who had collapsed first. I'll take Uncle Zhang and Uncle Bai home. You have a mock exam tomorrow, right? You should head back, Bai Miao said to Qin Shang, still keeping her head down. But even with her head lowered, Qin Shang could still see the blush spreading across her face. This girl has a bit of social anxiety, he thought. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. Qin Shang smiled at her, not refusing. He was just too tired today, and he had to participate in the mock exam tomorrow. Qin Shang, this is the location for tomorrow's provincial exam mock venue, starting at 10 a.m. Make sure to be on time. Lin Hai. Looking at the message displayed on his phone, Qin Shang's eyes revealed an expression of anticipation. Just while they were eating, Bai Yao had mentioned the provincial exam mock. He had shared Principal Lin Hai's WeChat with Qin Shang, and after a brief greeting, they had continued their conversation. Qin Shang received the coordinates sent by Lin Hai. Alright, be careful on your way. Qin Shang smiled and nodded at Bai Miao before heading home. Before long, Qin Shang returned to his room. After a quick wash, he took out the ring from his backpack space. The equipment given by the leader of the demon suppression team shouldn't be bad, he thought as he checked the details of the ring. The Ring of Reversal grade, legendary special skill. After being worn by a practitioner, it can rebound one projectile attack. Wonderful! Qin Shang couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the basic introduction of the Ring of Reversal. It actually had a rebound-type skill effect. Wearing the ring could rebound an attack, which was a rare anti-damage skill. No wonder it was given by the leader of the Demon Suppression Army. Such generosity was to be expected. In the context of Blue Star's pitiful drop rates, any equipment with skills was worth its weight in gold. Once it hit the market, it would be snatched up in no time, let alone the skill carried by the Ring of Reversal, which was a rare anti-damage type skill. Anti-damage skills were worlds apart from regular armor. With an anti-damage skill, one could rebound the enemy's attacks, and the stronger the enemy's attack, the greater the damage received. Thinking of this, Qin Shang's breath caught in his throat. The skill of the Ring of Reversal, if given to someone else, would at most be a life-saving skill, but in Qin Shang's hands, it could lead to a qualitative leap in his strength. Because Qin Shang's multiple casting could also apply to equipment skills, this meant he could rebound the enemy's attack 607 times. Good heavens, what kind of concept is this? It was like Qin Shi Huang touching electric wires, simply winning big. With 607 rebounds, he could just stand still in front of a boss and the boss would be rebounded to death. After simply putting on the Ring of Reversal, Qin Shang lay down on his bed and fell into a deep sleep, waiting for the provincial exam simulation the next day. The next day, an early rising Qin Shang received a delivery from the Demon Suppression Army, who had come personally to deliver it. He quickly accepted the package, opened it, and after organizing it, he took a taxi directly to the location of the provincial exam simulation. Before long, Qin Shang arrived at his destination. Is this the Death Mountain? Truly a name that fits the place, Qin Shang murmured as he looked at the lifeless mountains before him. At that moment, far in the distance, there was a massive mountain surrounded by black-purple mist. According to the information Qin Shang had seen online, this mountain range had descended upon the entire Divine Summer Kingdom after the game data was initiated, almost spanning the entire country. Within the Death Mountain, there were countless monsters and evil beings, and every city near the Death Mountain would send practitioners and the Demon Suppression Army to conduct concentrated sweeps. Some speculated that the Death Mountain was not a real mountain, but the corpse of some evil being or powerful monster. This speculation arose from a rumor. In the rumor, a practitioner exploring the Death Mountain saw a gigantic eye within the mountain. As Qin Shang pondered this in his mind, he walked into the assembly hall. At that moment, quite a few people had already gathered in the hall, most of whom were students from the key classes of the 3 war academies. Brother Shang, over here. As soon as Qin Shang appeared in the hall, he heard a call. He turned to see that it was Ning Qingfeng from the ordinary class of the war academy. After a brief greeting with Ning Qingfeng, he felt a bit puzzled. I see most of the people here are from the key classes. I don't see any ordinary class students. Ning Qingfeng's expression was somewhat grim, but he smiled and replied, Brother Shang, you may not know, but this provincial exam simulation is actually hosted by the Storm Guild. They spent quite a bit on managing the Altered Lands, so naturally, they wouldn't let ordinary class students enter the Altered Lands simulation for free, even though students in the key classes have paid quite a price. If it weren't for our principal digging into his own pockets, I wouldn't have been able to participate in this provincial exam simulation. Hearing Ning Qingfeng's words, Qin Shang nodded. No wonder all the students here were from key classes. Before Qin Shang could think further, countless gazes focused on him. After all, Qin Shang was the one who had cleared the Hell-level dungeon just the day before, naturally drawing attention among these students. Hey, isn't that Qin Shang? He didn't go to the Trial Tower dungeon to grind monsters all day yesterday. I thought he wasn't coming. Yeah, he didn't show up at the Trial Tower yesterday. I thought Zhang Hao had taken revenge on him. No kidding, Zhang Hao is really petty. Hey, stop talking, it looks like Zhang Hao is here. Amidst the exclamations of several key class students, Zhang Hao and the team he led stepped to the front of the hall. At this moment, Zhang Hao scanned the hall and fixed his gaze on Qin Shang. Feeling Zhang Hao's stare, Qin Shang didn't hesitate to shoot back. After all, he had already killed Zhang Hao's brother. He didn't mind sending Zhang Hao to meet Zhang Long as well. What are you so arrogant about? If I could contact my brother, I would definitely have him deal with you, Zhang Hao said angrily. The Dean of the War Academy, Lin Hai, glanced at Qin Shang and shook his head with a sigh. He had originally thought he had discovered a good talent, but ever since Qin Shang soloed the Hell-level dungeon, he hadn't gone back to grind dungeons again. Sigh, young people are too impulsive. They achieve a little success and become a bit complacent, Lin Hai said with some regret. In his view, Qin Shang's ability to solo the Hell-level dungeon surely indicated some talent in a certain aspect. Unfortunately, he had become too proud, and now he probably had fallen behind Zhang Hao. While the students from the 3 war academies waited under the leadership of the 3 deans, a lean middle-aged man stepped forward. Ha ha, esteemed deans and students, thank you for your hard work. Welcome to the gathering point organized by the Storm Guild in the Death Mountains. The president of the Storm Guild, Zhang Bo, said with a grin. Indeed, this gathering point located at the edge of the Death Mountains was the management office of the Storm Guild. The manager was none other than the president of the Storm Guild, who was also Zhang Hao's father. This man was also known as the Smiling Tiger of Binhai City. Upon seeing Zhang Bao, Zhang Hao proudly lifted his head to look at his father, and Zhang Bao merely nodded back at him. Then, stepping in front of the teachers and students of the War Academy, Zhang Bao wore a serious expression. He first nodded to the three deans and then addressed the many students in the guild hall, saying, "This time, our Storm Guild aims to encourage all of you to work hard in monster hunting. After discussing with the three deans, we have decided to offer a trial voucher for the Tianyuan Tower as a reward for the first place in this simulation exam." Zhang Bao took out a golden black card from his pocket, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes as he looked at the card. This trial voucher for the Tianyuan Tower had cost him a lot of effort and a significant investment of gold coins to persuade the three deans to retrieve it from the War Academy's treasury. The Tianyuan Tower trial voucher? Qin Shang looked at the golden card in Zhang Bao's hand, somewhat surprised. It should be noted that the Tianyuan Tower was a well-known dungeon throughout the entire Xingxia kingdom, not only boasting an incredible drop rate but also allowing those who set records to obtain an epic-level piece of equipment. Moreover, first-time challengers of the Tianyuan Tower could receive additional rewards. Zhang Bao actually took out such an expensive trial voucher as a reward. Something felt off, very off indeed. Sure enough, Zhang Bao soon revealed his true intentions. Now, I will announce the content of the simulation exam to all of you. Due to the reform of the provincial exam, after discussing with the deans, we will conduct the simulation provincial exam at this guild-managed gathering point. The content of the mock exam is to kill monsters in the altered land behind me. Once our array masters have set up the teleportation array, everyone will be randomly teleported to the altered land to undergo the trial. Zhang Bao introduced while pointing to the teleportation array behind him. In the direction he pointed, several array masters were busy arranging the teleportation array. The altered land? Many students were puzzled by this term, but as the previous top student in the liberal arts, Qin Shang naturally recalled information about the altered land. In simple terms, the altered land refers to the Death Mountains, areas tainted by the abyssal aura released from them. Although there are abyssal auras and magical beasts in these areas, after years of sweeping by the demon suppression army, the magical beasts in the altered land, while still numerous, are mostly of lower levels and weaker strength. Therefore, the demon suppression army has entrusted these areas, which have a high number of magical beasts but pose little threat, to civilian guilds for management, with the Storm Guild being one of them. These guilds then engage in profitable business ventures in these areas. However, the problem lies here. This is the territory of the Storm Guild, and Zhang Hao is Zhang Bao's son, so he must have undergone special training in secret. Although it is said to be a random teleportation, it is clear that Zhang Hao will be teleported to the most advantageous combat position. As for the trial scroll of the Tianyuan Tower, although it is said to be a reward for the first place, it has long been predetermined. It is merely a formality. At this moment, the students in the hall, although most of them are not very familiar with the altered land, understand that this mock trial is different from the trial tower. They will truly face real magical beasts. Fear and hesitation appeared on their faces. Zhang Bao, standing at the front of the crowd, took in all their expressions. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Bao's face. The more nervous these people were, the more secure his son Zhang Hao's first place would be. Now I will announce the specific rules of the mock exam. After everyone is teleported to the altered land, there will be thousands of magical beasts present. The number of magical beasts you kill will be displayed on the public screen beside you. To facilitate statistics and ensure everyone's safety, the Storm Guild will provide everyone with electronic wristbands, which have the functions of recording the number and ensuring safety. As soon as Zhang Bao finished speaking, several staff members from the Storm Guild entered the exam hall, distributing 20 wristbands to 18 key class students, as well as to Qin Shang and Ning Qingfeng. Detected wristband information. The wristband can record the number of magical beasts killed. Pressing the red button will teleport the practitioner back to the Storm Guild hall. It seems there are no issues. Qin Shang quickly scanned the wristband with his inspection skill before putting it on. The other few people in the hall also put on their wristbands. Students, the teleportation array has been set up. Please step into the teleportation array, Zhang Bao said with a smile to the students in the hall. Behind Zhang Bao, 10 teleportation arrays had already lit up with a faint glow, clearly arranged by the array masters. As Qin Shang looked at the distant teleportation array, he recalled the relationship between the teleportation array and the altered land. Due to the great distance between the altered land and Binhai City, one must use the teleportation array set up by the array masters to enter the altered land from within Binhai City. The vast distance between Binhai City and the altered land serves as a buffer zone for battles between humans and magical beasts. Due to the cooldown of the teleportation array, only 10 students can be teleported to the altered land at a time. Now I will announce the list of students entering the altered land. Zhang Bao, smiling broadly, began to recite several names: Wang Jia, Chen Xian, Zhang Xing, Qin Shang, Zhang Hao. As Zhang Bao called out the names, 10 students, including Qin Shang, stepped out from the crowd. There were a total of 9 students from the key class and 1 from the regular class. Qin Shang, please prepare, everyone, and step into the teleportation array. Zhang Bao announced the rules and then stepped aside, clearing the way to the teleportation array. Everyone move aside, I'll go first. Zhang Hao, who was originally in the line, saw Zhang Bao give him a signal and immediately understood. He rushed towards the teleportation array that Zhang Bao had indicated. Just before stepping into the array, Zhang Hao turned and made a throat-slitting gesture towards Qin Shang, full of provocation. Qin Shang looked at Zhang Hao, his killing intent growing stronger. Meanwhile, the other 8 students from the key class, after getting ready, also stepped into the teleportation array one after another. Brother Shang, good luck. Ning Qingfeng, the other student from the regular class, cheered for Qin Shang. Qin Shang nodded in response and then stepped into the teleportation array. Just a second before Qin Shang was teleported, Zhang Bao signaled to the array mage beside him. The array mage, catching Zhang Bao's glance, immediately understood his intention: send this kid to the most dangerous place, the area where the Thousand Beast King roams. Indeed, the Thousand Beast King that had come down from the Death Mountains had already wandered into the area managed by the Storm Guild. However, this Thousand Beast King had been hiding deep within the area of mutation. Therefore, the Storm Guild had not dealt with it to avoid losing manpower. Now, they could use this Thousand Beast King's hand to eliminate Qin Shang without anyone knowing. Thinking of this, the array mage couldn't help but secretly praise Zhang Bao's brilliance. This way, they could get rid of Qin Shang, the thorn in Zhang Hao's side, without having to lift a finger themselves. The next moment, after the array mage completed the operation, Qin Shang vanished from the teleportation array. After a flash of light, Qin Shang was transported to the area of mutation. When Qin Shang opened his eyes, he immediately began to observe the scenery of the mutated land. Before him, many houses were collapsing in disarray. Just as the information online said, this mutated land was originally a small town, but later became like this due to the infection of abyssal energy and the trampling of monsters. Qin Shang nodded, looking at the scene before him. I should use the observation spell first to see if there are any traces of magical beasts. With that thought, Qin Shang used the observation spell to gather information about his surroundings. What's this? Seeing the information returned from the observation spell in the distance, Qin Shang was somewhat surprised. Detected an injured Thousand Beast King ahead. Please be cautious and avoid it. I didn't expect to encounter the Thousand Beast King so soon. Qin Shang was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the information returned by the observation spell. But after the surprise, he fell into silence. He wasn't worried about being unable to defeat this Thousand Beast King. With his current level of 606 in spellcasting, even if this Thousand Beast King were uninjured, it wouldn't be his match. The reason Qin Shang didn't pursue was that, based on the information he had received from Lei Wanjun earlier, this Thousand Beast King was extremely adept at transformation and was a rare transformation-type magical beast, the Thousand Illusion Spirit Fox. When this Thousand Illusion Spirit Fox had rushed out from the Death Mountains, it had relied on its ability to transform into other magical beasts to evade the pursuit of the Demon Suppression Army and escape to the mutated land. If that were the case, even if Qin Shang could catch up to the Thousand Beast King, it would just transform into another magical beast and blend into the herd. Searching for it like that would waste too much of Qin Shang's time. By the way, I have this. Qin Shang quickly thought of something and looked at the taunt skill in his skill bar, which could attract monsters within 100 meters. Now, his casting level had reached 606, meaning he could attract monsters within 60,000 meters. That was enough to draw all the monsters from the entire mutated land. What if there were too many monsters and he couldn't find the real enemy? Simple, just kill all the monsters once and that would be it. With this thought, a smile appeared on Qin Shang's lips. Taunt, activate. As Qin Shang used the taunt skill, waves spread out like sound waves, imperceptible to the naked eye. Soon, it affected the entire mutated land. On the other side, Zhang Hao, a rare profession, was continuously bombarding a monster with skills. Almost there, just a few more skills, and I can kill this monster, Zhang Hao said while releasing his skills, his eyes filled with excitement. The position he was in was a perfect combat spot, chosen specifically by his father, Zhang Bao. It was a stone platform surrounded by water on all sides, incredibly sturdy and elevated, making it very suitable for a mage like Zhang Hao to fight. Qin Shang, just you wait, today is the first day I step on you. Just as this monster was about to be worn down by his skills, a more furious look suddenly flashed in the monster's eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Hao shouted, not good, it's going to counterattack. He had already taken a defensive stance in his heart, but the next moment, the monster did not charge at him as Zhang Hao had expected. Instead, it turned around and ran in another direction, leaving Zhang Hao in a state of confusion. And it wasn't just that monster, the other Monsters that had been attracted by Zhang Hao's skills also seemed to respond to some kind of call, suddenly abandoning Zhang Hao and sprinting in another direction. What's going on? Zhang Hao looked completely bewildered. Then he realized and rushed towards the direction the monsters were fleeing, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. Damn it! Monsters, don't run! How am I supposed to live if you run away? It should be noted that this time, Zhang Bao had spent most of the Storm Guild's fortune to persuade 3 war academies to offer the trial scroll of the Tianyuan Tower as a reward. If Zhang Hao didn't secure first place and let someone else take the trial scroll, they would be left with nothing. Meanwhile, a similar scene was unfolding in front of the other 8 key class students. The monsters they were fighting completely ignored the key class students and instead sprinted away in a certain direction. At the same time, in the dungeon hall, the 3 principals need not worry about the students' safety. We have equipped them with teleportation wristbands and they can teleport over at any time. Assistant Zhang, please serve some tea. To the 3 principals, Zhang Bao said with a beaming smile, calling out to Assistant Zhang, who was wearing black stockings. Soon, Assistant Zhang, with her long legs and black stockings, walked over with 4 cups of tea. The aroma of the tea wafted through the air, revealing a rich and fragrant scent, and the 3 principals relaxed their previously furrowed brows as they caught a whiff of the fragrant tea. However, just as the 3 principals were about to savor it, their attention was suddenly drawn to the entrance of the dungeon. They saw a 4-person team walk in, each member well-equipped, and the most eye-catching detail was a special badge tied to their right shoulders. The badge depicted a knife and a sword crossed over a demon. It's the Demon Slayer team, the 3 principals and Zhang Bao exclaimed in unison. The members of this Demon Slayer team consisted of 2 men and 2 women. I walk 2 men, 1 lean and 1 muscular, and 2 women, 1 tall and the other a lowly-like girl. Everyone, no need to be nervous. We are the Demon Slaying Squad 7, sent by the Demon Suppression Army to protect the students' safety, the tall girl, who was the leader, said with a smile. Hearing her words, Zhang Bao and the principals were relieved. They had thought the squad's arrival meant something had gone wrong, but it was just for security. Meanwhile, the students in the gifted class were in a heated discussion. Who do you think is stronger, Zhang Hao, who hunts monsters in the wild, or Qin Shang, who once soloed a hell-level dungeon? Is that even a question? Qin Shang is obviously more of an authority. He soloed a hell-level dungeon. Hard to say. While Qin Shang did solo a dungeon, don't forget he didn't even show up to grind yesterday. Maybe he's given up already, another gifted student chimed in. Who said that? Brother Shang soloed the hell-level dungeon the day before yesterday. He's probably even stronger now. Zhang Hao can't compare, Ning Qingfeng argued, his face flushed. So what if he soloed a hell-level dungeon? The monsters in dungeons are weakened and suppressed. But the monsters Zhang Hao faced yesterday were real wild monsters. When it comes to the provincial exam simulation, Zhang Hao will definitely do better than Qin Shang. Ning Qingfeng was incensed and ready to argue. The chatter in the hall was so loud that even the demon-slaying squad, standing at a distance, overheard their quarrel. Sister Wanqing, what are they arguing about? The lowly-like girl, Lu Chanshan, asked the tall leader, Lin Wanqing. I imagine it's just students discussing who's the best among the geniuses, Lin Wanqing replied, shaking her head. Heh, no matter how much of a genius they are, can they be more of a genius than our new captain? The lean man in the squad sneered. Captain? Hearing this, Zhang Bao and the 3 principals were taken aback. They had heard that the Demon Slaying Squad 7 was recently formed and had always been a 4-person team. When did a new captain get assigned to them? However, the squad members' next words dropped like a bombshell. It's true. Our new captain is unbelievably strong. It's hard to imagine, the other muscular man said, taking a deep breath. The abyssal diver who killed 60 elite monsters in 1 minute and the professional who soloed an abyss-level dungeon are the same person. What? The abyssal diver who killed 60 elite monsters in 1 minute and the solo abyss-level dungeon? Hearing this, Zhang Bao and the 3 principals looked at Lin Wanqing with expressions of utter shock. That's right, what he said is true. Although we haven't met our new captain yet, his file shows that all these achievements have been officially recognized by the Demon Suppression Army commander. He's a monster among monsters, Lin Wanqing said, her face also full of disbelief. Hearing Lin Wanqing's confirmation, Zhang Bao and the 3 principals took a deep breath. Whether it was killing 60 elite monsters in 1 minute or soloing an abyss-level dungeon, either feat alone would shock the entire city of Binhai or even the whole of Nanha province. Now, both incredible feats had been accomplished by the same person. How could they not be shocked? Whose subordinate is this, to be so incredibly brave? Well, Ning Qingfeng, did you hear that? There are plenty of people more powerful than Qin Shang, a gifted student said to Ning Qingfeng after recovering from the shock. Humph, Ning Qingfeng said, his face still flushed. I was talking about high school students. Brother Shang is the best among them, not including members of the Demon Suppression Army. It's impossible for a high school student to kill 60 elite-level monsters in a minute and solo a deep abyss dungeon. They must be an elite trained by the Demon Suppression Army. Upon hearing Ning Qingfeng's words, everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Wanqing, the leader of the demon-slaying team. Lin Wanqing was silent. At that moment, although they had seen the captain's profile, all information regarding the captain's age, identity, and name had been completely erased. They only knew that this new captain's code name was Chi. They were unaware of anything else, and before this new captain's profile reached them, they had never heard of such a powerful young person appearing in the Demon Suppression Army. However, to say that this new captain was a high school student was simply outrageous. Even those high school students supported by prominent families could only awaken at the earliest a month ago. How could someone grow to the level of killing 60 elite-level monsters in a minute and soloing a deep abyss dungeon in such a short time? I told you, someone like this must be an elite trained by the Demon Suppression Army, Ning Qingfeng asserted, seeing Lin Wanqing's silent expression. By the way, Deputy Captain Lin, may I ask what your new captain's name is? Lin Hai couldn't help but feel puzzled. When did such a strong young person appear in Binhai City? We don't know the new captain's name, we only know his codename is. Lin Wanqing shook her head first, preparing to speak when suddenly alarms blared throughout the hall. What's going on? What happened? Zhang. Bao asked Assistant Zhang beside him. Report to President Zhang, a beast-tide riot has been detected in the mutated area. Assistant Zhang, holding a tablet, looked panicked. What? Immediately notify the students through their wristbands to leave the mutated area. Zhang Bao ordered in a fluster. I ask the 3 principals to inform the city lord, the rest follow me. To hold the line. We absolutely cannot let the beast horde enter the city. Seeing the situation was urgent, Lin Wanqing realized it was beyond what their small team could handle. She quickly sent the 3 principals to contact the city lord while preparing to lead her 3 team members into the Storm Guild's teleportation array to head to the mutated area. Meanwhile, in the city lord's office, Ling Yan, the lord of Binhai City, was leisurely sipping coffee while seriously looking at a thick stack of documents in front of him. The names displayed on those documents were none other than Qin Shang, TSK, killing 60 elite level monsters in a minute, soloing at abyss difficulty. When did such a fierce young person appear in Binhai City? This is a provincial exam, no, even a national champion candidate. Just as Lin Yan was happily flipping through Qin Shang's profile, suddenly, his door was pushed open violently and his assistant Yang Chanxian, dressed in black stockings, rushed in. Lin Yan, who had been leisurely sipping his coffee, was startled by the sudden noise, nearly spilling his coffee on Qin Shang's profile. Lin Yan frowned. What's going on? Why the rush? At that moment, Yang Chanxian's face was anxious. Not good, City Lord, there's a beast tide riot in the mutated area. How is that possible? The monsters in the mutated area have always been very quiet. How could there suddenly be a beast tide riot? Lin Yan was momentarily confused. It's true, City Lord, there has indeed been a beast tide riot. Nearly 1,000 monsters have gathered in the mutated area. As for the reason, it's very likely due to the beast king that escaped earlier. Yang Chanxian adjusted her glasses and analyzed carefully. Looks like old Lei isn't reliable. I'll deal with him later. Lin Yan set down the documents in his hand, stretched, and appeared ready for battle at any moment. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Qin Shang glanced at the monstrous tide surging towards him like a tidal wave, detected the injured Beast King hidden among the beast herd. Please be careful. As expected, my taunt skill works on the Beast King, too. Qin Shang smiled slightly, retracting his observation skill. It's about time. I really wonder how many magical beasts I can crush with this sun. Qin Shang chuckled as he looked up, where a massive fireball, resembling the sun, was suspended in his line of sight. The result of his skill, all methods returned to 1. Shortly after Qin Shang cast his taunt skill, he unleashed his fireball spell. Then, under the enhancement of all methods returned to 1, all the fireballs began to merge continuously until all 607 fireballs were completely fused. In Qin Shang's view, a gigantic sun now floated above him. At this moment, the tide of magical beasts in the distance was getting closer and closer to Qin Shang. Come on, artist, to send out the big star. Qin Shang smiled. Then, with a flick of his finger, the sun suspended in midair plummeted straight down towards the herd of magical beasts. In an instant, the falling sun stirred up a terrifying storm, creating a horrific mushroom cloud. It obliterated the pack of wolf-like magical beasts at the forefront, leaving no survivors among the flying snake magical beasts behind. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 200 magical beasts. You have gained 400 layers of casting. Current casting layers are 1006. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the Beast King, the 1000 Illusion Spirit Fox. You have completed the second transfer task. Ding! You have reached the second transfer. After each level up, all basic attributes increase by 8 points. Free attributes increase by 32 points. Ding! Your multiple casting has been upgraded. Now for every magical beast killed, it increases 3 layers of multiple casting. I didn't expect to kill that 1000 Illusion Spirit Fox so quickly. It went quite smoothly. Qin Shang was a bit surprised, but after a moment of thought he understood, it was probably due to his taunt skill. The principle of the taunt skill is to directly release noise into the minds of magical beasts. As the Beast King, the 1000 Illusion Spirit Fox, although it possessed intelligence, was also severely affected by the noise. Thus, the Thousand Illusion Spirit Fox charged to the front of the pack, trying to take advantage of the chaos to kill Qin Shang and end the noise in its mind. But this inadvertently gave Qin Shang a chance for a fatal strike. Not bad, multiple casting has also reached level 3. Qin Shang nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the upgrade. Then his gaze turned to the 800 magical beasts in the distance, their terrifying momentum as they rushed forward, the sound of their footsteps shaking the entire mutated land as if it were an earthquake. Some weaker stone platforms were even shattered in half. If other adventurers saw such a beast tide, they would probably be so scared that their legs would tremble. At this moment, Qin Shang was also trembling, but he was not afraid, he was excited. Now that my multiple casting has reached level 3, I can stack 3 layers for every magical beast I kill. That means there are 2,400 layers of multiple casting waiting for me to farm. Qin Shang looked at the magical beasts in the distance, his eyes shining with excitement. In the distance, this is... Zhang Hao was dumbfounded, staring at the explosion center far away. Just now, he had arrived at this gathering place of magical beasts. However, what shocked him was that in the sky he was looking at, there was actually a giant fireball resembling the sun. At this moment, Zhang Hao gazed into the distance, his mind constantly recalling the massive fireball that had fallen to the ground. His whole being seemed to be in a frozen state, staring blankly into the distance. Such terrifying power must be a forbidden spell, he thought, watching the horrific mushroom cloud erupting as the sun descended. Zhang Hao's eyes nearly popped out. What was happening? Could it be? Was the Beast King appearing? In the realm of beasts, there are occasional battles among them vying for the title of Beast King. The victorious Beast King in such battles typically possesses powerful skills. But then Zhang Hao shook his head again. Such immense power. Not to mention the injured Beast King of 1,000 beasts in the altered lands, even the Beast King of 10,000 beasts could not possibly unleash such formidable skill power. Could it be a skill released by some professional? But that can't be right. Zhang Hao's mind buzzed. If it truly was a skill released by a professional, then its strength could definitely be compared to a forbidden spell. But this is the altered lands, which big shot capable of casting forbidden spells would come here for a stroll? Isn't that like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito? Just as Zhang Hao was filled with confusion, the next moment his eyes bulged, widening even more. Because at that moment he witnessed an even more incredible scene. In his line of sight, bolts of lightning were continuously gathering in the sky. Then, like a spear of thunder piercing through heaven and earth, it was merging in the sky, exuding a power capable of destroying the world. Am I dreaming? Zhang Hao stared blankly at the ever-growing thunder spear in the distance. Meanwhile, at the center of the beast tide, Qin Shang was leisurely casting the technique of unifying all methods, gathering the power and area damage of his skills. Directly in front of him, a group of fire dragons was continuously spitting fireballs at Qin Shang. Yet, at that moment, Qin Shang, under the bombardment of fireballs, remained completely unfazed, for around him was a flowing ribbon-like aura, encircling him. The fireballs that struck Qin Shang were quickly rebounded upon contact with the aura. Looking at the fireballs bouncing back, Qin Shang couldn't help but smile. This reverse flow ring is really useful, especially against these beast hordes. They throw fireballs at me, and I treat the fireballs like soccer balls. The next moment, the thunder spear above Qin Shang's head had fully coalesced. Go! With a flick of his finger, the thunder spear gathered in the sky, descended like a world-destroying dragon, furious and fierce. Carrying immense lightning, it struck down upon the 200 fire dragons in front. Soon, as the lightning wreaked havoc, the 200 fire dragons were annihilated in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 200 fire dragons. You have reached level 22, gained 600 layers of casting. Current casting layers are 1606. Not bad, gained 600 layers of casting. Leveled up twice. Let's keep killing. Qin Shang nodded in satisfaction. Today he came to the altered lands to accomplish 3 things. The first was to kill monsters, the second was to kill monsters, and the third was, damn it, to kill monsters. Meanwhile, in the distance, Zhang Hao was even more shocked, his mouth agape. Because just after that world-destroying thunder spear fell, a blue thread began to coalesce in midair. No, to be precise, it was a blue crescent, as large as the moon. Following that, in Zhang Hao's astonished gaze, the blue crescent was released, directly slashing down 300 beasts ahead. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 300 beasts. You leveled up 3 times, all basic. Attributes increased by 24, free attributes increased by 96. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 300 beasts. You gained 900 layers of casting. Not bad, leveled up again. After checking his gains, Qin Shang began to coalesce his skills once more. On the other side, Zhang Hao swallowed hard. No, whether someone is casting a forbidden spell or a beast king is launching an attack, it's not safe to stay here. After a brief thought, Zhang Hao used the teleportation ring on his right hand, and after a flash of white light, he was teleported back to the Storm Guild. Meanwhile, in the hall of the Storm Guild, what did you say? There are still students who haven't been teleported back? Lin Wanqing said anxiously, looking at the array mage in front of her. Captain Lin, we are also very anxious, but there is indeed one student who hasn't been teleported out, the mage, who was being grabbed by the collar, quickly explained. And the teleportation bracelet only works if the student actively uses it. We can't do anything about it. The lean man in the team cursed. Damn it, what a broken device. Ji Buchang, you idiot, this isn't a device, it's equipment. As long as that student doesn't use it, there's nothing they can do. The strong man tugged at Ji Buchang. Hearing the strong man's words, Lin Wanqing and the other two teammates showed extremely anxious expressions. The beast horde had been rampaging for so long. Could the students inside already be in life-threatening danger? Just now, most of the key class students had returned through the teleportation bracelets, including Zhang Hao, who had just come back, but Lin Wanqing was preparing to enter the altered land through the teleportation array. It was only then that she realized there was still one student who hadn't returned from the altered land. And as long as there was a student who hadn't returned, all 10 teleportation arrays would be in cooldown. All the key class students are here. Could it be Qin Shang who hasn't returned? Zhang Bao counted the number of people in front of him, showing a hint of surprise on the surface while secretly feeling pleased. That kid must have died at the hands of the Beast King. What? Brother Shang hasn't come back. Could it be? Upon hearing that the student who hadn't returned was Qin Shang, Ning Qingfeng's eyes also revealed a worried expression. Also worried was Lin Hai, the dean of the War Academy. That kid, if he can't win, he should just use the teleportation array to come back. Don't hold on. Lin Hai's face showed concern, worried that Qin Shang might be holding on because of what the key class students had said earlier. And in the altered land, he was holding on, knowing that a beast tide had erupted there. Ordinary high school students staying inside would definitely be in life-threatening danger. Hee, Principal Lin, don't worry too much. Maybe Qin Shang is just unlucky and has already died. No, maybe he's still alive, Zhang Hao said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Anyone could hear the mocking tone in his words. Zhang Hao, do you dare to curse my brother Shang? Ning Qingfeng was a bit anxious. Look, you're anxious again. What's the use of being so worried? Want to know if Qin Shang is dead? No, if he's still there, just check the tablet, Zhang Hao said with a smirk, calling over the assistant beside Zhang Bao. At that moment, Zhang Hao was very happy, although he hadn't killed a single beast this time. Seeing that Qin Shang still hadn't returned to the Storm Guild Hall, he secretly thought, that kid Qin Shang must be doomed. Even if he hadn't killed a single beast, so what? As long as he waited for the beast tide to pass, relying on Zhang Bao's covert operations, he could still get that trial card for the Tianyuan Tower, while Qin Shang, he probably had already been chewed to the bone by the beasts. At this moment, the assistant Zhang had called over suddenly stopped in her tracks, looking at the tablet in her hand with an expression of disbelief. The next moment, her hand holding the tablet suddenly trembled. The tablet fell to the ground with a thud, and seeing her actions, everyone was startled. What happened? Has that student already been harmed? Lin Wanqing stepped forward, worried. No, it's the beast horde. The assistant covered her cherry lips, finding it hard to believe. The beast horde? What happened to the beast horde? Did they rush into the city? As soon as Lin Wanqing thought of this, she shook her head. It shouldn't be. The altered land was quite far from Binhai City. They shouldn't be rushing so fast. No, it's not that the beast horde rushed into the city. The beast tide has been resolved. To be precise, the beast horde has been eliminated. The assistant's words were shocking. What she said was like a thunderclap echoing in the hall among everyone present. In an instant, whether it was Zhang Bao, the three principals, or the demon-slaying team and key class students, all had expressions of shock and confusion on their faces. How could this be possible? The beast horde was completely wiped out? It should be known that there are thousands of magical beasts in the mutated land. That's a whole thousand. What is that? A student from the elite class exclaimed. Upon hearing his voice, everyone turned to look in the direction he was pointing, and there, they saw a massive electronic screen. It was the screen that originally recorded the number of magical beasts killed by the students. Just a second ago, the screen displayed that everyone's kill count was still 0. But at this moment, a name was rapidly rising. From an inconspicuous corner, it shot straight to first place. Even more astonishing was that next to his name, the number of magical beasts killed was displayed, and at that moment, that number was skyrocketing like a rocket. 180, 200, 400, 700, 1000. Seeing this incredible scene, a single thought flashed through everyone's mind. Whose subordinate is this, so incredibly fierce? While others had a kill count of 0, this name's kill count suddenly reached 1000, almost breaking the display of the electronic screen. Everyone stared intently at the screen, and at that moment, they all saw that dazzling name, Qin Shang? Qin Shang, Qin Shang. After clearly seeing that name, everyone silently repeated it 3 times in their hearts, filled with confusion, shock, and disbelief. 3 expressions gradually appeared on the faces of everyone present. Qin Shang actually wiped out the entire mutated land. Is he even human? This is simply a god. Oh my, I actually compared Qin Shang with Zhang Hao before. I must be crazy. How can Zhang Hao even be compared to Qin Shang? What Qin Shang? From now on, he should be called Brother Shang. That Ning Qingfeng is clever. He's quickly hugging the thigh of a big shot. The students from the elite class were astonished by Qin Shang's achievements while casting envious glances at Ning Qingfeng, but at that moment Ning Qingfeng was also in a state of shock. He had thought Qin Shang was impressive, but he never expected Qin Shang to be this impressive, single-handedly wiping out the entire mutated land. Other professionals, let alone catching up to Qin Shang, probably couldn't even see his back. It's over, all over. Zhang Bao looked at Qin Shang's achievements, his eyes devoid of any light. He kept retreating, and if it weren't for his assistant supporting him, he would have collapsed to the ground. This was truly shooting himself in the foot. According to the rules he had previously announced, the student who ranked first in this mock exam would receive the trial scroll for the Tianyuan Tower. If it were a regular reward, it would be fine, but this Tianyuan Tower scroll cost him half of the Storm Guild's fortune. He had invested a significant amount of gold coins into 3 war academies to get the 3 deans to take it out as a reward for this event. He had originally thought that with his secret training and a good teleportation position, Zhang Hao would surely secure first place, and then use this Tianyuan Tower trial scroll to obtain rare equipment, thus stepping onto the peak of life. But unexpectedly, a Qin Shang emerged halfway through. Not only did he take first place, but he also wiped out the entire mutated land, leaving Zhang Hao with no chance to catch up. Thinking of this, Zhang Bao looked at Zhang Hao beside him, who was in a daze. This Zhang Hao, simply useless, given you the opportunity and you can't make use of it. The deans of the other 2 academies looked at Lin Hai with eyes full of shock. They had originally thought that since Qin Shang hadn't shown up for the trial tower yesterday, he had already given up. Lin Hai bringing Qin Shang to participate in the mock exam was merely a case of patching the barn after the sheep were lost. They didn't have high hopes for Qin Shang, but unexpectedly, Lin Hai really had an eye for talent. Qin Shang actually wiped out the entire mutated land. This had never happened in the entire history of the Divine Xia Kingdom, such a defying professional. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and dismissed Li Tiehu without hesitation. Otherwise, if I offended a future big shot, it would be a loss, Lin Hai murmured to himself. Wow, a single person killing over 1,000 magical beasts? That record can compete with our captain. Ji Buchang from the demon-slaying team was somewhat surprised. Qin Shang, what a great name, invincible in battle, the strong man said somewhat dramatically. This is a talent. Sister Wanqing, we should try to recruit him for our 7th demon-slaying team. Anyway, the captain isn't here, so it's just right to fill the 5-person team. That way, we can venture into the death mountains, the legal lowly Lu Chanshan said with a smile, lightly pursing her cherry lips. Recruiting him might be difficult. For talents, we have to snatch them. Let's get ready to ambush and be prepared to grab him. Lin Wanqing's eyes flashed with determination. Meanwhile, in the office of the city lord of Binhai City, Lin Yan had just organized his things and was about to rush to the mutated area when his assistant Yang Chanshan rushed in again. City Lord, you don't need to worry, the system from the Storm Guild just reported that the Beast Tide has been resolved. What? The Beast Tide was resolved in such a short time? Are those little rascals from the Storm Guild messing with me? Lin Yan stopped in his tracks, his face showing some anger. It's true, City Lord. The information just came from the Storm Guild. The Beast Tide has been resolved, Yang Chanshan said as she opened the details of the message. Let me see, the Storm Guild system shows that a single professional resolved the Beast Tide. He killed, how is that possible? Yang Chanshan's expression suddenly changed as she read the message. What happened? Is there another problem? Lin Yan noticed something was off with Yang Chanshan's expression. The message says that a single professional resolved the Beast Tide, killing over 1,000 magical beasts. Yang Chanshan took a deep breath and spoke slowly. What? Is that true? Ha, I thought Qin Shang was invincible, but it turns out someone is even braver than him. Who is this person's subordinate? As a flame armor warrior, Lin Yan seemed to have a momentary brain freeze. Then, this king-level powerhouse quickly reacted and burst into laughter. He took the tablet from Yang Chanshan's hands, his smile growing wider. Hee, that I must go over there. I want to see which genius is so brave. Meanwhile, in the dungeon hall of the Storm Guild, looking at the leaderboard regarding Qin Shang's achievements, Zhang Hao's eyes turned red with anger, unable to believe that he, the most favored young master of the Storm Guild and the captain of the elite class, had been defeated twice in a row by an ordinary professional like Qin Shang. It was one thing when he was suppressed by Qin Shang in the elite class before. Now that he had finally awakened a rare profession, he was still being suppressed by Qin Shang. Before the awakening of the rare profession, you could suppress me. After the awakening of the rare profession, you still suppress me. That rare profession, isn't it? Just a white awakening? Suddenly, in a fit of anger, Zhang Hao seemed to realize something and shouted, "That's right, Qin Shang is just an ordinary professional. How could he kill 1,000 magical beasts? There must be something wrong, or Qin Shang is cheating." At this moment, in the hall of the Storm Guild, Zhang Hao was shouting excitedly. But apart from his father, Zhang Bao, who showed a hint of doubt in his eyes, everyone else looked at Zhang Hao as if he were a fool. It should be noted that this was the Storm Guild, the territory of Zhang Hao and his father, Zhang Bao. If there was cheating, it could only be Zhang Bao and Zhang Hao cheating. Anyone with eyes could see that Zhang Hao was just panicking from losing. Just then, a teasing voice came. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Practice more if you're weak, alright? You. Upon hearing this sarcastic remark, Zhang Hao glared angrily in that direction, ready to make a move, but the next moment, the anger in his eyes faded by more than half, and his hand retracted, because the one who had spoken the mocking words was none other than Lu Qianqian from the demon-slaying team. Lu Qianqian was a member of the demon-slaying team, part of the official members of the Demon Suppression Army. Despite the young age of Lin Wanqing and the other members of the demon-slaying team, according to the team structure, they all held the rank of major. In the kingdom of Xingxia, there are strict regulations that allow practitioners to fight each other as long as they do not cross the line. However, if someone intends to harm or frame a member of the Demon Suppression Army, they will face severe punishment. If Zhang Hao were to act, he would be facing heavy penalties or even the death penalty. Therefore, even if he dared to lay a hand on Qin Shang, he would not dare to provoke a member of the demon-slaying team. Inside the dungeon, at this moment, Qin Shang was unaware of what was happening outside. He was staring at the shimmering ground in front of him. What a bountiful harvest! The items glowing with purple light before Qin Shang were all magic crystals. Indeed, each of these beasts, deeply infected by the abyssal magic, had dropped a magic crystal, and they were all elite magic crystals, equivalent to those dropped by elite-level beasts. With a wave of his hand, thousands of magic crystals were quickly stored in his system space. This could be quite a fortune, and besides that, the biggest gain this time was the second transition. After successfully transitioning, Qin Shang would be able to gain 3 layers of casting power with each kill of a magical creature. Additionally, with each level up, he would receive 8 basic attribute points and 32 free attribute points. More importantly, Qin Shang had just killed 800 magical beasts, and thanks to the experience provided by these beasts, his level shot up to level 28. Goodness, he was just a student who had awakened 2 days ago, and his level had risen to 28. Who would believe it? Before the provincial exam, reaching level 28 not only meant combat power but also broke the previous record for practitioners' levels before the provincial exam. What is this? After collecting all the magic crystals into his system space, he noticed a golden glowing item in the distance. Qin Shang walked over and picked up the necklace-like equipment. Could it be the equipment dropped by the 1,000 illusion spirit fox I killed? Qin Shang murmured to himself, as generally, when a beast of the king level is killed, it drops equipment or skill books. The 1,000 illusion spirit fox should have dropped equipment as well, but at that time, Qin Shang was too busy dealing with the large number of magical beasts in front of him to check. This equipment is called 1,000 illusion necklace. I wonder if it has any special effects. Qin Shang looked at the introduction of the necklace and murmured. He then began to check the equipment skill introduction for the 1,000 illusion necklace. 1,000 illusion necklace, grade, legendary special skill. After wearing, it can immunize 1 instance of mental control. An immunity type special effect? Interesting, let's equip it first. With that thought, Qin Shang directly equipped the 1,000 illusion necklace. Ding! You have successfully equipped the 1,000 illusion necklace. Then, he checked his system panel. Age, 18. Profession, mage level, 28 spirit, 615 strength, 123 agility, 123 constitution, 202 life. 2020. Mana, 6150. Skills, fireball, thunderstrike, spirit recovery, detection, taunt, windblade, bone-chilling ice sword, all laws return to 1. Body of the demon god, equipment, true bracelet, blood cloak, destiny necklace, recovery ring, reverse flow ring, guardian spirit armor, 1,000 illusion necklace. Multiple casting layers, 3406, effect, increases 3 layers of casting power for each magical beast killed. Seeing his splendid data panel, Qin Shang nodded secretly. Goodness, this boost is enormous. His confidence for the provincial exam increased even more. Meanwhile, in an office of the Storm Guild. At this moment in the room, the 3 deans, along with Zhang Bao, the president of the Storm Guild, and his son Zhang Hao, all looked tense and somewhat anxious. This was because sitting before them was a middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor. Dressed in fiery red armor, his golden pupils exuded a powerful pressure. He was Lin Yan, the lord of Binhai City. At this moment, Lin Yan was reviewing the data from the Storm Guild's recent mock exam. Lord City Master. There must be a problem with the leaderboard, or that student named Qin Shang must have cheated. I've investigated, although he has some strength, it's impossible for him to kill 1,000 magical beasts in such a short time, Zhang Bao explained to Lin Yan, the city lord before him. He didn't want the trial scrolls he had worked hard to exchange for to fall into Qin Shang's hands, so he desperately clung to any hope and argued. Oh, really? But the leaderboard does show that Qin Shang killed 1,000 magical beasts. And you didn't detect any faults, did you? Lin Yan said with interest, looking at the grinning Zhang Bao. Lord City Master, although my father didn't detect any faults, it's impossible for Qin Shang to return alive from the mutated land because he, Zhang Hao, was about to say something when Zhang Bao quickly covered his mouth. At the same time, Zhang Bao shot a fierce glare at Zhang Hao. thinking, how could I have such a troublesome son who says everything out loud? Oh, from your tone, it seems you're certain that it's very difficult for Qin Shang to return alive from the mutated land. I'm curious, why is that? Lin Yan's authoritative gaze fixed on both Zhang Bao and Zhang Hao. This, Zhang Hao, after being glared at by Zhang Bao, didn't dare to casually respond to Lin Yan. The originally grinning Zhang Bao also lowered his head, revealing a look of unease. However, the smile wouldn't disappear, it would only shift. At this moment, Lin Yan had a smile on his face. It's okay, even if you don't say, I can find out the reason through the Storm Guild's system. Hearing Lin Yan's chilling laughter, the previously bowed Zhang Bao felt his heart race faster. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Bao decided to confess, adhering to the principle that honesty brings leniency while resistance brings severity. Lord City Master, it's all my fault. I was confused for a moment. For my son's mock exam results, I unilaterally had someone teleport Qin Shang to the Beast King's area, Zhang Bao said while pulling Zhang Hao beside him. Zhang Hao quickly reacted and knelt down with Zhang Bao in front of Lord Lin Yan. Lord City Master, it was our moment of folly. Please spare us this time. Meanwhile, Lin Hai, the Dean of the War Academy, glared angrily at Zhang Bao upon hearing his words. Zhang Bao, you dared to do this for Zhang Hao's results, this is too much. Zhang Bao switched to a smiling demeanor. Dean Lin, this is all my fault, but please don't get agitated. Isn't Qin Shang safe now? Hearing the other party's words, Lin Hai's chest heaved with anger. At this moment, the shameless Zhang Bao and his son let out a sigh of relief. Although they had framed Qin Shang, he was just an ordinary practitioner. In the Kingdom of Shinsummer, conflicts between practitioners that do not involve bottom lines are permitted, especially since Qin Shang was still alive and they had voluntarily confessed their crimes. The punishment they would face should be lighter. Very well, since you dare to admit it, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes. Lord City Master, this mistake is entirely ours. We are willing to compensate Qin Shang and cover all his university expenses. Zhang Bao hurriedly said. No need to be so troublesome, you two can directly repay your crimes with your lives. Lin Yan said, his eyes filled with killing intent. No, Lord City Master, are you mistaken? Qin Shang is still alive, why should we be sentenced to death? Zhang Hao said, his face full of confusion. In the Divine Summer Kingdom, there are regulations that anyone who harms or frames a member of the Demon Suppression Army will be sentenced to heavy punishment or death. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Lin Yan's mouth. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, not only did Zhang Bao and his son experience a moment of confusion, but even the three deans standing nearby looked momentarily dazed. Weren't they dealing with matters concerning Qin Shang? Why did the City Lord suddenly bring up the Demon Suppression Army? City Lord, have you made a mistake? Qin Shang is just a high school student. How could he be related to the Demon Suppression Army? Zhang Bao, regaining his senses, asked with a puzzled expression. Qin Shang is the captain of the Demon Suppression Army's Demon Slayer Team 7. His rank is Colonel. Tell me, does he have any connection to the Demon Suppression Army? Lin Yan stood up, his fingers tapping on the table. What? Qin Shang is actually the captain of the Demon Suppression Army, the Demon Slayer Team 7? Lin Yan's words struck the hearts of everyone in the office like a thunderclap. In an instant, the three deans and Zhang Bao's son were all petrified on the spot. They exchanged glances, recalling the rumors about that player who could kill 60 elite-level monsters in the Abyss Dungeon in just 1 minute. The captain of Team 7, whose achievements were nothing short of miraculous, was actually Qin Shang. No wonder Qin Shang could kill 1,000 monsters without any glitches or bugs appearing in the dungeon. This was his true strength. At that moment, Shen Feng, the dean of the War Institute, was filled with regret. He had originally wanted to recruit Qin Shang but gave up when Lulu couldn't find him. Later, when Qin Shang didn't return to the dungeon the next day, he assumed Qin Shang had completely given up, so he never tried to recruit him again. Now, looking back, Shen Feng truly regretted it. He had missed out on a genius. Meanwhile, Lin Hai's mind was in a whirl, repeatedly recalling Lin Yan's words. Qin Shang was actually the captain of Team 7, and considering his record of killing 1,000 monsters, it was even more astonishing. Zhang Bao and his son, on the other hand, had expressions of disbelief. This is impossible. He's just a high school student who awakened this year. How could Qin Shang be the rumored rookie genius captain who killed 60 elite monsters in the Abyss Dungeon? At that moment, Lin Yan's face turned cold as he stood up straight from his desk. He looked at Zhang Bao and his son with a frosty tone. Alright, now you can go die. Wait. Zhang Bao was about to explain something, but Lin Yan no longer gave him a chance to argue. Lin Yan's eyes glowed with golden light. In the next moment, a golden flame began to burn from within Zhang Bao and Zhang Hao. With a few screams, their bodies were completely reduced to ashes in the golden flames. And where Zhang Bao had originally stood, a golden black card fell to the ground. Is this the trial scroll of the Tianyuan Tower? Lin Yan nodded. No wonder Zhang Bao had devised such a grand scheme to put Qin Shang to death. Even upon seeing Qin Sheng achieve first place on the leaderboard, he wanted to erase Qin Sheng's accomplishments under the guise of cheating. It should be known that the Tianyuan Tower was the #1 dungeon in the Divine Summer Kingdom. Any professional who could enter it would benefit immensely upon exiting, greatly aiding their future growth. No wonder Zhang Bao was so desperate to scheme. However, since Qin Sheng had achieved first place on the leaderboard and had such potential, a single card wouldn't suffice. Lin Yan thought as he searched for rewards on his person. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dungeon, after organizing his belongings, Qin Sheng glanced once more at the small town that had turned to ruins. At this moment, the mutated land showed no trace of the town's past. Sigh, it seems there are no more monsters left, it's time to head back. Qin Sheng took out his teleportation bracelet and pressed the red button. In a flash of light, he vanished from the mutated land. The moment he appeared in the main hall of the Storm Guild, two figures flashed before him, and he was immediately flanked. He turned his head and saw that he was being held by two young women. One was tall, and the other was a bona fide lowly. Who are you two? Qin Sheng asked, confused. Though they were both wearing military uniforms, he was certain he didn't know them. Hey there, handsome. Congratulations on being invited to join the Demon Slaying Squad 7. Come on, let's go over there and I'll talk to you about our ideals, Lu Chanxian said with a laugh, pulling Qin Sheng toward a corner. Just as Qin Sheng was about to resist, Lin Wanqing, the other woman, spoke to him. Now, little brother, don't resist. Be a good boy. And your big sister will show you her legs in a bit. After a moment of silence, she added, if you agree, you can even touch them. Following behind the two women, Ji Buchan's eyes widened. Holy crap, the vice captains are really going all out this time. Meanwhile, Ning Qingfeng and the other gifted students watched Qin Sheng get surrounded by the Demon Slaying Squad, and their eyes were filled with envy. Wow! The Demon Slaying Squad was a special unit directly under the Demon Suppression Army. The people in it were all the cream of the crop among young people, full of pride and arrogance. But now, they were all humbling themselves just to get Qin Sheng to join their team. Ah, it's truly a shame to compare yourself to others. I'm so jealous of Brother Sheng being flanked by two beauties. When will it be my turn for such good fortune? Get real, you're dreaming. Brother Sheng can get flanked by beauties because of his accomplishments. You're right. Brother Sheng killed 1,000 monsters. His combat power is just monstrous. Hey, who do you think is more powerful, Brother Sheng, who killed 1,000 monsters, or the captain the Demon Slaying Squad was talking about earlier? Ning Qingfeng and the gifted students began another round of discussion. They were no longer comparing Qin Sheng to Zhang Hao. Qin Sheng's current strength was leagues beyond what Zhang Hao could ever hope to achieve. Instead, they were comparing Qin Sheng to the mysterious Captain 7, whom the Demon Slaying Squad had mentioned. Qin Sheng, who was being held by Lu Chanxian and Lin Wanqing, was trying to break free. Lu Chanxian smiled and said, "Be a good boy, little brother. At worst, your big sister will perform Subject 3 for you later, okay? Wait, Qin Sheng started to say something, but Lin Wanqing interrupted him again. Be a good boy, little brother. I'll also perform for you later. And me too, the lean man, Ji Buchang, and the muscular man, Zheng Haizhu, added from behind. Hearing the four of them, Qin Sheng couldn't help but smile wryly. From their military attire, he had quickly guessed they were part of a team, but their words left him speechless. Is this a legitimate squad? What kind of crazy people are in this team? Just then, the door to the Storm Guild's office opened. Lin Yan, wearing a fiery red armor, walked out. It's the City Lord. The City Lord is here, the gifted students and Ning Qingfeng exclaimed. Even the distant Demon Slaying Squad looked over. Lin Yan's gaze fell on their squad, and his expression grew strange as he looked at them. Your new captain's welcome ceremony is quite special, isn't it? Hearing Lin Yan's words, the Demon Slaying Squad members looked at each other in confusion. What? New captain? They then noticed Lin Yan's eyes were fixed on Qin Sheng. He's the captain? But he doesn't have a token on his shoulder, Lin Wanqing said, her eyes filled with doubt. At that moment, Qin Sheng, who had been held captive, finally managed to break free. He took out the token badge that could prove his identity. Token? Is this it? Upon seeing the token badge in Qin Sheng's hand, the four members of the Demon Slaying team exchanged glances. Captain? But isn't he just a high school student? How did he become our new captain? The four had exaggerated expressions, each looking as if they had seen a ghost staring at Qin Sheng in front of them. Goodness, the new captain they had spoken of, who was exceptionally talented and had incredible combat power, turned out to be this high school student. Conversely, if Qin Sheng was just a high school student and had such extraordinary achievements, was he even human? This was simply a prodigy. Among geniuses, a monster among prodigies. Then, the four of them revealed wry smiles, their faces turning red. Goodness, what had they just been doing? They had actually tried to recruit their captain into the team? They even wanted to use various tricks on their captain? Goodness, this was a complete mess. It was like waking up in shock from a dying illness, realizing the clown was actually me. Meanwhile, the students from the key class in Ning Qingfeng, upon hearing Lin Yan's words and the reaction of the demon-slaying team, could tell that the so-called talented captain mentioned by the demon slaying team was none other than Qin Shang standing before them. Goodness, was Qin Shang even human? On the first day, he soloed a hell-level dungeon. On the second day, he killed 60 elite-level monsters in 1 minute, and he single-handedly conquered the abyss-level difficulty that had not been cleared in 300 years. On the third day, he killed 1,000 monsters. Hiss. At this thought, the key class students in Ning Qingfeng all gasped. Goodness, could these achievements really be accomplished by a high school student? Just thinking about how they had just compared Qin Shang to the captain of the demon-slaying team made Ning Qingfeng and the other key class students smile wryly. Was this something a human could even conceive? Alright, I originally wanted to introduce you, but now I believe you are already quite familiar with each other, Lin Yan said with a smile to the members of the demon-slaying team. Hearing Lin Yan's words, the four members of the demon-slaying team turned as red as monkey bottoms. Familiar? Too familiar. They had just shown Qin Shang their most embarrassing sides. Now, they had no secrets left in front of their captain. These pieces of dirt were enough for Qin Shang to hold over them for a lifetime. Ha, since that's the case, I'll borrow your captain for a moment, Lin Yan said, noticing that the members of the demon-slaying team had all lowered their heads. He strode over to Qin Shang's side, and before Qin Shang could react, flames flickered around Lin Yan, and in a flash of red light, they appeared in the Storm Guild's office. What is that smell? As soon as he entered the office, Qin Shang caught a whiff of a strange odor. Oh, it's nothing, just the smell of garbage, Lin Yan said nonchalantly, patting his hands. Then Lin Yan took out a golden black card from his pocket and handed it to Qin Shang. This is your reward for achieving first place in the Provincial Exam Simulation, the trial scroll for the Tianyuan Tower. As for its purpose, I don't need to elaborate, right? Qin Shang nodded, fully aware of the value of the first dungeon in the Divine Summer Kingdom. At the same time, he felt a bit puzzled. Wasn't this Tianyuan Tower trial scroll in Zhang Bao's hands? How could it be issued by Lin Yan? Seemingly sensing Qin Shang's confusion, Lin Yan explained, you're thinking about that father-son duo, right? Don't worry, they wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you. It's just that after eating too many red beans, I've had them executed. So that's how it is, Qin Shang nodded. Alright, now we can talk about your matters. Lin Yan clapped his hands and smiled. My matters? Qin Shang was a bit surprised. You've given me quite a few surprises. Now I can finally slap those old geezers in the face hard. Who says only they have seed players in the main city? Lin Yan laughed heartily. Seed players? Qin Shang was puzzled. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, you may not know this, but this year, several hidden professions have emerged in Manhwa province and they are all seed players for this year's provincial exam. But in our Binhai city, let alone hidden professions, there are hardly any rare professions. I've been mocked by those old geezers quite a bit during this time. Lin Yan revealed a bitter smile. He then grabbed Qin Shang's shoulders with both hands and laughed heartily, but with you around, it's different. This time, we can definitely give them a surprise, no, a shock. I'll do my best, Qin Shang said with a smile, scratching his head. It's not just doing your best, you must aim for the top 3 in the provincial exam. Lin Yan retracted his hands, but his gaze towards Qin Shang was filled with confidence. Top 3 in the provincial exam? Qin Shang listened to what the other person said, and it seemed that being in the top 3 had a different significance. Lin Yan nodded. If it were any other year, I would be very happy with any achievement you made in the provincial exam. But this year is different. You've heard that the provincial exam has been reformed. After the usual assessments, there will be a final assessment, and those who pass the final assessment will have the opportunity to go to a good place. Good place? Qin Shang was a bit puzzled. But it's still too early to tell you about it. You'll know after the provincial exam. Lin Yan waved his hand. Then, as if he remembered something. However, as a reward for your miraculous achievements in Binhai City, in addition to the trial scroll for the Tianyuan Tower you received earlier, I have another reward for you. This is the Spirit Card I obtained from killing the Beast King in the Death Mountains. Saying this, Lin Yan took out a card from his body and handed it to Qin Shang. Spirit Card? Is it the one rumored to increase experience? Qin Shang looked at the card in his hand with some surprise. According to rumors, there was a rare card called the Spirit Card, which could only drop from killing the Beast King. Boss, this was definitely a great item. Thinking of this, Qin Shang first put away the Spirit Card. As long as you know the value of this thing, you must put in more effort this time. I heard that among the candidates for the provincial exam this time, there are also geniuses cultivated by the War God Hall. You should go back and prepare early. After saying this, Lin Yan's figure turned into a flash of fire and left the location of the Storm Guild. After Qin Shang tidied up his belongings a bit, he exchanged contact information with the members of the Demon Slayer team. 7. Then bid farewell to Ning Qingfeng and the Demon Slayer team and took a taxi home alone. Tomorrow is the college entrance examination, and after fighting monsters all day today, he needed to rest well. As soon as Qin Shang returned home, he took out the Spirit Card. Spirit Card rank, None type, amplification effect, after use, permanently increases the practitioner's experience gain by 100%. Wow, no wonder it's the rumored card. Seeing this skill effect, Jin Shang couldn't help but exclaim. He was currently level 28, just 2 levels away from level 30. If he used this spirit card, the experience he gained would double. This meant that it wouldn't be long before he could reach the third transfer. And after he reached the third transfer, according to the previous upgrade of his multiple casting would also reach level 4, meaning that for every enemy he killed, he would gain 4 layers of casting. If this amplification continued, Jin Shang might soon accumulate to 10,000 layers of casting. It's hard to imagine, with a wave of his hand, what a scene it would be to unleash 10,000 fireballs and 10,000 ice swords like a heavenly calamity. The future is promising. What does being in the top 3 of the provincial exam matter? I'm going for the national first place. After a simple wash-up, Jin Shang lay down on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the provincial exam began. On the second day, according to the regulations of previous years, all practitioners participating in the provincial exam would gather at the Lord's Square in Binhai City on the day of the exam. There are a total of 24 main cities in Manhwa province. According to past practices, the provincial examinations for each main city are held in the respective main city of the practitioners. Practitioners enter the assessment dungeons set up in their main cities, and their scores in these dungeons represent their results in the provincial examinations. However, this year, due to reforms in the provincial examinations, the location has changed. Candidates from the 24 main cities of Manhwa province must use the teleportation array in their own main city to travel to the only level 3 main city in the entire province, the first main city, Luochang, to take the exam. At 10 a.m., Jin Shang took a taxi and arrived at the square in front of the city lord's mansion. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw that the square was already crowded with students. Shang Ge, over here. Ning Qingfeng, dressed in a blue robe, waved to Jin Shang from the crowd. Jin Shang nodded and walked over to Ning Qingfeng. Everyone, please quiet down, I'm going to start. Counting the number of people, Lin Hai said as he noticed that most of the people had arrived. A similar scene was happening among the teams from the other 2 war academies. Soon, the 3 deans exchanged glances and nodded. The number of candidates participating in the provincial examination was basically accurate. Alright, everyone get ready, we're setting off. Lin Hai nodded to the students in the square, then glanced at the array mages around the square. After receiving Lin Hai's look, the array mages around the square nodded in response. Then, these array mages crossed their hands and pressed one hand to the edge of the square, and instantly, waves of blue light surged across the entire square. A large teleportation array? Just looking at the flickering lights, it does resemble that of the Storm Guild, Jin Shang murmured as he observed the teleportation array in the square. After a burst of brilliant blue light flashed, Jin Shang, along with all the students in the square and the 3 deans, found themselves in the examination venue held in Luochang. As expected of the first main city in Manhwa province, just the examination venue is much larger than that of Binhai City, Lin Hai remarked as he observed the examination venue in Luochang. At this moment, students from the 24 main cities of Manhwa province were being teleported one after another to the examination venue in Luochang after a series of flashes. However, despite the fact that students from the 24 main cities were all teleported to the same examination venue, this venue, as Lin Hai had previously mentioned, was extremely spacious. Even as students from the main cities were teleported in one after another, the square did not feel crowded at all. In fact, it felt quite open. Almost every main city's student occupied only a small corner of the square. Alright, you all wait here for a moment, I'll go take care of the examination procedures. For you, Lin Hai said to the students behind him. He then left the line, and the students from Binhai City began to discuss among themselves. Wow, as expected of the first main city in Manhwa province, this examination venue is huge. It must be over 20 times the size of our square. Not just the square, look over there, there's a huge light tower floating in the center of the square. The image of this tower is very different from our trial tower. Could it be the rumored Stupa Tower? At this moment, the candidates from Binhai City were observing the examination venue in Luochang, and their gazes focused on a gigantic light tower in the center of the venue. The enormous light tower had 9 levels and was currently radiating a pure white light, but strangely, only the first 5 levels emitted a faint glow, while the upper 4 levels were dark. Stupa Tower? Jin Shang looked at the distant Stupa Tower. He had learned some information about it from online sources. It was said that the Stupa Tower was a place used by practitioners of the Divine Xia Kingdom to suppress abyssal demons. This light tower only has the first 5 levels lit up. Could this be the number of levels for our assessment this time? According to past practices, phase examinations are usually divided into 4 stages, so the 5th level would be the final examination. This time? Jin Shang rubbed his chin, pondering as he spoke. At this moment, not just him, but the other candidates were also observing the massive pagoda in the center of the examination hall. You ordinary professionals seem to worry quite a bit. Is the final assessment something you can even touch? The speaker was a tall boy with dyed red hair and a muscular build. Did your dean not tell you when he came that the final assessment is reserved for geniuses and seed players, like me? The boy raised his neck proudly. It's the vice president of the Bear Club. I heard he is one of the seed players for this provincial exam. Of course, besides the one from the War God Hall and Luo Qingxue from Luo City, he is the strongest contender for the first place in the provincial exam. As soon as this boy appeared in the crowd, the square erupted with gasps of surprise. Bear Club? Qin Sheng seemed to have heard of this club. In the main city of Tianhai City, right next to Binhai City, there was a club of similar scale to the Storm Club called the Bear Club. Originally, this club's scale could not compare to the Storm Club, but it had recently expanded to match the same level. The reason for this was that the vice president of the Bear Club, Zhao Tiexiong, awakened a hidden profession, Frenzied Blade Warrior. Professionals who awaken hidden professions can receive substantial subsidies or even investments. Thus, the status of the Bear Club has risen significantly. Zhao Tiexiong, who was already holding his head high, became even more arrogant upon hearing the gasps around him, like a proud swan. However, soon everyone quieted down, as the deans who had gone to handle paperwork returned to their teams, starting to distribute teleportation wristbands to the students. The dean of the War Academy in Tianhai City was currently advising Zhao Tiexiong. Tiexiong, you remember what I told you, right? Only those who place in the top 3 can secure a spot. Don't worry, teacher, besides MOing from the War God Hall and Luo Qingxue, no one else is my match. I will definitely place in the top 3 of the provincial exam and secure a spot in the Tianjiao Championship. In Luo City, in the provincial exam conference room. Please wait a moment, Lord City Master will be back shortly. Wang Yaoyao, the assistant to the City Master of Luo City, said with a smile. In front of her sat a formation master in a white robe, nodding from a chair in the office. Although this master also wore a white robe, it was quite different from the one worn by the formation masters in Binhai City. His robe was adorned with golden threads, and notably, on each shoulder there was an embroidered character, War and God. He was Chen Feihong, the formation master sent by the War God Hall to manage the pagoda instance in Luo City. He was also an extremely rare 6th-turn king-level formation master. At this moment, he picked up the tablet in front of him, which displayed the avatars of 9 professionals. These are the 9 seed players from Manhwa province this year, Chen Feihong said, nodding at the tablet with a barely noticeable smile. Yes, Elder Chen, these 9 students are our seed players for this provincial exam. The most outstanding among them is my Miss Qingxue, Wang Yaoyao said proudly. Chen Feihong nodded at Wang Yaoyao's words, but just as he was about to say something, the door suddenly swung open. Ha, old Chen, sorry to keep you waiting. There was some disturbance in the Death Mountains, and I had to handle it. At the door stood 2 imposing middle-aged men. The one in front wearing light blue battle armor was Luo Shanha, the city master of Luo City. On his left, dressed in a robe, was Wan Tianya, the president of the Job Transfer Guild in Luocheng. The Death Mountains? Could it be related to those evil creatures again? Chen Feihong said with some confusion. Indeed, a large number of magical beasts have suddenly appeared near the Death Mountains, along with an inexplicable white mist which should be related to the evil creatures. I've already sent someone to investigate, and I believe we will soon uncover the reason, Luo Shanha nodded. These evil creatures have been getting increasingly unruly lately. Over at the Pagoda of Floating Dust, he continued, there are also several high-level evil creatures constantly attacking the seal, trying to break free. It's simply wishful thinking. Chen Feihong shook his head, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Let's not talk about these troublesome matters. How are your preparations for the Pagoda of Floating Dust coming along? Luo Shanha asked with a smile. Basically, everything is ready, just waiting for you to arrive. You know, Chen Feihong replied, even the projection of the Pagoda of Floating Dust requires 3 king-level professionals to activate. Chen Feihong nodded with a smile. Good, no problem, Luo Shanha agreed with a grin, then changed the subject. But I heard that the top student in this provincial exam is your student, right? Luo Shanha asked with a smile. Indeed, MOing has been my disciple for 2.5 years. What's the matter? Upon hearing Luo Shanha's words, a hint of confusion flashed in Chen Feihong's eyes. He had long heard that Luo Shanha was notoriously clever. He wondered what scheme this old fellow was concocting. I'm just a straightforward man, so I'll speak plainly. The top scorer in this provincial exam is likely either my daughter Shuer or your MOing. What do you think? As adults, should we give this first place a little extra flair? Luo Shanha said with a mischievous smile. Extra flair? Chen Feihong hesitated at Luo Shanha's words. What's wrong? You don't have confidence in your MOing, do you? Don't worry, it won't be much. A piece of legendary equipment or a high-level skill book will do. Luo Shanha pretended to pout in dissatisfaction. All right. Chen Feihong, slightly provoked, agreed without further hesitation. Upon hearing Chen Feihong's agreement, Luo Shanha revealed a triumphant smile. He certainly had his own little calculations. According to the reforms of this provincial exam, the top 3 would form a team to participate in the Tianjiao Championship in the imperial capital. The person who ranked first would be the captain of this team. Regardless of the team's performance, the captain would receive the highest benefits and rewards. If his daughter Luo Qingxue won first place, Luo Shanha would be overjoyed. If Luo Qingxue did not win first, Luo Shanhe would not lose out either. He would have a perfect excuse to give Moing a big gift as a favor. With benefits received, Moing would surely take care of his daughter during the Tenjiao Championship. As the Lord of Luochang, Luo Shanhe had a thorough understanding of human relationships. Then, Luo Shanhe picked up the tablet on the table. The remaining person is probably one of these 8. Indeed. I just saw that all 8 of these individuals have awakened hidden professions. And their levels are not low. 2 of them have already broken through to the second transfer, reaching level 24. Chen Feihong nodded. I actually think one student has a better chance of securing a spot in the genius competition than these 8, Wan Tianya said with a smile. He then took the tablet and found Qin Sheng's information. 2 days ago, I heard from Old Hai in Binhai City that this student named Qin Sheng has qualified as a lurker. Qualification as a lurker? Luo Shanhe and Chen Feihong exchanged glances upon hearing Wan Tianya's words. Then both of them gasped in surprise. They knew all too well the value of the lurker qualification. Among the 9 seed candidates with hidden professions in the entire Nanhe city, only Luo Qingxue had ever qualified as a lurker. The candidate Moing, brought by Chen Feihong, also did not qualify as a Linyuan's. Although it was said that he was too busy training to participate in the Linyuan's assessment, this still indicates the high standards of the Linyuan's. However, the next moment, as he looked at Qin Sheng's information, Luo Shanhe's expression turned strange. Ordinary profession? After seeing Qin Sheng's job description, Luo Shanhe first shook his head, then showed a disinterested look. What a pity, to have qualified as a Linyuan's just 2 days ago. He must have worked very hard, but he is just an ordinary profession. Chen Feihong beside him also shook his head. Indeed, the potential of an ordinary profession is simply too low. In the early stages, he might be able to catch up to the hidden profession geniuses through hard work, but in the later stages, the gap between them will only grow larger. Moreover, after such a long time, he has probably already been left behind by those 8 hidden profession candidates. Both Luo Shanhe and Chen Feihong were not optimistic about Qin Sheng. After all, this provincial exam was meant to select geniuses who could participate in the Tianjiao Championship, and Qin Sheng's ordinary profession was simply not impressive enough. Meanwhile, Wan Tianya, standing nearby, silently nodded. As the president of the Luocheng Job Change Guild, he was all too aware of the gap between ordinary and hidden professions. Then Chen Feihong stood up and said solemnly, "All right, let's get down to business and start the floating pagoda dungeon." Upon hearing Chen Feihong's words, both Luo Shanhe and Wan Tianya nodded. Chen Feihong then took out a small model resembling a tower from his pocket. He threw it in front of him, and then both he and Luo Shanhe shot out a beam of energy into the small tower model. At the same time, in the examination square, the deans of various main cities were advising the candidates on some precautions. Suddenly, a booming sound echoed from the floating pagoda in the center of the examination area. At the same time, a commanding voice rang out. "Attention all candidates, the floating pagoda assessment will begin shortly. This assessment is divided into 2 stages. The first 4 levels are simulation assessments. In the simulation assessment, only students who score 2,000 points or more can enter the 5th level's practical assessment. The assessment will start in 2.5 minutes, so please prepare accordingly." After the authoritative voice faded, a countdown of 2.5 minutes appeared above the floating pagoda. Seeing the countdown, all the students hurriedly checked their equipment, potions, and teleportation wristbands. 2.5 minutes passed quickly. Just as Qin Sheng finished checking his teleportation wristband, the floating pagoda lit up with a series of faint blue lights. Then, the blue light suddenly intensified, enveloping all the candidates. The teleportation wristbands on all the candidates also began to flicker. Subsequently, under the cover of the blue light, all the candidates transformed into streams of light and were teleported into the floating pagoda. When Qin Sheng opened his eyes again, he found himself in a massive palace made of rock. The palace was very spacious, but apart from the crackling sound of flames burning, Qin Sheng could hear no other sounds. The surroundings were eerily quiet. "Is this the space of the first level?" Qin Sheng nodded while stroking his chin. Just as he was observing the spatial environment in front of him, a cold voice echoed in his ear. "You have entered the first level of the floating pagoda dungeon. Ding! The first level of the floating pagoda has begun. Level objective: defeat the stone turtle beast in front of you. The shorter the time taken, the higher the score. Note, this level has a time limit. Candidates who fail to defeat the stone turtle beast by the end of the time will be deemed to have failed the assessment." Just as Qin Sheng was observing his surroundings, a cold system prompt sounded in his ear. "Stone turtle beast?" Just as Qin Sheng was curious, the ground of the palace suddenly shattered, and then a huge bulge emerged from the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, the massive bulge suddenly exploded. Countless fragments began to coalesce, raising clouds of dust. As the dust settled once more, a massive stone turtle appeared in Qin Sheng's line of sight. This stone turtle was entirely encased in rocky armor, measuring about 11 meters in length and at least 3 meters in height. Stone turtle beast level: 20 strength, 100 agility, 100 constitution, 10,000 health, 100,000. These stats are Pretty average, Qin Shang muttered, glancing at the stone turtle beast's data with his stone detection technique, unable to suppress a grimace. The health of the monsters in this first level task was just too low. Only 100,000 health? But then Qin Shang quickly realized that this was an exam and the data needed to accommodate the majority of candidates. After all, the purpose of the exam was to select talent, not to eliminate candidates. At the same time, a transparent light shield appeared before Qin Shang, and a 1-minute countdown began to appear on the shield. Seeing this, Qin Shang gently raised his hand and began to chant a skill. In the next moment, crescent-shaped wind blades began to coalesce in front of him. Qin Shang focused on the countdown, ready to unleash his skill as soon as the light screen disappeared. Meanwhile, in the conference room for the provincial exam, although the stone turtle beast in this first level has low attack power and agility, its health and constitution are frighteningly high, Wan Tianya said, stroking his chin. Ordinary students will probably find it very difficult to kill it in a short time. And there's a time limit for this level. Anyone who doesn't kill the monster within 5 minutes will be eliminated. The shorter the time taken to kill it, the higher the score will be. I wonder who will take the top spot in this level, Luo Shanha said, his tone revealing anticipation. This level tests armor breaking and burst damage. In this regard, I have high hopes for Moing. He recently completed his second class change and gained a new advanced skill that can trigger critical hits and armor breaking when attacking from behind, Chen Feihong analyzed seriously. Miss Qingxue from our family will definitely take first place. Her ice archer also has armor breaking effects, Wang Yaoyao said, clenching her fists and cheering herself on. At this moment, a massive light screen appeared before the four of them, divided into 10 sections. These 10 sections displayed the battle spaces of the 10 seed candidates. 9 were from Manhwa province, and the other was Moing from the War God Hall. Soon, the screen began to play the battles of the seed candidates. The first to be shown was Luo Qingxue. At this moment, Luo Qingxue was drawing her bow to shoot arrows. As she released her grip, dozens of ice arrows shot out like a torrential storm towards the stone turtle beast in front of her. The stone turtle beast, already slow-moving, became even slower after being hit by the ice arrows. Not only that, but Luo Qingxue's arrows also had armor-breaking effects. Before long, damage numbers began to appear on the stone turtle beast. 200, 200, 200. Despite the stone turtle beast having particularly high defense, its rocky armor was continuously shattering under Luo Qingxue's attacks. The total damage from this rain of arrows was nearly close to 10,000. Miss Qingxue is amazing. At this rate, I bet she can take down the stone turtle beast in less than 10 seconds, Wang Yaoyao said excitedly. Yes, Qingxue's skill, Storm Arrow Rain, is becoming more and more proficient. Luo Shanha nodded in satisfaction, stroking his chin. Hee, I wonder how Moing is doing over there. Although the assassin class is also good at burst damage, their efficiency is much lower than that of archers. Maybe Schwer really can take the top spot in this provincial exam, Luo Shanha thought, turning to look elsewhere. But the next moment, his expression changed oddly as he noticed that both Chen Feihong and Wan Tianya were staring wide-eyed at the light screen, seemingly witnessing something incredible. Suddenly, an announcement floated above the light screen. Seeing the appearance of that announcement, Luo Shanha's head jerked in surprise. Generally, when an assessment dungeon announces results, there are only 2 scenarios: either the examinee has defeated the monster in front of them to clear the level, or the examinee has been killed by the monster and failed. But how much time has passed? Rather than believing that an examinee has cleared the assessment, Luo Shanha would prefer to think that an examinee has failed and been killed by the stone turtle beast. At this thought, Luo Shanha couldn't help but shake his head. This student is too weak to be killed by the stone turtle beast in such a short time. However, just as Luo Shanha was about to look away, he heard Wan Tianya and Chen Feihong exclaim almost in unison, "This is impossible. How long has it been, and a student has already cleared the level? Goodness, the announcement just appeared for a second. Who is this subordinate that is so brave?" Hearing the exclamations from Chen Feihong and Wan Tianya, Luo Shanha and his assistant Wang Yaoyao took a closer look at the announcement, which was currently changing to display more detailed results. Examinee, ordinary profession mage Qin Shang, has cleared the first level, time taken 1 second, points are in 2000. The 4 in the conference room exchanged glances, then stood frozen in place like statues. The stone turtle beast in the first level, although its attack power and agility were not high, had an absurdly high health and constitution, yet someone had killed it in just 1 second. Is this normal? Is this Qin Shang really an ordinary profession? Is there something wrong with the dungeon? 1 second, this result is too monstrous. Luo Shanha asked in surprise. Impossible, the floating pagoda dungeon has never had any issues. Chen Feihong stared at the announcement in front of him, unable to comprehend. As a member of the War God Hall, he had seen countless geniuses, but he had never seen anyone like Qin Shang who cleared the first level in just 1 second. It seems that old high still understated Qin Shang's achievements, Wan Tianya said with a wry smile, rubbing his forehead. 10 minutes later, as the sound of a bell rang out from the examination hall, the assessment time for the first level of the floating pagoda also came to an end. First level assessment concluded, number of passers, 10,800, number of eliminations, 168. As that authoritative voice echoed, over 100 streams of light flashed from the tower of the floating pagoda. These streams of light were the figures of the failed examinees who were being teleported out of the examination hall. Then, the authoritative voice rang out again. Now, we will determine the scores and rankings for the first level. 1 St. Place, Qin Shang, time taken 1 second, 0.2002 ND place, Luo Qingxue, time taken 10 seconds, 0.6003 RD place, Moing, time taken 12 seconds, 0.4004 TH place, Zhao Tiexiong, time taken 14 seconds, 0.250. At this moment, in the examination hall, many examinees rubbed their eyes upon seeing Qin Shang's score. No way, is this right? These eliminated examinees had faced the stone turtle beast for a full 5 minutes without being able to kill it, while Qin Shang had done it in just 1 second. Not only the examinees but even the deans present in the examination hall were shocked by Qin Shang's score. No way, how did Qin Shang get 2,000 points? Isn't the full score 1,000 points? The full score is indeed 1,000 points, but the floating pagoda assessment has a special mechanism. Those who break records will have their points doubled. Doesn't that mean he can participate in the final assessment without doing anything now? The many deans in the examination hall were astonished. Did you see that? The student who got first place in the first round of the exam is from our Binhai City War Academy. Lin Hai was so excited he was dancing, not wanting to miss the opportunity to raise his academy's profile. But just then, a cold laugh rang out. Hee, isn't it too early to be happy? So what if Qin Shang got 2,000 points? A mage who comes out swinging big moves, let's see how he holds up. At this moment, a teacher with a bit of a Mediterranean look walked over to Lin Hai. He was none other than Chen Feng, the dean of the War Academy in Tianhai City. Chen Feng smirked, "Old Lin, don't get too proud too soon. The first level has a time barrier for protection. That's why your mage student was given enough time to chant his skills. However, being able to kill the stone turtle beast in 1 second proves that the skills your student used are probably not ordinary. Haha, a student who throws bombs right from the start. I wonder how he will handle the subsequent assessments." Hearing Chen Feng's words, several other deans around seemed to suddenly understand. Right, the first level has a time barrier for protection, so as a mage, Qin Shang had enough time to gather his skills, which also allowed him to unleash more powerful abilities. So, you're saying Qin Shang used his ultimate move right from the start? It's very possible. Although we don't know what skill it is, this strategy isn't wrong. In that case, just based on his performance in the first level, Qin Shang has already accumulated an impressive 2,000 points. But if that's the case, he might miss out on the top 3 in this provincial exam. You have to know that the following levels allow for free choice of difficulty. The higher the difficulty, the more points you earn. Exactly, after using his ultimate move, Qin Shang will probably be unable to fight in the subsequent levels. These next 3 levels will be the time for other seed players to shine. The other deans shook their heads, clearly not optimistic about Qin Shang after Chen Feng's earlier comments. Have you eaten too many lemons? You're sour. Lin Hai shrugged, unfazed. Although he hadn't witnessed Qin Shang's abilities firsthand, the strength Qin Shang had displayed in Binhai City was undeniable. Moreover, Qin Shang had now achieved an unprecedented 2,000 points, which was 8 times higher than Zhao Tiexiong from Tianhai City. As long as Qin Shang maintains his points in the upcoming levels, entering the top 3 isn't impossible. Am I sour? Is there any need for that? My Zhao Tiexiong will definitely be in the top 3 of this year's provincial exam, a participant in the Tenjiao Championship. Chen Feng initially scoffed, then provocatively looked at Lin Hai. But since you're so confident in your Qin Shang, how about we make a bet? Let's wager on who ranks higher, Qin Shang or Zhao Tiexiong. Sure, let's bet on a high-level skill book. Lin Hai responded without hesitation upon hearing the wager. He was full of confidence and spoke boldly. You sure have a big mouth. You think you can scare me off like this? You're overestimating yourself. Let's bet. Chen Feng hesitated a bit when he heard Lin Hai's wager, but he gritted his teeth and agreed. The bet between Lin Hai and Chen Feng naturally attracted the attention of many in the examination hall. Wow, they really made a bet, wagering a high-level skill book. Are these 2 really that wealthy? I don't know about others, but Chen Feng definitely is, or he is about to obtain a high-level skill book. Why? Is it because Zhao Tiexiong is a hidden profession? Exactly. According to the benefits in the kingdom of Xingxia, every hidden profession can receive a high-level skill book after reaching a certain level. And Chen Feng's wager is probably Zhao Tiexiong's benefit. Meanwhile, Chen Feng and Lin Hai were both staring sharply at each other, refusing to back down. At the same time, in the instance, the candidates also saw the recently issued leaderboard. Luo Qingxue, holding a crystal ice ball, looked at the ranking displayed on the leaderboard. She bit her lip, stomping her feet on the ground, her intense movements causing her chest to tremble. This guy, why is he always so fierce? Who can handle this in the future? In another area of the assessment space, a shadow assassin dressed in a black trench coat twirled the dagger in his hand. He stared at Qin Shang's name on the leaderboard, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Qin Shang? It seems that this provincial exam has brought an interesting opponent. On the other side, in the same assessment space, Zhao Tiexiong, wielding a large sword, was shouting in anger, "Why? This guy is just an ordinary profession. How can he kill the stone turtle beast in 1 second? It must be a bug in the pagoda. Damn, these useless fools." Just as several candidates had finished venting their emotions, a cold voice echoed again within the tower. The second round of assessment begins. Assessment content for Diamond Bears will refresh before you. Note, you can choose the difficulty for this assessment. Easy difficulty is 4, hard difficulty is 8, disaster difficulty is 16, and hell difficulty is 32. In the provincial exam conference room, 4 figures were watching the huge light screen. This time, the assessment target is the Diamond Bear, and their strength and physique are not weak. The key point is that they have good burst and endurance. Just like warriors, Chen Feihong introduced carefully. So, it seems that the best performing profession in this round will be the warrior class, Wan Tianya said thoughtfully. In that case, the one who performs best should be Zhao Tiexiong, from Tianhai City. He is a hidden class warrior, and this round will probably be his best score. Luo Shanhe nodded. I wonder what Qin Shang will do. He has already used such powerful skills in the previous round. I don't know what difficulty he will choose this time, Wang Yaoyao said with confusion. Hearing Wang Yaoyao's words, Luo Shanhe shook his head. This kid is an ordinary profession mage. He used such powerful skills in the first round, so he can probably only choose normal difficulty. Upon hearing Luo Shanhe's words, Wan Tianya and Chen Feihong also nodded. Indeed, according to the hidden rules for professions on Blue Star, the more powerful the skill, the higher the cost. Either a longer cooldown time or a greater mana cost. And regardless of which one, it means that Qin Shang cannot use powerful skills for a short time. Look, the candidates are starting to choose their difficulty. After the second round officially began, most candidates chose easy difficulty. Among the 3 most notable seed players, Luo Qingxue chose normal difficulty. That's a wise choice, Luo Shanhe nodded. Schwer's profession, Ice Archer, is a fragile archer, and facing 4 Diamond Bears is already the limit. Mo Ying also made his choice, opting for hard difficulty. Chen Feihong showed a look of relief. Mo Ying's Shadow Assassin can handle 8 Diamond Bears and can fight back. By utilizing his profession's characteristics, he can slowly wear down the 8 Diamond Bears. As we predicted, Zhao Tiexiong chose disaster difficulty, 16 Diamond Bears. No wonder he is a hidden class warrior. Wan Tianya nodded as he looked at Zhao Tiexiong's chosen difficulty. This is impossible, right? At that moment, a look of shock suddenly appeared on Wang Yaoyao's face. Qin Shang actually chose hell level difficulty, 32 Diamond Bears. Meanwhile, in the examination room, the difficulty options chosen by the candidates were also displayed on a light screen beside the light tower. At this moment, Lin Hai, the dean of the War Academy of Binhai City, was nervously staring at the light screen. He was secretly praying in his heart, Qin Shang, you must stay steady, don't be reckless. Just maintain your current score and choose normal difficulty. However, the next moment, the light screen he was observing suddenly showed Qin Shang's chosen difficulty, hell level. Lin Hai looked at the chosen difficulty above, almost fainting, collapsing to the ground. Beside him, Qin Feng laughed heartily. Hee, old Lin, just get ready to hand over my advanced skill book. Wow, hell difficulty, this kid really dares to choose it, since the assessment of the floating pagoda. No one has ever been able to kill 32 Diamond Bears. In my opinion, your student can start preparing to head home. In the examination space of the second level, the space in front of Qin Shang shifted, and then he found himself in a vast, boundless forest. At the same time, a system prompt echoed in his ears. Congratulations, you have killed the stone turtle beast, gaining 1.2 million experience and gaining 3 layers of spellcasting. Current spellcasting layers, 3409 layers. Not bad, Qin Shang nodded as he listened to the announcement. Now, every time he killed a monster, he could gain 3 layers of spellcasting. Meanwhile, another cold prompt sounded in the space. You have chosen the hell level difficulty. You will face 32 Diamond Bears. Please use the teleportation bracelet to exit in case of danger to ensure your safety. Hearing that cold voice, Qin Shang not only did not feel afraid but instead looked intently towards the distant forest space. Thanks to the enhancement of the spirit card, after just killing that stone turtle beast, his experience bar had already increased significantly. This was also why Qin Shang chose hell difficulty. First, because there were more monsters in hell difficulty, he could stack more layers of spellcasting. Second, under the enhancement of the spirit card, his experience gain would double. As long as he killed 32 Diamond Bears, according to Qin Shang's estimation, he was very likely to level up from level 28 to level 29. In that case, he would only be 1 level away from the 3rd transfer. Just as Qin Shang was pondering, a series of beast roars suddenly echoed from the distant forest space. In the far-off forest, large trees were knocked down in disarray. Several giant black bears, about 10 meters tall, charged out from the forest. These black bears not only had massive bodies but were also wrapped in a material resembling diamond. Diamond bear level, 22 strength, 2000 constitution, 2000 health, 200,000. This is getting interesting. Qin Sheng smiled, then raised his hand to start chanting a skill. Sparks of fire began to gather around him, the fire elements continuously coalescing. At this moment, Qin Sheng resembled a deity amidst the flames. Fireballs quickly formed around him. Meanwhile, in the provincial examination office, Luo Shanha and the others were watching the scene before them. I didn't expect this kid, Qin Sheng, to choose hell level difficulty. That's 32 diamond bears. This kid is too brave. Luo Shanha shook his head and said, it must be the result of the first level that has him a bit carried away. I think he completely doesn't understand the value of 32 diamond bears. 1. Tianya also shook his head. In my opinion, Qin Sheng's progress may stop here. No one has ever passed such a difficulty with 32 diamond bears in my knowledge. Chen Feihong also shook his head, clearly not optimistic about Qin Sheng. The top scorer must be our young ladies, Wang Yaoyao encouraged. The four of them were not very optimistic about Qin Sheng. Although he succeeded in the first level, he directly chose the most difficult hell difficulty for the second level. Moreover, the diamond bears had considerable constitution and attack power that a fragile mage could not withstand. It's worth noting that the fragile archer, Luo Qingxue, who also had a hidden profession, only chose normal difficulty. Soon, they turned their attention to the screen, where in the first scene, Luo Qingxue faced 4 diamond bears. She shot arrows while retreating, clearly trying to use a kite-flying method to slowly kill the 4 diamond bears. Although the 4 diamond bears were not lacking in constitution and agility, Luo Qingxue's ice arrows had a slowing effect, and the 4 diamond bears could only be kept at bay, unable to quickly approach her. The second scene displayed Moing, who had chosen the difficult difficulty.as. A shadow assassin, Moing was clad in a pitch-black trench coat at this moment. Like a ghostly specter, he weaved in and out around the 8 diamond bears. Each time he paused, it was like a butterfly touching the water, triggering critical damage behind the 8 bears. Despite the sheer number of the bears and their fierce attacks, Mo Ying's speed was unmatched. No matter how hard the 8 bears tried to strike, they couldn't even graze the hem of his coat. On the contrary, the 8 diamond bears were already showing signs of injury under Mo Ying's relentless assault. In another scene, Zhao Tiexiong, a berserker, wielded a massive blade, his muscles bulging after a flash of red light enveloped him. The giant sword in his hand radiated a fierce red glow as he roared and charged into the encirclement of 16 diamond bears. Swinging the massive sword in a half-circle, he struck down towards the bears, exclaiming, the first kill is definitely mine. As he thought this, he let out another roar, spinning like a top, the giant sword slicing through the air with a sharp, piercing sound, sending the 16 diamond bears tumbling. Although the bears were numerous, Zhao Tiexiong, relying on his hidden class advantage, fought evenly against the 16 bears. In the provincial examination office, the 4 members of the Luo family were watching the scenes on the screen, but their attention was mostly focused on Luo Qingxue, Mo Ying, and Zhao Tiexiong. This was partly because Luo Qingxue and Mo Ying were strong contenders in the provincial exam, and partly because Zhao Tiexiong had chosen the highest difficulty among the top 10 seed players. Schwer's strategy this time is very correct, slowing down the diamond bears while dealing continuous damage to them. Although he chose a difficulty that isn't too high, this should be a sure win. Luo Shanha nodded in satisfaction. Mo Ying's performance is also commendable, even though he only chose the hard difficulty. But with his current attack frequency, he should be the fastest among the challengers to pass this level. Chen Feihong expressed his expectations. However, the standout in this level is still Zhao Tiexiong. He truly lives up to the hidden class berserker. His combat power is indeed impressive, able to trade blows with 16 diamond bears. Wan Tianya commented carefully while watching Zhao Tiexiong's battle on the screen. Just as the 3 were discussing, Wang Yaoyao, who was observing the screen, suddenly exclaimed, "How long has it been?" Qin Sheng actually. Hearing Wang Yaoyao's exclamation, the 3 turned to look. A thought crossed their minds. Could it be that Qin Sheng had already failed? They exchanged glances and then shook their heads in disappointment. The young man was too impulsive, choosing hell difficulty right off the bat, so it was no wonder he failed so quickly. It was just a pity that Qin Sheng had scored full marks in the first level. However, the next moment, Wang Yaoyao staggered back as if struck by lightning, her tone filled with shock. Qin Sheng actually cleared the level. In the provincial examination office, upon hearing Wang Yaoyao's exclamation, Luo Shanha and the others were momentarily stunned. Qin Sheng had cleared the level at hell difficulty. They recognized every word Wang Yaoyao said, but together they sounded so foreign. And how long had it been? How could Qin Sheng possibly clear a hell level challenge? With questions in their minds, the 3 turned their gaze towards the announcement, which clearly stated, Qin Sheng has cleared the hell difficulty, killing 32 diamond bears in 3 seconds. What the hell? This kid must be cheating. Wan Tianya couldn't help but curse. He quickly covered his mouth but turned to look around, finding that the expressions on the faces of others were no better than his own. Luo Shanha and the others stared. At the announcement about Qin Sheng, their expressions blank, their pupils contracting repeatedly. They stood there like statues, mouths agape, unable to react for a long time. How did this guy do it? That's 32 diamond bears. And each diamond Bear's stats exceed those of the professionals themselves. How did he manage to kill 32 diamond bears in such a short time and only took 3 seconds? Luo Shanhe was completely baffled. He then turned to Chen Feihong beside him with a puzzle. Look, old Chen, are you sure the pagoda you brought doesn't have any bugs? Chen Feihong shot him a glance. Don't worry, even if you have a bug, the pagoda won't have a bug. Hearing Chen Feihong's words, Luo Shanhe awkwardly scratched his head. He then looked at the announcement of Qin Sheng on the light screen. How on earth did this kid do it? Meanwhile, Chen Feihong, looking at Qin Sheng's name, began to mutter to himself, no matter what, this kid managed to score full marks in 2 consecutive rounds. He really has something. Even if he's just an ordinary professional, he could try to recruit the War God Hall for some training. At the same time, in the examination hall, dozens of streams of light were released from the pagoda. These streams of light were the candidates who entered the second level of the pagoda. Since there was no time limit on the second level and the monsters were diamond bears with strong aggression, starting with 4 at a time, it didn't work like the first round where they waited for the level to end and then teleported the failed students out together. Instead, once a student was defeated by a diamond bear, they would automatically be teleported out of the pagoda. Due to the exam, the candidates in the hall couldn't see the battles of the professionals inside. However, they could see the difficulty chosen by the professionals. Wow, who is this Qin Sheng? I haven't heard of any seed players with that name, and he actually dared to choose hell difficulty. I just found out Qin Sheng is from the War Institute of Binhai City, an ordinary professional student. Wow, an ordinary professional is so brave to choose regional difficulty. That's the highest difficulty. Exactly, even the hidden professional Zhao Tiexiong only dares to choose disaster difficulty. At this moment, the crowd in the examination hall couldn't help but sigh. It's important to know that there are differences between professions. Ordinary professions are below rare professions, which are below hidden professions. And now, hidden profession Zhao Tiexiong only chose disaster difficulty. Yet ordinary professional Qin Sheng dared to choose hell difficulty. That's just too bold. The dean of the War Institute, Lin Hai, looked at Qin Sheng's choice of hell difficulty, and his eyes dimmed. Others might not know, but he was very clear that with Qin Sheng's strength, he had a chance to compete for the top spot in this provincial exam. But Qin Sheng was too reckless, starting off with hell difficulty. It's important to know that in the provincial exam, as long as you fail in one round, you lose the opportunity to challenge subsequent levels. Even if Qin Sheng scored an astonishing 2,000 points in the first round, if he gets eliminated in the second round against the Diamond Bears, he could still be surpassed by other geniuses. Ha, old Lin, you need to prepare a few more advanced skill books. I need to pick carefully. Chen Feng said mockingly with a smirk. The results aren't out yet, don't get too proud. Lin Hai clenched his fists, feeling a bit regretful. More than losing an advanced skill book, what hurt him more was Qin Sheng's potential failure in the provincial exam. Ha, looks like you're quite confident. Oh, it seems the results are out. Let's see how your genius did. Oh wow, amazing, actually first place. Wait, first? Chen Feng casually glanced at the leaderboard. At first, a proud expression on his face. However, when he clearly saw the rankings on the leaderboard, his expression suddenly changed. His eyes bulged out, staring wide, as he fixated on the leaderboard, almost in a daze, repeatedly mumbling. First place? How is this possible? He's just an ordinary mage, how could he possibly kill 32 diamond bears? With Chen Feng's exclamation, everyone in the examination hall turned their gaze to the rankings issued by the pagoda. 1 ST place, Qin Sheng, time taken 3 seconds, score 3,000 points. 2 ND place, Zhao Tiexiong, time taken 1 minute, score 5003 RD place, Moing, time taken 2 minutes, score 3004 TH place, Luo Qingxue, time taken 3 minutes, score 150. The many candidates in the examination hall gasped in shock upon seeing the rankings. Goodness, he really killed 32 diamond bears. Is that something a human can do? Are we fighting the same kind of diamond bears? Aren't those bears tough and high in damage? How did he manage to kill so many? Fool, the magical beasts inside the pagoda are all the same. Killing 32 diamond bears isn't the main point. The main point is that he did it in 3 seconds. He's clearly not a seed player. How can he outperform those seed players? Qin Sheng is just too damn impressive. While others are geniuses, he's a genius calibrator. At this moment, the many candidates in the examination hall excitedly discussed, even though many of them didn't know Qin Sheng, and were not even candidates from Binhai City. Most of them, like Qin Sheng, had only awakened ordinary professions. And at the moment they awakened their professions, they were constantly told by the voices around them that they were merely side characters, that only hidden professions were seed players, the ones who would be top scorers in the provincial exam. Yet now, an ordinary profession like Qin Sheng was making remarkable progress. He had consecutively secured first place in the assessment checkpoints, which made them, also ordinary profession holders, feel a surge of excitement. Oh dear, old Chen, you need to prepare a few more advanced skill books this time. I need to pick carefully, Lin Hai said with a smug expression, his tone identical to what Chen Feng had said earlier. Chen Feng's face turned red and pale with anger. Don't get too cocky, there are still 2 more rounds to go. Chen Feng, just recovering from the shock of Qin Sheng's results, gritted his Tethan shook his head vigorously. The further a mage goes, the more fatigued they become. I don't believe you can cast so many powerful skills without any consumption. The third round is a stamina round. My Zhao Tiexiong will definitely turn the tables. Meanwhile, in the examination space, a voice from the system echoed in Qin Shang's ears. Congratulations on killing 32 diamond bears. Your experience has doubled. You have reached level 29. All your basic attribute points have increased by 8 and you have gained 32 free attribute points. You killed 32 diamond bears, gaining 96 layers of spellcasting. Current spellcasting layers are 3505. As expected, relying on the experience boost from the spirit card, I successfully leveled up from 28 to 29. Just one more level, and I can break through to the third transfer. Qin Shang nodded with a smile, and then the space in front of him shifted again. At the same time, a cold voice echoed in the space. Congratulations to candidate Qin Shang for reaching the third checkpoint. The target to kill in the third round is the magical beast Iron-Winged Eagle. Note: this checkpoint allows you to freely choose the difficulty, which are simple, difficult, disaster, and hell. The number of Iron-Winged Eagles in normal difficulty is 24, in difficult difficulty is 48, in disaster difficulty is 96, and in hell difficulty is 192. Please assess your strength before making a choice. Meanwhile, in the provincial exam conference room, assistant Wang Yaoyao jumped up excitedly upon seeing the checkpoint content. Great, it's a flying magical beast. This time Our Lady will definitely secure first place in the checkpoint. In the provincial examination conference room, Luo Shanha and his 3 companions were watching the scene before them. As time passed, the 3 most notable students began to choose their difficulty levels. The first to choose was Luo Qingxue, who opted for the disaster difficulty, facing 96 Iron-Wing Eagles. Next was Moing, who selected the hard difficulty, facing 48 Iron-Wing Eagles. Finally, Zhao Tiexiong chose the easy difficulty, facing 24 Iron-Wing Eagles. Seeing the difficulty levels chosen by the 3 seed players, Luo Shanha and the others nodded in agreement. In this round, they will face rare aerial-type magical beasts. Professions with short-range capabilities are likely to suffer. Wan Tianya analyzed with a nod. Indeed, these Iron-Wing Eagles may not have ranged attacks and only dive, but they are still aerial magical beasts. Only those with ranged capabilities can gain a significant advantage in this round. Chen Feihong also nodded thoughtfully. Yes, these Iron-Wing Eagles are not only fast but also have high defensive attributes. So, to completely kill these Iron-Wing Eagles, one must not only have aerial capabilities but also means to engage in a war of attrition, Luo Shan has said with a smile. Although he claimed this round was difficult, he felt quite proud inside. He possessed both aerial means and was unafraid of a war of attrition. Among all the seed players, only his daughter, Luo Qingxue, could meet this condition. In his heart, he believed that the top spot in this round would undoubtedly be Luo Qingxue's. Then it seems the young lady has secured the top spot in this round. I don't believe she can surpass that Qin Shang, Wang Yaoyao said, holding her tablet and cheering her on. Soon, the scene on the light screen changed again, showing the 3 seed players battling the Iron-Wing Eagles. In the first scene, it displayed Zhao Tiexiong fighting the Iron-Wing Eagles, which flew in the air, waiting for the right moment to dive. Using their iron-like sharp beaks, they launched attacks at Zhao Tiexiong. After attacking him, they immediately retreated back into the air, not giving Zhao Tiexiong a chance to counterattack. The 24 Iron-Wing Eagles continued to wear down Zhao Tiexiong with this rhythm of attack. As a berserker, Zhao Tiexiong had thick health and decent attack power. However, facing the incredibly fast Iron-Wing Eagles, he found it hard to exert his strength. Frustrated, Zhao Tiexiong couldn't help but curse loudly. Damn it, these dog-day Iron-Wing Eagles, if you have the guts, face me head-on. He swung his large blade, his whole body seething with rage, but the Iron-Wing Eagles did not disrupt their combat rhythm due to his aggression. They continued to sneak attack from behind when he was distracted or occasionally pulled off a monkey stealing peaches. Zhao Tiexiong was tormented to the point of despair by these Iron-Wing Eagles. In another scene, Moing, dressed in a black trench coat, was facing 48 Iron-Wing Eagles. Soon, one of the Iron-Wing Eagles dove down. However, as a shadow assassin, Moing was evidently faster. With a slight movement, he vanished like a shadow. Taking advantage of one Iron-Wing Eagle's moment of distraction, he reappeared behind it. With a swift motion, he drew a sharp dagger from his body. Die! He then exerted force with his right hand, and the dagger sliced through the air, striking fiercely at the Iron-Wing Eagle. Due to his skill characteristics, he could trigger a critical hit when attacking from behind. Thus, with just one strike, he eliminated the Iron-Wing Eagle before him. However, these Iron-Wing Eagles not only had sharp attack methods but also possessed considerable intelligence. After witnessing Moing kill one of their own, the remaining Iron-Wing Eagles stopped attacking recklessly. Instead, they gradually formed a surrounding circle around Moing, ready to ambush at any moment. Damn it, how can these beasts be better at ambushing than me? Moing cursed inwardly upon seeing the Iron-Wing Eagle's actions. Another examination space. At this moment, Luo Qingxue was drawing her bow, continuously shooting arrows into the air at the 96 iron-winged eagles. Among the 3 most notable seed contestants, Luo Qingxue was undoubtedly performing the best. Although the iron-winged eagles had air superiority, Luo Qingxue's archery range was just enough to hit them. Furthermore, as a marksman, she was not afraid of the consumption caused by these iron-winged eagles. Luo Qingxue changed her position after each shot, and once she found a suitable attack spot, she drew her bow again, the bowstring shaped like a full moon. At the same time, Luo Qingxue coldly snorted, "I waited through 3 rounds just for this opportunity, not to prove I'm better than others, but to prove that what I've lost must be reclaimed." At this moment, a cold glint flashed in Luo Qingxue's eyes as she recalled her previous encounter with Qin Shang in the Dragon Palace of the Abyss. "Fool! Just wait, I will definitely pin you down and make you call me sister." Immediately after, Luo Qingxue released the bowstring, unleashing another round of icy arrows towards the iron-winged eagles in front of her. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the provincial examination, "Miss is amazing. This time, Miss Qingxue will definitely take first place." Wang Yaoyao jumped up excitedly. Indeed, Qingxue's performance is excellent. She is currently the best among the 3. The kill count has already reached 6. It seems it won't be long before she clears the level. Wan Tianya stroked his chin and said with a smile, "Well, although Mo Ying's monster killing speed isn't slow, he is using skills. It's still too draining on mana. It's not as sustainable as Qingxue's marksman profession." Chen Feihong nodded in agreement. "Ha, it seems that Schwer this time." Just as Luo Shanhe was about to say something with a smile, his right eyelid suddenly twitched. This strange feeling made Luo Shanhe's heart skip a beat. It is known that as a professional's level increases, they can sense some signs instinctively. This sudden twitch of the right eyelid was definitely not good news. Luo Shanhe stroked his chin, feeling an ominous premonition. He then turned to Wang Yaoyao beside him. "Immediately pull up Qin Shang's battle footage. Hurry, I need to check." "Okay, City Lord. I'll get it right away." Wang Yaoyao, seeing Luo Shanhe's serious expression, quickly took action. "Old Luo, you think too highly of Qin Shang. He has already taken first place in the last 2 rounds. He must have consumed quite a bit. How could he possibly take first place in the 3rd round as well?" Wan Tianya teased with a smile. "Exactly, if Qin Shang takes first place in this round too, doesn't that mean he could achieve an unprecedented 4 rounds of full marks?" Chen Feihong joked. He then shook his head and said, "Unless Qin Shang's casting has no consumption, otherwise, this is absolutely impossible." However, hearing Chen Feihong and Wan Tianya's words, Luo Shanhe's anxiety did not lessen in the slightest. Instead, he became even more worried, feeling that something was off. Just then, Wang Yaoyao, holding a tablet, suddenly changed her expression. "City Lord, I found it. Qin Shang is challenging a hell-level difficulty. He is facing 192 iron-winged eagles." Upon hearing Wang Yaoyao's words, the 3 of them gasped in shock. "Quickly pull up Qin Shang's battle footage," Luo Shanhe instructed. Hearing Luo Shanhe's words, Wang Yaoyao did not dare to delay, and soon a scene filled the entire light screen. The image displayed was Qin Shang's examination space. At this moment, Qin Shang was standing on a desolate plateau, looking at the 192 iron-winged eagles in front of him. Iron-winged eagle level, 24 strength, 1800 constitution, 1200 agility, 2400 health, 150,000. If I kill these 192 iron-winged eagles, my level progress bar should increase significantly. Qin Shang stroked his chin and smiled as he spoke. At this moment, there were exactly 192 iron-winged eagles hovering above his head. This flock of pitch-black iron-winged eagles resembled a mass of dark clouds, pressing down so heavily that it was hard to breathe. If it were any other practitioner facing such a flock, not to mention victory, even having the courage to fight would be questionable. Yet, Qin Shang not only felt no tension but was rather excited. He then began to chant his skill. This scene also caught the attention of Luo Shanhe and the other 3 in the provincial examination conference room. "That starting posture looks like the Thunderstrike skill, right?" Chen Feihong said thoughtfully. "The beginner's skill. Thunderstrike can only unleash a single bolt of lightning. Such an attack is merely a tickle for 192 iron-winged eagles, isn't it?" Hearing Chen Feihong's words, Luo Shanhe and Wan Tianya also observed Qin Shang's starting posture. In an instant, both Luo Shanhe and Wan Tianya displayed strange expressions. On Blue Star, practitioners often engaged in battles among themselves to gain an advantage in confrontations. Every country has records of practitioners' skills and illustrated guides, which detail the casting postures of various skills. The battle hardened. Luo Shanhe and Wan Tianya recognized at a glance that what Qin Shang was using was indeed the beginner skill, Thunderstrike. Has this kid already given up on resistance? What can a beginner skill do? Just tickle the iron-winged eagles? Luo Shanhe shook his head. What on earth is this kid thinking? Choosing the hardest hell difficulty. And yet the skill he uses is the lowest damage beginner skill. Is he preparing to give up right away? Wan Tianya scratched his head, unable to comprehend what Qin Shang was doing. With only a beginner skill, what can he accomplish? Even if Qin Shang's damage is high, he is facing 192 iron-winged eagles. How many can he possibly kill? Wang Yaoyao, standing nearby, although not as battle-hardened as Luo Shanha and the others, could not discern Qin Shang's starting posture. However, from the words of Luo Shanha and the other three, she understood that Qin Shang was using only a beginner skill. She couldn't help but show a look of confusion. Although they couldn't know how Qin Shang had passed the previous 2 levels due to the lack of a replay function in the pagoda of floating towers, it was clear that the intensity of this 3rd level was significantly stronger than the first 2. Moreover, Qin Shang had chosen hell difficulty, yet in such a situation he was actually chanting a beginner skill. Something feels off. What is that? While observing the light screen, Luo Shanha suddenly changed his expression, noticing something unusual. Hearing Luo Shanha's exclamation, the other 3 also focused intently on the light screen. They saw that in the assessment space where Qin Shang was battling, the once menacing flock of iron-winged eagles, ready to dive at any moment, suddenly showed expressions of terror, trembling uncontrollably. It was as if they sensed some kind of natural enemy, and one by one, the iron-winged eagles looked up at the sky above. The originally clear sky was now filled with dark clouds. A massive thundercloud, which had appeared at some unknown time, covered the entire sky. The once sunny plateau now resembled a scene from the apocalypse. At the same time, thunder rumbled continuously from within the thundercloud, as if a deity were roaring. This astonishing sight caused the entire flock of iron-winged eagles to tremble in fear. Even Luo Shanha and the other 3 watching the light screen were visibly shaken. How is this possible? This kid's posture is clearly that of a beginner. Skill. And the thunderstrike can only summon 1 cloud at a time, about the size of a basin. Wan Tianya looked at the thundercloud on the light screen, his face filled with astonishment. But the area of the thundercloud on the light screen is thousands of times larger than the one summoned by thunderstrike. Chen Feihong's face turned pale, even breaking into a cold sweat. What on earth is going on with this kid? He is clearly using the beginner skill Thunderstrike. Luo Shanha's eyes were fixed on the scene in the light screen, and he gritted his teeth as he spoke. Is this really a beginner skill? This skill, not to mention its power, just the casting time is almost comparable to a forbidden spell. Wang Yaoyao swallowed hard, her legs trembling uncontrollably at the sight in the light screen. Meanwhile, in the assessment space, Qin Shang was looking at the group of iron-wing eagles in the sky, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. You mangy birds, say goodbye to this world. With a snap of his fingers, the thunderclouds, resembling a heavenly calamity, suddenly roared, followed by a cacophony of crackling sounds, and a dazzling blue light resonated throughout the entire plateau. Then, bolts of lightning poured down from the dark clouds like a torrential rain, enveloping all 192 iron-wing eagles. A total of 3,506 bolts of lightning struck densely towards the flock of iron-wing eagles. Although these iron-wing eagles sensed the danger and reacted immediately, darting through the lightning with their incredible speed to evade the attacks, the lightning strike Qin Shang unleashed contained a full 3,507 bolts. Under such a concentrated lightning assault, the iron-wing eagles were quickly hit by the lightning. And just when those iron-wing eagles, relying on their strong physique and thick health, thought they could struggle, they were directly paralyzed for a second by the paralysis effect attached to the lightning strike. Just as they were about to endure the lightning paralysis and move again, another wave of lightning struck them rapidly, and those iron-wing eagles, with feathers as hard as iron, were completely turned to ashes under the baptism of 3,507 bolts of lightning. Their bodies fell from the sky like overripe fruit. The entire flock of 192 iron-wing eagles was annihilated in an instant. This crushing battle seemed to take a long time, but from the moment Qin Shang released his skill to the complete annihilation of the iron-wing eagles, it took less than a minute. In the provincial examination office, Luo Shanha and the other three stared blankly at the Qin Shang in the light screen. At this moment, their mouths were agape, one wider than the other, as if they had been petrified. Just moments ago, the four had been passionately discussing, but now they couldn't utter a single word. They maintained this posture for nearly a minute before Luo Shanha slowly reacted. What on earth is going on with this kid? His starting posture was indeed the beginner skill lightning strike, but how he released it is completely another matter. Chen Feihong rubbed his tightly furrowed brows. It's definitely abnormal. I roughly counted just now, and this kid released at least over 3,000 bolts of lightning. Wan Tianya stroked his chin, deep in thought, and said, his starting posture is indeed that of the beginner lightning strike, but the effect of the skill he released exceeds our conventional understanding. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Wan Tianya's mind. If we exclude all impossibilities, then there is only one possibility. This kid has likely awakened a talent. Talent. Upon hearing Wan Tianya's words, Luo Shanha and Chen Feihong exchanged glances, then both nodded in agreement. Indeed, it could only be explained by that talent, as it was clearly a beginner skill lightning strike yet could produce such an effect. Luo Shanha exclaimed, no wonder this kid could achieve instant kills in the first 2 rounds. With his damage Output: it would be strange if he didn't achieve instant kills in the first 2 rounds. This kid is a beast. A glimmer of light suddenly flashed in Wan Tianya's eyes. We're about to reach the 4th round. The content of the 4th round is to kill the Beast King. The practitioner needs to kill the Beast King while being protected by numerous magical beasts to pass the level. If Qin Sheng can clear this round and get a perfect score, wouldn't that mean he would achieve an unprecedented 4 perfect scores? However, upon hearing Wan Tianya's words, Chen Feihong shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The task for level 4 is to kill the Beast King, but because of that Beast King's special domain skill, the monsters beside him are immune to any physical and magical damage for 5 minutes. So during these 5 minutes, no matter how you attack these monsters, they won't lose health. Only by surviving the monster's siege for 5 minutes can you have a chance to kill the monsters and the Beast King. Due to the difficulty of this level, no one has ever scored full marks in this level, regardless of the mode. Meanwhile, at the examination hall in Luo City, as another batch of students was teleported out of the pagoda, the rankings for level 3 were announced. First place, Qin Sheng, time taken 1 minute, killed 192 Iron-Winged Eagles, score 4000. Second place, Luo Qingxue, killed 96 Iron-Winged Eagles, time taken 10 minutes, score 800. Third place, Moing, killed 48 Iron-Winged Eagles, time taken 15 minutes, score 600. Fourth place, Zhao Tiexiong, killed 24 Iron-Winged Eagles, time taken 20 minutes, score 400. Wow, Brother Shang is first again, this is the 3rd time. Goodness, not to mention Brother Shang can one-shot the Diamond Bear and Stone Turtle Beast. That shows Brother Shang's output is high. I didn't expect Brother Shang to kill 192 Iron-Winged Eagles in level 3, this proves Brother Shang is not only persistent but also has high damage. Hey, do you think Brother Shang will get full marks in all 4 rounds? Hehe, if Brother Shang really gets full marks in all 4 rounds, then our Manhwa province will take off this year. The many students in the examination hall were excitedly discussing Qin Sheng's achievements. After all, as fellow candidates from Manhwa province, if Qin Sheng could break the record for the Divine Xia Kingdom's assessment, it would also be a matter of pride for them. However, human joys and sorrows are not the same. Unlike the excitement of many candidates, at this moment, on the other side, Chen Feng looked bitterly at Qin Sheng's ranking on the light screen. He muttered in disbelief, what are these Iron-Winged Eagles doing? Even if 192 pigs stuck their heads out for someone to chop, it wouldn't be possible to kill them this fast. Beside him, Lin Hai was in high spirits, leaning closer to Chen Feng and asking, Old Chen, do you know what good wine pairs with? Chen Feng? Lin Hai laughed, good dishes, my brother. You? Chen Feng's face turned a mix of white and red from Lin Hai's words. Meanwhile, in the assessment space, Luo Qingxue looked at the leaderboard. Seeing Qin Sheng in first place, she bit her silver teeth. This guy, how can he be more persistent than me, a marksman? In another part of the space, Zhao Tiexiong was covered in injuries, his large knife stuck in the ground. He leaned on the giant knife with both hands, barely keeping himself from falling over. At this moment, Zhao Tiexiong couldn't care less about his exhaustion, his eyes fixed on the leaderboard above. Damn it, where did this Qin Sheng come from? Besides Moing and Luo Qingxue, how could there be a candidate stronger than me? My overall score is currently 4th, just 1 place away from 3rd. If I continue to maintain this score, I won't be able to participate in the heroic competition. Damn it. Zhao Tiexiong let out a series of angry roars in the assessment space. On the other side, Moing, dressed in a black trench coat, was sitting on a large rock recovering his strength and condition. After putting away his daggers, he looked at the names on the leaderboard. He murmured, Qin Sheng, first place for 3 consecutive rounds, but this is where it ends for you. Level 4 is my home ground, and here, I will end your winning streak. At this moment, in Qin Sheng's assessment space, ding! Congratulations on killing 192 Iron-Winged Eagles, gaining 576 layers of spellcasting. Current spellcasting layers are 4081. Not bad, this time the spellcasting layers increased by 576 layers, and the total spellcasting layers have surpassed the 4000 mark. Hearing the announcement by his ear, Qin Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Moreover, due to the amplification effect of the spirit card, my experience progress bar has already reached halfway. Based on the current efficiency of experience gain, after clearing the 4th level, it's very likely that I can reach level 30. Does that mean that shortly after the provincial exam ends, I can achieve the 3rd transfer? Qin Sheng stroked his chin, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. At that moment, a change occurred once again in the highland space where Qin Sheng was located. At the same time, a cold voice echoed in the examination space. Candidate Qin Sheng, please note, you are about to reach the 4th level of the pagoda. The task objective for the 4th level is to kill the Beast King. Note, due to the Beast King's domain skill, for 5 minutes, the beasts are immune to physical spell damage. Note, you can freely choose the difficulty for this level. Normal difficulty has 50 beasts. Hard difficulty has 100 beasts. Catastrophe difficulty has 200 beasts, and Hell difficulty has 400 beasts. Please estimate your strength and choose the difficulty for safety considerations. Hearing the cold announcement by his ear, Qin Shang first nodded. Then, without hesitation, he chose Hell difficulty. It was a joke. 400 beasts might be a nightmarish number for others, but for Qin Shang, it meant abundant experience and a massive number of spell layers. As long as he could clear the 4th level, not only could Qin Shang level up to 30 in one go, but he could also gain 1,200 layers of spellcasting, pushing his total spell layers directly past 5,000. Ding. You have chosen Hell difficulty, teleporting you now. With the end of this cold voice, the highland space in front of Qin Shang completely vanished. After a series of changes, Qin Shang found himself on a hillside. In the distance, he could see a herd of various beasts roaring and brandishing their claws. There were exactly 400 beasts in the herd. The first 100 beasts were iron-furred wolf spiders, followed by 100 flame lizards, 100 ice wolves, and 100 yak beasts. Behind these 400 beasts lurked a red-horned venomous serpent over 100 meters long. This serpent continuously exhaled clouds and mist, with streams of purple poison spewing from its mouth. The surrounding grass and trees withered instantly upon contact with the poison. A beheading mission, huh? It seems this level tests the reaction of the professionals against a beast tide. Qin Shang stroked his chin in thought. Currently, when Blue Star professionals face beasts, aside from the usual dungeon runs and clearing mutated beasts, there is also the situation of facing beast tides and herds. The best way to deal with beast tides and herds is not through direct confrontation. Because of the Beast King's presence, these beasts, under the Beast King's command, will fight in a coordinated manner, forming a powerful force. However, if a professional can stealthily execute a beheading action against the Beast King, once the Beast King loses command, these beasts will become disorganized and no longer a unified enemy. Meanwhile, in the conference room for the provincial exam, Luo Shanha and the other 3 were observing the light screen. At this moment, prompts were popping up from the light screen, indicating the difficulty choices of the seed candidates. It was clear to see that Luo Qingxue chose easy difficulty, Zhao Tiexiong chose hard difficulty, while Moing, as a shadow assassin, chose catastrophe difficulty. Then, scenes began to display the combat styles of the 3 seed candidates. Luo Qingxue directly summoned an ice shield. At the same time, she drew her bow and shot an arrow, exclaiming, "Ice wall, snow barrier." A barrage of icy arrows shot down fiercely, and then a thick barrier of ice formed in front of her. Zhao Tiexiong let out a furious roar, "Diamond battle! Armor!" With a burst of dazzling red light, he shone all over. Soon, he was enveloped in a layer of golden armor. Clearly, Zhao Tiexiong intended to withstand the beast attacks for 5 minutes with the armor. These 2 are well prepared, but the success rate is still too low. Luo Shanha shook his head. The other 3 nodded in agreement, and at the same time, the battle scene of Moing was displayed. Moing flicked his black cloak and immediately he entered a state of invisibility. He was preparing to endure for 5 minutes in stealth mode. It seems that Mo Ying's profession is the most suitable for this task. He will undoubtedly take first place. This time, Luo Shanha nodded. Then, as if remembering something, he turned to Wang Yaoyao beside him and said, "Bring up Qin Shang's battle footage." Okay. Soon, after a series of operations by Wang Yaoyao, Qin Shang's battle footage was projected onto the screen. The 4 quickly looked over, but soon, strange expressions appeared on their faces as they saw Qin Shang floating towards the beast horde, adorned with flowing ribbons like water. Luo Shanha looked at Qin Shang on the screen, puzzled. What is this kid doing? Wan Tianya scratched his head. Why does this guy's actions always leave people baffled? He clearly chose the highest hell difficulty, yet he makes no preparations and just walks straight into the beast horde. Chen Fei Hong stroked his chin. That blue ribbon on him looks a bit familiar. It should be the effect of the reverse flow ring. Luo Shanha first looked confused, then remembered. I know the skill effect of the reverse flow ring. It seems to be able to rebound an attack from a projectile once. Indeed, but it can only rebound once, and the cooldown is very long. What use is that? Wan Tianya scratched his head, unable to understand. Just then, Wang Yaoyao suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the beasts on the lady's side have already started moving." Hearing Wang Yaoyao's exclamation, Luo Shanha and the other 3 turned to look. On the screen, the 50 beasts in front of Luo Qingxue were charging towards her. However, due to the setup in front of Luo Qingxue, the wall made of ice had already blocked the beasts outside. "Damn beasts, you shall not pass!" Luo Qingxue shouted softly, then drew her bow again. Waves of icy arrows shot towards the beasts outside the ice wall. Not bad, although Schwer chose the easiest difficulty, she is stable enough. With the giant ice wall outside plus Schwer's ice arrows having a slowing effect, I believe these 50 beasts won't be able to defeat her. She will soon hold out for 5 minutes, Luo Shanha said with a smile and a nod. On the other side, 100 beasts were also charging towards Zhao Tiexiong. Zhao Tiexiong shouted, "Come on!" Then a burst of red light erupted from him, and he swung his giant blade, engaging in battle with the 100 beasts. Although he couldn't inflict much damage on these beasts, after donning the armor, Zhao Tiexiong seemed to have gained a repelling effect. Each swing of his blade could push the beasts back for a while. Additionally, after summoning the armor, it increased his health recovery effect. As a result, even though Zhao Tiexiong faced a swarm of beasts, he was able to hold on for a time. No wonder he's a hidden profession, the berserker, he can last this long against the beast horde. Wan Tianya smiled and nodded as he watched Zhao Tiexiong on the screen. Immediately following, another scene unfolds, showcasing the best performer, Moing. In this moment, although he doesn't dazzle the audience with flashy skills like the other two seed players, he seems to vanish from everyone's sight, almost as if he were invisible. The beasts roar angrily all around, yet they cannot find Mo Ying's figure. This round should be Mo Ying's victory. He has achieved invisibility using his stealth skill. These beasts can't find him at all, let alone wear him down. Chen Fei Hong nodded with a smile. The difficulty of the fourth round lies not only in the strength of the Beast King but also in the fact that within 5 minutes, these beasts are immune to both physical and magical damage. Therefore, the players have only two choices: either be worn down by these beasts or confront them, consuming a large amount of mana and health. Even if a player manages to survive the 5 minutes when facing the Beast King boss, their health, mana, and skills would all be on cooldown, leading to a merciless defeat by the Beast King. This is why no one has ever achieved a perfect score in the fourth round. To pass the fourth round with a perfect score, two conditions must be met: killing the Beast King and eliminating all the beasts in the area. However, it is impossible for anyone to successfully defeat the Beast King and eliminate all the beasts after 5 minutes. Thus, as a shadow assassin, Moing will expend the least effort in this round, conserving his strength to deal with the Beast King, making him the highest scoring player in this round. By the way, what about Qin Shang's scene? Switch to it immediately. Luo Shanha instructed Wang Yaoyao beside him. Okay, city lord. Wang Yaoyao quickly activated the tablet in her hand. Soon, Qin Shang's battle scene was projected onto the light screen. As soon as Qin Shang's examination space appeared, Luo Shanha and the others hurriedly looked over. At that moment, Qin Shang was casually walking towards the beasts in the examination space. The 400 beasts roared angrily upon seeing Qin Shang and charged at him, seemingly intent on devouring him alive. However, just as an ice wolf beast lunged at Qin Shang, a flash of yellow light suddenly flickered around him. Then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a series of sounds, the yellow light surrounding Qin Shang began to shine brilliantly. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shang was covered by 4082 layers of shields. Each layer of shield value was equivalent to an equal amount of mental power shield value. Now, Qin Shang's mental power had been upgraded to 655 points. This means that the total shield value on Qin Shang now reached 2,673,710. Goodness, over 2.6 million shield value. Who could break through that defense? Qin Shang stood still, allowing the beasts to pounce on him, yet the shield value showed no signs of diminishing. Meanwhile, in the Provincial Examination Conference room, Luo Shanha and the others stared in disbelief at the yellow light shield surrounding Qin Shang, their mouths agape as if petrified. No way, what's going on? The yellow light on him should be the shield value, right? How can this shield value be thicker than his health bar? Luo Shanha's eyes widened in confusion. Not just thicker than his health bar, I can't even see his health bar now. This shield value is over 2 million. 1. Tianya swallowed hard, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This shield value is indeed outrageous, but relying solely on the shield, he probably won't last 5 minutes against 400 beasts, Chen Feihong said, his expression also showing surprise, then shaking his head. Hearing Chen Feihong's words, Luo Shanha and Wan Tianya exchanged glances and nodded. Qin Shang's shield value of over 2 million is indeed extraordinary, but to rely solely on that shield to withstand 400 beasts for 5 minutes is clearly impossible, especially since those beasts capable of ranged attacks have also begun to strike. In the distance, the flame lizard and the iron-haired wolf spider unleashed streams of fire and venom towards Qin Shang. Just as these torrents of flames and venom were about to strike him, the blue ribbons on Qin Shang's body flashed with blue light, and in the blink of an eye, he deflected all these attacks, sending them crashing into the surrounding cattle beasts and ice wolves, knocking them all over the place. The cause of this outcome was naturally the effect of the reverse flow ring on Qin Shang. The skill effect of the reverse flow ring allows it to reflect flying type skill damage once. Both the flame lizard's fire and the iron-haired wolf spider's venom attacks fit this characteristic of flying type skills. Moreover, the skill of the reverse flow ring is also enhanced by the layers of multiple casting. Now, Qin Shang's layers of multiple casting had reached 4081. So no matter how fierce the attacks from the flame lizard and the iron-haired wolf spider were, they could only be reflected back by Qin Shang's reverse flow ring. At this moment, the three watching the scene, Luo Shanha and his companions, once again showed expressions of astonishment. It's really strange. I clearly remember that the reverse flow ring can only reflect damage once. How can this kid's reverse flow ring keep reflecting? Luo Shanha said, a look of confusion in his eyes. Not only does he have armor, but he also has damage reflection. This kid is a bit against the odds, Wan Tianya said, stroking his chin in amazement. Chen Feihong, standing nearby, also looked surprised, but then his gaze towards the light screen became even more peculiar. Strange, why is he gathering skills? Didn't he hear the rules clearly? In the first 5 minutes, these magical beasts are immune to physical and magical damage. In the provincial exam conference room, upon hearing Chen Feihong's words, Luo Shanhe and Wan Tianya also looked towards the scene on the light screen. At this moment, Qin Shang, under the protection of massive shield values and the skill effect of the reverse flow ring, actually began to chant a skill. Why is this kid chanting a skill? He just needs to hold on for 5 minutes with his powerful shield values and the skill effect of the reverse flow ring, Wan Tianya said, puzzled. Maybe he thinks his damage is high enough to wipe out these 400 magical beasts. Luo Shanhe shook his head. Indeed, Qin Shang's damage is terrifyingly high, but there are rules limiting the 4th level. In the first 5 minutes, these magical beasts are immune to physical and magical damage. Even if Qin Shang's skill damage is high, it won't cause any damage. Chen Feihong sighed and shook his head. Just then, Qin Shang's skill had finished chanting. At that moment, above Qin Shang's head, icy swords were continuously forming, which was Qin Shang's intermediate skill, piercing ice sword. I don't have the patience to wait for the time to end. I'll send you on your way now. Qin Shang grinned, reaching for the true ring on his right hand. Immune to physical and magical damage? That doesn't apply to my true damage. True ring skill effect. For a certain period, every 3 skills released will guarantee that one skill's damage is converted to true damage. As the icy swords above his head had all fully formed, Qin Shang pointed his finger, and the next moment 4,082 icy swords, like a storm, surged towards the 400 magical beasts and the Beast King in front of him. Meanwhile, in the provincial exam conference room, Luo Shanhe and the others changed their expressions upon seeing the piercing ice sword released by Qin Shang. Goodness, this skill is even more terrifying than the previous lightning strike. Just this one move could wipe out an ordinary beast horde. Luo Shanhe swallowed hard, speaking in astonishment. That's right, over 4,000 icy swords. And each one has a freezing effect. If this were on the Abyss battlefield, it would definitely be a strategic level killing move. Wan Tianya stroked his chin and said with certainty, ah, what a pity. Qin Shang's damage this time is indeed high. If it were under normal circumstances, this group of monsters would definitely be unable to withstand Qin Shang's attacks. But there are rules protecting the 4th level. No damage can be dealt in the first 5 minutes. Chen Feihong shook his head and said. He then looked at the screen and analyzed carefully, unless Qin Shang has. However, the next moment, Chen Feihong's words seemed to get stuck in his throat, unable to come out. This was because he saw on the screen that, due to the fall of Qin Shang's ice sword, white numbers were popping up on the monsters. This was true damage. Chen Feihong stared at the string of white numbers, his eyes bulging, unable to believe what he was seeing. It should be known that on Blue Star, the color of damage numbers is closely related to their attributes. For example, spell damage is blue, physical damage is red, and the rarest white damage represents true damage. True damage can only be triggered by very few pieces of equipment or skills. Whichever it is, it can cause a huge sensation throughout the entire Divine Summer Kingdom, or even the whole Blue Star. At this moment, in Chen Feihong's eyes, for every 3 ice swords that Qin Shang summoned, one would definitely trigger true damage. What was even harder for him to accept and more shocking was that the ice swords Qin Shang had gathered and summoned at this moment numbered a staggering 4,082. This meant that at least 1,360 of these ice swords could deal true damage. Hiss. Seeing the white numbers continuously popping up on the screen, Chen Feihong couldn't help but gasp. It should be noted that in today's Blue Star, due to data normalization, some aspects have been intentionally or unintentionally balanced. For instance, true damage is very difficult to trigger, and even if it is triggered, the damage dealt is limited. However, the scene before Chen Feihong's eyes showed that the true damage caused by Qin Shang was simply beyond his understanding. Qin Shang's skills not only dealt true damage but also in large quantities. I say, old Chen, the floating tower you brought really didn't have a bug? Didn't you say that these monsters wouldn't be eliminated in the first 5 minutes? Why are there fewer and fewer monsters under Qin Shang's attacks? Luo Shanhe looked at the screen, surprised by the dwindling number of monsters. The skills Qin Shang unleashed have already triggered true damage. These monsters can only be immune to physical and spell damage. They simply can't withstand true damage. Chen Feihong supported his forehead, smiling wryly. Hearing Chen Feihong's words, Luo Shanhe awkwardly scratched his head. It wasn't really his fault, as equipment and skills that could trigger true damage were extremely rare. I can't believe it. He's just a second transformation practitioner. How could he have equipment that triggers true damage? Wan Tianya rubbed his eyes, incredulous. Meanwhile, in the examination space, the 400 monsters watched as the ice swords continuously triggered damage, and a single thought filled their minds. It's over, it's true damage, we're doomed. Soon, under the onslaught of the storm of ice swords, all 400 monsters, including the red-horned poison serpent, were annihilated. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 401 monsters. You have gained 1203 casting. layers, and your current casting layers are 5,384. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 30. All basic attributes increase by 8 points, and free attributes increase by 32 points. Ding! You have reached the third transformation. Please choose the difficulty of your third transformation. Task: Hell. Qin Shang chose without hesitation. You have chosen Hell difficulty. Your third transformation task objective is to repel a high-level evil demon. Meanwhile, in the assessment space, Luo Qingxue let out a breath. Finally made it past the 5 minutes. Now I can kill these monsters in front of me. This time, I will definitely surpass you. At this moment, in front of Luo Qingxue, the thick ice wall she continuously conjured with her icy aura still blocked the advance of those magical beasts. Just as Luo Qingxue was drawing her bow and preparing to attack these beasts, a sudden, cold voice echoed throughout the entire assessment space. Congratulations to candidate Qin Shang for passing the 4th level and achieving first place with a score of 6,000. Seeing that announcement, Luo Qingxue tilted her head in confusion. This can't be right. I just held out for 5 minutes. How did Qin Shang pass? On the other side, Zhao Tiexiong, upon seeing the announcement, was left in disarray. Bug, it must be a bug. There's no way those magical beasts could be killed in 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Moing, who had just exited stealth mode, looked at the leaderboard and was puzzled by Qin Shang's name at the top. This shouldn't be. Didn't the teacher say that no one could kill those magical beasts in 5 minutes? At this moment, in the Provincial Examination Conference Room, Luo Shanhe and the others looked at the leaderboard with Qin Shang in first place, and there was no surprise. Qin Shang had indeed wiped out the 400 magical beasts in the 4th level space within 5 minutes, along with the Beast King boss. If he wasn't first, who would be? No one could surpass his score. First place was truly deserved. Ha, I didn't expect our Nanhai province to produce a true dragon. Luo Shanhe laughed heartily as he came back to his senses from the shock. It seems we can achieve a good result in this Tianjiao competition. Wan Tianya also nodded in satisfaction. Yeah, I was originally worried that Nanhai province was too weak to secure a good ranking, but with Qin Shang here, we might really be able to take a shot at it, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Chen Feihong also showed an expression of anticipation. As long as Qin Shang can secure a decent ranking, I'll be satisfied. You know, in this Tianjiao competition, besides the regular candidates and the students from the War God Hall, there are also those from the big families participating. The regular candidates probably won't even make it to the top 3. Luo Shanhe first smiled, then shook his head. Old Luo, the big family disciple you mentioned, it wouldn't be that Ji Wushuang, would it? 1. Tianya's expression suddenly changed. That's right, it's her, the only child of the Ji family, unparalleled in the world, Ji Wushuang. Luo Shanhe sighed. With Ji Wushuang here, the first place in this Tianjiao competition is probably already reserved. You should know that Ji Wushuang is one of the 4 revered figures of the current Xinsha, a direct descendant of the vermilion bird. Chen Feihong also shook his head. Alright, let's not talk about others anymore. In a few minutes, I believe the results of the 4th level assessment will be out. We need to prepare in advance to open the final assessment of the 5th level, Luo Shanhe said with a serious expression. Hearing Luo Shanhe's words, Wan Tianya and Chen Feihong both nodded and said in unison, okay. As time passed, the students participating in the 4th level assessment were all teleported out by the floating pagoda. Their figures appeared like blue streaks of light, transported to the provincial examination square. Most candidates were eliminated for scoring less than 2,000 points. Only 20 students secured spots for the final assessment. At this moment, these 20 students stood in the center of the provincial examination square. Meanwhile, a loud announcement rang out across the square. The 4th level assessment has ended and the rankings are now announced. 1 ST place, Qin Shang, score 6,000. 2 ND place, Moing, score 1,500. 3 RD place, Luo Qingxue, score 1,400. 4 TH place, Zhao Tiexiong, score 1,200. Looking at the names on the leaderboard, the many students and deans in the provincial examination square all turned their gazes toward Qin Shang in the center. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent, not a sound to be heard, and after a long while, it erupted into a chorus of astonished exclamations. Goodness! Brother Shang really did it! Full marks again in the 4th round, that's 4 consecutive full scores. Ha, I told you, Brother Shang would definitely make it. 4 rounds of full marks, that's breaking the historical record of the Divine Summer Kingdom. Let's see who dares to underestimate our Southern Harmony province now. Do you think Brother Shang will score full marks in the 5th round as well? Old Chen, did you see? My Qin Shang is now the first with 4 rounds of full marks, so you better get ready for those high-level skill books, Lin Hai said with a proud smile. There's still the final assessment. I don't believe I will keep losing, and I won't take out my skill books until the assessment is over, Chen Feng said angrily. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, that authoritative voice rang out again in the square. The final assessment is about to begin. Students with activated wristbands, please step forward. As the voice fell, the wristbands of the 20 candidates, including Qin Shang, lit up with dazzling golden light. Are we to step forward? Ourselves to inquire if we are giving up on the 5th round's assessment? It seems the 5th round is quite dangerous, Qin Shang said, stroking his chin. Thoughtfully. Just then, a cool voice sounded beside Qin Shang. In the 5th round's assessment, we will face the beast bosses suppressed within the pagoda. Those beast bosses possess strong lethality and wildness, and their danger level is much higher than the previous 4 rounds. The speaker was Wailing, dressed in a black trench coat. So that's how it is. No wonder Binhai City held a provincial exam simulation. It was all to prepare for the final round. Qin Shang nodded. Just wait, I will definitely surpass you in this final assessment, Luo Qingxue said confidently. Qin Shang merely smiled at her words. At that moment, the authoritative voice rang out again. The final assessment stage will soon begin. The final assessment is extremely dangerous. You will face truly fierce beast bosses. In the 5th round, there will be 10 beast bosses refreshed each time. After you kill them, another wave will immediately refresh. A total of 200 waves of beasts will refresh, with a time limit of 30 minutes. This round will test your monster killing speed. Moreover, the strength of these beasts will increase with each refresh. Also, due to the abyssal aura of the 5th round, even with the teleportation wristbands, you may not be able to teleport out in time. Therefore, please consider carefully before deciding whether to enter the 5th round. Finally, the scoring method for the 5th round is that for each beast you kill, you will earn 200 points. Hearing the authoritative voice, the faces of the 20 students present displayed various expressions. 200 points. That means if I kill 10 beasts, I'll have 2,000 points. Maybe I can surpass them this time. Idiot, didn't you hear? This round is very dangerous. Be careful, you might lose your life instead of gaining points. Who cares? We're here now, we have to give it a try. The candidates in the center of the square were discussing excitedly or anxiously. However, none of the students showed any intention of backing out. Among the 20 students standing here, except for Qin Shang, who was an ordinary profession, the other candidates included 10 hidden professions and 9 rare professions. They had worked hard to get here and naturally did not want to give up. Just then, the authoritative voice rang out again in the examination hall. Alright, since you are all mentally prepared, then the 5th round, the final assessment, will begin shortly. I wish you all good fortune in your martial endeavors. As the voice fell, the 5th level of the pagoda erupted with dazzling purple-black light, and then a purple-black beam shot out violently from the 5th level of the pagoda. A beam of light enveloped the 20 students at the center of the examination hall, and then, after a flicker of purple light, all 20 students were teleported to the 5th level. Once the purple glow faded, Qin Shang finally opened his eyes. Before him lay a desolate, desert-like scene, but unlike the deserts on Blue Star, the desert in front of Qin Shang was a blood-red expanse. In this desert, the air was thick with the stench of blood and brutality. Is this the 5th level? The final assessment is indeed extraordinary. As Qin Shang observed the Crimson Desert, a sudden wave of spatial fluctuation swept through, and then 10 Ironhorn rhinos materialized from thin air. Ironhorn Rhino, level, 25 rank, boss strength 2000 agility, 1800 constitution, 2500 health 250,000. All 10 Ironhorn rhinos were boss level. Moreover, their attributes were higher than those of the stone-armored beasts from the 1st level. No wonder it's the 5th level. It really is not simple. Although the number of these monsters is less than in the 4th level, but their attributes are far stronger than those in the 4th level, Qin Shang muttered. At the same time, he did not stop moving. With a flick of his hand, thousands of fireball spells roared out, and before the 4 Ironhorn rhinos could react, they were obliterated. Then, another wave of spatial fluctuation occurred, and behind Qin Shang, 10 Ice Wolves, boss, were teleported in. The 10 Ice Wolves didn't even have time to let out a roar before countless fireballs smashed into their faces, and with a wail, they were reduced to ashes. Another wave of spatial fluctuation followed, and Qin Shang immediately began to chant another spell, shaking his head. Only 10 at a time, that's a bit too few. 1 minute later, in the provincial examination conference room, Luo Shanha and the others watched Qin Shang's battle scene in the 5th level. They stood there, petrified. What kind of expression is that? He seems uninterested in the monsters of the 5th level, Wan Tianya observed as he saw Qin Shang display a look of disappointment, revealing a bitter smile. Goodness, this kid is too strong. It's only been a minute, and he's already killed 60 waves of monsters. That's 600 monsters, averaging 1 wave killed per second. Luo Shanha swallowed hard. I now feel that it's not the pagoda of floating dust that has a bug, but this kid is a bug himself. His combat power is just too fierce. Chen Feihon's mouth twitched. Although he had mentally prepared himself for Qin Shang's strength, seeing him kill 60 waves of monsters in a minute still made his heart tremble. Qin Shang's achievements were simply too outrageous. His peers, Luo Qingxue and Moing, had only managed to kill 6 waves of monsters by now. According to the evaluation standards of the War God Hall, both Moing and Luo Qingxue could be considered excellent disciples. However, compared to Qin Shang, who had killed 60 waves of monsters. They seemed lacking. This time, no matter how many talented candidates there were in the southern province, they were destined to be overshadowed by Qin Shang's brilliance. Old Chen, I remember the record holder for the 5th level is your teacher, Old Bai, right? I recall that Old Bai killed 90 waves of monsters back then. Luo Shanha turned to Chen Feihong beside him and asked. Yes, that's right. The teacher managed to kill 90 waves of monsters before retreating. Chen Feihong nodded. But he also broke the previous record of 80 waves at the Pagoda of Floating Dust. Old Chen, do you think he will break Old Bai's record? Luo Shanha swallowed hard, revealing an expectant look. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Back then, the teacher was exhausted after reaching the 90th level. Qin Sheng is a mage, his consumption is even greater. How could he possibly break the record of 90 waves? Chen Feihong shook his head. Consumption? Old Chen, take a good look. Has this guy really exhausted himself after killing 60 waves of monsters? Wan Tianya stared at Qin Sheng on the light screen and shook his head. Hearing Wan Tianya's words, Chen Feihong also scrutinized the image of Qin Sheng. At that moment, Qin Sheng was continuously casting skills, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. In fact, he seemed quite relaxed. Seeing this scene, Chen Feihong's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Although the fireballs this kid releases are incredibly powerful, his hand movements resemble those of a beginner skill. And each release of a beginner skill only consumes 100 points of mana. That means the amount of mana Qin Sheng has consumed so far is practically negligible. With this thought, Chen Feihong's mind buzzed. This guy was simply a monster. Clearly, the skills he released were as terrifying as forbidden spells, yet the mana consumption was akin to that of basic skills. This was outrageous. It's really strange. This kid releases thousands of skills each time. I've lived this long, and I've never even heard of such a thing. Luo Shan has scratched his head, puzzled. Not to mention, just the damage and effects of this kid's skills alone, placed on the Abyss battlefield, could definitely rival an entire legion. He himself could be considered a strategic level weapon. Wan Tianya nodded in agreement. Indeed. Even if he has awakened a talent, that talent could definitely be classified as god level, Chen Feihong said, his lips twitching. Having been in the War God Hall for many years, he had read countless records of geniuses, but no genius had ever been as extraordinary as Qin Sheng. Perhaps only those cultivated by great families could be compared to Qin Sheng. Meanwhile, at the edge of the examination area, a figure was gazing at the 5th level of the floating tower. Even dressed in a black robe, the figure's exquisite curves could not be concealed. With every movement, her incredibly alluring silhouette was revealed. TSK, perfect scores all around. The human race has truly produced a remarkable genius. But soon, I will make you my servant. The figure in the black robe fixed her gaze on the floating tower before her. Then, she took out an item resembling a bracelet. Immediately, she exerted force with her claw-like right hand, shattering the bracelet in her palm. As the bracelet broke, it pierced her palm, and the blood seeping from her hand merged into the bracelet like a weary bird returning to its nest. With my blood, I sacrifice to my master, breaking the restrictions. With a delicate shout from the figure in the black robe, the bracelet absorbed the blood from her palm and slowly transformed into a purple-black light mass. This light enveloped her entirely, and then, after flickering, the figure in the black robe vanished from the examination area, directly appearing at the 5th level of the floating tower. The next moment, in the Provincial Examination Conference Room, Luo Shanha and the others who were observing the light screen suddenly saw everything go black. All images disappeared, replaced by a terrifying scene of blood red. What's going on? Wang Yaoyao exclaimed. A demon from the abyss has invaded the floating tower. Damn it, these bastards have some nerve. Luo Shanha's face was filled with anger, and the raging water element around him shook the entire conference room. I will immediately notify the candidates to exit the final assessment of the 5th level. Old Chen, quickly check which demon has invaded so we can prepare, Wan Tianya said, while notifying the candidates of the 5th level, anxiously asking Chen Feihong beside him. This aura, could it be that high-level demon, the Enchantress Lilith? After sensing for a moment, Chen Feihong said with a grim expression, if it were any other demon, it would be manageable, but it just had to be Lilith. Not only was Lilith a high-level demon, but she was also extremely skilled in mental control. What? It's her? Luo Shanha's face also turned grim upon hearing Chen Feihong's words, this high level. Which, Lilith, he had heard of her. Although Lilith's level was not high, only at the 5th transition, she was extremely skilled in mental control and enchanting hearts. Her few strikes were all aimed at some young geniuses. Those young geniuses, who had just awakened but whose minds were not yet strong, fell to her charm and turned to Lilith's embrace, becoming her human-shaped demons. It was unknown what skills Lilith used, but those young geniuses swore absolute loyalty to her. There were even reports from the Abyss battlefield where Lilith was seen chaining those young geniuses like dogs, driving them to fight. Although neither Lilith nor the young geniuses she captured were strong in combat, they posed little threat to human professionals. However, the humiliation was immense. After all, the young geniuses on their side were Not only captured but also treated like dogs to be commanded. No matter how one thought about it, it was a great disgrace, so human professionals had been hunting Lilith. On the battlefield. Unexpectedly, Lilith dared to infiltrate the Divine Summer Kingdom alone and attack the pagoda of floating towers. At that moment, a dozen beams of light shot out from the pagoda, which were the candidates who had entered the 5th level earlier. After receiving the news from Wan Tianya, they immediately used their teleportation rings. They teleported out from the 5th level's assessment. Jokingly, they could handle killing magical beasts, but when facing demons, they had no confidence at all. Why are they all out? The clearance announcement hasn't been broadcast yet. Could it be that the 5th level is so difficult that they all failed? Ha ha. Look, Brother Shang hasn't come out yet, he must still be holding on. Many candidates in the examination room were discussing intensely as they saw Luo Qingxue and others being teleported out. Fools! What holding on? You all don't understand anything. High-level demons appeared in the 5th level. Qin Shang has been trapped inside. Zhao Tiexiong, holding a large knife, said disdainfully. What? Demons? How could demons appear in the pagoda of floating towers? Something's not right. Why is only Brother Shang trapped by the demons? Zhao Tiexiong, are you lying? Upon hearing Zhao Tiexiong's words, many candidates began to question him. However, before Zhao Tiexiong could explain, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Look at Qin Shang's ranking." With that student's shout, everyone turned to the ranking board. They saw that Qin Shang, who was originally ranked first, suddenly had his name blacked out. Immediately, the second-ranked Mo Wang became first. Following her, Luo Qingxue became second, and Zhao Tiexiong, who was originally fourth, surprisingly became third. I actually became third. Zhao Tiexiong almost jumped up in excitement. Although the difference between third and fourth was just one rank, only those in the top 3 could qualify for the Young Heroes Championship. He had thought he had no hope of entering the top 3 and obtaining a spot, but unexpectedly, because Qin Shang was trapped in the 5th level, his rank actually rose. Zhao Tiexiong revealed a barely noticeable smile. Qin Shang, you better stay trapped in there forever. Meanwhile, in the assessment space of the 5th level, 90 waves of magical beasts have been killed, earning 270 layers of casting levels, bringing the total casting levels to 55-54. It's strange, why haven't any magical beasts refreshed? Qin Shang looked at the blood-red desert space in front of him, somewhat puzzled. Hee, little brother, what are you worried about magical beasts for at this time? Lilith, dressed in a black robe, slowly descended from the air. Why are demons refreshing? Where are the magical beasts? Seeing that there was only one person, disappointment inevitably appeared on Qin Shang's face. Alas, it was a pity, there was no way to farm casting levels anymore. Little brother, what's so fun about magical beasts? If you want to play, your sister will play with you. Lilith smiled at the corner of her mouth, then she suddenly tore down the black robe draped over her body. At that moment, Lilith's true form was revealed before Qin Shang. He saw that Lilith had a pair of short demon horns on her head, wearing an extremely short black bodycon skirt, and her upper body was clad in black leather armor, with her voluptuous curves almost bursting forth. It seemed that if Lilith exerted even a little force, the buttons on her chest would pop off. Lilith, high-level demon, level 40 mental, 40,000 strength, 26,000 constitution, 28,000 agility, 22,000 skills, dance of enchantment, heart of enchantment, mental control, mental chains. Things she enjoys: enslaving others, turning geniuses into her dogs. Favorite color: black identity, princess of the Enchantress clan bust. High-level demon. Qin Shang retracted his divination technique, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Goodness, isn't this just the perfect opportunity? His third transition task was to repel a high-level demon. He had been quite troubled, wondering where to find a high-level demon. It's important to know that demons are categorized into 3 tiers: high, medium, and low. The higher the tier, the rarer the demon, and high-level demons usually only appear on the Abyss battlefield. And the Abyss battlefield is definitely not a place Qin Shang could go to right now. Even if his strength allowed it, the Divine Xia Kingdom would not permit a practitioner who hadn't reached the 3rd transition to enter the Abyss battlefield. Outside of the Abyss battlefield, encountering a high-level demon would be purely a matter of luck. Who knows when he would come across one? Yet now, Qin Shang unexpectedly encountered a high-level demon delivered right to his doorstep on the 5th floor of the pagoda. Seeing Qin Shang's excited expression, Lilith smiled slyly. It seemed she wouldn't need to use many tricks to capture this guy. Lilith walked slowly towards Qin Shang, her movements flirtatious, her eyes glimmering as she said, "Little brother, don't be anxious. As long as you listen to your sister, I'll take you to a wonderful place, guaranteed to make you intoxicated." At the same time, she activated her skill, mental control. An imperceptible ripple surged towards Qin Shang. Just as the mental control hit Qin Shang, the 1,000 illusions necklace around his neck flashed. Immunity to mental control effects activated once. Current remaining immunity count 5,553 times. Qin Shang, you want to control me? Seeing Qin Shang's nonchalant demeanor, Lilith's expression changed drastically. How is that possible? I clearly used mental control on you. Why do you have no reaction at all? Witnessing her first attempt fail, Lilith used her control skill again, mental chains. In the next moment, transparent chains shot towards Qin Shang. However, just as these mental chains were about to bind Qin Shang, the Thousand Illusions necklace around his neck flashed again, shattering all the chains. Immunity. To mental control activated once, current remaining immunity count 5,552 times. How is this possible? How could I fail twice in a row? Lilith said, somewhat exasperated. Why not try again? Perhaps other skills will be effective, Qin Shang said with a light chuckle, noticing that she only knew control skills. Fine, you're forcing me, Lilith said, trembling with anger at Qin Shang. Then a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes, and she began to dance right there. This was the strongest skill among all of Lilith's control skills, Dance of Enchantment. Stubborn brat, let's see if you can survive this time, Lilith thought fiercely as she danced. It's worth noting that the Dance of Enchantment also consumed a great deal of energy for Lilith herself. With her current mental power, she could only perform it a dozen times at most. But the equally steep cost also represented terrifying power. No one had ever been able to withstand her Dance of Enchantment. As Lilith began to dance, the sound of demonic music started to resonate within the assessment space. 1 minute later, Qin Shang showed no reaction. 2 minutes later, he took out the popcorn stored in the system space. 3 minutes later, he pulled out a cola and added a few ice cubes. 4 minutes later, Qin Shang sat there, watching Lilith dance. 10 minutes later, Lilith's face turned pale. She was drenched in fragrant sweat, and her exposed skin glistened. Her gaze was fixed on Qin Shang. What kind of monster are you? At that moment, Qin Shang finished his cola in one gulp. Looking at Lilith before him, he frowned. Hey, don't stop. Keep playing the music. Keep dancing. What did you say? There are still candidates who haven't come out of the 5th level. Luo Shanhe was shocked by Wang Yaoyao's words. Who is it? Wang Yaoyao's face was tense. It's Qin Shang. Only Qin Shang is trapped in the 5th level's assessment space. Damn, how could it be Qin Shang? Chen Fei Hong's expression darkened. No, the opponent is probably targeting Qin Shang specifically. Wan Tianya nodded and analyzed carefully. At this moment, Luo Shanhe also calmed down. Are you saying that Lilith has been lurking around the examination site? Did she decide to specifically assassinate Qin Shang after seeing his astonishing achievement of full marks in 4 rounds? Luo Shanhe thought of this possibility, his face grim. This is probably the only explanation, otherwise, it's hard to understand why Lilith could trap all the students in the 5th level but chose not to. Instead, she used all her abyssal power to trap Qin Shang in the 5th level's assessment space, Wan Tianya said with a grim expression. Then what are we waiting for? Let's act immediately and forcibly break through the 5th level's assessment space. Luo Shanhe's face turned anxious, although he felt a slight relief upon hearing from Wang Yaoyao that his daughter Luo Qingxue was safe. Upon learning that Qin Shang was trapped in the 5th level of the pagoda, his heart immediately rose to his throat. After all, Qin Shang was the unparalleled genius who achieved full marks in this provincial examination. If anything happened to Qin Shang, it would be a huge loss for the entire Manhwa province, no, even for the whole of Xinxia country. I just tried, and unfortunately, I failed. The 5th level, due to Lilith's intervention, has entered the Abyss Boss Challenge mode. Before Qin Shang and Lilith determine the victor, we cannot break this space with our abilities. Wan Tianya shook his head and said, I will contact the teacher immediately and have him take action personally. We must ensure Qin Shang's safety. A glint of determination flashed in Chen Feihong's eyes. Hearing Chen Feihong's words, Luo Shanhe and Wan Tianya exchanged glances. Both of them showed a hint of surprise and hope. It should be noted that Chen Feihong's teacher was the only 7-turn powerhouse in the entire Manhwa province. As long as this powerhouse took action personally, he could definitely break through the 5th level's assessment space. If Elderby takes action, he will surely be able to break the 5th level's space, but we cannot just sit and wait. In my city lord's treasury, there is a space stone, but alone, the 3 of us cannot activate it. I will immediately gather a few other city lords to help activate it. We must ensure Qin Shang's safety. A glint of determination flashed in Luo Shanhe's eyes. All right. Wan Tianya nodded, then looked at the pagoda on the screen. This child must be very scared right now, facing high-level evil alone. He must feel weak, pitiful, and helpless. Meanwhile, in the assessment space, Lilith's eyes widened as she stared intently at Qin Shang before her. She had been desperately performing the dance of seduction, her waist almost twisting off. Yet, the human boy before her, who was not even at the 3rd turn, seemed completely unaffected. What's wrong with you? No one has ever been able to endure my dance of seduction for this long. Are you from Shanji Buzhang, Sea or Chengdu? Lilith gritted her teeth and said, in Blue Star, there are also regional distributions, and 2 areas are the worst for women but good for men, namely Mountain Chicken not properly managed and Clear Belly. Qin Shang ignored Lilith and instead looked at his 1000 Illusions necklace. Currently immune to control effects 13 times, remaining immunity count is 5,540 times. Are you done dancing? Xin Shang felt a bit disappointed. He wanted to watch more of the exciting show. Not to mention, Lilith's big white rabbits were truly dazzling. What kind of tone is that? Lilith gasped, glaring at Xin Shang in front of her. This guy, clearly just a practitioner who hadn't even reached the third transition, was actually mocking her, a fifth transition. High-level demon, and he had such a frivolous tone as if he hadn't had enough. Thinking of this, Lilith gritted her teeth even harder, her eyes almost spitting fire. How could she, a dignified fifth transition high-level demon, a princess of the Charm Spirit clan, be treated like a dancer by someone else? You little brat, I will definitely kill you today. Lilith panted, pulling a dagger from her body, and with a swift movement, she lunged at Xin Shang. She was very clear in her mind, since mental control was ineffective against Xin Shang, she would switch to physical attacks. However, thinking of this, Lilith couldn't help but bitterly smile inside. She, a charming witch, was actually forced to use a dagger to deal with her enemy. Aren't you going to dance anymore? Xin Shang sat up, feeling somewhat disappointed. I'll dance your head. A hint of anger flashed in the corner of Lilith's eyes as she thrust the dagger fiercely at Xin Shang. However, just as her dagger was about to strike Xin Shang's head, suddenly a bright yellow light flashed from Xin Shang's body and layers of shields popped out. In an instant, they sent Lilith flying. You brat, what the hell is going on? How can you have such a long shield value, longer than your health bar? Sitting up, Lilith looked at Xin Shang's seemingly endless shield value, her face filled with surprise. What a pity, my reverse flow ring can only reflect projectile attacks, not mental control. If I could reverse this Lilith's enslavement, it would definitely be very useful for my future battles. Xin Shang ignored Lilith and instead touched the reverse flow ring on his hand, pondering in his mind. But for now, let's first complete the third transition task in front of us. Xin Shang turned to look at Lilith, speaking in a relaxed tone, while in the distance, Lilith, hearing Xin Shang's light tone, couldn't help but stomp her feet in anger. Damn it, I don't believe I can't kill you. Then, Lilith formed intricate hand seals with both hands. Soon, a light gate began to coalesce behind her. In no time, many magical beasts charged out from the light gate, at least 50 of them. Moreover, each magical beast was around level 30. You can summon magical beasts? That's just great. Xin Shang's mouth curled up in delight as he looked at the magical beasts appearing before him, and he began to chant his skill. Ha, with just you, a practitioner who hasn't even reached the third transition, what high-level skills can you use? Let's see how you block the attacks of my 50 magical beasts. However, halfway through Lilith's words, she suddenly felt as if something was stuck in her throat and couldn't say anything more, because at that moment, Lilith was horrified to discover that beside Xin Shang, sparks of fire were continuously appearing in her line of sight, followed by fireballs that Xin Shang was constantly conjuring. There were as many as 5,555 of them. Meanwhile, in the sky somewhere, in South River Province, a huge palace was hanging upside down. This enormous palace was the branch established by the War God Hall in South River Province. At this moment, in a conference room of the War God Hall, Bai Wujie, dressed in a white robe, suddenly stood up. Old Bai, what's wrong? What happened? Seeing Bai Wujie stand up, a War God Hall inspector beside him inquired. Something happened during the provincial exam in Manhwa province at Luochang. A high-level evil spirit infiltrated the 5th floor of the pagoda and trapped a student, Bai Wujie said with a grim expression. What? Such a thing actually happened? We cleared out those evil spirits last time. Aren't they all hiding in the abyss battlefield, unable to emerge? How dare they show their faces? There must be some that slipped through the cracks, but these guys aren't returning to the abyss battlefield to hide. To dare to attack during the provincial exam is unprecedented. Could it be that there's some movement on the abyss battlefield again? It's been increasingly unstable over the years. The several inspectors beside Bai Wujie were discussing animatedly. At that moment, Bai Wujie was carefully reviewing the detailed information about the Luocheng provincial exam that Chen Feihong had sent him. However, after he finished reading all the information, his expression changed from shock to joy, and finally to anger. Then, Bai Wujie slammed his palm onto the table in front of him. Bang! With a loud crash, the table before Bai Wujie was smashed to pieces. These damned evil spirits want to dig up the roots of our great Xia. The reason they chose to invade during the provincial exam is all because of a single candidate. This candidate achieved an unprecedented 4 rounds of full marks in this Luocheng assessment. Hearing Bai Wujie's words, the inspectors beside him were first stunned. Then, they exchanged incredulous glances. What? A candidate actually got 4 rounds of full marks? That's impossible. Isn't the 4th round extremely difficult? Well, although the 4th round is tough, it's not impossible to pass. Perhaps this candidate chose the normal difficulty. Right, it must be normal difficulty. Otherwise, how could they possibly get 4 rounds of full marks? Even in the God of War Hall assessments, this has never happened before. Hearing the discussions around him, Bai Wujie shook his head. No, this candidate, except for the first round where He couldn't choose the difficulty, chose hell difficulty for all 3 of the other rounds. What? Hell difficulty? The inspectors, beside Bai Wujie, were shocked to hear that Qin Shang had chosen all hell difficulty and passed with full marks. Their faces showed even more astonishment, disbelief written all over them, leaving them frozen in place, unable to believe the information they had just heard. However, at that moment, Bai Wujie's eyes were filled with fury. These damned evil spirits, such a genius is the hope for our divine Xiao's future, the pillar of tomorrow. We absolutely cannot afford to lose him. With that thought, Bai Wujie no longer hesitated. He transformed into a beam of white light and suddenly broke through the ceiling of the God of War Hall, rushing towards Luo Chang. Let's go, we must hurry. Such a genius must not be killed by the evil spirits. It would be the greatest loss for our divine Xia. Everyone, speed up. I hope this student can hold on a little longer. Soon, all the inspectors left the God of War Hall, heading towards Luo Chang. Meanwhile, in the assessment space on the 5th floor of the pagoda, Qin Shang looked at Lilith and the summoned monsters. He grinned and said, "You need to hold on a little longer. I haven't had enough fun yet." At that moment, Lilith watched as Qin Shang continuously unleashed fireballs, lightning, and wind blades as if she were looking at a monster. Who on earth are you? Hearing Lilith's question, Qin Shang waved his hand dismissively. I'm just a passing mage. Mage? Which mage? How can you be so abnormal? Lilith said, exasperated. Each time she summoned monsters, there were 50 of them, which was an overwhelming number for other practitioners. But for Qin Shang, it was like Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts, a piece of cake. Soon, the rushing monsters were all eliminated by Qin Shang. What terrified Lilith even more was that Qin Shang was continuously releasing thousands of fireballs, lightning, and wind blades, but Qin Shang didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he seemed to grow stronger with each battle. Is this kid really a mage? Didn't they say mages have low damage in the early stages and can't withstand consumption, and are also fragile? This kid, how can he be both tanky and able to sustain damage while dealing high damage? Damn it, how can you be more like an abyssal creature than I am? Lilith stared at Qin Shang in front of her, her mind momentarily blank. Not only could Qin Shang resist her mental control, but he was also tanky, and most importantly, his output was incredibly high. Soon, he had wiped out the 200 beasts he had summoned. Don't stop, keep it coming, Qin Shang said with a pout, somewhat dissatisfied. You, Lilith held her forehead, her ample bosom trembling. She gritted her teeth. You damn brat, my mental energy has already been drained by you. No way, with your level, you dare to come out as a demon? Qin Shang said with a dissatisfied tone, while he began to chant a skill. You. Lilith was about to say something when, in the next moment, she saw with horror that a series of ice swords were forming in front of Qin Shang, instantly attacking her. I have magical treasures that can make me immune. Lilith's words were cut off. She realized that the ice swords crashing into her were continuously exploding with a series of white numbers. This is true damage. Lilith's face showed surprise. She hadn't expected that the ice swords Qin Shang cast dealt true damage. Then she became even more terrified as she noticed her health bar was dropping at a visible speed. You little brat, just wait for me. Next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. Immediately after, Lilith's figure disappeared in a flash of light, vanishing from the 5th layer of space. It seems she, like me, also possesses life-saving treasures. Qin Shang shook his head but felt no surprise. He had known from the moment he scanned Lilith's information that she was a princess of the Charm Spirit clan, and she must have plenty of treasures on her. Meanwhile, at the provincial exam square, do you think Qin Shang has fallen? Impossible, how could my brother Shang fall so easily? He must still be holding on. But it's been so long, and Qin Shang hasn't come out yet, and he's facing high-level demons. Yeah, every high-level demon is at least a powerful existence of the 4th transition. And Qin Shang seems to be less than the 3rd transition. The power gap is too great. Many candidates were engaged in intense discussions. On the other side, Lin Hai looked at the pagoda with an anxious expression. Qin Shang, you must be okay. It was hard to come by a true dragon like Qin Shang from Binhai Academy, and he didn't want Qin Shang to fall. Moreover, if something happened to Qin Shang inside the pagoda, when he returned, Lin Yan would definitely skin him alive. On the other side, Shen Feng also gazed at the pagoda. It would be best if he fell inside, that way, I won't have to produce a high-level skill book. Although he was secretly pleased, he didn't dare to show it. It was known that there were many people around, and if someone saw him eagerly anticipating a candidate's fall, it would be a huge taboo. However, unlike Chen Feng's calmness, Zhao Tixiong looked at the pagoda with an openly gleeful smile. It's been so long, Qin Shang must have died inside. Now I can secure a spot in the Genius Championship. Zhao Tixiong was almost laughing out loud with joy. Then he turned and walked towards his team from Tianhai City. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Look, Qin Shang's ranking has returned to normal." Meanwhile, in the assessment space of the 5th level, Qin Shang's ears were filled with the system's announcements. Ding! Congratulations on completing the 3rd transition. Every time you level up, you will receive 16 basic attribute points and 64 free attribute points. Ding! Your multiple casting has reached level 4, and for every enemy you kill, you gain 4 layers of multiple casting. Not bad, I've finally reached the third transfer. Qin Shang nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the announcement in his ear. After completing the third transfer, Qin Shang could gain 4 layers of casting for every enemy he killed. At this rate, if Qin Shang continues to slay monsters for a while longer, he could stack up to tens of thousands of casting layers. By then, he could unleash a fireball spell and release tens of thousands of fireballs. The future looks promising. Then, Qin Shang checked his attribute panel. Age, 18. Profession, mage. Level, 30. Spirit, 655 strength, 187 agility, 187 constitution, 266 health, 2060 mana, 6550 skills. Fireball, Thunderstrike, Spirit Return, Detection, Taunt, Windblade, Bone-Chilling Ice Sword, all laws return to 1, Body of the Demon God, Equipment, True Bracelet, Blood-Colored Cloak, Fate Necklace, Recovery Ring, Reverse Flow Ring, Guardian Spirit Armor, Thousand Illusions Necklace. Multiple casting layers, 6004 effect, increases 4 layers of casting for each monster killed. Meanwhile, in the Provincial Examination Conference Room, the room was no longer as empty as before but was now packed with people. These individuals were all powerful beings with deep breaths. They were the city lords from major cities who had rushed to the Provincial Examination Conference room upon receiving news from Luo Shanhe. I never expected that there would be an invasion of evil spirits in the examination hall. I heard that there is only one candidate trapped in the assessment space. That's right, according to Old One's speculation, that evil spirit is likely targeting him. This student has achieved an unprecedented 4 rounds of full marks. What? An unprecedented 4 rounds of full marks? No wonder. This evil spirit would take action. It aims to uproot our divine Xia kingdom. In the Provincial Examination Conference Room, the city lords were discussing angrily, and even more furious was a middle-aged man in fiery red armor. He stepped forward and grabbed Luo Shanhe by the collar. Speaking angrily, "Old Luo, what's going on? In the examination hall under your supervision. How could such a thing happen? You must give me an explanation." Luo Shanhe shook off Lin Yan's hand. "Do you think I wanted this? How could I have anticipated an invasion by evil spirits? But rest assured, no matter the cost, I will ensure Qin Shang's safety." Lin Yan's anger did not subside. "You better keep your word. Our Binhai city has finally produced this true dragon. He absolutely cannot fall here. Alright, the spatial stone is ready, so I ask everyone to work together to use the power of space to rescue Qin Shang." As Luo Shanhe spoke, he took out a crystal-like stone from his body. "I must remind everyone that Lilith has trapped Qin Shang on the 5th layer using abyssal energy, so our rescue this time may require extra effort. Everyone should be prepared to expend a lot of mana," Luo Shanhe said seriously. However, upon hearing Luo Shanhe's words, many city lords just laughed heartily and exchanged glances. "Old Luo, no need for such nonsense. Since our Manhwa province has produced such a genius, no matter how much mana it takes, we will rescue him. Hee, even if it drains all my mana, I will definitely save him. A genius with 4 rounds of full marks, you can't find a second one in the entire Divine Xia Kingdom. Let's move quickly." Although Lilith is only at the 5th transfer, she has plenty of treasures. The slower we act, the more dangerous Qin Shang becomes. Hearing the words of the city lords, "Alright," Luo Shanhe nodded, then threw the spatial stone in front of him. The other city lords, upon seeing the appearance of the spatial stone, exchanged glances and then unleashed a beam of energy, striking the spatial stone. Then the spatial stone emitted a beam of light, which struck the floating model of the pagoda in Chen Feihong's hand. However, unexpectedly, as soon as the energy from the spatial stone hit the pagoda, it tore open the space of the 5th level. What's going on? How could it be so easy? Luo Shanhe felt a bit puzzled, and the next moment, Qin Shang's figure appeared in the Provincial Examination Conference Room. "What are you doing here? Is this still in the country?" Qin Shang looked at the room full of burly men, his face filled with confusion. You're completely unscathed?" Luo Shanhe, who was about to heal Qin Shang, showed a strange expression upon seeing Qin Shang unharmed. At this moment, Qin Shang had no injuries at all, and moreover, his aura had changed, advancing from the 2nd transition to the 3rd transition. Something's not right. The abyssal aura of the 5th level of the pagoda has also disappeared. After a moment of sensing, Chen Feihong looked at Qin Shang in surprise. Abyssal aura? Is it because of that high-level evil spirit? What a pity she had treasures to protect her, so she managed to escape. Qin Shang shrugged and said, "What, she escaped?" Luo Shanhe, hearing Qin Shang's words, momentarily froze, unable to react. "You mean, you pushed her back?" Chen Feihong asked incredulously. Qin Shang nodded slightly, and upon seeing his reaction, both Luo Shanhe and Chen Feihong gasped in astonishment. This guy is simply a monster. In less than the 3rd transition, he forced back a high-level evil spirit of the 5th transition. At this moment, Lin Yan in the conference room also stepped forward. You brat actually defeated the evil spirit again. Are you some kind of innate killer of evil spirits? Lin Yan said in shock. What do you mean again? Luo Shanha, hearing Lin Yan's words, looked somewhat surprised. And at this moment, many city lords, upon hearing the discussion between Luo Shanha and Lin Yan, also realized what had happened. Upon learning that Qin Shang had repelled a high-level evil spirit, they all dropped their jaws in disbelief. Good heavens, a candidate below the third transition repelled a high-level evil spirit. Even novels wouldn't dare to write this, such achievements, not to mention past candidates, even across the entire Divine Xia Kingdom. There was no practitioner below the third transition who could accomplish this. Just then, a flash of light appeared, and an old man in a white robe appeared before everyone. The powerful aura made it hard for everyone to breathe for a moment. In an instant, the room fell silent, and everyone looked at the old man with respect, for he was the only emperor-level powerhouse in Manhwa province, Bai Wuji. Old Bai, everyone said in unison. The old man ignored them and urgently asked Chen Feihong, quickly open the model of the pagoda. I need to rescue the candidate named Qin Shang. Hearing Bai Wuji's words, Chen Feihong helplessly revealed a bitter smile. No need, teacher, Qin Shang is already. Before Chen Feihong could finish, he was interrupted by Bai Wuji. What? Could it be that Qin Shang has already? A bad thought suddenly struck Bai Wuji, and his expression darkened. His white robe billowed, and his aura violently surged throughout the provincial examination conference room. In an instant, everyone felt as if they couldn't lift their heads. Damn evil spirit, how dare you kill the true dragon of Manhwa province? Even if I have to chase you to the abyss battlefield, I will tear you to pieces. Teacher, please don't be agitated. Qin Shang is not dead, he's right here. Chen Feihong scratched his head awkwardly. What? Upon hearing Chen Feihong's words, Bai Wuji retracted his aura. He then saw Qin Shang, who was inconspicuous among the crowd due to being surrounded by the burly men. You are Qin Shang? Bai Wuji asked, somewhat puzzled. Yes, Qin Shang nodded slightly. Ha, Xiao Chun, you did well this time. I'll give you credit when you return, Bai Wuji said joyfully, laughing heartily. At this moment, however, Chen Feihong, upon hearing Bai Wuji's words, could only shake his head helplessly. Teacher, this is not our achievement. It was Qin Shang who repelled the abyssal evil by himself. What? You mean he defeated a high-level evil all on his own? Bai Wuji found it hard to believe. Yes, teacher, I just checked the pagoda of floating towers. The abyssal aura inside has already disappeared. Chen Feihong nodded and said. Hearing Chen Feihong's confirmation, Bai Wuji looked at Qin Shang again, filled with relief. He stroked his beard. I never expected that our South River province would produce a talent like you. Old Bai, you flatter me. I was just lucky. Qin Shang, who was standing nearby, scratched his head upon hearing Bai Wuji's praise, then seemed to remember something. By the way, old Bai, I haven't finished killing the monsters in the 5th level before I was teleported out. Can I go back to the 5th level to continue killing monsters? He was still thinking about the remaining 1,100 magical beasts in the 5th level. Hearing Qin Shang's words, the city lords in the conference room couldn't help but chuckle. This guy has such a good attitude, having just experienced an assassination by a high-level evil, and he still cares about his progress in the 5th level. Of course, just now, all the students in the 5th level were teleported out due to the evil's interference. Since you didn't kill the magical beasts within the normal 30 minutes, we couldn't tally the scores. Wait a moment, I will use my means to teleport you back into the 5th level assessment. Bai Wuji first smiled at Qin Shang, then seemed to remember something. He looked at Qin Shang. But do you want to take a break? You just repelled the evil. It must have taken a lot out of you. Qin Shang waved his hand. Old Bai, that's unnecessary. Just teleport me directly to the 5th level. Meanwhile, in the provincial examination square, a dignified voice rang out. A high-level evil that appeared in the 5th level has been repelled. Now, the assessment for the 5th level will begin normally. Candidates entering the 5th level, please come to the center of the square to prepare for the exam. Upon hearing this authoritative voice, the crowd in the square was momentarily astonished. What? The high-level evil has been repelled? So Brother Shang is fine? Idiot, of course, he's fine. It must be the city lord who took action. But why is the 5th level assessment starting so soon? That's unfair to Brother Shang. Yeah, Brother Shang just went through an assassination by a high-level evil. He must have consumed a lot. Many candidates spoke with worried tones. On the other side, in contrast to the concerns of many candidates, Zhao Tiexiong had a smile on his face. Hee, the 5th level assessment is starting so soon. This time, I will definitely be in the top 3. Originally, when Zhao Tiexiong saw Qin Shang's name reappear on the leaderboard, he was taken aback. But as the 5th level assessment was about to begin, hope reignited in his heart. Qin Shang had just experienced an assassination by a high-level evil. Even if he survived, he must have consumed a lot of health and mana, and his condition would definitely not be good. In this provincial examination, aside from Moang and Luo Qingxue, no one was his opponent. This meant that he had a good chance of breaking into the top 3 and securing a spot in the Genius Championship. Thinking of this, Zhao Tiexiong could hardly contain his excitement and nearly jumped up. On the other side of the square, the dean of Tianhai Academy, Chen Feng, looked at the 5th level assessment about to begin, and a smile appeared on his lips. I didn't expect the 5th level assessment to start so quickly. This time, Qin Shang will definitely fall out of the top 3. In that case, I won't have to publish a high-level skill book. Instead, I might even get one. Chen Feng felt pleased. Starting so soon meant Qin Shang would definitely not have time to adjust his condition. It should be noted that in the final assessment, each magical beast could provide 200 points. This was the easiest level to turn the tide, and at that time, Qin Shang's points would surely be surpassed by Zhao Tiexiong. He said smugly, Old Lin, just get ready to hand over the high-level skill book. Haha. At that moment, Lin Hai, who was beside him, ignored Chen Feng and instead looked worried. What's going on with the examiner? Qin Shang just went through an assassination by the evil spirits. Why isn't he given time to adjust? He just came out of a big battle and went straight into the 5th round. There's no way Qin Shang can get a good ranking. Meanwhile, as the 5th round of the Pagoda of Floating Towers opened, all 19 students in the square were sucked into the assessment space of the 5th round. Qin Shang, who was originally in the Provincial Examination Conference Room, was also pulled in. In the assessment space of the 5th round, Qin Shang found himself back in the blood-red desert. I have already killed 90 waves of monsters, which means there are still 110 waves left. Qin Shang thought to himself, nodding slightly, his eyes revealing a look of anticipation. It was important to note that he had now reached the 3rd transition. With multiple spellcasting at level 4, it meant that for every monster boss he killed, he could gain 4 layers of spellcasting. If he could kill the remaining 1,100 monsters, then Qin Shang would obtain 4,400 layers of spellcasting. Just as Qin Shang was contemplating, the space in front of him rippled. The next moment, 10 Ironhead magic goats were teleported in. Haha, it's time for some fun monster hunting. Qin Shang immediately began to chant his skills and launched an attack on the monsters before him. Soon, the 10 Ironhead magic goats were killed, and the space rippled again. As time passed, all 1,100 monsters were killed in the blink of an eye, and at the same time, Qin Shang's spellcasting layers increased by 4,400, bringing his total spellcasting layers to 10404. His spellcasting layers had directly surpassed 10,000. Moreover, due to the spirit card, his level had also risen to level 35. As I suspected, the bosses here provide a wealth of experience. Qin Shang looked at his level increase and nodded in satisfaction. Previously, he had speculated that the experience provided by these bosses should be quite rich. However, at that time, he had not undergone the 3rd transition, so he couldn't gain experience and couldn't feel the massive experience these bosses provided. Meanwhile, a purple-black light struck Qin Shang. Is this about to teleport me out? Qin Shang quickly understood that he had killed 200 waves of monsters and had already cleared the 5th round. The Pagoda of Floating Towers was about to teleport him out, and the next moment, Qin Shang's figure appeared at the edge of the examination area. At that moment, everyone in the examination area looked at Qin Shang's appearance with varied expressions. It was important to note that from the opening of the 5th round to Qin Shang being teleported out, less than 2 minutes had passed. Sigh, I said the 5th round started too quickly. Brother Shang got eliminated so fast. Yeah, Brother Shang just went through a big battle and hasn't had time to adjust. It's such a pity. Exactly, if Brother Shang had performed normally, he could have definitely scored full marks in all 5 rounds. The gazes of many students looking at Qin Shang were filled with regret and pity. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Feng had his arm around Lin Hai's shoulder. Old Lin, hand over the high-level skill book. Lin Hai gritted his teeth. What are you in such a hurry for? The rankings aren't out yet. Hearing Lin Hai's words, Chen Feng smiled even more smugly. I see, Old Lin, you really are confused. Being teleported out by the Pagoda of Floating Towers. There are only 2 possibilities, either eliminated or cleared. You don't really think Qin Shang could clear the 5th round of the Pagoda of Floating Towers in 2 minutes, do you? Just then, an announcement appeared outside the Pagoda of Floating Towers. Seeing the announcement, Chen Feng became even more smug. Look, the announcement has appeared. What a pity. I was all set to give you that student's high-level skill book, but unfortunately, he doesn't have that fortune. Chen Feng took out a high-level skill book from his bag, looking like a small person who had achieved success. Beside him, Lin Hai clenched his fists, his face filled with regret. Damn it, if it weren't for encountering a high-level evil spirit, if he had just adjusted his state properly, how could Qin Shang be eliminated? His eyes were full of unwillingness. What was a high-level skill book worth? What truly pained him was that Qin Shang hadn't performed well. It should be noted that Qin Shang had already achieved full marks in the first 4 rounds. As long as he performed normally in this round, he would definitely be the top scorer in the province. With this thought, Lin Hai sighed and then took out a high-level skill book from his bag. However, just as he was about to hand the high-level skill book to Chen Feng, a sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd. Look, Brother Shang has broken the record again. With that student's shout, everyone turned their gaze to the announcement board. There, it boldly stated, "Congratulations to candidate Qin Sheng for passing the 5th round and earning 400,000 points. Due to candidate Qin Sheng defeating 200 waves of monsters, breaking the historical record, his points are doubled, earning 800,000 points." The announcement rang out like a thunderclap, instantly echoing throughout the square. Wow, Brother Sheng, amazing. After encountering the assassination by the evil spirit, he still managed to take first place. Brother Sheng is incredible. Counting the 5th round, he has already achieved full marks in 5 rounds. Goodness, 800,000 points. That's more than the total scores of all the other candidates combined. Brother Sheng is simply a cow flying a plane. Incredible. All the candidates' eyes were focused on the leaderboard in mid-air, while everyone excitedly discussed. However, human joys and sorrows are not the same. On the other side, Chen Feng, who had clearly seen the contents of the leaderboard, stood frozen in place, as if petrified. His pupils kept contracting, and he incredulously muttered, "No, this is impossible." He clearly encountered the assassination of the evil spirit. His state should have been greatly reduced. How could he still take first place in the 5th round? This is absolutely impossible. Chen Feng's legs trembled, his gaze vacant, while Lin Hai beside him grabbed the skill book from Chen Feng's hands. "If you're weak, just practice more, hand it over." Lin Hai then put the skill book away, preparing to give it to Qin Sheng when they met later. Since the 5th round tested the candidate's speed in killing, Qin Sheng's passing announcement did not resonate in the assessment space of the other candidates. This was also to consider the candidate's mentality. But as time passed, many candidates were teleported out after being defeated by the monsters. When they saw Qin Sheng in the square, they were all taken aback. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but feel regretful. Qin Sheng must not have adjusted his state well, which was why he was teleported out of the floating pagoda so quickly. Surely he hadn't achieved a good score. Then, they looked at the score leaderboard. No one would be indifferent to their own results. However, the next moment, one by one, they looked as if they had seen something unbelievable. After glancing at the leaderboard and then at Qin Sheng, they realized he had actually earned 800,000 points, and it only took him a minute. What the hell is a genius? This is what a genius truly is. Following that, 3 figures were teleported out from the floating pagoda. These 3 were Moing, Luo, Qingxue, and Zhao Tiexiong. As soon as the 3 were teleported out, they saw Qin Sheng standing in the center of the provincial examination venue. Moing frowned. Luo Qingxue shook her head, feeling a bit regretful. Zhao Tiexiong, however, laughed heartily. Let's see how you can suppress me this time. Someone got teleported out so early, I bet you didn't even last through the 3rd wave." Hearing Zhao Tiexiong's words, Moing shot him a fierce glare. The kind of person he hated the most was this kind of petty individual who thrived on others' misfortunes. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue coldly snorted. "If it weren't for Qin Sheng's poor state, would you have been lucky enough to take this advantage and secure a spot in the Genius Championship?" Zhao Tiexiong chuckled. "Luck is also a part of strength." Anyone could tell that the person Zhao Tiexiong referred to was Qin Sheng. At this moment, the proud Zhao Tiexiong spread his arms, already anticipating the shocked and envious gazes from others. However, the many candidates in the center of the examination hall looked at Zhao Tiexiong as if he were a fool. Soon, Zhao Tiexiong noticed the strange looks from the crowd. He frowned and then glanced at the leaderboard in the light screen. Zhao Tiexiong's pupils constricted sharply, and he staggered back several steps. He muttered, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he clear the 5th level in just 2 minutes and set a new record?" Hearing Zhao Tiexiong's exclamation, Moing and Luo Qingxue also looked at the leaderboard. In the next moment, shock and disbelief appeared on their faces as well. Just then, imposing figures descended from the sky above the provincial examination. These individuals stood on the void, each exuding an overwhelming aura. They were the city lords from the 24 main cities of Manhwa province. Among the many city lords floated an old man in a white robe by Wujie. These are the city lords, and that one, he seems to be the examiner in charge of the floating pagoda, Chen Fei Hong. Who is that old man in the white robe? He looks so powerful. Fool, that's Elder Bai from the War God Hall, the only 7-turn level powerhouse in our Nanhua province. What? A-level powerhouse. The students in the examination hall gasped at the appearance of so many strong figures. In the air, Bai Wujie, leading the many powerhouses, smiled and nodded at the candidates. "Hello everyone, I am Bai Wujie from the War God Hall. First, congratulations to all of you for achieving excellent results in this provincial examination. Now, please have the top 3 students of this provincial examination stay behind, while the other students return to their respective cities and wait for the academy's admission." As Bai Wujie's words concluded, under the guidance of many deans, groups of students stepped into the teleportation array. Only Qin Sheng, Luo Qingxue, and Moing remained in the provincial examination hall. "You 3 children are excellent. Now, let's change the place to talk." Bai Wujie said with a smile, then waved his white robe, bringing Qin Sheng and the others back to the provincial examination conference room. "You 3. Good kids are the pride of our Nanha province, Bai Wujie said, his gaze sweeping over Moing and Luo Qingxue, finally landing on Qin Shang. Especially you, this child, full marks in 5 rounds. This is unprecedented. Qin Shang scratched his head. Elder Bai, you're flattering me. I just got lucky. Full marks in 5 rounds is not just luck. Bai Wujie's expression grew even more satisfied at Qin Shang's humility. I won't say much about pleasantries, I'll keep you 3 here. I want to explain to you in advance about the location of the Tianjiao competition, Xian Con Island. Xian Con Island? Qin Shang and the others were taken aback by Wujie's words. It's normal that you don't know about Xian Con Island. It was just recently discovered by the kingdom of Xingxia, a large ancient battlefield dungeon. Bai Wujie said with a smile, then continued to explain. The Xian Con Island dungeon is different from the other dungeons you have encountered. This dungeon can accommodate hundreds of people at the same time, and there are also a large number of magical beasts inside. A large number of magical beasts? Qin Shang's eyes lit up at Bai Wujie's words. He didn't care how many candidates participated in this Tianjia competition, as long as there were magical beasts. That could help him refresh his casting levels and gain experience. That was what he was most concerned about. That's right, not only are there a large number of magical beasts inside, but Xian Con Island is different from other dungeons. The space in other dungeons, regardless of size, is mostly fixed. The floating island is different. This ancient island dungeon will gradually descend over time, Bai Wujie explained with a smile. The ground will continuously drop, leading to a smaller and smaller area to move around. The space for movement is getting smaller? Qin Shang was taken aback by Bai Wujie's words. This was indeed different from the dungeons he had previously entered. Following that, Bai Wujie began to introduce the rules of this talent competition. Regarding the rules of this talent competition, first, candidates will earn points by killing the monsters on the floating island. The points will be stored in the candidates' wristbands, but candidates can fight each other. As long as you defeat a candidate and take their teleportation wristband, you can transfer the points from their wristband to your own. Well, how should I put it? It's somewhat similar to a battle royale. Upon hearing Bai Wujie's introduction, Moing and Luo Qingxue looked a bit confused, while Qin Shang nodded. This mode was quite similar to a game he played in his past life, only with the addition of monsters. Alright, now that we've finished the formalities, we can talk about personal matters, Bai Wujie said, looking at Qin Shang with a kind smile. Personal matters? Qin Shang was taken aback. Moing and Luo Qingxue beside him also showed strange expressions as they looked at Qin Shang. Child, would you like to be my disciple? Bai Wujie smiled as he looked at Qin Shang. What? Bai Lao wants to take on a disciple? The people in the conference room were taken aback by Bai Wujie's words. Luo Shanha and Wan Tianya exchanged glances, revealing a hint of envy. This was a 7-turn emperor-level powerhouse, personally taking on a disciple. The two of them had struggled from the first turn to where they were now, and they had never met an emperor-level powerhouse, let alone become their disciple. Chen Feihong, who was also Bai Wujie's disciple, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had performed excellently when he joined the God of War Hall at the 5th turn. It wasn't until the 6th turn that he became Bai Wujie's disciple. And now Qin Shang, who had just reached the 3rd turn, was being personally accepted as a disciple by Bai Wujie. I am willing, Qin Shang replied without hesitation. Not to mention anything else, just the strength of Bai Wujie as a 7-turn emperor-level powerhouse was the biggest backing he could have in Nanha province. With this teacher as his support, he could walk confidently throughout Nanha province. Do you understand the value of having a powerful official as a mentor? Qin Shang was eager to progress. Very well, but since you have become my disciple, as your master, I should also show some token of my appreciation. I happen to have a piece of equipment suitable for you. As Bai Wujie spoke, he took out a pair of boots and handed them to Qin Shang. Qin Shang looked at the boots in front of him in astonishment. Since he had started entering dungeons and killing monsters, he had obtained various types of equipment, but he had never received any boots. What surprised Qin Shang even more was that these boots were shining with golden light. Legendary level equipment. In an instant, the golden light flashing from the boots shocked everyone in the conference room. Legendary level equipment is so rare that even a 6-turn king level powerhouse like Luo Shanha only had 3 or 4 pieces. Yet Qin Shang, who had just reached the 3rd turn, received a piece of legendary level equipment as a reward. How could this not make others envious? Moing and Luo Qingxue looked at the boots with eyes full of envy and surprise. Alright, the talent competition is just around the corner, so I won't say much more. After the competition ends, I will personally guide you. Bai Wujie nodded at Qin Shang. Okay, master, Qin Shang slightly bowed in respect. At that moment, Chen Feihong and Luo Shanha exchanged glances and stepped forward. At the same time, they each took out a skill book and a piece of equipment from their bodies and handed them to Qin Shang. This is your reward for being first in this competition, a high-level skill book. And mine. Hearing the words of Luo Shanha and the others, Qin Shang tilted his head in confusion. He hadn't heard that there were Additional rewards for being first in the provincial exam. Beside him, Luo Qingxue and Moing looked at the actions of the two with puzzled expressions. This is the wager we made, Luo Shanha said awkwardly, scratching his head. Chen Feihong beside him also wore an embarrassed expression. The two had originally bet on whether Moing or Luo Qingxue would take first place, and they had both pulled out a high-level skill book as a reward. Unexpectedly, Qin Shang emerged as a dark horse, claiming both rewards. However, at this moment, neither of them showed any signs of discouragement. According to their earlier plan, whoever came in first would be the captain of this small team, and giving out the rewards was simply a matter of courtesy. Qin Shang nodded and stored the two high-level skill books in his system space. Meanwhile, Bai Wuji looked at Qin Shang with a kind smile and then nodded, saying, I have matters to attend to at the War God Hall, so I'll take my leave first. Tomorrow, I will send an inspector from the War God Hall to pick you two up to go to the location of the Void Island for the talented competition. With that, Bai Wuji waved his white robe and, along with Chen Feihong and Moing, transformed into a beam of white light, disappearing from the provincial examination conference room. At this moment, only Luo Shanha, Lin Yan, and Luo Qingxue remained in the conference room. Xin Shang, Xin bro, are you interested in finding a girlfriend? Luo Shanha said with a smile. Ha! Xin Shang was momentarily taken aback by Luo Shanha's sudden suggestion. Next to him, Luo Qingxue, who had reacted, suddenly stepped on Luo Shanha's foot. Dad, you. At this moment, a blush appeared on Luo Qingxue's cheeks, making her look as if she were drunk, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her dress. Ouch, what are you doing? Besides, Xin Shang is not bad, strong and powerful, Luo Shanha said, hopping around while holding his foot. Who would sell their own daughter? Luo Qingxue huffed, turning away angrily. Wait a minute, Shuer, hey, where's Qin Shang? Luo Shanha looked up just to find that Qin Shang was no longer there. At that moment, Qin Shang was sitting on Lin Yan's exclusive flame airship. A smile appeared on Lin Yan's face. He certainly didn't want Qin Shang to be taken away by Luo Shanha. If that happened, Qin Shang would become a genius of Luo City instead of Binhai City, and that wouldn't do. Meanwhile, sitting at the back of the flame airship, Qin Shang took out his phone. Since he had been taking the exam earlier, his phone had been in airplane mode, and he hadn't received any messages. Just as he turned off airplane mode, a flurry of messages popped up. The most frequent messages came from a group chat, specifically the Demon Slayer Team 7 chat. Ji Buchang at Captain, today is the day for the Demon Slayer team to explore the Death Mountains. Will the captain be able to make it? Lin Wanqing, are you stupid? The captain is taking the college entrance exam today. Ji Buchang, oh, I forgot the captain is a high school student. Lu Chanqian, I forgot too. Zhang Haizhu, me too. At that moment, Lin Yan suddenly turned to Qin Shang and pulled out a skill book from his bag. Another one? Qin Shang looked at the skill book Lin Yan handed over, puzzled. This is a high-level skill book that your dean won from a bet with Dean Shenfeng of Tianhai Academy. You should keep it safe, Lin Yan said with a smile. Qin Shang nodded. Although he was a bit dazed, he still accepted it. Today had truly been a bountiful harvest, 3 high-level skill books, and a legendary grade piece of equipment. He would need to organize everything when he got home. Just then, Lin Yan cleared his throat and said, Ahem, as the city lord, I should also give you a high-level skill book or equipment as a reward. But previously, due to the sudden increase in the number of monsters in the Death Mountains, he continued, the resources in the treasury have been borrowed by the Demon Suppression Army and haven't been returned yet. I currently don't have any suitable equipment for you, but as soon as I do, you'll be the first to know. The number of monsters in the Death Mountains has increased? Qin Shang was somewhat surprised. That's right, just when you all started the provincial exam, the number of magical beasts in the Death Mountains suddenly surged for some unknown reason. However, it has gradually stabilized now. Lin Yan nodded. So, does that mean there are now a large number of magical beasts in the Death Mountains? Qin Shang stroked his chin in thought. A few minutes later, under the astonishing speed of Lin Yan's fire-flying boat, Qin Shang quickly arrived at Coastal City. Qin, brother Qin, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. If you need anything, feel free to contact me, Lin Yan said with a smile, even changing how he addressed Qin Shang. Alright, Qin Shang nodded, and then Lin Yan transformed into a red light and rushed back to the Lord's mansion. Qin Shang then took a taxi back home, and just as he reached the entrance of his community, he ran into an old acquaintance. Oh, little Shang is back. Old man, I haven't seen you for a while. The security guard, Old Shen, greeted Qin Shang warmly. This security guard, Old Shen, was a familiar face in Qin Shang's community. Ever since Qin Shang could remember, he often listened to this old man tell stories. After entering middle school, he would frequently play chess, drink tea, and chat with him, making them good friends despite the age difference. However, due to the college entrance exam and leveling up recently, Qin Shang had been coming and going at odd hours, so it had been a long time since they last met. Yeah, Grandpa. Shen, I've been a bit busy lately, Qin Shang replied briefly before heading towards his home. This kid is still so anxious. but he has only awakened for a few days and has already reached the third transition. What a good seedling, Olshan said meaningfully as he watched Qin Shang's departing figure. Back at his residence, Qin Shang checked the 3 skill books and a pair of boots lying in his system backpack. First was the legendary boots given by Wujia, space boots. Attributes: legendary, agility, 300, special, active skill, can blink forward once when used. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Goodness, space type equipment. After seeing the attributes of those boots, Qin Shang couldn't help but click his tongue. He sighed inwardly at how generous Wujia was. This emperor-level powerhouse indeed made a grand gesture presenting space-type equipment. The rarity of space-type items is well known. Whether related skills or equipment, they are almost priceless. Once obtained by someone, they are either used or secretly hidden away. They never circulate easily in the market, and even if they occasionally surface, they are snatched up immediately. Moreover, the active skill of these boots is simply outrageous. It allows for one blink. If this skill were used by someone else, it could easily serve as a life-saving skill in critical moments. However, for Qin Shang to use the active skill of this equipment, it would be even more incredible, as the active skills of equipment are also influenced by multiple casting, and Qin Shang's multiple casting has already surpassed 10,000, meaning he can blink tens of thousands of times in a short period. What does that mean? Even if Qin Shang stood in front of a boss and jumped around, that boss wouldn't be able to touch him at all. Following that, Qin Shang put on the space boots. He then checked the 2 skill books, starting with the one Lin Hai One back, a high-level skill book, Fist of Wood's Fury. Effect: summons a spirit wood fist from the ground to attack upwards, dealing 300% of mental power damage and causing a knockback effect. Seeing the introduction of this high-level skill book, Fist of Wood's Fury, Qin Shang nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Not only has the amplification reached 3 times, but it also has a knockback effect. This was the first high-level skill book he had obtained. Ordinary professions can use high-level skill books after the 3rd transition, and high-level skill books can deal 300% skill damage, which is a significant boost in combat power for Qin Shang. At the same time, Qin Shang muttered to himself, the Wood's Fury Fist, if used by another mage, could at most summon a single fist. However, Qin Shang possessed the ability to cast spells in layers, meaning he could summon over 10,000 fists to attack his enemies. Goodness, in an instant, Qin Shang recalled a famous scene from an anime he had seen in his past life, the Thousand-Wood Buddha's Hand. Then Qin Shang noticed another skill book given to him by Luo Shanhe, titled Yin Yang Reversal. Type: passive skill effect. Any negative effects suffered by the user will be converted into positive effects. What? There's actually such a skill? Qin Shang was taken aback as he read the description of Yin Yang Reversal. Although it was just a passive skill and didn't directly enhance his combat power, with this passive ability he could completely ignore any negative effects in battle. It's important to note that although Qin Shang had the Guardian Spirit Shield to enhance his defense and the Thousand Illusions Necklace to immunize against mental control, there were still some special types of attacks that could bypass these defenses. For instance, Qin Shang had heard of certain curse-type skills that could reduce a professional's stats by half or even more. If faced with such skills, even if a professional had high attributes, their combat power would be significantly diminished, leading to death in dungeons or at the hands of monsters. Moreover, although this skill could only convert effects once and had a cooldown of 1 day, Qin Shang had multicasting. Passive skills were also affected by multicasting. This meant that Qin Shang could convert negative effects over 10,000 times. He was not afraid of any negative status at all. Satisfied, Qin Shang nodded and learned Yin Yang Reversal. He then turned his attention to another high-level skill book given to him by Chen Feihong. It's actually a support-type skill? Qin Shang looked at the skill book in his hand, somewhat dumbfounded. This skill book was named Heart's Desire, a support-type skill. High-level skills, mid-level skills, and low-level skills not only differed in power but also had additional classifications. For example, some increased attack power, like Qin Shang's Wood's Fury Fist, which was an active damage skill. In contrast, Yin Yang Reversal was a passive skill, while this, Heart's Desire, was a type of support skill. Qin Shang then looked at the detailed introduction of Heart's Desire. Heart's Desire type, support effect, can convert all attributes into a single one. Wonderful! Seeing the skill effect description of Heart's Desire, Qin Shang exclaimed with a smile. Simply put, this effect allowed him to convert his attributes. He could transform all his attributes into a single attribute. For instance, if he converted all his attributes to agility, his speed would skyrocket. Converting to strength would mainly increase his attack power. He could also convert all attributes into mental power, enhancing skill damage. Qin Shang nodded and learned this skill as well. After that, Qin Shang opened his attribute panel, age, 18 profession, mage level, 35 spirit, 1055 strength, 267 agility, 567 constitution, 286 life, 2860 mana, 6550 skills, fireball, thunderstrike, spirit return, detection, Taunt, Wind Blade, Bone-Chilling Ice Sword, all laws return to 1, Demon God Body, Wood's Fury Fist, Yin-Yang Reversal, Heart's Desire. Equipment, True Bracelet, Blood Cloak, Fate Necklace. Recovery Ring, Countercurrent Ring, Guardian Spirit Armor, Thousand Illusions Necklace, Space Boots. Multi-casting layers, 10404, effect, increases casting layers by 4 for each monster killed. Qin Shang looked at his luxurious attribute panel and nodded. He then took a taxi and headed towards the Death Mountains. At the foot of the Death Mountains, a taxi stopped. Kid, I can only take you this far. Okay, thanks. Qin Shang nodded and got out of the car. The place he was standing was exactly where the Storm Guild had previously managed. However, at this moment, the management office of the Storm Guild had already been taken over by another guild, the Flame Sparrow Guild. Due to the buffer zone, there was no direct way to reach the Death Mountains from Coastal City. To get to the Death Mountains, one had to use the teleportation array of the Flame Sparrow Guild. First, they needed to reach the designated gathering point in the Altered Land and then proceed to the Death Mountains from there. With previous experience, Qin Shang easily found the Flame Sparrow Guild's office. After paying a simple fee, Qin Shang stepped into the teleportation array of the Flame Sparrow Guild and was directly transported to the gathering point in the Altered Land. What surprised Qin Shang at that moment was the presence of quite a few people at the gathering point in the Altered Land. There were at least 20 to 30 professionals above the third transition, among which the most eye-catching were 2 young girls. At a glance, they looked to be around 18 or 19 years old, just like Qin Shang, who was also a candidate this year. Strange, why are there more and more people here lately? There's no choice. I heard that other places have erupted in monster riots and only our area is relatively stable. So those professionals who usually level up in the Death Mountains naturally came to Coastal City. 2 officers from the Demon Suppression Army were conversing when a military vehicle arrived at the gathering point and came to a stop. Alright, it's about time. One of the officers stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. He called out to Qin Shang and the others, those preparing to go to the Death Mountains can get on the vehicle now. However, before we depart, I want to remind you once again that the Death Mountains got their name because the probability of death inside is extremely high. Think it over before getting on, so you don't lose your life. For nothing. The officer surveyed the crowd. At that moment, everyone exchanged glances, but none of them backed down. Soon, everyone boarded the vehicle, and Qin Shang followed closely behind. Just as he sat down, a voice rang out beside him. Hi, classmate, are you also participating in the exploration mission to the Death Mountains? Want to team up? Hearing that silver bell-like voice, Qin Shang turned to look and saw that the speaker was one of the 2 girls who had been talking at the gathering point earlier. She was tall and wore a white battle armor, smiling as she spoke. Yes, big brother, to enter the Death Mountains, you must form a team of 5. We 3 can team up and just need to recruit 2 more teammates. Another girl, carrying a bow and arrow, walked over. Qin Shang glanced at the 2 of them. The girl in white battle armor was a berserker of the hidden class and her level was as high as 41. The girl with the bow and arrow was a wind spirit archer, also at level 41. Both were hidden classes. These 2 were not simple. They seemed to be around the same age as him but had already reached level 41, likely supported by a powerful clan, grinding dungeons to achieve such levels. No, I don't need to team up. Qin Shang shook his head and sat back in his seat. Upon hearing his words, the 2 girls exchanged glances and had no choice but to sit back down. Shuang, I told you, this guy must have already formed a team, the girl with the bow and arrow foaming said with a smile. Sigh, it's not because we're young and here to explore the Death Mountains. Usually, those who team up are experienced veterans. That's why hardly anyone is willing to team up with us. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to drag along someone I don't even know. Bai Shuang also shook her head inside. Before long, the military vehicle arrived at the entrance of the Death Mountains. Alright, we've reached our destination, you can get off now. With the officer's call, the many professionals inside the vehicle began to disembark. After passing through the entrance of the Death Mountains and having their identity information checked by the guards, they were finally allowed to enter the Death Mountains. After passing through the entrance of the Death Mountains, everyone arrived at a huge square which was currently divided into 2 groups. One was made up of ordinary professionals, while the other consisted of the demon-slaying army and members of the demon-slaying squad. Alright, now you can form your own teams, said the officer, and most of the professionals left the military vehicle, starting to look for teammates nearby. So this is the Death Mountains. Qin Shang, who had just gotten off the vehicle, gazed at the massive black mountains in the distance, which at that moment resembled a giant dragon, lying on the ground. Just as Qin Shang was walking towards the square, he was suddenly swept up in a bear hug. What's going on? Qin Shang was momentarily stunned and tried to break free. Suddenly, he saw who had picked him up and was carrying him on his back. It was Lu Haizhu, a strong member of the 7th Squad. Captain, it's me, old Lu, he said. I'm taking you to the 7th Squad. Sister Lin and the others are waiting for you anxiously. With that, Lu Haizhu carried Qin Shang and dashed towards the resting area of the demon-slaying squad. Before coming here, Qin Shang had already contacted Lin Wanqing, so they weren't too surprised. Meanwhile, many professionals who had just gotten off the vehicle watched this scene in astonishment. Wow, I can't believe my eyes. The person who just pulled that boy away seems to be a member of the demon-slaying squad. That's right, I saw it clearly. The medal on that tall man's shoulder is indeed the emblem of the demon-slaying squad. I'm so envious being associated with the demon-slaying squad means this kid must have some serious connections. Feng, watching Qin Shang being taken away by Lu Haizhu, couldn't help but curl her lip. Sister Xuanxuan, no wonder he didn't want to team up with us. Turns out he has ties to the demon-slaying squad. Bai Xuanxuan shook her head. No wonder he dares to explore the Death Mountains alone at such a young age. He must have made arrangements beforehand. Hearing Bai Xuanxuan's words, Feng snorted coldly. What's so great about having connections? If we're talking about connections, Sister Xuanxuan's connections are way stronger than his. Feng Ying's tone was filled with disdain for Qin Shang. In her view, those who relied on connections were insecure about their own abilities and were weak. She then shook her head again. People who can only rely on connections are just sheltered flowers. It's a good thing we didn't team up with him, otherwise, we would have been in for a rough time. Looking at the chattering Feng Ying, Bai Xuanxuan couldn't help but smile wryly. There's nothing we can do. Not all professionals can rise from being an ordinary one. Like Qin Shang from Binhai City. To rise from an ordinary professional and score full marks in all 5 rounds of the provincial exam. Feng Ying snorted again. Exactly, this guy is nowhere near Qin Shang. Qin Shang is my idol. Meanwhile, Qin Shang, who was being carried by Lu Haizhu, finally arrived at the resting area of the demon-slaying squad. At that moment, members of the 7th squad, Lin Wanqing, Lu Chanxian, and Ji Buchang, were all waiting for Qin Shang. Captain, you really came. When you contacted me earlier, I could hardly believe it, Lin Wanqing said, looking at Qin Shang with a smile. Yeah, Captain, weren't you busy with the college entrance exam? Lu Chanxian also looked puzzled. It's already over, Qin Shang replied with a smile, while Ji Buchang burst into a bright, sunny laugh. Great! We can finally explore the Death Mountains. Hearing Ji Buchang's words, the other 3 members of the 7th squad also showed joy on their faces. Previously, they couldn't explore the depths of the Death Mountains because their squad didn't have 5 members, so they could only clear some mutated areas. But now, with Qin Shang's arrival, they finally filled the gap and qualified to explore the Death Mountains. TCH, someone who got the captain position just by relying on connections, what kind of strength can he have? A boy in battle armor walked over to the 7th squad, speaking with indignation. Suyu, clean up your mouth. Even if your brother didn't become the captain of the 7th team, it's because of his own lack of ability. Who can he blame? Besides, which of your eyes saw our captain taking shortcuts? I've explained it to you so many times. Our captain earned his qualification because he completed the Abyss Dungeon solo. Lu Chanxian shot back angrily at the newcomer. Qin Shang also learned from their words that the boy with a mocking tone in front of him was Suyu, the captain of the first team. At this moment, Suyu, hearing Lu Chanxian and the others, looked even more disdainful. Soloing the Abyss Dungeon? Are you kidding? In all these years in Binhai City, I've never heard of anyone achieving such results. Suyu, are you just bored? Get back to your own team right now. A man who looked like an instructor shouted angrily at Su. You. Hearing the man's roar, Suyu seemed to lose all his momentum. I got it. Instructor, I'll go back now. But he then turned his gaze to Lin Wanqing. Just wait, when I become the chief captain, the first thing I'll do is remove your captain. After dropping this harsh remark, Suyu left the 7th team's lounge. This guy is really stubborn. The 7th team's instructor, Fu Changqing, shook his head and said. He then turned to Qin Shang. In front of him, you must be the captain of the 7th team. I'm your instructor, Fu Changqing. Nice to meet you. Hello, instructor. Qin Shang smiled and shook the hand extended to him. I'm really sorry that you had to deal with this on your first day. That boy just now is Suyu, the captain of the first team. His brother was pre-selected as the captain of the 7th team, but because of you, he lost that qualification, which is why he holds a grudge against you, Fu Changqing explained carefully to Qin Shang. So that's how it is. Qin Shang nodded. But instructor, what is this chief he mentioned? Qin Shang didn't pay much attention to Suyu's anger but instead inquired about something else. The chief is the overall captain of the 7 demon-slaying teams in Binhai City, a decision made by Captain Lei not long ago. The criteria for evaluation is that the first demon-slaying team to reach 10,000 points will have its captain become the chief of the 7 teams. Once you become the chief, you can not only manage the 7 demon-slaying teams but also go to the provincial capital's demon-slaying team headquarters to select a piece of legendary equipment. Fu Changqing explained in detail, clearly pleased with Qin Shang's reaction. Legendary equipment. Hearing Fu Changqing's words, Qin Shang's eyes lit up. He didn't care about being the chief. What mattered most to him were the rewards. A piece of legendary equipment could significantly enhance his combat power. But that goal is still too far away. Currently, the first team, which has the best results, has only earned 5,000 points. And the other teams are even worse. As for our team, since we didn't participate in the exploration before, we still have 0 points. Fu Changqing scratched his head awkwardly, a rare moment of embarrassment for him. Demon-slaying teams or professionals entering the Death Mountains can earn points by killing monsters, which can be converted into military merit to exchange for treasures in the Demon Suppression Army's treasury. However, due to the influence of abyssal magic, professionals can only display their earned points after exiting. Just then, a melodious bell rang from outside the lounge. Hearing the bell, Fu Changqing reacted, time's up. Let's get ready to gather. At Fu Changqing's call, Qin Shang and the four behind Lin Wanqing all walked out of the lounge. At this moment in the hall, the teleportation arrays were all ready, and several officers stood at the front of the crowd. Among them, the leading officer, with an extraordinary demeanor, was none other than Xiahou Wu, the administrator of the Death Mountains. Ahem, since everyone is here, I will begin assigning tasks. Except for Team 1, all other teams should occupy the positions I sent to your phones. You need to protect the professionals entering the Death Mountains to support us while clearing out the magical beasts. Remember your mission, ensure the safety of these professionals. Upon hearing Xiahou Wu's words, aside from the members of Team 1 who smiled, the other demon-slaying team members frowned deeply. Xiahou Wu's arrangement undoubtedly deprived them of the opportunity to earn points. What was the difference from having a predetermined team leader? Even if Xiahou Wu also served as the instructor for Team 1, he shouldn't be so biased. Officer Xiahou, your arrangement is unfair to the other demon-slaying teams. Fu Changqing couldn't hold back any longer and said with a furrowed brow, if the members of the other demon-slaying teams are all protecting the professionals, how can they earn points and compete for the team leader position? Are you trying to defy military orders? Do you know how many magical beasts are hidden in the Death Mountains right now? A full 1,500. Our priority is to clear the magical beasts in the Death Mountains. If these supporting professionals get injured, who will help our Binhai city in the future? Can't you have a broader perspective? Xiahou Wu said with a righteous expression. Hearing Xiahou Wu's words, Fu Changqing gritted his teeth, saying something about the broader perspective of Binhai City, putting on a facade of righteousness. In the end, wasn't it just to ensure that his Team 1 could secure the team leader position? Alright, since no one has any objections, let's proceed to the positions I sent. As for the task of clearing the magical beasts in the central area, that will be assigned to Team 1. Xiahou Wu smiled at Team 1. The captain of Team 1, Suyu, also solemnly stated, Officer Xiahou, please rest assured, we will complete the task. As Suyu led the team into the Death Mountains, she made a throat-cutting gesture towards Qin Shang. Then, Suyu stepped into the teleportation array before her and entered the Death Mountains. Qin Shang, on the other hand, looked coldly at Suyu as she gradually departed. Sigh, I didn't expect to part ways with the captain right after meeting her. I thought I could team up with her this time. There's nothing we can do. Who told that damned Officer Xiahou to make such arrangements? Does he really think that just because he's an officer, he can do whatever he wants? Just to ensure his Team 1 captain can become the leader, he's causing such chaos. Exactly, he doesn't even care about his face. How can someone like him be an officer? What a piece of trash. The four members of Team 7 said indignantly. Alright, don't be sad. We will have the chance to team up together eventually. Qin Shang smiled at the four. Then he and the four stepped into the teleportation array and were transported to the designated location. After a flash of light, Qin Shang opened his eyes and found himself on a slope in the Death Mountains. Is this the Death Mountains? Qin Shang looked at the lifeless mountains and the withering trees before him. At this moment, being in the Death Mountains, he could feel the dense abyssal magic energy even more, and from deep within the Death Mountains, the sounds of beast roars echoed continuously. Let me protect people? I won't do that. But then again, Qin Shang stroked his chin, if I kill all the enemies, that could be considered a form of protection, right? Thinking of this, Qin Shang, standing on the slope, revealed a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. I'm really a genius. Immediately, Qin Shang used his taunt skill. Activate. You should know that Qin Shang's spellcasting level has reached 10,404 layers, and his taunt skill can attract beasts within 100 meters. In other words, the range of Qin Shang's taunt skill has reached 1,040,400 meters. Such a vast range is enough to cover the entire Death Mountain. As Qin Shang uses his taunt skill, waves that are difficult to capture with the naked eye begin to spread outward from him. Soon, the surrounding beasts become restless. Meanwhile, in a canyon, a team of 3 men and 2 women discovers a herd of iron rhinos. Sister Xuangshuang, look quickly, this herd of iron rhinos is currently in a relaxed state. As long as we take them down in one go, we can definitely gain a lot of experience. That's right, let's approach slowly and then surround them. Bai Xuangshuang moves forward while greeting her 3 male teammates behind her. All 3 of the boys are, without exception, shield warriors focused on defense. They cautiously approach the iron rhinos, and it looks like they are about to form an encirclement. However, the next moment, the previously listless herd of iron rhinos suddenly perks up, and then they bolt away in a frenzy, running in another direction, leaving Bai Xuangshuang and the 5 others in a state of confusion. What's going on? Feng Ying stares blankly. Bai Xuangshuang also looks puzzled. What happened? The same scene is unfolding in various corners of the Death Mountain. The first team, led by Suyu, is currently hunting a golden horned antelope. This golden horned antelope is level 49, a solid 4th transformation beast. Suyu calls out to her teammates, "Put in more effort, this beast is already injured, we must kill it today." The other teammates are continuously dealing damage around them, each of them bearing significant injuries. Just as they stepped into the teleportation array, they were directly transported next to this golden horned antelope. Fortunately, although this golden horned antelope is a 4th transformation beast, it is not particularly good at offense, which gave them the chance to react and surround it. At this moment, the golden horned antelope is on the verge of collapse, barely hanging on. Suyu's eyes light up with joy. Is it working? But suddenly, the golden horned antelope's spirit seems to surge as if it has taken a stimulant, and it bolts in one direction, leaving Suyu and the first team members momentarily stunned. What is going on? What are these beasts doing? The same scene is playing out everywhere. The members of the demon-slaying teams responsible for protecting the professionals are equally shocked. How could there suddenly be a beast-tide riot in the Death Mountain? This shouldn't be happening. They scratch their round heads, unable to figure it out. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng stands on a hillside, looking into the distance, the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually deepening. In front of his gaze, the ground trembles continuously, as if a massive earthquake is occurring. Tremors shake the mountains. In the distant forest, trees keep falling, as if some giant creature is about to burst out. Even more astonishing is that around Qin Sheng, angry roars of beasts can be heard. Judging by the number of roars, there are at least 1,500 beasts. Although there are only 1,500 beasts, even the smallest fly is still meat. Qin Sheng nods at the beasts in the distance. At the same time, he begins to gather his skills. Goodness, if other professionals heard Qin Sheng's words, they would probably be so furious they'd spit blood. This is a full 1,500 beasts, and each one is at least level 35. Such a beast tide is enough to wipe out dozens of 3rd and 4th transformation teams, yet in Qin Sheng's eyes, it still seems a bit insufficient for killing. It's simply infuriating how some people can be so ungrateful. As the magical beasts were about to charge at Qin Sheng, a flash of green appeared in his eyes. He raised a finger, and in an instant, beneath the feet of these beasts, green light erupted. One by one, giant spirit-wood fists, the size of wheels, shot up from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain. In a moment, the magical beasts were sent flying into the air as if they had jumped on a trampoline. The next moment, due to the immense damage of the spirit-wood fists, the bodies of all the magical beasts exploded in midair like inflated balloons. In an instant, the entire Death Mountain Canyon transformed into a scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Ding! You have killed 1,500 magical beasts, and your level has risen to level 40. All your basic attribute points have increased by 80 points, and your free attribute points have increased by 320 points. You have killed 1,500 magical beasts, increasing your casting layers by 6,000 layers, bringing your total casting layers to 16,404 layers. As expected of the Death Mountain, the experience provided by the magical beasts is indeed abundant. With the enhancement of the spirit card, I directly leveled up 5 times to level 40, Qin Sheng nodded. At the same time, Qin Sheng's 4th transfer task also began. You have reached the 4th transfer, please choose the difficulty of your 4th transfer task. Hell, Qin Sheng chose without hesitation. You have chosen Hell difficulty. Your 4th transfer task is to kill 24th transfer evil spirits. Why is it evil spirits again? Seeing his 4th transfer task, Qin Sheng frowned. This task not only involved evil spirits but also required killing 20 of them, which could be a bit tricky. With Qin Sheng's strength, he was certainly capable of killing 24th transfer evil spirits, but the problem was where to find them? Just at that moment, a rumble. The entire Death Mountain suddenly shook violently. In the center of the Death Mountain, a blue vortex appeared in midair. Not long ago, in the conference room of the Death Mountain, how could there suddenly be a magical beast riot? Weren't these beasts quite stable after the last sweep? Xiahou Wu looked at the scene on the light screen with confusion. But before Xiahou Wu could instruct his assistant to check the conference room's surveillance system, his eyelids suddenly twitched and he saw the light spots representing the magical beasts flicker and disappear. This, just as Xiahou Wu was about to exclaim, a blue light spot appeared on the screen. Seeing the blue light spot in the image, Xiahou Wu was so excited he almost jumped up. I didn't expect that Suyu and the others really did it. They wiped out the magical beasts in the core area and triggered the Demon Sealing Gate. The so-called Demon Sealing Gate is a special instance dungeon in the Death Mountain. As long as one can clear the magical beasts in the core area of the Death Mountain, there is a chance to trigger it. At this moment, Xiahou Wu's eyes were fixed on the blue light spot in the light screen. Although the abyssal demonic energy in the Death Mountain prevented the conference room from recording the points obtained by the first team in real time, the fact that they could trigger the Demon Sealing Gate indicated that their points might have reached the standard of the chief captain. Thinking of this, Xiahou Wu felt a surge of excitement. The surrounding officers were also complimenting Xiahou Wu. Congratulations, Supervisor Xiahou. I didn't expect the first team to trigger the Demon Sealing Gate. Yes, I heard that although there are a large number of evil spirits Inside the demon ceiling gate, each evil spirit killed can yield a lot of experience. Not only that, I heard that the drop rate of equipment from the evil spirits in the demon ceiling gate is several times higher than that of the outside world, and the dropped equipment is at least epic level. Meanwhile, inside the Death Mountain, Qin Shang stood on a hillside, surrounded by countless dismembered limbs of magical beasts. At this moment, Qin Shang gazed at the blue vortex in the distance. He stroked his chin, somewhat puzzled. What is this? I've never heard of a spatial vortex appearing in the Death Mountain. However, judging by the appearance of this vortex, it should be something similar to an instance dungeon. I should go take a look. With this thought in mind, Qin Shang prepared to set off towards the center of the Death Mountain. But this thing is so conspicuous, I'm afraid quite a few people have seen. I need to pick up the pace, Qin Shang nodded thoughtfully. Given his movement speed, even with the enhancement of the blood cloak, covering such a distance would still take some time. Oh right, I still have the space boots. How could I forget about this? Qin Shang lifted his foot and looked at the boots he was wearing. Dash! With a low shout from Qin Shang, in the next moment, the boots on his feet shone with golden light. Before Qin Shang could react, the scene before him suddenly blurred. In the next instant, his figure flashed directly onto a massive stone about 10 meters ahead. Is this teleportation? Qin Shang's expression was astonished. He had just crossed a distance of 10 meters, and it seemed he hadn't even taken 0.1 seconds. Before Qin Shang could process this, his figure flickered again. It should be noted that Qin Shang's spellcasting level had now reached 16,404 layers. This meant that Qin Shang could teleport over 16,404 times, with each teleport covering a distance of 10 meters. As beams of golden light flashed, Qin Shang's figure continuously rushed towards the blue vortex. After a long while, Qin Shang finally found himself near the blue vortex. Ugh, Qin Shang bent over, feeling somewhat disheveled. It seems I can't just use these boots casually until I get used to them. This feeling is just too uncomfortable. Qin Shang had teleported 16,404 times in one breath and still hadn't fully processed it. But what exactly is this blue vortex? Why do I feel an abyssal aura coming from inside? While pondering, Qin Shang activated his divination technique. Detected the blue vortex ahead. This blue vortex is a demon ceiling gate. Warning, the demon ceiling gate contains a large amount of evil spirits. Killing the evil spirits can yield a lot of experience and equipment. Evil spirits? Qin Shang's eyes lit up as he caught the information displayed by the divination technique. Goodness, just when I was feeling drowsy, someone comes to offer a pillow. Isn't this perfect for completing my 4th transfer quest? With this thought, Qin Shang couldn't help but rub his hands in excitement, eager to step into the dungeon vortex. Just then, a blade of energy slashed towards Qin Shang, but just as the blade was about to strike him, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a brilliant yellow light erupted from Qin Shang, and 16,404 shields blocked the blade. Protected by the shields, Qin Shang turned to look in the direction from which the blade had come. I didn't expect you, this little sneak, to have such a tough shell. With a mocking remark, Suyu led her first team out from the shadow of a nearby rock. At the same time, Suyu glanced up at the blue vortex in midair, pondering, this seems to be the demon ceiling gate. Strange, how could the demon ceiling gate be triggered? You've got some guts, don't you? Do you know what the penalty is for attacking the captain of the demon slaying team? Qin Shang looked at her coldly. Who said I was deliberately attacking you? I was actually aiming to kill a beast. I just miscalculated the angle. The originally arrogant Suyu hurriedly explained upon hearing Qin Shang's words. Although she usually acted haughty, the rules in the demon suppression army were strict. If someone was found to have attacked a member of the demon suppression army without permission, even if the attacker was also a captain of the demon slaying team, they would face severe punishment. However, Suyu quickly realized that this was in the Death Mountain. Due to the influence of the abyssal demonic energy, the monitoring of the demon suppression army could not reach here. At most, they could monitor some abnormal information, but they were completely unable to detect the fluctuations caused by conflicts among professionals. With this in mind, a smile crept onto Suyu's lips. Even if I did it on purpose, so what? If you have the ability, come and hit me. Suyu smirked, her arrogance reaching new heights. In his view, he was a 4th-tier professional, while Qin Shang was merely a 3rd tier. Moreover, he had 5 people on his side, while Qin Shang had only 1. No matter how you looked at it, the advantage was clearly on his side. Alright. A smile appeared at the corner of Qin Shang's mouth, and in the next moment, spirit-wood fists began to detach from the ground, continuously gathering in front of him. This was Qin Shang's skill, the effect of all laws returning to 1. Before long, the spirit-wood fists coalesced in mid-air into a gigantic hand that reached for the sky. The massive hand blocked out the sun, making it hard for anyone to breathe. Don't worry, I'll just give it a little poke. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Death Mountains, amidst the congratulations from numerous instructors around him, Xiahou Wu calmed down. Indeed, killing the evil spirits in the demon ceiling gate can yield a lot of experience and equipment rewards. But the evil spirits inside are not easy to deal with either. Each one is at the 4th tier, and there are as many as 20 of them. Xiahou Wu shook his head, looking rather pessimistic about the first team. Although he hadn't expected the first team to clear the core area of the magical beasts and open the demon ceiling gate, the evil spirits within were equally formidable. By his estimation, it would be good if the first team could kill a few evil spirits to gain experience. Ha, Instructor Xiaoho, you're overthinking it. Even if the first team can't manage it, they can still kill a large number of evil spirits in the demon ceiling gate. But just the achievement of opening the demon ceiling gate is enough to leave a significant mark in the demon suppression army. Yes, Instructor Xiaoho, not to mention, when the first team comes out, their points will surely reach 10,000. Hehe, then let's congratulate Instructor Xiaoho in advance. Once Suyu gets 10,000 points, she can become the chief captain of the demon slaying team in Binhai City. As the coach of the first team, your rank will surely rise as well. The instructors from several other teams gathered around Xiaoho Wu, flattering him with congratulations, while the assistant, Zhong Xiaoya, looked at the blue light with a worried expression. Instructor Xiaoho, we should prepare in advance, just in case. Upon hearing Zhong Xiaoya's words, the other instructors instantly understood what she meant by just in case. It referred to the rumors that the opening of the demon ceiling gate, while signifying opportunity, could also lead to disaster. If the professionals who entered were to die, the demon ceiling gate would connect to the abyss, releasing a large number of magical beasts and cleansing the entire Death Mountains area. Hearing Zhong Xiaoya's words, Xiaoho Wu's expression turned cold. Don't worry. There won't be a just in case. I've already prepared life-saving items for Suyu and the others. They won't die in the demon ceiling gate. He then shifted his tone. However, some people still need to worry about their captain. On their first exploration of the Death Mountains, they better not. Although Xiaoho Wu didn't finish his sentence, anyone could hear the sarcasm in his tone. You. Fu Changqing's face darkened, ready to argue. Just then, a flash of light appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the dazzling light, everyone raised their eyebrows. Judging by the special purple glow, it seemed that a member of the demon slaying team had been teleported out. Haha, old Fu, don't be discouraged. Once my Suyu becomes the chief captain, the first thing she'll do is kick you out as the captain of the 7th team for using backdoor connections. A smile appeared on Xiaoho Wu's face. Clearly, he regarded the teleported member of the demon slaying team as Qin Shang. After all, in his eyes, apart from Qin Shang, most of the other members of the demon slaying team had been selected through layers of screening from the demon suppression army. Only Qin Shang had been directly parachuted in as the captain of the 7th team. Therefore, Xiaoho Wu did not recognize Qin Shang's strength and naturally assumed that the teleported member was Qin Shang. However, the next moment, as the light faded, the bewildered face of Suyu was revealed. In the conference room of the Death Mountains, Xiaoho Wu, who had originally been smiling, suddenly froze when he realized that the demon slaying team member who had been teleported was Suyu. However, his smile did not disappear, it merely shifted. At that moment, Fu Changqing, who was beside him, let out a sigh of relief upon seeing that it was Suyu. Thank goodness, it's not Qin Shang. It seems this kid has been doing quite well in the Death Mountains. Meanwhile, deep within the Death Mountains, Qin Shang was reflecting on Suyu, who had been teleported out due to his attack. He stroked his chin in thought. The vice captain of the first team looked at Qin Shang in disbelief. You actually dared to make a move. Qin Shang shrugged nonchalantly. You heard him, he asked me to make a move just now. Sigh, I've never heard such a strange request in my life. If you dare to attack our captain, I'll fight you. A mage from the first team unleashed a beam of light towards Qin Shang. However, Qin Shang did not dodge or evade the incoming beam. This guy actually dares to underestimate my energy beam. Prepare to die. The mage smiled smugly. This energy beam, which appeared ordinary on the surface, was actually his highest damage skill. In the past, he had relied on this seemingly unremarkable beam to turn the tables on many strong enemies. However, the next moment, his eyes bulged in shock as he watched the beam, which was supposed to hit Qin Shang, suddenly bounce back. What? How could this happen? The mage's face was filled with terror, and the next moment, the beam struck him, triggering his teleportation ring and sending him away. Has he always been this brave? Qin Shang mused as he watched the mage being teleported out. I mean, I could easily knock over your captain, and yet you still dare to attack me. Damn it, it's a rebound effect equipment. But this kind of equipment can only work once in a short time. Let's go. The vice captain of the team called to his two teammates behind him. Upon hearing the vice captain's call, the two teammates nodded, and the next moment, all three drew their weapons, spreading out to surround Qin Shang. The young vice captain, holding his staff, began to gather fireballs. The other two teammates, each armed with bows, took positions ready to attack Qin Shang at any moment. Two archers and two mages. No wonder Xiaoho Wu has high hopes for Su Yu's team. They are all damage-dealing classes. Qin Shang stroked his chin and commented. Not to mention, the configuration of the first team was quite decent, aside from Suyu being a hidden class. The other two archers and two mages were all rare classes. Die. With the vice captain's fierce words, fireballs were launched, a high-level skill, meteor fire. The other teammates followed the vice captain's assault, shooting arrows, while Qin Shang remained unmoved, blue ribbons swirling around him. With a flash of blue light, all the attacks were reflected back. The three were hit by their own attacks, glowing with purple light. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Death Mountains, Xiahou Wu cast a healing spell on the severely injured Suyu, restoring her condition. Supervisor Xiahou, I. The recovered Suyu looked at Xiahou Wu, finally coming to terms with the shadow of Qin Shang's skill from earlier. No need to say anything, I understand. Xiahou Wu smiled and nodded, seeing Xiahou Wu's reaction. Suyu was taken aback. When did his instructor become so all-knowing? He hadn't even spoken, and Xiahou Wu already knew about the fight between Qin Shang and him? At that moment, Xiahou Wu patted Suyu on the shoulder. Ah, it's okay, you all have worked very hard. Being able to open the demon sealing gate is already a significant honor. As for that, evil spirits, they are not something you can deal with right now. Suyu, hearing Xiahou Wu's words, looked completely confused. After a moment of brainstorming, Suyu quickly reacted. No, Supervisor, I wasn't defeated by the evil spirits and teleported out. I didn't even step into the demon sealing gate. Suyu looked at Xiahou Wu and the others in front of him, revealing a bitter smile. Upon hearing Suyu's words, everyone in the conference room was stunned. Not defeated by the evil spirits? And he hadn't even entered the demon sealing gate? How were they teleported out then? Xiahou Wu also looked at Suyu with questions in his eyes, and feeling Xiahou Wu's gaze, Suyu's expression became extremely strange. He first showed a gritted teeth expression, then a look of terror, and finally, looking at Xiahou Wu in front of him, he resolutely said, Instructor, you must stand up for me. I was attacked by Qi, and was forced to exit the Death Mountains. Suyu didn't know Qin Shang's real name, he only knew that Qin Shang was the captain of the 7th Squad, codenamed Qi. What? Attacked by Qi and forced to exit the Death Mountains? Hearing Suyu's words, the expressions of everyone in the conference room varied. The instructors from other squads exchanged glances and looked at each other in confusion. Could it be that Suyu has been hit in the head by the evil spirits and lost his memory? I think that's possible, otherwise, how could he say such crazy things about being defeated by Qi and coming out of the Death Mountains? Exactly, the 7th Squad was assigned to protect the professionals, right? How could they have come to the core area of the Death Mountains, and even defeated Suyu? Yes, previously Supervisor Xiahou kept saying that Qi came in through the back door, with no real strength. How could he possibly defeat the strongest Suyu from the 1st Squad? Not only the other instructors but even the instructor of the 7th Squad, Fu Changqing, looked at Suyu, who was sitting on the ground, with a strange expression. She was clearly responsible for protecting the professionals on the outskirts. How could he enter the core area, and even defeat Suyu? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, Xiahou Wu looked at Suyu with a grim expression. It should be known that Suyu was the captain of the 1st Squad he had carefully trained. He was also the top performer of the demon-slaying squad in Binhai City for many years. If Suyu was really defeated by this newcomer, Qin Shang, he might as well find a block of frozen tofu to smash himself with. Just as Xiahou Wu was about to question Suyu further, suddenly, 4 purple shadows were teleported out behind him. Instructor, you must stand up for me. And me, that Qi is simply too unreasonable. Exactly, it's like an HR leaving the job, not doing anything. Instead of fighting the monsters, he attacked us. He disobeyed military orders and entered the core area without permission. You must punish him severely. At the same time, the demon sealing gate, which was originally floating in mid-air, slowly descended. It seems the time to enter has come. Qin Shang smiled slightly, then stepped into the demon sealing gate. With a flash of purple light, Qin Shang appeared in the space of the demon sealing gate. In front of him, there were 20 evil spirits divided into 2 teams, armed with various weapons, patrolling in the purple canyon space. At that moment, Qin Shang stood at a corner of the canyon, looking at the 20 evil spirits beneath him, and smiled. How shall we proceed with this delightful torment? Qin Shang looked at the 20 evil spirits at the foot of the mountain and began his divination technique to check their information. Patrolling evil spirit, level 49, strength 12,000, agility 12,000, spirit 9,000, life 2,000,000, skills, demon blade, / demon spear thrust. Seeing the information returned by the divination, Qin Shang nodded. This group of evil spirits was numerous, but in terms of attributes, they were far inferior to the 5th-tier evil spirit Lilith he had encountered before. Alright, let's complete my 4th transfer task first. Qin Shang stretched lazily, then raised his finger, and beneath the 20 patrolling evil spirits, green light burst forth, and spirit wood fists shot up from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain. Bang! 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 The 20 patrolling evil spirits had not yet reacted before they were sent flying into the air by the wood's fury. However, due to the evil spirits' powerful health, they did not die instantly. The evil spirits fell vertically from the air, but at that moment, another wave of heavy wood fists surged up from the ground, sending the evil spirits flying again. This repeated over and over, while Qin Shang picked up a cola and popcorn, eating and watching as the evil spirits were continuously knocked into the air. These guys have really thick blood. Is it because this space is connected to the abyss? So their health has received special enhancement, Qin Shang said slowly after taking a sip of cola. But even if their health is thick, it doesn't matter. Qin Shang knew that each spirit wood fist he unleashed could deal damage equivalent to 3 times his current spirit power, and with his current casting level reaching 16,404, he can only think of one thing regarding the evil spirits before him: I really want to smash you. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Death Mountains, as the words of the other members of the first team fell, the room fell silent again. After hearing the words of the 4 members of the first team clearly, the instructors of the other demon-slaying teams stood there, like statues, dumbfounded. The one sentence that kept repeating in their minds was that Qin Shang single-handedly defeated the strongest team in the demon-slaying squad. How could this be possible? Their eyes were filled with disbelief. If Suyu had said she was defeated by Qin Shang alone, they might have had some doubts, but now, the other 4 teammates, who were teleported out right after Suyu, also testified to Qin Shang's strength. Unless the members of the first team were all brainless, there could only be one conclusion: Qin Shang indeed defeated the first team. Thinking of this, the instructors of the other demon-slaying teams couldn't help but gasp. As instructors of the demon-slaying teams, they knew all too well how strong the first team was. There had been a practical exercise within the demon-slaying teams once, where the first team single-handedly defeated 5 demon-slaying teams working together. One can imagine how terrifying the strength of the first team was, but now such a powerful team was actually defeated by Qin Shang alone. This was simply a talent, no, a genius. Thinking of this, all the instructors looked towards the instructor of the 7th team, Fu Changqing, with envy. The 7th team had previously been the bottom of the demon-slaying teams, but now, they had the genius Qin Shang parachuted in. What a story of a fallen sect encountering an unparalleled genius. At that moment, Xiahou Wu's expression turned exceptionally ugly after hearing the accusations against Qin Shang from the members of the first team in front of him. The first team he had personally trained was actually defeated by one person, and it was by the 7th team he had always looked down upon. Thinking of this, Xiahou Wu's eyes nearly spewed fire. Instructor Fu, I would like you to explain why the captain of the 7th team, who was ordered to protect the professionals, entered the core area and even attacked the members of the demon-slaying team. As Fu Changqing, who was in shock, finally reacted, he, who had always believed in Qin Shang, now defended him even more. He stepped forward and said to the summer in front of him, Supervisor Xiahou, there's no rule stating that the leader of the demon-slaying team cannot enter the core area while protecting the practitioners. He continued, besides, how do you know that Qin Shang hasn't protected other practitioners? Up until now, we haven't received a single distress call from any practitioners. Hearing Fu Changqing's words, Xiahou Wu replied sarcastically, Heh, old Fu, you really are eloquent. Then how do you explain the incident where Qi attacked the first team? Fu Changqing shook his head firmly. I believe in my captain, he wouldn't attack the demon-slaying team for no reason. There must be another reason behind this. Fu Changqing's gaze was sharp as he looked at Suyu and the members of the first team in front of him. If Suyu had attacked Qin Shang because of his brother's incident, he could still believe that. But to say that Qin Shang attacked the members of the first team for no reason, he wouldn't believe it even if he were killed. That's because, yes, it's because Qi wants to compete with us for the qualification to enter the demon sealing gate. Suyu hurriedly said under Xiahou Wu's prompting gaze. What did you say? You had a battle near the demon sealing gate. Fu Changqing's face suddenly turned tense. If Suyu's words were true, then Qin Shang must have already entered the demon sealing gate. So you're saying Qin Shang has already entered the demon sealing gate? If he dies inside, it could lead to the demon sealing gate, connecting to the abyss. The descending beasts will wash away the death mountains. I'll be curious to see how you explain this to Captain Lei. Xiahou Wu sneered. You? Fu Changqing wanted to get angry, but his expression softened again. If Qin Shang could defeat the first team by himself, as long as nothing unexpected happened, safely retreating from the demon sealing gate wouldn't be too difficult. Qin Shang, you must come out quickly, Fu Changqing prayed inwardly. Meanwhile, in the space of the demon sealing gate, Qin Shang looked at the evil demon that had been beaten into a mist of blood and nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, he heard a notification. Ding! Congratulations on completing the 4th transition. You gain 32 points in all basic attributes and 128 free attribute points with each level up. Ding! Your multiple casting has reached level 5. You will now gain 5 layers of casting each time you kill a beast. What a bountiful harvest! Qin Shang listened to the notifications, finally reached the 4th transition, and the layers gained from multiple casting have also increased to 5 layers with each kill. Qin Shang nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to leave the demon sealing space, he suddenly heard another system notification. Ding! You have been cursed by the evil demon Wulong. Your mental power decreases by 100. Ding! The yin-yang reversal on you has successfully activated once. Your mental power increases by 100. What's going on? Qin Shang was surprised to hear the notifications. At this moment, 2 eerie voices came from behind him. Hee, you think you can leave the demon sealing gate? With us Wulong Fengshu here, you're not getting out today. That's right, you offended Princess Lilith and still want to leave? Today, I, Fengshu, will definitely curse you to death. Hearing the words from behind, Qin Shang turned around. He saw that behind him stood 2 evil demons, one thin and one fat. The slender demon had a pair of sharp horns, while the plump demon had a pair of wings on its back. Alright, enough of this nonsense, let's quickly deal with this kid. If we're discovered by the human experts, we won't be able to escape. As a voice sounded, another evil demon stepped out of the shadows. It was the high-level evil demon Lilith that Qin Shang had encountered during the provincial exam. Qin Shang looked at Lilith, recalling the words of the previously mentioned plump demon. It was only natural to guess that these two demons were likely summoned by Lilith from the abyss to kill him. Qin Shang's gaze swept over Lilith. After all, he had already fought her, and he was well aware of the skills she possessed, which no longer posed any threat to him. So, Qin Shang began to check the information on the other two demons. Demon, rank 5th Transcendence, Spirit 50,000, Strength 30,000, Agility 30,000, Health 5 million. Demon, rank 5th Transcendence, Spirit 48,000, Strength 18,000, Agility 36,000, Health 5 million. Qin Shang looked at the two demons before him and couldn't help but smile. It wasn't the names of the two demons that amused him, but their appearances, which were simply too ridiculous to hold back his laughter. The lean demon had one eye looking up and the other looking down. Meanwhile, the demon had both eyes crossed, resembling a chicken. Is this human really scared silly? Even at death's door? He's still laughing, Demon said disdainfully, waving the fan in his hand. I think he's just dazzled by my handsome face, Demon said, stroking the little mustache on his chin with a smug expression. Seeing the antics of the two demons, Qin Shang laughed even louder. Ha, I'm sorry, I've had special training, but I just can't help it. Where did Lilith find these two clowns? Was she trying to make him die of laughter? At that moment, Lilith, hearing the conversation between and couldn't help but darken her expression. She was also helpless, although there were quite a few 5th Transcendence demons in the abyss due to the previous heavy sweep by the Divine Xia Kingdom against the Death Mountains. Very few demons dared to step into the territory of the Divine Xia Kingdom. It took her a long time to find this pair of demon brothers willing to help, but she never expected that these two demons would turn out to be such clowns. Damn little brat, how dare you mock me? Watch me curse you to death, Demon said fiercely, then cast a curse spell. I curse you, all your skill damage is reduced by half. So it was you who caused the curse effect just now, Qin Shang realized upon seeing the actions of the demons across from him. Goodness, a curse effect that have skill damage. If this curse were to fall on other practitioners, it would be enough to drive any practitioner to despair. Most practitioners rely on their skills for damage. Once skill damage is reduced, it's equivalent to turning a high-level skill into a beginner skill. The curse effect of demon on the battlefield would definitely be a devastating weapon. Any practitioner encountering this move from demon would be in big trouble. However, this time, the one facing demon was Qin Shang, so it was demon who ended up in trouble. Ding! You are affected by a curse, all skill damage is reduced by half. Ding! Your skill yin-yang reversal has successfully activated once, all your skill damage increases by 50%. Looking at the system prompts in his ear, Qin Shang smiled. Goodness, due to the yin-yang reversal, the curse effect from demon not only failed to affect him but instead granted him a blessing-like effect. Previously, his spirit increased by 100, and this time, his skill damage also increased by 50%, meaning Qin Shang's beginner skill could now deal 150% spirit damage. Intermediate skills would deal 300% damage, while high-level skills would deal 450%. Goodness, this was no demon, it was simply a welfare gift for him. Qin Shang looked at the distant and for the first time felt reluctant to kill his enemy so quickly. Meanwhile, the distant demon, seeing his skill successfully hit Qin Shang, smiled smugly. Ha, I told you, this human brat must be scared silly. He didn't even dodge my curse skill, the evil phoenix chick said with a grin. Then he turned to Lilith beside him. Princess Lilith, I cursed him so that he can only use his skills twice a day. Now, this kid's attributes have dropped by 50% and his skill power has also decreased by 50%. You can take your revenge yourself. Well done. I'll pay each of you 50 million abyss coins later. Lilith smiled, pulling out a dagger that shimmered with purple light. She knew her control effect was ineffective against Qin Shang, so she attacked with the dagger just like last time. Kid, this time you're doomed. With your skills and attributes weakened, let's see how you withstand my attack. With that thought, Lilith charged at Qin Shang. At that moment, Qin Shang looked into the distance at the evil phoenix chicks, revealing a disappointed expression. Only twice a day, huh? What? A pity, I wanted to increase my blessing effects a bit more. You're about to die, and you still dare to be distracted. Lilith shouted as she swung her dagger. However, just as her dagger was about to hit Qin Shang, the protective spirit armor on him triggered its skill effect again. Layers of shields sent Lilith flying, and she soared through the air like a kite before crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to get up, she roared, Phoenix chicks, what's going on? Didn't you say you had weakened his attributes and skill effects? How is this kid still so strong? I don't know. I did successfully curse him. The evil Phoenix chick scratched his head, a bit confused. Princess Lilith, I'm afraid this kid has equipment or skills that reverse curse effects. The evil Wulong analyzed carefully from the side. How can there be such a skill? Lilith's face showed surprise, while the evil phoenix chicks looked furious. Good. You sly little brat, so you were just tricking me into cursing you before. Qin Shang looked at the distant evil Wulong, somewhat surprised. I didn't expect this guy, who looks so dull, to be quite clever. Sensing Qin Shang's gaze, the evil Wulong raised his neck like a proud swan. Foolish human kid, don't underestimate me. My wisdom is not something you humans can compare to. Princess Lilith, this guy can reverse curse effects, so let me disarm him. As the words of the evil Wulong fell, a burst of white light shone from him, and in an instant, Qin Shang felt he could no longer use basic attacks. However, amidst the white light, Lilith was cursing, "You idiot! You've disarmed us all, and he's a mage. What good does it do to prevent him from using basic attacks?" In the conference room of the Death Mountains, what did you say? 3 high-level evil beings have appeared in the Death Mountains? A tense Xiahou Wu shouted at his assistant, Zhong Xiaoye. Just moments ago, a flustered Zhong Xiaoye interrupted the conversation between Xiahou Wu and Fu Changqing, delivering a shocking message to Xiahou Wu and everyone present. In the monitoring sand table of the Death Conference Room, the presence of 3 high-level evil beings suddenly appeared in the Death Mountains, and each evil being was at the 5th transformation. Upon hearing Zhong Xiaoye's report, Xiahou Wu immediately snapped out of the earlier argument. It should be noted that evil beings are not like magical beasts, their intelligence is no different from that of humans. If the professionals in the Death Mountains could escape the pursuit of magical beasts using teleportation rings, they wouldn't be so lucky against evil beings. Evil beings have many means to prevent professionals from teleporting, leading to widespread slaughter. Once such a serious incident occurs, Xiahou Wu, as the administrator of the Death Mountains, would also face severe punishment. Where are those 3 evil beings now? Xiahou Wu asked nervously. Report to supervisor. Xiahou, the monitoring sand table just detected that the presence of those 3 evil beings has disappeared. However, the last place they disappeared seems to be near the demon's ceiling gate, Zhong Xiaoye hurriedly reported. Phew, it's good that they disappeared. Hearing Zhong Xiaoye say that the 3 evil spirits' auras had vanished, Xiahou Wu beside her finally breathed a sigh of relief. What? You said the last place their auras disappeared was near the demon's ceiling gate? Fu Changqing asked anxiously. Unlike the laid-back Xiahou Wu, Fu Changqing immediately caught the important information from Zhong Xiaoye's words. The sudden appearance of 3 high-level evil spirits in the Death Mountains definitely had some purpose, but their last disappearance near the demon's ceiling gate could very likely mean. Fu Changqing's mind conjured up a bad thought. Could it be that these 3 evil spirits entered the demon's ceiling gate? What about Qin Shang? In an instant, Fu Changqing's heart became restless. Upon hearing Fu Changqing's urgent question and tense expression, the other instructors in the conference room quickly reacted. Could it be that those 3 evil spirits entered the demon's ceiling gate? This thought echoed in everyone's minds, and Xiahou Wu quickly caught on as well. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he looked at Fu Changqing in front of him. Old Fu, let's see how you handle this. If she dies at the hands of those 3 high-level evil spirits, then the demon's ceiling gate will connect to the abyss, releasing a large number of magical beasts. Captain Lei will be here soon, let's see how you explain this to him. It should be noted that only a few minutes had passed since Qin Shang entered the demon's ceiling gate. This meant that Qin Shang was very likely still inside the demon's ceiling gate, and once any space was invaded by high-level evil spirits, it would turn into a boss challenge mode from the abyss, meaning it would be a fight to the death. Hearing Xiahou Wu's words, Fu Changqing beside him clenched his fists tightly. No, what if? Before Fu Changqing could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Xiahou Wu. What if? Are you suggesting that Qin Shang repelled the 3 high-level evil spirits? If that's the case, wouldn't your extraordinary genius be able to obtain a ticket to the ancient battlefield of the Celestial Dome? Xiahou Wu's tone was teasing, but anyone could hear the sarcasm in his voice. The demon's ceiling gate could only be triggered by clearing the core area of the Death Mountains. As long as they cleared it, meaning defeating all the enemies inside, they would naturally receive rewards. Typically, the rewards from the demon's ceiling gate were some equipment or skill books, but there was also a rare situation where the demon's ceiling gate unexpectedly connected to the space where high-level evil spirits resided. Generally, this situation would lead to 2 outcomes: either the unfortunate adventurer entering was killed by the evil spirits, causing a magical beast riot, or the adventurer killed the evil spirits and received the clearing rewards. A ticket to the ancient battlefield of the Celestial Dome. At this moment, many instructors in the conference room showed surprise upon hearing Xiahou's words, then shook their heads. That was the ancient battlefield of the Celestial Dome, a place coveted by all the strong on Blue Star. Every time the ancient battlefield appeared, it became the focus of contention among various countries on Blue Star, even influencing the national fortunes of those countries. The last time the Divine Xia Kingdom obtained a ticket to the Celestial Dome battlefield was decades ago. Alright everyone, regardless of the situation, due to the connection between the demon's ceiling gate and the evil spirits, we must immediately notify all adventurers to withdraw from the Death Mountains. Xiahou was said to the instructors beside him, and soon everyone sprang into action, beginning to notify the adventurers in the Death Mountains. At this moment, in the Death Mountains, by Shuangshuang's wristband, obtained from the management office, was beeping incessantly. Sister Xuan, what's wrong? Feng Ying leaned over. The management office said there is a special situation in the Death Mountains and requires us to withdraw. Immediately, Bai Xuan sighed helplessly. Wasn't it said that the Death Mountains near Binhai City were relatively stable? Why is it always a beast tide in special circumstances? Feng Ying pouted, looking quite angry. Alright, let's go quickly. We still have to participate in the Tianjiao Championship tomorrow, Bai Xuan comforted, patting Feng Ying's head. Sigh, what a pity. I didn't get to meet Qin Sheng this time in Binhai City. I'm really curious about what kind of monster could achieve a perfect score in 5 rounds, Feng Ying said, a look of regret on her face. The same scene was playing out all over the Death Mountains. After receiving information from the Death Mountains management office, both the demon-slaying team members and the adventurers exploring the area quickly withdrew from the Death Mountains. Meanwhile, in the space within the ceiling demon gate, Lilith was roaring at the evil dragon beside her. You idiot, he's a mage. What good is your disarmament? Don't you have any other skills? The evil dragon scratched its head. Hee, I'm more specialized, I only know disarmament. After hearing the evil dragon's words, Lilith covered her face with one hand, wondering what kind of talent she had recruited. When she was recruiting, she only thought about how Qin Sheng could be immune to mental control, so she specifically looked for those who didn't have mental control skills and specialized in other directions. That's how she ended up with these two brothers, the evil dragon and the Phoenix chicks, who claimed they didn't know mental control but excelled in other special skills. They should be able to help Lilith defeat strong enemies. Goodness, one can curse, which was turned into a blessing effect by someone else. The other one only knows disarmament. Damn it, I'm leading you to fight mages. As the white light faded, Qin Sheng's figure appeared before the 3 demons. What is that? The evil Phoenix chick exclaimed, looking at the distant red lights with a terrified expression. What is that? Lilith also looked at the bright sparks in the white light, her face suddenly darkening as if recalling some buried shadow deep within her heart. This guy. Qin Sheng emerged from the white light, a killing intent flashing in his eyes. These 3 demons had quite a few strange tricks up their sleeves. To prevent these demons from using any more bizarre tactics, Qin Sheng directly used his fastest casting skill, Fireball. Although Fireball was a basic skill, with the help of the evil Phoenix chick, each fireball dealt 150% mental damage. Qin Sheng looked at the 3 demons before him and smiled. It's about time. He pointed at the 3 demons, and in an instant, a total of 16,484 fireballs, carrying immense damage, surged towards the 3 demons, their powerful momentum akin to the collapse of heaven and earth, striking fear into the heart. How does this kid's skill power feel stronger than when he killed the demon guards? The evil Phoenix chick said, eyes wide with terror. You damn well have the nerve to say that. It's all because your curse effect was turned into a positive effect by this kid, otherwise, there's no way he could be this strong. The evil dragon rubbed his forehead, looking grim. You idiot who thought of disarming mages, how dare you mock others? Lilith looked at these 2 clowns, equally speechless. However, at this moment, the fireballs summoned by Qin Sheng were already charging fiercely towards Lilith and the others. Damn it seems we can only retreat for now and find help next time. Lilith gritted her teeth, and then a flash of purple light surrounded her as she left the ceiling demon gate. Another space-type equipment? Qin Sheng watched Lilith's departing figure, smacking his lips. Looks like I need to quickly get a space-type skill or equipment. Otherwise, facing a high-level demon like Lilith, I really have no way to deal with them. Generally, high-ranking demons like Lilith who have status carry space equipment for self-preservation. The reason human adventurers can slay high-level demons, either these human powerhouses possess space-type equipment or they are above the king level strong. Only those above the king level have the ability to briefly seal space, which is also why king level powerhouses can kill high-level evil spirits. At this moment, the 2 evil spirits, and who remained in place, were not so lucky. Although they were also high-level evil spirits, they were 2 broke ones. They had no abyss coins to purchase space-type equipment. Damn it, the evil spirit clenched his fists. If it weren't for my curse being restrained, I really want to. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was directly blown to ashes by the massive damage of the fireball spell. You human brat, don't get cocky, let's die together. The evil spirit suddenly erupted with blinding white light. Is he trying to self-destruct? Qin Sheng immediately understood upon seeing the white light on the evil spirit. My task is complete, the evil spirit shouted, and then his whole body exploded violently in the white light. However, as the white light dissipated, Qin Sheng stood unharmed in place. A faint yellow light shimmered around him, which was the 16,484 layers of shield that had unfolded in an instant. Although the damage from the evil spirit as self-destruction reached 1.2 million, Qin Sheng's shield value was even higher. It should be noted that Qin Sheng's mental power had upgraded to 2,182.5 points, and combined with his 16,494 layers of casting, his total shield value reached 36,337.5. Over 30 million shield value. The hundreds of thousands of damage on his shield couldn't even break the skin. Ding! You have killed 2 high-level evil spirits, gaining 10 layers of casting. Ding! Your level has risen to level 44, gaining 128 basic attribute points and 512 free attribute points. Hearing the announcement in his ear, Qin Sheng nodded. As expected of two high-level evil spirits, the experience they provide is rich, allowing me to reach level 44 in one go. Then, Qin Sheng opened his attribute panel. Age, 18. Profession, mage. Level, 44. Spirit, 2822.5. Strength, 648.5. Agility, 1098.5. Constitution, 677. Life, 6770. Mana, 28225. Skills, Fireball, Thunderstrike, Spirit Recovery, Detection, Taunt, Windblade, Bone-Chilling Ice Sword, all. Laws return to 1, Demon God Body, Wood's Fury Fist, Yin-Yang Reversal, Change at Will. Equipment, True Bracelet, Blood Cloak, Fate Necklace, Recovery Ring, Reverse Flow Ring, Guardian Spirit Armor, Thousand Illusions Necklace. Space Boots. Multiple casting layers, 16,494 effect, increases 5 layers of casting for each monster killed. Not only that, but 2 skill books were also floating in front of Qin Sheng. One was a curse-typed skill book dropped by the evil spirit, and the other was a disarmament-type skill book dropped by the evil spirit. These are good skills. Qin Sheng sighed slightly and then stored the 2 skill books, preparing to find a good time to study them later. Just then, a new system announcement rang in Qin Sheng's ear. Ding! Detected that you have repelled high-level evil spirits in the Ceiling Demon Gate, gaining a ticket to the Sky Dome battlefield. Sky Dome battlefield? Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow upon hearing the announcement. Then, a golden light stopped in front of Qin Sheng, revealing a card shining with golden light. The words Sky Dome were inscribed in extremely ancient characters on it. Meanwhile, in a palace resembling a toilet somewhere in the Sakura country, a man in a white robe suddenly stood up from his seat. After waiting for so many years, a ticket to the Sky Dome secret realm has finally appeared. I didn't expect to see the opening of the Sky Dome battlefield in my lifetime. The man in the white robe held a glittering golden card in his hand, and the card, which originally shone 6/7, suddenly glowed entirely with golden light. The same scene unfolded in the land of pickles. Within the royal court, the king of pickles, dressed in a red robe, was enjoying his kimchi. Suddenly, he stood up and took out a golden card from his robe. Is it finally time to open it? The celestial battlefield. This time, our pickle kingdom must seize the heart of the honored one. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the Eagle Kingdom, deep within the Holy Spirit Palace, an old man with white hair suddenly burst into laughter. His previously dull eyes instantly became sharp like an eagle's. Ha, it's finally about to begin. I've been waiting for this for a long time. The old man's commotion quickly attracted the attention of the higher-ups at the Holy Spirit Academy. In an instant, swish, 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 4 or 5 golden-haired figures in white robes appeared before the old man. Elder, what happened? This is the entry ticket to the Celestial Secret Realm. It has all turned golden. Does that mean? Several golden-haired figures spoke in astonishment, while the white-haired elder looked seriously at a young golden-haired man in front of him. That's right, the Celestial Ancient Battlefield is about to start. Adolf, you must seize this opportunity. It is your chance to advance to the status of a revered strongman. In a residential area of the coastal city of the Divine Summer Kingdom, an elderly man with white hair was lounging in a recliner, enjoying the warm sunlight. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and his previously lazy gaze became profound. The 7th Celestial Trial Scroll has finally appeared? Alas! This old body of mine seems to be unable to rest. At this moment, within the space of the Demon Ceiling Gate, Qin Sheng looked at the golden card in his hand with some confusion. Even after using his probing technique several times, he could only ascertain that this card contained information about the Celestial Ancient Battlefield. The Celestial Ancient Battlefield. Qin Sheng carefully recalled the memories in his mind. He realized he had no memories or clues regarding the Celestial Ancient Battlefield. Forget it, since it's a reward that emerged from the Demon Ceiling Gate, it must be extraordinary. I'll take it back to study later. With that thought, Qin Sheng stored the golden card in his system space. Soon after, he was teleported to a canyon in the Death Mountains. After he left, the blue vortex on the surface of the Demon Ceiling Gate suddenly rose into the air, transforming into a larger vortex. Strange, the system clearly said I had cleared the Demon Ceiling Gate. Why hasn't it disappeared? Instead, the aura of the abyss is becoming more intense. Qin Sheng looked at the massive vortex in front of him, puzzled. At the same time, in the plaza of the Death Mountains, countless demon suppression troops were being mobilized to guard the entrance of the Death Mountains. Each of them had a stern expression, exuding a murderous aura, ready to fight at any moment, fearless of death. In the center of the plaza, adventurers and demon-slaying team members gathered. On a high platform at the very center stood the administrator of the Death Mountains, Xiaoho Wu, along with other instructors from the demon-slaying teams. At this moment, the assistant, Zhong Xiaoye, rushed over with a panicked expression. Director Xiaoho, something bad has happened. The beast vortex has appeared and is connecting to the abyss space. According to the currently monitored abyss aura, it is estimated that at least 4,000 beasts will descend. Hearing the report from his assistant Zhong Xiaoye, Xiaoho Wu's expression darkened. He turned to look at Fu Changqing, who was pale beside him. Let's see how you handle this. At this moment, Fu Changqing looked ashen. The demon sealing gate had transformed into a larger vortex, and abyssal demonic energy was leaking out. Even the conference room of the Death Mountains had detected that over 4,000 beasts were about to descend upon the Death Mountains. Doesn't this mean? As he thought of this, Fu Changqing's face turned even paler. Typically, there are only two scenarios when a magical beast descends: either the professional has died within the demon sealing gate, or the professional has cleared the demon sealing gate and received a reward. Indeed, usually, the rewards include legendary equipment and high-level skill books, and they also increase the drop rate in the Death Mountains. However, recalling that 3 high-level evil spirits had entered the demon sealing gate, Fu Changqing's heart sank. With 3 high-level evil spirits invading the demon sealing gate, no matter how strong Qin Sheng is, it's likely. At this thought, Fu Changqing's face turned pale again. Although he hadn't known Qin Sheng for long, he had taken a liking to this carefree handsome guy since their first meeting. Instructor, captain, he really. Lu Chanxian's eyes were brimming with tears upon hearing Xiahou Wu's words. Among the 7th demon-slaying team, Lu Chanxian was the youngest, aside from Captain Qin Sheng, and she was also the most emotionally sensitive. The other 3 members of the 7th team lowered their heads, their faces grim. After retreating from the Death Mountains, they learned from the conversation between Xiahou Wu and Fu Changqing that Qin Sheng had defeated the first team, and for a moment, joy appeared on the faces of the demon-slaying team. But the next moment, the situation took a sharp turn. They learned from Xiahou Wu and Fu Changqing's dialogue that Qin Sheng had actually entered the demon sealing gate. Suddenly, the faces of the 4 members of the enchantment team turned grim. There were numerous evil spirits within the ceiling, and even if Qin Sheng was powerful, it was likely. What made them feel even more desperate was that Zhong Xiaoye, beside Xiahou Wu, had said that the demon sealing gate had already manifested in the outside world and had expanded the teleportation vortex. It was going to teleport 4,000 magical beasts. Doesn't this prove that Qin Sheng has already? At this thought, the 3 of them looked dejected. Captain, it's all my fault. The strong Lu Haizhu felt immense regret in his heart. Had he known that Qin Sheng would encounter such a situation, he shouldn't have brought him to explore the Death Mountains. Sigh, it's all because I was too anxious. After all, the captain is just a high school student. Although he is powerful, young people are ultimately too impulsive, Ji Buchang said with sorrow. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have contacted the captain to ask him. He is so young and has a bright future ahead. Lin Wanqing also felt a deep pain in her heart. Meanwhile, in another corner of the Death Mountain Square, Bai Shuangshuang and Fengming were looking around for something. Soon, they spotted the 7th demon-slaying team. Huh, strange, why isn't that one who took the back door with Sister Shuangshuang with this demon-slaying team? Fengming said, puzzled. Bai Shuangshuang gazed in the direction of the 7th demon-slaying team. Maybe that one who took the back door left early. After all, he looks like a high school student, probably went back to the academy after getting some experience. Bai Shuangshuang clearly regarded Qin Sheng as one of those students who came to the Death Mountains for experience. Indeed, in the past, many students from the War Academy sought help to explore the Death Mountains or the mutated lands to stand out among their peers. They would record their experiences and include them in their resumes. Usually, because of these records, they would be looked upon favorably by teachers in college. But, Sister Shuangshuang, why have so many demon suppression army members suddenly appeared here? Fengming asked curiously. From what they said, it seems like there's going to be a beast tide in the Death Mountains soon. Bai Shuangshuang nodded. Another beast tide. The frequency of beast tides in Binhai City is even higher than in our Misty Sea of Magic City, Fengming said with a strange expression. Then Fengming tugged at Bai Shuangshuang's sleeve. Sister Shuangshuang, should we? Just as Fengming was about to say something, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd in the square. Look, someone is falling from the sky. With that exclamation, everyone turned to follow the direction of his pointing finger and saw a dozen figures descending from the sky. Each of these figures exuded an extraordinary aura, their bodies radiating a fierce energy, all clad in military uniforms. It's the regiment commander. These dozen-strong individuals are all commanders of the Demon Suppression Army. Someone in the crowd recognized the insignia on the shoulders of the newcomers and exclaimed in surprise. Not just them, look at the one at the front, his rank seems even higher. He appears to be with such a high rank. Could it be the legendary one? That's right, it's that powerful individual, Chao Yuan, a half-step emperor-level powerhouse from the Demon Suppression Army of Manhwa Province. It's actually this Chief Chao. I heard that although Chief Chao hasn't advanced to emperor level due to the uniqueness of his profession, he can even hold his own against ordinary emperor-level powerhouses, making him the strongest below emperor in the Divine Xia Kingdom. As the crowd gasped, the dozen figures in the air slowly descended. Commander Lei, Chief Chao, why have you come in person? As the administrator of the Death Mountains, Xiahou Wu hurriedly approached. Chao Yuan nodded at Xiahou Wu. I originally intended to clear the Death Mountains of Nanha Province and happened to arrive at Binhai City. But I didn't expect that your demon-slaying team in Binhai City would trigger the demon sealing gate. Upon hearing Chao Yuan's words, Xiahou Wu's heart skipped a beat and he quickly began to explain. Chief Chao, it's like this. Such a thing actually happened. A strange look appeared in Chao Yuan's eyes. According to Xiahou Wu's description, it wasn't any of the demon-slaying teams that entered the demon sealing gate, but rather the 7th team, led by Captain Qi. Yes, Chief Chao, if Qi hadn't died in the demon sealing gate, the Death Mountains wouldn't have erupted into a beast tide, and you wouldn't have to come personally, Xiahou Wu said with an angry expression. Alright, I have a general understanding of the situation. The matter is urgent, and now is not the time to assign blame. Immediately, order the demon suppression army to take defensive positions. We absolutely cannot allow the beasts in the Death Mountains to threaten the surrounding cities, Chao Yuan said with a determined gaze. The relationship between the Death Mountains and the beasts was akin to a basin and the water within it. If the water exceeded the basin's capacity, it would overflow. In other words, once the number of beasts in the Death Mountains exceeded what the mountains could contain, they would rush towards other cities. However, something strange occurred. As time passed, not a single beast charged out of the Death Mountains, nor even approached the entrance. What is going on? Chao Yuan looked at the Death Mountains before him, his expression peculiar. Not just him, but the dozen or so commanders around also displayed strange expressions. Chief, when things are unusual, there must be something amiss. Would you like to use spatial power to investigate the situation inside the Death Mountains? Lei Wanjun stepped forward to suggest. Alright, Chao Yuan nodded without hesitation, then he unleashed a beam of energy towards the Death Mountains. The beam shot towards the entrance of the Death Mountains but caused no damage. Instead, it directly entered the depths of the mountains. Due to the abyssal demonic energy affecting the Death Mountains, outsiders could not observe the situation inside. But Chao Yuan was unaffected by this, as his profession was the hidden class of spatial sorcerer. Open! With a low shout from Chao Yuan, an image was projected onto the square. At that moment, everyone in the square could see the image that Chao Yuan projected. The image explored deeper and deeper from the entrance of the Death Mountains, the outer perimeter, the inner perimeter. There was no trace of the magical beasts. How could this be possible? Everyone stared intently at the scene in midair, their eyes revealing disbelief. It shouldn't be like this. Xiahou Wu also showed a look of confusion as the scene continued to deepen. Finally, Chao Yuan discovered something unusual in the image suspended in the air. Amidst the pitch-black scenery of the Death Mountains, there was a splash of blood red. What was that? A complex expression appeared in Chao Yuan's eyes, as if it were a cloak. A blood-red cloak. It fluttered in the wind over a canyon, resembling a battle flag. In the square, Chao Yuan, who was watching the scene, was shocked. How could there be a red cloak in the Death Mountains? I don't know, Xiahou Wu also looked puzzled. This cloak seems somewhat familiar, Lei Wanjun said, looking at the blood-red cloak in the image, feeling as if he had seen it somewhere before. At this moment, everyone in the square also saw that bright splash of blood red. All eyes were wide with shock. What was going on? How could there be a cloak deep within the Death Mountains? Chao Yuan was equally puzzled. He waved his hand again, and the image continued to probe forward. He saw that where the red cloak stood was a canyon. Behind the canyon, there were thousands of magical beasts densely packed together. The canyon where the red cloak was located acted like a natural barrier, isolating all the magical beasts outside. It was as if it were a thunder pool, making it difficult for this group of magical beasts to take a single step forward. How could there be so many magical beasts? The crowd in the square showed surprise upon seeing the figures of the beasts. These seem to be a herd of silver-armored giant serpents. And those are the firewolf beasts. Those should be the legendary ice ant beasts with ice attributes. And over there, that should be the iron-backed copper-horned bull, the strongest in defense among the fourth-turn magical beasts. My goodness, there are even the rarest dragon-type magical beasts, the unicorn demon dragon. The crowd in the square looked at the magical beasts in the image. Not only were there many of them, but the types of magical beasts were also particularly rare and powerful. Sister Schweinschwang, look quickly, isn't that the six-tailed enchantress fox that the teacher mentioned, capable of captivating hearts? Foning said in surprise, staring at the magical beast in the image. That's right, not only that six-tailed enchantress fox, but on the other side, it should be the flying magical beast, the two-headed griffin, that the teacher said to pay special attention to. By Schwangschwang's face turned pale. Could a human really face such a terrifying beast tide? If it weren't for seeing the strong figures of the demon suppression army led by Chao Yuan in charge of the situation, she would have returned to the magic capital with foaming long ago. Strange, why aren't these magical beasts breaking through the canyon and heading towards the outer perimeter of the Death Mountains? Someone in the square noticed something unusual, and soon more and more people realized it. They stared intently at the light screen. However, the next moment, they discovered the fundamental reason why these magical beasts were not advancing. There was a wall of ice in front of them. Countless magical beasts were frozen within the wall. What was going on? Just as everyone was in shock, the red cloak that was upside down over the canyon actually moved. Chao Yuan saw the red cloak move in midair, and his brows furrowed. No, this isn't a cloak, it's a figure. How could someone not retreat in the depths of the Death Canyon? Xiahou Wu, what is going on? Didn't you say all the professionals had retreated? Chao Yuan's gaze turned cold as he looked at Xiahou Wu beside him. Chief Chao, except for the Chi of the 7th squad, all professionals have retreated, and that Chi Should have already. Xiaohua was about to explain as he looked at the figure in the image, but the next moment, his words seemed to get stuck in his throat, unable to be spoken. At this moment, in front of his eyes, the figure of a professional clad in a red cloak was gathering skills, and with that professional's concentration, a fireball the size of the sun appeared in midair. Meanwhile, in the Death Mountains, Qin Shang looked at the magical beasts he had kept at bay. A smile crept onto his lips. You magical beasts are all nourishment for my increased casting levels. I can't let anyone else have you. Qin Shang had no intention of letting others kill these magical beasts. There were a full 4,000 of them. Killing this wave of magical beasts should allow him to level up several times. With this thought, a smile appeared on Qin Shang's face as the sun he had gathered came crashing down. It should be noted that this sun was formed by Qin Shang merging 16,495 fireballs. As the sun descended, a wave of flames swept across the battlefield like a natural disaster. In an instant, it turned the thousands of magical beasts charging forward into ashes. These magical beasts are indeed a bit troublesome. With the enhancement of abyssal magic, not only have their attributes been boosted, their health had also multiplied several times, making it impossible to kill them in one strike. However, Qin Shang was not too discouraged because he had another skill. As you wish. With a low shot from Qin Shang, all his attribute points transformed into mental power, reaching a staggering 5,246.5 points. I bet you won't survive this time. A smile appeared on Qin Shang's face. Although he had converted all his attributes into mental power, it did not affect his defense value. After all, he had a shield from the Guardian armor. The shield's defense value depended entirely on Qin Shang's mental power. So even if Qin Shang sacrificed all his physical points, it wouldn't affect his defense. As for agility, there was even less to worry about. Qin Shang had the boots of space, allowing him to blink thousands of times. This was enough for Qin Shang to move freely among the magical beasts. The next moment, the magical beasts did not sit idly by. Some airborne magical beasts lunged at Qin Shang. Qin Shang first triggered the evasion effect with the boots of space, and with flashes of golden light, he dodged the melee attacks of the magical beasts like a swimming dragon. Although Qin Shang had the Guardian spirit armor and was not afraid of these magical beasts' attacks, he was still a mage at heart, and being surrounded by these beasts would make it inconvenient to cast spells. With this in mind, Qin Shang utilized the blinking effect of the boots of space all the way up to a higher point in the canyon, while at that moment, 1,000 flying magical beasts were rapidly charging toward him. Come on! Qin Shang smiled, and a green light burst forth from his hand. A green wind blade, capable of piercing through heaven and earth, was gathered by Qin Shang. With a low shout from Qin Shang, the massive wind blade, like a divine weapon, was unleashed from his hand, carrying the might to split the heavens and the earth. The green wind blade annihilated all 1,000 flying magical beasts in front of him. Ding! You have killed 1,000 flying magical beasts, gaining 5,000 casting levels. Your current casting level is 26,494, and your level has risen to 47. Good, let's go again. Qin Shang did not take a break, looking at the magical beasts in front of him as he launched another attack. An ice sword capable of piercing through heaven and earth was forming above his head. At this moment, the scene of Qin Shang's battle was fully displayed in the plaza of the Death Mountains, and for a moment, everyone was left dumbfounded by Qin Shang's actions. Who is this person? Zhao Yuan looked at Qin Shang in the image, shocked, as he single-handedly held back a tide of 4,000 magical beasts. Who was this commander, so valiant? It's the captain. Lin Wanqing and the other members of the demon-slaying team exclaimed in shock. At this moment, the four of them were completely stunned. They never expected that their captain, whom they thought was dead, had actually come back to life and was even holding back the tide of beasts alone. It's him! Fu Changqing, beside them, also perked up from his immense sorrow. He looked at Qin Shang on the screen with a face full of shock, his lips trembling in disbelief. It's actually him. Beside him, Xiaohua and Suyu exchanged glances, both seeing fear and despair in each other's eyes. We actually have to face such a person, a peerless genius who can stop the beast tide. What? Captain? Isn't this kid just someone who got in through the back door? How did he become the captain of the demon-slaying team? Fo Ning also stared blankly at the figure of Qin Shang, who had his back turned to everyone. That's not the point. The point is he's fighting the beast tide all by himself. Bai Xuanxuan's expression was also one of shock, her eyes revealing an incredulous look. If she hadn't pinched her arm, she would have doubted that everything before her was just an illusion. A boy who looked to be about their age was actually the captain of the demon-slaying team, and this captain had single-handedly stopped a rampage of 4,000 magical beasts. Is the current captain of the demon-slaying team this powerful? Meanwhile, Lei Wanjun watched Qin Shang slaughtering enemies on the screen, standing there as if petrified. Isn't this kid the one I introduced to the demon-slaying team? He was just a novice back then. How did he become so strong? Now, Lei Wanjun scratched his head, unable to think clearly. He distinctly remembered that Qin Shang was just a high school student. Are high school students this strong now? He's actually the captain of the 7th team. Didn't Xiahou Wu say he died at the demon sealing gate? Zhao Yuan looked at the fierce Qin Shang on the screen, suddenly feeling a bit parched. Even as the commander of the demon suppression army in Manhwa province for many years, he had never seen such a powerful young man. At this moment, his eyes were filled with admiration for Qin Shang. As for what Xiahou Wu said about disobeying military orders, getting close to the core area, and not protecting the professionals while killing magical beasts, those were all nonsense. If they killed all the magical beasts, how could that not be considered protecting the professionals? As for getting close to the core area, if they didn't let such a strong professional as Qin Shang approach, how could Xiahou Wu's first team ever trigger the enchantment gate? By the way, recalling this, a fierce look appeared in Xiao Yuan's eyes. Xiahou Wu, you better explain to me, was it really your first team that triggered the enchantment gate? This. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's questioning, Xiahou Wu instantly became tongue-tied. Suyu beside him also lowered her head sharply, knowing full well that after reaching the core area, she hadn't killed a single magical beast. How could they have suddenly triggered the enchantment gate? Combined with the sight of Qin Shang slaughtering enemies and displaying his immense strength in front of them, there was only one possibility: it was Qin Shang who triggered the enchantment gate. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the canyon of the Death Mountains, finally killed them all. Qin Shang let out a breath, looking at the chaos around the canyon, with countless spirit woods, flames, ice, and the dismembered bodies of magical beasts scattered everywhere. After this battle, or rather, this one-sided crushing, Qin Shang's level had risen to 50. At this moment, the system notifications kept ringing in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, you have killed 2,000 magical beasts, increasing your casting layers by 10,000 layers. Current casting layers 36,494 layers. Ding. Congratulations, your level has risen to 50. You have gained 128 basic attribute points and 512 free attribute points. You can now accept the 5th transfer quest. Please choose the difficulty of your 5th transfer quest. Hell, Qin Shang chose again. Ding. You have chosen the Hell level 5th transfer quest, which is to kill 99 hidden professionals. Killing 99 hidden professionals, this could be a bit troublesome, Qin Shang frowned upon hearing the system's introduction to the 5th transfer quest. Although hidden professions are hard to find, looking across the entire Divine Summer Kingdom, it is not difficult to locate 99 hidden professionals. However, the challenge of this task lies not in requiring Qin Shang to defeat the hidden professionals, but to kill them, which complicates matters. Each hidden professional is a target sought after and nurtured by various major factions. If such talents and potential seeds are killed, it would undoubtedly be a significant loss for the Divine Summer Kingdom. Of course, as the captain of the 7th Demon Slayer squad, Qin Shang could also take on exclusive bounty tasks to kill those hidden professionals who are under bounty. However, generally speaking, even if the Demon Slayer squad has such bounties, they are not many. This is quite troublesome, Qin Shang thought, stroking his chin. Forget it, I'll think about it after the Genius Championship. Although he had already met the conditions for the 5th transfer, Qin Shang's current strength was enough to crush the talents in the Genius Championship. He was now eager to see those geniuses struggling painfully before his more than 30,000 layers of spellcasting. With this thought, Qin Shang collected all the equipment that had dropped on the ground. Although most of this equipment is useless to me, I can hand it over to the Demon Suppression Army, which should fetch a considerable amount of military merit. In that case, I can exchange it for the high-level skill book I want. After tidying up his belongings a bit, Qin Shang prepared to leave the Death Mountains, and with a flash of light from his wristband, he appeared at the entrance. However, as soon as he arrived at the entrance, he felt numerous gazes directed at him. First were the 4 members of the 7th Demon Slayer squad, looking at him with relief and joy. Next was Fu Changqing, who cast an encouraging and comforting glance. Following that were the shocked expressions of Bai Xuanshuang and Fenging. Looking at Qin Shang again, they felt he was still so young, probably around the same age as them, high school students. How did he become the captain of the 7th Demon Slayer squad and single-handedly block an entire wave of beasts? However, before Qin Shang could approach the 7th squad, a figure descended from the sky, blocking his path, followed by a dozen powerful presences. Among them, one powerful figure was particularly familiar to Qin Shang. It was Captain Lei Wanjun, whom he had encountered a few days ago in the Abyss Dragon Palace. Yet at this moment, this leader of the Demon Suppression Army in Binhai City was hiding behind like a chick, not daring to make a sound. Standing before Qin Shang, with a stern expression, Xiao Yuan was about to say something when suddenly, a disheveled Suyu stepped forward, pointing at Qin Shang. Impossible, impossible. You clearly encountered 3 high-level evil demons. In the Seal of Magic, how could you possibly survive? Chief, you should check. This kid might be a spy for the demons. Hearing Suyu's words, the dozen or so captains of the Demon Suppression Army looked at her as if she were foolish. What kind of blind demon spy would dare swagger in front of Xiao Yuan? That would be seeking death. Oh, you mean those 3 demons? I killed 2, and 1 escaped. What a pity. Qin Shang shook his head, his expression regretful. His words struck like thunder in everyone's hearts, and in an instant, the venue fell silent again. This kid isn't lying, everything he said is true. Ha, when did our Southern Harmony province get such a strong demon Slayer captain? He actually killed 2 high-level evil demons. A glint of gold flashed in Xiao Yuan's eyes before he broke into a smile. Hearing Chao Yuan's confirmation, everyone couldn't help but feel a jolt in their hearts. Chao Yuan was the leader of the Demon Suppression Army, having judged countless criminals. Naturally, he had a certain professional judgment on whether someone was lying. Since he didn't say Qin Shang was lying, it proved that Qin Shang certainly wasn't lying. Thank you for the compliment, Chief. I was just lucky. Qin Shang scratched his head through the man's military rank. He had long recognized the man's identity. It was none other than Chao Yuan, the only commander of the Demon Suppression Army in Nanhai Province. So you heard Chao Yuan's words. Her face turned pale and she collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant, unable to stand up again. For a moment, the dozen or so commanders of the Demon Suppression Army exchanged glances in disbelief. Goodness, judging by Qin Shang's tone, it seemed he regretted letting that evil creature escape. It should be noted that there were 3 high-level demons, and they had entered the demon sealing gate together. Such strength was enough to pose a threat even to these commanders. Yet, Qin Shang appeared relaxed, as if he hadn't killed enough. Even if Qin Shang was facing those weaker, trashy demons, it wouldn't be so easy. What kind of monster was this guy? The commanders of the Demon Suppression Army looked at Qin Shang with strange expressions, and the one with the strangest look was Lei Wanjun. He suddenly frowned at Qin Shang. How did you advance to the 4th rank? Lei Wanjun's face changed dramatically. Weren't you still at the 1st rank 2 days ago? Goodness, advancing a rank a day? You're simply a beast. Hearing Lei Wanjun's words, everyone in the room was once again shocked to see Qin Shang before them. Goodness, advancing a rank a day is just too outrageous. Only those geniuses fully nurtured by professional families could match Qin Shang's cultivation speed. By the way, you repelled the high-level demons. Doesn't that mean you gained? Suddenly realizing something, Chao Yuan's expression changed drastically. Let's go. This isn't a place for conversation. Saying this, Chao Yuan reached to pull Qin Shang's shoulder, and seeing Chao Yuan's demeanor, Qin Shang did not resist. He knew the other party meant no harm. On the contrary, he felt a bit excited, rubbing his hands together. According to Qin Shang's estimation, he had not only triggered the demon sealing gate but also resolved the beast-tide riot in the Death Mountains. What kind of reward will there be? Qin Shang couldn't help but feel a bit expectant. As Chao Yuan pulled Qin Shang to leave, Xiahou Wu finally reacted. To make up for his previous mistakes, he said to Chao Yuan with a flattering expression, "Commander, let's talk in my office. I will prepare tea for you. And this captain who has made great contributions, I will definitely treat him well. Whatever you need, just let me know." At this moment, Xiahou Wu's face was full of flattery, like a servant serving tea. It was a stark contrast to how he had acted when he met Qin Shang in the Hall of the Death Mountains. Truly, he turned his face faster than flipping a book, and Qin Shang secretly despised him. There's still a chance, as long as I punish Suyu. Then if I perform a bit better, I can surely gloss over the previous accusations against Qin Shang. Xiahou Wu muttered to himself. However, the next moment, Chao Yuan's words made his heart sink completely. Your office? No, from now on, you are no longer the administrator of the Death Mountains. What was the name of the instructor of Team 7? It seems to be Fu Changqing. He will take over as the administrator of the Death Mountains from now on. Hearing Chao Yuan's words, Xiahou Wu staggered back, his eyes vacant. No. In contrast to his collapse, Fu Changqing on the other side was somewhat taken aback, and as he stepped forward, Chao Yuan seemed to remember something. Again, he turned his head and announced loudly, "From today, Qin Shang will be the chief captain of the demon-slaying team for the entire Nanhai province. In any city, his command authority is only subordinate to the commanders." After finishing, a spatial array appeared beneath Chao Yuan's feet. Upon hearing Chao Yuan's announcement, everyone in Team 7 couldn't help but feel invigorated. This is amazing. Not only did we get the chief position, but it's also the chief for the entire Nanhai province. Yeah, it's like soaring to the sky. From now on, not just in Binhai City, but we can walk sideways throughout the entire Nanhai province. Can't you two guys be a bit more restrained? Wanqing, look at them. That's right, even if we're treating, we have to keep it low-key. Let's just invite the brothers from the Demon Suppression Army of the Death Mountain Range for a simple meal. Upon hearing Lin Wanqing's words, Lu Qianqian couldn't help but cover her face. So much for keeping it low-key. Further away, Bai Shuangshuang and Fenging watched as Qin Shang was appointed as the chief captain of Nanhua province. The two exchanged a glance, revealing a bitter smile, while also showing a hint of relief on their faces. Bai Shuangshuang said, "Fortunately, he isn't a high school student this year, otherwise, the entire talent competition would probably be turned upside down by him." Fenging replied, "Exactly, if he were part of the talent competition, we might as well just surrender." On the other side, Chao Yuan brought a dazed Qin Shang into the office of the Death Mountain Range Management Office. Qin Shang had just emerged from the spatial array and steadied himself. Chao Yuan then began to change his hand gestures in front of his chest, and soon a light purple orb began to form in his hands. With a flick of his wrist, the orb was thrown into the air. The orb expanded and contracted, instantly growing larger and enveloping the entire office, even the management office of the Death Mountain Range. Alright, this is my advanced skill, Room of Space. Within this skill's range, even an emperor-level powerhouse cannot hear our conversation. Hearing Chao Yuan's words, Qin Shang nodded. As expected of the commander of the Demon Suppression Army, he was indeed reliable. Chao Yuan, seeing Qin Shang's reaction, let out a sigh of relief and then asked cautiously, "You defeated a high-level evil spirit at the Demon Sealing Gate. Did you receive a special reward?" "The entry ticket to the ancient battlefield of the sky." Is this it?" Qin Shang nodded and then took out a golden card from the system space. The card had the word sky written on it. The reason he took it out was partly because the other party was the respected commander of the Demon Suppression Army in Nanhai Province. He had heard about this commander since he was young, known for protecting Manhwa Province with countless heroic deeds. On the other hand, he could clearly sense that this commander had no ill intentions towards him. "That's right, this is what I wanted to see. You actually did it. I didn't expect that our demon-slaying squad in Nanhua Province, which was just established not long ago, would actually obtain the entry ticket to the sky battlefield." Chao Yuan said excitedly, "What is the ancient battlefield of the sky?" Qin Shang scratched his head, a bit confused. Hearing Qin Shang's confusion, Chao Yuan laughed heartily. It's normal not to know. This is a secret known to very few. The ancient battlefield of the sky is extremely important for all practitioners on Blue Star as it relates to the number of powerhouses above the king level. King level? Qin Shang was clearly taken aback by Chao Yuan's words. "That's right, transitioning from a 5th to a 6th tier practitioner is a significant elevation," he explained. "To advance from 5th to 6th tier, aside from completing the 6th tier task, the most important point is to obtain the Heart of the King, which can only be found in the ancient battlefield of the sky." Upon hearing Chao Yuan's words, Qin Shang nodded. "I see." Chao Yuan then sighed lightly. "This matter is beyond my control. It must be reported to that esteemed person." "That esteemed person?" Qin Shang was also taken aback by Chao Yuan's words. Chao Yuan was already the commander of the Demon Suppression Army in Nanhua Province. The only one he could refer to as esteemed must be that person? One of the 4 sovereigns of the Divine Xia Kingdom, the creator of the Demon Suppression Army, the Xuanwu sovereign, Wu Xian. Thinking of his speculation, even Qin Shang couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. After all, that was the Xuanwu sovereign. In the Divine Xia Kingdom, there were countless practitioners from 1st to 5th tier, while 6th tier king level practitioners, though rare, numbered in the hundreds. Emperor-level powerhouses, as regional officials, also existed in dozens. However, there were only 4 sovereign-level powerhouses in the populous Divine Xia Kingdom, highlighting their rarity. And this Xuanwu sovereign, who single-handedly established the Demon Suppression Army, was even more renowned. It is said that this Xuanwu venerable once single-handedly blocked the harm of tens of thousands of magical beasts at the border. He even stepped into the territory of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom alone, suppressing the entire nation to the point of gasping for breath. Although there are dozens of level powerhouses on the entire Blue Star, the Xuanwu Venerable is undoubtedly a standout among them. It is said that he once fought simultaneously against several venerables from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, the Kimchi Kingdom, and the Asen Kingdom. He even created a legend by himself. After this battle, the Xuanwu Venerable became famous overnight, like a living legend. Before Qin Shang could organize the information in his mind, a figure stepped into this space. "Chao Yuan, you did well this time. I didn't expect that after so many years of forming the Demon Slayer team, the last one to be established, the Southern Harmony Province, would obtain the entry ticket to the ancient battlefield of the sky." With this bold voice, a massive figure entered the office of the Death Mountains. This figure stood about 2.5 meters tall, with a muscular and imposing physique. At the same time, he exuded a power that commanded respect without anger. His presence was as deep as an abyss. The newcomer was none other than one of the 4 venerables of the Divine Summer, Xuanwu Venerable, Wu Xian. "Greetings, Commander." Seeing the newcomer, Chao Yuan quickly lowered his head and paid his respects. "You did very well this time. You may step back now. I will discuss the specifics with this young friend." Wu Xian nodded at Chao Yuan, then looked at Qin Shang with a face full of surprise. Yes, upon hearing Wu Xian's order, Chao Yuan decisively stepped back, leaving only Wu Xian and Qin Shang in the entire space. "You did really well. I didn't expect that after so many years of forming the Demon Slayer team, a newcomer who just joined for a few days would obtain the trial scroll for the ancient battlefield of the sky." Wu Xian looked at Qin Shang with an appreciative expression. "Senior Wu, I was just lucky, but from your words, it seems that the Demon Slayer team and the entry ticket to the ancient battlefield of the sky are closely related." Qin Shang did not forget his question. The importance of the ancient battlefield of the sky to Blue Star practitioners, I believe Chao Yuan has already explained to you. Wu Xian nodded, then continued. "It is precisely because of this that we must actively trigger the Seal of Demons and obtain the rewards within it, the trial scroll for the ancient battlefield of the sky. To trigger the Seal of Demons, one must enter the Death Mountains, and only practitioners below the 4th transfer are allowed to enter. Thus, this is the true mission of the Demon Suppression Army in forming the Demon Slayer team. Killing magical beasts is just one aspect. The real goal is to trigger the Seal of Demons and obtain the trial scroll for the ancient battlefield of the sky." "So that's how it is." Qin Shang nodded, immediately understanding. As a reward for you obtaining the trial scroll for the ancient battlefield of the sky, you can make any request you want. Whatever it is, I will fulfill it. Wu Xian's tone was filled with confidence. As one of the 4 venerables of the divine summer, his background is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Senior Wu, I would like a high-level skill book for space confinement. Qin Shang stated his request. Although he spoke quickly, he had already thought about it countless times in his mind. Facing Lilith's 2 escapes, Qin Shang understood that he lacked means of spatial confinement. If he had such means, he could prevent enemies from escaping his grasp through spatial equipment. Even those life-saving teleportation devices would not work. This is not a problem. This space-typed skill book should meet your requirements, Wu Xian said as he tossed a skill book to Qin Shang. Thank you, Senior Wu, Qin Shang said with a smile as he accepted the space-typed skill book. However, as a reward for your interception of the Beast Tide, a high-level space confinement skill book is not enough. I am not a stingy person. Wu Xian smacked his lips and then surprisingly pulled out a spatial skill book from his body. This spatial skill book was something I stumbled upon by chance, so I'll give it to you as well. Another spatial skill book. Qin Shang stared at the skill book Wu Xian handed over, momentarily stunned. He had underestimated the wealth of the Xuan Wu Elder. After all, spatial skill books were the rarest of all. This Xuan Wu Elder had just casually produced 2, and both were high level. Thank you, Elder Wu, Qin Shang said as he tucked the spatial skill book away, planning to examine it at a more suitable time. Wu Xian looked at Qin Shang with an appreciative gaze. You, young man, have a bold character. You remind me of my younger self. I really like you more and more. How about becoming my closed-door disciple? Qin Shang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Elder Wu, I am already a disciple of Elder Bai. From the War God Hall. Wu Xian's expression instantly turned fierce. That little Bai dares to take on disciples? With his meager skills, he's not fit to teach you. Wait, I'll call him right now and tell him to get lost. You are the chief captain of my demon-slaying team. It's only fitting for you to be my disciple. Qin Shang could only smile awkwardly. The Xuan Wu Elder was indeed as domineering as his name suggested. I'll take care of that later. By the way, I heard from Shaolei that you are a high school student in this year's talent championship. Wu Xian suddenly showed a strange expression. So, do you still want to participate in the talent championship? Hearing Wu Xian's words, Qin Shang was momentarily confused. What do you mean by that? Seeing Qin Shang's expression, Wu Xian realized, it seems you don't understand anything. The true purpose of the talent championship is to select the talents. And the purpose of selecting talents is to choose the geniuses who will enter the celestial battlefield in the future, granting them a spot in the celestial battlefield. Since you received a trial token for the celestial battlefield as a reward for passing through the demon ceiling gate, you naturally have a spot to enter the celestial battlefield. So, you really don't need to participate in the talent championship at all. After hearing Wu Xian's explanation, Qin Shang began to understand. What was this? Had he inadvertently unlocked a hidden plot? Without even participating in the talent championship, he had already secured a trial spot in the ancient celestial battlefield. He was way ahead of the game. With this thought, Qin Shang hesitated for a moment. Just then, Wu Xian suddenly froze and pulled out his communicator. The communicator was displaying a series of messages, and upon reading the content, Wu Xian's expression shifted to one of anger mixed with a sneer. Those little bastards from Sakura country are getting bolder. They actually want to bet against our divine summer country, thinking that just because they trained 99 hidden professionals, they can easily defeat us? Hearing Wu Xian's words, Qin Shang became curious. Bat? That's right, Wu Xian said with a sinister smile. These little bastards from Sakura country are quite quick on their feet. Wu Xian began to explain to Qin Shang. A few years ago, Sakura country also obtained a trial token for the ancient celestial battlefield. And the trial tokens for the ancient celestial battlefield can sense each other. When they learned that our divine summer country had obtained a trial token, they actually took the initiative to propose a talent competition against us. Sakura country will send 99 hidden professionals to compete against our divine summer country in a bet. 99 hidden professionals? Qin Shang's eyes lit up at Wu Xian's description. Goodness, this meant he had a lead on the 5th transfer task. Originally, Qin Shang had been worried about how to complete this 5th transfer task. After all, the task required him to kill 99 hidden professionals. If it were in the Divine Summer Kingdom, Qin Shang would be in quite a predicament. However, now with the 99 hidden professionals from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, what predicament? Then Tama might as well not bother. A glint of brilliance flashed in Qin Shang's eyes. He indeed had no good solutions for the hidden professionals of the Divine Summer Kingdom. But for the professionals of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, not only did he have solutions, he had many. However, the stakes for the Cherry Blossom Kingdom are the quotas for this Sky Dome ancient battlefield. This is a significant matter. I need to discuss it with a few other elders in Old Long before making any plans. Wu Xian stroked his chin, pondering carefully. Qin Shang beside him also nodded secretly. Indeed, the entry quota for the Sky Dome ancient battlefield was related to the fate of a nation, so it couldn't be taken lightly. Alright, you just finished your exam today, so coming to the Death Mountain must be tiring. Go back and rest first. As for the matter of the heroic competition, I'll give you a response after I've discussed it with a few elders and Old Long. Wu Xian smiled at Qin Shang, and then a teleportation array formed beneath Qin Shang's feet. Qin Shang looked down at the teleportation array in surprise, but then he quickly realized that as an 8th turn level powerhouse, at their level, they had long since become adept at various skills. Even though Wu Xian in front of him was an 8th turn barbaric warrior, he still had some knowledge of teleportation skills. In the next moment, Qin Shang's figure flickered and he was teleported away. I actually teleported right into Binhai City. Qin Shang opened his eyes in surprise. He had directly and accurately arrived at Binhai City. This saves me travel time. Now I'll go home to rest for a bit, then check the details of those 2 skill books. As Qin Shang thought this, he headed in the direction of home, and he didn't forget about the equipment he had obtained from killing in the Death Mountain. He contacted Lei Wanjun, briefly explaining the situation. Lei Wanjun immediately dispatched the Demon Suppression Army to collect the equipment and promised to send Qin Shang a piece of gear suitable for him. Watching the departing Demon Suppression Army, Qin Shang felt a bit of anticipation. I hope the equipment Captain Lei mentioned won't disappoint me. Meanwhile, in the office of the Death Mountain. Alright, Old Long, you can rest assured, I will definitely handle this matter well. Wu Xian, as a Xuanwu elder, said solemnly to the old man on the other end of the phone. After hanging up, Wu Xian took out a glowing orb from his body. After a series of flickers, the orb unfolded, projecting Wu Xian's consciousness into a space, forming a blue silhouette. In front of him were 3 other figures, respectively red, silver, and light blue. The owners of these 3 figures were the other 3 elders of the Divine Summer Kingdom, Zhu Ke, Baihu, and Qinglong. Old Wu, what happened? Why did you urgently contact us? I'm currently preparing for the heroic competition for my family member, Elder Zhu Ke said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Yes, there are also many matters I need to handle over at the War God Hall. The evil spirits in the Abyss battlefield are becoming increasingly unruly. Elder Baihu's tone was also somewhat grave. You two really? It's not easy for us to gather. Can't we talk about something lighthearted? Elder Qinglong said in a relaxed tone. The main reason for gathering you all is because Wu Xian began to explain the situation in detail. Upon hearing Wu Xian's account, the other 3 figures were taken aback. The trial scroll for the Sky Dome ancient battlefield has already appeared? How could it be so fast? The heroic competition hasn't even selected the talents yet. Elder Zhu Ke was somewhat surprised. This speed indeed exceeded our expectations, but since the Sky Dome ancient battlefield has appeared, we should quickly arrange for the strong among the 5th turn professionals to begin teaching and practicing. Elder Baihu said thoughtfully. I will select some veteran 5th turn professionals from the Abyssal Guild. Sister you don't need to worry too much. Your family member, Ji Wushuang, although only at the 4th turn, has combat power comparable to the 5th turn. As long as you perform well in the Tianjiao Championship, it's not impossible to secure a spot, said the Azure Dragon Elder with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Sigh, I originally wanted to wait for him to grow a bit more before entering the ancient battlefield of the sky. After all, this time we will be facing 5-turn powerhouses from other countries, so it's better to be cautious, the Vermilion Bird Elder said with some concern. Ahem, besides the opening of the ancient battlefield of the sky, there is another matter to discuss with a few of you. Wu Xian coughed lightly and then said, the Sakura Nation has wagered a spot for 10 people in the ancient battlefield of the sky and wants to engage us in a Tianjia confrontation match. I have already reported this to Elder Long, and he has left the decision to the 4 of us. What do the 3 of you think? Upon hearing Wu Xian's words, the 3 figures were first taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Of course we should agree. When has our divine Xia nation ever feared those Japanese? The Vermilion Bird Elder said confidently. Hee, that bunch of useless fools from the Sakura Nation actually dares to come knocking for death, the White Tiger Elder said with a smile, his words filled with killing intent. I think we should still be cautious. Unusual occurrences often have hidden motives. The fact that they dared to propose a wager must mean there's some conspiracy behind it, the Azure Dragon Elder said, sounding somewhat serious. What's there to fear? If they dare to scheme, I'll sink their little island. The killing intent in the White Tiger Elder's tone was almost palpable. Then let's fight. The Vermilion Bird Elder nodded in agreement. Since Brother Bai and Sister you have agreed, I have no objections either. The Azure Dragon Elder also nodded in agreement. Good, since all 3 of you have agreed, I will start making arrangements immediately. Tomorrow's Tianjia Championship will officially be changed to a Tianjia confrontation match. Wu Xian nodded and began to make arrangements. Meanwhile, in a palace in the Sakura Nation that resembled a restroom, the robed Japanese emperor was asking a yin-yang master minister in front of him, Tokugawa Maku, are you really confident about winning? You must know that these 99 hidden class Tianjia were painstakingly cultivated by our Sakura Nation. Hearing the emperor's inquiry, Tokugawa Maku confidently nodded, Your Majesty, don't worry, we will win. Meanwhile, at Qin Shang's residence in Coastal City, finally feeling Revitalized, Qin Shang said after freshening up, feeling a bit more energetic, and then began to check his recent gains. Speaking of which, I wonder what kind of skill effects these two high-level spatial skill books have. With that thought, Qin Shang first took out the skill book related to spatial confinement that Wu Xian had given him. Spatial cage type, spatial grade, high level. Effect, releases an independent space in the form of a cage on the target, trapping the target so they cannot use displacement or teleportation equipment, duration 1 second. Wonderful! Qin Shang exclaimed as he looked at the skill introduction for the spatial cage. The skill book Wu Xian gave him perfectly matched Qin Shang's previous requirements. With the effect of the spatial cage skill, he could trap any evil being in place, preventing their escape. And although the duration of the spatial cage is only 1 second, for other practitioners, it would at most serve to disrupt the enemy and provide weak control. But in Qin Shang's hands, it was quite extraordinary. Qin Shang's multiple casting could apply to any skill effect. Moreover, his current multiple casting had reached 36,494 layers, meaning he could trap a target for 36,494 seconds. What does that mean? Calculating with such an increase, Qin Shang could confine a target for 7 hours. Goodness, that's enough time for Qin Shang to do as he pleases. With this skill, those little brats from the Sakura Nation won't even be able to escape using their life-saving talismans. Qin Shang thought of the Tianjiao Championship, recalling the information Wu Xian had revealed earlier. The God of Summer Kingdom will most likely agree to the wager with the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. In that case, Qin Shang will have the opportunity to kill those 99 hidden professionals. Generally, international wagers like this are held in certain dungeons, and the professionals within those dungeons will wear life-saving charms. When faced with danger, these charms will forcibly retain a bit of health and teleport the wearer out. Therefore, even in such dungeons, it is difficult to cause casualties, even during fierce battles between professionals. But, well, this situation is for others, heh. Qin Shang looked at the space cage skill book in his hand. I wonder who can escape from my grasp. It's just a bit of a pity. Qin Shang shook his head as if recalling something. According to Qin Shang's speculation, with the space cage in hand, killing the 99 hidden professionals from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom would not be a difficult task. However, these hidden professionals were sent by the Cherry Blossom Kingdom to participate in the heroic competition. One can imagine that their equipment wouldn't be lacking, but the people from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom have always been keen on seppuku and the like. It is said that some Cherry Blossom Kingdom individuals' equipment will disintegrate upon their death. Forget it, I should learn the skill first and complete the 5th transfer task, Qin Shang thought. Proceeding to learn the space cage. Learning space cage? Ding! You have successfully learned space cage. Hearing the announcement in his ear, Qin Shang nodded and then checked the second skill book gifted by Wu Xian. According to Senior Wu, this skill book is also space-related. I wonder what effect it has. While pondering, Qin Shang opened the detailed introduction of that skill book. Cloud Grass type, space grade, high level effect, releases a transparent hand towards the target with a 5% chance to randomly steal one piece of the target's equipment. Wonderful! It's like being given a pillow when you're sleepy. This Cloud Grasp actually has a chance to steal someone else's equipment. No wonder it's a space-related skill, directly reaching into someone else's equipment slot. Isn't that space-related? Qin Shang revealed a strange smile, but this Cloud Grasp has only a 5% chance to steal someone else's equipment, which means, after 20 attempts, it would only succeed about once. That probability is really not high. But that's for other professionals. One must know that Qin Shang's casting level has already reached 36,494 layers, meaning he can cast Cloud Grasp 36,494 times. Even if the success rate is only 1/20th, Qin Shang's success rate would allow him to attempt to steal from the same target over 1,500 times. Goodness, he could even steal their underwear. Not bad. With this skill, I can first imprison those professionals from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and then steal their equipment. Qin Shang initially smiled but then shook his head. TSK, how can we call it stealing when it comes to professionals? Learning Cloud Grasp. Ding! Cloud Grasp learned successfully. Hearing the announcement, Qin Shang nodded. He then lay down to sleep, waiting for the heroic competition and the results the next day. The next day, Qin Shang stretched and got out of bed. After a quick wash, he heard someone knocking at the door. Upon opening it, he found Lei Wanjun standing at the entrance. Qin kid, I hope I didn't disturb your beauty sleep. Lei Wanjun squeezed out a friendly smile. Qin Shang smiled and shook his head. Not at all, Captain Lei, come in and sit for a while. Hee, I won't go in to sit. I'm mainly here to deliver equipment to you. Based on the equipment and materials you submitted, I searched through the entire Demon Suppression Army's treasury to find this piece of equipment that matches your reward. As Lei Wanjun spoke, he pulled out a ring from his body and handed it to Qin Shang. What is this? Qin Shang looked at the ring Lei Wanjun handed over, somewhat puzzled. Qin kid, don't be fooled by the plain appearance of this ring. In reality, it is the treasure of the entire Demon Suppression Army's treasury in the South River Province. Treasure of the treasury. Qin Shang looked at the simple and unadorned bracelet, his eyes revealing surprise. Hee hee, you'll know the specific effect after you see it in a bit. This equipment might come in handy during the Tenjiao combat competition. Right, there's one more thing. The Xuanwu elder has reached an agreement with the other 3 elders and has promised the Sakura nation a wager. This time, the Tianjiao competition has officially been changed to the Tianjiao combat competition, where 99 Tianjiao from our Shinsha nation will battle against 99 Tianjiao from the Sakura nation. Do you want to participate? Lei Wanjun first chuckled, then turned to Qin Shang and asked, Captain Lei, I want to participate. Qin Shang nodded solemnly. Not to mention that the 99 hidden professionals from the Sakura nation were related to his 5th transition task. Just the chance to beat up those Sakura people was a rare opportunity. Ha, I knew you would rise to the challenge. Here's the vice captain's token, take it. Lei Wanjun nodded. Vice captain's token? Qin Shang looked at the token in his hand, momentarily stunned. In this Tianjiao combat competition, the Tianjiao from Shinsha nation will be divided into 11 teams, led by 1 captain and 10 vice captains, Lei Wanjun said with a smile. So that's how it is. Qin Shang nodded and smiled lightly. Alright, the demon suppression army has other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Lei Wanjun smiled and nodded before leaving. After watching Lei Wanjun depart, Qin Shang returned to his room and examined the simple and unadorned bracelet. Immunity bracelet type, immunity grade, legendary effect, after wearing, can use 1 active skill, immune to physical attack damage for 3 seconds. Immune to physical attack damage. Qin Shang looked at the description of the immunity ring in his hand, his eyes filled with shock. No wonder Lei Wanjun said this equipment was the treasure of the Demon Suppression Army's treasury in Manhwa province. This effect is simply outrageous. It's practically a nemesis for physical attack professions. Even though it only lasts 3 seconds, in a professional battle, 3 seconds can determine victory or defeat. Just think about it, as a physical damage dealer, you finally build up a skill. When you unleash it on the enemy, it happens to fall within the immunity ring's time frame, resulting in no damage being dealt. While you're dazed, the opponent will immediately seize the opportunity to counterattack, thus sealing the outcome of the battle. Moreover, this equipment perfectly compensates for the shortcomings I was worried about before. Qin Shang nodded, satisfied. Although Qin Shang's current output is quite extraordinary, it's not an exaggeration to say that even if all the Tianjiao on the Tianjiao leaderboard were tied together, they might not withstand a single wave of his damage. However, this time, they are participating in the Tianjiao combat competition, where it's not just about output but various aspects, and the opponents include not only the Tianjiao from Shinsha but also those from the Sakura nation. Among these people, it's hard to guarantee that some won't have strange and unusual skills. Qin Shang pondered, just like during his recent trip to the Demon Sealing Gate, where he encountered demons that could disarm and curse. If it weren't for the yin-yang reversal effect he might have really faced a major setback this time. Moreover, yin-yang reversal can only reverse negative states. It doesn't negate all forms of control. For instance, some silence-type skills are what Qin Shang worries about the most. Although Qin Shang is powerful, he is still a mage, and what mages fear the most is silence. Once silenced, no matter how strong his skills are, he won't be able to cast them, and at that point, Qin Shang would be reduced to a mage who can only auto-attack. He might really end up capsizing in the gutter. However, with the skill effect of the immunity ring, Qin Shang no longer needs to worry, because those who typically use silence-type control skills are mostly warriors or assassins. Against these professions, even if Qin Shang is silenced, he can use the immunity skill of the immunity ring to withstand the silence duration and counterattack. Don't underestimate the immunity ring. It may only provide immunity for 3 seconds, but with Qin Shang's 36,494 layers of multiple casting enhancement, this time can be extended to nearly 24 hours, which is a whole day. Completely enough for Qin Shang to counterattack. This time, it was truly a bountiful harvest. Qin Shang nodded and then opened his attribute panel. Qin Shang age, 18 occupation, mage level, 50 spirit, 3,782.5 strength, 840.5 agility, 1,290.5 constitution, 869 health, 8690 mana, 28225 skills, fireball, thunderstrike, spirit recovery, detection, taunt, windblade, bone-chilling ice sword, all laws return to 1, body of the demon god, fury of the wood fist, yin-yang reversal, change at will, space cage, cloud detection hand equipment, true bracelet, blood-colored cloak, fate necklace, recovery ring, reverse, flow ring, guardian spirit armor, thousand illusions necklace, space boots, immunity ring. Multiple casting layers, 36,494, effect, increases casting layers by 5 for each monster killed. Seeing his luxurious attribute panel, Qin Shang nodded in satisfaction. Since Qin Shang always chose hell level for his advancement tasks, his basic attribute points were not inferior to those of hidden professions. In fact, they far surpassed them. Coupled with Qin Shang's impressive skill and equipment slots, it was simply terrifying. Then Qin Shang put away his attribute panel, and at that moment, a rumble echoed in the sky. A huge flying ship hovered at Qin Shang's doorstep, drawing the attention of many in the community. Following that, a figure in A white robe slowly descended from the ship. Hello, you must be Qin Shang, right? I am the inspector of the War God Hall, Bai Meng. Old Bai sent me to pick you up. Please board the War God ship and follow me to the location of the Tianjiao competition to meet Old Bai. Okay, Qin Shang smiled and nodded upon hearing the other person's words. He had certainly heard of the position of inspector. It was a role within the War God Hall responsible for its operations. Generally, those who served as inspectors were powerful beings at the 6th transition king level, like Chen Feihong from Luochang, who was previously one of the inspectors. However, at this moment, this king-level powerhouse spoke to Qin Shang with great respect, almost treating him as an equal. After all, Qin Shang was not only a candidate who scored full marks in all 5 rounds of the provincial exam but also a disciple of Bai Wujie from the War God Hall, making him someone Bai Mang could not afford to neglect. Thinking of this, Bai Mang waved his hand and an invisible wind emanated from him, slowly lifting Qin Shang's body. He then took Qin Shang directly into the War God ship. The War God ship shimmered and transformed into a streak of light, flying off into the distance. Before long, the War God ship arrived at a gathering point of the War God Hall, where Luo Shanhe, Bai Wujie, Moing, and Luo Qingxue had been waiting for a long time. Alright, since everyone is here, let's set off, Bai Wujie said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. As he waved his white robe, a teleportation array formed beneath everyone's feet. Seeing the massive teleportation array, Qin Shang, Moing, and Luo Qingxue exchanged glances and stepped into the array together. Then, with a flash of light, the 3 were transported to a vast square. Is this the venue for the Tianjiao competition? Qin Shang opened his eyes and looked at the square before him. The enormous square, while smaller than the provincial exam square in Luochang, was extraordinary in terms of the quality of the examination ground and the surrounding defensive arrays. Meanwhile, many young people, like them, stood in various corners of the square. It seems my experience has increased, Luo Qingxue said in surprise as she felt the changes within herself. This square actually has the ability to enhance the experience of professionals. It's truly incredible, Mo Wang also felt the increase in experience, his eyes unable to hide his astonishment. Qin Shang was also a bit surprised. Just as he was about to say something, suddenly, an announcement rang out across the square: welcome the prodigies from Manhwa province. Immediately after, a beam of light shone directly on Qin Shang and the other 3. In the next moment, the 4 of them felt that, aside from the light beam, what was even more intense was the gaze of the surrounding candidates. Are they the prodigies from Manhwa province? I heard that the genius who scored full marks in all 5 rounds is from their province. TSK full marks in 5 rounds, that must break the record of the Divine Xia Kingdom. This achievement is indeed astonishing. If the Divine Xia Kingdom had a unified national exam score, Qin Shang would probably be this year's national exam champion. Many people cast curious and surprised glances at the 4 of them. In a corner of the square, with a flash of light, a small team of 3 appeared on the square. It was the prodigy team from the Magic City. Why is it so noisy over there? Feng Ying looked over with curiosity. But in the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. Sister Xuangshuang, look quickly. Isn't that the chief captain of the demon-slaying team from Manhwa province? What is he doing here? What? Ying, do you know him? Feng Yao, the captain of the Magic City prodigy team, looked at Feng Ying with a strange expression. Hearing Feng Yao's words, Feng Ying couldn't help but chuckle and shook her head. She and Bai Xuangshuang had only met Qin Shang once. However, the impression Qin Shang left on Bai Xuangshuang and Feng Ying was simply too shocking. The image of Qin Shang single-handedly facing 4,000 magical beasts in the Death Mountains was still deeply etched in their minds. Brother, do you remember what happened when we went to the Death Mountains in Binhai City? When I came back, didn't I tell you that we encountered an incredibly powerful young man in the Death Mountains? Feng Ying excitedly said to Feng Yao beside her. Of course I remember. You 2 sneaked out behind my back and came back saying you saw a young man single-handedly facing a tide of beasts in the Death Mountains. You talked about it for over an hour. My ears are almost calloused. Feng Yao, the top student of the Magic City, helplessly smiled while rubbing his forehead. That young man I mentioned is the boy in that team over there. How strange, I clearly remember that he was promoted to the chief captain of the demon-slaying team after that battle. Why would he come to the prodigy competition? Feng Ying said curiously. He should be here to maintain order. After all, this competition has that bunch of turtle kids from Sakura country. Feng Yao stroked his chin, pondering. He glanced around and saw several teams from the Demon Suppression Army patrolling the area. So that's how it is. Bai Xuangshuang and Feng Ying exchanged glances and said almost in unison. A look of realization appeared in their eyes. Good thing he's not a high school student, Feng Ying muttered to herself. If such strength belonged to a high school student, then they, as high school students themselves, might as well find a block of frozen tofu to smash themselves with. Meanwhile, on the other side of the square, the light flickered again, and several more teams were teleported in. Soon, those newly arrived professionals also noticed the commotion around Qin Shang. Because they were relatively close, someone quickly inquired about Qin Shang's identity, but these professionals did not show the same surprise and curiosity as the previous ones. Instead, they looked at Qin Shang with a sense of arrogance, even condescension. One of the team leaders stepped forward and sneered, "Heh, so what if he scored full marks in 5 rounds? The exam is just a dead thing, who knows if this guy used some tricks to pass?" The young man's arrogant words interrupted the discussions of the crowd. "Feng Tiancheng, what are you being so arrogant about? You're just a down-and-out second-generation heir," Luo Qingxue said coldly upon seeing the newcomer. "Oh, Qingxue is here too. It's been a while since we last met." Feng Tiancheng approached with a grin, leading his 2 teammates towards this side of the team. "Get lost." Luo Qingxue's eyes turned even colder as she saw Feng Tiancheng coming closer. Do you really think you can act tough just because you have that poor kid by your side? You should know that what we are testing in this Tianjiao Championship is the experience of battling elite professionals, not those rigid exams. Be careful of the one beside you. Not only will he not help you, but he might also drag you down," Feng Tiancheng said disdainfully. His gaze towards Qin Shang was filled with pride. After the provincial exam, Feng Tiancheng had thoroughly investigated Qin Shang's background and found that he was neither a prodigy nurtured by a prestigious family nor a genius admitted by the War God Hall, but just an ordinary professional from a remote small town. This time, Luo Qingxue did not immediately refute Feng Tiancheng's words. Indeed, compared to the magical beasts in the provincial exam, the professionals in this elite confrontation were much harder to deal with. After all, the intelligence of professionals far surpassed that of magical beasts, and this time they would be facing hidden professionals from Sakura Country. This group of Sakura Country professionals dared to come and provoke them, probably having rehearsed their tactics long ago. Although Qin Shang was the top scorer in the provincial exam with full marks in all 5 rounds, as far as she knew, he seemed to lack experience in battling hidden professionals. Not just Luo Qingxue, but other professionals in the square began to discuss as well. Speaking of which, why has this year's Tianjiao Championship changed to an elite confrontation? I know this, my old man told me it's because the ancient battlefield of the sky is about to open. The ancient battlefield of the sky is about to open? I heard that to open the ancient battlefield, you need to gather enough trial tokens. Has our Shinya country already obtained the trial tokens for the sky battlefield? That's right, I heard from my elders that it was a demon-slaying team leader who obtained it by conquering the Sealing Demon Gate. No wonder those people from Sakura Country are looking for us to hold this elite confrontation, it seems. It's mostly for the entry quota to the ancient battlefield of the sky. Although I'm excited to beat up the people from Sakura Country, I'm still a bit nervous. After all, this is my first time battling other hidden professionals. What are you afraid of? Just hold on to a strong thigh. Strong thigh? Are you referring to? Idiot, of course, those prodigies nurtured by prestigious families and the genius professionals trained by the War God Hall. Hearing the discussions among the many professionals in the square, Feng Tiancheng raised his neck proudly. What's the difference between prodigies nurtured by prestigious families and geniuses trained by the War God Hall compared to ordinary professionals? Qin Shang asked curiously. Upon hearing Qin Shang's words, Moing and Luo Qingxue exchanged glances and began to explain. Brother Shang, you may not know, but take the War God Hall I belong to as an example. The War God Hall occasionally makes exceptions to accept some professionals for training. Of course, those who are accepted into the War God Hall are the best of the best. In addition to regular training, the War God Hall also arranges battles with other elite professionals to hone our ability to confront powerful opponents. Luo Qingxue nodded in agreement and explained, indeed, there are similar cases among prestigious families. Like that Feng dog just now, his family had a peak emperor-level powerhouse in the past. Relying on the glory of his ancestors, Feng dog often spars with professionals from other prestigious families. So that's how it is. Qin Shang nodded at their explanation. No wonder those professionals wanted to team up with the prodigies from prestigious families and the geniuses from the War God Hall. Speaking of which, among all the prodigies, the one with the most experience battling genius professionals should be that person. Before Moing could finish his sentence, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the square. This beam of light shone with golden brilliance, dazzling and eye-catching, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the square. Meanwhile, Feng Tiancheng, who had originally intended to walk over to Qin Shang, changed his expression the moment he saw the 3 figures that appeared after the beam of light vanished. He hurriedly approached the 3 figures. Leading the trio was a professional dressed in a black robe, with a delicate face that was even more beautiful than a woman's. Feng Tiancheng stepped forward, speaking to the leader of the team with a fawning expression, going to great lengths to show his deference. However, the leader of the small team merely cast a cold glance at Feng Tiancheng and did not engage further. As the crowd in the square recognized the members of this team, they erupted into waves of gasps once again. Their shock was no less than when Qin Shang had appeared earlier. That team, if I'm not mistaken, should be the Kyoto team. That's right, it's them. So, that person in the black robe is the legendary Ji Wushuang. It's rumored that Ji Wushuang is a direct descendant of the Vermilion Bird Sovereign. I wonder if that's true. My old man once told me that this rumor is indeed true. Moreover, Ji Wushuang has mastered a forbidden spell. What? He has mastered a forbidden spell. As a chubby boy with round glasses revealed this secret, everyone's eyes turned in shock towards Ji Wuxuan, who was in the corner of the square. This increased the attention and gazes directed at Ji Wuxuan even more. In a corner of the square, Luo Qingxue also looked at Ji Wuxuan on the other side and couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect that the rumor my dad mentioned was actually true." Moing also looked surprised as he gazed at Ji Wuxuan in the distance. "A forbidden spell, when will I be able to get one too?" Qin Shang's eyes were filled with anticipation. Although his current skills, due to the multiple casting, had already completely matched and even surpassed the effects of a forbidden spell, who wouldn't want their damage to be a bit higher? If Qin Shang's 36,494 layers of multiple casting were not a high-level skill but a forbidden spell, how devastating would that power be? Even if he went alone to the Abyss battlefield, Qin Shang was confident he could cause chaos there. Just then, another beam of light flashed across the square, and another team arrived. The leader of this team, like Moing, was dressed in the attire of the War God Hall. Moing, this is the first genius cultivated by your War God Hall this year, Feng Hanyu, right? Yes, Feng Hanyu and Ji Wuxuan were originally the strongest contenders for the top spot in the Prodigy Championship. However, now in the Prodigy Combat Competition, these two have instead become one of our greatest assets in the Divine Summer side. Moing nodded, then glanced at Qin Shang beside him. The reason he referred to these two as one of them was because of Qin Shang. His strength also astonished him. He clearly remembered that Qin Shang seemed to be at the third transition during the provincial exam. How could he have reached the fourth transition after just one night? However, Moing buried his curiosity deep down. After all, everyone has their secrets, and prying into each other's secrets is a major taboo among professionals. As time passed, beams of light appeared one after another in the square, and finally, all 33 prodigy teams from the Divine Summer Kingdom had gathered, a total of 99 professionals. Just as the 99 prodigies from the Divine Summer Kingdom assembled, a massive beam of light suddenly descended from the sky on the other side of the square, striking the ground and causing a cherry blossom tree several dozen meters tall to sprout. After a series of flickering changes, countless petals blossomed from the tree, falling to the ground and transforming into individual teleportation arrays. Immediately, hundreds of figures emerged from the magic array. These individuals were the practitioners from the Sakura Nation. Upon seeing their arrival, everyone from the Divine Summer Nation abandoned their discussions and curiosity, casting cold glances at the people from the Sakura Nation. Under normal circumstances, the bickering among their own would be tolerable, but now, seeing the people from the Sakura Nation, everyone's expressions darkened, wishing they could start a fight right then and there. "Why are you dragging your feet? Are all you Sakura people turtles?" With a chilling voice, a woman in a fiery red gown descended from the sky, radiating an intense heat. It seemed that even the air around her warped due to her high temperature. The newcomer was none other than Yendi Xiaozian, one of the top 10 powerful figures among the emperor-level experts of the Divine Summer Nation. She also served as the president of the capital's Job Change Guild and was in charge of this talent competition. "I'm really sorry, something unexpected happened on the Sakura side, which delayed us a bit," explained Tokugawa Maku. "Alright, I didn't come here to listen to you ramble. The time is almost up, let's open the Rift Sky Canyon dungeon together." Xiaozian coldly interrupted Tokugawa Maku with a glance. Tokugawa Maku nodded and flew into the air. Both Xiaozian and Tokugawa Maku shot out beams of energy from their hands, striking a certain point in the void. The next moment, a massive shadow of a canyon appeared in the emptiness. "Alright, the dungeon is now open, and I will read the rules to you all," Xiaozian said, standing in midair with a piercing gaze. Upon hearing her words, everyone from the Divine Summer Nation perked up their ears to listen. First, the location of your talent competition is called the Rift Sky Canyon. On both sides of the canyon, there are spring bases guarded by the Divine Summer Nation and the Sakura Nation respectively. The spring bases can revive practitioners who have died within the dungeon. The outcome of your competition will be determined by the number of enemies you kill within the specified time, which is a total countdown of 48 hours, or 2 days. Xiaozian first explained the basic rules. After understanding the rules, the people from the Divine Summer Nation showed expressions of realization, and while they were busy digesting the information in their minds, Xiaozian added, "In addition to the basic rules, I have a few more points to supplement. First, the spring bases can be destroyed. Once a spring base is destroyed, the practitioners who die within the dungeon will be teleported out through their spatial equipment. Second, you will be randomly teleported into the Rift Sky Canyon, not at the spring base, so one of your points of attention is to use the information on your phones to find the spring base and protect it to prevent it from being destroyed by the enemy. Third, I believe some of you have already received the captain tokens, right? There are a total of 11 captain tokens for this competition, consisting of 10 vice captain tokens and 1 main captain token, which have been distributed to the corresponding practitioners. When a captain holding a token kills a monster, the token will emit a golden beam of light in the Rift Sky Canyon. The more monsters killed, the more dazzling the golden beam will be. Later, I will activate the dungeon's teleportation ability, randomly sending you in groups of 3 teams to the side of the captain holding the token, forming 9-person teams. Upon hearing Xiao Zian's words, some practitioners in the square began to check their tokens. Among them was Qin Shang, so this token has this function: killing monsters can trigger the golden beam. In that case, even if there are no team slots on the wristband, they can gather through the beam. But the enemies can see this beam too, right? Isn't this encouraging us to engage in fierce battles? Qin Shang nodded. But I never expected that the spring water could revive the professionals within the dungeon. So what is the method of revival? Is it also teleporting the professionals back? If that's the case, can my spatial confinement also block their revival? Qin Shang pondered while stroking his chin, and at the same time, another question nagged at him. If he were to kill all 99 hidden professionals from Sakura country without leaving a single one alive, would it cause trouble? Although from the perspective of Shinsha country, what Qin Shang was doing could be considered a great achievement, it was hard to guarantee that it wouldn't stir up unnecessary trouble. Just then, Tokugawa Maku, who was originally in the Sakura country team, stepped forward and loudly added, in addition to the rules Elder Xiao just mentioned, there is another point to note, because the dangers in this dungeon come not only from the professionals but also from the magical beasts within. Therefore, both our countries and your country's candidates must sign a death waiver. Upon hearing Tokugawa Maka's words, many professionals changed their expressions. Signing a death waiver meant that any casualties that occurred within the dungeon would be their own responsibility, unrelated to others. In midair, Xiao Zian's eyelids twitched at Tokugawa Maka's actions. This notice about signing a death waiver was proposed by Sakura country. In a corner, Qin Shang looked at the death waivers in Tokugawa Maka's hands and couldn't help but smile. Since there's a death waiver, he had the 99 hidden professionals in his grasp. The Emperor of Japan wouldn't be able to keep them. As time was running out, many professionals in the square also signed the death waivers. Xiao Zian nodded, then a beam of light shot from her hand towards the illusion of the Rift Sky Canyon in midair. Subsequently, the Rift Sky Canyon emitted beams of light that enveloped all the professionals present. After a flash of light, Qin Shang's figure was teleported into the Rift Sky Canyon. Is this the Rift Sky Canyon? Qin Shang murmured as he looked at the steep cliffs around him. At the same time, the token on him emitted a brilliant light, and then a 7 was engraved on the token. Another Team 7, I really have a connection with the number 7. Qin Shang chuckled. He then opened his wristband to check his current location. I was actually teleported to the spring water base. Qin Shang was somewhat surprised. Just then, 2 more figures were teleported beside him. It was Luo Qingxue and Mo Wing. Looks like we're teaming up again. You won't just make me a bystander this time, will you? Luo Qingxue shot a reproachful glance at Qin Shang, while Mo Wing beside her was also curious. Although Qin Shang was the top scorer in this provincial exam, she had never seen him in action, so she was very curious about how he managed to score full marks in all 5 rounds of the provincial exam with an ordinary profession. Don't worry, I know that this time, killing magical beasts in the Rift Sky Canyon will earn points calculated in the wristband, giving you a chance to show your performance. Qin Shang nodded and smiled. Indeed, before coming here, he had heard Bai Meng mention that as long as they killed magical beasts in the Rift Sky Canyon dungeon or professionals from Sakura country, they could earn points. Points could be exchanged for equipment at the Job Change Guild's treasury. However, for Qin Shang at this moment, killing magical beasts was not that important, as he had already reached the threshold of the 5th job change. As long as he didn't break through to the 5th job change, he wouldn't be able to gain experience. His main goal now was still to kill the 99 professionals from Sakura country. Hearing Qin Shang's words, Luo Qingxue was about to say something, when suddenly 6 figures appeared in front of them, which were 2 teams that had been teleported beside them. Once the light on them faded, Qin Shang recognized that one of the teams was led by Feng Tiancheng. The other team was the Tianjiao team from Yunxia province. Are you our captain? Hello, I'm Mu Chang, a shadow assassin, the captain of the Tianjiao team from Yunxia province said with a smile. The other 2 teammates in his group also stepped forward and greeted Qin Shang. Hello, my name is Yu Jing and I am a holy seal mage. Hello, I am Zhang Mingfei, a holy sword knight. Just then, Feng Tiancheng stepped forward and mocked, what bad luck. Here I am, a prodigy from an imperial-level family, having to team up with you ordinary people. Hearing Feng Tiancheng's words, the 2 teammates beside him also showed disdainful looks. Feng Tiancheng, what are you so arrogant about? Don't think I don't know that your level has risen so quickly because your family found people to help you level up and farm monsters in Tianshui province. It's not your own strength at all. Luo Qingxue's gaze was icy. Upon seeing Luo Qingxue mock him for Qin Shang, Feng Tiancheng's resentment towards Qin Shang grew even more. Previously, at a family gathering, Feng Tiancheng had taken a liking to Luo Qingxue and tried every means to get closer to her, but unfortunately, Luo Qingxue had no interest in a second-generation rich kid like Feng Tiancheng. Moreover, with Luo Qingxue's father being the lord of Luochang in Manhwa province, he had obstructed this matter and it eventually came to nothing. Feng Tianchang smirked. Background is also a form of strength. Fine. And then he turned to the prodigy team from Yunxia City. Anyway, I won't team up with the captain of this remote little city's ordinary profession. I'd rather stay at the spring water base and wait for the golden light column to appear, he continued, and then team up with a few other prodigies from prominent families. Do you want to join us? However, upon hearing Feng Tianchang's words, the prodigy team from Yunxia province fell into silence, not responding immediately. Seeing the three of them silent, Feng Tianchang added, you need to think carefully. Although this poor kid scored full marks in the provincial exam, that was just an exam, and the content is all fixed, he said, but what we are facing this time are the hidden professionals from Sakura country. In terms of battling professionals, the disciples from prominent families have the most say and authority. And also, just as Feng Tianchang was about to say more, he received a notification in his wristband that he had been kicked out of the team. Not just him, but the two teammates beside him received the same notification. You can get lost, Qin Shang said coldly, looking at the three of them. As the captain of the 7th team, Qin Shang naturally had the authority to kick out teammates. Fine. I want to see how you gain points without us and whether you three really want to team up with us. Feng Tianchang repeated fine 3 times and then looked at the prodigy team from Yunxia province. However, the next moment, he saw a fist rapidly approaching him, growing larger in his field of vision, and with a loud bang, Feng Tianchang was sent flying by that punch. If you want to leave, then hurry up and go, don't dawdle here, Mu Cheng said angrily as he withdrew his fist. You. Feng Tianchang covered his face, looking at Mu Cheng in shock. At that moment, Feng Tianchang felt a burning sensation on his face, as if his entire face had been knocked askew. Mu Cheng's punch was incredibly powerful. If it weren't for the two teammates beside Feng Tianchang helping him up, he wouldn't be able to stand right now. Luo Qingxue and the others were also a bit stunned. They hadn't expected Mu Cheng to act so decisively and take down Feng Tianchang. Fine, then you can follow this vice-captain to farm monsters. I'll stay at the spring water base, Feng Tianchang said as he led his two teammates deeper into the spring water base. That annoying guy finally left. Mu Cheng finally calmed down, realizing that not everyone was like Feng Tianchang, a candidate with a prominent family background. Mu Cheng and his two teammates were also from ordinary families. They looked down on arrogant rich kids like Feng Tianchang who relied on their family background. But after hitting someone, Mu Cheng felt a bit regretful, knowing that Xiao Zian had asked them to form a team of 9. It is precisely for their safety that they are concerned. After all, this time it's a random teleportation, and who knows if some unfortunate soul might end up right next to the practitioners of Sakura country, triggering a battle. With only 6 of them now, they would surely be walking on thin ice in the Hunting Sky Canyon. Just as Mu Cheng wore a guilty expression, Qin Shang, accompanied by Luo Qingxue and Moing, stepped forward and called out to the 3 of them, stop dawdling. We've already wasted enough time because of that idiot. Let's go kill some monsters. Okay, Mu Cheng hurriedly replied upon hearing Qin Shang's words. The two teammates beside him exchanged glances, thinking, wait, are we really going to hunt monsters with just the 6 of us? Is he usually this brave? Let's go, we'll talk as we follow, Mu Cheng urged his two teammates. They nodded and fell in step behind him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the canyon, unlike the scattered teams of Xinxia country, over 90 practitioners from Sakura country had gathered in one place. Hundreds of figures formed a circle, and at the center stood 9 practitioners from Xinxia country. At this moment, these Xinxia practitioners had dazed expressions, clearly under some kind of illusionary skill. Among the practitioners from Sakura country, 2 young men stepped forward, one clad in black armor and the other in white. The one in the splendid white armor, Itoshu, revealed a proud smile. Shurji, mark them. Okay. Upon hearing Itoshu's command, the one in black armor, Ito Shuji, stepped forward to apply marks on the 9 Xinxia practitioners before him. Seeing Shuji's actions, the surrounding practitioners from Sakura country displayed excited expressions. Great. Once Shuji finishes marking, we'll take down these 9 practitioners from Xinxia country. At that point, they'll be teleported back to the spring of Xinxia country, and then we can use Shuji's marks to capture the spring base of Xinxia country in one fell swoop, Itoshu said with a smug look. The practitioners from Xinxia country would never expect that Ito Shuji had a special skill that allowed him to release marks on targets, enabling spatial teleportation right next to them. Even more astonishingly, he could summon all marked teammates to his side, creating a situation of overwhelming numbers. Hearing Itoshu's command, Ito Shuji nodded, but then hesitated. But Sho, what about our spring base? Ito Sho, upon hearing Shuji's words, confidently nodded and smiled. Don't worry, with me personally guarding it, there won't be any problems. Your wisdom is unmatched, brother. Ito Shuji flattered with a sycophantic smile. Although both Shuji and Shu were princes of the Yamato Emperor, Shu was favored more, so Shuji had no way to oppose Shu's openly self-serving behavior. He looked at the 9 Xinxia practitioners before him and began to apply marks on them. Meanwhile, in various corners of the Lycon Canyon, practitioners from Xinxia country were divided into teams, searching for traces of monsters and Sakura country. As the team leaders holding tokens began to hunt monsters, the tokens gradually emitted golden beams of light, varying in intensity. At the same time, at the spring base of Xinxia country, two of Feng Tiancheng's subordinates expressed their confusion. Boss, several beams of light have appeared on the map. Shouldn't we go take a look? Yeah, boss, maybe there's a team made up of powerful aristocratic prodigies in there. No, the time isn't right yet. Feng Tiancheng shook his head. The color intensity of these beams is about the same. We can't tell which team is the strongest. Feng Tiancheng's gaze turned towards the distance, his brow slightly furrowed. Wait a bit longer. With that Qi Wuxuang's strength, it shouldn't take long to condense a brilliant golden pillar. At that time, we can go and seek his favor. A flattering smile appeared on Feng Tiancheng's face, and upon hearing his words, the two lackeys beside him quickly echoed, "Boss is wise. With Ji Wuxuang's strength, as long as we can join his team, we will definitely gain a lot of points. Yeah, who knows, we might even get the special reward from the first team, a legendary grade equipment." Hearing the words of his two lackeys, Feng Tiancheng nodded silently, while he looked at the resurrection spring water, feeling a bit puzzled. These guys have been gone for so long, why haven't any practitioners from Sakura country come to find them? Meanwhile, in a canyon, Qin Shang sat on a rock, deep in thought, while Luo Qingxue and 4 others were killing monsters nearby. We've been deep in the Rift Sky Canyon for so long, yet we still haven't encountered a single practitioner from Sakura country. He frowned, and then he saw the golden pillar in the distance, an idea forming in his mind. Right, the golden pillar triggered by the token can also be seen by practitioners from Sakura country, and its purpose is to encourage us to fight fiercely. With this thought, Qin Shang nodded to himself, gradually forming a plan in his heart. Activate. As Qin Shang cast the taunt skill, waves of barely visible ripples spread out from him in all directions. Before long, the canyon where Qin Shang was located began to shake violently. This huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of Luo Qingxue and the others who were fighting monsters nearby. What's going on? Why is there such a big commotion? It sounds like a monster is attacking. Luo Qingxue was a bit surprised, and as an assassin, Moing was very good at scouting. It's not a single monster, but a large number of them. Moing sensed through his detection skills that at least 1,000 monsters were charging towards them, and his face turned a bit pale. Mu Chang also said in a terrified tone, "Didn't they say that monsters in the Rift Sky Canyon are few? They're just here for us to kill and level up. How could there be a monster tide?" The two teammates behind him exchanged glances, both revealing a look of despair. At this moment, the 5 of them were all tense, and Luo Qingxue took out her crystal ice bow, preparing to attack. Moing waved his black robe and entered stealth mode, while the 3 others, Mu Chang included, took out their respective weapons, ready to fight. However, facing the approaching monsters, they still looked desperate. Sigh, I didn't expect that before encountering any practitioners from Sakura country, we would be killed by monsters first, Luo Qingxue said with a reluctant expression. Don't worry, Sister Shui. Our deaths at the hands of monsters won't count towards this competition's death count, only deaths caused by practitioners from enemy countries count, Moing said seriously. Thanks for the comfort. Luo Qingxue's face remained pale. Stay alert, don't lose face, Mu Chang shouted to the 2 teammates behind him. However, at that moment, Zhu Qing and Zhang Mengfei, who were behind Mu Chang, did not respond to his words. The 2 of them looked up at the sky in terror, almost in unison saying, "What's going on?" Hearing their words, Mu Chang also looked up, but the next moment, his eyes widened even more. How could there be so many dark clouds in the Rift Sky Canyon? What are you all staring at? Hey, what is that? Luo Qingxue was taken aback when she saw the 3 looking at the sky, and then she also showed a shocked expression. Not just her, even Moing, who was in stealth mode, noticed the anomaly. The originally clear sky of the Rift Sky Canyon suddenly turned gloomy. Thunderclouds were gathering continuously, and with a low shout from Qin Shang, "Fall!" a series of thunderbolts descended from the sky, striking the magical beasts before him with overwhelming force, as if it were the cataclysmic thunder of the apocalypse. Under the onslaught of countless bolts of lightning, all 2,000 magical beasts were soon reduced to ashes. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 10,000 layers of multiple casting. The current number of multiple casting layers is 46,494. Hearing the announcement in his ear, Qin Shang nodded. Just as he turned his head, he saw the figures of Luo Qingxue, Moing, and 3 others, all staring at him with wide eyes. Their expressions filled with terror, as if they were looking at a monster. Luo Qingxue clearly remembered that Qin Shang could only unleash a few hundred skills at a time, but the lightning just now had been in the tens of thousands. How did this guy manage to do that? Could it be that he learned forbidden spells? That's impossible. Forbidden spells are extremely rare and difficult to obtain, and Qin Shang was only at the 4th transition. Ordinary practitioners could only learn forbidden spells after reaching the 5th transition. Moing beside him also wore a shocked expression. Although he knew that Qin Shang was the top scorer in the provincial exam with a perfect score, he never expected Qin Shang's strength to be so overwhelming. 1. Strike to annihilate the beast tide, such terrifying power from a high school student? However, even more shocked than the 2 of them were the 3 behind Mu Chang. Shock, confusion, and relief flickered across their faces. Mu Cheng exchanged glances with Zhu Cheng and Zhang Mengfei behind him. They both saw a hint of relief in each other's eyes, thankful that they hadn't chosen to withdraw from the team like Feng Tiancheng. This was no ordinary practitioner with weak combat experience. This was clearly a robust and powerful ally. Bang! Just as Qin Shang finished off the 2,000 magical beasts, a dazzling golden light shot out from the token on him, soaring into the sky like a colossal pillar. In an instant, all the practitioners in the Rift Valley were drawn to it. Boss, look at that light pillar, it's so dazzling. Who is it? They've killed so many magical beasts. Indeed, judging by the brilliance of that light pillar, this team must have killed hundreds of magical beasts by now. Two of Feng Tiancheng's teammates exclaimed in surprise. Hearing their words, Feng Tiancheng's expression also turned astonished. And then he smiled, saying, "It must be Ji Wuxuan. We finally found our target, let's go request to team up right now." However, just as Feng Tiancheng was about to set off, the spring water before him began to shimmer. Could it be that those 6 useless ones have teleported back? A sneer appeared on Feng Tiancheng's lips, but the next moment, he realized something was off. Emerging from the shimmering light were 9 practitioners from the Divine Xia Kingdom. Strange, why are they here? He recognized all 9 of them as prodigies from other provinces, but just as Feng Tiancheng was puzzled, suddenly, swish swish swish, hundreds of figures appeared beside those 9 Divine Xia practitioners as if they had shattered the void. It was Ito Yoshihiro and the 97 practitioners he led. When Feng Tiancheng finally recognized the figures of the Sakura country practitioners, his face turned pale with shock. Just as he was about to do something, his gaze suddenly became dazed and he fell into a stupor, his 2 teammates behind him in the same state. Stepping out from among the optimized practitioners was a figure in a black robe, Uchiha Huan. He was the one who had previously used illusion skills to control the 9 Divine Xia practitioners. At this moment, he approached Feng Tiancheng and asked, "I want to know who triggered that dazzling golden light pillar just now." Hearing the question, Feng Tiancheng answered truthfully according to his thoughts, "It was Ji Wuxuan, the genius Ji Wuxuan from our Divine Xia Kingdom." Upon hearing Feng Tiancheng's response, Uchiha Huan and Ito Yoshihiro exchanged glances and nodded. Indeed, they had also speculated this, as Ji Wuxuan was known as the #1 prodigy of the Divine Xia Kingdom and the information they had previously investigated, with such strength, it's not surprising. Then Uchiha Huan asked, "Let me ask you again, besides the 3 of you, are there any other Divine Summer professionals nearby?" Feng Tiancheng answered truthfully, "Yes, besides me, there are 6 Divine Summer professionals in that direction." Uchiha Huan nodded, "Is there a team leader among them, and what is their strength?" Feng Tiancheng continued to respond according to his thoughts. "There is a team leader among them named Qin Shang, and he is very weak." "He is weak?" Upon hearing Feng Tiancheng's words, Uchiha Huan couldn't help but show a delighted expression. "Great, now there are points to be earned. If even the team leader is weak, then his teammates must not be much better." Uchiha Huan was filled with excitement. It should be noted that the professionals from Sakura country participating in the Rift Sky Canyon dungeon, due to Ito Shiora's orders, were not allowed to act on their own to kill monsters for points, so their only way to earn points was to kill the professionals from Divine Summer country. Uchiha Huan's small team was not particularly strong, mainly focused on support and control, with very few combat classes. They originally thought there would be no opportunity to act, but unexpectedly encountered an extremely weak professional team. With this in mind, Uchiha Huan looked at Ito Shui beside him, and after receiving Uchiha Huan's gaze, Ito Shui hesitated and said, "Your team's combat power is not strong. Are you confident you can win?" Uchiha Huan confidently nodded, "Don't worry, Prince Shui, we will definitely win." "Alright, then you go." Ito Shui nodded at Uchiha Huan, then looked at the 12 Divine Summer professionals who were still in a dazed state. Ito Shui did not plan to kill them right now. Once a battle broke out, purple light would erupt from their tokens. At that time, their positions would also be revealed to the Divine Summer professionals. He planned to destroy the spring water base first, then proceed to kill. Hearing Ito Shui's words, Uchiha Huan's face lit up with joy, and soon he led his team away from the Divine Summer country's spring water base. But just a few steps away, a teammate hesitated. "Lord Huan, are we really going to attack? Should we notify Princess Shior?" Hearing his teammate's words, Uchiha Huan, who originally wanted to move forward, stopped in his tracks, his expression fluctuating. Uchiha Huan was very clear about the temper of their Prince Shior. If he acted without notifying him, regardless of victory or defeat, he would face severe punishment. "Go ask for Prince Shior's instructions," Uchiha Huan exhaled and said. Upon hearing Uchiha Huan's words, the teammate felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They quickly used the bracelet on their wrist to notify the distant Shior at the spring water base. We encountered a team of Divine Summer professionals, and from the information gathered from their teammates, the strength of their leader is very weak. Should we take action?" Ito Shior smiled at the message coming from the bracelet. "I didn't expect to resolve the team so quickly. It seems that within a day, we can eliminate all the Divine Summer professionals from the Rift Sky Canyon." Ito Shior looked at the score display above the canyon and then issued an attack order to Uchiha Huan. On the other side, after receiving the attack order from Ito Shior, Uchiha Huan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, let's go, we will attack and take down this team. Saying this, Uchiha Huan led a few teammates deeper into the canyon. Meanwhile, Qin Shang was in the canyon, looking at the various equipment dropped by the monsters. Most of the equipment did not catch his eye and was not suitable for him, so he casually handed it over to Luo Qingxue and the other 5 to choose from, except for a skill book that surprised and puzzled Qin Shang. Give me some face? Qin Shang looked at the skill book in his hand. This skill book had a rather inappropriate name. What kind of serious skill book has such a name? Thinking of this, Qin Shang checked the introduction of the skill book. Give me some face. Rank, high level type, control effect, can be used on any target once. When you say the command, give me some face, the other party will do something within their capability for you. Qin Shang looked at this peculiar skill description and couldn't help but stroke his chin. Goodness, isn't this just the face fruit? As long as he gives the command, he can make the other party do something within their ability. Although this face skill is just a control type skill, if a professional uses it properly, it can yield unexpected results, even extracting information from professionals of enemy nations. And now that Qin Shang possesses the face skill, it has become even more outrageous. He now has 46,494 layers of multiple casting levels. This means he can make a target do 46,495 things within their capability for him. Goodness, he could instantly make the enemy work for him for a lifetime. At this moment, Luo Qingxue and the other 5 were frantically picking up equipment from the ground. Aside from a few pieces suitable for them, which they equipped, the rest of the gear was collected and handed over to Qin Shang. Qin Shang looked at the pile of equipment in front of him, stacked like a small mountain. With a wave of his hand, he stored all this equipment in his system space. Although this equipment wasn't suitable for him, he could give it to the Demon Suppression Army to use in battles against monsters. At the same time, Qin Shang could use the contribution points from this equipment to exchange for the gear he needed again. Silly, this equipment is very suitable for me. But I didn't put in any effort, so I can't take it for free. Here, take this 100 million gold. Luo Qingxue smiled as she handed Qin Shang a gold card. Not just him, Mo Wing and Mu Chang also took out a gold card. This equipment was quite suitable for them, but they indeed hadn't contributed, so they were naturally unwilling to take it for free. Moreover, being able to join Qin Shang's team was already their biggest gain this time. With Qin Shang's strength, securing first place in this team should not be a difficult task. As long as any team takes first place, the members of their team can also receive generous rewards, including a legendary level piece of equipment. Alright, seeing the gold cards handed over by the 5, Qin Shang smiled and did not refuse. After accepting them, he revealed a look of regret. The massive golden pillar that had just appeared came quickly and disappeared. Just as fast. It didn't last long. It seems that the display of the golden pillar in the Rift Sky Canyon doesn't last. Qin Shang stroked his chin and pondered. The main purpose of this light pillar is actually to attract teammates to his side. After all, although the teleportation bracelet marked the location of the spring base, it did not indicate the location of teammates. Making the light pillar flash as a way to report his coordinates to his side in a timely manner. Qin Shang muttered, at this rate, when will I encounter professionals from the Sakura Nation? Just then, a series of cold voices suddenly echoed from the nearby woods. Ha, finally found you. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Shang and the 5 beside him looked over. They saw 9 figures walking out of the woods, all dressed in Sakura Nation attire, with the leader being Uchiha Huan. Lord Huan, something seems off. They all appear to be combat professionals and don't look that weak, one Sakura Nation professional said with some confusion. However, Uchiha Huan seemed unconcerned. What are you afraid of? 9 against 6, the advantage is mine. Seeing the appearance of the Sakura Nation professionals, Luo Qingxue, Mo Wing, Mu Chang, and the other 5 suddenly looked tense. Damn it, these little bastards really know how to pick their moments. Mu Chang, with a temper flaring, spat and said angrily, if this were before Qin Shang wiped out the magical beasts with the power of his skill like a heavenly thunder descending, it would have been enough to turn these 9 professionals from Sakura country into ashes. But it just so happens that this is after Qin Shang has unleashed his powerful skill. You see, according to the skill conventions on Blue Star, the more powerful the skill, the longer the cooldown time. And the lightning skill that Qin Shang just released, akin to a forbidden spell, probably has a cooldown time of at least an hour, if not longer. This means that right now, he is likely in a period of weakness. With this thought, Mu Cheng took the lead and stood in front of Qin Shang. Not just him, behind him, Zhu Cheng and Zhang Mangfei also raised their weapons, positioning themselves to protect Qin Shang. Meanwhile, Mo Wing in a black robe flicked his cloak and entered a stealth mode, but in reality, he was also hiding at Qin Shang's side, ready to protect him at any moment. Only at the back, Luo Qingxue was drawing her bow and shooting arrows while watching Qin Shang's back, her expression somewhat strange. She remembered that during their time In the Dragon Palace of the Abyss, Qin Shang had consecutively used hundreds of fireballs and hundreds of wind blades. At that time, Qin Shang had mentioned that the wind blade and fireball skills he released were merely beginner skills. Initially, Luo Qingxue couldn't believe a word of it, but upon reflection, the cooldown time when Qin Shang released his skills did indeed resemble that of beginner skills. Could it be that this time's myriad thunders are also the result of Qin Shang's beginner skills being amplified? Luo Qingxue speculated to herself, then shook her head. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. Such powerful force must be the pinnacle of advanced skills. How could it be an ordinary skill? On the opposite side, the professionals from Sakura country, upon seeing the actions of Luo Qingxue and her group of 5, not only did not appear tense but instead became even more arrogant. The leader, Uchiha Huan, laughed heartily. That professional from Shinsha country really didn't deceive us. Look, that kid over there, clearly the captain, yet still needs his teammates to protect him. How weak must he be? Hearing Uchiha Huan's words, the 8 Sakura country professionals behind him also burst into laughter. They then drew their weapons, looking ready for battle. How dare you insult our captain? Mu Chang, with a fiery temper, waved his weapon, preparing to charge into battle. Xu Cheng and Zhang Mengfei beside him mirrored his actions. Although they had only just met Qin Shang, his recent act of annihilating the beast tide had granted them equipment perfectly suited to their professions, resulting in a qualitative leap in their strength. Therefore, seeing these Sakura country professionals speak so disparagingly of Qin Shang ignited a fire in Mu Chang's heart that he couldn't suppress. Just as Mu Chang was about to rush forward, Qin Shang grabbed him. Wait! Qin Shang held Mu Chang back, preventing him from charging ahead. This is my 5th turn mission, after all. But Captain, you, Mu Chang, still wanted to stop Qin Shang. Qin Shang merely waved his hand at him and walked forward. Wait a moment, you fool, Luo Qingxue also tried to call out to Qin Shang. Do you want to take a break? Didn't you just use a skill? Moing beside them also spoke up to dissuade him. Brother Shang, let us handle this. You just went through a battle. Hearing everyone's objections, Qin Shang shook his head and continued to move forward. Seeing Qin Shang's actions, Uchiha Huan from the Sakura country team became even more arrogant. Ha, a weak captain protected by his teammates is finally standing up. Why are you walking so fast? Do you think you can beat me? I could let you hit me once. Go ahead. Uchiha Huan, believing he had received intelligence from Feng Tianshang, thought Qin Shang was a weak captain, especially after witnessing the scene where Qin Shang was surrounded by 5 teammates for protection. This made him even more convinced of Qin Shang's weakness. How strong could a captain be if he needed his teammates to protect him? Alright, Qin Shang replied with a smile upon hearing Uchiha Huan's words, then he began to chant his skill, and in the next moment, the ground in front of Qin Shang burst forth with green light. One by one, spirit wood fists coalesced from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain, gradually gathering towards the sky. What is this? Moing looked at the continuously gathering spirit wood fists, his eyes revealing shock as he incredulously said, is this also a skill? Luo Qingxue also stared in astonishment at the spirit wood fists that kept emerging. Are there still such skills on Blue Star? Mu Cheng's eyes were filled with confusion. Before they could process what was happening, the spirit wood fists had already begun to coalesce in the sky. It should be noted that Qin Shang's multiple casting layers had now reached 46,494 layers. At this moment, over 40,000 fists were continuously gathering in the air, and soon, a fist as large as a mountain was fully formed. The giant fist blocked out the sun, and just hovering in mid-air made Luo Qingxue, Moing, Mu Chang, and the other 3 on the ground feel a wave of suffocation. What on earth is this thing? Meanwhile, the practitioners from Sakura country across from them were completely stunned. They looked at the enormous fist in the sky, their eyes glazed over, unable to speak. You told me to hit, don't dodge, stand straight to take the hit, I'll just throw a punch. After Qin Shang finished speaking, the giant fist came crashing down, smashing towards the still-dazed Uchiha Huan and the others. That bastard from Shinsha country actually set me up. Uchiha Huan roared with unwillingness in his eyes. With a thunderous crash, the 9 practitioners from Sakura country instantly had their health bars emptied to the extreme. Due to the protection rules of the Rift Sky Canyon dungeon, their health was forcibly reduced to 1 point, and as the giant fist disappeared, it stirred up clouds of dust in the canyon. When the dust settled, the 5 practitioners from Shinsha country looked at Qin Shang's back as if they were gazing at a monster. Qin Shang had just unleashed tens of thousands of bolts of lightning, which they could still understand as his powerful trump card. But now, the giant fist he released again made their minds crash. How could Qin Shang unleash such a big move? As easily as drinking water? Does he have no basic attacks, only big moves? At this moment, Qin Shang was fixated on the spot where the practitioners from Sakura country had originally stood. As the smoke cleared, Uchiha Huan and the other 9 practitioners from Sakura country appeared before him. Although their clothes were tattered due to the rules of the dungeon, their health was forcibly retained at 1 point, and they had not died. At the same time, they began to undergo a phantom-like transformation. as if trying to teleport away. You little brat, don't get cocky. When I return to the spring, I'll report your actions to His Highness Shior and Yule, Uchiha Huan said through gritted teeth. However, the next moment his words seemed to get stuck in his throat, unable to be spoken. He was horrified to discover that he and the other 8 companions had not returned to the Resurrection Spring due to teleportation. What is this? A practitioner from Sakura country looked around, surprised by the faint purple spatial fluctuations. Hearing the exclamation from that Sakura country practitioner, Uchiha Huan began to observe as well. He saw that around them were undetectable purple spatial ripples. This was precisely Qin Shang's skill, spatial confinement. Are you kidding? You offended me and still want to leave? Not so easy. Qin Shang's gaze was cold as he looked at the practitioners from Sakura country in front of him. Uchiha Huan felt Qin Shang's gaze and shivered all over. What do you want? The practitioners who can come to the Rift Sky Canyon must have quite a few good pieces of equipment, right? Let me take a look, Qin Shang said, and the skill he was chanting was indeed Cloud Exploration Hand. Friends who often kill know that killing without looting is like killing for nothing. Hearing Qin Shang's words, Uchiha Huan revealed a disdainful smile. You think you can take our equipment? We, the professionals of Sakura country, he continued, when we die, our equipment will disintegrate. You won't succeed. Upon hearing Uchiha Huan's words, the other 8 Sakura professionals also displayed the same expression. They looked at Qin Shang with contempt. Don't waste your effort, you won't get any equipment from us. Exactly. Although I don't know what skill you used to trap us, but you won't take a single piece of equipment from us. Behind Qin Shang, Luo, Qingshui and Moing and others also gathered around upon seeing his actions. Fool, stop wasting your energy. These Sakura country professionals are notoriously stubborn. Trying to take equipment from them is a pipe dream. Luo Qingshui shook her head and said, Yeah, Captain, there's no need to waste words with these people. Just kill them. Mu Cheng nodded in agreement. That's right, Brother Shang. The War God Hall has captured some professionals from Sakura Valley before, but they never managed to obtain any equipment from them. They all have marks planted by the Japanese Emperor, and once they die, their equipment will shatter. Mo Ying explained to Qin Shang. Hearing Mo Ying's explanation, Zhu Cheng and Zhang Mengfei nodded in agreement. Indeed, although the professionals from Sakura country were not strong in combat and were treacherous, there was one thing that other professionals from different countries could not achieve. That was the shattering of their equipment. Almost throughout the entire Blue Star, no one had ever been able to take equipment from the professionals of Sakura country. Listening to Luo Qingshui and the others' discussion, the 9 Sakura professionals, led by Uchiha Huan, wore proud expressions. At this moment, however, Qin Shang, upon hearing everyone's words, did not show any signs of giving up. Instead, he continued to chant his skill, his gaze like lightning fixed firmly on the Sakura professionals before him. I don't care about that, just tell it to my Cloud Grasp. As Qin Shang completed the chant of his skill, in the next moment, a purple phantom hand reached out towards Uchiha Huan. Cloud Grasp. You actually have this skill. But it's useless. Uchiha Huan was first startled to see the purple hand Qin Shang summoned, then shook his head and chuckled. Cloud Grasp has only a 5% chance, and the cooldown is very long. It can only grasp one. Uchiha Huan was about to continue, but the next moment his words got stuck in his throat, unable to come out. At the same time, his eyes widened, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Not just him, but the 8 professionals behind him wore the same expression and look. Before their eyes, as Qin Shang chanted his skill, countless purple hands appeared densely, raining down upon Uchiha Huan and the others. How is this possible? How can there be so many Cloud Grasp hands? Uchiha Huan looked at the scene before him in astonishment. His eyes were nearly popping out. After all, Cloud Grasp belonged to the space-type skills, and rare skills like this, due to their mechanics being too outrageous, wouldn't have such exaggerated probabilities. Moreover, Cloud Grasp could only summon one hand at a time, with a success rate of only 5%. But what on earth was happening before him? Uchiha Huan stared at the Cloud Grasp hands pouring down like heavy rain, completely dumbfounded. Not just him, but the other Sakura professionals trapped in the spatial cage were also terrified, watching the Cloud Grasp hands before them, their faces turning pale. What made Uchiha Huan even more desperate was that this spatial cage that had trapped him had lasted so long without any signs of disappearing. This was no joke. This spatial cage had been amplified by Qin Shang's multiple casts. It could last for 46,495 seconds, enough to control them for a whole day and a half. In the next moment, the Cloud Grasp hands, like a torrential rain, madly pounced towards the professionals of Sakura country. Ding! Your Cloud Grasp failed to grasp. Ding! Your Cloud Probe Grab failed. Ding! Your Cloud Probe Grab was successful. You have grabbed the equipment Fire Cloud Armor. Ding! Your Cloud Probe Grab failed. Ding! Your Cloud Probe Grab was successful. You have grabbed the equipment Spirit Staff. As Qin Shang's announcements echoed in his ears, piece after piece of equipment was extracted from the 9 Sakura country professionals in front of him. Soon, the once ragged Sakura country professionals looked even more tattered, like beggars. You Uchiha Huan watched as his equipment was taken away, his anger boiling inside, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It should be known that those pieces of equipment were earned through his hard work in dungeons. Some of the equipment even came from his near-death experiences in the exclusive monster gathering place of Sakura Country, the Flame Volcano. Not just him, the other 8 Sakura Country professionals beside him also glared with fiery eyes as they watched their equipment being taken away, feeling helpless. At this moment, Qin Shang looked at the pieces of equipment retrieved by the Cloud Probe with a face full of disdain. Besides a legendary level contract ring, there was nothing of interest. The rest was just trash. He looked at Uchiha Huan and said somewhat speechlessly, "Seriously, with these broken pieces of equipment, you dare to assassinate others? You are going too far." Uchiha Huan was almost driven mad with anger. The Qin Shang in front of him not only robbed him of his equipment but also looked down on him. Was there no justice in this world? Behind Qin Shang, Luo Qingxuet and the other 5 were also stunned by his actions. Just moments ago, when they saw Qin Shang summon countless purple hands, their minds had completely crashed. Now, witnessing his method of grabbing equipment, they were even more bewildered. However, as Qin Shang collected all the equipment, another thought crossed his mind. Since Uchiha Huan's team came to assassinate him, did that mean other Sakura Country teams had also started moving to assassinate other Shinsha professionals? With this thought, Qin Shang muttered to himself, "No, I can't let things develop like this." Qin Shang wasn't worried that the Shinsha professionals would be defeated by the Sakura Country professionals, leading to the failure of this bet. After all, there was a time limit in this Rift Sky Canyon dungeon. It wouldn't be easy to determine a winner in a short time. What worried Qin Shang was that if the Sakura professionals were as weak as Uchiha Huan and got killed by the Shinsha side, he wouldn't be able to complete his 5th transfer task. Qin Shang scratched his head, feeling a bit of a headache, but then a flash of inspiration struck him. Right, Uchiha Huan just mentioned that the prince guarding the Sakura Country Spring water base seemed to be someone named Ito Hiyu. Since he was a prince, he should be important, right? With this in mind, Qin Shang looked at the nearly fainting Uchiha Huan. "Hey, let me ask you, is your prince at the spring water base? Which direction is your spring water base?" Hearing Qin Shang's question, Uchiha Huan turned his head away, unwilling to answer. Meanwhile, the hot-tempered Mu Chang stepped forward. "Are you giving him face? Captain, let me handle this. I'll give him a big memory recovery spell, and he'll behave." Seeing the furious Mu Chang, Qin Shang smiled and shook his head. "I'll handle it." He then looked at Uchiha Huan. "Give me some face." "Give you face? What do you?" Uchiha Huan was about to retort when he suddenly heard a voice in his mind. "Ding, command activation successful. You have been hit by the skill, give me some face. You must obey the caster Qin Shang. 46,495 commands." Hearing the voice in his mind, Uchiha Huan felt like his brain was crashing. What? Meanwhile, on the other side, finally destroyed, Ishida Hideyoshi let out a light sigh. Together with the 88 Sakura professionals beside him, after relentless efforts, they had finally destroyed the spring water base of the Shinkaku-koku from within. "Now is the time to eliminate them," Ishida Hideyoshi said, looking at Feng Tiancheng's team and the fully staffed 9-member team from Shinkaku-koku. "Attack!" With Ishida Hideyoshi's low shout, the Sakura professionals around him sprang into action, launching a barrage of attacks at the 12 Shinkaku-koku professionals, including Feng Tiancheng. However, just as Feng Tiancheng and the 12 Shinkaku-koku professionals were about to have their blood bars emptied, suddenly the teleportation rings on them lit up, transporting them all away. Ishida Hideyoshi watched as Feng Tiancheng and the others left through the teleportation device, his expression darkening. No wonder the Shinkaku-koku side agreed so readily to sign the death contract back then. It turns out this batch of teleportation rings made by Shinkaku-koku was so timely. They could teleport in the blink of an eye. No wonder they weren't worried about casualties among the Shinkaku-koku professionals inside. But it doesn't matter. The primary goal of this battle in the Rift Sky Canyon is to win the bet against Shinkaku-koku, Ishida Hideyoshi said with burning eyes. Now that the spring water base was gone, the Shinkaku-koku professionals had lost the possibility of resurrection through the spring water. With the loss of the 12 professionals, the Shinkaku-koku side now had only 87 professionals left. Meanwhile, the number of Sakura professionals remained at 99. 99 against 87, the advantage is mine. Moreover, this advantage could continue to grow as the Sakura country's spring water remains safe under Ishida Shore's protection. Even if Sakura professionals died, they could be resurrected through the spring water. Although their deaths would still count towards the kill count on the screen, the number of Sakura professionals would always remain above that of Shinkaku-koku. As long as nothing unexpected happened, this victory would surely belong to Sakura. Thinking of this, Ishida Hideyoshi felt a surge of excitement. "Everyone, the spring water of Shinkaku-koku has been destroyed. Let us begin hunting down the professionals of Shinkaku-koku. This battle, Sakura must win." Meanwhile, inside the canyon, Uchiha Huan, affected by a face skill, was continuously relaying all information about Ishida Shore to Qin Shang. As well as information about the Sakura professionals who had entered the Rift Sky Canyon this time. So, the one guarding the Sakura spring water is Ishida Shior. Moreover, Ishida Shior holds a very noble status among the people of Sakura. If his safety is compromised, your entire Sakura team will have to accompany him to the grave? Qin Shang said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Hearing Qin Shang's words, Uchiha Huan nodded solemnly. That's right. His Highness Shior is the Emperor's favorite prince. If anything happens to him, not only us but even Lord Tokugawa leading the team would be in danger. After listening to Uchiha Huan's account, Qin Shang nodded, while waving the mental staff he had obtained earlier. This mental staff could unleash a mental storm once, causing equivalent mental damage to the user, and of course this skill's damage was also influenced by Qin Shang's multiple casting. Then a fierce light flashed in his eyes, since he had obtained the information he wanted. There was no need to keep these 9 Sakura professionals alive. With a casual wave, the staff in his hand released a mental storm, annihilating all 9 Sakura professionals. At that moment, a system notification rang in Qin Shang's ears. Ding. Congratulations on killing 9 hidden professionals. Current progress remaining for the 5th transfer task, 90 hidden professionals. Qin Shang nodded. Not bad, still 90 to go. However, Qin Shang had no intention of searching for those Sakura professionals one by one. That would be too inefficient. It wasn't his style. To maximize efficiency, Qin Shang thought while looking at the landmark marked in his ring. That was the landmark provided by Uchiha Huan, indicating the location of the Sakura Spring Water Base. Given Ito Shior's status in the Sakura country, if I were to assassinate him, Qin Shang smiled slightly. I fear all the professionals from Sakura country would come back to protect him. You all stay here and don't move. I'll be back soon, Qin Shang said with a smile as he walked forward. Wait, we also. Luo Qingxue and the other 5 spoke in unison, but just as they were about to follow Qin Shang, they saw a golden light emanate from him, and in the next moment he appeared 10 meters away on the ground. What kind of skill is this? Luo Qingxue and the others exclaimed in unison, not waiting for their minds to catch up. Qin Shang's figure flashed with golden light again and vanished from sight, reappearing on the ground 10 meters away. Not only that, but almost every second, Qin Shang was advancing forward, quickly disappearing from their view. The group looked at the already departed Qin Shang, exchanging glances. Luo Qingxue, Moing, Mu Chang, and the others silently followed the direction Qin Shang had left. Although Qin Shang had told them to stay put, they were still worried about his safety, so they quietly trailed behind, following the path he had taken. Meanwhile, outside the Rift Sky Canyon dungeon, 2 high platforms rose in the square. On one side sat the leader of Sakura country, Tokugawa Maku, along with his assistant Yamashita Honda. On the other side sat the person in charge of hosting the Hunt the Heavens dungeon, Xiaozian, along with 2 emperor-level powerhouses beside him. What are you 2 old geezers doing here? Is the War God Hall and the Demon Suppression Army so idle lately? Xiaozian said to the 2 old men beside him with a hint of annoyance. Lord Flame Emperor, you shouldn't ask what you already know. We're here to select the talented and the extraordinary, Feng Tianqing from the Job Change Guild said with a smile. Me too, Wang Zhonglin from the Demon Suppression Army nodded and smiled. Wang Zhonglin's gaze swept over the surrounding demon suppression soldiers while he muttered to himself, didn't old Chao say that his chief captain was in the talent competition? Why can't I find him? Before he came, Zhao Yuan specifically instructed him to hand over a token from the chief captain of the Southern He province and a piece of legendary equipment to that chief captain. But where is he? You 2 old geezers are really greedy. Xiaozian shook his head, helplessly complaining. Hearing Xiaozian's words, Feng Tianqing and Wang Zhonglin exchanged glances and chuckled. They couldn't be blamed. This was a talent competition after all. If a professional could achieve excellent results in the competition, their future would undoubtedly be limitless and worth recruiting. I heard there's a talented individual from Ningxia province named Mu Chang who has quite impressive strength, Wang Zhonglin said with a smile, as he came from the Demon Suppression Army and favored those with humble beginnings but strong abilities. Feng Tianqing's target was different. He aimed for those from prestigious families. These young heirs already had some combat experience against professionals of the same level, making their training much more efficient. Among these candidates, there's also a professional named Feng Tianqing who is quite good. Although he's a second-generation heir, due to his background in an emperor-level family, he has considerable combat experience, Feng Tianqing said with a smile. However, just as Feng Tianqing finished speaking, a sudden flash of light occurred, and a dozen figures were teleported out. As the light gradually faded, one figure revealed itself. It was Feng Tianqing. What the hell? Feng Tianqing looked at the teleported Feng Tianqing with a grim expression. He had just praised Feng Tianqing for his rich combat experience, and the next moment, this guy was defeated and teleported out. But the one with the grimmer expression was Xiaozian beside him. How did they get teleported out? Has the spring water base of the Divine Summer Country been destroyed? Thinking of this, Xiaozian's expression became even more unpleasant. In contrast to Xiaozian's grim face, Tokugawa Moga and his assistant Yamashita Bantan beside him wore smiles. Congratulations, my lord. It seems that Prince Xior's plan has succeeded. Without the spring water base, the practitioners of the Divine Summer Kingdom will be teleported out one after another. You have accomplished a great feat this time. Hearing the praise from his subordinate Yamashita Bantan, Tokugawa Muga humbly replied, on the surface, this is all thanks to His Highness Prince Xior's command, but inside, he was secretly delighted. As the leader of the practitioners from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, as long as he could lead them to victory and win the bet, he would surely receive rewards from the Japanese emperor. Moreover, as long as Ito Xior did not encounter any accidents, he might even gain the status of a Dragon's Minister. At this moment, the illusion effects on the 12 practitioners, including Feng Tianchang, in the square were slowly wearing off. Their eyes gradually cleared, and as they looked around, they found themselves teleported to the square, filled with confusion. What's going on? Why have we all been teleported to the square? Yeah, I clearly remember we were fighting a firehorn giant lizard. I remember too, it was a third-tier firehorn giant lizard and we were about to kill it. Why can't I remember what happened next? The 9 practitioners who had been affected by the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's illusion skills looked bewildered. They couldn't recall what had happened. I remember. It was the practitioners from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom who ambushed our spring water base. Feng Tianchang also slowly awakened from the illusion and shouted loudly. Hearing his shout, the other practitioners finally reacted, their eyes filled with anger. Damn it, those little bastards from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom actually used such a sinister method. The captain of that small team understood. They had suddenly lost consciousness, which must have been due to the illusion skills of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's practitioners, leading to their defeat and return to the spring water, thus exposing the location of the spring water base. Meanwhile, Feng Tianchang also looked puzzled. He remembered that after being hit by the illusion skill, he seemed to have answered a few questions in a daze regarding the direction of Qin Shang. Had those practitioners from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom already gone to hunt down Qin Shang? Thinking of this, Feng Tianchang felt a hint of delight in his heart, but then his expression turned strange. Wait, it's been so long, why hasn't Qin Shang been teleported out yet? Hearing the discussion among Feng Tianchang and several practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom in the square, Xiao Xian's expression grew even darker on the high platform. These little bastards are so despicable to come up with such a method. However, Feng Tianchang quietly comforted her, don't worry too much, don't forget. In this competition of talents, there is also the direct descendant of Lord Zhuke, Ji Wushuang, whose strength can rival the 5th tier. Wang Zhongli nodded in agreement. Moreover, in the competition, there is also Fang Hanyu from the War God Hall, who is known as the #1 talent of the younger generation in the War God Hall. However, upon hearing their words, Xiao Xian's worries did not diminish much. Although she knew that both Ji Wushuang and Fang Hanyu were true talents, not only were they powerful, but with the backing of their families and the War God Hall, their practical experience was also terrifyingly strong. But now that the spring water base of the Divine Summer Kingdom had been destroyed, it meant that the practitioners of the Divine Summer Kingdom could not be revived using the spring water. They had no way out. Once killed, they would be teleported out of the Rift Sky Canyon dungeon. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Ito Moga's smile grew increasingly pronounced. Although they could not check the number of practitioners killed on the square outside the Rift Sky Canyon like they could inside the canyon, they could infer what had happened inside the Rift Sky Canyon through the practitioners who had been teleported out. Now, in the Rift Sky Canyon square, 12 practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom have suddenly teleported in. However, not a single practitioner from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom has appeared. What does this indicate? It indicates that the spring water base of the Divine Summer Kingdom has been successfully destroyed by them. Meanwhile, the spring water base on the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's side remains intact. So even if a practitioner from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom is defeated by a practitioner from the Divine Summer Kingdom, they can at most be revived through the spring water rather than being teleported out. As long as the spring water base exists, practitioners from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom can always outnumber those from the Divine Summer Kingdom. Down the mountain, Bendan smiled obsequiously. Congratulations, my lord, the Divine Summer Kingdom is bound to lose this time. At the same time, within the Rift Sky Canyon, battles among practitioners are erupting everywhere due to Ito Yoshihida's actions. By a stream, the Celestial Squad led by Fang Hanyu is being pursued by 18 practitioners from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Although Fang Hanyu is powerful, the sheer number of practitioners from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom is overwhelming, and soon, another 9 practitioners teleport in. This creates a suppressive situation of 27 against 9. Seeing this, Fang Hanyu waved his hand to unleash an ice skill, temporarily blocking the practitioners from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and then quickly retreated with his 8 teammates. Damn it, these little bastards from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom only know how to ambush and sneak attack? If you have the guts, come at me one-on-one. Hearing Fang Hanyu's words, the practitioners from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom sneered, are you good at fighting? What good is that? In the Celestial Heroes Championship, it's all about background and strength. Damn it, Fang Hanyu roared. If it weren't for the overwhelming numbers against his celestial squad, he wouldn't be feeling so frustrated. Meanwhile, a similar scene is unfolding throughout the Rift Sky Canyon. Due to Ito Yoshihida's teleportation skill, multiple battlefields have formed where several squads from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom are facing off against single squads from the Divine Summer Kingdom. In an instant, the situation for the Divine Summer side becomes precarious. Just then, everyone's wristbands received a message sent by the commander, Ji Wuxuan. Everyone, gather at the landmark I sent. If we continue to disperse, we will be picked off one by one. Gather immediately and join forces to resist the enemy. Upon seeing Ji Wuxuan's message, many squads from the Divine Summer Kingdom began to converge towards the landmark she sent. In a dark forest, Lord Ito Yoshihida, the practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom who just engaged with us have retreated. We have the same situation here. It seems they are gathering at a certain location. Several practitioners from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom reported to Ito Yoshihida. It looks like their leader has noticed something is off, but it doesn't matter. If they gather together, I can catch them all in one go, Ito Yoshihida said confidently while watching the light screen above the canyon. However, he soon showed a strange expression. What's going on? Above the canyon, the score, which was originally 12 for the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and 0 for the Divine Summer Kingdom, suddenly changed to 12-9. Lord Yoshihida, what's happening? Our numbers haven't decreased, a practitioner from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom quietly asked Ito Yoshihida. Our practitioners haven't decreased. So there's only one possibility. Something unexpected happened on Uchiha Huan's side. But it doesn't matter, even if they die, they should be revived by the base's spring water. Don't worry about them, focus all efforts on attacking the squad from the Divine Summer Kingdom. Meanwhile, deep within the canyon, a golden figure suddenly stopped. As expected, those little bastards have started to act, Qin Sheng murmured as he looked at the information on his wristband. However, he didn't linger for long and continued to use the teleportation skill of the space boots to approach the spring water base of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. The spring water base of Sakura Country. Ito Shure looked at the light curtain above the canyon, somewhat puzzled. I can't believe that a professional from Sakura Country has already fallen. But it doesn't matter, I can let them revive through the spring water. As Ito Shure spoke, he gazed at the light curtain before him. However, the next moment, his eyes bulged, widening even more, as he saw a red dot on the monitoring screen rapidly approaching him. In a dark forest, not good. Lord Hideyoshi, the hunting dog guards I set up near the spring water base have been killed, a professional from Sakura Country said nervously to Ito Hideyoshi. Beside him. Killed? That's impossible. Our spring water base is very concealed. There shouldn't be any magical beasts nearby. Could it be that someone from Divine Summer Country discovered our base's location? Ito Hideyoshi was also taken aback and quickly dialed Ito Shure's phone. After briefly explaining the situation, a light laugh came from the other end of the line. It's fine, I just checked through the monitoring function of the spring water base. Only one person is approaching the spring water base. Heh, you don't need to worry about this. I will have fun torturing him. Hearing Ito Shure's words, Hideyoshi let out a sigh of relief and then issued a command to the Sakura Country professionals beside him. Everyone follow my lead. Let's surround the professional from Divine Summer Country. Send them all out of the Rift Sky Canyon dungeon and win this bet. When we return, His Majesty the Emperor will reward us handsomely. With Ito Hideyoshi's speech, excitement appeared on the faces of these Sakura Country professionals. Then, with a wave of his hand, dozens of Sakura Country professionals followed him. Meanwhile, inside the spring water base, Ito Shure watched the scene on the light curtain, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He originally thought that the one daring enough to attack the spring water base would definitely be a team from Divine Summer Country. There was even a possibility that it was the team that defeated Uchiha Huan. However, upon seeing that there was only one person, his mood instantly relaxed, even taking on a playful attitude. Since it wasn't a team that had defeated Uchiha Huan but just one person, wasn't this just a gift of a head? Thinking of this, a cruel smile spread across Ito Shure's face. As the most favored prince of the Yamato Emperor, Ito Shure not only won the emperor's favor but was also the strongest among this group of prodigies. Moreover, Ito Shure had a well-known quirk in Sakura Country. He enjoyed torturing and killing his opponents. Now, seeing a target delivered to him, Ito Shure excitedly gripped the knife in his hand. Since he dares to come to the spring water base alone, it must be Hainmuzu or Fanghanyu. Haha, just right. Ito Shure's excitement did not diminish. For this prodigy competition, he had thoroughly investigated the information of the prodigies from Divine Summer Country. The two people who caught his attention were Hainmuzu, who mastered forbidden spells, and Fanghanyu, the first prodigy of the War God Hall. However, these two had one thing in common: they were both mages. To deal with this, Ito Shure had long since learned the silence skill. His own profession was also skilled in physical output. Hidden profession, Oni Samurai. Meanwhile, outside the spring water base of Sakura Country, I didn't expect this group of turtle bastards from Sakura Country to be quite cautious. They even sent a few hunting dogs to guard outside. Qin Shang looked at the corpses of the hunting dogs around him, a cold glint in his eyes. Just now, when Qin Shang arrived near the spring water of Sakura country, several hunting dogs had attacked him, but Qin Shang, holding a staff, did not hesitate to use mental storm. He wiped out all these hunting dogs and then looked towards the spring water base. At the same time, in various corners of Rift Sky Canyon, professionals from Divine Summer Country were being hunted down by professionals from Sakura Country. Due to Ito Yoshihida's teleportation ability, there were many instances where multiple teams from Sakura Country faced off against a single team from Shinsha Country. Soon, under the overwhelming advantage of numbers, several teams from Shinsha Country were defeated by the teams from Sakura Country and teleported away. Damn it! The captain of another Shinsha Country team revealed a look of unwillingness. He was the captain of the Tianjiao team from Jiuli Province, as well as the captain of the 9th team. Yet, he still couldn't withstand the attacks from the 4 teams of Sakura Country in front of him. This time, due to Ito Yoshihida, Sakura Country's support and retreat were swift, leading to losses for Shinsha Country on various battlefields. The scales of victory had already begun to tilt towards Sakura Country. In a corner of the Rift Sky Canyon, 9 figures were rapidly advancing, all bearing significant injuries. The leader, dressed in white battle armor, was Feng Yao, the captain of the Magic City Tianjiao team and the vice-captain of the 3rd team. Just moments ago, Feng Yao's 3rd team had also been besieged and intercepted by the teams from Sakura Country. Fortunately, Feng Yao's hidden class demon ceiling battle armor was quite formidable. By overexerting his vitality, he forcibly enhanced his combat power, allowing him to break through the encirclement with Feng Ying and by Xuanshuang trailing behind him. Brother, what should we do now? If this continues, we'll eventually be caught, Feng Ying said, her face pale, clearly having sustained considerable injuries in the recent battle. Let's find Ji Wuxuan and regroup with him. Feng Hanyu has already joined Ji Wuxuan, Feng Yao replied. Feng Hanyu has a shield skill called Cold Jade Shield, which has astonishing defensive power. As long as we can hold out until all the teams from Shinsha Country gather together, it's not impossible to counterattack, Feng Yao said with determination in his eyes. Alright. Upon hearing Feng Yao's words, Feng Ying finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a hint of regret appeared on her face. If only he were a contestant in our competition. Bai Xuanshuang, who was beside her, also showed a wry smile upon hearing Feng Ying's words. Bai Xuanshuang certainly knew who Feng Ying was, referring to the chief captain they encountered in the square. Previously, they had felt fortunate that this chief captain was not a high school student, otherwise, they would have been better off finding a block of tofu to smash themselves with. After all, being high school students with such a vast disparity in combat power made their hard work in leveling up seem futile. However, at this moment, Bai Xuanshuang shared the same sentiment as Feng Ying. Indeed, with his strength, if he were a contestant from Shinsha, this battle would not be so difficult. Meanwhile, at the Sakura Country Spring Water Base, sigh, I thought someone would dare to charge into the Spring Water Base alone. It must be Ji Wuxuang or Feng Hanyu. I didn't expect it to be some nobody I've never heard of, Ito Shire said, holding a long knife and looking at Qin Shang outside the Spring Water Base, her face showing disappointment. She then turned to leave, preparing to put away the recording orb she had released. This recording orb was her favorite tool whenever she slaughtered a genius. It could capture the images of the scene at that moment, and after each recording, Ito Shire would send it to the hands of the professionals in Sakura Country at regular intervals. However, since he was not a monstrous genius, she had no desire to kill him. There was only one person. She would leave it to the resurrected Uchiha Huan team to deal with. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed that Qin Shang was actually chanting a skill. Seeing Qin Shang's actions, Ito Shire couldn't help but scoff. You fool, don't you know that the diving base has a protective shield? And the shield's value is over 1 million. Do you really think you can break it alone? Indeed, every spring water base was protected by a layer of shield with a defense value exceeding 1 million. Oh, is that so? Then I wonder how you will respond to what I'm about to do. As Qin Shang's words fell, sparks gradually gathered beside him, the red light shining like countless stars, illuminating Qin Shang as if he were the sun itself. It lit up the entire sky above the spring water base. Those red lights gradually coalesced into fireballs. TCH, it's just some fireball spells, what's so special about? Ito Sho saw that the skill Qin Shang was casting was a fireball spell and was about to mock him, but the next moment, his words got stuck in his throat, unable to come out. This was because he saw the fireballs floating beside Qin Shang, which numbered in the tens of thousands. Moreover, these fireballs were continuously merging into one. What kind of skill is this? Fear was evident in Ito Sho's eyes. Soon, a fireball resembling the sun appeared in the sky above the entire spring water base. I don't care how high your defense is, just tell it to my fireball spell. Meanwhile, outside the Rift Sky Canyon dungeon, in the plaza, beams of light flashed as practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom were continuously teleported out of the Rift dungeon. Damn it! Those little bastards from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom can only rely on numbers. If they have the guts, let them challenge us one-on-one. Exactly, a bunch of despicable guys. Damn, I've heard that. People from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom are all spineless cowards, and it turns out they can only bully the weak with their numbers. The practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom who were teleported back shouted in frustration. On the high platform, Xiaozian's expression was also quite grim. The current battle situation is very unfavorable. We have already lost 48 practitioners. And on the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's side, no one has been teleported over, which means the number of people confronting each other in the canyon is 99 to 51, nearly a half difference. Feng Tianqing's expression was also not good, but he still spoke. To comfort them, don't worry too much, as long as those little guys gather in one place, there might still be a chance to counterattack. Hearing Feng Tianqing's words, although Xiaozian's face was grim, her mood calmed down a bit. Meanwhile, within the spring water base of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, as that sun set, the entire spring water base erupted with a deafening roar. This is impossible. Itosha's eyes widened. In his view, as the sun set, the entire spring water base's defense value was instantly cleared. That indestructible shield shattered like glass. What kind of monster is this guy? When did the Divine Summer Kingdom have such a powerful prodigy? Itosha looked at Qin Shang with a terrified expression. At the same time, he began to chant a skill. As a hidden class ghost samurai, he had an area attack that could silence all enemies within range. As the captain of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's combat experience, Itosha immediately unleashed the silence skill, silence, disarm, immunity ring. As Itosha released his skill, a flash of brilliance appeared in Qin Shang's eyes, and he promptly activated one of his skills and equipment effects. Before coming here, he had extracted information about Itosha's class and special skills from Uchiha Wan. So, on the way here, he had already learned the disarm skill from the Demon Sealing Gate. At this moment, Itosha across from him wore a proud expression. Haha, although I don't understand how you managed to use such a powerful skill. But you are still a mage. As long as you are a mage, if you are hit by this prince's silence skill, you are useless. Itosha revealed a cruel smile while trying to draw his long knife. He intended to dismember Qin Shang before him. However, just as Itosha pulled out his long knife and attempted to attack, he found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't draw the long knife. Am I disarmed? Itosha's face turned pale with shock. However, he quickly calmed down. Even though he was disarmed and unable to attack with weapons, he still had skills. With this thought, Itosha raised his palm, and a beam of energy shot towards Qin Shang. But Qin Shang did not dodge. The next moment, the energy beam struck him but caused no damage at all. Although Qin Shang was silenced, the Ring of Reversal and the Guardian Spirit Shield were both active, yet the effect of the immunity ring had already taken effect. For 139,185 seconds, he could be immune to any physical attack. And as a ghost warrior, any attack launched by Itosha was naturally a physical attack. Therefore, the skills released by Itosha could not inflict any damage on Qin Shang. This immunity ring is really useful. Next, Qin Shang smiled and looked at Itosha across from him. How can this be? Itosha was shocked to see that Qin Shang had negated his skill damage. He spoke in disbelief. However, before he could react, a shadow of a fist rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. It was Qin Shang's fist. Although he couldn't release skills, Qin Shang could still freely use his hands and feet. Qin Shang grabbed Itosha's hair with his left hand while his right hand struck like a cannonball. Bang, bang, bang. Several punches landed on Itosha, causing him to spit blood wildly. You bastard. Itosha's expression was grim. He never expected that as a hidden class, he would be beaten by a mage with fists and feet. If this got out, he would probably be laughed at by others. Meanwhile, Qin Shang looked invigorated. Ever since he had changed to a mage, he hadn't experienced such a visceral fight in a long time. Oh, of course, this was just a one-sided crushing battle. As the longtime champion of the Coastal Warfare Academy, Qin Shang's fighting ability was naturally impressive. At this moment, the suppressed Itosha had a reluctant look in his eyes as he chanted a skill, Demon Cry Shield. As Itosha chanted, a layer of dark shield materialized around him. Itosha switched from offense to defense, thinking to himself, as long as I hold on, as long as I can endure until Uchiha Huan's team revives. Once the disarm effect wears off, I can eliminate this detestable guy in one fell swoop. However, what shocked him happened next. Facing the Demon Chi Shield cast by Itosha, Qin Shang showed no hesitation. His fists fell like raindrops, striking furiously. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Shang's fists hit the shield, creating a series of loud booms. The shield shook back and forth as if it were about to shatter at any moment. Ridiculous, now Qin Shang's strength had reached 840.5 points. With Itosha's shield value in the tens of thousands, it simply couldn't withstand a few punches from Qin Shang. The next moment, bang! With a sound like shattering glass, the shield in front of Itosha shattered. This is impossible? Itosha stared at the broken shield in shock, but before he could finish his words, Qin Shang's fist struck his face again, falling like rain. Qin Shang continued to pummel Itosha, landing blow after blow. At the same time, he muttered to himself, this little turtle from Sakura country has quite a tough mouth. I've hit him so many times, and he still won't beg for mercy. Meanwhile, Ito Shu was internally wailing. In fact, after Qin Shang broke his shield, when he landed the first punch, he had already wanted to beg for mercy. But when Qin Shang's second punch hit his face, it made him grit his teeth and unable to speak. As a result, Qin Shang thought he was defiant and continued to rain down dozens of punches. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Rift Sky Canyon, a battle involving hundreds of people was erupting. Dozens of professionals from the Sakura country were fiercely attacking the professionals from the Xingxia country. On the Xingxia side, Feng Hanyu, the first prodigy of the War God Hall, was continuously consuming his mana to maintain the Hanyu shield in front of him. His Hanyu shield not only had an astonishing defense value but also a wide coverage area, encompassing many professionals from the Xingxia country behind and around him. The most exquisite part was that the Hanyu shield could distinguish between enemy and ally skill attacks. Professionals within the shield could launch attacks while also being able to withstand attacks from those outside the shield. The only cost was the consumption of a large amount of mana and stamina. At this moment, cold sweat was continuously breaking out on Feng Hanyu's face. He gritted his teeth, and his hands supporting the shield were trembling. Beneath his feet, numerous bottles of items for replenishing energy and stamina were scattered all over the ground. Damn it, bring me another bottle of stamina and mana replenishment items, Feng Hanyu said to two companions from the War God Hall beside him, looking at his gradually depleting mana. But, brother your body, hurry up. Once the shield is broken, none of us will be able to hold on. Feng Hanyu's brows furrowed. Alright, the two companions from the War God Hall exchanged glances and began searching through their bags again. Behind them, other professionals from the Xingxia country were continuously attacking the surrounding Sakura country professionals under the protection of the shield. Everyone, hold on a little longer, I will soon condense the forbidden spell. In the middle of the crowd stood a professional in a black robe with a large expanse of white showing on her chest. It was Ji Wushuang, the direct descendant of the Vermilion Bird Lord, and she was actually a girl. Then hurry up, Feng Hanyu gritted his teeth. I'm already going as fast as I can. Ji Wushuang shot him a glance. It's not that easy to chant a forbidden spell. As Ji Wushuang began to chant her skill, the temperature around them started to rise gradually. A purplish-red fireball began to materialize under her chant, and its size was continuously increasing. Seeing the appearance of this fireball, hope appeared in the eyes of many professionals from the Xingxia country. This was the rumored forbidden spell mastered by Ji Wushuang, Zixia Falling Sunday. It was said that this move had immense power and a wide range. Perhaps it could really turn the tide. Such thoughts echoed in the hearts of every professional from the Xingxia country. Great! With this Zixia Falling Sun, we should be able to reverse the situation, Feng Ying thought, looking at the skill in Ji Wushuang's hands, a sense of hope rising in his heart. That's right, once this move is unleashed, the Sakura country professionals will definitely be doomed. Bai Shuangshuang also felt a surge of hope. Ever since they followed Feng Yao here and joined Ji Wushuang, they had been besieged by the Sakura country people. Although they had not suffered any casualties since Feng Hanyu raised the Hanyu shield, they had been trapped here, being relentlessly beaten by the Sakura country professionals. While they could barely fend off these professionals thanks to Feng Hanyu's shield, there was no possibility of breaking through. Indeed, our hope lies in this move. Ji Wushuang, as expected of the direct descendant of the Vermilion Bird Lord, being able to master such a forbidden spell. Feng Yao looked at Ji Wushuang, who was floating in midair, chanting the forbidden spell filled with hope. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Ji Wushuang's forbidden spell skill was finally successfully chanted. Alright. A fierce look flashed in Ji Wushuang's eyes, and then, under the hopeful gazes of everyone, she hurled the purple fireball, which was as large as a tire, towards the Sakura country professionals. However, at this moment, the Sakura country professionals, led by Ito Yoshiyuki, were not the least bit flustered upon seeing the powerful purple flame falling sun coming their way. They had long investigated the information on the prodigious professionals from the Xingxia country and naturally knew about Ji Wushuang's mastery of the forbidden spell. Haha, you think you can turn the tide with this move? Wishful thinking. Ishida Hideyoshi smirked, and then his figure shimmered with a purple light, flickering before completely vanishing. As Ishida Hideyoshi disappeared, dozens of other professionals from the Sakura nation also glowed with purple light. In the next moment, they vanished from their spots. What? The people from the Divine Summer Nation were taken aback by Ishida Hideyoshi's actions. It was actually a space-type teleportation skill. As Ishida Hideyoshi and the others left through spatial teleportation, the powerful forbidden spell, Purple Flame Sunset, only struck the air above Sunset Canyon. It exploded with tremendous damage, illuminating the entire canyon in a fiery red, and after the skill's power faded, accompanied by a flicker of purple light, Ishida Hideyoshi reappeared before the people of Divine Summer. Alongside him were many professionals from the Sakura Nation. I admit, the power of your move is indeed impressive, but it's all over now. You Divine Summer are destined to fail. Ishida Hideyoshi looked at the people of Divine Summer with a smug expression. At that moment, the people of Divine Summer saw the Sakura Nation members emerge unscathed after Ji Wushuang's forbidden spell. Whether it was Ji Wushuang, Feng Hanyu, or the others from Divine Summer, despair was evident on their faces, and they all thought the same thing: it's over. Just then, a loud bang echoed through the canyon again, this time with a force even more astonishing than Ji Wushuang's forbidden spell. What was happening? The people in the canyon exchanged glances in confusion. Could it be that Ji Wushuang's forbidden spell had a second stage of damage? Ji Wushuang was also bewildered. What's going on? This noise is even greater than my forbidden spell. Meanwhile, floating in midair, Ishida Hideyoshi's expression changed. That direction seems to be our Sakura Nation's spring water base. How could there be such a strong commotion from the spring water base? Could it be that Brother Shior? He quickly realized, yes, it must be Brother Shior. He must have engaged in battle with that Divine Summer professional who invaded the spring water base, and he's probably toying with him. He knew that Ishida Shior, the captain of the Sakura Nation's elite team, also had a powerful skill capable of shaking the entire canyon. But the next moment, a video segment arrived on Ishida Hideyoshi's wristband. Brother Shior, still as delightfully malicious as ever, Ishida Hideyoshi smiled cruelly upon seeing the video prompt on his wristband. It seemed that Ishida Shior was already torturing that Divine Summer professional. Right. A brilliant idea flashed in Ishida Hideyoshi's mind. I can use this video to demoralize the Divine Summer Nation. With that thought, his smile grew even more arrogant. You bunch of Divine Summer professionals, not only are you weak, but you're also foolish enough to send one person to raid our spring water base. You should know that guarding the spring water base is our strongest elite. Brother Shior, aren't you just delivering your heads to us? Ishida Hideyoshi said triumphantly. He then clicked on the projection function of his wristband to display the video. Let me show you how our great brother Shior tortures your Divine Summer professionals. Hearing Ishida Hideyoshi's words, all the professionals from Divine Summer were filled with rage. Although they didn't understand why the professional who discovered the Sakura Nation's underwater base didn't notify everyone through the wristband and went alone to raid the spring water base, what angered them more was Ishida Hideyoshi's words. That Divine Summer professional was actually being slaughtered by Ishida Shior. The people of Divine Summer couldn't help but feel a surge of anger at the thought of such a situation. However, as the video was released, the expressions of the people from the Divine Summer Kingdom gradually became strange. Their gazes towards the video not only lost their anger but instead showed a hint of excitement. Noticing something was off, Ito Yoshiyuki also looked at the video he projected. In the video, Qin Shang was furiously beating up Ito Shior, while Ito Shior was continuously shouting, "Defend the home, defend the home. You all hurry and defend the home." For a moment, the originally smug people from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom were left dumbfounded after seeing the content of the video, their jaws nearly dropping in shock. The once powerful and nearly invincible in close combat Ito Shior was now being relentlessly beaten by Qin Shang. As Qin Shang's fists fell like raindrops, Ito Shior in the spring water base was already drenched in blood, with broken bones and fractures all over. He seemed like an old dog stripped of its spine, unable to stand up again, yet Qin Shang's fists kept coming down. What infuriated them even more was that while beating Ito Shior, Qin Shang shouted, "Quickly send a message to your teammates, hurry and call for help." But all of Qin Shang's punches landed on Ito Shior's face, and even when Ito Shior occasionally tried to get up to call for help, he was interrupted by Qin Shang's blows. If it weren't for Ito Shior setting the time-sending function of the recording pearl, Ito Yoshiyuki and the others would still be unaware that Shior was being brutally beaten by Qin Shang. Watching the projected scene, Ito Yoshiyuki was momentarily dumbfounded. He had originally intended to show the video of Ito Shior slaughtering Qin Shang to undermine the confidence of the Divine Summer Kingdom, but as soon as he opened the video, he saw Qin Shang beating up Ito Shior. Damn it, what is going on? This Divine Summer Kingdom practitioner is actually beating up our Prince Shior. Who is this? Neither Ji Wushuang nor Feng Hanyu yet possesses such strength to beat our Prince Shior like a dog in close combat. Baka, which side are you on to say such things about our Prince Shior? Idiot, is that the point? We need to hurry and support Prince Shior, otherwise, if he gets angry, we can't afford the consequences. The practitioners from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom were discussing animatedly, but the human joys and sorrows were not the same. Unlike the practitioners from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom who had grim faces and were anxious, the practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom, on the other hand, had expressions of hope and surprise. Ji Wushuan looked at the screen where Qin Shang was beating up Ito Shior. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Who was this general, so fierce? Not just him, other practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom were also discussing intensely. Who is this person? Such strong strength, able to beat the opposing commander. This fighting ability, this punching speed, is too fierce. Could he be the prodigy of the awakened warrior? Profession? Idiot, you can't recognize this? This is Qin Shang, the genius who scored full marks in all 5 rounds from the South and Harmony province. What? It's actually him. Upon hearing that the one beating up Ito Shiora in the video was Qin Shang, all the practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom showed expressions of surprise. As a candidate who scored full marks in the 5 rounds, many practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom present had certainly heard of his name, but this time they were participating in the Prodigy competition, which focused on the experience of combating hidden profession prodigies. So they hadn't thought highly of Qin Shang, instead focusing their attention on Ji Wuxuang and Fang Hanyu. But now, seeing that Qin Shang not only managed to take first place in the 5-round exam but was likely also the strongest in this Prodigy competition, everyone showed shocked expressions. Even more shocking was another small team. He is Qin Shang? Isn't he the chief of the demon slaying squad? Bai Xuanchuang said in astonishment. He really is a candidate. The chief of the demon slaying squad is actually our teammate. Wind Shadow's tears were about to fall, and at this moment in the Sakura Nation camp, Ito Yoshiyuki hesitated. Should he really go to support Ito Shu? It should be noted that in this Rift Sky Canyon, there was a hidden rule. If a practitioner was killed at their own spring, the spring would not revive them. Instead, the practitioner would be directly teleported away. However, at this moment, Ito Shu was being firmly suppressed by Qin Shang, and the Sakura Nation was full of confidence in this Rift Sky Canyon dungeon. The teleportation equipment they created was not as refined as that of the Divine Summer side. If Ito Shu dies, a thought flashed through Ito Yoshiyuki's mind. The struggle for the air has always been like this. As long as Ito Shu dies, he would have a chance to get closer to that position. With this thought, Ito Yoshiyuki revealed a proud smile. To achieve this goal, we must. Ito Yoshiyuki looked at the Divine Summer practitioners in front of him. Listen up, Brother Shu has already been attacked. Let's first deal with these Divine Summer practitioners in front of us, win this bet in the Rift Sky Canyon dungeon, and then go rescue Brother Shu. That way, even if Father gets angry, we will have this achievement to offset it. Not only will we not be punished, but we might even be rewarded, Ito Yoshiyuki said to the Sakura practitioners beside him. Hearing Ito Yoshiyuki's words, the surrounding Sakura practitioners exchanged glances. Then they launched a more intense attack against the Divine Summer crowd. However, the Divine Summer practitioners, who were originally demoralized due to Ji Wuxuang's skills being exhausted, saw Qin Shang single-handedly ambushing the Sakura Nation's spring base and brutally beating their commander. Their morale surged. At this moment, their resistance became even fiercer. Just then, bang! A sound like shattering glass echoed, as Fang Hanyu finally couldn't hold on any longer. He had been sustaining the Hanyu shield, which had consumed a large amount of mana and stamina. His vision darkened, and he fainted. Upon seeing this, the Sakura practitioners launched an even fiercer attack. Meanwhile, outside the Rift Sky Canyon, in a high place in the square, 4 illusory figures stood. How long has it been since the start, and we already have so many practitioners teleported out? One said. It seems those little devils from the Sakura Nation really used some underhanded tricks. Another sneered. I think they've forgotten what I said. A white figure spoke with a murderous intent. Oh, Brother Bai, don't worry too much. Although many of our practitioners have been teleported out, the one from the War God Hall, Fang Hanyu, hasn't been teleported out yet, has he? Even though we've lost the spring base, with Fang Hanyu's shield, we still have a chance to counterattack, the blue figure said with a smile. However, just as the blue figure finished speaking, swish swish swish, dozens of lights flashed out from the Rift Sky Canyon dungeon, revealing the figures of several Divine Summer practitioners. Among them, one figure, dressed in a white battle robe, was none other than the first prodigy of the War God Hall, Fang Hanyu. The white figure looked at the teleported Divine Summer candidates and Fang Hanyu with a grim expression. At this moment, the blue figure cleared his throat and awkwardly said, Hey, don't panic. Even if Fang Hanyu accidentally gets defeated, we still have Sister Yu's direct bloodline, Ji Wuxuang. She has mastered the forbidden spell. Hearing the blue figure's words, the red figure beside him nodded with a smile. Indeed, with Shu's strength, as long as the forbidden spell is successfully released, she will definitely turn those Sakura practitioners to dust. However, just as the red figure finished speaking, dozens of lights teleported out from the Rift Sky Canyon dungeon again. It was the practitioners of the Divine Summer Nation, and leading them was Ji Wuxuang. The black robe he wore had also become tattered. How could this happen, even Schwanger too? What kind of conspiracy are those bastards from Sakura country playing? The red figure's expression also turned grim. Forget about the conspiracy for now, look at the number of people in the square, the blue figure reminded. Hearing Wu Xian's reminder, the other 3 elders also looked towards the square. At this moment, there were a total of 93 professionals teleported from the Divine Summer Kingdom. Yet, there wasn't a single one from Sakura country, which meant that there were only 6 professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom in the Rift Sky Canyon. On the other hand, Sakura country had a full 99 professionals. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Tokugawa Maka's smile grew increasingly arrogant. As he shouted to the side, Lord Xiao, I think we shouldn't waste each other's time. Why not just ask your country's elders to directly hand over the quota for the ancient battlefield of the sky to us? However, Xiao Zian on the high platform ignored Tokugawa Maka's words and instead focused intently on the number of people in the square, her expression growing more and more unpleasant. Seeing that Xiao Zian was ignoring him, Tokugawa Maka scoffed. Could it be that Lord Xiao really thinks that with just the remaining 6-man team in the Rift Sky Canyon they can turn the tide? Meanwhile, inside the Rift Sky Canyon instance, Ito Hideyoshi and the surrounding professionals from Sakura Country were all injured from the previous fierce battle. However, there were no casualties, and the dozens of professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom in front of them had their health forcibly retained at a sliver due to their frenzied attacks before being teleported away. Ito Hideyoshi estimated the time. Brother Shior should be dead by now, hehe. Don't blame me, brother, the competition for the air has always been like this. Then Ito Hideyoshi called out to the professionals from Sakura Country beside him, let's go, we need to rescue Brother Shior. Meanwhile, in the square of the Rift Sky Canyon, Feng Tianchang was looking around for something. It's really strange, why hasn't Qin Shang been teleported out? He looked puzzled. The number of professionals teleported out had already reached 93, and even prodigies like Ji Wushuang and Fang Hanyu had been teleported out. How could they not see Qin Shang's figure? They were clearly just a 6-man team. At the same time, a figure in a fiery red long dress descended from the sky and landed in the square. The one officially in charge of this Rift Sky Canyon instance, Emperor Yan, Xiao Zian, asked, what exactly happened inside? Why were you all teleported out? Hearing Xiao Zian's inquiry, Ji Wushuang stood up and recounted what had happened in the Rift Sky Canyon. Then he excitedly said, Lord Xiao, it's Qin Shang. He charged into Sakura Country's spring water base all by himself. The Sakura Country professionals who were originally surrounding us have all rushed towards the spring water base. I'm afraid he. What? Xiao Zian was shocked to hear Ji Wushuang's words. Behind her, Wang Zhonglin and Feng Tianqing exchanged glances, both showing a look of astonishment. Qin Shang actually charged into Sakura Country's spring water base alone and was surrounded by numerous Sakura Country professionals. But then a hint of worry appeared in Xiao Zian's eyes. This is bad. Qin Shang might be in danger. Xiao Zian's thoughts raced. Although they had provided the candidates from the Divine Effect Kingdom with special teleportation devices this time, preventing them from being killed by the Sakura Country professionals, it didn't mean that the people from Sakura Country had no way to disrupt spatial teleportation. And the situation Qin Shang encountered was extremely dangerous. According to Ji Wushuang's account, Qin Shang was being besieged by dozens of Sakura Country professionals. In this situation, Qin Shang, I'm afraid. Just thinking about this made Xiao Zian's expression turn grim. Qin Shang was alone in the spring water base, while the number of Sakura Country professionals surrounding him was as high as 98. Such a disparity in numbers was simply despairing. Meanwhile, Feng Tianchang, hearing Ji Wushuang's words, had a look of horror on his face. What? Qin Shang charged alone into the spring base of Sakura Valley. Isn't this guy supposed to be weak? How could he possess such strength? However, before Feng Tianchang could finish his astonishment, Feng Ying in the crowd revealed an even more explosive piece of news. Lord Xiao, you must find a way to save him. He is not only a candidate for this exam but also the chief of the Demon Slayer team of the Demon Suppression Army. What? The chief of the Demon Slayer team? Upon hearing Feng Ying's words, Xiao Zian's mind went blank again. She stared intently at Feng Ying. Are you telling the truth? Feng Ying nodded firmly. Yes, when I was in Binhai City, I personally saw Chief Chao from Manhwa province appoint him as the chief of the Demon Slayer team. Before Xiao Zian could ask anything further, Wang Zhonglin in the crowd revealed a look of horror. No need to ask, what she said is true. I didn't expect the chief of the Demon Slayer team that old Chao asked me to find would actually be here. No wonder I couldn't find anyone from the Demon Suppression Army after searching the square. He is actually a candidate. Hearing the words of Wang Zhonglin, a peak emperor-level expert in the Demon Suppression Army, the entire venue fell silent again. The chief of the Demon Slayer team is actually a candidate. The candidate taking the exam with us is actually the chief of the Demon Slayer team. These two sentences echoed repeatedly in the hearts of all the candidates. Confusion and shock appeared on everyone's faces, while Ji Wushuang and the awakening Fang Hanyu in the crowd exchanged glances, revealing even more astonished expressions. The chief of the Demon Slayer team, a candidate. They both recognized these words, but why did they sound so unfamiliar when combined? They were also prodigies, yet they hadn't even joined the Demon Slayer team, let alone becoming the chief. At this moment, Xiao Zian looked at Dechuan Mako and said, if Qin Shang dies in the Rift Sky Canyon instance, my divine Xiao will not let it go. Hearing Xiao Zian's words, Dechuan Maka shrugged. Lord Xiao, we had an agreement beforehand. All professionals entering the Rift Sky Canyon signed a life and death contract. Since you decided to enter, it means you bear the responsibility for life and death. You can't blame us for that. Of course, if a professional from my Sakura nation dies in the Rift Sky Canyon, I won't hold your country accountable either. Dechuan Maka's words were polite, but his tone was filled with confidence. At this moment, not a single professional from Sakura nation had been teleported out of the square. This proved that the spring of Sakura Nation had not been destroyed, so how could there be any deaths among the professionals? Meanwhile, within the spring base of Sakura Nation, several purple hands withdrew from Dechuan Shore, which were Qin Shang's skill, Cloud Probe. After a period of time, the silence effect on Qin Shang had expired. He could naturally release skills. He first used Cloud Probe to take away all the equipment from Ito Shore. Just then, swish, swish, swish. Accompanied by flashes of purple figures, 89 figures appeared before Qin Shang, all dressed in Sakura Nation attire, including Ito Yoshiyuki and the professionals from Sakura Nation behind him. "Ah, my people are all here, you're doomed," Ito Shore shouted frantically, drenched in blood. "Indeed, you are of no use now." Qin Shang coldly looked at the professionals from Sakura Nation appearing before him, directing his gaze at Ito Shore. Beside him. What did you say?" Ito Shore was a bit dazed upon hearing Qin Shang's words. But Qin Shang had no intention of explaining. He first used the space cage to confine the space around Ito Shore, then directly unleashed Mental Storm to kill her. Seeing Ito Shore being killed, the professionals from Sakura Nation hovering in midair instantly changed their expressions. "Damn it, you actually killed Prince Shore. I will skin you alive and tear you to pieces. Do you know that you have killed someone you absolutely cannot touch? Today, you will undoubtedly die. You can't escape. I have already set up a formation here to interrupt space teleportation. You are doomed today. How dare you harm our esteemed Prince Shore? I will make sure you have no place to be buried." The practitioners of Sakura country shouted in unison, while the leader, Ito Yoshihide, secretly rejoiced but outwardly roared, "Everyone, attack together and avenge Prince Shore." As Ito Yoshihide stepped forward, all the practitioners of Sakura country followed in his footsteps, charging towards Qin Shang. At this moment, Qin Shang looked at the practitioners of Sakura country rushing towards him, lightly tapping his fingers as he counted leisurely, 1, 2, 3, not bad, still 89. Practitioners, not one less. Meanwhile, on the Liekong Square, 4 figures were engaged in conversation. As the only 4 8-turn level powerhouses in Shinsha, they could naturally eavesdrop on the words of the crowd below. The blue figure let out a soft "Chief Marshal brother of the Demon Slayer squad, why did you arrange such a talent to Liekong Canyon? Isn't that against the rules?" The red figure, Jifengyu, also looked at Wu Xian. "Old Wu, aren't you always selfless? How did you develop a personal interest awarding a high school student the position of chief captain? That doesn't conform to the regulations, does it?" Wu Xian shook his head. "Whether I have personal interests or not is none of your business. Just so you know, don't compete with me. This is a talent I have my eyes on." The white figure, Bai Haoran, chuckled lightly. "A talent you have your eyes on? I remember, this kid seems to have already been taken as a disciple by my subordinate, Bai Wuji," he continued. "If that's the case, Qin Shang should be considered a talent of our War God Hall." Hearing Bai Haoran's words, Wu Xian's face darkened. Just based on that kid Bai Wuji, what qualifications does he have to take on disciples? However, upon hearing Wu Xian's words, Bai Haoran showed no signs of backing down, and the two were at a standoff. The blue figure, Long Feiyu, interjected, "The person hasn't even come out yet, and you two are already fighting over him. Besides, we only have 6 people in the canyon," he added, "while Sakura country has a full 99. We should think about how to win this bet." Upon hearing Long Feiyu's words, Wu Xian and Bai Haoran finally calmed down. 99 against 6. This huge disparity in numbers made it almost unnecessary to assess the strength of both sides to determine the outcome. Realizing this, the red figure Jifengyu also darkened his expression. "Indeed, by common sense, we are likely to lose this bet." Bai Haoran and Long Feiyu also looked grim. Wu Xian, however, wore a strange expression. He remembered that Chao Yuan had once submitted a detailed report on Qin Shang's performance in the Diyuan Dragon Palace, the provincial exam simulation, and this time in the Death Mountains. This kid was not someone who played by the rules. Meanwhile, inside the Liekong Canyon instance, Qin Shang looked at the furious practitioners of Sakura country before him, yet he felt no worry at all. Instead, he checked the progress of his 5-turn task. Currently, 10 Sakura country practitioners have been killed, 89 remaining. Seeing the detailed content of the 5-turn taskbar, a smile crept onto Qin Shang's lips. Among the hidden practitioners of Sakura country before him, there happened to be 89. It perfectly matched his 5-turn task. As long as I kill these 89 hidden practitioners, my 5-turn task will be completed and I will meet the minimum standard to enter the ancient battlefield of the sky. Just as Qin Shang finished his thoughts, the 89 hidden practitioners, led by Ito Yoshihide, charged towards him rapidly. "You're about to die, and you're still distracted." With a low shout from Ito Yoshihide, a beam of energy erupted from his hand, aimed directly at Qin Shang. However, in the next moment, a blue light flashed on Qin Shang's body and a flowing ribbon appeared around him. The purple beam of light was then directly rebounded back by the blue ribbon on Qin Shang. The powerful energy beam struck directly at Ito Yoshihide, causing him to stagger in midair. This is a rebound skill. Ito Yoshihide was initially taken aback but quickly reacted, shouting to the Sakura country professionals nearby. Everyone, don't panic. This kind of rebound equipment usually can only rebound once, he continued, and the cooldown time is very long. Let's all attack together and kill him, Ito Yoshihide shouted. Following his lead, the Sakura Country professionals around him, after a moment of surprise, began to unleash their skills, attacking Qin Shang. Who said my rebound equipment can only rebound once? Qin Shang smiled slightly. It should be noted that his equipment skills were also influenced by multiple casting. In other words, the skill effect of the Ring of Reversal could rebound flying skills up to 46,495 times. As countless flying skills came attacking towards Qin Shang, he remained completely unperturbed, allowing these flying skills to hit him. In the next moment, a blue ribbon flashed, and countless flying skills were rebounded back. The Sakura Country professionals in midair were thrown into a frenzy. No way, this guy's rebound equipment can rebound multiple times. We can't use flying skills anymore. Yeah, Prince Yoshihide, this guy's equipment is strange. Why don't we try close combat? Someone suggested. Then let's use close combat. Ito Yoshihide seemed to have made up his mind as he drew his weapon. Seeing this, the other Sakura Country professionals also drew their weapons. Under Ito Yoshihide's leadership, all the Sakura Country professionals charged towards Qin Shang once more. However, just as their weapons were about to strike down on Qin Shang, swish, swish, swish. In the next instant, countless yellow lights lit up around Qin Shang, and in an instant, 46,495 layers of light shields unfolded around him, the sheer number of powerful shields sending the surrounding Sakura Country professionals flying. What is going on? How does this guy have so many shields? How can a mage have such thick shields? They're thicker than the hidden class, Holy Spirit Guardian's shields. Isn't he a mage? Why would a mage need such strong shields? The Sakura Country professionals who were knocked back by Qin Shang's shields looked at him with astonished expressions, their voices filled with disbelief. The shields surrounding Qin Shang nearly enveloped the entire Sakura Country's spring base. The shield value was even higher than the original protective barrier of the spring base. It was no exaggeration to say that Qin Shang had arrived before his physical form did, with the protective value already in place. Damn it, when did the divine Summer Country produce such a monster? Ito Yoshihide's eyes nearly spat fire as he glared at Qin Shang, gritting his teeth. Alright, it's about time, Qin Shang chanted a skill, smiling. Then, sparks of fire lit up around him, and as the flames disappeared, fireballs gradually began to coalesce, continuously merging and growing larger. In an instant, a massive fireball, as large as the sun, appeared above Qin Shang's head. Upon seeing the emergence of this fireball, Ito Yoshihide's eyes widened. Was that commotion over there caused by you? Ito Yoshihide found it hard to believe, but the truth was right in front of him. The earlier earth-shaking noise was not caused by Ito Yoshihide's skill but by the power of Qin Shang's skill. How could this be possible? He had originally thought that Qin Shang had disarmed Ito Yoshihide with a special skill. He never expected that Qin Shang relied entirely on raw numbers. However, Qin Shang did not give him much time to think. Go! Qin Shang pointed, and the massive fireball shot straight towards the Sakura Country professionals in front of him. Boom! With a loud explosion, all the Sakura Country professionals fell from the air like mosquitoes fumigated by incense, and at that moment purple light flashed from their bodies, clearly indicating they were about to be teleported away. Spatial confinement. Qin Shang then unleashed his skill, and in the next moment, the practitioners from the Sakura Country, who were supposed to be teleported out, were frozen in place. The purple light on their bodies also paused its flickering. This is a spatial skill. Damn it, how can a mage have such a skill? Why would a mage need such a strong binding skill? Isn't that the kind of skill only support classes have? You idiot. Of course it's to bind you. Otherwise, it would be binding me. You're the fool. Now we are all bound. The practitioners from Sakura Country realized they had not been teleported out, their faces filled with panic as they discussed in a flurry. Meanwhile, Ito Yoshihide's expression was even worse. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is all your fault," and then he took out a jade tablet. The moment the jade tablet appeared, all of Ito Yoshihide's vital energy surged towards it, and the originally white jade tablet instantly turned blood red. The tablet then floated in midair, and Ito Yoshihide ominously declared, "With my blood, I summon the evil spirits." Summon the evil spirits? It seems that rumor is true. The Sakura Country is indeed colluding with evil spirits in secret. Qin Shang frowned as he looked at the blood-red jade tablet in the air. However, summoning evil spirits to fight was a good idea. Let the evil spirits fight among themselves. If only he could also summon an evil spirit someday. In the next moment, the blood-red jade tablet shattered, transforming into a blood-red vortex entrance. "Ha, you little brats from Sakura Country, have you come to ask for my help again? Let me be clear, if you want me to take action, you must sacrifice a lot of blood offerings. Now, let me see, who are we killing this time?" Laughter from demons echoed from within the vortex entrance. Why does that voice sound a bit familiar? Qin Shang raised an eyebrow. In the next moment, a seductive figure in a black bodycon dress stepped out from the blood-red vortex. It was Lilith, the high-level evil spirit he had encountered multiple times before. Outside, at the Rift Sky Square, Xiaoxian, who was originally healing many candidates, suddenly changed his expression as the entrance to the Rift Sky Canyon was suddenly shrouded in purple energy. This aura is a leak of abyssal energy. Could it be that a high-level evil spirit has invaded the Rift Sky instance? Xiaoxian said in shock. It shouldn't be. We have the three of us old fellows guarding here. Which blind high-level evil spirit would dare to invade? Wang Zhonglin said angrily. The Rift Sky Canyon is a newly discovered instance. It shouldn't be invaded by evil spirits. Could it be that someone inside is playing tricks? Feng Tianqing said as he looked towards Tokugawa Maku on the high platform. Please don't look at me like that, my lords. We are also very worried about the invasion of high-level evil spirits into the instance, Tokugawa Maku said with a worried expression, but internally he was secretly muttering, what's going on? Clearly, we have the numerical advantage. Why summon Lilith? Every time that guy is summoned, a lot of blood offerings must be sacrificed. The four figures high above also observed the purple aura surrounding the vortex entrance. How could there be a high-level evil spirit invasion? This doesn't make sense. Could it really be that those little brats from Sakura country are causing trouble? Long Feiyu said in astonishment. It's possible. Didn't we hear that Sakura country obtained a contract jade tablet in the Abyss battlefield? Ji Fengyu nodded. These despicable little brats, I'm going to flatten their little island right now. Bai Haoren's tone was filled with killing intent. Those little brats from Sakura country certainly need to be taught a lesson, but for now, let's think about how to deal with the high-level evil spirits in the instance. We are just projections here and can't take action. We can only watch Xiaoxian and the others. Wu Xian shook his head. As the four great elders of the Divine Summer Kingdom, they were important combat forces, usually stationed in key locations of Divine Summer and could not leave easily. At this moment, only their projections had reached the sky. At this moment, in the square, Xiaoxian and the other two exchanged glances. They floated in mid-air, invaded by high-level evil spirits, and the dungeon would generate a boss strategy. Room. Generally, outsiders cannot break the rules of the room. However, as Emperor-level powerhouses, Xiaoxian and the others were certainly not ordinary people. As the three of them slowly floated in the air, they continuously urged their magical power, gradually reaching their peak, as if in the next moment, they would strike to break through the Rift Canyon. Inside the Sakura country's spring water base, young one, we welcome the enchanting Princess Lilith. Please, my lady, eliminate this practitioner from the Divine Summer Kingdom. Afterward, no matter how much blood food you require, you may take as much as you wish. Ito Yoshihide smiled at Lilith in front of him, then gritted his teeth and glared at Qin Sheng across from him. Indeed, every time they summoned Lilith to fight for the Sakura country using the Jade token, they had to offer a large amount of blood food, and it had to be handsome men, with their levels not being too low. They had to be good-looking and high-level, which was quite difficult to find. Therefore, every time the Sakura country allowed Lilith to absorb blood food, the quantity was scarce. But this time, in order to kill Qin Sheng, Ito Yoshihide was all in. Oh, this is quite rare. Isn't your Sakura country usually very stingy? You only sacrifice a little blood food each time, not enough to fill my teeth. This time so generous, I really want to see what kind of opponent makes you willing to pay such an expensive price. Lilith smacked her lips, her eyes filled with curiosity. Every time the Sakura country summoned her, it was to kill some strong enemies. However, the cost of each summoning was a random sacrifice of some Sakura country practitioners. But the number of sacrifices was determined by the summoner, so every time the Sakura country summoned Lilith, it was like haggling. Why were they so decisive this time? Thinking of this, Lilith began to observe her surroundings, and, upon doing so, she was taken aback. She saw that the Sakura country practitioners around her were not only hidden classes but also at levels between the third and fourth transitions. Such refined combat power being forced into this state was truly unbelievable. I want to see who has forced you into this. Lilith smiled as she looked in the direction pointed out by Ito Yoshihide. However, the next moment, her expression froze. Her eyes widened, as if she had turned to stone. In her line of sight stood a handsome young man facing her. Yet at this moment, the usually infatuated Lilith had no desire for the handsome young man. Instead, her eyes reflected the shadow of fear towards Qin Sheng. Ah, I'm fighting Qin Sheng. Is this for real? Upon realizing that the enemy across from her was Qin Sheng, Lilith felt completely stunned. No, these bastards from the Sakura country actually summoned me to deal with Qin Sheng. To deal with this kid who looks even more like a demon than I do? You can't handle him, so you want me to take the hits, right? Lilith was furious inside. Lady Lilith, please take action, Ito Yoshihide urged. As Lilith remained motionless. Take action? I'll slap your mother. Lilith fiercely slapped Ito Yoshihide. Ah, this. Ito Yoshihide covered his stinging left cheek, looking bewildered. You little brat, don't get cocky. I just made a mistake last time. Next time, I'll definitely find someone to deal with you. As Lilith threatened, she turned to walk towards the spatial passage. Meanwhile, Qin Shang, inside the spring water base, merely smiled at Lilith's actions. You offend me, and you still want to leave? Spatial cage. A flash of purple light flickered in Qin Shang's eyes as he chanted his skill. The space in front of Lilith was instantly confined, and the moment she intended to step into the vortex entrance, she found herself frozen in place. What's going on? She was momentarily at a loss. As an evil spirit, she could not return to the vortex. Even the slightest movement of raising a hand became slow. Who should I deal with first? Qin Shang said casually, looking at the Sakura country practitioners and Lilith who were trapped. At this moment, Qin Shang's gaze was like that of a diner choosing from a menu, scanning each Sakura country practitioner and Lilith. Whether it was Lilith or the practitioners from Sakura country, they felt as if they were being targeted by some savage beast after being swept by Qin Shang's lightning-like gaze, instantly breaking into a cold sweat. Let's get the equipment first, then tackle my fifth transition task. Qin Shang smiled, then began to chant a skill. Upon hearing Qin Shang's words, Ito Yoshihiro scoffed, wishful thinking, even if I die, I won't give you my equipment. We have the jade shatter and collapse on us. However, before Ito Yoshihiro could finish his sentence, it got stuck in his throat and he could no longer speak. This was because he saw that as Qin Shang chanted his skill, purple hands continuously emerged in front of him. Then, like a torrential downpour, they reached out to grab the Sakura country practitioners in front of him. What skill is this? My Thundercloud armor has been taken. Cloud Grasp. This is Cloud Grasp. No way, isn't Cloud Grasp supposed to be used only once? The grabbing probability is only 1/20th. Is this really Cloud Grasp? Why is it grabbing us like it's raining? Damn. My Flying Cloud Spear. My Icy Pearl. That's a special type of equipment I've trained for so long. As Qin Shang's Cloud Grasp fell, the practitioners from Sakura country erupted in cries of despair. In their terrified and incredulous eyes, the equipment on them was being taken away one by Qin Shang's Cloud Grasp. Ito Yoshihiro gritted his teeth and cursed. My equipment, the top-tier Thundersword that took me 2.5 years to obtain. You little brat. Qin Shang paid no attention to the curses from the Sakura country crowd, looking at the equipment he had retrieved. He couldn't help but smile. So much equipment, this should be worth quite a few points, he thought. Then I can exchange for the legendary equipment I need, or even high-level skill books. But unfortunately, it seems I'm still a bit short of the conditions to exchange for the forbidden spell. Qin Shang pondered silently. The forbidden spell was a skill he had always wanted to exchange for, but even the forbidden spells mastered by the Divine Summer Country were few, and the conditions for exchanging them were naturally very strict. With the resources Qin Shang currently had, it was still not enough to exchange for a forbidden spell. It is known that even the rumored only youth in the Divine Summer Country who mastered a forbidden spell, Ji Wushuang, had his forbidden spell skill exchanged with a large amount of resources from his ancestors, the Vermilion Bird. This kid is getting more and more like a demon. Lilith smacked her lips. Her eyes widened as she watched Qin Shang use Cloud Grasp, stripping the Sakura country practitioners of their equipment one by one. Goodness, this method was more demonic than a demon. At least demons only killed, while Qin Shang both robbed and killed. I should have robbed enough by now, Qin Shang said, nodding as he noticed that Cloud Grasp hadn't brought back any equipment for a while. In that case, let's complete the fifth transition task first. He smiled, then waved the mental staff in his hand. In the next moment, an invisible mental storm raged around Qin Shang. The first to be affected were the weaker Sakura country practitioners who felt their souls being torn apart and reassembled in the mental storm. Torn apart and reassembled again. Before long, some Sakura practitioners could no longer hold on and fell from the air. Damn it! Ito Yoshihiro, who had been holding on desperately, was now bleeding from all 7 orifices and could no longer endure. How can there be someone like you? Ito Yoshihiro let out a reluctant roar, and then he too fell from the air, his eyes vacant. Ding! Congratulations on killing 99 hidden class players. You have completed the 5th transfer task and have been promoted to the 5th transfer. Each time you level up, all your base attribute points increase by 64, and your free attribute points increase by 256. Your multiple casting has reached level 6, and each time you kill a monster, you will gain 6 layers of casting. Hearing the announcement in his ear, Qin Shang nodded. Finally completed the 5th transfer. Now I've met the entry requirements for the ancient battlefield of the sky. He then looked up at Lilith, who was still trapped in midair. Please, don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want. Lilith trembled as she spoke, caught in Qin Shang's gaze. First, tell me how you signed a contract with the people of Sakura country. A cold glint flashed in Qin Shang's eyes as he asked. We signed the contract using a contract jade tablet, Lilith answered truthfully due to the directive. Can the contract target be changed to me? Qin Shang nodded. Of course, but do the summoning conditions need to be changed? The original summoning condition was that each time you summoned, you had to randomly sacrifice some practitioners from Sakura country. Lilith raised an eyebrow and asked, are you saying that every time I use the jade tablet to summon you, I will randomly sacrifice practitioners from Sakura country? Qin Sheng asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, according to the contract signed between Sakura Country and me, that is the condition, to sacrifice their practitioners. It's the same effect no matter who uses the jade tablet. Lilith nodded and replied honestly. Hearing Lilith's words, Qin Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. What's there to change? Using the jade tablet only requires him to expend a bit of his own blood essence. Moreover, the practitioners sacrificed each time are all from Sakura Country. There's no need to consume resources from his side, and he can summon Lilith as a free fighter. Despite being tormented by Qin Sheng, Lilith was still a high-level evil spirit of the fifth transfer, possessing considerable suppression over other practitioners. With the jade tablet, he could summon Lilith at any time, meaning he now had a high-level fifth transfer evil spirit pet. More importantly, as a high-level evil spirit, Lilith surely had a wealth of information about evil spirits in her mind. If utilized properly, it would be a powerful tool for battling evil spirits for the entire divine summer. No need to change it. Keep this contract condition, Qin Sheng said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, the blood-red jade tablet, floating in midair, returned to Qin Sheng's hand. He rubbed the jade tablet slightly before putting it away. Meanwhile, Lilith, suspended in midair, tugged at her lips. She tried to lift her arms but found she couldn't raise them at all. Damn it, why hasn't this spatial confinement skill been lifted yet? How could this guy be so persistent? Handsome guy, now that you have the contract jade tablet, Lilith said with a smirk, you can summon me anytime without any cost, and you can lift the spatial confinement effect on me, right? Oh, about that, it can be lifted. Qin Sheng smiled and casually lifted the spatial confinement effect. His smile remained as if he had no worries about Lilith escaping. Ha ha, you foolish human, your experience is still too little. I'll just return to the abyss and find someone. Lilith's words were cut off mid-sentence, as if stuck in her throat, and she could no longer speak because she realized that even though Qin Sheng had lifted the spatial confinement effect, she still couldn't move freely. At that moment, a cold prompt echoed in her mind once again. Ding! You cannot leave this space. You have not completed 46,494 commands from the caster Qin Sheng. What? This is possible? Lilith's face darkened upon hearing that prompt in her mind. Over 40,000 commands? Isn't this treating her like a Sakura Country person? Lilith's face instantly darkened, and what made her feel even more powerless was that what she had just been hit by seemed to be a skill, not some kind of contract. This meant that Qin Sheng could repeatedly use the skill to issue her tens of thousands of commands. Goodness, did this mean she had become the other party's dog? However, at this moment, Qin Sheng paid no attention to the frowning Lilith. Instead, he looked at a certain spot in front of him with surprise in his eyes. Suddenly, a red light flashed from that spot, and at that moment, the system's announcement rang in his ears. Congratulations to the Divine Xia Kingdom for winning the victory in this Rift Sky Canyon. As the MVP of the Divine Xia Kingdom, you have received an exclusive MVP treasure chest. Immediately after, a treasure chest radiating red light descended from the sky and hovered in front of Qin Sheng. It's actually red. Qin Sheng looked at the red treasure chest in front of him, his expression astonished. It should be known that in the treasure chest grading system, a blue star color represents rank. Purple is epic, gold is legendary, and red is the highest rank, mythic. He never expected to receive a mythic level treasure chest, but thinking about it, it made sense. This time, Qin Sheng had single-handedly killed 99 practitioners from the Sakura Kingdom, making him the undisputed MVP. A red treasure chest didn't seem excessive, but now is not the time to check the treasure chest. I should put it away first. And by the way, as Qin Sheng stored the red treasure chest, he glanced at Lilith, who was floating in midair. Meanwhile, in the distance outside the Sakura Kingdom's spring water base, a 5-person team was advancing. It was Luo Qingxue, Imoing, Mu Chang, and the other two. They had been following Qin Sheng's footsteps all along but had yet to catch sight of him. Phew, why is the captain running so fast? I've been chasing for so long and still can't see his shadow. Mu Chang wiped his sweat and said, the skill the captain just used, if I'm not mistaken, seems to be a teleportation type, Zhang Mengfei said in surprise. That shouldn't be, right? Teleportation types usually can only teleport once or twice. How could the captain teleport so many times? Zhu Qing shook his head, puzzled. Generally speaking, do you think our Shanggu is an ordinary person? Moing revealed a bitter smile. Stop chatting, let's hurry up. Just now, there were several loud noises coming from the direction of the Sakura Kingdom's spring water base. The battle might have already started. We need to rush. Luo Qingxue frowned, just about to call her teammates to move towards the spring water base when suddenly several beams of pure white light descended from the sky, shining down on them. The 5 people enveloped by the light beams exchanged glances, and a single thought echoed in their minds. What's going on? However, the next moment, before Luo Qingxue and the others could react, their figures were directly teleported away, outside the Rift Sky Dungeon. Phew, it's up to you now. Wang Laodi, Feng Tianqing, who had just released his skill, took a step back inside. He was now drenched in sweat, looking as if he had just gone through a taxing ordeal. To break the high-level evil spirits entering the dungeon and the resulting abyssal space, it required the intervention of a 7th-tier powerhouse, but not just any 7th-tier powerhouse could immediately break it. After all, it was an abyssal space, so space-type practitioners could break it the fastest. However, Feng Tianqing, Wang Zhonglin, and Xiao Zian were not space-type practitioners. Therefore, they could only use a more cumbersome method, one by one stepping forward to continuously output skills to break the Rift Sky dungeon. Just then, whoosh, 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 5 white light beams teleported outside, and it was Luo Qingxue and the others. Impressive, old Wang. You broke the Rift Sky dungeon space right after you made your move, Wang Zhenlin said with a smile. But I haven't made a move yet. Wang Zhenlin scratched his head, confused. Something feels off. The aura of high-level evil spirits in the Rift Sky Canyon seems to have disappeared, Xiao Zian said, her expression somewhat puzzled. What? Hearing Xiao Zian's words, both Wang Zhenlin and Feng Tianqing were taken aback. They exchanged glances and looked towards the sky above the Rift Sky Canyon. Mid-air, a phantom light curtain was constantly changing. That was the announcement of the completion of the Rift Sky Canyon dungeon, which was currently encoding specific information about the announcement. At this moment, on the high platform, Tokugawa Maka stood up suddenly. Ha, we won. Although he had no idea what had happened in the Rift dungeon, why, under such a great advantage, Ito Hideyoshi would summon the evil Lilith. But none of that mattered now. The dungeon announcement was already being programmed, and the side of Shinkai had already teleported out 98 professionals. As for the one who did not teleport out, it was probably the Qin Shang who was surrounded and killed by Ito Hideyoshi. This meant that this bet was a victory for their Sakura nation. Congratulations, my lord, this is truly a great achievement. Not only did we win the bet against Shinkai, but we also killed a genius from Shinkai, Yamashita Honda said excitedly. In his view, since all the professionals from Shinkai had teleported out, only Qin Shang and Jiujio had not, coupled with the earlier leak of the high-level evil's aura. This meant it was very likely. However, Yamashita Honda's thoughts abruptly stopped in his mind. On the Rift Square, another beam of light teleported out, and as the light gradually faded, Qin Shang's figure appeared. How is this possible? Tokugawa Maku and Yamashita Honda exchanged shocked glances, but soon, Tokugawa Maku revealed a joyful smile. Even if Qin Shang was alive, it still meant that we, Sakura, had won. As long as Showa and Prince Hideyoshi teleport out, we will take the rewards from this bet. This is a great achievement. Tokugawa Maku thought this, but as time passed, the professionals from Sakura Nation still had not teleported out. What is going on? Where are our professionals? Tokugawa Maku exclaimed in shock. He almost shouted angrily towards the square, and everyone turned to look at him, while Qin Shang shrugged. They are already dead. Your choice, Tokugawa. In the Rift Square, Tokugawa Maku was stunned by Qin Shang's words, then he burst into laughter. You're just bragging. Little brother. You say our Sakura professionals are already dead in the Rift Sky Canyon, then why haven't they teleported out? You lost, so just admit it, okay? Tokugawa Maku was initially anxious because the Sakura people had not teleported out for a long time, but upon hearing Qin Shang's words, he immediately stood up to refute. My lord, don't pay attention to this brat. I think he has been beaten so badly by our Sakura geniuses that his head is messed up to say such foolish things. Yamashita Honda also stood up, speaking with great pride. Meanwhile, the other professionals from Shinkai in the square frowned. They looked at Qin Shang with concerned eyes, wondering if he had really been knocked silly. Ji Wuxuang and Feng Hanyu exchanged glances. They clearly remembered that just a second before they were teleported out, 89 professionals from Sakura, led by Ito Hideyoshi, had said they were going back to the Sakura water base to deal with Qin Shang. But now Qin Shang claimed that those Sakura professionals were all dead. How could that be possible? Could it be that Qin Shang single-handedly killed them all? No, that was absolutely impossible. Ji Wuxuang and Feng Hanyu shook their heads. They both knew how difficult those 89 Sakura professionals were to deal with. Not only were those 89 Sakura professionals powerful, but they were also quite skilled in tactical cooperation. Clearly, before entering the genius competition, they had undergone rigorous tactical training, like a well-drilled army. How could they possibly be defeated by Qin Shang alone? Sister Xuanxuan, do you think what he said is true? After all, he is the leader of the demon-slaying squad. With his strength, it's not impossible for him to do that, Feng Ying said doubtfully. Indeed, with his strength, it's not impossible to kill a dozen geniuses from the Sakura Nation. But this is a full 89 geniuses from the Sakura Nation, and they understand tactical cooperation. More importantly, Bai Xuanxuan was about to speak when she was interrupted by Feng Yao beside her. More importantly, there hasn't been a single Sakura Nation practitioner teleported out of the square. This is abnormal. When practitioners are about to be killed, their wristbands activate protective functions. They should have been teleported out, yet not a single Sakura Nation practitioner has been teleported out, which can only mean that the Sakura Nation practitioners are still in the Rift Sky Canyon. Feng Yao gritted his teeth and said, though he was reluctant to admit it, the fact remained. Meanwhile, Xiao Zian also showed a look of sorrow. After all, she was the person in charge of this Rift Sky Canyon instance. Naturally, she had to take responsibility for this gamble that concerned the fate of the Divine Xia Nation. At this moment, the Divine Xia Nation was in utter defeat. On their side, 99 practitioners had been teleported out, while not a single one had come from the Sakura Nation. Feng Tianqing and Wang Zhonglin also had grim expressions. In midair, the brows of the four figures were slightly furrowed. The white figure coldly spoke, "These little brats from the Sakura Nation dare to be so arrogant in front of me. I will go and flatten Woku Island." Then, the white figure flashed with white light and disappeared, while the other three figures shook their heads and also turned into light spots and vanished. Above Woku Island, a handsome young man dressed in a white battle robe suddenly appeared. Although he looked young, he exuded a strong killing intent. His eyes sparkled like lightning, fixated on Woku Island below. "Woku Emperor, get out here." The young man spoke softly, but it sounded like a thunderous roar, releasing waves of tiger-like howls that pressed down towards the Woku pirates below. In an instant, the Sakura Nation people living on Woku Island covered their ears, blood oozing from their 7 orifices, and some weaker Sakura Nation individuals exploded into blood mist on the spot. "Bye. Howren, what are you doing? It's just a bet. Do you really want to start a war?" As a voice rang out, a short man dressed in white flew out from Woku Island. "If it weren't for your schemes and tricks, would my Divine Xia lose?" Bai Howren glared at the short man, his killing intent unabated. "TCH, it's just a bet. Losing is losing. Can't your Divine Xia afford to lose?" The short man faced Bai Howren's pressure, speaking disdainfully. "What did you say?" Bai Howren's gaze was like lightning, overflowing with killing intent, as if he was about to strike at any moment. However, at that moment, a figure in a white robe suddenly flew out from Woku Island. He looked panicked and shouted at the short man in front of him, "Your Majesty, it's bad. Princes Hideyoshi and Hideo, their soul tokens have all shattered." "What? How is that possible? Didn't Tokugawa Maku just send word that our Sakura Nation had already won?" The short man, Ito Baichi, looked alarmed. "They're all dead?" Bai Howren raised an eyebrow upon hearing the words of the figure in white. He quickly recalled what Qin Shang had said at Rift Sky Square. Could it be that what that kid said was true? Does that mean he really killed all the geniuses of the Sakura Nation by himself? This is a talent. No, this is a genius. I need to hurry back and snatch people before those 3 guys notice. With that, Bai Howren's figure instantly vanished from Woku Island. Meanwhile, at Rift Sky Square, Xiao Zian walked up and patted Qin Shang's shoulder, wanting to say some comforting words. Suddenly, the announcement at Rift Sky Square finally completed its sorting. The announcement was broadcasting clearly: Sakura Nation Practitioner Ito Hideyoshi, kill count 20. Sakura Practitioner Matsushita Zaosia, kill count 8. Sakura Practitioner Tanaka Urwo, kill count 6. Watching the continuous announcements on the Rift Sky Bulletin, Tokugawa Muggle's smile grew wider. I told you we were bound to win. Look, the broadcast is reporting our kill counts." "Yes, my lord, when we return, His Majesty the Emperor will surely reward us handsomely." Yamashita Honda echoed, but soon, the announcement for the Rift Sky Dungeon reached its conclusion. Sakura Nation Practitioners total kill count 93. How could it be 93? Tokugawa Muggle and Yamashita Honda exchanged glances, both filled with astonishment. The Shinkawa side looked at the Rift Sky Dungeon announcement, then glanced at Qin Shang and a few other practitioners. Their eyes were also filled with confusion. However, the next moment, the Rift Sky Dungeon announcement rang out again. Now announcing the kill count for the Shinkawa side: Shinkawa Practitioner Qin Shang, kill count 99. Final result: Shinkawa Nation wins. In an instant, everyone turned to the recently sounded dungeon announcement, staring at it intently, with some even rubbing their eyes, fearing they had misread. One person killed 99 hidden practitioners. How could that be possible? Haim Muzu and Feng Hanyu exchanged glances, both recognizing the surprise in each other's eyes. They were well aware of how powerful those Sakura practitioners were. Yet, all of them had been killed by Qin Shang alone. Xiao Zian and the others also looked at Qin Shang, their expressions astonished. At this moment, Tokugawa Muggle staggered back several steps. "No, this is impossible. There must be a malfunction." However, upon hearing his words, the Shinkawa side merely looked at him with expressions of disbelief. It should be noted that the Rift Sky Dungeon was the latest outdoor dungeon, and malfunctions were impossible. At that moment, Tokugawa Muggle's phone vibrated repeatedly. It was a call reminder from the Japanese Emperor. A few minutes ago, Tokugawa Muggle would have answered the Emperor's call without hesitation, waiting for praise. But now, the completion announcement stated that the Shinkawa side had won the bet in this Rift Sky Dungeon. Moreover, Qin Shang claimed to have killed 99 Sakura Nation practitioners. More importantly, there were no Sakura Nation practitioners teleporting out of the Rift Sky Canyon dungeon. Coupled with the urgent call from the Emperor, there was only one conclusion: what Qin Shang said was true. Realizing this, Tokugawa Muggle's heart raced. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Qin Shang. All 99 hidden practitioners painstakingly cultivated by Sakura Nation over the years had perished at his hands. When he returned to Japan, he would surely be tormented to the brink of madness by the emperor. With this thought, Tokugawa Muggle steeled himself, transforming into a shadow, lunging straight at Qin Shang. Damn brat, you will die too. Not good. Xiao Xian's expression tightened, while Feng Tianqing and Wang Zhenlin beside her also showed fear. They never expected Tokugawa Muggle would act out of desperation and attack in the Rift Sky Square. However, just as Tokugawa Muggle was about to reach Qin Shang, a voice like a tiger's roar echoed from the Rift Sky Square. Immediately, a beam of light, like a force of nature, struck Tokugawa Muggle, shattering him into pieces, followed by another small beam hitting Yamashita Honda, eliminating him as well. That voice. It's Lord White Tiger. Hearing that voice, a smile appeared on Xiao Xian's face, while Wang Zhenlin and Feng Tianqing looked up at the figure in white robes in the air with joy. As the newcomer descended from the sky, all practitioners from the Shinka side respectfully bowed. It's fine, I'm just here to handle a personal matter. Bai Haoran waved his hand, signaling everyone to stand up, then he looked at Qin Shang with an appreciative gaze. Kid, you really gave me a big surprise. I didn't expect Bai Wujie to discover a genius like you, but with your talent, being his disciple is somewhat of a waste. Why not just become my direct disciple instead? How about that? The White Tiger Elder said with a smile. At this moment, all the professionals in the Liantian Square gasped in shock upon hearing the White Tiger Elder's words. Goodness, this is an invitation from the White Tiger Elder. It should be noted that among all the professionals in the Divine Summer Kingdom, there are countless practitioners from the 1st to the 5th transition. There are also hundreds of 6th transition king-level practitioners and over 100 emperor-level powerhouses. However, there are only 4 8th transition respect-level powerhouses, which shows the value of these 4 respect-level powerhouses. And the White Tiger Elder before them, Bai Haoran, is the founder of the War God Hall and the strongest among the 4 elders. To be accepted as a direct disciple by such a powerful figure means an unlimited future. At this moment, everyone looked at Qin Shang in the center of the square with envious eyes. Just as Qin Shang was about to say something, a figure descended from the north and landed in the Liantian Square. A powerful shockwave stirred up clouds of dust in the square, and as the dust settled, a tall figure emerged. It was the Black Tortoise Elder, Wu Xian. Old Bai, you're being unreasonable. I've already said this is the genius I have my eyes on, and you want to snatch him? Wu Xian grinned, showing his teeth. This isn't snatching, it's a transfer, alright? He's already my disciple Bai Wujie from the War God Hall. What's wrong with promoting him to my direct disciple? Bai Haoran shrugged, speaking nonchalantly. Shut up, he's still the chief captain of my demon suppression army. No matter how you put it, he's closest to me. Wu Xian swung his thick arms, refusing to back down. For a moment, the gazes of the Black Tortoise and White Tiger Elders clashed in the air. The two were at a standoff. But just then, 2 more figures arrived from the east and south, landing in the Liantian Canyon Square. As the light around the green figure slowly dissipated, it revealed a young man dressed in a green robe. It was the Azure Dragon Elder, Long Feiyu. He stepped forward and cleared his throat. Ahem, Brother Wu, Brother Bai, actually Qin Shang is also a Tempest from my transition guild. Just as Long Feiyu was about to say something, he felt a wave of killing intent as Bai Haoran and Wu Xian turned their gazes toward him simultaneously. The two spoke in unison. What does it have to do with you? Go play somewhere else. Among the 4 elders, Long Feiyu was the youngest and had always played the role of the little brother. Hearing the words of Wu Xian and Bai Haoran, Long Feiyu could only pout and say to Ji Fengyu beside him, Sister Yu, look at those two. At this moment, Ji Fengyu stepped forward after a moment of contemplation, lightly smiling. Look at the 3 of you, you don't understand the thoughts of young people at all. What transition guild, demon suppression, army, war god hall. What's most important for young people? Of course, it's love. My Shuang'er and Qin Shang are a perfect match. Ji Fengyu said with a smile, glancing at Ji Wushuang and Qin Shang in the square. Perfect match? Just because they went into a dungeon together, that makes them a perfect match? If that's the case, then the demon suppression army would have become my backyard. Wu Xian said with a dissatisfied pout. Old Wu, what are you saying? Ji Fengyu's face showed a hint of anger as she glared at Wu Xian, while the others in the square looked at the 4 elders competing for Qin Shang, exchanging glances. Goodness, these 4 elders usually guard their own territories, and none would easily leave their posts, yet now they all gathered at Liantian Square. And these 4 were ready to fight over Qin Shang. Qin Shang, who was surrounded in the middle, wore a bitter smile. Just then, a voice came from the back of the crowd. Since the 4 of you are arguing endlessly, how about I take him as my disciple? Upon hearing this aged voice, everyone was momentarily stunned. Who was so bold as to snatch someone away amidst the contention of 4 esteemed figures? Were they courting death? In an instant, all the professionals from the Divine Xia Kingdom turned to look at the source of the voice. They saw an old man dressed in security attire slowly walking towards them. He walked neither fast nor slow, yet there was an indescribable calmness about him. With his hands clasped behind his back, he appeared small and frail but exuded an aura as deep as an abyss. Who is this person? Xiao Zian exchanged glances with the two emperor-level figures beside her, both sharing the same question in their minds. This was the Rift Sky Instance Square. Aside from the Demon Suppression Army, the four esteemed figures, and the contestants, there shouldn't be any outsiders here. Old Master Shin, is that you? Qin Shang was taken aback as he recognized the elderly figure approaching him. Wasn't this his old friend, Old Master Shin? How did he end up at the Rift Sky Square? Unlike the shock and confusion of the others, the four esteemed figures, who had been arguing just moments ago, suddenly turned solemn upon seeing Old Master Shen. One by one, they bowed respectfully before the old man and spoke in unison, "We welcome you, Elder Long." Witnessing the four esteemed figures' reaction, the crowd in the Rift Sky Square was filled with astonishment. The only person who could command such respect from the four esteemed figures was none other than the Divine Xia Kingdom's Soul 9 Transformation God-Sealing Powerhouse, the Dragon God Emperor Qian Kuan. "Ha, no need to be so tense, it's nothing important. I just came to visit a little fellow," Old Master Shin said, turning his gaze towards Qin Shang. Upon hearing Emperor Qian Kuan's words, the four esteemed figures exchanged glances, realizing they had lost their chance to intervene now that the Dragon God had personally stepped in. Meanwhile, Qin Shang was still reeling from the shock. The old man he had known since childhood, who had spent countless hours with him discussing various outfits like black silk, white silk, JK uniforms, and Chong Sams, as well as the authoritative old man on lawless and mature women, was actually the only god-sealing powerhouse in the Divine Xia Kingdom? Shin was indeed a god? Just as everyone was in shock, an announcement from the Rift Sky Instance suddenly transformed into a beam of golden light, shooting towards Qin Shang. "What is this?" Qin Shang looked at the golden light, confusion evident in his eyes. The golden light gradually morphed into a card shimmering with golden brilliance. A trial voucher for the ancient battlefield of the sky? Qin Shang stared at the trial voucher in his hand, identical to the one in his backpack. His eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected that after winning the bet between Divine Xia and Sakura Kingdom, this golden trial voucher would end up in his hands. "Little Shang, no need to panic. The trial voucher for the ancient battlefield of the sky has a recognition function. As the owner of a trial voucher for the ancient battlefield of the sky, since you've won this bet, the other one will also come to you," Elder Long said with a smile. "So that's how it is," Qin Shang nodded in understanding. "Alright, the matter of the Rift Sky Instance is concluded. Let these little fellows handle the rest. You've won this bet against Sakura, adding 10 slots for entering the ancient battlefield of the sky for our Divine Xia. This time, I must reward you well, but there are too many people here. Let's find another place to talk," Elder Long said with a smile at Qin Shang, frowning slightly as he sensed the gazes of those around them. He seemed to dislike such a bustling scene. With a wave of his hand, a golden light enveloped Qin Shang. Then, to Qin Shang's astonishment, he and Elder Long vanished from the Rift Sky Square, appearing in a different space. "Here we are, this is the space I have created, the Hidden Dragon Domain," Old Long said, patting Qin Shang on the shoulder. "Hidden Dragon Domain?" Qin Shang nodded, observing the space beside him. He saw that the area around him was filled with rolling green mountains and swirling clouds, giving off a sense of a fairyland. What surprised Qin Shang even more was that many spirit beasts lived in this space, most of which had dragon horns, such as dragon fish, dragon horses, and even a 5-clawed golden dragon flying in the sky, as large as a mountain. Just as the rumors said, the Hidden Dragon Domain is not only a space created by the god-level powerhouse, the Dragon God, but it also nurtures countless dragon-type spirit beasts. Qin Shang nodded, pondering. The rumors that the only god-level powerhouse in the Divine Xia Kingdom, the Dragon God, was a hidden profession known as the Dragon Tamer. It was said that after reaching god level, the Dragon God awakened a special ability. Not only could he command a large number of dragon-type spirit beasts, but he could also forcibly transform some non-dragon-type spirit beasts into powerful dragon-type spirit beasts through the dragon transformation pool to fight for him. Hee, little Shengzi. Don't be so formal, just call me Shende like everyone else, not Old Long. Old Long shook his head and said with a smile. Upon hearing Old Long's words, Qin Shang, having lived 2 lives, quickly accepted the setting of this monk-like figure, and smiled back at Old Long. "Alright, Shende, you usually tell me that you like to raise flowers, birds, fish, and insects, so it turns out they are all dragon-type spirit beasts." "Ah, don't tease me, these are at most just some magical beasts. But what about you, why do you have the aura of evil spirits?" Old Long said while looking at the jade token at Qin Shang's waist. "Oh, you mean this? This is the contract token I took from the Sakura Kingdom, which contracts a high-level evil spirit," Qin Shang explained as he activated the contract token. Although this type of contract token required the sacrifice of a professional each time, the current summoning condition was to sacrifice professionals from the Sakura Kingdom. Qin Shang had directly raised the number of sacrifices to the maximum limit. This meant that each time he summoned Lilith, he would randomly sacrifice 100 professionals from the Sakura Kingdom. How generous, the master is really generous, sacrificing 100 professionals at once, unlike that stingy bunch from the Sakura Kingdom who are always so tight-fisted. With a flash of red light, Lilith, dressed in a black bodycon skirt, gradually walked out from the red glow. She let out a satisfied burp. Having not eaten so well in a long time, she had indeed not followed the wrong person. Qin Shang was generous. Master, just watch, since you let me eat so well, no matter who you ask me to kill, I will do my best, Lilith said, stretching her limbs full of energy. However, the next moment, her eyes widened, and she froze in place. This was because she saw Old Long beside Qin Shang, exuding an indescribable pressure, terrifying like a deity. This is a god-level, no, a god-level powerhouse. Master, am I really going to fight a god-level powerhouse? Lilith's face turned pale, as the previous incident where the Sakura Kingdom summoned her to fight Qin Shang had left her with a psychological shadow. How could humans on this blue star summon evil spirits, each one more outrageous than the last? Last time, the Sakura Kingdom summoned her to fight Qin Shang, and this time, Qin Shang summoned her to fight a god-level powerhouse. These professionals on Blue Star were even more exploitative than their evil spirits. However, the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The old man with an imposing aura, upon seeing Lilith appear, showed a strange expression on his face and grabbed Qin Shang, muttering something. Little Xingzi, not bad, you've captured such a top-notch evil spirit, but your taste is really lacking. I've said it before, black stockings with a JK uniform are the best, Old Long said with a serious face, as if discussing something very serious. Nonsense, mature women are the way to go, Qin Shang retorted without backing down. So, the old man and the young one began a heated discussion about fashion. Lilith, who was left aside, had a face full of black lines, but soon Long Lao said, I remember that the method of contracting evil spirits is generally unstable. Are you sure this evil spirit will listen to you 100%? Of course, Qin Shang nodded confidently. Even if the contract was unstable, he still had his face skills to rely on. He then issued a command to Lilith. Come on, give your tail a flick. Hearing Qin Shang's command, Lilith's face turned bright red, but the tail hidden under her skirt still emerged and flicked around. Now do a backflip, Qin Shang commanded again, looking at Lilith. At that moment, although Lilith was trembling with anger, she still managed to do a backflip on the spot. Ah, you really know how to have fun, kid, Long Lao chuckled, stroking his graying beard. But then his expression turned serious. Alright, since you can control her, let this little girl go back. We need to talk about some serious matters. Okay, Qin Shang sensed the seriousness in Long Lao's gaze and understood that this god-level powerhouse wanted to discuss something truly important. With a casual wave, he returned Lilith to the jade tablet. Hee, little Xingzi, first of all, here's your reward for winning the bet between Xinxia and Sakura. You've added 10 slots for entering the Sky Vault battlefield for us, so I'm going to give you 2 rewards. As Long Lao spoke, he tossed 2 glowing red items towards Qin Shang. What is this? Qin Shang looked at the flying items in surprise. He knew that only 2 types of things could shine with red light. One was myth-level equipment, and the other was forbidden spells. Thinking of this, Qin Shang's heart raced. His first forbidden spell was about to arrive. As the red light faded, the 2 items took shape. One was a piece of wrist armor, and the other was a forbidden spell skill book. On the forbidden spell skill book, 4 large characters were inscribed, Shadow Clone. Qin Shang glanced at the name of the forbidden spell skill book and then stored it along with the other glowing red wrist armor. He was not lacking in equipment now, just needing upgrades. At that moment, the 2 trial scrolls from the Sky Vault Ancient Battlefield on Qin Shang's body shone with dazzling golden light, almost shooting straight up to the clouds, illuminating the entire hidden dragon domain space. What is this? Qin Shang looked at the blinding golden light in front of him, somewhat surprised. It seems the opening day of the Sky Vault Ancient Battlefield is just around the corner, Long Lao said, stroking his beard with a smile. Then he looked at Qin Shang with a solemn expression. Little Xingzi, you need to think carefully about whether you want to go to the Sky Vault Ancient Battlefield or stay under my wing. You should know that the Sky Vault Ancient Battlefield is not the same as the competition you participated in. The Sky Vault Ancient Battlefield is a secret realm-type dungeon. Once you die in there, even Xinxia's teleportation wristbands cannot bring you out in time. Every time the Sky Vault Ancient Battlefield opens, even in the first level, there are a large number of monsters, and many professionals will suffer casualties. But if you stay under my wing, not only will you not encounter these dangers, but my resources are enough to help you quickly level up to the 7th transition. For a professional to go from the 5th transition to the 7th transition in a short time might sound exaggerated to others, but for Long Lao, the only god-level powerhouse of Xinxia, it was just a matter of convenience. However, at this moment, Qin Shang was unusually silent for a moment, then he looked at Long Lao seriously. No, I still decide to participate in the Sky Vault Ancient Battlefield. If I only stay under Master Xin, I'm afraid I'll only be able to reach the Emperor-level powerhouse in this lifetime. Hearing Qin Shang's words, Long Lao's eyes revealed an expression of no surprise. It seems the War God Hall must have told you some information about the Sky Vault Ancient Battlefield. Indeed, even if the practitioners obtain the King Stone and Emperor Stone born in the Sky Vault Battlefield, they can only normally advance to the 6th and 7th transitions. To reach the level of a venerable or a divine being, one must obtain the heart of the venerable by passing the 3rd level in the Heart of the Divine by passing the 4th level in the Sky Vault Ancient Battlefield. However, these 2 special types of items can only be fused on site and cannot be taken out of the Sky Vault Ancient Battlefield. At this moment, upon hearing Elder Long's words, Qin Shang's eyes revealed a hint of longing. Seeing the look in Qin Shang's eyes, Elder Long understood his thoughts and shook his head with a smile, saying, "You really are something, but I must remind you that this time, besides our Divine Xia, there are 5 other empires entering the Sky Vault Ancient Battlefield. Because our Divine Xia has monopolized 20 slots, while the other 5 empires combined only have 50 slots, they are very likely to target us, and this time our Divine Xia personnel not only have to face the trials in the Sky Vault Ancient Battlefield but also be wary of sneak attacks from the other 5 empires." Yet at this moment, Qin Shang, upon hearing Elder Long's words, still wore a confident and defiant expression. "Then let's fight. What of the 5 empires? A single punch can prevent 100. Ha ha ha, you truly are the one I have my eye on, full of ambition. Alright, it's decided then. I will include you in this round of participation in the Sky Vault Ancient Battlefield." As for the Sky Vault Ancient Battlefield, Elder Long shared some information with Qin Shang about the 4 levels of the Sky Vault Ancient Battlefield. He then said, "But you just went through the genius competition and must be quite tired, so go back and rest for now. When the Sky Vault Ancient Battlefield opens, the trial scroll on you will light up with a golden pillar. At that time, I will come find you to meet up. Old man, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't see you off." Elder Long smiled at Qin Shang, and then a teleportation array formed beneath Qin Shang's feet. Just as Qin Shang was momentarily taken aback, he was teleported out of the hidden dragon domain space. Not long after Qin Shang left, 4 figures appeared in the hidden dragon domain space, the 4 venerables of Divine Xia. They had originally been at the Hunting Heaven Square, but after seeing Qin Shang taken away by Elder Long, the 4 left. Until just a short while ago, they had been summoned by Elder Long and arrived at this space, listening to the conversation between Qin Shang and Elder Long. At this moment, the White Tiger Venerable, somewhat puzzled, said, "Elder Long, why did you only tell him about the first 4 levels? I remember there is a 5th level in the Sky Vault Ancient Battlefield, isn't there? The reward for the 5th level seems to be the Heart of the Immortal." Upon hearing the White Tiger Venerable's words, the other 3 venerables also revealed puzzled expressions. Elder Long, however, shook his head at Bai Haoran's words, "You little ones have not entered the 5th level and do not know its difficulty." Hearing Elder Long's words, the 4 exchanged glances. Indeed, as the 4 venerables of the 8th transition, they had only passed the 3rd level and failed at the 4th, never having entered the 5th level. "Elder Long, with all due respect, Qin Shang's talent is not inferior to yours back in the day. With his aptitude, he will surely be able to enter the 5th level and may very well obtain the Heart of the Immortal." "Yes, Elder Long, if Qin Shang can enter the 5th level, and with the hints you provide, he might really be able to obtain the Heart of the Immortal," Long Feiyu said, smacking his lips. "If Qin Shang really obtains the Heart of the Immortal, he could become the first true Immortal level powerhouse in the history of Blue Star." A glimmer of expectation also appeared in Ji Fengyu's eyes. True Immortal level? If Qin Shang can really achieve this, it means our Divine Xia could sweep across the entire Blue Star, Wu Xian said excitedly. However, upon hearing the words of the 4 venerables, Elder Long still shook his head. "You little ones do not understand. The reason why, up until now, Blue Star has seen a dozen divine-level powerhouses, but has never had a true immortal powerhouse, it's precisely because the difficulty of the 5th level is incredibly high. In the 5th level, all equipment and skills of the profession are disabled, and the challengers are directly tested on their spirit through mental attacks," said Elder Long. "No equipment can be used." Tested on their spirit through mental attacks? Upon hearing Elder Long's words, the 4 elders exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a hint of shock. Is this really a test that a person can pass? Elder Long sighed again. "Although Qin Shang's strength is formidable, do you think there's anything particularly special about his spirit?" Hearing Elder Long's inquiry, the 4 elders shook their heads. Due to Qin Shang's impressive achievements, they had naturally investigated his background. However, the answer they found was that aside from Qin Shang demonstrating extraordinary mental strength during the high school assessment, there seemed to be nothing particularly remarkable about him. At that moment, a flash of light appeared, and Qin Shang's figure was teleported to the Rift Sky Square. "Captain, Brother Shang." As soon as he arrived at the Rift Sky Square, Qin Shang saw 2 figures running towards him. It was Mu Chang and Imoing. At this moment, their faces were beaming with smiles because shortly after Qin Shang left the Rift Sky Square, Wang Zhonglin, a powerful emperor-level figure of the Demon Suppression Army, had awarded the first team's rewards to Imoing and the other 4. Each of the 5 received a piece of legendary equipment. In an instant, all 5 wore joyful smiles. After all, this was legendary equipment, and due to Wang Zhonglin's careful selection, these 5 pieces of equipment were very suitable for their professional characteristics, which could be said to have significantly boosted their combat power. The many challengers in the square looked at Mo-ing and the other 4 with envy. It should be noted that although these prodigies came from their respective provinces and possessed considerable resources, obtaining legendary equipment that perfectly matched their professions was still quite Rare. However, human emotions vary. Unlike the joyful mood of the crowd, in a corner of the square, Feng Tiancheng was wailing in pain. No, it's impossible, how could this happen? He had yet to recover from the immense shock. What is this guy shouting about? Shouldn't we be happy that we won this bet against the divine Xia? The surrounding challengers cast him disdainful glances. Oh, you don't know, just now Mu Cheng and the others told me that this guy was originally in the same team as Brother Shang. One of the challengers revealed the reason. But he presumptuously thought of himself as a descendant of a big family and directly withdrew from Brother Shang's team. What? He was originally in the same team as Brother Shang, but he withdrew himself? This fool doesn't even know how to cling to a big leg? Exactly, he's really that stupid. Feeling the mocking gazes from around him, Feng Tiancheng's face instantly turned red. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in, while the two teammates beside him exchanged glances, revealing expressions of anger. If it weren't for Feng Tiancheng, they wouldn't have missed the chance to cling to Qin Shang. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became, and they directly dragged Feng Tiancheng's leg, like dragging a dead dog, back to their province's teleportation array. With the conclusion of the prodigy competition, the teleportation arrays of each province had reopened. The prodigies from each province stepped forward to express their gratitude to Qin Shang. After all, without him, the bet between the Divine Xia and the Sakura Nation would have been lost. Subsequently, these prodigies each stepped into the teleportation array and returned to their respective provinces. Captain, we'll meet again in the Jianghu. Mu Cheng and his two teammates waved goodbye to Qin Shang. They then also returned to their province through the teleportation array. At this moment, Wang Zhonglin handed a brocade box to Qin Shang. This is what old Chow asked me to give you. It was originally your reward for being the chief captain. However, at that time, there were no suitable items for you in the Demon Suppression Army. This item was borrowed by old Chow from another province. Another one. Good. Qin Shang smiled as he looked at the brocade box in his hand. But soon after, he put it away. Under the watchful eyes of Xiao Zian and the others, he, along with Mo Ying and Luo Qingxue, returned to the stronghold of the War God Temple in the Southern River Province through the teleportation array. Upon returning to the stronghold, Qin Shang was soon warmly welcomed by Luo Shanhe, by Meng, and by Wuji. Long before Qin Shang returned to the Liantian Square, Bai Wuji and the others had already received news from Mo Ying and Luo Qingxue, learning that Qin Shang had turned the tide and led Xinxia to a glorious victory against the Sakura Nation in their wager. In an instant, both Luo Shanhe and Bai Meng looked at Qin Shang with admiration. Only Bai Wuji shook his head inside. With old Long stepping in, his disciple naturally wouldn't be able to achieve much. However, Bai Wuji didn't feel too regretful. After all, that was old Long. With the strongest in Xinxia personally guiding Qin Shang, his future prospects were bound to be limitless. Soon, Qin Shang boarded Bai Meng's war god ship, heading towards Binhai City. Before long, he returned to his room, and after a quick wash, he began to check his gains. In an instant, 3 items glowing red and 1 glowing gold floated before Qin Shang. Let's start with that one, let's check. The shadow clone first. Qin Shang looked at the skill book shimmering with red light. This was a forbidden spell. This shadow clone could be considered the first forbidden spell skill book Qin Shang had obtained. Shadow clone type forbidden. Spell effect summons a clone with 100% of the main body's attributes, lasting for 1 minute. Wow, as expected of a forbidden spell, Qin Shang smacked his lips. Looking at the shadow clone skill book before him, he exclaimed in surprise. It's worth noting that clone-type skill books also exist among low, mid, and high-level skill books, but generally, these clone-type skill books are not considered powerful and can only be classified as auxiliary skills. The clones they summon usually inherit only 10% or 30% of the user's attributes, and their duration is only a few seconds, making them quite useless. But this shadow clone can actually summon a clone with 100% of the user's attributes, and it lasts for a whole minute. That's quite powerful. What truly made Qin Shang's heart race was that his multiple casting could also apply to the shadow clone. Doesn't that mean that after using the shadow clone, Qin Shang could summon 46,495 clones? Wow, that's like a one-man army. Meanwhile, in a mysterious space, 5 figures were conversing. These figures had different appearances. They were the leaders of the 5 great empires: Asan, Pickled Vegetable, Freedom, Lion, and Gaul. Those useless fools. From the Sakura Nation, they were so confident they could win 10 slots from Xinxia. Now look, they lost to Xinxia, giving Xinxia's people an extra 10 slots. The leader of Asan's nation said with an unhappy expression. I said long ago that those little turtles from the Sakura Nation are utterly useless. If it were my Pickled Vegetable Nation betting against Xinxia back then, we would have won long ago. The leader of the Pickled Vegetable Nation said disdainfully. Alright, let's think about how to deal with this ancient battlefield of the sky. Although we have a total of 50 slots, Xinxia has a full 20. And as the battlefield progresses, the spatial assessments will become more severe. By then, the King and Emperor stones that fall into our hands won't be many. The leader of the Lion Nation frowned. Don't worry, the Freedom Empire has already come up with a countermeasure, right, Trant? The leader of the Gaul Empire said to a blonde man beside him. That's right, everyone, there's no need to be nervous. Our Grand Elder has already collaborated with Yermangard, allowing each of you to add 10 more slots to your trial scrolls. Moreover, our Grand Elder has also prepared a resurrection elixir for all nations, but there is a cost, of course. Each nation just needs to sacrifice 100 5th-tier professionals, Trance said confidently. Upon hearing Trance words, the leaders of the other 4 nations displayed joyful smiles. 10 more slots. Your Grand Elder actually has such means. Such means are indeed extraordinary. Although sacrificing 100 5th-tier professionals is required, it's nothing compared to the ancient battlefield of the sky. Does that mean we have 100 slots on our side? 100 slots. That's fantastic. 100 against 20, this is a huge advantage for us. Meanwhile, in the room of Qin Shang in Coastal City, after reviewing the skill introduction of the Shadow Clone, Qin Shang began to check another piece of wrist armor. Golden Light Wrist Armor Rarity, Mythical Effect, when equipped, grants a 10-second Golden Body Effect. During the Golden Body Effect, immune to all control effects and immune to all damage. Invincible Golden Body? Qin Shang exclaimed as he looked at the effect description of the Golden Light Wrist Armor. Isn't this just the Invincible Golden Body? Not only does it grant immunity to all control, but it also provides immunity to all damage. Although it lasts only 10 seconds, it's enough to turn the tide of battle for a professional in critical moments. Truly a mythical piece of equipment. However, what excited Qin Shang even more was that the skill effect of the Golden Light Wrist Armor was also influenced by his multiple casting ability. If that's the case, wouldn't he be able to maintain the Golden Body state for 464,950 seconds? This is simply invincible. After equipping the Golden Light Wrist Armor on his left arm, he checked another chest that was glowing red. This chest was the reward he earned from the Rift Sky Canyon. Finally, it's time to open the treasure chest. Qin Shang rubbed his hands together, feeling quite excited. Ding! You have opened the Rift treasure chest and obtained the Forbidden Spell Skill Book, Desolation's Heavy Eye. Another Forbidden Spell Skill Book. Am I hitting the jackpot today? Qin Shang looked at the skill book glowing with red light in front of him, his eyes filled with excitement, and then began to check the skill introduction. For Desolation's Heavy Eye. Desolation's Heavy Eye Rarity, Forbidden Spell Effect, marks a target with insight. Once the marked target is killed, it cannot be resurrected by any means. Completely annihilate the target, preventing resurrection. Qin Shang raised an eyebrow as he looked at the introduction of Desolation's Heavy Eye. This skill is quite restraining. Some high-tier evil spirits and beasts, due to their special equipment, can often be resurrected in the abyss even after being killed. Moreover, they can transmit their combat experience back to the abyss, gaining a greater combat advantage. At the same time, this forbidden spell can also restrain some 5th transformation professionals. It's important to note that 5th transformation professionals are already considered potential kings in some empires. Therefore, they usually possess quite a few resurrection-type equipment. Although Desolation's Heavy Eye can only mark one target at a time, Qin Shang has multiple casting abilities, meaning he can mark 46,494 targets within sight. This is simply a godly skill for annihilating the entire map. With this in mind, Qin Shang unhesitatingly learned Desolation's Heavy Eye. Ding, you have learned Desolation's Heavy Eye. After the system announcement sounded, it seemed as if 2 purple pupils appeared in each of Qin Shang's eyes. Currently, I lack nothing in terms of forbidden spells and equipment. The only thing missing is experience. Qin Shang raised an eyebrow and said, it's worth noting that although he has completed the 5th transformation, he is still only level 50. He is still 10 levels away from the threshold of the 6th transformation at level 60. But now, with the opening time of the ancient battlefield of the sky approaching, he has no time to grind through any dungeons. Moreover, even with the experience boost effect of the spirit card, Qin Shang would still need a considerable amount of time to grind from level 50 to level 60. Forget it, let's see what the last item is, Qin Shang said as he turned his gaze to the brocade box handed to him by Wang Zhonglin. With a casual wave, he opened the brocade box, and in an instant, a card glowing with red light flew out from it. This is the legendary fortune card, Qin Shang exclaimed as he looked at the red card in astonishment. It was no wonder Qin Shang was surprised. It was said that this fortune card, like the spirit card, was a special type of card that could increase the experience gain for practitioners. Moreover, the effect of the fortune card was even more powerful than that of the spirit card. Fortune card type, one-time use effect, permanently increases the user's experience gain by 200%, stackable. It can actually stack. Qin Shang carefully examined the description of the fortune card. He couldn't help but be taken aback. The original 200% experience gain was already astonishing enough. He never expected it to be stackable. If the spirit card and the fortune card could be stacked, it meant that every time Qin Shang killed a monster, he could gain an additional 300% experience. This was simply a stroke of luck. With this extra threefold experience gain, Qin Shang was confident he could reach level 60. In the first layer of the celestial battlefield, this Chief Chao is really generous. He truly gives away good things. By the way, since I won't be using those Sakura country equipment, I should see what I can exchange for at the Demon Suppression Army tomorrow. Qin Shang thought simply, tidied up his belongings, and then fell asleep, not waking up until the next day. Afterward, Xin Shang walked out of his room. As soon as he stepped out of the community, he heard a few female residents discussing something at the entrance. Strange, where did Grandpa Shin go? He promised to help me fix the plumbing today. I'm looking for him too. Grandpa Shin said he would help me with my outfit, but today he's nowhere to be found. I heard from the property manager that Grandpa Shin seems to have resigned. He was doing well, so why did he leave? Xin Sheng quickly passed by the group, thinking to himself that if they knew the Grandpa Shin they were talking about was the strongest practitioner in the Divine Summer Kingdom, he wondered what their reaction would be. Shaking his head, he murmured inwardly. He soon arrived at the city gate of Coastal City. However, before he could exit the city, he noticed something unusual. At the city gate of Coastal City, in addition to the regular guard troops, there were actually 2 more patrol teams from the Demon Suppression Army. At the same time, Chao Yuan, the head of the Demon Suppression Army in Manhwa province, was also at the city gate. Chief Chao, I was just about to look for you. What's going on? Why are there so many demon suppression troops patrolling? Xin Shang asked Chao Yuan in front of him. Ah, you may not know, ever since the beast riot in the Death Mountains was suppressed, Chao Yuan said, shaking his head, a strange mist has been seeping out from the Death Mountains and has already spread to the outskirts of Coastal City. So that's what happened, Xin Shang said as he looked outside Coastal City, where indeed, wisps of white mist were gathering. But don't worry, I've already sent people to investigate and I believe we'll have results soon. By the way, what did you want to see me about? Chao Yuan said with a smile. It's like this. Xin Shang took out all the equipment from the Sakura country practitioners, and for a moment, Chao Yuan stared wide-eyed at the pile of equipment that resembled a small mountain. Xin Shang smiled as he handed all the equipment in front of him to Chao Yuan, who nodded in agreement, saying he would exchange these items for military merits in the Demon Suppression Army and select a suitable piece of equipment for Xin Shang. Then I'll leave it to you, Chief Chao. Before Xin Shang could finish his sentence, suddenly, 2 trial scrolls from the celestial realm flew out from his body, shining with dazzling golden light. In an instant, the 2 beams of golden light merged into one, transforming into a towering golden pillar that illuminated the entire sky above Coastal City. A golden light shone directly towards a certain place on Blue Star, transforming into 2 beams of light. In an unknown high altitude, an elderly man dressed simply stroked his beard. This man was Long Lao. He gazed in the direction of the golden pillar and murmured, "The ancient battlefield of the sky has finally opened." On the city wall of Binhai City, Chao Yuan was conversing with Qin Shang. "Qin, my young brother, please wait a moment longer. Lord Xuanwu will be here soon." Qin Shang nodded. Before long, a massive warship shaped like a dragon turtle descended from the sky. It was the Xuanwu warship piloted by Lord Wuxuan. At that moment, a tall figure flew out from the Xuanwu warship. It was Wuxuan himself. "Qin kid, let's go. We are heading to Sky Island." As he spoke, a beam of light shot from his hand, striking Qin Shang directly. Before Qin Shang could react, his figure was teleported inside the Xuanwu warship. This is... As Qin Shang opened his eyes, he discovered that quite a few people were already seated inside the Xuanwu warship, 19 in total, scattered about. These professionals were not only well-equipped but were all 5th-turn professionals. Qin Shang used his detection technique to take a quick glance and found that all these 5th-turn professionals were actually level 60. This meant that as long as they completed their 6th-turn tasks, they could advance to the king-level stronghold. Seemingly sensing Qin Shang's confusion, Wuxuan explained at the right moment, these 19 5th-turn professionals were selected from various factions. They have already completed their 6th-turn tasks, they just need a king stone to advance to the 6th turn. Advance to the 6th turn? Isn't the ancient battlefield of the sky restricted to professionals below the 5th turn? Qin Shang asked, puzzled. When entering, there is indeed a level restriction, but professionals can advance to king level inside, Wuxuan explained with a smile. So that's how it is. No wonder these professionals have all reached level 60. Qin Shang nodded and then found a spot to sit down. Upon seeing Qin Shang sit, the other dozen professionals couldn't help but frown. They had initially thought Qin Shang was a powerful 5th-turn professional brought by Wuxuan, but when they clearly saw Qin Shang's appearance, their brows furrowed. Looking at Qin Shang's appearance, he seemed, in any case, to be a high school student. Moreover, when they saw Qin Shang's level, their frowns deepened. Qin Shang was only level 50. It should be noted that the ancient battlefield of the sky not only tested the strength of professionals but also the speed at which they could advance to king level, as there was no restriction on advancing to king level inside the ancient battlefield. Therefore, the primary goal for professionals entering the ancient battlefield was to advance to the 6th turn as quickly as possible. The difference between the 6th and 5th turns was like heaven and earth. Once the number of 6th turn professionals gained an advantage, no matter how many 5th turn professionals were on the opposing side, it would be futile. For a moment, the dozen or so 5th turn professionals began to whisper among themselves. How could Lord Wuxuan send someone who got in through the back door? The ancient battlefield of the sky is not a gilded place. Don't talk nonsense. Lord Wuxuan has always been fair and just, and he can't stand any sand in his eyes. That's right, perhaps Lord Wuxuan has other arrangements. I certainly believe in Lord Wuxuan, but this boy is only level 50. Even if we let him level up quickly in the first layer of the monster trial, it would be hard for him to reach level 60. Exactly, as long as he doesn't reach level 60, we will lack a 6th turn combat power. What are you afraid of? This time, we have gained 10 more slots because of that Qin Shang, while other countries only have 10 slots each. That's true, but you know the character of those countries. They usually oppose each other, but once they see my Shinya's might, they will immediately unite. A swordsman professional said with concern. You don't need to worry too much. Don't forget, we still have Long Aotian, the eldest disciple of Dragon Lao. With him here, our Xinxia will surely win this time. An assassin laughed as he looked towards the leader in the cabin. Hearing this, the others from Xinxia also turned to see who he was looking at. There sat a young man with an imposing demeanor, a gleaming long sword strapped to his back, looking like a divine sword honed on the battlefield, sharp and extraordinary. At that moment, Long Aotian was holding his phone, his expression strange as he muttered, Master took in a new disciple? And said he would definitely surprise me? When will Master's unserious demeanor change? Long Aotian couldn't help but smile wryly while rubbing his forehead. As the Xuanwu worship sped forward, the people of Xinxia soon arrived at a small island floating in the sky. We've arrived. This is Tianqian Island, Wu Xian announced to everyone on board. Tianqian Island? Qin Shang looked out from the warship and saw a small island suspended in midair. He was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the island to be floating rather than sitting on the sea. The other Xinxia professionals behind him also looked astonished. Are there such islands on Blue Star? I've never seen one in books. Not just in books, it seems even maps don't show it. How strange, a floating island, it's simply unheard of. Seeing everyone's reaction, Wu Xian cleared his throat. Ahem, it's normal that you don't know about Tianqian Island. It only appears on Blue Star when the Tianqian ancient battlefield opens, and it disappears again after the battlefield ends. Hearing Wu Xian's explanation, the people of Xinxia nodded. With a wave of Wu Xian's hand, the Xuanwu warship slowly descended towards Tianqian Island. At this moment, the teams from the other 5 empires were already prepared and ready. Seeing Xinxia's warship slowly land and the many Xinxia professionals disembark, Jin Zhenger, the leader of the pickled vegetable nation, sneered at Qin Shang. Ha, is there no one left in Xinxia? You even sent the kids today. The leaders and professionals from the other empires also looked over with mocking expressions. Meanwhile, the 5 professionals from Xinxia frowned. They had long been puzzled about Qin Shang participating in this Tianqian ancient battlefield. But after all, Qin Shang was one of them, a citizen of Xinxia, and they wouldn't allow others to insult him. Just as these Xinxia professionals were about to retort, Wu Xian, the leader of Xinxia, stepped forward. Jin Dog, if you want to cause trouble, let's have a fight first before entering the Tianqian battlefield. Wu Xian's sharp gaze swept over everyone, and the leaders of the other 5 empires lowered their heads. Although Wu Xian was alone, his strength was well known among the other nations' dignitaries. At the same time, as the 7 golden gates shone brighter and brighter, 7 trial scrolls flew out from the gates. 5 of them landed in the hands of the leaders of the 5 empires, while the other 2 surprisingly landed entirely in Qin Shang's hands. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Qin Shang. However, at that moment, Qin Shang, holding 2 trial scrolls, did not hesitate. He tossed one of the scrolls to Long Aotian beside him. Then, he stepped forward and entered the golden gate ahead. The 9 professionals behind him exchanged glances and hurriedly followed. It should be noted that a trial scroll typically only allowed for 10 participants. That was why Qin Shang handed 1 scroll to Long Aotian, and as the other 9 Xinxia professionals entered the golden gate, it closed abruptly. Most people hadn't even reacted to Qin Shang's swift actions beside them. The professionals from the Free Empire and the other 4 nations showed expressions of shock. Strange, what's going on? How did those 2 trial scrolls end up in that kid's hands? Something's off, take a closer look at him, he looks just like the professional. Announced by Sakura Country. Are you talking about the professional who won the Tenjiao competition? That shouldn't be possible. A talent like that, shouldn't the Divine Summer keep him under wraps? How dare they let him out to participate in the ancient battlefield of the sky? Aren't they afraid he might fall? Hearing the discussions around him, Edo, the captain of the Free Empire, flashed a cold glint in his eyes. No matter what, they actually dared to send this guy to the ancient battlefield of the sky. They should be ready for his downfall. Upon hearing Adolf's words, several teammates nodded in agreement. Not just the Free Empire, but the professionals from the other 4 empires also had cold glints in their eyes. Meanwhile, on the side of the Divine Summer, Long Aotian looked at the trial scroll in his hand, momentarily dazed. What's going on? Why does he have 2 trial scrolls? Behind him, the other 9 professionals exchanged glances. Wait, the trial scrolls for the ancient battlefield of the sky are supposed to be bound, right? I heard that the one bound this time is that high school student named Qin Shang. Qin Shang? The one who won the Tenjiao competition and secured 10 spots for Divine Summer. That's right, it's him. Could it be that the boy just now is Qin Shang? For a moment, everyone looked surprised, but then some expressed regret. As a high school student this year, achieving the 5th transition in such a short time is remarkable. His talent is evident, but he absolutely shouldn't be here. The ancient battlefield of the sky is known as a meat grinder for geniuses, where countless talents have fallen. If a talent like Qin Shang were to fall in the ancient battlefield of the sky, it would undoubtedly be a huge loss for Divine Summer. Let's go, we should enter too. Just as Long Outyan called his teammates and prepared to step through the Golden Gate, one teammate suddenly exclaimed, "What's going on? Why does every team have 20 people?" With that exclamation, Long Outyan and the other 8 teammates looked over, and in their line of sight, they saw the 5 captains of the great nations leading their teammates toward the Golden Gate. This was supposed to be a normal occurrence, but what surprised everyone was that each of these 5 teams had a full 20 professionals. How is that possible? Normally, each trial scroll can only bring 10 people into the ancient battlefield of the sky. As they saw the teams from the 5 great empires entering the Golden Gate of the ancient battlefield of the sky, Wu Xian's eyes flashed coldly. "What have you done?" The leader of the Free Empire, Dracula, smiled slightly. "We didn't do anything, just made a small modification to the trial scroll for the ancient battlefield." The leader of the Pickled Vegetable Country, Jean Sandan, also smiled and said, "This is just a modification we made to our own trial scroll. It shouldn't be considered a violation, right?" Arthur from the Lion Empire also smiled. "Instead of studying what methods we used, you should worry about your professionals from Divine Summer." Looking at the collusion among the 5 empire leaders, Wu Xian's expression turned cold. "I didn't expect you to join forces. Due to the arrival of the Abyss, humanity's living space has been continuously squeezed, and now there are only 7 empires existing on Blue Star. Although Divine Summer has always been at odds with the other 6 empires, there are also conflicts among the other 6, and they are not united. But to think they would actually come together this time. The reason is quite simple. Due to the operations of the Job Transfer Guilds, the Demon Suppression Army, and the War God Hall within Divine Summer, strong individuals have emerged one after another, subtly trending towards becoming the #1 nation on Blue Star. Moreover, what makes the other countries wary is that the Divine Summer Kingdom has also won the bet against Sakura Valley. It was even a crushing victory. Not a single person was lost on the Divine Summer side, while the Sakura Kingdom's professionals were completely annihilated. This is why the 5 nations joined forces, not wanting the Divine Summer Kingdom to develop further, aiming to thoroughly thwart them in the celestial ancient battlefield, ensuring they would not rise again. At this moment, as the captain of the Divine Summer Kingdom, Long Outyan saw the 100 professionals from the Free Empire and other nations entering the Golden Gate of the Celestial Valley battlefield. His expression changed slightly. "Hurry, we need to go in and inform Qin Shang and the others. Tell them to be extra cautious." Hearing Long Outyan's words, the other professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom nodded slightly. After all, they were facing 100 professionals from enemy nations against their 20. The disparity in numbers was simply too great. Meanwhile, within the celestial ancient battlefield, after a flash of golden light, Qin Shang finally slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, a voice echoed in his ears, "Welcome to the Outer World, a realm created by the celestial beings." Celestial beings? Outer realm? Qin Shang murmured the words he heard, feeling somewhat puzzled. At the same time, he began to observe his surroundings. He seemed to be on the ramparts of a desolate ancient city. In front of the ancient city lay stretches of barren desert. Just then, he heard a rustling sound behind him. It was the other 9 teammates being teleported in. As soon as these 9 teammates appeared, they looked at Qin Shang with strange expressions. They never expected that Qin Shang would be one of the captains in this celestial ancient battlefield, nor did they anticipate that the Qin Shang before them was the genius who had won the genius competition. At that moment, a loud announcement resonated throughout the space. "Ding! You have arrived at the first layer of the celestial ancient battlefield. The task for the first layer is to defend the city. Please protect the current city from the beast tide within 30 minutes. Now, please choose the difficulty of the beast tide you wish to face. Normal level 2500 beasts, hard level 5000 beasts, catastrophe level 7500 beasts, hell level 10,000 beasts. Choosing different difficulties will yield different amounts of king sealing stones as rewards. Specifically, normal level 250 king sealing stones, hard level 500 king sealing stones, catastrophe level 750 king sealing stones, hell level 1000 king sealing stones. Please note, all beasts in this layer are level 50. Please choose carefully." Qin Shang looked at the options before him, and before he could press the confirm button, several teammates beside him hurriedly stepped forward to advise him. "Little brother, you need to choose carefully. These beasts are all at the 5th transition level. We should just go with the normal difficulty. Yes, the most important thing is to preserve our numbers and strength. The later levels are the real challenge." "Exactly, don't act impulsively. If we die in the celestial battlefield, although we will be teleported out, all the rewards we obtained will drop, and all our efforts will be in vain. Most importantly, these beasts will respawn after being killed. We absolutely cannot choose a difficulty higher than normal. As long as we choose normal difficulty and hold out for 30 minutes, that's how previous 10-man teams have done." Several professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom were persuading Qin Shang beside him. After all, as the captain, only he had the power to choose, but at this moment, their tone was no longer dismissive, it was filled with concern for Qin Shang. Although Qin Shang was currently only level 50 and it faced their previous doubts, he was, after all, the genius who had won the genius competition. A talent like him was the future pillar for the Divine Summer Kingdom, and everyone from the Divine Summer naturally did not want anything to happen to Qin Shang. Everyone, don't worry, I'm very steady. Qin Shang first turned to the few people behind him and showed a relaxed smile. Hearing Qin Shang's words, the 9 professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, their eyes nearly popped out. Because under their gaze, Qin Shang directly chose the Hell level option. Ding! You have chosen Hell level difficulty and 10,000 magical beasts will soon descend. At the same time, outside the Sky Dome Island, a stone tablet rose from the ground, displaying the difficulty choices of each team. The rankings started from the lowest, and the lowest was surprisingly the Divine Summer Team 2, which was the team led by Long Outyen, who had chosen the normal difficulty. Seeing the difficulty chosen by the Divine Summer Team, Dracula couldn't help but smile. They actually chose normal difficulty. It seems the professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom are getting more timid. The leader of the Pickled Vegetable Kingdom, Jean Sandan, also sneered, "Ha, Dracula Appa, why bother with the Divine Summer? They can only choose normal difficulty. They are no longer in our league." The other 3 Empires members, hearing Jean Erden's words, also looked at the stone tablet. Sure enough, the teams from the 5 empires had all chosen the hard difficulty, facing 5,000 magical beasts. As long as they could withstand the beast-tide siege for 50 minutes, they would receive 500 King Sealing Stones. Not to mention, after the Skydome Ancient Battlefield ends, the number of 6-turn King Sealing level experts among their empires would overshadow the Divine Summer. You all. Just as Wu Xian was about to get angry and say something, he heard his accompanying assistant, Wu Jiuchong, shout out in surprise. "Lord Wu Xian, look!" Hearing Wu Jiuchong's exclamation beside him, Wu Xian turned to look at the stone tablet. Floating in mid-air, he saw a newly appeared team name, Riding the Wind, topping the difficulty choices of all teams. They had chosen the Hell difficulty, and this team was precisely the one Qin Shang was in. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Not a sound to be heard. It really is just like what Xiao Chao and Xiao Wan said. This kid, when faced with a decision, only chooses Hell level, but the magical beasts in the first stage can revive. Wu Xian said with a dry mouth. In the first layer of space, seeing Qin Shang's choice, the 9 professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom felt darkness before their eyes, nearly fainting on the spot. This was 10,000 level 50 magical beasts. Both in level and quantity, it was enough to instill fear and despair in them. At this moment, in the distance of their line of sight, blue spatial nodes were continuously opening in the sky above the desert. Countless magical beasts fell onto the desert like raindrops from the spatial nodes. As soon as those magical beasts landed, they charged towards them, shaking the ground and filling the air with roars. Even though this wave of beasts was still far from the ancient city they were in, they could still feel the murderous intent coming from the beast tide in the distance, as if it wanted to tear them apart. Meanwhile, besides the first stage space where Qin Shang was located, there were also 6 other spaces corresponding to the 6 trial scrolls of the Sky Dome Ancient Battlefield. At this moment, in the team led by Long Outyen, he steadily chose the normal difficulty. Seeing Long Outyen's choice, the other 9 teammates exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Although clearing the normal difficulty would only yield 250 King Sealing Stones, it was already their limit. They had to know that this wave of magical beasts not only numbered 2,500 but would also revive even if killed. To hold the ancient city before them against the continuous attacks of these 2,000 magical beasts was almost a goal that could be deemed despairing. Everyone, stay alert, don't lose face. Long Outyen shouted to his 9 teammates beside him. Yes, Captain, the other 9 professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom replied in unison. At this moment, everyone looked solemnly into the distance, ready for battle. At the end of the desert, countless magical beasts were charging towards them in a frenzy, but before these beasts could get close, Long Outyen let out a roar, Flying Dragon. In the sky. With that furious shout, a majestic 5-clawed golden dragon burst forth from his sword. It charged fiercely into the horde of magical beasts ahead, and in an instant, dragon shadows danced as it slaughtered one beast after another. Blood and flesh splattered across the entire desert, while the other 9 professionals behind him unleashed their attacks, bombarding the magical beasts before them with wild abandon. Meanwhile, in the other 5 spaces, the captains of the Free Empire and 4 other empires unhesitatingly chose the difficult level of difficulty. The reason was simple: each of their teams had 20 professionals compared to the 10 professionals on the side of Xinxia. With a full doubling of numbers, they naturally had the confidence to challenge the difficult level, and once they succeeded, they could obtain 500 King Sealing Stones, enough to give their 6-turn professionals a numerical advantage over Xinxia. Thinking of this, Adolf from the Free Empire smiled. Xinxia, this time in the ancient battlefield of the sky, will be the starting point of your downfall. At this moment, Adolf was filled with confidence, knowing that among the 5-turn professionals in Blue Star, his strength could be considered the best under the king. A similar scene was unfolding in the other 4 empires, as they faced the difficult level of magical beasts with much more ease due to their numerical advantage. In the space where Qin Shang was located, how could it be hell? Difficulty? Did I choose the wrong one? This is hell difficulty. No one has ever dared to choose this difficulty. Don't even mention hell difficulty, even the disaster difficulty has not been chosen since a team from the Free Empire was completely wiped out in past trials of the ancient battlefield of the sky. Alright, why is everyone so anxious? A bunch of adults panicking in front of a child, what kind of sight is that? An older swordsman, Wei Zicheng, spoke up to steady the situation. Exactly, he's just a high school student, maybe he chose the wrong one. Everyone, let's pull ourselves together, we can't let the handsome guy see us make fools of ourselves, said Kong Feifei, a 1,000-mile sorceress, with a smile. Hearing their words, the other professionals from Xinxia exchanged glances. They all drew their weapons. Although Qin Shang had chosen hell difficulty, these Xinxia professionals did not back down. Instead, one by one, under the leadership of Wei Zicheng and Kong Feifei, they stood in front of Qin Shang, wanting to release their skills in advance to ease his pressure as fellow members of Xinxia. At this moment, facing the challenge of the ancient battlefield of the sky, everyone united against the enemy, unwilling to take a step back. Looking at the Xinxia professionals blocking his way, Qin Shang felt a warmth in his heart. These five-turn professionals from Xinxia had long embedded the belief of protecting their home and country deep within themselves. Then, Qin Shang looked towards the magical beasts in the distance. Beasts that can be resurrected? How unfortunate. A smile crept across Qin Shang's lips as he began to chant his skill. His eyes sparkled with a strange purple light, and even two pupils appeared. Desolation heavy eye open. As Qin Shang's gaze swept across, tens of thousands of magical beasts in the distance were all marked with the Desolation heavy eye seal. Ding! Congratulations, you have marked 10,000 magical beasts. Now, all magical beasts killed will be unable to resurrect. Hearing the system's announcement in his ear, Qin Shang retracted the glowing purple Desolation heavy eye and smiled. Without pausing his movements, he continued to chant his skill. Upon hearing Qin Shang's words, all the professionals from Xinxia were momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Qin Shang. What? All killed? How is that possible? That's 10,000 level 50 magical beasts. And even if they are all killed, it won't matter, these magical beasts can still resurrect. That's right, even if we kill the magical beasts, we won't gain any experience, it's simply a thankless task. The 9 professionals from Xinxia engaged in a heated discussion, and for a moment, everyone sighed in dismay. However, in the next moment, their eyes suddenly widened even more. It was as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. Qin Shang finally stopped hiding it, sparks of fire flickered around him. One fireball after another was conjured, and soon, the entire sky lit up in a brilliant red, as if they had entered a hellish realm. 46,495 fireballs, under Qin Shang's command, continuously merged together. In an instant, a massive fireball, as large as the sun, appeared before everyone. What is this? In that moment, an incredulous thought echoed in everyone's minds. Staring at the gigantic fireball that resembled the sun, the 9 professionals from the Divine Xia Kingdom were momentarily dumbfounded. Could this also be a skill? However, Qin Shang paid no attention to them. With just a flick of his finger, the sun-like fireball smashed down towards the beast in front of him. Defend the city for 30 minutes? I don't have that kind of patience. But if I kill all 10,000 of these beasts, I could complete the city defense task, right? At that moment, as the sun-like fireball slowly descended, a herd of beasts was getting closer to the ancient city where Qin Shang stood. This herd was the Red Sand Wolf Pack, all of which were level 50 beasts, with attributes in the tens of thousands. Yet, under the attack of Qin Shang's 46,495 fireballs merging into a solar strike, they were all wiped out as the massive sun descended, stirring up waves of fiery storms. A mushroom cloud, reminiscent of Patrick's star, erupted violently among the Red Sand Wolves. As the flames swept down, the entire Red Sand Wolf Pack was instantly annihilated. Meanwhile, a system notification rang in Qin Shang's ears. Ding! You have killed 1,000 Red Sand Wolves, gaining 6,000 layers of casting power. Current casting layers 52,494. Ding! Your level has risen to level 51. All base attribute points increased by 64. Free attribute points increased by 256. Not bad, my level has increased. Qin Shang smiled, but unlike his relaxed expression, the 9 professionals from the Divine Xia Kingdom behind him were completely stunned. Wait, what just happened? Was that massive fireball a forbidden spell? It was definitely a forbidden spell, and a very powerful one at that. Exactly, even the legendary forbidden spell, Purple Flame Sunset, isn't as terrifying as that skill. 3 of the Divine Xia professionals exclaimed in astonishment. Something's off. Just now, he flashed with golden light. Did he level up? How could he level up? Wei Zicheng looked at Qin Shang's back, his eyes filled with shock. Hearing Wei Zicheng's shout, the other professionals quickly used detection spells to check Qin Shang's level, and indeed, his level had reached 51. What was going on? They weren't surprised that Qin Shang used a powerful skill to kill the 1,000 Red Sand Wolves in front of him. After all, the power of that skill had already exceeded their understanding, even rivaling the full-force strikes of a king-level powerhouse. But why did Qin Shang level up? It should be noted that the beasts in the first stage, even if killed, would respawn. They weren't considered truly dead, so in the first stage, aside from clearing the level to gain experience, it was impossible to gain experience from killing beasts. So how did Qin Shang level up? Something's off. Look, those 1,000 red sandwolves haven't respawned, Kong Feifei said, her eyes wide with shock. Hearing Kong Feifei's words, the other 8 professionals followed her pointing finger. Sure enough, there were no red sandwolves teleporting back in the spatial node. What was going on? For a moment, the 9 of them couldn't figure it out. But at that moment, Qin Shang's actions did not stop. He began chanting another skill. He never expected that the beasts in the first stage could provide him with such rich experience. Just by killing the first wave of 1,000 red sandwolves, he could level up. If he could kill all the tens of thousands of monsters in front of him, wouldn't that mean he could jump straight to level 60? Qin Shang's eyes were filled with anticipation, and in the next moment, 52,495 thunderclouds gathered above the heads of the many monsters. Suddenly, the entire desert was filled with the sound of thunder, as if the gods were roaring in anger. Following that, bolts of lightning rained down from the thunderclouds like a torrential downpour. In an instant, 2,000 monsters were obliterated. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 2,000 monsters, gaining 12,000 casting levels. Current casting levels are 64,494. Ding! Congratulations, your level has risen to 53, gaining 128 basic attribute points and 512 free attribute points. Without a moment's pause, Qin Shang began to chant another skill, and instantly, beams of clear light lit up in front of him, while behind him, the 9 professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom were completely stunned. They stared at Qin Shang's back and the massive number of skills he was unleashing. One by one, their mouths dropped open, and they exchanged glances, seeing the terror and shock reflected in each other's eyes. Is this guy really a high school student? I originally thought the rumor about him killing 99 professionals was exaggerated, but now it seems that not even 99, but even 199 professionals from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom might not be enough for him to kill. Is he really a non-transcendent professional like us? Just based on this skill damage, he might be stronger than some 6th Transcendence King-level professionals. I thought Long Outian was invincible, but it turns out there's someone even more ferocious than him. Meanwhile, on Sky Island, Dracula and Jean Sandan, upon hearing Wu Xian's exclamation, turned to look at the stone tablet. Their faces also showed signs of shock. They never expected someone would dare to choose hell-level difficulty, and it was a team from the Divine Summer Kingdom. But soon, a mocking smile appeared on their faces. Dracula looked at Wu Xian and said with a smirk, I didn't expect that the team led by our esteemed Lord Xuanwu has already begun to self-destruct? Daring to choose the hell-level Guardian City task means facing the attack of tens of thousands of monsters, and these monsters will keep reviving. Jean Sandan also looked at Wu Xian and Wu Jiuchong with a face full of ridicule. I heard there's a saying in Divine Summer, a greedy heart can swallow an elephant. And it perfectly describes your country's team right now. Just a 10-person team daring to challenge hell-level difficulty is truly courting death. Arthur, the leader of the Lion Kingdom, also smiled lightly. I think Lord Wu Xian doesn't need to wait any longer. He can prepare to send this team back. I believe it won't be long before the announcement of their failure to clear the level will appear on the stone tablet. The leaders of the Asan Kingdom and the Gaul Kingdom exchanged glances, also revealing mocking expressions. Their 5 Imperial teams, each with 20 professionals, only dared to challenge difficult level stages, while this 10-person team from the Divine Summer Kingdom was actually attempting to challenge hell level. Truly reckless, not to mention there's a level 50 deadweight among them. You guys. Wu Xian's face flashed with anger as he was about to retort. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the sky above Sky Island. It was an announcement. Upon seeing the announcement appear, the faces of Dracula and the other 4 leaders lit up with joy. Dracula said mockingly, see, I told you, this team won't last even 5 minutes. Jean Sandan quickly chimed in. Dracula Appa is right, it's only been a few minutes, and they're already showing a failure announcement. The Divine Summer Kingdom's team really gets worse every year. Arthur, the leader of the Lion Kingdom, looked even more smug. Lord Wu Xian, have you packed your things? Do you want me to help you? The leaders of the Gaul Kingdom and the Asan Kingdom also looked at Wu Xian with mocking eyes. Damn it! Wu Xian's face darkened. His expression was not good at all. According to the rules of the first level of the Celestial Battlefield, regardless of the chosen difficulty, the conditions for clearing the level were the same. That is, one must hold out against the monster siege for 30 minutes, and now less than 5 minutes had passed. An announcement had popped up, and without a doubt, it was about a failure to clear the level. Moreover, it was very likely concerning the hell-level Qin Shang's team. Thinking of this, Wu Xian's expression grew even more grim. What a pity. I hope that kid Qin Shang won't be too discouraged. Wu Xian sighed. The Celestial Battlefield was known as the Heavenly Talent Meat Grinder not only because the battles inside were fierce but also because many talented individuals became disheartened after facing setbacks there. Young people with exceptional talent like Qin Shang were rare in the Divine Xia Kingdom. If he were to be affected by this failure, it would be a tremendous loss for the Divine Xia Kingdom. Wu Xian, sighed inwardly, but at that moment, Wu Jiuchong beside him was excitedly patting Wu Xian's shoulder. Oh my, Lord Wu Xian, look! Look at what? Look at how Qin Shang failed? Sigh. Jiuchong, you don't need to comfort me, I've already prepared myself mentally. Wu Xian shook his head and sighed as he looked at the stone tablet. However, the next moment, his eyes bulged as if he were about to pop them out. The announcement emitted from the stone tablet prominently displayed a string of text. Congratulations to Team 1 of the Divine Xia Kingdom for clearing the first level of the Celestial Battlefield. The difficulty level was Hell. You have received 1,000 King Stones. Wu Xian stared at the announcement on the first stone tablet. His breathing became heavy. Even as a revered one, having experienced countless life and death battles with evil spirits, his state of mind had long been tempered like that of the immovable king. Yet at this moment he couldn't help but feel excited, and he trembled all over. His tone was incredulous as he said, how is this possible? As an 8-turn revered one, he had naturally participated in the celestial battlefield and knew the difficulty of the first level's rules, which required holding off the beast type for 30 minutes. Regardless of the chosen difficulty, the conditions for clearing were the same. But how could the stone tablet show that Qin Shang had successfully cleared it when only 5 minutes had passed? How did he manage that? Even if Qin Shang had achieved so many monstrous feats before, how did he break the rules of the first level of the celestial battlefield? How could he have cleared it in just 5 minutes? Meanwhile, Dracula from the Free Empire and Arthur from the Lion Empire exchanged smiles upon hearing Wu Xian's incredulous words. To Dracula and Arthur, an announcement that appeared in 5 minutes couldn't possibly indicate a good result. It was most likely just a failure announcement. Thinking of this, Dracula couldn't help but sneer. It seems that not only the 5-turn professionals of the Divine Xia Kingdom are getting worse year by year. Even the Xuanwu revered one has regressed. To be so frightened by an announcement, his courage is too small. It's just a few 5-turn professionals who died. Is it worth making such a fuss? Let me see. Hearing Dracula's words, the other 4 Empire's professionals looked at Wu Xian with mocking expressions. Then, while Dracula continued to mock, he turned his gaze to the first stone tablet. However, the next moment, when he clearly read the text on the stone tablet, he was struck as if by lightning, standing there like a statue. At that moment, he stuttered, the words tumbling out one by one. How is this possible? It's only been 5 minutes. How did he clear it? The 4 Empire's professionals, who had been smiling just moments ago, suddenly froze in shock upon hearing Dracula's words. What? Cleared it? How is that possible? It's only been 5 minutes, Arthur said incredulously. Cheating. This is cheating. I want to report this. Jean Zhang'er shouted after. Exchanging glances, the leaders of Gaul and Pickle Country angrily said, Xinsha, how can you still accuse us of cheating? This is cheating. That's right, what tricks are you playing? The first level clearly requires holding out for 30 minutes to pass. How could you possibly clear it in just 5 minutes? At this moment, the leaders of the 5 empires no longer wore even a hint of a smile. Their faces were all filled with indignation. You guys? Just as Wu Xian was about to say something, the first stone tablet suddenly shone with golden light, forming a string of dazzling text. Congratulations to Team Xinsha for being the first to clear Hell mode. Rewards doubled. Team Xinsha receives 2,000 King Sealing Stones. When everyone present saw the shining golden text on the stone tablet, the entire venue fell silent once again. This was a full 2,000 King Sealing Stones. What does that mean? It was enough for Xinsha to produce 2,000 more King-level powerhouses. At this moment, the faces of the 5 Empire leaders turned ashen. The pride they had just displayed was now replaced by a grim expression. It should be noted that Team Xinsha, led by Qin Shang, had successfully challenged Hell mode and received a total of 2,000 King Sealing Stones. Meanwhile, the teams from the 5 empires had only challenged the difficult level. Even if all their teams succeeded, the total number of King Sealing Stones they could obtain would only be about 2,500. In other words, the rewards from the first level for the 5 empires combined would only tie with Xinsha. Thinking of this, the leaders of the 5 empires, led by the Free Empire, looked even more grim. They could no longer show a hint of a smile, but smiles do not disappear, they merely shift. At this moment, Wu Xian looked at the golden text displayed on the first stone tablet, and a smile crept onto his lips. This kid really knows how to surprise me. Meanwhile, in the first layer of the celestial ancient battlefield space where Qin Shang was located, finally finished, Qin Shang stretched lazily, looking at the scene before him where blood flowed like rivers. At this moment, the 10,000 magical beasts of the first level had all been defeated by Qin Shang using various skills. However, unlike the accustomed Qin Shang, the 9 professionals from Xinsha behind him were completely stunned. We cleared it. We cleared it just like that? No way. I heard Lord Wu Xian say that we had to defend the city for 30 minutes in the first level to count as clearing it, right? Wei Ziqing looked at the clearance announcement in midair above the ancient city, feeling a bit dazed. It wasn't just him, the other 8 professionals from Xinsha were also filled with shock. That's right, I also heard Lord Wu Xian specifically remind us that these magical beasts would respawn, so we should attack in a rhythm. Exactly, I also heard Lord Wu Xian say that We should carefully choose the difficulty. As long as we can hold out for 30 minutes, it would be fine. Yeah, Lord Wuxian said that no matter what difficulty we choose in the first level, we must hold out for 30 minutes, which is why we chose the lowest difficulty. But it's only been 5 minutes, why did we clear it? In an instant, everyone began to discuss. And the beautiful young woman in a purple dress, Kong Feifei, stepped forward. With a curious gaze, she looked at Qin Shang. Captain, what on earth is going on? Kong Feifei's eyes were filled with confusion. She clearly remembered that Lord Wuxian had said the magical beasts in the first level would respawn. Yet the scene before her completely overturned her understanding. Could it be that Lord Wuxian was mistaken? Impossible. As a revered one, Lord Wuxian had naturally participated in the celestial ancient battlefield. How could he possibly have made a mistake about such important information? Hearing Kong Feifei's inquiry beside him, Qin Shang simply smiled. Why do you think these magical beasts didn't respawn? Oh, that's because I have a skill that prevents respawning. Upon hearing Qin Shang's relaxed words, Kong Feifei gasped in surprise. A skill that prevents respawning? Such a skill actually exists, however, such a powerful skill generally can only be released on one target at a time, right? How could he possibly prevent tens of thousands of magical beasts from being resurrected? A great question was reflected in Kong Feifei's eyes, but she had no intention of probing for secrets. Behind her, 8 professionals from the Divine Xia Kingdom, led by Wei Ziqing, also wore shocked expressions. A skill that prevents resurrection. No wonder they cleared the level. With these magical beasts unable to revive, they couldn't attack the city. And thus they naturally completed the city defense task and cleared the first layer. At this moment, they recalled the terrifying skills Qin Shang had unleashed, each far exceeding the power of forbidden spells, making them doubt whether Qin Shang was really just a high school student. If it weren't for the binding of the celestial trial scroll, they would truly suspect that Wu Xian had slipped a hidden prodigy who could change appearances into their team. At this moment, Qin Shang paid no attention to the exclamations of those around him. For in front of him, crystals were flashing like meteors, appearing before his eyes. It was the reward for the first level, the King's Sealing Stones, totaling more than 2,000. Looking at the numerous King's Sealing Stones, the 9 professionals from the Divine Xia Kingdom behind Qin Shang couldn't help but hold their breath. Qin Shang simply waved his hand and tossed out 9 of the King's Sealing Stones to a few of the professionals behind him. Although they hadn't participated in the recent battle, they were willing to stand in front to protect Qin Shang. Moreover, as fellow members of Divine Xia, Qin Shang generously gave each of the 9 a King's Sealing Stone. Upon seeing the King's Sealing Stones in their hands, the 9 exchanged glances and solemnly thanked Qin Shang before starting to break through to the King level. After all, the big battle royale mode of the second level was about to begin, and it was urgent to enhance their strength. With this in mind, the 9 couldn't help but look towards Qin Shang. Qin Shang had just reached level 60. To reach the King level, he not only had to digest the King's Sealing Stones but also complete the 6th transition task. At that moment, the system's announcement rang in Qin Shang's ears. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 60, please choose your task difficulty. Hell, Qin Shang replied without hesitation. Ding! Your King task is King of Kings. Objective: kill 100 King level professionals. In the ancient battlefield space of the first layer, Qin Shang listened to the announcement and rarely showed a puzzled expression. Could it be a mistake? The objective of the 6th transition task was actually to kill 100 King level professionals. This was not just a simple task, it was quite challenging. If it were purely about strength, Qin Shang, now at level 60, naturally had the confidence to kill King level professionals. Although 100 King level professionals were incredibly powerful, his skills were not without merit. But the problem was, where could he find so many King level professionals? One must know that King level professionals held quite important positions in various empires. Take the Divine Xia Kingdom, for example. The lord of the coastal city where Qin Shang resided, Lin Yan, was a King level professional. Almost every main city in the Divine Xia Kingdom had a lord who was a King level powerhouse. Didn't that mean he had to kill 100 lords like Lin Yan? This is a bit difficult. Qin Shang frowned. Great, I've finally broken through to the King level. I've broken through too. Is this the power of the King level? I feel strength surging continuously. So strong, so strong. No wonder they say the 6th transition and the 5th transition are like clouds in mud. This is how it feels. Behind Qin Shang, the 9 professionals led by Wei Ziqing, with the help of the King's Sealing Stones, all broke through, each one exclaiming. In surprise, hearing the exclamations from the crowd behind him, Qin Shang's eyes sparkled with brilliance. That's right, since they can break through to the King level, then the people from the 5 great empires must. But then Qin Shang shook his head. No, even if I kill all the practitioners from the 5 empires, that would only be 50 King level practitioners. Since Qin Shang had entered the celestial ancient battlefield earlier, he was unaware of what was happening outside. Meanwhile, on Celestial Island, just as the leaders of the 5 teams led by the Free Empire wore grim expressions, suddenly, rumble. With a loud bang, another ancient stone tablet rose from the ground of Celestial Island, ascending into the air. This stone tablet was entirely snow-white and larger than the previous one. As the tablet slowly came to a stop in mid-air, names shimmering with golden light appeared on its surface. Next to their names, specific levels were also indicated. The snow-white tablet also displayed rankings, but this time the rankings were based on the levels and numbers of practitioners, with the names of the 5 great empires appearing first on the tablet. Since each of the 5 teams led by the Free Empire had 20 members, and all the practitioners in each team had reached the king level, it was only natural that the 5 empires appeared first on the snow-white tablet. At this moment, the originally grim-faced members of Dracula saw their team appear on the snow-white tablet, and for a moment the 5 members of Dracula exchanged glances and smiled again. How could they forget that the second round was a battle royale mode? A total of 20 practitioners must die to enter the third round, and for each practitioner killed, 10 Emperor Stones could be obtained. Clearly, to gain an advantage in the second round, the number of strong practitioners was key. And now, the practitioners from the 5 empires had all reached the king level, meaning there were a full 100 king level strong practitioners on their side. In an instant, Dracula and Arthur and the others wore proud smiles again. At this moment, 2 more team names appeared on the snow-white tablet. It was the team led by Long Aodian, rank 6, with 10 king-level strong practitioners in their team, followed by Qin Shang's team, which was ranked last, namely Team Shinya. This team only had 9 king-level practitioners, along with Qin Shang, whose level was still at the 5th transition. Meanwhile, Wu Shen, upon seeing the last 2 team names appear on the snow-white tablet, couldn't help but frown. Damn it, how did I forget this? That kid Qin only had level 50 when he entered the celestial ancient battlefield, and he hasn't reached the threshold for the 6th transition. That means, even if he reached level 60 in the first round, he wouldn't be able to complete the 6th transition task in time. Thinking of this, Wu Shen's brows furrowed tightly. It should be known that the transition tasks for practitioners are random, with various conditions, all kinds of strange requirements, while the content of the levels in the celestial ancient battlefield is fixed. This means that even if Qin Shang reached level 60 due to the experience rewards from the first round, he still couldn't complete the 6th transition in time. To reach the king level, besides absorbing Emperor Stones, one must also complete the 6th transition task. Beside him, Wu Jiucheng's expression was also not good. It should be known that the second round of the celestial ancient battlefield was a battle royale mode. To gain an advantage in this round, they must rely on the number of strong practitioners. Currently, their Shinya kingdom only had a total of 19 king-level strong practitioners, far inferior to the 100 king-level practitioners from the 5 great empires. What worried Wu Jiucheng even more was that there was still a 5th transition practitioner on their side. It should be known that once king-level practitioners engage in battle, even the aftermath could turn a 5th transition practitioner to dust. This is not good. On the other side, Dracula couldn't help but sneer when he saw the last name that appeared on the snow-white stone tablet. Ha, I told you Xinxia was cheating. They have a 5th-tier professional in their team. How could they possibly clear the first level in 5 minutes? They must have used some underhanded trick. Arthur also wore a proud expression. Who cares what trick they used? The second level is a battle royale mode. As long as we kill these Xinxia professionals, no matter how many king sealing stones they have, they will just be making clothes for us. Jean Sandan revealed a sinister smile. Arthur Appa is right. Xinxia is just wasting their efforts. What do they say in their old saying? They are really lifting a stone to smash their own feet. Do they think that using tricks guarantees victory? They are just helping us obtain more king sealing stones. Meanwhile, the leaders of Gaul and A3 also exchanged glances, revealing the same confident expressions. They knew they had 100 king-level professionals on their side. On the Xinxia side, there were only 19 king-level professionals, and one of them was a 5th-tier burden. The advantage was clearly on our side. At the same time, in the space of the first level, a prominent announcement echoed in the space where Qin Shang was located. Ding! The trial time for the first level has ended, and the second level is about to begin. Please prepare, all trial participants. Has it really been 30 minutes so quickly? Qin Shang looked at the announcement in mid-air while collecting all the equipment dropped by the defeated monsters in front of him. Forget it, although killing 100 king-level professionals seems a bit far-fetched, I can at least kill a few kings first and save the rest for later when I deal with Sakura country. A smile crept onto Qin Shang's lips. He had already made plans in his heart. Even if he couldn't kill 100 king-level professionals in this ancient battlefield of the sky, once he exited the ancient battlefield he would continuously summon Lilith using the contract token. It was important to note that since the contract conditions hadn't changed, every time he summoned Lilith it would randomly sacrifice 100 professionals from Sakura country. Qin Shang would summon Lilith for fun, continuously sacrificing professionals from Sakura country. He didn't believe that the bunch of dogs from Sakura country would be able to resist attacking him. As long as they dared to make a move, most of them would be king-level powerhouses, and at that time, Qin Shang could conveniently complete his task. If they didn't make a move, then Qin Shang would continue summoning Lilith for fun. It was simply treating the people of Sakura country as if they were from Sakura country. But at this moment, unlike Qin Shang's relaxed expression, behind him, the 9 professionals led by Wei Ziqing exchanged worried glances. They knew that during the battle in the first level, they hadn't lifted a finger. It was all Qin Shang fighting alone, and as a 5th-tier professional he had just unleashed so many skills, he must be feeling very weak now. But if Qin Shang knew Wei Ziqing's thoughts, he would probably scoff, thinking their worries were unnecessary. Qin Shang was not only fierce but also very enduring. Captain, when we teleport to the 2nd level, we will be randomly teleported, and everyone will be separated. You must be careful. Wei Ziqing looked at Qin Shang, concern evident in his eyes. Yes, Captain, if you encounter professionals from other empires, run quickly, don't hesitate. We will find you as soon as possible and protect you. Captain, Oldley is right. The condition to clear the 2nd level is to kill 20 professionals. And those 5 empires will definitely prioritize dealing with us. You must pay attention to your safety on the Xinxia side. Captain, you don't need to feel pressured about a momentary retreat. You have already contributed enough in the 1st level. Once we reach the 2nd level, we will search for your whereabouts with all our might. To protect you. Me too. The other 7 professionals from Xinxia looked at Qin Shang with caring eyes. After all, in their eyes, it was precisely because of Qin Shang that Xinxia had managed to obtain 2,000 king sealing stones in one go this time. This was enough to double the number of king-level powerhouses in Xinxia. Moreover, it was also thanks to Qin Shang that they were able to break through to the king level. Thus, their address for Qin Shang had turned into a respectful title. Hearing the words of the crowd, Qin Shang couldn't help but touch his nose. If we talk about consumption, Qin Shang had no mana consumption at all. Due to the return of spirit, the mana he regained was far more than what he spent. Honestly, you bunch of big men can only talk here? You won't help at all, Kong Feifei said with a frown as she stepped forward. Upon hearing Kong Feifei's words, Wei Ziqing and the others scratched their heads, revealing an awkward expression. It wasn't that they didn't want to help Qin Shang, but the equipment they had didn't meet the needs of a mage. At that moment, Kong Feifei, dressed in a purple long dress with a full figure and ample charm, walked up to Qin Shang. She then bent down, and in an instant, Qin Shang caught a glimpse of a snowy white scene. Just then, Kong Feifei smiled sweetly and gently kissed Qin Shang on the cheek. Following that, Qin Shang felt a strange power spreading throughout his body from his cheek. Captain, this is an equipment skill I unexpectedly obtained, Sage's Guardian, which allows you to resurrect once. I hope it can give you some self-protection ability in the 2nd level, Kong Feifei said shyly, a hint of blush flashing across her face. At 26 years old, Kong Feifei was full of charm, but in reality, she had never had a boyfriend, and this was her first time kissing a boy's cheek. Hearing Kong Feifei's words, Qin Shang felt warmth in his heart. Thank you, Qin Shang said, and Kong Feifei shook her head. If we are to say thanks, it should be us thanking you. She looked at Qin Shang with gratitude in her eyes, and besides her, Wei Ziqing and the other 7 professionals from Xinxia also looked at Qin Shang with the same expression. The reason was simple. Qin Shang had led them to break the record for the 1st level's first clear. Regardless of the final outcome of this ancient battlefield in the sky, just based on this record, when they returned to Xinxia, they would receive generous rewards in glory. Just as Kong Feifei and the others finished speaking, beams of golden light enveloped them, teleporting all of them away. At that moment, after giving a final nod to the crowd, Qin Shang was also teleported by the golden light to the 2nd level. Ding! Congratulations on arriving at the 2nd layer of the ancient battlefield in the sky. The clearing condition for this level is that the number of fallen professionals in the 2nd level reaches 20. Reward condition: for each professional killed, you can obtain 10 Emperor Sealing Stones. Having just been teleported to the 2nd layer, Qin Shang began to observe the environment he was in. In front of his line of sight, there was a massive wall surrounding the space. A walled space, it really is a battle royale. According to the information provided by Senior Wu earlier, these walls will continue to shrink, forcing professionals to fight each other. After surveying the surrounding environment, Qin Shang began to check his status. Qin Shang, age 18, profession mage, level 60, spirit 6982.5, strength 1480.5, agility 1930.5, constitution 1509, life 15090, mana 28225, skills fireball, Thunderstrike, Spirit Return, Detection, Taunt, Windblade, Frostbite Sword, All Laws Return to 1, Body of the Demon God, Wood's Wrathfist, Yin-Yang Reversal, Change at Will, Space Cage, Cloud Detection Hand, Light and Shadow Clone, Annihilation Heavy Eye, Equipment, True Bracelet, Blood Cloak, Fate Necklace, Recovery Ring, Reverse Flow Ring, Guardian Spirit, Armor, Thousand Illusions Necklace, Space Boots, Immunity Ring, Golden Light Bracers, Multiple Casting Layers, 106494, Effect, each time a monster is killed, increase the casting layers by 6. Special status: you have been marked by the protection of the Sage. You can currently resurrect 106,494 times. Meanwhile, in the space of the 2nd layer, a figure suddenly appeared. This figure looked like a young man, carrying a golden long sword, and it was none other than Long Outyan, who had just broken through to the king level. Just as the teacher said, the second level will separate all the practitioners for teleportation. Long Outyan frowned, his expression not looking good. It should be noted that this time, only 20 practitioners from the Divine Summer entered the ancient battlefield of the sky. In contrast, the 5 empires opposing Divine Summer had a full 100 practitioners entering the ancient battlefield of the sky. This meant that the probability of encountering enemies was much higher than that of encountering teammates for the practitioners of Divine Summer. I need to quickly gather my teammates and unite for battle to have a chance of victory, Long Outyan thought to himself. After all, only 19 practitioners from Divine Summer had reached the king level, while the opposing side had a full 100 king-level practitioners, a difference of 5 times in sheer numbers. Unity of man and sword. With a low shout from Long Outyan, he transformed into a beam of golden light, merging with the long sword on his back. Long Outyan was a hidden-class swordmaster, best at various sword techniques and evasion skills. If only I could find Qin Shang, Long Outyan, now one with the golden sword, muttered to himself. Although Qin Shang had won first place in the talent competition, he was still just a high school student, and it had only been a day since then. No matter how extraordinary Qin Shang's talent was, his strength could at most match that of a level 60 practitioner. But now, in the second layer of the ancient battlefield of the sky, all practitioners, friend or foe, were at the king level. Qin Shang's combat power was starting to look a bit inadequate, Long Outyan thought, and then the golden light that merged with him trembled slightly and shot off into the distance. On the other side, I didn't expect the protective effect granted by others to also be affected by multiple casting. Qin Shang looked at the special state on his body, his eyes wide with surprise. Kong Feifei had only cast the sage's protection skill on him once, yet Qin Shang's multiple casting had directly amplified this resurrection effect to 106,494 times. It was simply outrageous. Even if Qin Shang stood still and let a beast attack him, by the time his resurrection count ran out, that beast would probably be exhausted. After all, that was a full 100,000 resurrection chances. Just as Qin Shang marveled at his state, the jade pendant hanging at his waist suddenly flashed with a purple light. Master, something's not right. I sense the presence of my kind in this space. At the same time, in the second layer of space, a practitioner from the pickled vegetable nation, Gene Erden, took out a small radar from his body. The radar displayed a rich purple light point. Looks like luck is on my side. There's a teammate nearby. I'll meet up with him first, then we can surround and kill those practitioners from Divine Summer. Hee. The same scene was unfolding in various corners of the second layer as practitioners from the 5 empires pulled out their small radar-like equipment. The radar showed numerous light points densely packed together. This time, the trial scrolls for the ancient battlefield of the sky in their hands had all been modified by Emer. Emer was a demon lord among the abyssal demons, possessing spatial powers, so modifying the trial scrolls was a piece of cake for him. However, it was precisely because of Emer's modifications that these practitioners from the 5 empires had all been tainted with the aura of demons. Their radars could sense this demonic aura. Because the demonic aura was extremely subtle, only their radars and the demons could detect it. Others were completely unaware, allowing them to use the radars to locate their teammates. In no time, the practitioners from the 5 empires began to gather rapidly. On the other side of the space, your kind? Could it be that demons have appeared in the second layer of space? It shouldn't be, right? Old Master Shen once said that there are no evil spirits in the ancient battlefield of the sky. Qin Shang frowned. Forget it, let's summon her and ask for clarification. Qin Shang stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and then directly used the contract token to summon Lilith. My master finally let me out. I was suffocating in there. Not wanting Lilith to return to the abyss and risk leaking information about the Divine Summer side, Qin Shang directly used a command to place Lilith in the jade tablet. After a flash of black light, Lilith appeared before Qin Shang. However, at this moment, Lilith was no longer wearing a black body-hugging dress but a blue stepmother dress, looking quite charming. You said there is a presence of my kind in this space? What's going on? There are no evil spirits in the ancient battlefield of the sky. Qin Shang asked in confusion. Master, I really didn't sense it wrong. There is indeed a presence of my kind in this space. Lilith sniffed the air carefully, affirmatively stating, this is. Just as Qin Shang was about to say something, his expression suddenly turned cold. Someone is approaching. Nearby. He turned his head to look and saw a figure rapidly approaching him. The person was quickly closing in on Qin Shang while checking the radar in their hand. Which countries? Friend is this? I finally found a teammate. Let's go hunt the professionals of the Divine Summer Kingdom together. The professional from the Pickled Vegetable Kingdom, Gene Erden, laughed as he quickly approached Qin Shang. At this moment, upon hearing the other party's words, Qin Shang's expression turned cold. Hunt the professionals of the Divine Summer Kingdom? It seems the other side is from the 5 empires, but how did he find my location? However, the next moment, when Gene Erden saw Qin Shang's figure, he froze in place, his big Head unable to comprehend, strange? How could it be you? He glanced at the radar and then at Qin Shang, confusion evident in his eyes. Wasn't he supposed to be following the evil spirit's presence displayed on the radar? How did he end up finding Qin Shang? However, the next moment, Jin Erden understood the reason. Standing next to Qin Shang was a seductive evil spirit in a stepmother dress, and at that moment, Lilith was exuding a unique abyssal aura belonging to evil spirits. How could you summon an evil spirit? Wait, could it be that you are? Jin Erden said while using detection magic to observe Qin Shang. However, upon observation, a smug smile appeared on his face. You only have 5 turns. So that 5-turn professional is you, huh? I really hit the jackpot. Jin Erden looked at Qin Shang, his lips curling up. It should be noted that although Jin Erden had been promoted to a king level professional, his combat ability was not very strong, so he had always worried about encountering a king level professional from the Divine Summer on his way here. But unexpectedly, he hit the jackpot today. The person he encountered was actually the only 5-turn professional in the Divine Summer team. Moreover, the other party was the one previously mentioned by Adolf, who was wanted by the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. This was a huge gain. Not only could he obtain 10 Emperor Sealing Stones by killing Qin Shang, but he could also receive a reward from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Truly a win-win situation. Hee, kid, you're dead for sure. Don't worry, I won't let you go too lonely on your way. This time, there are a full 100 professionals from the 5 empires teaming up, and you Divine Summer are bound to lose. Jin Erden said arrogantly. He was full of confidence, although there was still a high-level evil spirit standing next to Qin Shang. It was only 5 turns after all. He had already advanced to king level, and facing 2 5-turns was not a problem at all. At this moment, Qin Shang did not show any panic in response to Jin Erden's arrogant remarks. Instead, he revealed a hint of joy. 100 professionals came in? So, are there now 100 king-level professionals in the ancient battlefield? Seeing Qin Shang's expression, Jin Erden's face revealed a smug look. What do you think? Are you scared? Just obediently stick your head out, and I'll give you a quick end. At this moment, there was no trace of worry on Qin Shang's face. Instead, the smile at the corner of his mouth grew stronger. Although he didn't know how the 5 Empires professionals managed to expand the original 50 slots to 100, the fact that there were 100 king-level professionals in the ancient battlefield meant that his 6th turn king task was hopeful. Master, I sense a similar aura coming from this guy, Lilith whispered beside Qin Shang. So that's how it is. It seems the people of the 5 empires must have collaborated with the evil spirits to have the means to expand their slots. Qin Shang nodded thoughtfully. After all, if the professionals from Sakura country could sign contracts with evil spirits, then the people from the other 5 empires would naturally also collaborate with them. Qin Shang was not surprised by this. You, how dare you ignore me? Jin Erden saw that Qin Shang and Lilith were talking to each other and not paying attention to him, and a look of anger appeared on his face. A flash of rage crossed Jin Erden's face as he waved his hand. Vine entanglement. Immediately, green vines shot up from the ground, coiling towards Qin Shang like giant snakes. This is the power of the laws? This guy is a king-level powerhouse, Lilith exclaimed in surprise as she watched Jin Erden unleash his skill. She had been puzzled about why there was a similar aura in the ancient battlefield. Not paying attention to Jin Erden's level, she didn't expect that this seemingly inconspicuous little fatty was actually a king-level powerhouse. Master, let's retreat quickly. Although the opponent's profession is just a wood spirit guardian, this person has already advanced to king level, Lilith said, her small face turning pale as she grasped Qin Shang's arm nervously. If Qin Shang were facing a 5th-turn professional, she would naturally believe that this monster could annihilate the enemy. But the opponent was a king-level powerhouse, and the biggest difference between a 6th-turn king level and a 5th-turn professional was that their skill damage contained the power of the laws. Once a professional was hit by a skill damage infused with the power of the laws, they would be affected by it, leading to abnormal states. Both the released attacks and their own states would be significantly suppressed. At this moment, Jin Erden noticed Lilith's panic and his face grew even more smug. Don't worry, my target is only him. As for you, I will take good care of you, Jin Erden said, his eyes revealing a greedy glint. Meanwhile, Qin Shang, looking at the massive green vines attacking him, remained completely unperturbed. Golden light bracers. With a low shout from Qin Shang, the golden bracers on his left arm shone with dazzling golden light, which then spread from his left arm to his entire body. The golden light continued to shine, illuminating Qin Shang as if he were a celestial being descending to earth. In the next moment, the green vines released by Jin Erden slammed hard against the shining golden Qin Shang. However, Qin Shang remained as unyielding as an indestructible rock, not moved in the slightest by the green vines. Ding! Your equipment, Golden Light Bracers, has activated successfully. You are currently immune to any control and damage effects for 106.49400 seconds. Qin Shang smiled at the announcement in his ear. The golden bracers allowed him to be immune to any type of damage laws. As long as the skills did not cause damage, they naturally could not suppress him, even though the green vines were continuously attacking Qin Shang. However, Qin Shang's golden light bracers lasted longer. He flipped his right hand, and a staff appeared in his grasp, the Spirit Staff. Spirit Storm. An invisible storm erupted around Qin Shang, sweeping outward. What is going on? Jin Erden was still shocked by the sight of Qin Shang surrounded by golden light. Before he could react, he was caught in the Spirit Storm, and the originally astonished Jin Erden rolled his eyes back. In the next moment, he collapsed to the ground. Annihilation Heavy Eye. Qin Shang marked Jin Erden with a mark that could not be revived. Due to the special rules of the ancient battlefield of the sky, even if a professional died, their body would be teleported away. Of course, friends who often kill and loot know that killing without looting is equivalent to killing for nothing. So Qin Shang used the cloud-seeking hand to strip Jin Erden clean, while Lilith watched Qin Shang's fluid movements, unable to cover her cherry lips. Master is too fierce, even a king level can be taken down in an instant. Lilith looked at Qin Shang in disbelief. She had fought with Qin Shang 3 times and naturally knew his strength, but this was a king level. If Qin Shang could take down a 5-turn professional in an instant, she wouldn't be surprised. But how? Did Qin Shang resist the rule suppression of a king-level professional? Could it be the golden light just now? Lilith recalled the scene of Qin Shang shining with golden light. But it shouldn't be, as such special effect equipment usually has a short duration. Yet just now, Qin Shang had endured for so long under the assault of those green vines and torrential winds. How can Master be both fierce and enduring? Who can withstand this? Ah no, who can block it? A blush appeared on Lilith's face. At this moment, Qin Shang looked at the few pieces of equipment in his hand with some disdain. What a pity, none of these are the equipment I need, but these few are all legendary level equipment, truly worthy of a king level professional. As Qin Shang spoke, he stored all these pieces of equipment away, along with 10 shining golden emperor stones. He was not discouraged. After all, there were still 99 king-level professionals waiting for him to kill in the ancient battlefield of the sky. Let's go, I'll take you to kill. Qin Shang tapped Lilith on the head. Since Lilith could sense the demonic aura on these 5 imperial professionals, it was perfect for her to lead him to find them. Okay, Master. Lilith replied with a flushed face, then entered Qin Shang's jade token. Report a location. Seeing Lilith's actions, Qin Shang nodded in satisfaction. Master, there are 4 demonic auras in the southeast direction. Lilith sensed for a moment and said, good. A golden light flashed in Qin Shang's eyes, and he began to travel using the Blood of Space's flash skill. Meanwhile, on the other side, a 4-person team, composed of professionals from the Asan country, was discussing something. The leader of the Asan team, Samahan, looked at the light screen in midair. At this moment, the number of survivors, originally 120, had turned into 119. I didn't expect a professional to fall so quickly. Could it be the one from the Divine Summer country that the Free Empire is hunting? Hearing Samahan's words, the other 3 Asan professionals nodded in agreement. Captain, it's very possible. Although that professional from the Divine Summer country is a disciple of a Divine Summer god-level powerhouse, but the ones hunting him are a 15-person team composed of the Free Empire and 2 other squads. I didn't expect a Divine Summer professional to fall so quickly. We need to hurry, there are probably only 19 Divine Summer professionals left alive. That's right, Captain, let's quickly find the professionals from the Divine Summer country. The faces of several Asan teammates also showed anxious expressions. It should be known that although they are currently only king-level professionals, if they can obtain the Emperor's Stone, their future achievements will be far beyond just being kings. While the 5 great nations appear to be allied on the surface, they are actually fighting their own battles. They have long planned to first expel the Divine Summer Kingdom and then compete for the Emperor's Stones based on their own abilities. Alright, let's set off immediately. Wait a moment, it seems like a teammate is coming. Just as Asahan was about to lead his team, he suddenly noticed a shining purple dot on the radar, rapidly approaching them. Asahan was momentarily taken aback but quickly called over a few teammates beside him to head towards the direction of that light. His thought was simple, since it was a shining dot on the radar, this person must be from the 5 empires. If they were from their own Asan kingdom, they could form a 5-person team. Even if the other party was from another empire, they could use them as cannon fodder. Thinking it through, he realized he wouldn't lose anything at all. Meanwhile, in the second layer of space, the jade token at Qin Shang's waist flashed with purple light again, and Lilith's voice came from it. Master, we are very close now. Those 4 professionals with demonic auras are also approaching us. It seems the other side thinks we are professionals from the 5 empires. Qin Shang nodded and replied with a smile. At the same time, his gaze turned towards the distance. They're coming. A cold glint flashed in Qin Shang's eyes as he saw ahead of him. A cloud of dust was being kicked up by 4 massive lizards, which were running towards Qin Shang's direction. On top of the giant lizards sat 4 professionals from the Asan kingdom. Leading them, Asahan was using a whip to drive the giant lizard while shouting to Qin Shang, "Brother, I see you're all alone. Want to join our team?" Joining now comes with a giant lizard. At that moment, upon hearing Asahan's words, Qin Shang narrowed his eyes. It seemed the rumors were true. It was said that professionals from the Asan kingdom had a great love for giant lizards, often raising them as their spirit beasts and mounts. Some even took giant lizards home for. However, after a brief moment of thought, Qin Shang began to chant his skill. As he chanted, fireballs began to appear in front of him. Go! With a point of his finger, the sky was filled with fireballs, turning the entire second layer of space a fiery red. Perhaps because their radar indicated the approach of demonic auras, Asahan and the other 4 professionals from the Asan kingdom were caught completely off guard. When they saw the fireballs beside Qin Shang and the sky glowing red, they momentarily failed to react to what was happening. Brother, what are you doing? Asahan looked at the fireballs appearing beside Qin Shang, his eyes wide with shock. Captain, something's off. This guy looks a bit familiar, one of the Asan professionals said with a frown. I remember now. This guy seems to be the captain of Team Divine Summer, the high school student holding the trial scroll, another Asan professional exclaimed in surprise. How could it be him? Didn't we come here following the demonic aura indicated by the radar? The last Asan professional's eyes also revealed confusion. Asahan's eyes showed bewilderment, and before he could react, with a point of Qin Shang's finger, the countless fireballs descended upon the 4 Asan professionals. Like a hellish disaster. With a thunderous roar, the 4 Asan professionals let out screams as they completely lost their life force. However, due to the special rules of the ancient battlefield, even if professionals suffered intense attacks, their bodies would be preserved and then teleported away. Of course, Qin Shang did not forget his One Dragon service, using spatial blockade, cloud probing, and the annihilation heavy pupil.as pieces of equipment were pulled from the bodies of the practitioners from the A3 country. Qin Shang nodded in satisfaction. Although none of these items were suitable for him, Qin Shang could take them to the outside world to exchange for the forbidden spells or legendary equipment he desired. At the same time, due to the deaths of these 4 practitioners from the A3 country, they dropped 40 Emperor Sealing Stones. With a wave of his hand, Qin Shang collected all 40 Emperor Sealing Stones into his system backpack. This was a great harvest. After all, these 40 Emperor Sealing Stones could allow the Divine Summer Kingdom to gain 40 Emperor level powerhouses. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he realized that the temporary alliance of the 5 empires had only one purpose: to target Divine Summer. They must have already begun their encirclement of Divine Summer. Just as Qin Shang thought, in various corners of the second layer space, many practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom were being hunted down. As the walls of the space continued to shrink, the practitioners' activity space was also constantly diminishing. The probability of encounters between practitioners had greatly increased. But because each of the 5 empires held radars and had the aura of evil spirits, they quickly gathered together to form small teams. These teams were crazily pursuing the practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom in front of them. Unlike the numerous practitioners from the empires, each team being chased from Divine Summer had only 3 or 4 members. In a corner of the walled space, Wei Ziqing was running frantically with 3 practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom beside him. Behind them were a full 20 practitioners from the empires, surrounding and intercepting them. Damn it, these wolf cubs only know how to bully the weak with their numbers, Wei Ziqing said, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, filled with indignation. Exactly, I don't know what methods these wolf cubs use to gather so quickly. Just their gathering isn't the most troublesome part. The most troublesome part is that they have a full 100 members. I don't know what methods they use to expand their numbers to this extent. What? 100 members? They actually managed to do such a thing. Another archer practitioner from Divine Summer's first team beside Wei Ziqing exclaimed in surprise. Seeing his astonished expression, the other 2 practitioners from Divine Summer's second team nodded in agreement. Wei Ziqing's face also showed surprise. He hadn't expected the enemy to have brought in 100 practitioners, which was not good. This was no longer a chaotic survival game but a hunt of 100 practitioners from the 5 empires against the practitioners of Divine Summer. Behind him, the 2 practitioners from Divine Summer's second team exchanged glances, revealing a sense of helplessness. Originally, when they were teleported by the golden light, these 2 practitioners from Divine Summer's second team were directly sent to Wei Ziqing's side. They had thought that gathering 3 practitioners from Divine Summer at the start would open up the situation, but they never expected to soon encounter a complete 5-member team. Although the initial battle was tough, fortunately, with another golden light, an archer practitioner from Divine Summer's first team was teleported over. With the cooperation of the 4 of them, they could at least hold their ground against the enemy. But for some reason, as the leader of the Lion Empire, Dios, took out an item from the radar and shouted something, soon 15 more practitioners from the pickled cabbage, gall, and A3 gathered around this Lion Empire team, forming a crushing force that forced them to flee. At that moment, the number displayed on the hovering light screen in the entire second layer walled space suddenly changed from 120 to 119. This is, someone has fallen. Wei Ziqing looked at the change on the light screen, his heart sinking. Behind him, the faces of the other 3 practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom also looked grim, since 100 Professionals have entered from the 5 empires. The first to fall is very likely to be the professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom. At this moment, Dios, the leader of the 5 empires team, wore a smug expression and laughed. No need to doubt. The ones who have fallen are your Divine Summer professionals. To tell you the truth, your Divine Summers. Law Nautian is currently being hunted by a 12-man team from our 5 empires, and he is doomed. Upon hearing Dios's words, the professionals from Divine Summer felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Law Nautian was considered the top combat force among the Divine Summer professionals participating in the Celestial Ancient Battlefield. If something happened to him, Divine Summer would undoubtedly struggle to withstand the conspiracy of the 5 empires. In another corner of the enclosed space, Qin Shang stroked his chin and pondered, killing just a few is still too inefficient. It would be great if we could take down a dozen professionals from the 5 empires in one go. Just then, Lilith's voice came from the Jade Tablet. Again, Master, many evil auras are approaching us. Qin Shang raised his head and saw a golden light rapidly approaching him. Meanwhile, outside Celestial Island, Dracula and Arthur were watching with smiles as a snow-white monument floated in mid-air. At that moment, the monument, which had originally displayed a record of 120 survivors, instantly changed to 119. I didn't expect the professionals from Divine Summer to be so useless, with casualties happening so quickly, said Jean Sandan, the leader of the Pickled Vegetable Kingdom, with a smug smile. It should be noted that the 5 empires had a total of 100 professionals entering the Celestial Ancient Battlefield this time. In terms of numbers, that was 5 times that of the Divine Summer professionals. Moreover, due to the cooperation between the Free Empire and the Demon Lord Emer, the professionals from each of their countries had been tainted with evil auras. Coupled with the radar devices meticulously crafted by the 5 empires, it was enough for their professionals to gather in a short time, forming small teams to encircle Divine Summer. With the advantage in numbers and the speed of gathering, Divine Summer would surely be defeated in this second round. Thinking of this, not just Jean Sandan but also Dracula from the Free Empire, Arthur from the Lion Empire, and the leaders from Gaul and the A3 Empire all wore smug smiles. The high-ranking officials of these empires had long discussed that in the second round, the 5 empires would work together to kick Divine Summer out and then divide the remaining benefits. Lord Wuxuan, you better prepare some resurrection items. You know that once a professional dies, there's only a 3-minute golden rescue time. After that, they can't be resurrected, Dracula sneered. Although he spoke with concern, anyone could hear the sarcasm in his tone. Not just resurrection items, but also healing items. Resurrection items only bring the professionals back to life. If there aren't enough healing items, the resurrected professionals will still die from the pain, Arthur added, looking equally smug. That's right, Lord Wuxuan, do you have enough healing items? Do you want me to lend you some? Jean Sandan also said mockingly. You guys? Hearing their words, Wuxuan clenched his fists, veins bulging on his arms, on the verge of exploding. Just then, a golden beam shot out from the snow-white monument, landing before everyone. It was the body of Jean Erden. Although Jean Erden's body showed no signs of injury, anyone could tell that he had lost his life information and had become a corpse. Jean Erden. How could this happen? Jean Sandan looked at Jean Erden in front of him, his face filled with sorrow. It should be known that Jean Erden was his direct bloodline. Moreover, although the profession awakened by Jean Erden was not a powerful combat hidden profession, but he was a rare forest guardian among control-type classes, playing a strategic role on the battlefield. What is this kid doing? Didn't I tell him? Once we reach the second level, just use the radar item first to locate companions emitting demonic auras. This brat definitely didn't follow my instructions. Jean Sandan, looking anxious, ran to Jean Erden's side and began using a resurrection item. At that moment, the leader of the Asan country scoffed disdainfully. I said long ago, sending in a hidden support class, what good would that do? It's just going to hold us back. The leader of Asan country shot a cold glance at Jean Sandan. His expression was arrogant. Even among the 7 great empires of Blue Star today, there were differences in status between nations. Among them, Xinxia, Zhou, Shizi, and Gaul were in the same tier, the top 4 nations. Meanwhile, Yinghua, Asan, and Paokai were the bottom 3 nations, but Asan always believed they were the strongest among the bottom 3. Phew, at least it's not Xinxia's. Wu Shen breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that the transported practitioner was not from Xinxia. However, at that moment, Wu Jiuchang beside him exclaimed again, Lord Wu Xian, look, the stone tablet has changed again. With Wu Jiuchang's exclamation, everyone present turned to the pure white stone tablet. They saw the number indicating 119 survivors suddenly change to 115. Before anyone could react, 4 beams of light shot out from the white stone tablet, landing in front of them. It was the bodies of 4 practitioners, but these 4 corpses were in a much worse state than Jean Erden's. Jean Erden had merely lost his life force, while these 4 bodies looked as if they had been scorched by fierce flames, a sight too horrific to behold. Asahan, how is this possible? The leader of Asan country barely recognized one of the 4 practitioners, his eyes filled with terror. The 4 practitioners that had been transported out were all from a sand country. No, I need to use the resurrection item quickly, the leader of a sand country said in a panic. After all, those who could come here to participate in the trial of the ancient battlefield of the sky were the elites of their respective countries, the future mainstays of the empire, and they could not afford to lose anyone. In the next moment, just like Jean Sandan, the leader of a sand country rushed to the side of his practitioners. They began using their resurrection items, but soon something terrifying happened. How is this possible? Jean Sandan and the leader of a sand country exchanged glances. The resurrection items they used had actually failed. The 5 practitioners in front of them could not be revived at all. Humph. Let them be arrogant. Now look, all 5 of their practitioners can't be revived. That's at least 5 king-level powerhouses lost. A smug expression appeared on Wu Jiucheng's face. Meanwhile, a serious look crossed Wu Xian's face. Strange, how could they not be revived? Could something terrifying have appeared in the ancient battlefield of the sky? At that moment, in the second layer of the ancient battlefield of the sky, a golden light stumbled and fell in front of Qin Shang. As the golden light dissipated, a young figure appeared, standing on a flying sword, looking disheveled. The newcomer was Long Outyen. Brother, cover me for a moment. Wait, why is it you? Stumbling, Long Outyen's expression turned complex upon realizing the practitioner in front of him was Qin Shang. If he had encountered Qin Shang earlier, he would have been very happy. He had intended to protect Qin Shang, who only had 5 transformations, from being killed by practitioners from other empires, but now he was being chased by 12 practitioners from the empire, let alone protecting Qin Shang. For him to be so heavily injured as a swordmaster, it seems Lilith was right, there must be a large number of imperial practitioners chasing him. Qin Shang smiled slightly, showing no signs of panic. Little brother, hurry and escape. I'll hold them off here. Long Outyen, wielding a golden sword, stood in front of Qin Shang. Just then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the sound of air being sliced, 12 figures of professionals descended from the sky, surrounding Qin Shang and Long Outyen in the middle. Hee, where are you two planning to run off? To? Yeah, brother Long, we hit it off so well, yet you want to leave. How about I escort you a bit? Oh, I didn't expect this ambush to have an unexpected gain. That person over there seems to be the professional wanted by Sakura Country, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As a series of mocking words fell, the 15 professionals revealed their forms. These 12 professionals were divided into 3 teams, the Free Empire team, the Lionheart Empire team, and the Gaul Empire team. It seems there's no way to escape now, little brother. I will use my explosive skill in a moment. It can inflict heavy injuries on these little pups in an instant, and then you can go in for the kill. Long Outyen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He then turned to Qin Shang. Even if we die, we must take a few down with us. Cough, how many do you think you can kill in a bit? Hearing Long Outyen's words, Qin Shang slowly extended a finger. Even 1 is enough. Long Outyen looked at Qin Shang's gesture, revealing a bitter smile. He didn't expect Qin Shang to be able to kill many professionals from the empire. After all, Qin Shang was just a 5th-turn professional, and the others were all king-level powerhouses. Being able to kill 1 would already be a good achievement. Yet at this moment, Qin Shang shook his head. Not 1, but keep killing. In the second layer of space, Long Outyen was taken aback by Qin Shang's words. Keep killing? Is this kid scared silly? Long Outyen thought to himself. Qin Shang was merely a 5th-turn professional. Being able to kill a severely injured king level would be extraordinary, yet he still wanted to keep killing? Long Outyen shook his head, but his hands were still moving. He first pulled out a golden pill from his body, and looking at the golden pill in his hand, Long Outyen revealed a serious expression. I didn't expect that I, Long Outyen, would die here. What a pity. I haven't even seen the little junior brother mentioned by my master. I wonder what he looks like. Long Outyen sighed softly, then tossed the golden pill into his mouth. The next moment, golden light erupted from Long Outyen's body, illuminating the originally dim sky as if it were daytime. And the originally dull golden sword in his hand also shone brilliantly due to the rising aura from Long Outyen, resembling a divine sword. You bunch of imperial pups, I'm coming for you. Long Outyen shook his sword, transforming into a beam of golden light, charging towards the 15 professionals in the sky. Be careful, he seems to have used his explosive skill, said the captain of the Free Empire team, Obus, still resisting when death is imminent. Jack from the Lionheart Empire mocked. Hearing the words of the 2 leaders, the professionals from the Lionheart Empire and the Free Empire behind them showed mocking expressions as they watched Long Outyen charge forward. These guys really live up to their old saying, not shedding tears until they see the coffin. Let me handle this, let them see what despair looks like. The leader of the Gaul Empire, de Gaulle, smirked. As de Gaulle's words fell, the professionals from the Gaul Empire stepped aside. De Gaulle walked out of the crowd, looking at Long Outyen charging towards him. He flipped his hands, and purple light emanated from them. Good, daring to step forward, I'll kill you first, you Gaul dog. However, in the next moment, a look of panic appeared on Long Outyen's face. He saw a flash before his eyes, and suddenly found himself in a strange space. Is this a domain-type skill? Long Outyen observed his surroundings, and a hint of anxiety crept onto his face. Not bad, as expected of a disciple of a god-level powerhouse from the Divine Xia Kingdom, your observation skills are quite sharp. Came the sound of applause as Charles de Gaulle slowly emerged from the purple space. He looked at Long Outyen with a smug expression. As the leader of the Gaul Kingdom, he had been charging his domain skill while surrounding Long Outyen. Although, with his current king-level strength, he could only trap one target, that was already enough. As long as I kill this guy in front of me, I can not only obtain a large number of king stones, he thought. Moreover, when I return to the Five Nations Alliance, I will also receive quite a few rewards. After all, he is the #1 on the assassination list of the Divine Xia's prodigies. Charles de Gaulle stroked his chin, smiling as he contemplated. Because of the antagonistic relationship with Divine Xia, the Five Empires had long since prepared for this assassination list of the Divine Xia prodigies in the ancient battlefield of the sky. Naturally, the one at the top of the list was Long Outyen, a disciple of a god-level powerhouse. Damn it! You think you can trap me like this? Long Outyen roared, shaking his long sword, a golden sword. Energy struck down Charles de Gaulle, but in the next moment Charles de Gaulle's figure reformed within the space. He strolled in the void, chuckling, "Don't waste your effort, as long as I'm in this domain space, I am an immortal existence." Damn! Long Outyen glared at Charles de Gaulle, revealing a look of unwillingness, not expecting the opponent to possess such a domain skill. "It's all my fault. Had I known he had such a skill, I should have told that kid to escape first." At this moment, Charles de Gaulle, hearing Long Outyen's words, wore a proud expression. "You still have the heart to care about others. You should worry about yourself first. This berserk state of yours shouldn't last long, right? As for that kid, don't worry, my 14 teammates will definitely take good care of him." Meanwhile, on the second layer of the ancient battlefield of the sky, looking at the disappearing Long Outyen and Charles de Gaulle, Obus said unhappily, "Damn it, I can't believe that guy Charles de Gaulle got ahead of me. Now I can't get the reward for killing the prodigy." Jack crossed his arms, also somewhat dissatisfied. That bastard Charles de Gaulle is pretty quick, but it doesn't matter, we still have a squad leader in front of us, right? Since this guy can make it onto the wanted list of Sakura country, if we kill him, we can also gain quite a bit of reward." As Jack's words fell, the 11 professionals from the 5 empires in mid-air all looked at Qin Shang on the ground with malicious eyes. However, Qin Shang remained calm and unhurried, not expecting that 11 king-level professionals would suddenly appear. Adding Charles de Gaulle, who had just used a domain space, that made 12. Qin Shang stroked his chin, contemplating that if he could kill all these professionals in front of him, his progress on the king task would almost reach 1/5. Just as Qin Shang was deep in thought, the next moment, attack. Obus from the Free Empire was the first to strike. He waved his hand, and a purple lightning bolt as thick as a barrel shot towards Qin Shang. "Damn it, Obus, you actually want to steal the kill," Jack said with an unhappy face, also launching a fiery attack. "It's should be known that in the ancient battlefield of the sky, only the one who kills a professional can obtain the rewards on them." Therefore, in an instant, Qin Shang became the target of desire in the eyes of the 5 empires professionals. Countless spell attacks and skills rained down on Qin Shang. However, just as these attacks were about to hit him, a golden light suddenly erupted from Qin Shang, isolating all the attacks. What was going on? In an instant, the eyes of the 5 imperial practitioners widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, outside the ancient battlefield of the sky, Dracula, the leader of the Free Empire, looked at the grief-stricken leader of the Asan nation and Jean Erden. A hint of disdainful laughter flashed in his eyes. The lower 3 nations are just that, lower 3 nations. They lost a few outstanding practitioners to the beasts in the ancient battlefield of the sky, and they're this sad about it? If it weren't for the chance to completely destroy the Divine Summer this time, I wouldn't bother cooperating with those 3 countries. These lower 3 nations are simply too weak. A cold glint appeared in Arthur's eyes. Mere lower 3 nations, they are just dogs we usually keep. What a bunch of useless trash, not worth relying on at all. If we want to destroy Divine Summer and win this battle in the ancient battlefield of the sky, we still have to rely on our 3 empires, Gaul, Freedom, and Lion. Thomas, the leader of Gaul, said with an arrogant expression. At the same time, in the second layer of the ancient battlefield of the sky, the 11 practitioners from the 5 empires stared at Qin Shang, who was unharmed despite suffering countless skill and spell attacks. Their eyes widened, and their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. "What's going on? This guy took attacks from so many of us and is completely fine," Obus from the Free Empire exclaimed in surprise. "It seems it's probably related to the golden light around him. It's likely he has some immunity to damage," Jack said, stroking his chin and swallowing hard. Then, a look of determination appeared in his eyes. "Don't worry, such special effects usually don't last long. Keep attacking. I don't believe we can't wear him down." Hearing Jack's words, the other practitioners from the 3 nations nodded in agreement. "Brother Jack is right, let's all attack together. We'll wear him down." "Exactly, does he really think he can be invincible just because of a special equipment with immunity effects? We'll grind him down." He's just a 5th-tier practitioner. We're all at the king level here. Initially, the practitioners from the 5 empires were somewhat panicked upon seeing Qin Shang unharmed, but after hearing Jack's words, they quickly calmed down, their eyes resolute as they looked at Qin Shang standing on the ground, each exuding killing intent. Stop talking. Nonsense, let's attack together. With a furious roar from Obus, he suddenly swung his hands, unleashing a lightning attack 10 times thicker than before, crashing towards Qin Shang. Beside him, the other 10 practitioners also waved their hands, launching their attacks at Qin Shang. Another round of fierce skill attacks. However, at this moment, Qin Shang faced the multitude of attacks without flinching or dodging. He was merely chanting his skills. In the next moment, all the skill attacks fell upon Qin Shang, shaking the heavens and the earth. The barrage from the 11 practitioners caused a series of thunderous explosions in the corner where Qin Shang stood. Due to the desert location, it stirred up massive dust clouds, quickly enveloping Qin Shang's figure like a thick fog. After a full 3 minutes, Jack, sweating profusely, raised his hand. Wait a minute, I can't hold on any longer. It should be about time, right? It's been so long. Hearing his words, Obus beside him gasped for breath. It should have worked. We've been bombarding him for 3 minutes straight. There's no way he could survive. The other practitioners from the 5 empires nodded in agreement, as they thought, even if Qin Shang wore some special equipment that could immunize him from control and damage, such equipment usually didn't last long due to its special nature, and they had been launching concentrated attacks on Qin Shang for a full 3 minutes. Although 3 minutes seemed short given the frequency at which king-level practitioners released their skills, they had unleashed at least 8 or 9 waves of attacks on Qin Shang. However, the next scene left Obus, Jack, and the 5 imperial professionals behind them with their eyes wide open, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. How is this possible? Obus's eyes bulged. Damn it, what kind of monster is this guy? Jack's face turned grim as a gentle breeze blew by, and the smoke where Qin Shang stood gradually dissipated. Yet, Qin Shang's figure remained standing in place. Not only that, but Qin Shang, standing there, wore a relaxed expression as if he had not suffered any skill attacks, aside from the dust that had settled on the corners of his clothes. Jack, what the hell is going on? Didn't you say he was doomed? Obus stared at the unharmed Qin Shang, his eyes nearly popping out. Idiot, look, the golden light effect on this guy is still there. Jack gasped for breath, looking at Qin Shang as if he were a monster. They, along with Obus and the other professionals behind them, had bombarded Qin Shang for 3 minutes. They were all on the verge of collapse from frequently releasing skills. Yet the attacked Qin Shang seemed completely unscathed. What shocked Jack even more was that, despite 3 minutes having passed, the golden light effect on Qin Shang had not disappeared. How could this be possible? Even the highest level mythic equipment in Blue Star couldn't last this long. At that moment, Qin Shang looked at the 11 stunned professionals from the 5 empires, and simply smiled. Finally finished casting. Casting 2 skills at once is still a bit of a waste of time. Just as those professionals from the 5 empires were attacking him, Qin Shang first used the golden light wristband to grant himself immunity to damage and control effects. Immediately after, he released spatial confinement. In an instant, Obus, Jack, and the other 11 martial professionals felt a fluctuation of spatial power beside them. What's going on? The opponent released a spatial skill. Could it be that he wants to confine us and then escape? Obus analyzed carefully. It's possible, after all, he is a 5th-turn professional. Even if he has life-saving equipment, he can't be our match. Once the life-saving effect wears off, he's dead. Jack also looked at Qin Shang with cold eyes. In his view, Qin Shang must be trying to control them and then escape. However, what they didn't expect was that at this moment, Qin Shang simply smiled. Now you can't escape. Hearing Qin Shang's words, Obus and Jack exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of shock in each other's eyes. From Qin Shang's words, it seemed he not only did not plan to escape but wanted to surround all 11 of them. You want to surround us 11 by yourself? Not just Obus and Jack, but even the 9 professionals behind them showed expressions of shock. At this moment, Qin Shang looked coldly at the 11 professionals from the 5 empires. It's about time. Meanwhile, in midair, upon hearing Qin Shang's words, Obus and Jack frowned even more. Was this person a madman or a fool? He was actually preparing to take action against 11 king-level professionals as a 5th-turn professional. Just then, a professional from the Lion Empire beside Jack suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, look! Why is it thundering?" Hearing his teammates' words, Jack frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? How could it thunder in the second layer of space? However, Jack's words were only half finished, as if stuck in his throat, unable to continue, because at that moment, dark clouds were rapidly gathering above his head. The continuous dark clouds cast the entire second layer of space into a hellish darkness. The next moment, rumble. Accompanied by a terrifying roar, bolts of heavenly thunder descended from the sky, furious and menacing, in an instant. Before Jack and Obus could react, along with the 9 other professionals behind him, a total of 11 professionals from the 5 empires were instantly charred and tenderized by electricity. Qin Shang merely waved a hand, and 110 glowing Emperor sealing stones flew into his system backpack. Just then, a flash of purple light appeared in midair, revealing two figures, one of whom was the battered Long Outyen, having just come out of his berserk state. The other figure was Thomas, who had pulled Long Outyen into the domain space. At this moment, Thomas wore a smug expression. Your berserk time is over, and now it's your death sentence. Damn it. Long Outyen, just out of the space, gripped his sword tightly upon hearing Thomas's words. There's no need to struggle anymore, your teammates are definitely done for now. You should know that we have 11 professionals here, all at the King's ceiling level, Thomas said proudly, then turned to look behind him. However, the next moment, when Thomas saw the situation behind him, he looked as if struck by lightning. No, where are my teammates? In the second layer of the sky battlefield, in a corner of the battlefield, 3 professionals from the Divine Summer were severely injured and struggling for their lives. Opposite them was a team from the 5 empires composed of a dozen professionals. A bunch of despicable cowards, only able to bully the weak with numbers, one of the Divine Summer archers said, his eyes filled with rage. Well said, they are just a bunch of spineless wimps. They don't dare to face us head-on, another Divine Summer mage added angrily. Damn bastards, if you have the guts, come at me one-on-one, a burly man from Divine Summer spat out blood, his eyes blazing with fury. Hearing the words of the 3 Divine Summer professionals, the 5 empire professionals across from them revealed disdainful smiles. One-on-one? Are you challenging us as a group, or are we challenging you alone? The speaker was Adolf, the captain of a team of 20 from the Free Empire, known as the number 1 under the King's ceiling level in the Free Empire. Captain Adolf, no need to waste words with him, just kill him. According to the rules of this level, as long as we kill these Divine Summer professionals, we can obtain the Emperor's Sealing Stones. I can't wait to see what the Emperor's Sealing Stones look like. As long as we kill these 3 professionals, we can quickly enter the 3rd level, right? Hearing the words of the nearby 5 Empire professionals, Adolf, as the captain of the Free Empire, looked at the light screen in midair. At that moment, the number of survivors, originally 115, had changed to 104. Seeing that the number on the screen had dropped to 104, a smile appeared on Adolf's face. It seems the professionals from Divine Summer are becoming increasingly useless. They've already lost 16 people so quickly. His tone revealed confidence. After all, in the 2nd level, there were 100 professionals from the 5 empires, while Divine Summer only had 20, plus the radar could detect evil auras, allowing them to gather quickly. No matter how you looked at it, the advantage was on his side, so the casualties could only be the professionals from Divine Summer, just like the 3 Divine Summer professionals in front of them. Hearing Adolf's words, the bald man and the other 2 Divine Summer professionals couldn't help but show expressions of rage. Meanwhile, the faces of the 5 Empire professionals nearby were filled with joy. Then a cold glint flashed in Adolf's eyes. Make your move. At the same time, Thomas looked at the empty space behind him, frowning in confusion. Strange, where are Obus and Jack? At this moment, in Thomas's view, apart from a charred battlefield and Qin Sheng standing still, there was nothing else. The practitioners of the 3 empires are all gone. What's going on? Did they find other teams from the Divine Summer Kingdom and rush to kill those practitioners first? Thomas muttered to himself. It should be noted that before entering the Celestial Ancient Battlefield, the 5 great nations had formed an alliance. In the 2nd stage, they could only hunt the practitioners of the Divine Summer Kingdom and would not attack each other. This alliance would last until the 3rd stage, when it would be lifted. It must be that. Thomas nodded inwardly. It should be known that there were as many as 11 practitioners surrounding Qin Sheng, all at the king level. If they really wanted to kill Qin Sheng, it would be an easy task. Unless they had more important matters to attend to. A glimmer of joy flashed in Thomas's eyes. He didn't expect these guys to be so considerate, leaving one for him. A sly smile appeared on Thomas's lips, and at the same time, on the other side, Long Outyen fell from the sky, his body covered in injuries, his breath rapidly fading. Sigh, why haven't you laughed? At this moment, Qin Sheng ignored Long Outyen's concerns and directly began to chant a skill. In midair, Thomas saw Qin Sheng's actions and a look of disdain crossed his face. A 5th-turn practitioner in front of me, not only not fleeing but daring to counterattack? Where did this madman come from? A cold glint flashed in Thomas's eyes, and then he crossed his hands in front of his chest. In an instant, a purple energy beam shot towards Qin Sheng. If I kill you too, I can get 20 Emperor Sealing Stones, he thought. As the purple beam was about to strike Qin Sheng, Long Outyen, struggling to support himself, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Trembling, he gripped his golden longsword tightly and positioned it in front of Qin Sheng. Little brother, I'll hold him off. You hurry and leave. This is a king-level powerhouse, Long Outyen said with determination in his eyes. King? I'm here to kill kings. Qin Sheng smiled. Hearing Qin Sheng's words, Long Outyen was momentarily stunned. Was a 5th-turn practitioner really going to kill a king? Had Qin Sheng gone mad, or was he hearing things? However, the next moment, Long Outyen's eyes bulged wider. Before Qin Sheng, a brilliant green light erupted. One by one, wind blades were conjured by Qin Sheng, densely packed like a green storm. Swift, With a low shout from Qin Shang, the wind blades surged forth, instantly attacking Thomas in midair. What the hell? Thomas stared at the glowing wind blades, his eyes nearly popping out. The next moment, the purple beam that Thomas had shot out barely grazed the green wind blades and was shredded into fragments. Countless wind blades then slammed into Thomas, leaving him unrecognizable as he fell from the sky, breathless. Of course, Qin Shang did not forget to loot Thomas's equipment. He first used the cloud probe to swipe the gear off Thomas, then collected the 10 Emperor sealing stones that Thomas had dropped. The effect of the annihilation heavy light was also released upon him. Immediately after, Thomas's body was teleported out of the celestial ancient battlefield in a flash of light. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Celestial Island, with the flickering of 3 beams of light, the bald man and 2 other practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom were teleported out. Seeing this scene, Wu Xian's face darkened. Jiuchong quickly used the resurrection items on them. Hearing Wu Xian's command, Wu Jiuchong hurriedly stepped forward, pulling out the resurrection items from his possession. He began to operate, while nearby, Dracula wore a smug smile. I told you, 100 against 20, it's an advantage for me no matter how you look at it. See, the practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom have already been teleported out. Arthur also had a smile on his face. That's right, these 3 practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom are just the beginning. Next, there will definitely be more practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom teleported out. De Gaulle said with a proud expression. Wu Xian, you just saw the scene with the pickles and the A3 country, didn't you? This time, there has been a mutation in the Sky Vault Ancient battlefield, and practitioners who exit the Sky Vault Ancient battlefield cannot be resurrected, so don't waste your efforts. Hearing De Gaulle's words, Wu Xian's face turned even uglier. However, he did not stop Wu Jiuchong from using the resurrection items. Wu Jiuchong was actively using the resurrection items. Unlike the 5 empires, Divine Summer would not give up even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance for any practitioner and citizen of Divine Summer. Just then, the white stone tablet flashed with light again. Following that, several beams of light were teleported out, and then more light columns followed. Seeing the light columns being emitted, Dracula's face broke into a smug smile. See, I told you, practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom have been defeated and teleported out. Hearing Dracula's words, Arthur and De Gaulle exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of pride. However, when the dozen beams of light dissipated to reveal the true forms of the practitioners, Dracula's smile instantly froze, for all of the practitioners that had been teleported out were, without exception, from the Free, Lion, and Gaul countries, totaling a staggering 12. As they recognized the true forms of the dozen practitioners, Dracula's smile was completely frozen on his face. Meanwhile, Arthur and De Gaulle also looked grim, unable to muster a single smile. Instead, they stared in shock at the 12 practitioners teleported out by the second stone tablet. All 12 practitioners were from their Free, Lion, and Gaul countries, exactly 12. Dracula and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. This shouldn't be happening. These were 12 practitioners, each carefully selected prodigies from their respective countries. Their strength was extremely formidable, and these 12 practitioners had been teleported out almost simultaneously. This meant they had almost all fallen at the same time. Excluding the possibility of encountering the secret realm beasts in the Sky Vault Ancient battlefield, they must have been defeated by someone, but how could that be possible? It should be noted that there were only 19 king-level practitioners on the Divine Summer side, coupled with the random teleportation. In the Sky Vault Ancient battlefield, how could anyone defeat these 12 prodigy practitioners? What pained Dracula and the others even more was that they had just used their respective countries' resurrection methods on these 12 practitioners. But soon, all 3 of them showed extremely ugly expressions. Their faces were so dark they seemed ready to drip water. These 12 practitioners could not be resurrected. What on earth happened in the second layer of the secret realm in the Sky Vault Ancient battlefield? Arthur said with a grim face. I don't know. Such things have never happened in the second layer of the Sky Vault Ancient battlefield before. Even if the battlefield is once again brutal, practitioners who are teleported out can be resurrected using our resurrection items, so what is going on? De Gaulle's expression was also grim. It should be noted that among the 4 fallen practitioners from the Gaul country, 1 was a member of the royal family. If the divine-level powerhouse from Gaul found out, De Gaulle would definitely face dire consequences. However, unlike the grim expressions of Arthur and De Gaulle, Dracula forced himself to perk up. It's fine, although we lost 17 practitioners here. But Divine Summer also suffered losses. They lost 3 practitioners. Losing 17 for 3 is not a bad trade. By the end, Dracula himself was gritting his teeth, lacking confidence. Arthur and De Gaulle exchanged glances, both revealing a bitter smile. Losing 17 practitioners in exchange for 3 from the other side, was that really not a loss? At this moment, Wu Xian, the leader of the Divine Summer Kingdom, also wore a grim expression. Upon seeing Dracula and the others unable to resurrect the adventurers from the Free and other 3 kingdoms, Wu Xian's heart sank further. If even Dracula couldn't revive his own adventurers, didn't that mean the 3 Divine Summer adventurers before him also The thought made Wu Xian feel a wave of discomfort. Although only 3 adventurers from Divine Summer had fallen in this round, in Wu Xian's heart, the loss of any Divine Summer adventurer was unacceptable. Just then, Wu Jiucheng suddenly exclaimed, "Lord Wu Xian, they are alive." What? Wu Xian was shocked. The 3 from Divine Summer actually revived? Hearing Wu Jiucheng's exclamation, not only Wu Xian but even the leaders of the other 5 empires turned to look. They saw the 3 Divine Summer adventurers, who had been teleported out and showed no signs of life, now completely revived. For a moment, the leaders of the 5 empires were at a loss. How could this be? Why could only the adventurers from Divine Summer revive? At that moment, Wu Xian, seeing the 3 Divine Summer adventurers come back to life, felt a smile tugging at his lips. Thank goodness, everything is fine. But soon he became puzzled. Why could only the adventurers from Divine Summer revive? No, it should be asked the other way around. Why couldn't the adventurers from the 5 empires revive? Had these adventurers encountered some great calamity? Just as Wu Xian was in doubt, a rumbling sound erupted. In the next moment, a black stone tablet rose from the ground of the Sky Dome Island, signaling the opening of the 3rd layer of the ancient battlefield. Instantly, everyone's gaze on Sky Dome Island was drawn to it. Meanwhile, in the 2nd layer of space on Sky Dome Island, Long Outyan looked at Qin Sheng in shock. Was this guy really a 5th-turn adventurer? Wasn't he just a high school student this year? A series of questions floated through Long Outyan's mind. Long Outyan, who had been accepted as a disciple by the Divine Summer's god-level powerhouse, Long Lao, was naturally a prodigious talent. Not only had he topped the college entrance examination in his year, but he had also achieved a series of miraculous feats. However, now, his dazzling achievements seemed insignificant compared to Qin Sheng, who appeared even more like a monstrous genius. Since he could kill a king-level powerhouse at the 5th-turn level, such a monstrous talent would be a waste if left in the outside world. Once we exit the ancient battlefield, I must introduce him to my master and have my master take him as a disciple. Long Outyan silently made up his mind. Thank you this time, little brother. My name is Long Outyan, let's leave here first. As Long Outyan called out to Qin Sheng, he glanced at the light screen in midair, where the number of survivors had reached 100. Strange, why doesn't this number add up? Long Outyan frowned and said. With the number of survivors at 100, it meant that 20 adventurers had been killed and exited the ancient battlefield. But this number didn't match, even if all the adventurers from Divine Summer, except for him and Qin Sheng, had been defeated, that would only account for 18. Adding the 1 adventurer from the 5 empires that Qin Sheng had defeated, that made 19. Could there be another adventurer from the 5 empires defeated by the Divine Summer team? No, that was impossible. These adventurers from the 5 empires, due to their strange radar, usually moved in groups, making it hard for anyone to defeat them individually. The numbers add up. I killed 17, and there are still 83 adventurers from the 5 empires in this space. Qin Sheng nodded and said, just a moment ago, he had Lilith probe the evil aura in this space, and the result showed a total of 83. Removing the 17 practitioners from the 5 empires that Qin Sheng personally killed, the remaining 3 must belong to the Divine Xia side. Although Qin Sheng spoke in a calm tone and appeared very composed, Long Outyan beside him was shocked to the point of being petrified. Are you saying you killed 17 practitioners from the 5 empires? Long Outyan asked in disbelief. Yes, Qin Sheng nodded. Seeing Qin Sheng's reaction, Long Outyan's mind went blank again, and before he could ask anything further, 2 beams of golden light shot down from the high sky of the 3rd layer space, enveloping both Long Outyan and Qin Sheng. Soon, as the 2 golden pillars flickered and vanished, Qin Sheng's figure appeared in the space of the 3rd level. Is this the 3rd level? Qin Sheng observed his surroundings. At this moment, he was standing on a wasteland, and in front of the wasteland, countless various weapons were stuck in the ground in disarray. There were even bodies of different races lying in pools of blood, resembling a scene from a hell on earth. Glancing to his side, Qin Sheng noticed Long Outyan not far away. At that moment, an announcement echoed in the space. Ding! Welcome to the 3rd layer of the Celestial Dome Ancient Battlefield. Now, we will introduce the rules for clearing the 3rd layer. In the 3rd layer, attribute point buffs will be granted based on the number of surviving members in each team. The more members that survive, the more buffs will be granted. In the 3rd layer, there is an ancient city where practitioners can compete for control. After 3 hours, those who remain in the ancient city will receive the heart of the venerable. Practitioners outside the ancient city will be eliminated. The ancient city will refresh its protective barrier at regular intervals. The map of the ancient city has been distributed to the practitioners' wristbands. Please check it carefully. Hearing the announcement, Qin Sheng couldn't help but mutter, as expected, just like what Elder Shen said, the 3rd layer encourages more intense battles between practitioners. It's practically a meat grinder. Qin Sheng recalled some information Elder Shen had told him about the 3rd layer of the Celestial Dome Ancient Battlefield. According to the rules of the 3rd layer, as long as one stays in the ancient city and survives for 3 hours, they can obtain the heart of the venerable. Moreover, there is no upper limit on the number of people who can obtain the Heart of the Venerable. On the surface, this seems like a reward level. However, human nature is complex. Practitioners in the third level cannot calmly stay in the ancient city waiting for time to pass. People are greedy, they want to benefit themselves while not wanting others to benefit. According to past practices in the Celestial Dome ancient battlefield, practitioners entering the ancient city would engage in even more intense fighting. Just like the arena's Qin Shang knew from his past life, usually only a few would survive in the ancient city after 3 hours. This is also why the number of venerable level practitioners from Blue Star has always been scarce. Of course, those who typically remain until the end are usually from the teams with the highest buffs. Just as Qin Shang was organizing his thoughts, a massive leaderboard projected into the sky of the third layer space. This leaderboard ranked teams based on the number of surviving members. At the top was the team from the Pickled Vegetable Nation, with 19 practitioners, meaning they received a 19% buff. Following them were teams from Asan, Freedom, Lion, and Gaul, each with 16 members and a 16% buff. Next was the Divine Xia team with 10 members, receiving a 10% buff. At the bottom was the second Divine Xia team with 7 members, receiving a 7% buff. Looking at the leaderboard in midair, Long Outyan's eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. What he said is actually true. In the second level, among those killed, 17 were from the 5 empires, while 3 were from the Divine Summer. Thinking of this, Long Outyan looked at Qin Shang beside him, his shock no longer concealed in his eyes. He recalled the 11 professionals from the 5 empires who had originally planned to encircle and kill Qin Shang. The fact that they disappeared after he left the space came to mind. Initially, he and Thomas thought the same, believing those 11 professionals from the 5 empires must have been chasing other teams from the Divine Summer. But now, as he thought back, the scene of Qin Shang unleashing a terrifying skill to kill Thomas flashed in Long Outyan's mind. Could it be that those 11 professionals were all killed by him? Long Outyan muttered to himself, there's a possibility. With the power of his terrifying skill, as long as he finds the right moment, it's not impossible to take down those 11 professionals from the 5 empires. But the question was, how did he managed to unleash his skills under the siege of 11 king-level powerhouses? Did this guy have some kind of enduring life-saving skill? Long Outyan thought to himself, could it be that this kid is both fierce and enduring? Just then, Long Outyan's brow suddenly raised as he saw a map projected from his wristband. This was the map information from the recently completed third level, sent to everyone's hands. This is... A look of joy appeared on Long Outyan's face as he saw 15 light spots on his map, each marked with information about Team 1 or Team 2 of the Divine Summer. At that moment, the personnel within the light spots had all entered a model of an ancient city. Seeing this situation, Long Outyan smiled. I didn't expect they would reach the ancient city so quickly, but soon his expression turned grim, because immediately after, more than a dozen light spots were rapidly approaching the ancient city. Clearly, they were aiming to contest for control of the ancient city. Another dozen king-level professionals from the 5 empires. Qin Shang naturally also saw the scene on the map, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, getting a little closer to completing his king-level task. We need to support them quickly. Long Outyan's body flashed with golden light as he prepared to rush towards the ancient city marked on the map. Although Qin Shang had killed 17 professionals from the 5 empires, there were still 83 professionals from the 5 empires in the third level, which was a significant numerical advantage over the 17 professionals on the Divine Summer side. Currently, the number of Divine Summer professionals trapped in the ancient city was only 15. However, fortunately, the number of 5 empires professionals surrounding them was also just over a dozen. If they moved quickly, they might be able to gradually regain the advantage. Qin Shang nodded in agreement, starting to use his space boots to rush towards the ancient city. He thought more simply than Long Outyan. Although there were only a dozen professionals from the 5 empires besieging the ancient city, even a small mosquito is still meat. If he could first kill these 15 professionals, then the progress towards completing his king-level task would already reach 1/3. Moreover, the key to the third level's completion task lay in this ancient city. As long as Qin Shang arrived at the ancient city, he wouldn't have to worry about those professionals from the 5 empires not coming to him. With this thought, Qin Shang and Long Outyan exchanged glances, golden light flashing from both of them as they hurried towards the ancient city. Meanwhile, outside the Sky Island, as the black stone tablet floated in midair, an image was projected from the stone tablet. The image was a battlefield map showing an ancient city in 100 light spots. As the map unfolded, a light screen also appeared beside it. The light screen displayed the survival numbers of 7 small teams. After clearly seeing the survival rankings on the light screen, Wu Shen, the leader of the Divine Summer, couldn't help but darken his expression. The numbers are still too far apart. Hearing Wu Shen's words, Wu Jiuchong beside him also looked grim. Although only 3 professionals from the Divine Summer had exited in the second level. On the side of the 5 empires, 17 professionals had fallen, but overall, the 5 empires still outnumbered the Divine Summer by a significant margin. Just considering the survival rate of the team members, even the team with the highest survival rate in Divine Summer had only 10 professionals left. In contrast, even the team with the lowest survival rate from the Free Empire among the 5 empires had 16 members. In the Ancient City's defense and offense battle on the 3rd level, the number of people in the team was undoubtedly a decisive factor in determining victory or defeat. No matter which team from the 5 empires they faced, they were vastly outnumbered. However, a smug smile appeared on Dracula's face as he stood beside the 5 empires. Don't worry, everyone, this 3rd round is a guaranteed win. Although they had just suffered a heavy blow due to the losses in the 2nd round, things were different now in the 3rd round. No matter how strong Divine Summer was, they only had 17 survivors, while the 5 empires had a full 83. Hearing Dracula's words, Arthur and de Gaulle beside him also wore proud smiles. 83 against 17 was clearly an advantage for us. Meanwhile, in the center of the 3rd level space, a desolate ancient city was erupting with intense battles. Countless flames, ice, beams of light, sword energy, and shells intertwined, both inside and outside the city. The sounds of battle rose and fell, causing a series of roars in the 3rd level space. It seemed as if the entire ancient city was about to be destroyed, and inside the city, the defenders were from Divine Summer. Led by Wei Ziqing and Kong Feifei, there were 15 professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom. Outside the city, the attackers were an elite team composed entirely of the Lion Empire, led by Captain Sherlock, who held the Sky Trial Scroll. At this moment, both Wei Ziqing and Kong Feifei from Divine Summer had grim expressions. Although they were continuously casting skills, both had sustained significant injuries in the 2nd level, and they were now drenched in sweat, looking as if they were about to collapse. Damn it, I didn't expect that after finally leaving the 2nd level, we'd be stuck with this pack of wolves. Wei Ziqing gritted his teeth after unleashing his sword energy with his long sword. Hearing his words, the 2 members of the Divine Summer 2nd team beside him also wore angry expressions. Originally, the 3 of them had encountered a siege by the professionals of the 5 empires in the 2nd level space. Just when they were about to give in, the clearing conditions for the 2nd level were unexpectedly met. Golden pillars shot down onto the 3 of them, successfully transferring them to the 3rd level right next to the ancient city. Wei Ziqing immediately led the people beside him into the ancient city to heal. Other teams from the Divine Summer Kingdom soon arrived nearby, and under the leadership of Wei Ziqing and Kong Feifei, a total of 15 professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom settled in the ancient city. However, the good times didn't last long. Soon, due to the map displayed on all the professionals' wristbands, a 15-member team composed of the Lion Empire arrived here and engaged them in fierce combat. Under the command of Wei Ziqing and Kong Feifei, the Divine Summer side was able to fight back against the Lion Empire initially. However, the disparity in their conditions was too great. Due to the numerical disadvantage in the 2nd round, Kong Feifei, Wei Ziqing, and the 13 professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom suffered from the siege by the professionals of the 5 empires and sustained considerable injuries. In contrast, the 15 professionals from the Lion Empire, led by Sherlock, were in perfect condition, and as time passed, the gap became evident. Sherlock, leading the Lion Empire side, looked coldly at Wei Ziqing and the other professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom. Alright, I don't have time to waste with you. Hand over those 170 Emperor sealing stones on you, and I might leave you with a whole corpse. Sherlock glanced at the light screen in midair and then at the 15 professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom in front of him. His gaze grew increasingly cold. Through the announcement, Sherlock deduced that the side of the Divine Summer Kingdom had actually slain 15 practitioners from the 5 empires on their side. Although he didn't know how the Divine Summer Kingdom managed to do this, it also meant that they possessed 170 imperial seals. For any faction, this was a rich resource. It should be noted that these were 170 imperial seals, which could allow a country to increase its number of imperial-level powerhouses by 170. Even among the strongest 4 empires, each country's imperial-level powerhouses barely exceeded 100. And 170 imperial seals could double the number of imperial-level powerhouses in a country. Hearing Sherlock's words, the practitioners from the Lion Empire beside him intensified their attacks, looking at the practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom with eyes that seemed to see through to their deaths. At this moment, Wei Ziqing and the others were momentarily stunned by Sherlock's words, but then they erupted in curses. You're dreaming. If you want the Imperial Seals, come and take them yourself. Let's see if I can chop off your head. Wei Ziqing shouted angrily, but at the same time, he was filled with doubt. He had previously inquired about the 15 practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom in front of him, but the answer he received was that none of them had ever killed a practitioner from the 5 empires. And due to the alliance, the 5 empires would not attack each other. However, the light curtain of the ancient battlefield of the sky would not have bugs, so there was only one possibility: a powerhouse from the Divine Summer Kingdom had killed these 17 practitioners from the 5 empires in the 2nd layer and obtained 170 imperial seals. Who could it be? The figure of Qin Sheng appeared in Wei Ziqing's mind. Could it be him? But he quickly shook his head. Qin Shang was only at the 5th transition, at most able to deal with one Imperial-level powerhouse, which was already his limit. How could he possibly kill 17 Imperial-level powerhouses? It's very likely Long Outyan, after all, he is a disciple of a divine summer god-level powerhouse. Exactly, if you want the Imperial seals, you'll have to trade your lives for them. Kong Feifei also shouted angrily, then shot out beams of energy. Although she was also unclear about who had killed 17 practitioners from the 5 empires to obtain 170 Imperial seals, she, like Wei Qing, tacitly acted as if they possessed 170 Imperial seals. Only by doing so could they attract firepower, allowing that practitioner from the Divine Summer Kingdom to successfully blend in until the end of the 3rd level. Even if they couldn't clear the 3rd level, at least they would have 170 Imperial seals as a harvest from this Divine Summer venture. Outside the city, upon witnessing another resistance from the Divine Summer crowd, a cold glint flashed in Sherlock's eyes. You're seeking death. However, just as Sherlock was about to take action, 2 beams of golden light suddenly rushed towards them. Enemy attack! A practitioner from the Lion Empire exclaimed. With this exclamation, it drew the attention of everyone present. As the 2 beams of golden light slowly dissipated, revealing their forms, the newcomers were none other than Qin Shang and Long Outyan. The Lion Empire team, which had been on high alert, revealed sneers upon recognizing Qin Shang and Long Outyan. This was because, under the detection of the Lion Empire practitioners, although Long Outyan possessed Imperial-level combat power, his momentum was weak and had already fallen to a low point. On the other hand, Qin Shang, while in good condition, was merely a 5th transition practitioner. At this moment, Sherlock, the captain of the Lion Empire, immediately recognized the identities of Long Outyan and Qin Shang. You two, one weak and one sickly, dare to come to me voluntarily. But that's fine, as captains, if I kill both of you, I can claim the rewards from the Young Talents assassination list and also collect the bounty from the Sakura Kingdom. Sherlock's lips curled into a cruel smile, and with a flick of his rose-patterned sword, a sharp blade of energy shot straight for Qin Shang's throat. However, in the next moment, a flash of golden light enveloped Qin Shang. The blade of energy struck him as if it were a gentle breeze, causing him no harm whatsoever. What is going on? The once disdainful look in Sherlock's eyes was now filled with shock. Meanwhile, Qin Shang, glowing with golden light, casually regarded the Lion Empire team before him. Indeed, all 15 of you are from the Lion Empire. Don't worry, I'll send you to meet your other teammates shortly. Upon hearing Qin Shang's words, the members of the Lion Empire were all taken aback. What did you say? However, the next moment brought an even greater shock to the 15 Lion Empire professionals. Above Qin Shang's head, a fireball resembling the sun began to coalesce. Go! Qin Shang pointed, and the massive fireball slowly descended towards the Lion Empire team in front of him. Sherlock, leading the Lion Empire, was stunned, his mind seemingly malfunctioning as he stared fixedly at the enormous fireball that was slowly falling. This is a 5th transition? In the terrified gazes of the Lion Empire members, the sun-like fireball crashed down. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the fireball struck the ground, unleashing a massive fiery storm. Amidst the screams of the 15 Lion Empire professionals, they were reduced to charred remains. At that moment, among the corpses of the Lion team, a golden glowing celestial trial scroll flew towards Qin Shang. This is? Qin Shang looked at the celestial trial scroll that had floated before him, somewhat surprised. But in the next moment, the golden scroll transformed into specks of light. Subsequently, a total of 500 king sealing stones emerged from it, falling into Qin Shang's system space. Feeling the king sealing stones entering his system space, Qin Shang nodded. So that's how it is. The king sealing stones from the 1st level are stored on the professionals who possessed the celestial ancient battlefield trial scroll. I defeated him, so naturally, I also obtained the king sealing stones from him. This was a significant gain. After all, these 500 king sealing stones meant that the Divine Xia Kingdom could have 500 more king-level powerhouses. With that thought, Qin Shang turned his gaze to the 15 charred remains of the Lion Empire professionals. He then began a streamlined process, marking them with a sign of inability to resurrect and taking all their equipment before they were teleported away. Afterward, Qin Shang slowly walked towards the ancient city, while behind him, Long Outyan wore a strange expression. Long Outyan had initially doubted Qin Shang's achievements, but after witnessing Qin Shang eliminate 15 Lion Empire professionals with a single move, he no longer had any doubts about Qin Shang's strength. But this was too monstrous, clearly a 5th transition professional, yet able to kill 15 king-level professionals with a mere gesture. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead, each stronger than the last. And he himself was just the previous wave washed ashore. With a bitter smile, Long Outyan quickened his pace to follow Qin Shang into the ancient city. As soon as Qin Shang entered the ancient city, he felt the shocked gazes directed at him from everyone. Among them, the 6 professionals from the Divine Xia team too looked particularly ashamed. They had originally thought that Qin Shang, being young, was just a liability, but now, seeing him take out the Lion Empire team in one blow, they realized they were the ones holding back. The 9 professionals from Divine Xia Team 1, led by Wei Ziqing, also looked at Qin Shang with astonishment. Captain, you are too amazing. Not only did you take down 10,000 magical beasts, but you also eliminated king-level professionals. That's right, Captain, the team you just defeated was made up of 15 king-level professionals. Captain, are you really a 5th-tier professional? Not some hidden master with advanced skills? Hearing the inquiries from several professionals in the Divine Summer team, Qin Sheng smiled and shook his head. At that moment, Wei Ziqing suddenly slapped his forehead as if he remembered something. Right, Captain, those 17 professionals from the 5 empires weren't also killed by you, were they? Upon hearing Wei Ziqing's words, the dozen or so professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom and the city all turned to look at Qin Sheng. They also glanced at Long Outyen beside Qin Sheng, as they had originally thought that Long Outyen was the one who dealt with those 17 professionals from the 5 empires. But now, after witnessing Qin Sheng's strength, they were uncertain. At this moment, Qin Sheng gently nodded, while Long Outyen shook his head. Seeing the different reactions from the two, everyone gasped in shock. It really was Qin Sheng. The professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom exchanged incredulous glances. Although Qin Sheng had previously demonstrated immense strength, he appeared completely unscathed, while Long Outyen looked like he had just come from a fierce battle. This left them wavering between the two. But if Qin Sheng admitted that he had also killed those 17 professionals from the 5 empires, wouldn't that mean he had killed a total of 32 professionals from the 5 empires? Is that something a person can do? At that moment, Long Outyen, who had been smiling wryly, suddenly looked alarmed. He stared at the map projected on his wristband, his expression turning grim. Not good, there are 68 professionals from the 5 empires approaching the ancient city. They are preparing to attack. Meanwhile, from 4 directions around the ancient city, 4 teams were rapidly closing in. They were teams from Gaul, Freedom, Pickle, and A3. Among them, Adolf from the Freedom team was speaking to a professional from the Lion Empire beside him. Lord Adolf, it's in that direction. All those professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom are in the city. This lone survivor from the Lion Kingdom, named Charlotte, had not teleported with the other professionals from his kingdom, which was why he had not met the same fate at Qin Sheng's hands. After realizing that his country's team was nearly wiped out, he quickly found Adolf, the captain of the Freedom Empire, and informed him to coordinate an attack on the ancient city with the other major empires. All of them are in there? Perfect, we can catch them all at once. A cruel smile appeared on Adolf's face. As the Freedom Empire advanced, the professionals from the other 3 countries followed closely behind. Before long, all the professionals from the 4 nations arrived near the ancient city. I didn't expect these guys from the Divine Summer Kingdom to move so quickly. Not only have they taken the ancient city, but they've also defeated Charlotte's team. Ha! So what if they've occupied the ancient city? Once we kill these professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom, we can take it back. I just detected that there are 17 professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom in that ancient city. It seems they relied on their numerical advantage to defeat Charlotte's team. Is 17 professionals a lot? We have 68 professionals here, 4 times their number. We can crush them. The 68 professionals from the 5 empires gathered, their eyes arrogant as they scanned the professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom inside the city. Hearing the boastful remarks from the 5 empires, Wei Ziqing's eyes burned with anger. He had been stuck on the 2nd floor, holding his breath due to the pursuit and blockade from the 5 empires, and could no longer contain himself, shouting, bunch of spineless cowards just know how to bully the weak with numbers. If you have the guts, let's do a 1v1, face us in a duel. Upon hearing Wei Ziqing's words, the professionals from the 5 empires burst into laughter, with Adolf at the forefront speaking arrogantly. You say duel? Then let's duel. We are here to use our numbers to bully the weak. Hearing Adolf's words, Qin Sheng in the city smiled slightly. Oh, so you want to compare numbers with me? Upon hearing Qin Sheng's words, Adolf, leading the 5 empires, was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. I want to compare numbers with you. I have a full 68 professionals here, which is 4 times your number. Hearing Adolf's words, Long Outyen, holding a golden longsword, stepped forward and said indignantly, Adolf, don't think that just because you have more people, you can do whatever you want. Upon hearing Long Outyen's words, Adolf outside the city chuckled. Sorry, having more people means you can do whatever you want. With that, Adolf waved his hand, and the 67 professionals from the 5 empires behind him unleashed a wave of skills. Countless flames, ice, and lightning attacks surged toward the ancient city. Damn it! Long Outyen looked at the overwhelming attacks, his expression darkening. Just as these attacks were about to strike Long Outyen, a layer of barrier appeared in front of him, the protective barrier that refreshed periodically in the ancient city. The protective barrier blocked all 67 professionals' attacks. Seeing this, Long Outyen let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, with the city defense barrier, we can hold on for a while. Meanwhile, Adolf outside the city sneered, I want to see how long you can hide here. Keep attacking. With Adolf's shout, another round of attacks slammed against the barrier, and at that moment, Long Outyen noticed the cracks appearing on the barrier, resembling a spider web. He furrowed his brows tightly and stepped forward to shield Qin Sheng behind him. Little brother, we'll hold them off for now, you keep gathering your skills. Seeing Long Outyan's actions, Qin Shang forced a bitter smile. It seemed the other side believed that the skill recovery cooldown would take a long time, wanting to first withstand the attacks of the 67 professionals from the 5 empires. Observing Long Outyan's actions, Wei Ziqing, Kong Feifei, and the other 15 professionals exchanged glances and stepped forward as well. Captain, leave this to us, you can focus on chanting your skills. That's right, even if we die, we will hold off these professionals to buy you time. Don't worry about us, Captain, you unleash your skills with all your might, kill as many as you can. Exactly, kill a few more and let these 5 empires professionals know our strength. In front of Qin Shang, one by one, the professionals from the Divine Xia Kingdom walked past him and stood in front of him. Although these professionals were in poor condition, almost covered in wounds, each of them had a determined gaze, fearless of death, resolutely standing in front of Qin Shang. As long as the city defense barrier held, these professionals would not hesitate to use their flesh and blood to forge a great wall, resisting the attacks of the 68 professionals from the 5 empires. To buy time for Qin Shang. Qin Shang looked at the professionals from the 5 empires outside the city and then at the Divine Xia professionals standing in front of him, sighing, it really is just like my previous life. In his previous life, in the Great Xiao where he lived, he had also faced similar predicaments, surrounded and besieged by powerful enemies. Yet even in such dire straits and difficult circumstances, there were still those who bravely resisted the strong enemies, protecting their homeland for the people behind them. It was a true sense of fighting against the odds, carving out a bloody path. However, this time, it will not be us bleeding, nor will it be only you who will bully the few with the many. A newfound determination appeared in Qin Shang's eyes. He looked at Adolf outside the city. You really like to bully the few with the many? Then let's see who has more people. Adolf outside the city was momentarily taken aback by Qin Shang's words, then burst into laughter. You want to compare numbers? With me? With your team of 17 professionals, you want to compare with my 68? Have you lost your mind? Adolf sneered continuously, and not just him, the other professionals from the 5 empires behind him also wore disdainful smiles. If there was really any backup that Xinxia could rely on, it should have been used long ago. They wouldn't be cornered and hunted down in the second level, left in such a sorry state. Not only outside the city with Adolf, but at this moment, the professionals from the Xinxia kingdom inside the city were also taken aback by Qin Shang's words. Qin Shang wanted to compare numbers with Adolf? They hadn't heard of any method Xinxia had to modify the Heavenly Trial Scroll this time. If there were no means to alter the Heavenly Trial Scroll, how could they turn the tide? They only had 17 people on their side, while the other side had a full 68, a fourfold difference in numbers. At this moment, Qin Shang simply whispered, Shadow Clone. Upon hearing Qin Shang's skill incantation, most of the people present were stunned. Only Long Outyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shadow Clone. Isn't that the forbidden spell skill book collected by my master? Long Outyan clearly remembered that the god-level powerhouse of the Xinxia kingdom, Emperor Qianquan, had once collected a forbidden spell skill book that could replicate one's attributes at 100%. He had begged Emperor Qianquan for a long time, but the emperor never granted it to him. He never expected it to be in Qin Shang's hands. However, Long Outyan soon revealed a bitter smile. If it were on another battlefield, Qin Shang could summon one clone that inherited 100% of his attributes. That could indeed change the situation, but now it was 17 against 68, a fourfold difference. What could one clone do to change the situation? Not just him, but outside the city. Adolf also smiled when he saw a clone appear beside Qin Shang. I thought you had some big move up your sleeve, but it turns out you just summoned a big-headed clone. You think one clone can turn the tide? Adolf's words were only halfway out when they got stuck in his throat, unable to continue. Because at that moment, in his eyes, a black light flashed in front of Qin Shang. Following that, there appeared 1, 4, 8, 16. 80, an endless number of clones, like ghostly shadows, flashing out from Qin Shang's body. In an instant, they occupied the entire ancient city, with shadow clones standing on the walls and the ground. Like a great army, the number of clones summoned by Qin Shang was an astonishing 106,495. Not only was Adolf outside shocked, but even the people of the Xinxia kingdom inside the city, looking at the clones that were all identical to Qin Shang, stood there as if in a dream, frozen in place. Is this really the shadow clone from my master's book? How can there be so many clones? Long Outyan said in disbelief. Phage, yeah, pinch me quickly, let's see if I'm dreaming. Wei Ziqing swallowed hard. Don't worry, I've already pinched myself. This isn't a dream, everything is real. Kong Feifei's eyes widened, her shocked expression no less than Wei Ziqing's. At this moment, the 67 professionals from the 5 empires outside the city looked at the countless clones in the ancient city, their eyes filled with terror. If they weren't holding on to something, their jaws would have dropped in shock. Adolf, leading the 5 empires, was roaring inwardly, is this really a clone? Are you sure it's not an army of one person? At this moment, Qin Shang, the caster himself, smiled slightly as he looked at the professionals from the 5 empires outside the city. Now, let's see. Who has more people? At this moment, Adolf outside the city, upon hearing Qin Shang's words, had an expression that was completely different from before. He spoke with a trembling voice. You don't think that having more people means you can do as you please. Although Adolf's arrogant expression remained unchanged, anyone could hear the lack of confidence in his tone. In fact, not just Adolf, even the 67 professionals from the 5 empires beside him, upon seeing the astonishing number of clones Qin Shang had, couldn't help but step back repeatedly, their eyes showing fear. Inside the city, Qin Shang smiled and said, "Sorry, having more people really does mean you can do as you please." Qin Shang fiercely countered Adolf with his earlier words. Hearing Qin Shang's words, Adolf outside the city was momentarily speechless, while the 67 professionals from the martial empire beside him wore grim expressions. They had originally thought they had 68 professionals on their side, while the opposing side only had 17 within the city. 68 against 17. No matter how you looked at it, the advantage was clearly theirs. A fourfold difference in numbers should have been a crushing victory. But what was this situation? One of the opposing professionals could actually summon 100,000 clones. This was outrageous. 100,000 troops. Where did they get 100,000 troops from? Even if each of these clones threw a small fireball, they could easily crush them. At this moment, Adolf, who was leading, still wanted to struggle. What kind of skill is it to bully the few with the many? If you have the guts, let's duel one-on-one. Hearing Adolf's words, the professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom inside the city all revealed sinister smiles. Sure, do you want your 68 to duel our more than 100,000, or do we want our more than 100,000 to duel your 68? Long Outyen said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't need to count, but with a glance, he knew that Qin Shang's clones had at least reached 100,000. If we can gang up, why bother with one-on-one? With so many of us here, do I really need to duel you? Exactly, who just said that bullying the few with the many is unfair? Why is it only allowed for you to bully the few? Are you backing down? Now. Too late. Where's the arrogance you just had? Stop wasting time with them, just wipe them out. The people from the Divine Summer Kingdom were all full of momentum, giving off a feeling of being all villains. With 100,000 troops behind them, they felt secure. At this moment, Qin Shang naturally had no intention of giving Adolf and the others any more time to talk. He raised a finger, and with his movement, the 106,495 clones he summoned all began to chant their skills. In an instant, sparks of fire lit up continuously in the third level, illuminating the space in a fiery red. It was like a red lotus purgatory. The intense heat burned some weapons on the ancient battlefield to ashes. Outside the city, Adolf was still trying to maintain his composure. Don't panic, no matter how many clones he has, he is just a 5th-tier professional. Defensive professionals, step forward. Immediately summon rock defenses to form a barrier. With Adolf's command, 10 king-level professionals emerged from the martial empire. They waved their hands, and countless rocks rose from the ground, forming towering rock walls. The walls exuded a rich earth element and even contained a hint of rule power, appearing almost indestructible. Don't panic, the duration of these forbidden spell clones usually isn't very long. As long as we withstand this wave of attacks, we can counterattack. Adolf continued to encourage everyone. Hearing Adolf's encouragement, a glimmer of determination flashed in the eyes of the 67 martial empire professionals. They strained to maintain the rock walls in front of them, gritting their teeth and staring at Qin Shang inside the city. Lord Adolf is right. As long as we withstand this wave of attacks, we can fight back. Everyone hold on, this guy is just a 5th-tier professional, don't let him scare you. That's right, we are all king-level professionals, our skills contain rule power he absolutely can't break through. Once we withstand this wave of attacks, it will be the time for these Divine Summer Kingdom professionals to meet their doom. The 10 defensive king-level professionals were encouraging each other. However, the next moment, their eyes widened as if they had seen something unbelievable. As Qin Shang and his 106,495 clones chanted their skills, fireballs resembling great suns appeared in midair. A total of 100,000 suns manifested in the 3rd level. How is this possible? The 10 defensive king-level professionals exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of despair in their companions' eyes. At this moment, Qin Shang in the city smiled slightly. Do you think having cover makes you invincible? With a light tap of his finger, in an instant, 100,000 fireballs, blazing like the sun and carrying the power to destroy the world, rained down upon the 68 professionals from the 5 empires. Grape wine in a luminous cup, you and your cover can fly together. Meanwhile, on the Sky Island outside, as the black stone tablet flashed with light, 15 figures of the Lion Empire's professionals were teleported out. It was the team led by Sherlock who had been defeated by Qin Shang. Seeing this team being teleported out, Arthur, the leader of the Lion Empire, turned dark. How could this happen? A team of 15 people, and they were all teleported out. Beside him, Wu Xian let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, they are not professionals from the Divine Summer. But as Wu Xian looked at the map, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. I didn't expect these kids to be so powerful. They actually defeated the Lion Empire's team and entered the ancient city. As long as they can hold on until the end, However, the next moment, Wu Xian's words got stuck in his throat as he saw 68 light points representing various empires rapidly approaching the ancient city. Meanwhile, unlike the dark-faced Wu Xian, Dracula wore a smug expression. Ha, Lord Wu Xian is too early to be happy. Now, there are only 17 professionals from your divine summer in the city, while our coalition from the 5 empires has 68 professionals. That's a fourfold difference in numbers. This time, no matter how lucky you are, you absolutely cannot win. 17 professionals from the divine summer, I want to see how you. However, as the originally smug Dracula spoke, his words suddenly got stuck. His eyes widened in shock, staring intently at the light points projected on the stone tablet. What is going on? Hearing Dracula's exclamation, the other 4 empire leaders, who had been feeling triumphant, quickly turned to look. In the city, the 17 light points that originally represented the divine summer team suddenly flickered. The next moment, the light points of the divine summer surged dramatically. 1, 2, 10, 50. It was almost a geometric increase. In an instant, the light points representing the divine summer filled the entire model of the ancient city. There were over 100,000 of them. How is this possible? How can there be so many? Dracula's face showed an expression of disbelief. Not just him, the other 4 leaders also wore the same incredulous expressions. Meanwhile, in the 3rd layer of the Sky Ancient battlefield, what is this? Among the 5 empires team, the 10 professionals who released rock walls stared at the massive fireballs, each resembling a great sun, and their minds went blank. Can this really hold them off? One of the defensive king-level professionals exclaimed in shock. In their eyes, those falling fireballs were like great suns. Compared to those fireballs, they felt like ants on the ground, utterly insignificant. Even the tall rock walls they summoned seemed trivial at this moment. The next moment, as the massive fireballs fell, they stirred up a tremendous firestorm on the ground of the ancient city. In an instant, those rock walls containing earth elements were completely destroyed. Following that was the firestorm, which struck the 10 defensive professionals. At this moment, feeling the impending heat, the 10 defensive king-level professionals couldn't help but curse. Damn it, if I had known, I would have run away. I shouldn't have listened to Adolf. Adolf, that pig teammate. Damn it. Amidst their unwillingness, the 10 king-level professionals were instantly turned to ashes. Damn it, how can there be such a monster? Adolf looked at the massive fireball coming towards him, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Before he could use his skills, the enormous fireballs came crashing down directly towards him. Everyone, get in the way. Adolf waved his right hand, using telekinesis. He actually threw all the Imperial professionals beside him over. Defensive. A rival? Unfortunately, it's all in vain. Qin Sheng smiled at Adolf's actions. In the face of absolute numbers, all techniques are powerless. The next moment, as the fireball fell, those 5 Imperial professionals thrown out by Adolf instantly turned to ashes. The fireball continued to descend, stirring up storms on the ground. A mushroom cloud, resembling Patrick's star, appeared in the entire 3rd layer's space. In an instant, the entire 3rd layer's space was in chaos, as if it were about to collapse. Even cracks appeared in the void. And such a terrifying firestorm naturally swept up all the 5 Imperial professionals, including Adolf. As the flames gradually extinguished, only charred remains were left on the entire 3rd layer battlefield. It's finally over, Qin Sheng sighed lightly. At this moment, all 68 professionals on the opposite side had been killed by him. Then, Qin Sheng first used the Desolation Heavy Eye to mark all the professionals in front of him. Following that, he used the Cloud Probe Hand to take all their equipment. Next, those things should appear, right? Qin Sheng squinted his eyes. Sure enough, the next moment, 4 ancient battlefield trial scrolls shining with golden light flew into Qin Sheng's hands. As the golden light slowly dissipated, shining stones flew into Qin Sheng's system space. Seeing this, Qin Sheng briefly scanned his system space with his mind and then nodded. Not bad, the quantity matches. At this moment, Qin Sheng's system backpack had added 2,000 king sealing stones and 30 emperor sealing stones. This was truly a bountiful harvest. Adding to the previous 500 king sealing stones in the Lion Squad's possession, this time, by defeating the 5 empires, Qin Sheng obtained a total of 2,500 king sealing stones. Adding to the 2,000 king sealing stones he had previously harvested, Qin Sheng had a total of 4,500 in the ancient battlefield of the heavens. This was an unprecedented achievement. Qin Sheng couldn't help but click his tongue. Even in past ancient battlefields of the heavens, it was already remarkable for a country to obtain 500 king sealing stones. After all, as long as one waited for the passage of time in the 3rd level, until elimination, they could bring the king sealing stones back to their country. This would allow their country to suddenly increase by hundreds of king-level powerhouses. And at this moment, Qin Sheng had over 4,000 king sealing stones in his hands. This could allow the professionals of Xinxia to increase by over 4,000 king-level powerhouses. This was simply terrifying. Just looking at the number of king-level stones, Xinxia could almost overpower the other 6 countries with the strength of one nation. This is all thanks to those 5 imperial professionals, Qin Sheng smiled. in the ancient city, seeing this earth-shattering battle come to an end, Long Outyan and other professionals from Xinxia immediately approached Qin Shang. Captain, no. Big shot, you're too strong. Isn't that right? If it weren't for the captain, we would have definitely lost this time. Yeah, thanks to the captain, these 5 imperial professionals' ambitions should be eradicated. Exactly, daring to bully us Xinxia, these people deserve to die. The crowd from Xinxia spoke joyfully and excitedly, while Wei Ziqing frowned beside them. We have kicked all the 5 imperial professionals out of the 3rd layer. None of them obtained the heart of the honored, nor could they obtain the emperor. Sealing stones and king sealing stones. If you calculate it this way, they have lost terribly. Kong Feifei smiled and said, isn't that a good thing? Wei Ziqing shook his head. I'm worried that this group of dogs will, because of this ancient battlefield of the heavens, act out of desperation and attack us Xinxia. Long Outyan, however, showed a confident expression. If they dare to make a move, then let's fight. Over the past few years, have these empires been idle? If it comes to it, we can guard the abyss ourselves. Long Outyan's confidence was not without reason. Not to mention, as long as this ancient battlefield of the sky concludes smoothly, the Divine Summer side could increase its ranks by thousands of king-level professionals and hundreds of emperor-level professionals. Moreover, due to Qin Shang's formidable strength, all enemies in the 3rd layer had already been dealt with. They just needed to wait for time to run out, and all 17 professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom present would receive the Heart of the Venerable. Once they returned to the Divine Summer Kingdom, they would undoubtedly be showered with countless rare resources. Given time, all 17 professionals could advance to the Venerable level, and at that point the national strength of Divine Summer would be enough to take on 6 opponents. Beside him, Qin Shang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded. Now, whether it was the Cherry Blossom Kingdom or the 5 empires, their actions had already crossed the bottom line of Divine Summer. These empires were not only targeting Divine Summer but were also collaborating with the evil forces. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom was a given. Many people there had signed contracts with the evil. As for the 5 empires being able to change the quota for the ancient battlefield of the sky, it was likely related to the evil as well, otherwise they wouldn't have been tainted by such malevolent energy. With this thought, Qin Shang nodded and muttered to himself, there are just too many empires on Blue Star. When there are too many people, chaos is bound to ensue. Soon, as time passed, the 3rd level came to an end. Ding! Congratulations to all professionals in the city for passing the trial of the 3rd level. Rewards are now being distributed. Heart of the Venerable. With the announcement echoing in the space, several beams of light shot towards each professional from the Divine Summer Kingdom, revealing a stone resembling a heart that hovered in front of each professional. At this moment, Qin Shang did not pay attention to the stone before him but was instead absorbing the 4 king-level stones in his hand. Ding! Congratulations on reaching king level. The skills you release will now contain the power of laws. With each upgrade, all basic attribute points will increase by 128 points and free attribute points will increase by 512 points. Your multiple casting has risen to level 7. Each time you kill a monster, you will gain 7 layers of casting. Ding! You have a Heart of the Venerable in front of you. Would you like to absorb it? Qin Shang looked at the Heart of the Venerable floating before him and shook his head. He had heard from Elder Shin that one could only choose to absorb either the Heart of the Venerable or the Heart of the God. Therefore, for professionals who obtained the Heart of the Venerable, the first choice was not to absorb it immediately but to wait for the results of the 4th level. If they could obtain the Heart of the God, that would be the best outcome. Even if they couldn't, when the professionals exited the ancient battlefield of the sky, the Heart of the Venerable on them would automatically merge, granting them the aura of the Venerable and the potential to grow into a Venerable level powerhouse. However, one of the gains this time is the increase in multiple casting layers from 6 layers to 7 layers. Qin Shang looked at his status bar, satisfied as he noted the increase in layers for killing monsters through multiple casting. Now, every time he killed a monster or an evil being, he could add 7 layers of casting. Given time, he might even achieve a million layers of casting. At that point, he could summon a million shadow clones, casting a million fireballs, wind blades, ice swords, or even Wood's Wrathfist. What a doomsday scene that would be. Perhaps he alone could suppress the abyss. Just then, an announcement echoed in the 3rd layer space. The 4th level is about to begin. All challengers, please prepare yourselves. So soon? I haven't even had the chance to absorb the Heart of the Venerable. Wei Ziqing exclaimed. Fool, even if you absorb it, you can't immediately grow into a Venerable level. Don't worry, the 4th level has a safety mechanism. Even if you are defeated, it won't affect your absorption of the Heart of the Venerable, Kong Feifei said with a smile. The other professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom also looked on in astonishment. On one hand, they hadn't had the chance to absorb the Heart of the Venerable, and on the other hand, although they were all trying their best to adjust their states, they still hadn't returned to their optimal condition. I know everyone has consumed a lot, but you all must push yourselves a bit harder. As long as we can clear the 4th level, we can obtain the Heart of God, Long Outyan said with a determined gaze. Hearing Long Outyan's encouragement, the dozen or so professionals from the Divine Xia Kingdom regained their spirits. However, soon everyone's gaze fell on Qin Shang. If anyone had consumed the most, it was probably Qin Shang, who had released so many clones and unleashed such terrifying skills. Captain, this is my healing pill, you take it. And mine, this is the heavenly recovery spirit wine treasured by my old man, I secretly took it out. Captain, you should drink it, it can restore quite a bit of your condition. Wow, you're really going all out. Captain, this is the 5 whips wine carefully brewed by my mom, it can. In an instant, the members of the Divine Xia team took out various elixirs and handed them to Qin Shang. In their eyes, their own conditions were poor, and they were about to enter the 4th level, so the probability of clearing it seemed slim. Moreover, Qin Shang was not only powerful but had also saved all of them. In their hearts, he naturally became the captain of this 17-member Divine Xia team. Thank you all for your kindness. Qin Shang waved his hand to the members of the Divine Xia Kingdom who had sent healing items. They were completely overthinking. Qin Shang had actually not consumed anything in this battle, so apart from keeping that jar of 5 whips wine, he returned everything else. The next moment, beams of golden light suddenly struck everyone, and then they were all teleported to the 4th level. Is this the 4th level? Qin Shang slowly opened his eyes and found himself on a massive great wall. At the same time, a system announcement rang in his ears. Congratulations on reaching the 4th level. The life and death battle of the Spirit Sword Realm. This level is a city defense mission where challengers must work with the Spirit Mountain sword cultivators on the Great Wall to protect the Sword Chi Great Wall, fend off evil spirits, and hold out until the end of this level to be considered a success. This level allows for difficulty selection: normal level for 15 minutes, hard level for 30 minutes, catastrophe level for 45 minutes, and hell level for 60 minutes. Different level selections yield different rewards. Normal level grants 1 Heart of God, hard level grants 2 Hearts of God, catastrophe level grants 3 Hearts of God, and hell level grants 4 Hearts of God. Another city defense mission, but this time it seems a bit different. The Sword Chi Great Wall and the Spirit Mountain Sword Cultivators are names I'd never heard before, Qin Shang muttered, stroking his chin. According to the information that Elder Shen had told him before, the ancient battlefield of the Sky Dome suddenly descended on Blue Star shortly after the abyss appeared. Therefore, some speculated that the ancient battlefield of the Sky Dome might be a relic from another world. If that's the case, what the announcement just mentioned about the Spirit Mountain Sword Cultivators and the Sword Chi Great Wall, as well as fending off evil spirits, are all real events that happened in another world, Qin Shang pondered. He then looked at the 4 options in front of him: normal, hard, catastrophe, and hell. According to the usual practices of the ancient battlefield of the Sky Dome, normal professionals would generally choose the normal difficulty. Although they could only obtain 1 Heart of God, that reward was already extraordinary. It should be noted that throughout the history of Blue Star, the number of God-level powerhouses was also very few. Of course, in past ancient battlefields, there were those who chose difficulties above normal. Once, a prodigy from the Free Empire chose hard difficulty but ended up failing the challenge, resulting in that year's Free Empire not obtaining a Heart of God and no God-level powerhouse emerging. How should I choose? Qin Shang hesitated for a moment. In his mind, choosing hell level difficulty would be the best option. To know that the longer one persists, the more enemies they can kill, gaining more experience and layers of spellcasting. However, unaware of this, the strength of the evil beings attacking the Sword Chi Great Wall was uncertain. At that moment, another announcement sounded from Qin Shang's side. Note 1, the lower the difficulty chosen, the more Ling Mountain Sword Cultivators will guard the Great Wall with you. The higher the difficulty, the fewer Ling Mountain Sword Cultivators will be there. Note 2, regardless of the difficulty chosen, any level and attribute of the evil beings you face will be the same as yours. What? The same attributes as mine? Upon hearing the system prompt about the 4th level, Qin Shang instantly smiled. Goodness, what's there to be afraid of? Not to mention enemies with the same attributes as him, even if they had attributes 10 times higher than his, it would still be like giving it away for free. With this thought, Qin Shang decisively clicked the Hell difficulty selection button. Ding! You have chosen Hell difficulty, your city defense mission for the 4th level is about to begin. In the 4th level, defend the city for 60 minutes. As the voice announcement stopped, purple-black shadows flashed onto the battlefield, a dense army of evil beings filled with murderous intent, including demon kings, demon emperors, demon lords, and even demon gods. No wonder this is a life and death battle concerning the entire Ling Sword realm. Just the vanguard has so many powerful evil beings, all of them at high levels or above. Qin Shang looked at the densely packed evil beings at the foot of the Great Wall. There was not a trace of panic in his eyes, but rather a hint of excitement. How much experience could he gain from so many evil beings, and how many layers of spellcasting could he stack? Just as Qin Shang was about to unleash his skills, whoosh, 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 several beams of golden light descended from the sky, landing beside Qin Shang. They were the Ling Mountain Sword Cultivators assigned to him by the system. According to the system's rules, choosing normal difficulty would grant him 600 Ling Mountain Sword Cultivator teammates, hard difficulty would give 450, disaster level would provide 300, while hell level only had 150. At this moment, 150 Ling Mountain Sword cultivators in white robes stood beside Qin Shang, each wielding a long sword, exuding a fierce aura. As expected, just as Elder Shin and the others speculated, this is a relic from another world. Even the attire of these guardians resembles that of cultivators. Qin Shang observed the clothing of the Ling Mountain Sword cultivators beside him. At that moment, the Ling Mountain Sword cultivators on the Swordchi Great Wall looked down at the numerous evil beings below and gasped in astonishment. How can there be so many evil beings? Are they preparing for a full-scale attack? Damn it, why now? If only we could wait a few more days, Master Zhang would be able to break through. Damn it, these evil beings must have caught wind of something to intensify their attack. We must hold on until Master Zhang breaks through to the true immortal level. The Ling Mountain Sword cultivators on the Swordchi Great Wall encouraged each other, their gazes sharp, unwilling to retreat. Moreover, an elder sword cultivator at the forefront noticed Qin Shang's figure. He stepped forward to advise, "Young friend, the evil beings are formidable. We old bones are here to block them. You should avoid the spotlight." However, Qin Shang waved his hand, and under the elder's shocked gaze, he directly walked to the top of the Swordchi Great Wall, looking down at the charging army of evil beings. After scanning with his detection technique, he found that the evil beings had the same levels and attributes as him. What a joke, why would I avoid their spotlight? Following that, Qin Shang began to chant his skill, Shadow Clone. As Qin Shang's voice fell, shadows emerged from him, instantly filling the entire Swordchi Great Wall, while Qin Shang sat leisurely at the top. Let's begin. I hope these evil beings can hold on for 60 minutes. Meanwhile, on Tianshan Island, the leaders of the five empires had very grim expressions, unlike the delighted Qin Shang, who was grinding for experience and levels on the 4th floor. Just now, on the virtual map projected by the monument on Sky Dome Island, the side of the five empires, which was originally confident of victory, had 68 light points, while the side of Xinxia only had 17 light points. Just when the leader of the five empires thought they had won, suddenly the light points on Xinxia's side surged to over 100,000. Before Dracula, Arthur, and de Gaulle could react, in an instant, the 68 light points on the five empires side extinguished. This meant that within the ancient battlefield of the Sky Dome, all the practitioners of the five empires had been annihilated. The next moment, with a flash of light from the Black Monument, all 68 practitioners of the five empires were projected out, but at this moment these practitioners exuded no aura, appearing as mere corpses. Seeing the appearance of these 68 practitioners, the unwilling leaders of the five empires stepped forward one by one, attempting to use their respective resurrection methods. However, just like before, they were still unable to revive them. How could this happen? Dracula gritted his teeth. This time, their expedition to the ancient battlefield of the Sky Dome had resulted in heavy losses for the five empires. The five empires lost a total of 100 king-level practitioners, while Xinxia only had 3 practitioners withdraw from the trial, and they were all perfectly fine, whereas all the practitioners from the five empires had turned into corpses. Not only that, under the investigation of Dracula and Arthur, all the equipment and the king and emperor sealing stones of these practitioners had been looted. It could be said that despite their careful planning and even collaborating with the demon Lord Yemenjader, they ended up losing both the lady and the soldiers, not only losing 100 powerful king-level practitioners but also countless rare equipment and sealing stones. This is impossible, you must have cheated, de Gaulle said in a fit of rage. Are you idiots? When has the ancient battlefield of the Sky Dome ever allowed cheating? Wu Jiuchong looked at de Gaulle with the eyes of someone watching a fool. Then how? Do you explain how your team of 17 managed to have so many light points? And why are your 17 so strong that you can defeat our team of 68? Arthur also said angrily. Where's the strength? Why not look for the reasons within yourselves? Think about whether you have diligently trained your own practitioners and provided them with good equipment, Wu Xian said, his gloomy expression lifting as he spoke proudly. You. Hearing Wu Xian and Wu Jiuchong's words, the leaders of the five empires looked as if they were about to spit fire. At this moment, Wu Xian leisurely added, if you're weak, just practice more. Upon hearing Wu Xian's words, the leaders of the five empires turned beet red with anger, nearly spitting out blood. The leading Dracula waved his blood-red cloak. We're leaving. As Dracula radiated light, the other 4 leaders followed him off Sky Dome Island. Meanwhile, Wu Xian's gaze lingered on a newly appeared golden monument. On the golden monument, the names of the 17 practitioners were displayed, along with the difficulty level they chose for the 4th challenge. However, at this moment, most of the practitioners on the monument had chosen the ordinary difficulty level. Yet, the names of most practitioners were flickering on and off. It seemed that leaving the 4th challenge was just a matter of time. Wu Xian, watching, was not surprised. The 4th challenge tested the practitioners' ability to defend a city and resist the invasion of evil armies. Even choosing the simplest difficulty, they had to hold out for 15 minutes. This was a tremendous ordeal for practitioners who had already gone through 3 battles. This was also why there were so few practitioners who could clear the 4th challenge. According to the past customs of the ancient battlefield of the Sky Dome, usually only one practitioner could successfully clear the challenge. At this moment, while observing the light screen, Wu Xian suddenly raised an eyebrow and looked at Qin Shang's light screen. What's up with this kid? Why did he choose Hell difficulty? Although successfully clearing it can earn 4 divine hearts, if he fails, he will miss out on the divine hearts. This guy is too reckless. Without waiting for Wu Xian to say anything further, a dozen streams of light appeared on Tianxiang Island behind him. 13 figures were teleported out, the 13 practitioners from the Divine Summer Kingdom who had not made it to the end in the 3rd round. At this moment, the 13 were in poor condition, their faces full of regret. Wu Xian, however, laughed heartily and stepped forward to pat their shoulders. It's okay, you all did great, even though you didn't obtain the Heart of the God. But all 13 of you have received the Heart of the Venerable, which means that in the future, you will all grow to achieve the same accomplishments as I have. Hearing Wu Xian's praise, the gloom on the faces of the 13 Divine Summer practitioners was instantly lifted. Just then, the golden steel flashed with light again. Sensing the glow from the golden steel, Wu Xian frowned. Could it be that those 4 also failed the challenge? Wu Xian's brow tightened, although Qin Shang and the other 17 had all received the Heart of the Venerable. If no one obtained the Heart of the God, then the Divine Summer would lack a pillar to replace Old Dragon. At that moment, Wu Jiucheng suddenly exclaimed, Lord Wu Xian, look! At that moment, a completion announcement shot out on the light screen. Challengers Wei Ziqing, Kong Feifei, and Long Outyan have completed the 4th round on normal difficulty. Seeing that announcement, Wu Xian's expression revealed a hint of joy. With these 3 having obtained the Heart of the God, it meant that in the future, Divine Summer would have 3 God-level powerhouses. But then Wu Xian shook his head again. What a pity, that kid chose the Hell difficulty. He probably failed the challenge. With Qin Shang's potential, if he could achieve God level in the future, who knows? Just as Wu Xian was lamenting, another announcement came from the Golden Steel. Congratulations to challenger Qin Shang for completing the 4th round and obtaining 4 Hearts of the God. Meanwhile, on the 4th layer of the Tianqiang ancient battlefield, Qin Shang was listening to the broadcast in his ear. Your total number of casting layers has reached 176,494 layers. Your level has reached level 70. Qin Shang nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, before him, under the Swordchi Great Wall, was a scene of blood flowing like rivers and a landscape full of devastation. The terrifying demonic army had been completely annihilated by Qin Shang and the more than 100,000 shadow clones behind him. At the same time, the Spirit Mountain sword cultivators on the Swordchi Great Wall looked at Qin Shang as if they were gazing at a deity. Thank you very much, this young senior. May I ask your esteemed name? The elder sword cultivator bowed to Qin Shang and inquired. However, before Qin Shang could say anything, the elder sword cultivator and the more than 100 spirit mountain sword cultivators beside him transformed into golden light and vanished from the 4th layer's space. After all, these people were merely remnants of the Lingjian realm, and even their interaction with Qin Shang was only temporary. After a moment of reflection, Qin Shang began to check his gains from this round. In this 4th layer of space, he had obtained a total of 70,000 casting layers by defeating wave after wave of demons. Moreover, his level had risen from level 60 to level 70, meeting the advancement conditions for a peak emperor level powerhouse. Please select your task difficulty, Hell. Qin Shang chose without hesitation. Ding. Your Hell level peak emperor task is cross-level challenge, defeat a peak venerable level powerhouse. Ah, I have to fight a peak venerable level powerhouse? Qin Shang couldn't help but be taken aback. It should be noted that there were only a few dozen peak venerable level powerhouses on the entire Blue Star. Meanwhile, in the distant sky above Tianxiang Island, Dracula and the 4 powerful figures from the 5 empires behind him were speeding forward on a warship. Elder, this is what happened. Dracula's face was grim as he reported something to a white-bearded old man on the screen inside the warship. Are you saying that all 100 of our top practitioners have fallen? The elder of the Free Empire, Tran, said with an unhappy tone. Yes, elder, this must be some underhanded means used by Divine Summer. Otherwise, how could they possibly kill 100 of our king-level powerhouses? Dracula said, trembling, seemingly terrified of the old man on the screen. Damn it, even Adolf is dead. You all, right now, return to Sky Island. Annihilate all the practitioners of the Divine Summer Kingdom. On Sky Island, Tron gritted his teeth and said, yes, we will obey the elder's command. Hearing Tron's words, Dracula felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He exchanged glances with the 4 king-level powerhouses behind him and then turned to head towards Sky Island. In a certain underground palace of the Free Empire, an old man dressed in a white robe was staring intently at the light screen in front of him, his brow furrowed. This man was Tron, the only god-level powerhouse of the Free Empire. Beside him, a respected practitioner of the Free Empire hesitantly spoke. Elder, Dracula and the others are going to attack the practitioners. of the Divine Summer Kingdom on Sky Island. If they are detected by the god-level powerhouses of Divine Summer. Upon hearing the words of the Free Empire practitioner, Tron revealed a cold smile. Ghana, go inform Yermangad. Tell him that this time they are using the Abyssal Mist to invade Divine Summer. We 6 empires will not intervene to stop them. Let them do as they please. Hearing Tron's words, a smug smile appeared on Ghana's face. Wonderful, Elder. In the face of the Abyss's large-scale offensive, the practitioners within Divine Summer will be too preoccupied to care. They won't have the energy to support the practitioners of Divine Summer on Sky Island. This time, they are doomed. Meanwhile, deep within the Death Mountains of Divine Summer, a figure with a snake head and human body was conversing with several other figures. At that moment, a shining object flew in front of the snake-headed figure. What is this? The snake-headed creature paused its conversation and looked at the object. It frowned, then pressed the object against its forehead. Soon, it began to read the information contained within. What? It's actually like this. The snake-headed figure was somewhat surprised. What's wrong? Yermangad, is there something happening? Could it be that our plan has been detected by the god-level powerhouses here? That shouldn't be the case. We have been planning this for a long time. It should be foolproof. Seeing Yermangad's expression, the other figures began to converse. No, this is news from the Human Free Empire. They claim that this time our invasion of Divine Summer will not have any empire supporting Divine Summer, allowing us to do as we please. Yermangad slowly said as he retrieved the object from his forehead. What? They don't want to support Divine Summer? Could it be a trick? It's possible. Humans are always cunning. Be careful not to fall into a trap. Hearing the words of the figures, Yermangad shook his head. This news should be true. As far as I know, in recent years, these empires have been increasingly at odds. And don't forget, we have formed an alliance with those free empires. Hearing Yermangad's confident words, the surrounding shadows revealed cruel smiles. So, this time invading Divine Summer, there really won't be any other human empires supporting us. Ah, great. As long as we hold back the god-level powerhouses of Divine Summer according to plan, once Prince Loki arrives, haha, that's right, as long as Prince Loki is present, no matter how strong the god-level powerhouses of Divine Summer are, they will only meet their doom. Haha, the blood of god-level powerhouses, I can't wait to taste it. Alright, everyone, stay alert. If we delay Prince Loki's plan, you all know the consequences, Yermangad said coldly. Meanwhile, in the fourth layer of the Sky Ancient battlefield, after checking his level and gains, Qin Sheng heard a series of announcements in his ear. Congratulations, you have cleared the fourth layer of the Sky Ancient battlefield. You have received 4 divine hearts. As the announcement echoed through the space, 4 hearts, gleaming like gold, hovered before Qin Sheng. Is this the heart of God? Qin Sheng said, gazing at the 4 golden hearts in front of him. The 5th level is about to begin. Before Qin Sheng could react, a golden pillar descended from the sky, enveloping him within its light. In the next moment, the 4 hearts of God were absorbed into Qin Sheng's system space, and he found himself in a different realm, where everything was a pristine white. Is this the 5th layer of space? Qin Sheng squinted at the scene before him. Before him, a heavenly ladder rose from the ground, reaching up to the sky, as if it were a staircase leading to the celestial realm. In the depths of the ladder's expanse, a massive palace shrouded in clouds could be seen. The condition to pass the 5th level can't just be climbing the stairs, right? Qin Sheng murmured as he looked at the ladder. Just then, 3 golden light pillars flashed beside him, and 3 figures appeared next to Qin Sheng. It was Long Outyan, Kong Feifei, and Wei Ziqing. Captain, you really passed the 4th level, Wei Ziqing exclaimed joyfully as he looked at Qin Sheng. Of course, the captain is much stronger than you. If you could pass the 4th level, there's no way the captain couldn't, Kong Feifei said, playfully stepping on Wei Ziqing's foot. Wait, how did you reach level 70? Long Outyan, wanting to check on Qin Sheng's status, used a detection spell. To his shock, Qin Sheng's level had jumped from 60 to 70. What? Level 70? Wei Ziqing's face also showed shock as he looked at Qin Sheng. Level 70? Captain Long, are you seeing things? The captain was still level 60 before entering the 4th level. How could he? Kong Feifei was saying something, but her words suddenly caught in her throat, for under her detection, Qin Sheng had indeed reached level 70. Looking at the astonished trio, Qin Sheng simply waved his hand lightly. Wasn't the 4th level adjustable in difficulty? I chose hell level difficulty and leveled up a bit. Qin Sheng's nonchalant words struck like thunder in the hearts of Long Outyan and the others. Leveling up? In the 4th level? The 3 exchanged glances, their minds momentarily blank. Goodness, they had been on the verge of breaking down under the siege of those evil creatures in the 4th level, while Qin Sheng had treated it as a leveling paradise. It truly was a case of comparison makes one feel inferior. After a while, the 3 managed to calm their emotions, but in their hearts, they secretly labeled Qin Sheng as a monster. Welcome to the 5th level, the Outer Realm. Next, we will introduce the conditions to pass the 5th level. In this current stage, all equipment and items on the challengers are prohibited. Passing condition, climb the heavenly ladder and enter the Spirit Sword Palace to pass. Reward for this level, Heart of the Immortal. Even if you fail to pass this level, you can still receive epic or legendary equipment rewards. As the announcement concluded, an invisible force enveloped Qin Shang and the other three. In an instant, they felt certain powers within them quietly vanish. As expected, everything has been disabled. Qin Shang glanced at his equipment and items, finding them all turned gray. TCH, it's just climbing stairs. How hard can that be? Wei Ziqing took the lead, charging towards the heavenly ladder, but the moment he stepped onto it, he felt as if his soul was under attack. Damn it! Although Wei Ziqing felt intense pain in his soul, he gritted his teeth and continued to climb the ladder. Long Outyan and Kong Fei exchanged glances and also stepped onto the ladder. However, like Wei Ziqing, the moment they ascended, they felt their souls being fiercely assaulted. Although the three of them gritted their teeth, they continued to persevere. Soon, they ascended a dozen rungs of the heavenly ladder. Why are they moving so slowly? Qin Shang observed the reactions of Long Outyan and the others, feeling a bit cautious. He slowly stepped onto the ladder, climbing one step at a time, facing the fifth level that no one had ever passed. Qin Shang was not the least bit careless. At this moment, although Long Outyan and the others were sweating profusely, they still pressed on. Just as the three of them were gritting their teeth and trying to continue upward, they heard Qin Shang's voice coming from behind. Why are you walking so slowly? Are you waiting for me? Qin Shang quickened his pace, and before long, he caught up with Long Outyan and the others. What shocked them even more was that every step Qin Shang took was incredibly easy, unlike their own struggles. Meanwhile, on Sky Dome Island, rumbling, accompanied by a series of loud noises, the entire Sky Dome Island began to tremble. Following that, a transparent stone tablet appeared in mid-air above Sky Dome Island. It was the Purity tablet corresponding to the fifth level. After the appearance of this Purity tablet, the names of 4 individuals were displayed on it: Qin Shang, Long Outyan, Kong Fei, and Wei Ziqing. I didn't expect that this time 4 people passed the 4th level. They all obtained the Heart of the Gods. Doesn't that mean that in the future, our Divine Xia will have 4 God-level powerhouses? Wu Zhouzhong looked at the names displayed on the Purity tablet, speaking with excitement. It should be noted that in past records, there was usually only one person who could pass 4 levels and reach the 5th level. The reason was simple: after the battles of the first 3 levels, the practitioners were often exhausted and found it difficult to face the survival challenge of the 4th level. Yet this time, 4 people from Divine Xia simultaneously passed the challenge of the 4th level and obtained the Heart of the Gods. All of this is thanks to Qin Shang. Wu Xian sighed. He had already learned from the 13 practitioners of Divine Xia about the events that occurred in the 3rd layer of the Sky Dome Ancient battlefield. If it weren't for Qin Shang single-handedly eliminating all the king-level practitioners of the 5 empires in the 3rd level, Kong Fei, Wei Ziqing, and Long Outyan wouldn't have had time to recover, let alone pass the 4th level. Hearing Wu Xian's words, Wu Zhouzhong nodded secretly. Indeed, I never expected that our Divine Xia would have such a prodigy. Whether it was the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th level, it was all because of Qin Shang's presence. Only then could our Divine Xia achieve such astonishing results. It's simply earth-shattering. Wu Zhouzhong looked at Qin Shang's name on the Purity tablet with excitement. Lord Wu Xian, do you think Qin Shang will pass the 5th level and obtain the Heart of Immortality? Wu Xian looked at Wu Zhouzhong beside him, who had an expectant expression. Wu Xian smiled. He naturally understood Wu Zhouzhong's thoughts. Because Qin Shang had created a series of incredible achievements, Wu Zhouzhong had already regarded him as the son of miracles, believing that Qin Shang had the hope of passing the 5th level. However, Wu Xian shook his head. Qin Shang is indeed outstanding. One could say he is the most exceptional prodigy of Divine Xia, no, of Blue Star. But the 5th level will disable the equipment and items on the practitioners, requiring them to climb the heavenly ladder solely with their own strength. Moreover, during the ascent of the heavenly ladder, their souls will be attacked, and the further up they go, the stronger the attacks on their souls will be. But, just as Wu Zhouzhong wanted to say something more, suddenly, an image projected from the Purity tablet. The first scene that appeared was Wei Ziqing climbing the heavenly ladder. Wei Ziqing initially ascended the ladder very quickly, but then he slowed down. Soon, he found it increasingly difficult to move, and after him, Long Outyan and Kong Fei also began to climb the ladder. Their reactions were the same as Wei Ziqing's, their steps gradually slowing down. As they finally saw the images on the pristine stone tablet, the expressions of all the professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom turned grim. Wu Zhouzhong couldn't help but smile bitterly, as expected, just as Lord Wu Xian said. But this 5th level is too difficult. They've disabled the equipment and items of the professionals, and they also have to endure soul attacks. How is it even possible to pass this? Meanwhile, in the underground palace of the Free Empire, a man in a white robe named Trang was also watching a massive projection. This projection was captured by the Eagle Eye monitoring system of the Free Empire. The images displayed were of the 4 from Divine Summer climbing the heavenly ladder projected by the pristine stone tablet. It seems that the warning I felt earlier was just a false alarm, Trang smiled. As a god-level powerhouse, he naturally had a special sensitivity to certain aspects. Just as the 5th level opened on the Sky Dome Island, Trang suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. After reviewing the recent events, he locked his target onto the ancient battlefield of the Sky Dome and even used the Free Empire's Eagle Eye item, which could monitor everything, to observe the 5th level of the ancient battlefield. Elder, don't worry, no one on Blue Star has ever passed the difficulty of the 5th level. The four from Divine Summer are just wasting their efforts, said Ghana, a powerful figure beside him, with a smile. At the same time, a similar scene was unfolding. In other empires, images unfolded before the strongest figures of these empires. Just moments ago, a warning had sounded in the hearts of these strongest individuals. Although the god-level powerhouses from the Lion and Gaul nations also felt that the Divine Summer professionals at the 5th level were merely wasting their time, they still checked the projected images due to that slight warning in their hearts. But soon, the expressions of the god-level powerhouses from the Lion and Gaul nations mirrored Trang's. After a round of mockery, they turned away and stopped paying attention. Meanwhile, in a hidden space within the Divine Summer Kingdom, the only god-level powerhouse, Emperor Qianquan, was also observing the images before him. He watched as Qin Shan cautiously stepped onto the heavenly ladder. Emperor Qianquan couldn't help but shake his head inside. It seems I was too anxious. The prophesied child mentioned by my master is not little Shang. As he turned to the side, his mind drifted into memories. Not only had a god-level powerhouse appeared in the Divine Summer Kingdom, but there had also been one before him. That god-level powerhouse was his master, who was also a prophecy-type professional. He had predicted that a prophesied child would emerge in a small city in the southern part of the Divine Summer Kingdom, and that this child would pass the 5th level of the ancient battlefield of the Sky Dome, becoming the only true immortal-level powerhouse to sweep through the abyss. This would free Blue Star from the threat of beasts and evil spirits. Perhaps I should wait a little longer, Emperor Qianquan sighed again. However, just as he waved his hand to close the image before him, his eyes suddenly widened. He saw in the projection that Qin Shang had actually leaped over a dozen steps in one breath, catching up to Long Outyan and the others. Meanwhile, on the 5th level of the ancient battlefield of the Sky Dome, Long Outyan, Kong Feifei, and Wei Ziqing looked at the approaching Qin Shang in astonishment. How is this possible, Captain? How did you run so fast? Wei Ziqing exclaimed, shocked, as he looked at the catching up Qin Shang. Don't waste your energy, there are still many steps ahead, Long Outyan reminded. In his view, Qin Shang must have been enduring the soul attacks and climbed up a dozen steps in one go, but this would greatly deplete his stamina, which would be detrimental for the subsequent ascent of the heavenly ladder. That's right, Captain, the further up the heavenly ladder, the stronger the soul attacks will be, Kong Feifei also reminded. Soul attacks? Qin Shang raised an eyebrow. He hadn't felt any attack on his soul. Although, under Qin Shang's keen perception, he did sense invisible ripples approaching him. However, when these ripples touched Qin Shang, it felt like a gentle breeze brushing against his face, causing him no harm at all. This is really strange. What's going on? Qin Shang was momentarily curious. He then looked at the jade token at his waist. Could it be because I have the aura of evil spirits on me? He, along with Long Outyan and the other two, were all practitioners from the Divine Xia Kingdom. Moreover, they were all at the king level, so logically speaking, aside from their equipment and skills, there shouldn't be much difference among the three. Even if there were differences, it should be the jade token that summoned Lilith. After all, this jade token contained the aura of evil spirits, and it was because of this aura that he disrupted the plans of the practitioners from the 5 empires in the 2nd level. With this thought, Qin Shang stroked the jade token and summoned Lilith. Oh, Master, you released me again? Where is this? It hurts. When Lilith was first released, she looked curious, but the next moment, she covered her head and started rolling on the ground, looking quite miserable. It seems it's not because of the evil spirits. Qin Shang recalled Lilith back into the jade token, and then he began to ponder. It wasn't due to the evil spirits, and his body was no different from Long Outyan and the others. The levels were the same. Wait, the body, the soul. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Qin Shang's mind. Could it be? It seemed he suddenly remembered something. If his soul had any special characteristics, it was that he was a transmigrator. At this moment, Qin Shang also recalled that when entering the Celestial Dome ancient battlefield, the system had once announced this was a place created by beings from beyond the heavens. Could it be that the creator of this place is also a transmigrator like me? But it was still uncertain. The creator of the Celestial Dome ancient battlefield might be testing the strength of the soul. Just as Qin Shang was piecing this together, Long Outyan and the other two were not idle. They knew that as long as they were climbing the ladder, they would be subjected to attacks from the soul, so they could only take advantage of their remaining stamina to keep climbing. According to the rules of the 5th level, even if one failed on the heavenly ladder, they would still receive equipment as a reward. Naturally, the higher the ladder climbed, the better the equipment obtained. At that moment, Wei Ziqing let out a reluctant scream. Damn it, is this where I have to stop? At this moment, Wei Ziqing had already climbed ahead of Qin Shang, having reached at least the 30th step of the ladder. But the ladder had a total of 999 steps, and the 30th step was just the beginning. Soon, after being attacked by the soul and drenched in sweat, Wei Ziqing rolled his eyes and fainted on the ladder. The next moment, a golden light descended from the sky and struck Wei Ziqing, announcing, "Challenger." Wei Ziqing eliminated. With the announcement, Wei Ziqing's body was teleported away. Meanwhile, Long Outyan and Kong Feifei, who continued to climb the ladder, looked at the teleported Wei Ziqing with grim expressions. At this moment, Kong Feifei had climbed to the 32nd step, just 2 steps higher than Wei Ziqing. However, Kong Feifei was clearly exhausted and couldn't take another step. Sure enough, the next moment, as a blush appeared on Kong Feifei's face, she fainted, and a golden light also struck her, announcing, "Challenger Kong Feifei challenge failed." "No, I have to keep going." Long Outyan gritted his teeth. It seemed he still wanted to climb higher. At this moment, he had reached the 35th step of the ladder, but just as he lifted his foot, his leg suddenly went weak and he knelt on the ladder. Then a golden light struck Long Outyan, announcing, "Challenger Long Outyan challenge failed." Long Outyan's figure was also teleported out of the 5th level of the Celestial Dome Ancient Battlefield. At this moment, only Qin Shang remained in the 5th level of the Celestial Dome Ancient Battlefield. Meanwhile, on Skydome Island, Wu Xian and the people from the Divine Summer Kingdom were watching the images projected on the pure stone tablet. The 5th level is still too difficult, Wu Xian sighed. Originally, he was surprised to see Qin Shang climb more than 10 steps of the heavenly ladder in one go, but the next moment he saw the images of Long Outyan, Wei Ziqing, and Kong Feifei, who had climbed even higher, being teleported out one after another. At that moment, all 3 of them rolled their eyes, looking faint. When Wu Jiuzhong saw their figures appear, he hurried over to heal them. As Wu Jiuzhong's healing took effect, the 3 slowly regained consciousness, each showing an apologetic look towards Wu Jiuzhong. Wu Jiuzhong smiled back at them, saying, "You all did very well. After all, you have already obtained the heart of the gods." Meanwhile, Wu Xian also walked over slowly, encouraging the 3, "Boys, don't be discouraged, failing the 5th level is quite normal. You should know that in the history of Blue Star, even among the challengers, the highest number of steps climbed has only been 70. No one has ever cleared the 5th level." Hearing Wu Xian's comforting words, the expressions of Long Outyan and the others improved slightly. At that moment, in a corner of Skydome Island, Dracula and the leaders of the 4 nations behind him were hiding in a secret space, observing the images projected from Skydome Island. 2 more professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom have been teleported out. Good, we just need to wait for the last one to be teleported out before we act, Dracula said sinisterly. That's right, once all their people are teleported out, we will strike and catch them all. Arthur gritted his teeth. They dare to harm a member of the royal family of Gaul, I will have them torn to pieces. A cold glint flashed in de Gaul's eyes. Behind the 3 of them, the leaders of the Asan Kingdom and the Kimchi Kingdom were also restless, looking ready to act at any moment. Don't worry, with the difficulty of the 5th level, it won't be long before that professional from the Divine Summer Kingdom is teleported out. At that time, Dracula made a gesture across his throat. However, the next moment, Dracula's action abruptly halted in midair. Seeing Dracula stop, the leaders of the 4 nations behind him looked puzzled, but when they followed the direction of Dracula's gaze, they stood frozen like statues, for in the direction Dracula was looking, there was a light screen displaying the 5th level of the ancient battlefield of Sky Dome, showing the images projected by the pure stone tablet. At that moment, in the image, Qin Shang was like a soaring arrow, charging forward from the steps of the heavenly ladder, quickly reaching 30, then 40. Although Qin Shang was climbing higher and higher, his speed showed no signs of slowing down. He was still charging forward. On Skydome Island, the professionals from the Divine Summer Kingdom, who were originally healing and chatting, suddenly erupted in exclamations. Hearing the commotion behind him, Wu Xian raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Qin Kid has been teleported out? It was no wonder Wu Xian thought this way. After all, the difficulty of clearing the 5th level was evident to all. For Qin Shang to endure for so long under the torment of the 5th level was already an impressive feat. However, the next moment, Wu Jiuzhong was shaking Wu Xian's shoulder frantically. "Are you crazy?" Wu Xian glared at Wu Jiuzhong. "Lord Wu Xian, you have to look. You have to look," Wu Jiuzhong said excitedly. Hearing Wu Jiuzhong's words, Wu Xian looked over, and the next moment, his eyes widened, his heart racing, even his breathing became heavier. In the image he was looking at, Qin Shang was charging up the steps without stopping, like a meteor rising from the ground, aiming straight for the heavenly palace. The same scene appeared on the light screen in the underground palace of the Free Empire. How is this possible? Trump looked at the scene in disbelief. As a god-level powerhouse of the Free Empire, he had naturally challenged the 5th level. He was all too aware of how powerful the torment of the soul was at the 5th level. But what was going on with this kid from the Divine Summer Kingdom? How could he keep charging forward for so long? Moreover, he had already broken the record set by the Free Empire of 70 steps. However, just as Trang was astonished, the figure of Qin Sheng in the image suddenly stopped. This kid finally can't hold on anymore. Trang wiped the sweat from his face, feeling a sense of survival after a disaster. Yet the next moment, the figure of Qin Sheng in the image only paused slightly before continuing to rush towards the end of the ladder. No, how is he accelerating? Again! Trang, who was in the underground palace of the Free Empire, looked at the light screen in shock. In the light screen, Qin Sheng's figure was still sprinting continuously. At that moment, at the end of the 5th level ladder in the ancient sky battlefield, a girl dressed in a white palace outfit stepped out. In front of the Spirit Sword Palace. Phew, after waiting so long, finally someone from another land like the Master has arrived. But at his speed, he should be able to reach the Spirit Sword Palace soon, right? But we can't let those outsiders catch a glimpse of the Spirit Sword Palace. The girl pondered for a moment, then snapped her fingers with her right hand. As the sound of her fingers echoed, invisible spatial power began to spread from her body. Meanwhile, on Sky Island, the image of the 5th level projected by the pure stone suddenly closed. At the same time, in the underground palace of the Free Empire, Elder, what's going on? Why did the image on the pure stone suddenly disappear? Ghana asked in confusion. The disappearance of the 5th level's image proves that the trial of the 5th level has ended. That kid should have failed the challenge. Is it useful to grit your teeth and hold on? He still died in the ancient sky battlefield, Trang said with a cold smile. The elder is right. This practitioner from the Divine Summer Kingdom is truly, as their old saying goes, a greedy heart swallows an elephant. Does he really think the heart of the Immortal is so easy to obtain? If it were just a matter of hard work to get the heart of the Immortal, then true Immortal level powerhouses would have appeared on Blue Star long ago. Ghana mocked. It should be known that in the hundreds of years of data history on Blue Star, although many god-level powerhouses had emerged, not a single true Immortal level powerhouse had appeared. Just thinking about a true Immortal level powerhouse at the 10th turn makes one understand the immense power that level represents. Ghana had no doubt that once a true Immortal level powerhouse appeared, even relying solely on his own strength, he could suppress the entire Blue Star. Just then, Ghana's thoughts were interrupted by Trang beside him. Immediately notify Dracula, tell him he doesn't need to wait any longer, act now, and kill Wu Xian. But I want the practitioners who obtain the heart of the honored and the heart of the god to be brought to me alive. I want the practitioners of the 5 empires to devour them to make up for the losses in this ancient sky battlefield. Trang looked at the light screen, his expression turning sinister and ferocious, like a greedy beast, with a bloody glint in his eyes. The terrifying aura emanating from him even startled Ghana beside him. Devour? Ghana's expression changed. In the ancient sky battlefield, once a practitioner obtained the heart of the honored or the heart of the god, unless the practitioner who obtained the heart of the honored had already fused with a higher reward of the heart of the god or the heart of the immortal, these two special reward items would fuse with the practitioner themselves when they left the ancient sky battlefield. They could not be freely given like the king's sealing stone and the emperor's sealing stone. However, there were special circumstances, and that was devouring. By using special skills or equipment to devour practitioners who obtained the heart of the honored or the heart of the god, one could achieve the same effect. But this forbidden method had just emerged and was explicitly prohibited by the 7 great empires. Once discovered, he would be hunted down by the 7 great empires. But now, the situation had changed. Yes, Grand Elder, I will handle it immediately. Ghana did not dare to delay and quickly informed Dracula and the others. Meanwhile, on Sky Dome Island, Lord Wu Xian, what is going on? Why has the light screen disappeared? Wu Jiuchong looked at the light screen with a puzzled expression. What is happening? Did that kid Qin Sheng fail the challenge? That shouldn't be the case. Even if he failed, there should be an announcement. But now, Wu Xian frowned, his face darkening. Behind the two, Long Outyan, Kong Feifei, and Wei Ziqing exchanged worried glances. Although they had already labeled Qin Sheng as a monster due to his previous performances, this was the 5th challenge. As those who had just experienced the 5th challenge, they knew how difficult it was. What worried them even more was that the scene of Qin Sheng's challenge had suddenly vanished. At this moment, others from the Divine Summer Kingdom were also expressing their confusion and concern. What is going on? Why did the light screen for the captain's challenge suddenly disappear? Did he fail? Fail? That can't be. Brother Sheng just charged for so long. But I heard from Team Long that in the 5th challenge, one is constantly attacked by divine souls. Could it be that? Brother Sheng. Impossible. If Brother Sheng failed, how could there be no announcement? But the light screen has disappeared. I heard that once the projected light screen disappears, it means the trial of the 5th challenge has ended. Moreover, I heard that if a professional dies in the 5th challenge, there won't be a failure announcement. Could Brother Sheng? Just as the people of Divine Summer were filled with suspicion and worry, a cold voice suddenly echoed from a corner of Sky Dome Island. No need to speculate anymore. Our Grand Elder has said that the professional named Qin Sheng has already died in the 5th challenge. Dracula emerged from a hidden corner. You haven't left yet. Wu Xian looked at the 5 who appeared with a wary expression. Wu Jiuchong also shielded the other. professionals of Divine Summer behind him. Although these Divine Summer elites had reached the ceiling level, they were facing powerful beings at the ceiling. Respect level. Hee, if we left, how could we witness this good show? Dracula revealed a cruel smile, and a blood-red longsword formed in his hand. It seems you want to make a move. TSK, you really have a short memory, forgetting last time when I tore your wings apart and broke your tail. Wu Xian clenched his fists, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He stared intently at Dracula in front of him, then turned to Wu Zhoucheng beside him and said, Zhoucheng, take the kids and leave first. Just then, 4 more figures appeared on Sky Dome Island. None of you will leave today, Arthur said coldly. Behind him, Pickled Vegetable, Asan, and the leader from Gaul followed closely. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the 5th challenge of the Sky Dome Ancient Battlefield, the Spirit Sword Palace finally arrived. Is this the Spirit Sword Palace? After a long run, Qin Sheng finally reached the entrance of the Spirit Sword Palace. He looked at the enormous palace. Shrouded in ethereal energy, the palace was entirely snow-white but exuded a sharp sword aura. Just getting close made Qin Sheng feel as if his skin was being cut. Above the palace's grand door, a plaque inscribed with the words Spirit Sword Palace was written in a dragon and phoenix style. At this moment, confusion was evident on Qin Sheng's face. He had climbed to the highest point of the heavenly ladder but had not yet received the passing announcement or the reward of the Heart of Immortality. Do I need to enter the palace to proceed? With this thought, Qin Sheng stepped forward to push open the grand door of the palace. Just then, the door of the Spirit Sword Palace suddenly opened by itself, then a girl dressed in a white palace outfit bounced over to the palace gate. She first bowed to Qin Sheng and then said with a sweet smile, Master, welcome to the Spirit Sword Palace. Master? Qin Sheng looked at the girl at the palace gate, who had a well-developed upper body and a pair of white beast ears, and asked in confusion. Yes, according to the last will of my former master, Zhang Xianzuan, as long as you can pass the 5th level, you will become the master of the ancient battlefield of the sky, which means you will be my Bai Zai's master. Bai Zai nodded and said, Zhang Xianzuan? Is he the one mentioned by the Spirit Mountain Sword cultivators in the 4th level? Qin Sheng recalled the conversations of those Spirit Mountain Sword cultivators in the 4th level. That's right, my master is the most powerful sword cultivator in the Spirit Sword realm, Zhang Zhouling, Bai Zai's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she continued, my former master was truly remarkable. Although he had his sword bones taken by his own brother when he was young, he managed to regenerate his sword bones through his own efforts, and he cultivated all the way to the 9 transformations, becoming the strongest in the Spirit Sword realm. Bai Zai said proudly, seemingly in great admiration of Zhang Zhouling. However, the next moment, a shadow crossed Bai Zai's eyes. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Shortly after my former master became the strongest in the Spirit Sword realm, the evil demons invaded, and then, although Bai Zai didn't continue, Qin Sheng could guess what happened next. Based on the scene of the evil demons besieging the city in the 4th level, Qin Sheng could infer that even if Zhang Zhouling was powerful, the Spirit Sword realm would only suffer defeat under the pressure of the demon army. Sure enough, the next moment, Bai Zai continued, although those evil demons were powerful, including several 9 transformations demon gods, my former master had once slain several demon gods using his self-created sword techniques. Slain several demon gods? Qin Sheng was somewhat astonished upon hearing Bai Zai's words. It should be noted that in the history of Blue Star's resistance against the evil demons, they had faced demon gods before. Demon gods were 9 transformations beings, on par with powerful figures like Elder Shen. And in the encounters between Blue Star and the Abyss, while there were records of defeating demon gods, there were very few records of actually killing them. It seemed that Zhang Zhouling's combat power was indeed extraordinary. However, Qin Sheng couldn't help but wonder, if Zhang Zhouling could kill demon gods, it could be said that his combat power had surpassed any divine-level powerhouse in Blue Star's history. How then was the Spirit Sword realm destroyed? Bai Zai's words soon unraveled Qin Sheng's confusion. If it were only those demon god-level evil demons, my former master's combat power would naturally not be afraid. But during the battle with the evil demons, my former master captured a demon god. From him, he learned that there was a 10 transformations demon god, Emperor Odin, among the evil demons. The 10 transformations demon god Emperor Odin. Qin Sheng couldn't help but widen his eyes upon hearing Bai Zai's words. It was no wonder Qin Sheng was shocked. According to the current records of Blue Star, only demon god-level combat power had been encountered. There had never been a record of battling a 10 transformations evil demon. That's right, after my former master learned that there was a 10 transformations being among the evil demons, Bai Zai continued, he made up his mind to break through to the true immortal level to confront the demon god emperor among the evil demons. However, for some unknown reason, during my former master's seclusion, the evil demons suddenly intensified their offensive. My former master, who had just completed his seclusion, could only respond urgently. Bai Zai sighed. I see, Qin Sheng nodded. What Bai Zai said was quite similar to what he had seen in the 4th level. Unfortunately, although my former master broke through to the true immortal level at the last moment, he was not a match for the demon god emperor due to just having broken through. So, before falling, he could only separate the Spirit Sword Palace from the Spirit Sword Realm, and left this ancient battlefield of the sky to filter the later comers. Bai Zhe looked around the palace and said slowly, "Then what is the test of the 5th level?" Xin Sheng said with some confusion. "The master once said that the trial of the 3rd level is related to the weapon of the demon god king. According to the previous master, the weapon of the demon god king Gungnir can lock onto the enemy's soul and body, and the previous master only suffered serious injuries in his encounter with the demon god emperor because of the uniqueness of his soul. So when he was selecting candidates for the Spirit Sword Palace and the Heart of the Immortal, he emphasized the importance of the soul." Bai Zhe said slowly. "The uniqueness of the soul, it seems that this Zhang Jiuling is definitely someone special." Xin Sheng murmured, "The weapon Gungnir in Odin's hand locked onto the enemy's soul and body before attacking. The reason Zhang Jiuling was able to escape with serious injuries was probably because his soul did not belong to this realm. Like Qin Shang, he came from another world." Meanwhile, on Skydome Island, Wu Xian looked at the newly appeared Arthur, Gaul, and the leaders from Kimchi country and A3 country. His expression turned cold. "You want to fight me on Skydome Island? Aren't you afraid that other respected ones from the divine Xia kingdom will arrive and slay you all?" Wu Xian's words were not empty threats. At the speed of a respected one, once they learned of Wu Xian's predicament, it wouldn't take long for them to reach Skydome Island. By then, coordinating with Wu Xian to slay these leaders of the martial empire wouldn't be difficult at all. However, upon hearing Wu Xian's words, Arthur burst into laughter. "Ha, you're overthinking it. Other respected ones from the divine Xia kingdom can't possibly come to your aid, because your divine Xia kingdom is currently facing a full-scale invasion by evil spirits." "Shut your mouth," Wu Xian said angrily. Although there had been a riot of magical beasts and evil spirits in the Death Mountains of Divine Xia before, they had suppressed it. How could there be a full-scale invasion in such a short time? Moreover, with Old Dragon guarding Divine Xia, how could there be a loss? "Stop wasting words with him, attack." Dracula, however, lost his patience, swinging his blood-red sword and charging at Wu Xian. "All right, let's fight." Wu Xian did not back down, meeting him with a punch. At this moment, in the skies of Divine Xia, Bai Haoran, the White Tiger respected one who was originally prepared to support Wu Xian, was blocked by several figures in front of him. Bai Haoran looked at the magical shadows before him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. It seems I need to deal with these few pests before going to support old Wu." Hearing Bai Haoran's words, the magical shadows revealed disdainful smiles. The leader among them laughed heartily. "With just you think you can deal with us?" However, at that moment, a dignified voice echoed in the air. "Then what if I join in?" As this authoritative voice fell, an old figure slowly appeared in mid-air. It was the only divine-level powerhouse of the Divine Xia Kingdom, Emperor Qiankuan. At this moment, Emperor Qiankuan's aura was astonishing. Just the slight eruption of his divine-level presence made the magical figures before him stagger back repeatedly. "It's a divine-level powerhouse of the human race." The expressions of the several demon lords showed fear. A bunch of little demon brats dare to be arrogant in front of me," Emperor Qiankuan said as he reached out, intending to crush the several demon lords before him. However, at that moment, among the demon lords, a figure in a green robe suddenly underwent a dramatic change in aura, rising from the 8th turn to the 9th turn. "Old friend, it's really not easy to meet you," the figure in the green robe said with a grin. "Demon god Loki, you actually came too." Meanwhile, in the 5th level of the Sky Dome ancient battlefield, in the Spirit Sword Palace, "Alright, the matter of the previous master has been explained, now it's reward time," Bai Zhe blinked and said. Then, Bai Zhe stepped aside with a smile, saying, "The master must be very tired from climbing all this way. I have long prepared the palace's jade liquid wine for the master, and I've also prepared some fruits, rest assured they are ripe." After saying this, Bai Zhe bounced into the Spirit Sword Palace. Leading the way in front, Qin Shang, who was walking behind, couldn't help but smile as he rubbed his forehead. He was 100% sure that this Zhang Jiuling was definitely a crossdresser. Otherwise, Bai Zhe wouldn't know so much, some of which Qin Shang only learned in his previous life. What has this been adjusted to? Qin Shang chuckled and then walked into the main hall of the Spirit Sword Palace. This is... As soon as Qin Shang stepped into the main hall, his expression turned a bit strange. The exterior of the Spirit Sword Palace looked ethereal and otherworldly. However, the interior decoration style and various furnishings were completely modern, and what surprised Qin Shang even more was that in the main hall of the Spirit Sword Palace there were rows of stone statues on both sides. These statues were of ordinary human height, and whether it was the clothing worn by the statues or their facial features, they were lifelike, as if crafted by divine hands. But when Qin Shang finally saw the true forms of these statues, his expression became even stranger. "Goodness, it's a bunch of old second-dimensional characters," he remarked, as he saw that the true forms of these two rows of statues were neither deities from mythology nor ancestors from the world of cultivation. Instead, they were young girls and beautiful women dressed in various second-dimensional outfits, wearing black and white stockings. Among them, Qin Shang recognized quite a few. Isn't that Butterfly Ninja from a certain app? And that one seems to be Tifa. Qin Shang identified several characters from the rows of statues with ease. He then slowly walked over to a large stone table beside Bai Zhe. The master really knows these beauties. What the previous master said was absolutely correct. Any foreigner who can come to the Spirit Sword Palace must recognize the statues he carved, Bai Zhe said with a smile, while pouring Qin Shang a cup of Imperial Jade liquid wine. Well, let's skip the wine and fruit for now and bring out the rewards. Qin Shang waved his hand. Alright, master, here are a few rewards left by the previous master. With a flick of Bai Zhe's small hand, a heart-resembling glass fell before Qin Shang. This is the heart of the Immortal? Qin Shang exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the glass-like heart before him. That's right, master, this is the heart of the Immortal that was condensed before the previous master fell. As long as you fuse with the heart of the Immortal, you will have the potential to grow into a true Immortal-level powerhouse. Bai Zhe nodded. Good, Qin Shang waved his hand, and the glass-like heart of the Immortal hovered in front of his chest. It then transformed into wisps of immortal energy, merging into Qin Shang's body. As the heart of the Immortal integrated into his body, Qin Shang felt streams of pure immortal energy cleansing his body, seemingly trying to expel all the impurities within him. Could this be what is often referred to as refining the essence in cultivation novels? Qin Shang murmured. Before long, Qin Shang completely absorbed the heart of the Immortal, and at the same time, the foul energy within him was expelled by the heart of the Immortal. I feel much lighter. This heart of the Immortal truly deserves to be the ultimate reward of the ancient battlefield of the sky. Qin Shang sighed inwardly. If one were to say that this trip to the ancient battlefield of the sky yielded the richest rewards, it would undoubtedly be the heart of the Immortal. However, aside from this heart of the Immortal, Qin Shang also had 4 divine hearts obtained from the 4th level. Of course, due to absorbing the heart of the Immortal, Qin Shang could no longer absorb these 4 divine hearts. However, even though I can't absorb these 4 divine hearts, I can give them to the 4 esteemed ones of the Divine Summer. In that case, Divine Summer can instantly increase by 4 divine level powerhouses. Qin Shang stroked his chin in thought. Besides these 4 precious divine hearts, Qin Shang also had 1 remaining heart of the esteemed one in his hand, which could also allow a peak emperor level powerhouse to advance to the esteemed level. Master, besides the heart of the Immortal reward from the 5th level, the previous master also left you 2 spiritual treasures. Bai Zhe walked to the center of the hall and pointed at a treasure cauldron. Spiritual treasures. Qin Shang was taken aback. Since arriving in Blue Star, he had never heard the name Lingbao. Master, please look, these are 2 treasures from the former master. Bai Zhe pointed, and 2 flying swords flew out from the treasure cauldron. Master, this black flying sword is called Wait a Moment, and the other white flying sword is called Stop. But my profession is a mage, not a sword master. Can I still use them? Qin Shang frowned and said, Master, please rest assured, in the spirit sword realm, your mage profession is actually quite similar to a spirit cultivator. So these 2 flying swords can be used as long as you drop blood to recognize their master. Bai Zhe smiled slightly, then waved her hand. The 2 flying swords flew towards Qin Shang and slowly hovered in front of him. Just drop blood to recognize the master? That's a bit different from the equipment on Blue Star. Could it be that because it's a different world, there are also different systems? Qin Shang nodded, then began to check the attributes of the 2 flying swords. Stop, grade, Lingbao attribute, spirit plus 1000 effect 1, release a sword chi, with power equivalent to 10 times the user's spirit. Effect 2, when a target's health is below 30%, trigger the heavenly punishment effect for an instant kill. Hiss, the 2 effects of this white flying sword are more astonishing than the other. Qin Shang gasped, first with effect 1, releasing a sword chi with power equivalent to 10 times the user's spirit. This is simply more powerful than the forbidden spells on Blue Star. It should be noted that when the forbidden spells on Blue Star are released, they only deal damage equivalent to 6 times the user's spirit. Yet this Lingbao can release 10 times the spirit attribute damage of the profession. It's simply outrageous. Effect 2 is even more outrageous, capable of directly executing enemies with health below 30%. It's practically a god-level harvesting skill. After smacking his lips, Qin Shang checked the information of the black flying sword. Wait a moment, grade, Lingbao attribute, spirit. Plus 1000 effect 1, release a sword chi, with power equivalent to 10 times the user's spirit. Effect 2, centered on the user, slow down the time of enemies within 100 meters for 10 seconds. The longer the effect lasts, the slower the enemies are slowed down. Goodness, this flying sword is even more outrageous. Qin Shang was even more shocked after checking the effects of the black flying sword. According to his current multiple casting level of 176,494, that means he could slow down the enemy's time for 1,764,940 seconds. Rounded up, it could almost be said to be time stop. Awesome! Qin Shang couldn't help but exclaim, looking at the black and white dual swords in front of him with joy in his eyes. No matter which of these two flying swords, the attribute bonuses or skill effects are simply extraordinary. With these two flying swords, Qin Shang was confident that even a respected level powerhouse would not be unbeatable. Master, these two flying swords consume the user's spirit in an extraordinary way. For the sake of your strength, you can choose one flying sword to recognize its master first. Bai Zhe wagged her fluffy tail and reminded him. Do I, an adult, really have to make a choice? Qin Shang grinned at the black and white dual swords. I want them both. After saying that, Qin Shang cut his finger, and 2 drops of blood fell onto the black and white dual swords. Either of these dual swords possesses immense power and extraordinary effects. How could Qin Shang only recognize one flying sword as his master? As for that consumption, during Qin Shang's earlier inspection, he understood that these flying swords consume the user's spirit when used in the spirit sword realm. However, after Qin Shang recognized them as his master with his blood, the consumption of these 2 flying swords would be his mana. And as for mana, Qin Shang had plenty thanks to the mana recovery effect. Qin Shang's mana recovery was even greater than his consumption, practically like a reversed electric meter. It can be said that casting spells incurs no cost, alleviating concerns about consumption. Naturally, Qin Shang wanted to use the 2 flying swords at will. Ding! You have recognized the master. Stop, wait, the 2 flying swords. Qin Shang heard the announcement by his ear and nodded in satisfaction, then opened his system panel. Qin Shang, age 18, occupation, mage level 70, spirit 15,382.5, strength 2,760.5, agility 3,210.5, constitution 2789, health 27890. Mana, 76,912.5, skills, fireball, thunderstrike, spirit recovery, detection, taunt, windblade, bone-chilling ice sword, all laws return to 1, body of the demon god, wood's fury fist, yin-yang reversal, change at will, space cage, cloud detection hand, light and shadow clone, annihilation heavy eye, equipment, true bracelet, blood-colored cloak, destiny necklace, recovery ring, reverse flow ring, guardian spirit armor, thousand illusions necklace, space boots, immunity ring, golden light bracers, stop, wait, multiple casting layers, 176494 effect. Each time a monster is killed, increase the casting layers by 7. Special status, you have been marked by the Sage's protection. You can currently resurrect 176,494 times. Qin Shang looked at his attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. His current spirit power had reached 15,382.5 points. Coupled with the stop spirit treasure, he could unleash 10 times the spirit damage. This means that the damage of a sword energy released by Qin Shang is 153,825 points. If we only look at the damage of this sword energy, it indeed doesn't seem high, but let's not forget that Qin Shang also has multiple casting. Now, Qin Shang's multiple casting has reached 176,494 layers. This means that with the enhancement of multiple casting, Qin Shang's damage has reached 2714,918,9550 points. A full 20 billion spirit damage. Which family can withstand this? Even a strong man wouldn't be able to block his strike. Qin Shang smiled, putting the black and white flying swords into the system space. At this moment, Bai Zhe, who was observing from the side, widened her eyes, covering her cherry-like mouth with her hand. Then, she bounced over to Qin Shang, first bowing respectfully. With a smile, she said, "Congratulations, Master, on successfully contracting the spirit treasure." Then Bai Zhe wiped the corner of her eye. After waiting for so many years, I finally completed some of the previous Master's wishes. From now on, I will assist the Master well. Hearing Bai Zhe's words, Qin Shang couldn't help but smile. He reached out to touch Bai Zhe's ear. Then, curiously, he asked, "You've been here for so long, how old are you now?" Upon hearing Qin Shang's words, Bai Zhe proudly puffed out her chest. The previous master said, "ING." Meanwhile, on Tianshan Island, a fierce battle was erupting. At this moment, Wu Jiuchong, the deputy of Wu Xian, was covered in blood, his momentum waning. He clearly looked like someone who had been through a great battle. However, even so, Wu Jiuchong still stood in front, fiercely protecting the 19 professionals from the Divine Xia Kingdom behind him. Damn it, these bastards only know how to bully the weak with numbers. Long Outyan gritted his teeth in anger. However, at this moment he also felt a wave of helplessness. Although he was a disciple of Long Lao from the Divine Xia Kingdom and a genius admired by many five-turn professionals, the enemies they faced were all strongmen. With their strength, joining the fight would only create chaos and wouldn't help at all. "It's all our fault for being too weak," Long Outyan murmured. Hearing Long Outyan's words, Wu Jiuchong shook his head. "You boys don't need to blame yourselves, you've done very well. If it weren't for the heart of a respected one you gave me, I wouldn't have been able to advance to the respected level and hold on for so long." Wu Jiuchong was originally an 80-level professional who had completed the advancement task. As long as he had the heart of the venerable, he could advance. Just now, seeing the urgency of the situation, Long Outyan decisively gave a heart of the venerable to Wu Jiuchong. This allowed Wu Jiuchong to protect the proud talents of the Divine Xia during this chaotic battle. Although at this moment Wu Jiuchong had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth and was severely Injured, he still showed a reassuring smile to the Divine Xia's talents behind him. Stay close behind me and I will definitely bring you all back safely to Divine Xia. Hearing Wu Zhouchong's words, Long Outyan, Wei Ziqing, and the other talents of Divine Xia all nodded with choked voices. However, their inner worries did not diminish at all. Although Wu Zhouchong had advanced to the level of a venerable, he was only facing one enemy. But after all, Wu Zhouchong had just advanced, and his level was only 80. On the opposite side was Arthur, a venerable level powerhouse from the Lion Empire who was a 90-level venerable. "Heh, you still want to return to Divine Xia? None of you will make it back today," Arthur said with a cold smile. In his view, Wu Zhouchong's idea of bringing the Divine Xia talents back to Divine Xia was simply wishful thinking. Not to mention Wu Zhouchong, even Wu Xian today would fall here. It should be noted that this time Wu Xian was facing the siege of 4 other venerable level powerhouses. Thinking of this, Arthur looked over and saw a more brutal battle happening on another battlefield. Wu Xian was currently drenched in blood, his body covered in wounds with a long sword scar etched across his face. At the same time, there were varying depths of wounds on his right shoulder, left leg, and right arm. Some wounds even exposed the glistening white bones beneath. However, even with such severe injuries, Wu Xian continued to fight with tenacious will, his eyes blazing with fire. He stared fiercely at the venerable level powerhouses from the 4 nations: Freedom, Asan, Gaul, and Pickled Cabbage. "You cowardly hyenas who only dare to attack in groups, come again. Rest assured, before I die, I will definitely take one of you down with me." "Heh, take one down with you? You think too highly of yourself. This time, the 4 of us are attacking together. We will slowly grind you down, and we will absolutely not give you a chance to counterattack." Dracula swung the blood-red longsword in his hand. The scar on Wu Xian's face was indeed inflicted by the blood-red longsword held by Dracula. Although Dracula's health had dropped to 29% due to the battle with Wu Xian, they had 4 people surrounding Wu Xian, which was clearly an advantage for them. "But don't worry, there won't be anyone to take you down with you, but there will be plenty to accompany you to the grave. All the practitioners of Divine Xia on this island will accompany you to the grave, except for that one who fell in the ancient battlefield of the sky," De Gaulle said with a sinister smile, but the next moment his words were interrupted by an announcement. "Ding! Congratulations to challenger Qin Sheng for clearing the 5th level and receiving the reward Heart of the Immortal." At the same time, in the 5th level space of the ancient battlefield of the sky, inside the Spirit Sword Palace, Qin Sheng looked at the proudly puffed up Bai Zhe and couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. He didn't know how strong Zhang Zhouling was, but he was definitely not serious. "Is that all the rewards? Then can we leave the ancient battlefield of the sky now?" Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow and said. "Yes, the basic reward for the master is only this," Bai Zhe nodded and said. But then she seemed to remember something. "Oh, right, I just remembered that the previous master left behind a treasure." With a flash of inspiration, Bai Zhe immediately transformed into a flying leg and rummaged around the main hall of the Spirit Sword Palace. Soon, a brocade box was found, and Bai Zhe swiftly handed it to Qin Sheng. As the brocade box was opened by Bai Zhe, a blood-red token lay inside. Master, this item is called the Slaughter Token, obtained by the previous master in a secret realm," Bai Zhe introduced, nodding. "Slaughter Token?" Qin Sheng looked at the blood-red token and said curiously. "Yes, I remember the previous master said that as long as you wear the Slaughter Token, when killing cultivators from the Spirit Sword realm, one can obtain their spiritual power and cultivation." Bai Zhe nodded and said, "Obtaining part of the opponent's spiritual power and cultivation? That's so domineering?" Qin Sheng's face showed curiosity, and he then took the killing token in his hand to examine it. Killing token grade, Underworld Treasure. Effect: the user can gain cultivation or experience by killing any target. The higher the cultivation or level of the kill, the greater the experience and cultivation gained. Note: the experience gained from the killing token can be stored. After reading the introduction of the killing token, Qin Sheng's eyes sparkled. Goodness, killing enemies makes one stronger. No wonder Zhang Zhouling could grow so quickly in the Spirit Sword realm. This killing token is simply a powerful tool for becoming stronger. As long as one kills a target, they can gain experience. With that in mind, Qin Sheng stroked his chin, a glint of cold light appearing in his eyes. "If I wear this token, after going out, I can also gain experience by killing practitioners from other empires?" Thinking of this possibility, Qin Sheng's heart couldn't help but race. You see, under the data rules of Blue Star, practitioners only gain experience when killing monsters or evil beings. Practitioners cannot gain experience from killing each other, otherwise, Blue Star would have descended into chaos long ago. Before the invasion of the Abyss of Evil, practitioners on Blue Star would have erupted into a full-scale war. But now, Qin Sheng is an exception. As long as he wears this killing token, even if he kills practitioners, he can gain a large amount of experience. And according to the introduction of this killing token, killing practitioners also allows one to gain their accumulated experience. Every practitioner, during their leveling and promotion process, has accumulated a massive amount of experience. If he can kill practitioners and gain their accumulated experience. Goodness, it's hard to imagine how fast Qin Shang's leveling speed would be. With this thought, Qin Shang fastened the killing token to his waist. However, he then shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. If only this token had come to me sooner, he thought. Qin Shang had previously killed quite a few practitioners from the 5 empires in the second and third layers of the ancient battlefield of the sky. If he had used this token earlier, he could have stored a lot of experience. But for now, let's return to Xinxia first. Qin Shang nodded and said. At this, Bai Zhe summoned a teleportation beam at Qin Shang's gesture. A golden light struck Qin Shang, preparing to teleport him away. Meanwhile, on Sky Island, upon seeing the clearance announcement projected by the Immaculate Stone Tablet, everyone on the island, whether the 5 team leaders of the Martial Empire or the people of Xinxia, showed expressions of astonishment. He's still alive. He actually cleared the level. Although Wu Jiuzhong was heavily injured at the moment, he still spoke excitedly. The captain really did it. He passed the 5th level and obtained the Heart of Immortality. Wei Ziqing's eyes couldn't hide his excitement. He's simply a genius. Kong Feifei covered her small cherry mouth, her pupils wide with shock. I didn't expect that. The little brother really obtained the Heart of Immortality. Long Outyan also sighed with emotion. But then he shook his head and sighed. What a pity. If it were in the past, we could have safely returned to Xinxia. He could definitely grow to the level of a true immortal, but now obtaining the Heart of Immortality cannot change our current situation. Hearing Long Outyan's words, everyone from Xinxia, including Wu Jiuzhong, showed difficult expressions. Indeed, if it were in the past trials of the ancient battlefield of the sky, they could have safely returned to Xinxia. With the Heart of Immortality, Qin Shang would surely receive the full support of the entire nation of Xinxia. Given time, he would grow to be the only true immortal level powerhouse, and by then, even with the strength of one nation, they could suppress the abyss. But now on Sky Dome Island, they, the Divine Xia side, are facing the siege of 5 emperor-level strongmen from the 5 empires. At this moment, even if Qin Shang has obtained the Heart of the Immortal and has been teleported out, it is unlikely to change the situation on the battlefield. Instead, the people of the Divine Xia Kingdom sighed in despair. In another battlefield, Wu Shen revealed a hint of joy. Great, that kid Qin is still alive. But then he fixed his gaze on the 4 emperor-level strong enemies in front of him. Heaven has not treated my Divine Xia poorly after all. There is still hope, still a spark. Even if I have to risk my life today, I cannot let them harm Qin in the slightest. Wu Shen silently made up his mind that even if he died on Sky Dome Island today, he would protect Qin Shang. With Qin Shang's potential for growth, given time, he could truly become a powerful, immortal level being. He would surely lead Divine Xia to avenge the humiliation and repay the grudge of today's treachery by the evil and the 5 empires. However, just as Wu Shen was about to charge forward to fight against the 4 emperor-level strong enemies, Dracula, wielding a blood-red longsword, also reacted from his shock. His eyes revealed a hint of greed as he looked at a certain spot in the air above Sky Dome Island. What's going on? Wu Shen, sensing something was wrong, also looked in the direction Dracula was staring. At that moment, as the announcement slowly dissipated, a figure appeared in mid-air above Sky Dome Island. That figure was none other than Qin Shang. This kid has been teleported out. The Heart of the Immortal is mine. Dracula swung his blood-red longsword and charged directly at Qin Shang. Damn it! Wu Shen wanted to stop him, but his injuries were too severe, and he couldn't react in time. At this moment, Dracula had already reached Qin Shang, saying, "Kid, you are mine now." At that moment, floating in mid-air, Qin Shang saw Dracula charging towards him and smiled, saying, "Stop." Hearing Qin Shang's words, the charging Dracula was momentarily stunned, then a sinister smile crept onto his face. "Ha, stop? It's too late for you to beg for mercy now." However, the next moment, Dracula's smile froze on his face. A flash of white light appeared, and a white longsword shot out from Qin Shang, carrying a white sword aura that slashed straight towards Dracula. But at this moment, Dracula looked at the white sword aura coming at him, still arrogantly smirking. "With your mere king level, you think you can contend with an emperor? Below the emperor, all are ants. You should obediently accept your death." A fierce light flashed in Dracula's eyes as he swung his blood-red longsword to meet Qin Shang's black sword aura. His tone was full of confidence. After all, Dracula was a level 98 turn Emperor-level powerhouse, while Qin Shang was merely a level 70 king level. Even though Dracula's current health was only 29%, he believed that defeating Qin Shang was a sure win. Meanwhile, the people of the Divine Xia Kingdom watching below showed expressions of despair. "Damn it, that pup from the Free Empire." Wu Jiuzhong gritted his teeth and said. Although he was injured, he was not as severely hurt as Wu Shen, but in front of him stood Arthur from the Lion Empire, blocking his way completely. There was no way for him to go and support Qin Shang, and behind him, other proud warriors of the Divine Xia Kingdom were also filled with rage. Under normal circumstances, they would have rushed forward, but Dracula's speed was simply too fast, like a flash of lightning. On the other side, the leaders from Gaul, Asan, and Pickled Cabbage countries, upon seeing Dracula's actions, expressed their dissatisfaction. I didn't expect that guy Dracula would take the lead. This is a first achievement," de Gaulle said somewhat unhappily. Even though these Emperor-level powerhouses couldn't absorb the heart of the Immortal on the spot, they could still treat it as a gift for their own country's divine-level strongman. That would be a great achievement. Behind him, the leaders from Asan, Pickled Cabbage, and other countries also showed regretful expressions in their eyes. With the strength of a like Dracula, killing A-level kid was simply a piece of cake. However, the next moment, a dazzling white light suddenly burst forth from the heavens and the earth. The powerful aura was almost earth-shattering. Feeling the immense power of this skill, for a moment, both the people of the and the leaders of the turned their gazes towards it. But in everyone's sight, there was only a brilliant white light. As the white light slowly dissipated, everyone gradually saw the situation in mid-air. At this moment, Qin Shang stood in the air holding a white long sword in his right hand. In his left hand, he held a round object. What was it? It was Dracula's head. And at this moment, Dracula's body was slowly falling to the ground from mid-air. Seeing Qin Shang wave his hand and kill A-level powerhouse, for a moment, the people have looked at Qin Shang as if they were looking at a monster. How is this possible? Wu Zhouzhong said in shock. In an instant, he had killed A-level being. If Qin Shang and Wu Zhouzhong were also level powerhouses, Wu Zhouzhong could accept it. But Qin Shang was merely a level professional, and behind Wu Zhouzhong, Long Outyan, Wei Ziqing, Kong Feifei, and others had even more shocked expressions. Even though they had seen Qin Shang's various miraculous achievements in the previous layers, in their hearts, they thought that it was already incredible for Qin Shang to survive against A-level powerhouse. Moreover, Qin Shang had now killed A-level powerhouse. This was simply terrifying. No, it would not be an exaggeration to say it was earth-shattering. In the history of professional battles no one had ever been able to kill a professional of a higher rank, let alone someone like Qin Shang, who had even surpassed 2 ranks. At this moment, standing in mid-air, Qin Shang held a black long sword. With a flick of his left hand, he tossed Dracula's head to the ground. Of course, before Dracula's body fell to the ground, all his equipment had already been stripped away by Qin Shang. But at the same time, Qin Shang had some doubts. After all, Dracula was a level powerhouse. How could he die from just one of his sword energies? However, Qin Shang soon understood through the information he had just detected. He realized that when Dracula had attacked him, his own health had only been at 29%. Goodness, with such low health, he still wanted to give me a head. What a good person. At this moment, floating in midair, holding the white long sword, Qin Shang heard a notification by his ear. Ding. Congratulations on reaching. With each upgrade, all basic attribute points increase by 256 points, and free attribute points increase by 1024 points. Your multicasting has risen to level 8, and for each monster you kill, you will gain 8 layers of casting. What a pity, I killed Dracula in one hit, and I still have 176,494 layers of sword energy left to unleash. Qin Shang shook his head and said. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Wu Xian looked at Qin Shang in midair and couldn't help but click his tongue. This kid's growth rate is too fast. Wu Xian sighed first, then he felt his vision darken as if he was about to faint. It should be noted that Wu Xian had fought against 4-level powerhouses Even though Wu Xian was extraordinarily strong, his stamina and mana were now depleted. Unlike the struggling Wu Xian, the leaders of the across from him, Gall, Kimchi, and Asan, though equally shocked, soon revealed a glimmer of greed in their eyes. He actually killed Dracula in one move. It seems this kid must have obtained other treasures. Besides a cold glint flashed in Jean Sandon's eyes. A level ant is worthy of possessing such treasures. The greed in de Gaulle's eyes was even more pronounced. This terrifyingly powerful treasure must consume an enormous amount of energy to wield. With this kid's king-level strength, he definitely won't be able to use it again. First, kill this kid, then we can split the treasures on him. The leader of the Asan country shouted, and then the 3 of them charged towards Qin Shang, who was suspended in midair. You bunch of bastards who only bully the weak. Come and fight me. Wu Xian roared, wanting to chase after the 3, but his legs went weak and he half-kneeled on the ground. After an intense battle with other strong fighters, Wu Xian was now exhausted and unable to continue fighting. Damn it! Wu Xian said self-reproachfully. Even as a Xuanwu master, he felt a wave of helplessness at this moment. It should be noted that this ambush on Qin Shang involved 3 strong fighters. However, the next moment, something even more despairing happened to Wu Xian. On another battlefield, how could there not be a share for me in the treasures? Arthur sneered, and after fending off a strike from Wu Zhouzhong, he casually released a legendary binding equipment that trapped Wu Zhouzhong. Immediately after, Arthur charged directly towards Qin Shang. Bastard! Wu Zhouzhong roared, but there was a level difference of 10 between him and Arthur. There was also a huge gap in equipment quality, and for a moment, Wu Zhouzhong couldn't break free. At this moment, behind him, Long Outyan, Kong Feifei, and Wei Ziqing, along with other prodigies from the Divine Summer Kingdom, looked at the scene of 4 strong fighters charging towards Qin Shang, all revealing a look of despair. Being surrounded and killed by 4 was undoubtedly a dead end. At this moment, standing in midair, Qin Shang looked at the 4 strong fighters rushing towards him and couldn't help but smile. A dead end? Then let my sword energy deal with that. Then, a brilliant white light erupted in front of Qin Shang and 176,494. Sword energies surged forth like fireworks, sweeping towards the four strong fighters. What is this? De Gaulle and the others screamed internally, but the next moment, endless sword light engulfed them. The sword light was earth-shattering. In an instant, the originally clear sky was suddenly covered by a vast expanse of sword light. The world darkened. Arthur and the other four desperately tried to resist the torrent of sword energy. However, with 176,496 layers of casting and a tenfold mental power boost from the spiritual treasure skill, it was beyond their ability to withstand. The sword energy continued to wash over the four, relentless. Damn it! After a series of unwilling roars, De Gaulle, Arthur, and the leaders of the Pickled Vegetable Nation and Asan Nation were all killed. Yet the powerful torrent of sword energy showed no signs of stopping. Waves of sword energy crashed down towards the Tianqiong Island beneath Qin Shang's feet. In an instant, Tianqiong Island was split in half, its surface smooth like a mirror. The sword energy continued to slice through, cleaving down towards the sea below, creating a bottomless massive trench in the ocean. The power was so great that even the seawater on both sides of the trench could not flow back in. As the four were killed, a system notification echoed in Qin Shang's ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 4 strong fighters and your level has risen to level 78. Hearing the notification, Qin Shang nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, truly worthy of. The accumulated experience is substantial, allowing me to rise from level 70 all the way to level 78. It should be noted that as it progresses, the experience required for leveling up increases. To go from level 70 to level 78 requires a massive amount of experience. Typically, would need to spend 2 to 3 years in dungeons to achieve such a level jump. Yet Qin Shang managed to reach level 78 with just one battle. This meant that, on average, each provided him with enough experience to level up twice. If that's the case, Qin Shang stroked his chin. As long as I kill one more or level evil creature, I can meet the advancement requirements for the level. Thinking of this, Qin Shang couldn't help but smile, letting out a sigh. It's worth noting that before he came to he was just a practitioner. Now he is already at the level, and he is just one step away from entering the realm. It's important to know that there are only 4 powerhouses in the entire right now. Master is so fierce. Excited words came from a white storage token at Qin Shang's waist. This storage token was also found by from the end. Given to Qin Shang, it has the ability to store living beings. Of course, our master is not only fierce but also very enduring. The voice of came from another purple token. Wow! A surprised exclamation came from in the white token. Hearing the conversation between the two, Qin Shang couldn't help but rub his forehead. The attributes of these 2 women, one pure and one lustful, surprisingly got along well. At this moment, below Qin Shang, the people who were originally worried about him had all their worried expressions transformed into shock. Looked at Qin Shang, who was standing in mid-air. Did he just kill them? Moreover, the power of the skill he just used seems even greater than before. Does Qin Shang not need to consume anything to cast such a powerful skill? S eyes also revealed shock. He actually killed 4 level powerhouses with one move. Has the captain's strength already reached this level? Lightly covered her cherry lips. Look, the captain's level has already reached. With S exclamation, the other practitioners erupted in excitement again. When Qin Shang arrived, he was still a practitioner like them, 10 levels lower than them. But now they had just reached level, while Qin Shang was already at the level. What made them feel even more unbelievable was that in Qin Shang's recent battle, he had killed 5 level powerhouses in total. What does this mean? This indicates that Qin Shang had level combat power at. He was simply the top combat power below. No, it should be said the top combat power below. At this moment, more shocked than anyone else was, who, was staring blankly at Qin Shang in mid-air. Dressed in a blood-red cloak with a black long sword in his right hand, Qin Shang swallowed hard. No way, how is he even more like a sword immortal than I am? Just then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Shang directly descended. He arrived next to and checked the status of everyone on the side on. He found that S condition was the lowest among everyone, which was understandable as had fought against 4 level powerhouses by himself. The battle was brutal, as one could imagine. Am I dreaming? Or is this a dying person's hallucination? Had been half kneeling on the ground since he ran out of energy, his head drooping, not paying attention to the battle in mid-air. Therefore, he did not know that Qin Shang had already killed those 4 level enemies and thought this was a dying person's hallucination. Hearing S words, Qin Shang touched his nose. Don't worry, this is not a hallucination. Nonsense, I clearly saw those bastards charging at you just now. How could you still be alive, Qin kid? You won't tell me you killed them all, right? Shook his head, weakly saying. Then, collapsed to the ground, completely fainting. Seeing fall, Qin Shang frowned. Although he had learned many skills, none of them were healing skills for others. But then Qin Shang remembered something. Right, I still have this. Qin Shang took out a heart-shaped stone, glowing with golden light from his body. It is indeed the heart of God. As far as he knows, the 4 revered ones of the Divine Summer have long reached the threshold of godhood. They only need the Heart of God to advance to the divine level, and every time a professional breaks through, their injuries will heal. With this thought, Qin Shang brought the Heart of God closer to Wu Xian, and, after a flash of golden light, Wu Xian was fully revived on the spot. What's going on? I actually broke through to the divine level. Wu Xian's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. After a few explanations from Qin Shang, Wu Xian finally understood the situation, and then he looked at Qin Shang with astonishment. You are just too incredible. Not taking you as a disciple back then was such a loss. Sigh, old Long got ahead of me. Wu Xian looked at Qin Shang with hopeful eyes. Not only had he cleared the 5th level and obtained the Heart of the Immortal, but he had also killed the 5 leaders of the 5 empires in one go. Such achievements were unprecedented on Blue Star. You are my junior brother? Long Outyan quickly reacted upon hearing Wu Xian's words. He never expected that the one creating miracles and level after level was actually his master's little disciple? His junior brother. Goodness, this junior brother is anything but weak. He is clearly even more formidable than him. At this moment, Wu Jiuzhong suddenly approached Wu Xian and Qin Shang with a tense expression. Lord Wu Xian, bad news. I just received a message from Lord White Tiger. Old Long has encountered an ambush by the demon god Loki in the Death Mountains and is now seriously injured. What? Upon hearing Wu Jiuzhong's words, not only Wu Xian but also Qin Shang and the others from the Divine Summer had shocked expressions. It should be known that Old Long, as the only divine-level powerhouse in the Divine Summer, was like a stabilizing force for the entire nation. The fact that he was injured was alarming, and from Wu Jiuzhong's words, the information from Lord White Tiger indicated that Old Long was not just lightly injured, but seriously wounded. The evil being capable of injuring Old Long was likely a 9-turn demon god-level evil. Damn it! These bastards! Long Outyan's face showed a look of grief and anger. Having been taken as a disciple by Old Long for a long time, his feelings for him far exceeded those of others. Ambushed in the Death Mountains, could it be related to that mysterious white mist? Qin Shang's expression was also tense. He had known Old Long since childhood and was deeply concerned about his predicament. His heart tightened involuntarily. Wu Jiuzhong's face turned cold. Demon god-level evil is invading the Divine Summer, and the leaders of the 5 empires have also launched an encirclement against us. It seems they are in cahoots. Hearing Wu Jiuzhong's words, Wu Xian and the others from the Divine Summer nodded in agreement with his viewpoint. According to the agreement among the 7 great empires, as soon as a demon god-level evil appeared, the divine-level powerhouses of other empires must unite. They should jointly resist the demon god-level evil, yet this time, these divine-level powerhouses from the empires clearly knew that a demon god-level evil had appeared on Blue Star but chose to ignore it, leaving the Divine Summer to bear the pressure alone, which was clearly an attempt to annihilate the Divine Summer. Those bastards from the 6 empires only know how to scheme against each other, Wu Xian said indignantly. He then looked at Qin Shang and revealed a gratified smile. Fortunately, you are here, kid. With the Heart of God you provided, I can advance to the divine level. Wu Xian clenched his fists filled with fighting spirit. Now I'm going to kill my way back and take down that demon god Loki. The speed of a divine level powerhouse far exceeds that of ordinary warships, allowing Wu Xian to return to defend the Divine Summer in time. Hearing Wu Xian's inspiring words, the people of the Divine Summer couldn't help but feel invigorated. Just moments ago, they were facing a dire situation, being besieged by the leaders of the 5 empires. Now, with Qin Shang turning the tide and the Xuanwu Lord having been promoted to a divine-level powerhouse, they could finally release the pent-up frustration in their hearts. However, at this moment, Qin Shang's expression was serious. While Wu Xian had advanced to a level 90 divine powerhouse, Old Long was a level 100 divine powerhouse, but he was still heavily injured by the demon god Loki, which shows that Loki's strength far exceeds that of a max-level divine powerhouse. According to the experience of Blue Star's practitioners in battling evil demons, some demons with noble bloodlines are far stronger than practitioners of the same level. This is probably why Old Dragon couldn't defeat Loki. We must defend Xinsha, that is certain, but relying solely on Senior Wu, I fear we might be short-handed. Qin Shang shook his head first, then opened his palm, revealing 3 golden hearts in front of everyone. These are 3 hearts of the gods. Please take them to the other 3 esteemed ones so they can also ascend to the divine level, Qin Shang said solemnly. Upon seeing Qin Shang's generosity, the people of Xinsha showed expressions of shock, while Wu Xian beside him scratched his head and laughed heartily. How could I forget? Qin Xiao, no, brother Qin chose held difficulty in the 4th level, so he obtained 4 hearts of the gods. Wu Xian even changed how he addressed Qin Shang, as he had witnessed Qin Shang kill the leader of the Wu Empire, clearly regarding Qin Shang as an equal. He patted Qin Shang's shoulder and said, from now on, just call me Brother Wu. Alright. Qin Shang nodded, not refusing. Seeing Qin Shang agree, Wu Xian smiled first, then his expression turned serious. Then I'll take these 3 hearts of the gods to find Old Bai and the others. Jiu Chong, you stay here to protect these kids. After Wu Xian finished speaking, he prepared to set off, but at that moment, Wu Jiuchong beside him showed a look of shock again. Lord Wu Xian, it's bad. the South Sea coast has been breached. It won't be long before those sea monsters reach the 3 coastal cities. What? The South Sea coast has actually been breached. It seems that group of dogs from Sakura country is behind this. Wu Xian stopped in his tracks, cursing angrily. The so-called South Sea coast refers to the barrier established by Xinxia in the southern sea to resist the sea monsters. This barrier has always been jointly managed by Xinxia and Sakura country, and now it has been so easily breached by the abyss demons. There is no doubt that Sakura country deliberately let it happen. At the same time, Wu Xian turned his gaze to Qin Shang, who also showed an ugly expression. The so-called 3 coastal cities refer to Binhai, Tianhai, and Yunhai. Wu Xian's face also revealed a hesitant look. He was now faced with 2 choices. Either support Old Dragon at the Xinxia border or support the South Sea coast. Brother Wu, you and Brother Jiuchong should go support Old Dragon on the battlefield. I'll guard the South Sea coast, Qin Shang said firmly. But just you alone, I fear, Wu Xian said with concern. Although Qin Shang had shown astonishing strength before, he was still just a 7-turn practitioner. Having just unleashed such a terrifying skill, the consumption must have been enormous. However, the next moment, voices of determination rose from the crowd. Not just the captain, but also me. Wei Ziqing took the lead and shouted loudly. That's right, we are willing to accompany the captain back to the South Sea coast and protect the 3 coastal cities. Kong Feifei also said passionately. Although we are only 6 turns, we are all king level. I am willing to rush to the South Sea coast and guard Xinxia with my junior brother, Long. Outyan also stepped out of the team. Not just the 3 of them, other practitioners from Xinxia also stepped forward. Me too. I am willing. Let's fight back to the South Sea coast together. We vow to live and die with Xinxia. 19 king-level practitioners from Xinxia stood firmly behind Qin Shang, forming a powerful team. You all. Wu Jiuchong wanted to persuade them upon seeing this scene, but Wu Xian beside him laughed heartily. Good. Not afraid in battle. Truly worthy sons of Xinxia. Jiuchong and I will go ahead. The South Sea coast is entrusted to all of you. As the founder of the Demon Suppression Army, Wu Xian was naturally generous. He first clasped his fists in salute to the people of Xinxia, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Then, like Wu Jiuchong, he summoned a radiant light and headed directly towards the distance of Xinxia. Qin Shang nodded to the 19 Xinxia professionals behind him, his eyes flashing with determination. Let's go, we will fight our way back to the South Sea. At the second defensive line by the South Sea, countless Xinxia professionals stood on the makeshift defenses erected by their comrades. Some were at the 3rd or 4th tier, but without exception, they bore numerous injuries. These Xinxia professionals had just come from the first defensive line at the South Sea, having safely retreated after the fierce battle against the evil spirits and beasts. Many more Xinxia professionals had been left behind at the first defensive line forever. However, at this moment, the defenders of the second line had no time to mourn. They steeled themselves, their gazes cold as they looked ahead, where countless evil spirits and beasts were gathering, preparing to assault the second defensive line. On the great wall formed by this defensive line, several 6th-tier professionals stood nervously at the command platform. They were the city lords from the 24 main cities of Manhwa province, but now there were less than half of the original 24, with only 10 lords gathered at the second defensive line. Among them were Lin Yan and Luo Shanhe, whom Qin Shang recognized, but even though they were both king-level powerhouses, they looked disheveled. Lin Yan's fiery red battle armor was completely shattered, a deep wound visible to the bone across his chest. Luo Shanhe had lost his left arm entirely. Yet, neither of them showed any signs of weakness. Instead, their eyes were resolutely fixed ahead. Before the 10 king-level city lords, 2 figures slowly descended. They were Chao Yuan, the supreme commander of the Demon Suppression Army in Manhwa province, and Bai Wuji, the only emperor-level powerhouse from the War God Hall in Manhwa province. Shanhe, have you confirmed the number of evil spirits and beasts attacking the second defensive line? Bai Wuji asked Luo Shanhe beside him. Old Bai has already investigated. Soon, the number of evil spirits and beasts arriving at the South Sea will be double that of the first defensive line, Luo Shanhe said with a grim expression. Hearing Luo Shanhe's words, the other 9 king-level city lords behind him turned pale. The battle at the first defensive line had already halved their number of lords, and now, the number of beasts attacking the second defensive line was actually double that of the first. How could they withstand this? Old Bai, can't the War God Hall spare any manpower? Chao Yuan's face was grim. Alas, Xinxia is currently facing a full-scale attack from the abyssal evil spirits, and all battlefields are under immense pressure, making it impossible to allocate any personnel here. Bai Wuji shook his head. So, it means that to defend the South Sea, we can only rely on ourselves. Chao Yuan gritted his teeth and said. Upon hearing Chao Yuan's words, the 10 king-level city lords' expressions flickered with concern, but then transformed into determination. Even if they faced more evil spirits and beasts this time, their resolve to defend Xinxia and Manhwa province would not waver in the slightest. Just as Bai Wuji was about to say something, a reconnaissance professional suddenly burst into the command platform. Old Bai, Commander Chao, it's bad. The evil spirits and beasts have begun a large-scale assault. What? So soon? Chao Yuan's face was shocked. Everyone, assemble. Prepare for battle. Bai Wuji waved his white robe, teleporting everyone to the top of the Great Wall. Behind him, the 10 king-level city lords looked resolutely at the front of the second defensive line. At this moment, countless beasts and evil spirits surged forward like a tide towards the second defensive line. Why are there so many? All captains, bring up the demon-slaying cannons. Blast them away. Chao Yuan roared first. Following that, one giant cannon after another was brought up by the captains of the demon suppression army. Then, they unleashed a barrage on the monsters and evil spirits beneath the Great Wall. But even though the Demon Slayer cannon was immensely powerful, it could not halt the advance of the evil spirits and monsters, which soon reached the foot of the city wall. It seems it's time for us old bones to take action. Bai Wujie waved his white robe. Many elite professionals from the Hall of War God stepped forward, including Bai Meng, whom Qin Shang had seen before. We will also take action, the Lord of Tianhai City called out, leading the charge towards the evil spirits and monsters. At the foot of the Great Wall. Ha, old Luo, after this battle is over, I'll continue to drink with you. Lin Yan laughed heartily as he rushed down the Great Wall. Damn it, I've lost my right hand. What's there to drink? If you want my wine, just say it. Luo Shanha laughed and scolded, also rushing towards the foot of the Great Wall. The other 7 city lords on the Great Wall exchanged glances and said similar things. Finally, they all leaped down the Great Wall and engaged in a fierce battle with the evil spirits and monsters. Although they were bickering, everyone knew that this battle might be their last encounter with each other. But at this moment, none of the city lords or professionals from the Divine Xia Kingdom showed any signs of retreat. They all fought with all their might against the evil spirits and monsters. At the foot of the Great Wall, divided into several battlefields, 2 figures were engaged in intense combat on a smaller battlefield. These 2 figures, one male and one female, had the female wielding an ice bow, which belonged to Luo Qingxue from Luo City. The one cloaked in black was MOing from the Hall of War God, and now, at the South Sea's edge, everyone was a soldier. Even though Luo Qingxue and MOing were young prodigies, they were also killing enemies on the battlefield. That fool, Binhai City is about to fall. Where is he? Luo Qingxue said angrily. Brother Shang, given the current situation, I actually hope he doesn't show up here. MOing shook his head and replied. Although they had witnessed Qin Shang's combat power during the Prodigy Championship, the evil spirits and monsters threatening the South Sea's edge were not something Qin Shang's strength could handle. It should be noted that this time, over 20 demon kings were attacking the South Sea's edge, along with 2 demon emperors. No matter how one looked at it, this battle was a fight for the annihilation of the South Sea's edge. Hearing Mo Ying's words, Luo Qingxue also had the same thought in her heart. Fool, please don't come back. Meanwhile, in the sky above the battlefield, Chao Yuan and Bai Wujie were also battling 2 demon emperors, one with a bull's head and the other with a horse's face, namely the bull demon and the horse-faced demon emperor. Do you dare to launch such a brazen attack on my Divine Xia, without fearing that our esteemed strong ones will kill you here? Bai Wujie shouted angrily. Hee, no need for bluster, the demon armor beast in my arms can sense the aura of strong ones, the horse-faced demon emperor said mockingly while stroking the small beast in his arms. Don't say it's this battlefield at the South Sea, even if. Just as the horse-faced demon emperor was about to continue his taunt, the small beast in his arms suddenly began to stir restlessly, roaring angrily in a certain direction, its voice filled not only with alertness but also a hint of fear. What's going on? Could it be that a respected strong one is coming to aid us? The bull demon said in surprise. That's impossible. The Divine Xia's esteemed one is at the ancient battlefield of the sky, the horse-faced demon emperor asserted. The other 3 have already been surrounded, and there's no way they can spare any strength to support us here. But the shock in his eyes did not diminish at all. Meanwhile, Bai Wujie and Chao Yuan exchanged glances and saw the same shock reflected in each other's eyes. What's going on? From the other side's reaction, it seems they really detected a respected strong one. But how is that possible? Bai Wujie's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints, incredulously saying, yes, the 3 elders are all on the battlefield with Old Dragon, completely unable to spare any attention. Chao Yuan's eyes also revealed confusion. Then the 4 powerful figures turned their gazes towards the direction where the demon-armored beast was howling. In the next moment, a shining white light appeared in the middle of the battlefield, a figure that seemed like a divine sword piercing through the heavens and the earth. The sky, originally shrouded in the aura of evil, dark and gloomy, was split in 2 by this figure, revealing a clear sky. This astonishing momentum naturally captured the attention of everyone on the battlefield. By the South Sea. Is that a flying sword? No, it seems to be a person. Luo Qingxue looked at the figure in midair, exclaiming in shock. That person is a 7 transformation master. Mo Ying's gaze was fixed on that figure. But as far as he knew, there shouldn't be any emperor-level strongman available to support the South Sea. Where did this 7 transformation existence come from? It wasn't just them. In the high sky, Niu Tu and Ma Mian, along with Bai Wuji, were also staring at that figure. This person is a 7 transformation emperor-level strongman, but this aura is Definitely not that of an ordinary emperor-level strongman, Ma Mian said with a vigilant expression. Who is this person? Among the 7 transformation strongmen of the Divine Xia that I know, there is no aura of this person. Nyo Tu also looked shocked. At this moment, Chao Yuan on the opposite side was even more astonished, his eyes fixed on the figure in midair. The figure was draped in a blood-red cloak, standing on a flying sword, exuding an extremely intimidating aura. It's Qin Shang. Chao Yuan almost stammered as he spoke this sentence. At this moment, the arena fell silent, everyone staring at the suddenly appearing figure. However, upon hearing Chao Yuan's words, Qin Shang spoke in a calm tone, Director Chao, it's me. Although Qin Shang's tone was flat, this sentence was like a thunderclap exploding in the hearts of Bai Wuji and Chao Yuan. Although they had already suspected it in their hearts, hearing Qin Shang admitted in person caused their shock to instantly shift to their faces. The two of them were almost petrified, staring at Qin Shang in midair. It really is Qin Shang. How long has it been? Qin Shang has gone from a 5 transformation to a 7 transformation. It seems like it was just a day ago. Bai Wuji looked at Qin Shang in front of him, a bitter smile appearing on his face. He knew how many years and how many life and death battles it took him to reach his current 7 transformation. Yet Qin Shang had seemingly achieved it in less than a month since awakening his profession. Compared to Qin Shang, his years of leveling up and fighting monsters felt like training a dog. Chao Yuan's expression grew even darker. Although he was recognized as the number 1 below 7 transformation in Divine Xia, it also represented that he had remained at 6 transformation for many years. But how long did it take for Qin Shang to reach 7 transformation? This truly made one feel inferior. Meanwhile, the demon Emperor Ma Mian furrowed his brows tightly. This person is only 7 transformation, but why did my demon-armored beast emit a warning signal for an emperor-level strongman? Pretending to be mysterious, unlike the calm Ma Mian, the furious Nyo Tu roared, swinging his fist towards Qin Shang. Seeing his companion make a move, Ma Mian did not stop him. He also wanted to see the weight of this suddenly appeared 7 transformation professional from the Divine Xia. At this moment, Bai Wuji and Chao Yuan's expressions tightened as they saw Nyo Tu make a move. Not good. Quickly dodge. Although they were surprised by Qin Shang's promotion to 7 transformation, they had experienced the strength of the demon emperor Nyo Tu. His strength was far above the two of them, let alone Qin Shang, who had just been promoted to 7 transformation. At this moment, Qin Shang also saw the charging 7 transformation demon emperor lightly tapping his finger. Stop. The charging Nyo Tu was momentarily stunned upon hearing Qin Shang's words. Then he burst into arrogant laughter. So you really are a pretender, asking me to stop? You might as well call me master and beg for mercy, that would be more effective, huh? However, in the next moment, the smile on the Minotaur's face vanished. In his gaze, a flash of white light appeared, and then the world turned blindingly white. Wave after wave of white sword energy surged towards the Minotaur, exploding upon impact as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting. In an instant, the demon emperor Minotaur was torn to shreds. This, Bai Wujie and Chao Yuan, who had originally intended to rush forward to help, found themselves frozen in midair. They exchanged glances, both seeing shock reflected in each other's eyes. They had just witnessed a demon emperor-level powerhouse being killed in a single move. Is this really the junior I wanted to take as my disciple back then? Bai Wujie looked at Qin Shang in midair as if he were in a different world. Not long ago, Qin Shang was merely a 3rd-tier practitioner, the very junior he wished to take as a disciple. But now, Qin Shang's strength had far surpassed his own. Is he really my chief demon slayer? Goodness, this kid is fiercer than I am. Chao Yuan exclaimed with a tone of admiration. Meanwhile, the demon emperor Ma Mian was so shocked by Qin Shang's power that he staggered backward. No, this is impossible. Ma Mian's face changed dramatically. He knew that if Qin Shang could kill the Minotaur in an instant, he could easily kill him as well. Ma Mian instinctively wanted to retreat towards the back of the evil army, but at that moment, amidst the earth-shattering cries, another wave of evil beings and beasts surged out of the sea, just as Luo Shanha had mentioned earlier, the backup of the evil beings and beasts. Feeling the multitude of evil beings and beasts behind him, Ma Mian, who had been despondent, suddenly felt the sky clear and the rain stop. He was back in the game. He arrogantly said to Qin Shang, so what if you're strong? This is war, and it's all about numbers. Ma Mian spread his arms wide, showcasing the army of evil beings and beasts behind him, brimming with confidence. Damn it, how can there be so many evil beings and beasts? Bai Wujie's expression darkened. Xiao Shang, quickly recover, we'll hold them off for now. Chao Yuan nodded at Qin Shang. Hearing Chao Yuan's words, Bai Wujie nodded as well. In their eyes, since Qin Shang could kill the Minotaur with a single strike, he must have used a powerful skill that consumed a lot of his energy. After using such a powerful skill, Qin Shang would undoubtedly be in a weakened state. Thus, Chao Yuan and Bai Wujie unhesitatingly stood in front of Qin Shang. As expected, that last move must have consumed quite a bit of your energy, Ma Mian said confidently. Upon seeing Bai Wujie and Chao Yuan's actions, In his view, Qin Shang's ability to use such a powerful skill must have come at a great cost, and behind him stood an army of 100,000 evil beings and beasts, enough to exhaust 3 emperor-level practitioners to death. Yet at that moment, Qin Shang smiled slightly. So you want to compete with me in numbers? That's just perfect. He then shouted, Shadow Clone. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of Bai Wujia, Chao Yuan, and the demon emperor Ma Mian, countless black figures flashed out from Qin Shang. In an instant, they filled the entire sky, overwhelming like a great army. At this moment, the shadow clone summoned by Qin Shang reached a staggering 176,495. This. Ma Mian looked at the countless clones of Qin Shang, his pupils revealing shock. However, the next moment, Qin Shang's actions plunged Ma Mian further into despair. He saw 176,495 clones simultaneously raise their white long swords. Then, a burst of white light erupted, and another wave of sword energy swept across the entire battlefield, with the first target being the demon emperor Ma Mian. No! Amidst the cries of unwillingness, Ma Mian was completely shredded by the torrent of sword energy, followed by the sword light sweeping across the battlefield, obliterating the newly emerged evil beings and beasts into dust. What is this? Lin Yan, who was in the midst of battle, was shocked to see the Demon King on the opposite side being killed. His eyes widened in disbelief. All of this was done by that figure in midair? Luo Shanha also walked over, and the Demon King in front of him had also been slain. Who on earth is this guy? When did the Divine Xia Kingdom have such a powerful 7th turn practitioner? In another small battlefield, Miss, be careful. Wan Yaoyao from Luochang had just slain an evil creature in front of her, and then she looked up in shock at the figure in midair. This strength is probably at the level of a revered one. Next to her, Luo Qingxue did not respond to her words but instead looked at the figure in the air with an even more shocked expression. Qin Shang. Not just her, Moing also gazed at the figure in the sky. Dressed in a blood-red cloak, tall and handsome, who else could it be but Qin Shang? Seeing the reactions of the two, Wang Yaoyao was momentarily stunned. This figure was actually Qin Shang? A 7th turn big shot, a high school student, are these terms even related? At this moment, all the evil creatures and monsters on the battlefield by the South Sea were just dealt with by Qin Shang's recent wave of swordlight. Meanwhile, countless practitioners from the Divine Xia Kingdom looked at Qin Shang in the air with eyes full of astonishment. But at this moment, Qin Shang did not pay attention to these shocked gazes. Instead, he listened to the announcement by his side. Ding! You have killed 30,000 evil creatures, gaining 210,000 layers of spellcasting. Current spellcasting layers are 386, 510. Ding! Congratulations, your level has reached level 80. You have reached the advancement task for the revered level. Please choose your task difficulty. Hell! Qin Shang chose again. Ding! Your revered level task is Dragon Slayer. Kill a dragon-type revered level evil creature. Kill a dragon-type revered level evil creature? Qin Shang listened to his 8th turn task. Is this task serious? It should be noted that while there are many types of evil creatures, dragon-type evil creatures are extremely rare. Not to mention dragon-type evil creatures that can reach the revered level. Forget it, I'll talk about the job transfer task later. At least I've reached level 80 now, and my strength has significantly increased. Qin Shang felt the increased attribute points on him and nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Bai Wuji and Chao Yuan, both looking bewildered, also approached. Behind them were 10 other city lords, including Lin Yan and Luo Shanha. Qin Shang looked at the confused crowd and simply smiled faintly, then waved his hand, and a heart of a revered one flashed out from him, which he directly gave to Bai Wuji. Bai Wuji was a sovereign-level practitioner. With this heart of a revered one, he could advance to the revered level. Bai Wuji stared at the heart floating in mid-air, his expression stunned. Old Bai, the evil creature attacks at the South Sea may not be just one wave. Only revered-level practitioners can guard the South Sea. Qin Shang said slowly. The meaning in his words was already clear. Hearing Qin Shang's words, Bai Wuji did not refuse further. He nodded and then absorbed the heart of the revered one. Qin Shang then tossed 11 stones to Chao Yuan and the other city lords. These were sovereign stones. Chao Yuan looked at the sovereign stone in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. It should be noted that ordinary practitioners who obtain sovereign stones or king stones would usually absorb them themselves or leave them for their juniors, rarely giving them to others. This was also the reason why Chao Yuan had been stuck for so long among the 6th turn king practitioners. Chao Yuan made a fist gesture towards Qin Shang, looking grateful, and then absorbed the sovereign stone. Behind him, the other 10 city lords also received sovereign stones, including Lin Yan and Luo Shanha, who all smiled gratefully at Qin Shang. By the way, Chief Chao, are all the demon suppression army here? Don't we need to guard the Death Mountains? Qin Shang glanced at the South Sea in front of him. In his view, countless demon suppression armies stood on the Great Wall by the South Sea, clearly indicating that Chao Yuan had deployed the entire demon suppression army from the south and he provinces here. Ha, little Shang, no, it's brother Qin, don't worry. After our last sweep, the Death Mountains are basically devoid of magical beasts. Chao Yuan laughed heartily. However, upon hearing Chao Yuan's words, Qin Shang's brows remained furrowed. He still remembered the white mist that had risen outside Binhai City when he left, which was likely related to the evil spirits. Binhai City was not far from the Death Mountains. If any anomalies erupted there, Binhai City would naturally be the first to suffer. Moreover, his teacher Bai Yao and Uncle Zhan were still in the city. Seeing the worried expression on Qin Shang's face, Chao Yuan patted his shoulder confidently and said, "Don't worry, I've dispatched all the demon-slaying teams from Manhwa province to patrol near the Death Mountains. If anything unusual happens, they will notify me immediately." Qin Shang nodded. "Then I'll leave this to Chief Chao and Elder Bai for now. There are still 19 king-level professionals arriving at the shores of Nanhai." Qin Shang briefly recounted the situation regarding Long Outyan and the others before taking to the skies again, heading towards Binhai City. On one hand, Qin Shang wanted to protect Binhai City, which was very close to the Death Mountains. If any anomalies occurred there, destruction could come at any moment. On the other hand, he also wanted to rush to the Death Mountains, as Elder Long was severely injured. Even if the four venerables had all advanced to god level, they likely wouldn't be a match for the demon god Loki. Qin Shang did not want that eccentric old man, who discussed fashion and various poses with him every day, to fall like that. Meanwhile, in the Death Mountains, 4 figures were engaged in fierce battle, one of which was the green figure of the demon god Loki. Opposite him stood Elder Long and the 3 venerables of the divine Xia. "Damn it, how can this bastard be so strong?" Bai Haoran said with a grim expression. He had been hit by one of Loki's attacks, his body crashing hard against a peak in the Death Mountains. Just then, an attack rushed towards Bai Haoran. "Damn it!" Bai Haoran roared in frustration. "I'm coming!" With a furious shout, Wu Xian appeared in front of Bai Haoran. He then punched the magical attack, shattering it to pieces. "Old Wu, how did you get here?" Bai Haoran was surprised by Wu Xian's appearance, even more so by his strength. "Wait, how did you become god level?" Feeling Bai Haoran's puzzled gaze, Wu Xian chuckled. "It's all thanks to Qin Shang." He briefly recounted the events, while Ji Fengyu and Long Feiyu, who had also been knocked back, widened their eyes. Listening to Wu Xian's story, the 3 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Qin Shang had actually cleared the 5th level, a level that no one had ever cleared before. Moreover, he had obtained the heart of the Immortal. That was why he could bring out an extra heart of the god, allowing Wu Xian to advance to god level. "That's great. With you here, we Divine Xia have 2 god-level powerhouses. This time, we can definitely repel the demon god Loki," Long Feiyu said excitedly. "Hee, not 2, but 5. Wu Xian laughed heartily. 2? Bai Haoran was puzzled. "Old Wu, you can't be telling us that Qin Shang challenged the hellish difficulty of the 4th level and obtained 4 hearts of the god." Ji Fengyu swallowed hard. Upon hearing Ji Fengyu's words, Bai Haoran and Long Feiyu looked at Wu Xian. Wu Xian gave a thumbs up and laughed. "You really know how to read people." Then, with a wave of his hand, 3 hearts of the god shot into the hands of Ji Fengyu, Bai Haoran, and Long Feiyu. "You guys hurry up and advance, I'll go help Elder Long." After saying that, Wu Xian soared into the sky, punching towards Loki in midair. "Brat, take this punch from me." Caught off guard, Loki was sent flying, his eyes wide with shock. How is this possible? Another god-level powerhouse? The intelligence from the 6 empires said that Divine Xia only has 1 god-level powerhouse. Hee, we Divine Xia have plenty of god-level powerhouses. As Wu Xian's words fell, 3 powerful auras surged behind him, belonging to Bai Haoran and the other 2 venerables who had advanced to the divine level. "What is this?" Elder Long was also somewhat surprised. Wu Xian, standing beside him, briefly recounted the events. "So that's how it is, little Xingzi actually achieved that step. It seems he truly is the prophesied child mentioned by the master." Although Elder Long was severely injured, his eyes sparkled with brilliance at that moment. "Indeed, thanks to Brother Qin, our Divine Xia can turn the tide this time." Wu Xian sighed first. Then, his eyes fixed tightly on Loki in the sky. "Those who offend our Divine Xia shall be punished, no matter how far they are." After saying this, Wu Xian charged again towards Loki in midair. However, the next moment, a purple lightning bolt struck down, blocking the path between Wu Xian and Loki. Seeing the appearance of the lightning, the shock on Loki's face vanished, replaced by a sinister grin. "Even if you increase a few divine-level powerhouses, it won't change the outcome of your destruction." Hearing Loki's words, Elder Long furrowed his brows and looked towards the lightning. As the lightning slowly dissipated, a figure holding a short hammer appeared. Demon God Thor. The other venerables also recognized the true form of the newly appeared demon, clad in silver battle armor and wielding a short hammer, just like the demon god Loki. He too possessed the bloodline of the demon royal family. They even sent out Thor. The demon god emperor is really willing to spend his resources this time. Bai Haoran gritted his teeth and said, "The demon god emperor only has these 2 sons, isn't he afraid of his bloodline being cut off?" Ji Fengyu's expression turned cold. No matter what he thinks, if he dares to offend our Divine Xia, then none shall escape." Long Feiyu said angrily. "Be careful, this guy is more dangerous than Loki," Wu Xian said, narrowing his eyes. Hearing Wu Xian's words, Bai Haoran, Ji Fengyu, and Long Feiyu all nodded. After all, Thor was of royal blood among the demons and was also the eldest son of the demon god Emperor Odin, making him even more powerful. Elder Long also realized this point. Even though the 5 of them seemed to have a numerical advantage over the enemy, in reality, their strength was weaker. Take Elder Long, for instance. He was already severely injured, greatly diminishing his power. He could only barely hold off Loki alone, while the 4 venerables had just recently advanced, nearly being level 90 divine powerhouses. On the opposite side, Thor was not only a max-level divine powerhouse but also possessed the royal bloodline of the demon god Emperor, and the thunder hammer in his hand was a top-tier demonic artifact. Fortunately, in the recent fierce battle, Elder Long had exhausted all his strength to kill all the demon lords on the opposing side except for Yamoji, while Yamoji was being held back by Wu Zheozhong. On the battlefield of the Misty Sea. Everyone, hold on. As long as we can hold off these 2 demon gods, once the other battlefields of Divine Xia recover, we can resist this demonic invasion. Elder Long said with determination in his eyes, while Loki on the opposite side seemed to have guessed Elder Long's thoughts. Do you really think that by killing our demon lords, you can secure the upper hand? Have you forgotten about the Death Mountains? Stop pretending. The beasts in the Death Mountains have long been cleared by us. Wu Shen clenched his fists and coldly snorted. Indeed, there are no beasts in the Death Mountains, but who says the Death Mountains themselves are without danger? Loki chuckled ominously. Now that the plan has reached its final step, he should be awakening. Hearing Loki's words, Elder Long and the 4 venerables beside him exchanged glances, their eyes revealing shock. It seemed the Death Mountains held great secrets. All right, stop wasting time. Don't keep Father waiting too long. The Thunder God Thor said sharply. After saying this, Thor swung his short hammer towards Elder Long and the other 5, and after exchanging glances, Elder Long and the others also charged towards Loki and Thor. Meanwhile, in mid-air, Qin Shang was flying on his sword. Brother Long and the others have already arrived at the shores of the South Sea. That's great. With their addition, the defense line at the South Sea shore will be even more solid, Qin Shang said, nodding as he looked at the information on his phone. Due to his sword flying speed far surpassing that of Long Outyan and the others' warships, Qin Shang set off first to the coastal city while checking the messages sent to him by teacher Bai and Uncle Zhang. The coastal city is currently very safe. Bai Wu hasn't detected anything unusual. After reading the latest messages on his phone, Qin Shang felt relieved and did not linger in the coastal city. He glanced in the direction of the Death Mountains, preparing to head to the battlefield there. However, at that moment, rumble. From afar, the Death Mountains suddenly erupted with a sound like the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting apart. What is that? Qin Shang looked at the commotion in the distance, somewhat surprised. The Death Mountains actually split in half amidst a tremendous shaking. A massive shadow flew out from the Death Mountains. Is it alive? At that moment, Qin Shang recalled the rumors that someone had once seen a gigantic eye in the Death Mountains. That guy wasn't lying. Meanwhile, further ahead of the massive shadow taking flight, numerous professionals from the Divine Xia Kingdom were attacking. These professionals were all members of demon-slaying teams. But the size of this massive shadow was too great. The attacks from those demon-slaying team members were like mere tickles to it. Thinking of this, Qin Shang activated his detection technique to probe the information about the Death Mountains before him. Black Dragon Nightshod, rank, current Demon Emperor level, upper limit Demon Lord level, upper limit Demon Lord. Qin Shang raised his eyebrows, not expecting that hidden within the Death Mountains was a seemingly dead Demon Lord level evil creature, and it was a very rare dragon type. At this moment, Nightshod flapped its enormous wings, soaring high in the sky. Those massive black wings blocked out the sun, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure, while it let out a series of furious roars that forced the demon-slaying team members to stagger back. Among the besieging demon-slaying team, Lu Chanxian's face was grim. Damn it, how can this ugly lizard have such a hard shell? Lin Wanqing also said angrily, it's even harder than a turtle. Beside them, Ji Buochang and Zhang Haizhu showed expressions of anger. They had originally been stationed at the Death Mountains to prevent any magical beasts from attacking the city. But they never expected that instead of magical beasts lurking, they encountered an evil creature. Its direction seems to be towards the South Sea shore. Ji Buochang's face darkened. Damn it, we absolutely cannot let it pass. But what troubled them was that their attacks had no effect on the Black Dragon Nightshod, which regarded them as mere ants, ignoring them completely as it moved straight towards the South Sea shore. If this colossal creature were to approach the defense line at the South Sea shore, it would surely collapse in an instant. With this evil creature inside and magical beasts from the sea outside, with both sides working together, the Divine Xia defense line would crumble in no time. Aside from a few people, the captain of the demon-slaying team from Yunhai City, Yi Tian, complained while attacking. Wasn't it said that your coastal city's demon-slaying team had a very strong chief? Now that such a situation has arisen in the Death Mountains, where is your chief captain? Hearing Yi Tian's words, Lin Wanqing and the others fell silent for a moment. They also did not know Qin Shang's whereabouts. They only knew that Qin Shang was a high school student who participated in the Tianjiao competition, but they were completely unaware of Qin Shang's journey to the ancient battlefield of the sky. At that moment, Qin Shang also flew to the exact front of Nightshod's advance. Shadow clone. Qin Shang shouted softly, and in an instant 386,511 shadow clones filled the entire sky. But as Qin Shang looked at Nijhod's massive figure, a thought suddenly struck him. What would happen if I merged all the clones into one? Let's get to it. Qin Shang once again activated the effect of Wan Fa Gi. In an instant, clones flew towards Qin Shang and began to merge. As the clones continued to fuse, Qin Shang's form grew larger and larger. After the last clone merged, a gigantic figure stood, tall between heaven and earth. This is simply the manifestation of the law. Qin Shang marveled at his enormous body. What is that? Lin Wanqing exclaimed, staring at the suddenly appeared giant figure in surprise. No way, it's so huge. Could it be another evil spirit? Lu Chanqian covered her small cherry lips. No, it's not an evil spirit. He doesn't have the aura of the abyss. Zhang Haizhu shook his head and said, so, he is a practitioner from our divine summer. Goodness, what a powerful skill effect. I wonder which senior it is. Ji Buochang said with admiration in his eyes. Did you see that? Such a senior is our role model, much stronger than that sneaky chief captain, Yi Tian said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. The other members of the demon-slaying team also watched this scene, their faces frozen in shock. In their view, the gigantic figure confronted Naigohad, like Ultraman battling a monster. At this moment, Naigohad looked at the giant figure before him, somewhat surprised. What skill effect is this? It can make his form as huge as mine? But then, after sensing Qin Shang's aura, Naigohad revealed a sinister smile. But he's just an ant at the Emperor's ceiling level, daring to block me, truly unaware of his own mortality. Naigohad's voice, loud as a bell, echoed across the battlefield. The demon-slaying team below also heard Naigohad's voice. In an instant, everyone's expression changed dramatically. Because in their observation, the black dragon Naigohad's aura was continuously rising, advancing from the demon emperor level to the demon lord level. How is this possible? He is actually a demon lord level evil spirit, Lin Wanqing said in shock. It seems this is his true strength. He was hiding it before. Perhaps this is also why he has been lurking in divine summer for so long. Zheng Haizhu gritted his teeth and said, damn, if that's the case, this senior is in danger, Ji Buochang said with a grim expression. The demon lord is at the 8th transformation, while the emperor's ceiling level is only at the 7th transformation. Does that mean? Lu Chanqian worriedly covered her eyes, as if she was about to witness something terrifying. After all, in their view, there was a huge gap in strength between the 7th and 8th transformations. Even though the gigantic figure had grown as large as the black dragon, the gap in strength could not be compensated for by size. Let's go, we should help this senior. Lin Wanqing waved her hand, stating that even if they were outmatched, they would still share the pressure for the senior. Alright. Zhang Haizhu nodded, and Ji Buochang and Lu Chanqian exchanged glances, wanting to lend a hand. But at that moment, Yi Tian snorted coldly. Even if we go to help, it would be futile. Besides, your team only has 4 people. Rushing forward would be like sending yourselves to death, right? Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Lin Wanqing's expression turned cold. She was well aware of the repeated mockery from the other side regarding their lack of a captain. Originally, in every city in Manhwa province, a chief captain would be selected. Shi Haotian was the chief captain of Yunhai City, and according to the plan set by Chao Yuan, one total chief captain would be chosen from the 24 chief captains in Nanha province to lead all the demon-slaying teams. Originally, Yi Tian from Yunhai City was the most likely candidate for this position. However, due to Qin Shang's expedition to the Death Mountains, the position of chief captain was directly given to Qin Shang. That was why Yi Tian held a grudge against Qin Shang. Yi Tian, shut your mouth. Even if there are only 4 of us, we are willing to sacrifice ourselves for divine summer rather than just talking big like you. Lin Wanqing said angrily. That's right, all you do is talk. What kind of captain are you? Zhang Haizhu glared at Yi Tian and said. Meanwhile, Lu Chanqian and Ji Buochang also looked at Yi Tian with the same expression. At this moment, Yi Tian, feeling both angry and embarrassed, retorted, you all have such passion. But unfortunately, you have a cowardly captain. Your so-called leader is probably hiding somewhere. You. Lu Chanqian glared at Yi Tian, and if it weren't for the current urgent situation on the battlefield, she would have loved to take action and beat up the most annoying guy in front of her. Ji Buochang and Zhang Haizhu had the same expression. Alright, don't pay attention to such a guy. We need to go support our seniors first. Lin Wanqing waved her hand, and the 3 people behind her followed her towards the direction of Nijhod. Aside from her, the other members of the demon-slaying team exchanged glances before also heading towards the center of the battlefield. Although their strength was currently low and there was a huge gap between them and the demon Lord-level evil spirits, for the sake of the divine summer, they were fearless and vowed to live or die together with it. At this moment on the battlefield, Qin Shang looked at the Nijhod in front of him, whose aura had climbed to the level of a demon lord. There was no panic on his face, instead, there was a hint of surprise, a demon lord-level evil spirit, and it's of the dragon type. This is just what I need for the 8th transition task. He smiled slightly. He He had been worried about his 8th transition task as it required both an 8th transition level evil spirit and a dragon type. Achieving either condition was quite difficult, yet the Nijhad in front of him happened to meet both conditions. With this thought, Qin Shang couldn't help but smile wider, as if he was more excited than ever. Meanwhile, the Nijhad across from him flapped its enormous wings and lunged at Qin Shang, opening its massive mouth. Roar. Before I devour those ants by the south. See, I'll have you for a snack first. As the Nijhad charged, Qin Shang pointed his finger, and a white longsword flew out from him, while he shouted, "Stop!" This sudden command stunned the Nijhad. No, I haven't even made a move. I was just talking. It should be called a verbal attack, right? The Nijhad thought, is this ant across from me scared silly? However, in the next moment, the Nijhad's mouth opened even wider. Because in its sight, a burst of white light erupted in front of Qin Shang, and streams of sword energy shot out from the flying sword. Like a sword dragon. In an instant, it engulfed the Nijhad. The next moment, the white light exploded, and a dazzling white light illuminated the heavens and the earth. Following that, the Nijhad's massive body was sliced into pieces by the sword light. Its enormous form crashed down onto the Death Mountains near Binhai City, causing a tremor. The demon-slaying team members, including Lin Wanqing, who had come to support, stopped in their tracks as they watched the Nijhad's body fall from the sky. This was resolved. But then their expressions turned to shock as they seemed petrified in place. How could a 7th transition practitioner kill an 8th transition demon lord? When did Divine Summer have such a powerful senior? At this moment, Yi Tian, who had been at the back of the team, suddenly had a thought. He quickly maneuvered his way to the front of the giant figure. Senior, I am Yi Tian from Yunhai City. Our chief captain from South Yi province is not here, so please lead our demon-slaying team into battle. Upon hearing this, Qin Shang showed a strange expression, then found it somewhat amusing. After all, by age, Yi Tian was a few years older than him. How could he call him senior? Qin Shang first shook his head, then his figure began to shrink. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the giant figure slowly returned to a normal size. Since his figure had just been enormous, no one had clearly seen Qin Shang's true appearance. When Qin Shang gradually shrank back to a normal size and walked towards the crowd, they finally saw his true face. Before them stood the senior that all members of the demon-slaying team spoke of. Surprisingly, he was a tall, handsome young man. Judging by his age, he seemed even younger than them. For a moment, most of them were dumbfounded. A person younger than them was actually a 7-turn powerhouse who had slain a demon lord. However, Qin Shang, as the chief captain of Manhwa province, was quickly recognized by someone. One person looked at Qin Shang's face and stammered, you. Before he could finish, Lin Wanqing also recognized Qin Shang's identity. Captain. Lin Wanqing's face showed even more shock. That's right, it's the captain. Lu Chanqian was so excited she was about to jump up. What? He's the chief. Yi Tian, hearing Lin Wanqing and Lu Chanqian's exclamations, realized what was happening. The senior he spoke of was actually the chief of Manhwa province? At that moment, Qin Shang paid no attention to the crowd's astonishment but listened to the announcement. In his ear. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the level. With each upgrade, all basic attribute points increase by 512 and free attribute points increase by 2048. Your multiple casting has risen to level 9, and with each monster kill, you will gain 9 layers of casting. Not bad. I've already reached the 8th turn. Qin Shang nodded in satisfaction. Coming out of the ancient battlefield of the sky, he had successfully leveled up twice, from the 6th turn to the 8th turn, just 2 levels away from his goal of the 10th turn. What is that? Qin Shang looked in the direction of Nidhogg's death and saw a piece of equipment glowing with purple light. This is... Qin Shang stepped forward, summoned the equipment into his hand, and began to examine. It's Dragon King's Ring, rank, mythical, effect, can incapacitate the opponent for 1 second. Incapacitate? Qin Shang murmured. Simply put, incapacitation is a type of negative status that can leave the opponent in a state of weakness, unable to attack or use skills, etc. In simple terms, it means making the opponent unable to resist, completely at the mercy of others. Of course, such a powerful effect usually comes with strict limitations. For the Dragon King's Ring, the incapacitation lasts only 1 second. 1 second may not be enough to turn the tide, but if it were directly equipped on Qin Shang, it would be different. He now had a casting layer count that had accumulated to 386,518 layers. This meant he could incapacitate the opponent for 386,518 seconds. That was simply outrageous. What a good piece of equipment. Qin Shang nodded and equipped it. After briefly checking his attributes, he walked over to Lin Wanqing and the others. As they saw Qin Shang approach, many members of the demon-slaying team looked at him with respectful eyes. Their expressions were filled with utmost reverence. Whether it was Qin Shang's identity as the chief of Manhwa province or the strength he had just displayed, it was enough to make everyone bow in admiration. Soon after, everyone began to cheer. Welcome, Chief. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Qin Shang nodded. Hearing his words, a hint of shame appeared on the faces of all the demon-slaying team members. How could they talk about hardship? It was Qin Shang who determined the outcome of this war. If he hadn't killed Nidhogg, these members of the demon-slaying team would likely have perished here. At the same time, there was also a hint of excitement in everyone's eyes as they looked at Qin Shang. After all, Qin Shang was not only the chief of their demon-slaying team but also a 7-turn powerhouse. Other provinces had their own demon-slaying chiefs, but none had a 7-turn chief like Qin Shang. Captain, when did you come back? Lin Wanqing said, linking her arm with Qin Shang's. Yeah, Captain, where have you been? I thought I would never see you again. Lu Qianqian was on the verge of tears. Fool, what nonsense are you talking? The captain is right here. I always believed that the captain would be safe and sound, Ji Buchang said, unable to hide his excitement. Wait, Captain, how did you reach the 8th transition? Zhang Haizhu exclaimed. Hearing Zhang Haizhu's outcry, all the members of the demon-slaying team turned to look. 8th transition. It was really the 8th transition. Feeling the surging aura from Qin Shang, everyone was shocked again. It should be noted that this was the 8th transition. Previously, in the Divine Summer, only 4 elders had reached this level, and their leader was actually at the 8th transition. Not just the other demon-slaying members, even the usually proud Yi Tian took several steps back, staring in shock at Qin Shang before him. 8th transition. Isn't he just a high school student? How could he be at the 8th transition? At this moment, Qin Shang ignored everyone's astonishment and looked towards the depths of the Death Mountains. After advancing to the 8th transition, he had gained sharp perception, able to sense that fierce battles were erupting deep within the Death Mountains. Stay here and don't move, Qin Shang said, then took to the skies on his sword, heading towards the depths of the Death Mountains, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Just after Qin Shang entered the depths of the Death Mountains, a series of thunderous roars suddenly erupted in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning streaking across the high heavens. A figure plummeted straight down from midair. It was the founder of the War God Hall, the White Tiger Elder, Bai Haoran. Just moments ago, Long Lao and the others had learned that a demon lord level evil spirit was lurking in the Death Mountains, and upon awakening, they sent Bai Haoran to confront the demon lord level evil spirit. It should be noted that there were currently no elder level practitioners in Divine Summer. If this demon lord level evil spirit rampaged, the entire situation in Divine Summer would collapse. Just as Long Lao and the others were trying to hold back Thor and Loki to create an opportunity for Bai Haoran, the evil spirit Thor, with lightning speed, struck down Bai Haoran before he could intervene, leading to this scene. Damn it, I have to get up and stop that demon dragon. Bai Haoran stood up, but his words faltered on his lips, for right in front of his line of sight lay a massive dragon corpse, and that dragon corpse was unmistakably the Black Dragon Nijhad. No, how could he be killed? Bai Haoran's head spun, unable to comprehend. I didn't expect that your Divine Summer would have a hidden hand. Besides the 4 of you, there is actually another elder-level practitioner. The evil spirit Thor murmured, looking in a certain direction. What? An elder-level practitioner? Bai Haoran was taken aback by Thor's words. As the White Tiger Elder, he naturally knew that there were originally only 4 elders in Divine Summer. When did another elder appear? Thinking of this, Bai Haoran looked in the direction Thor was facing. There, standing in the direction Thor was looking, was a tall figure draped in a blood-red cloak, standing on a flying sword, exuding an astonishing aura. Just a simple probe of his aura revealed that this figure was clearly an 8th transition level practitioner. You are Qin Shang. Bai Haoran's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpoints, exclaiming in surprise. It was. No wonder Bai Haoran was astonished. The last time he met Qin Shang was at the genius competition. At that time, Qin Shang was only at the 5th transition, and just a few days had passed, and he had already reached the 8th transition. Did this old martial artist hide something from me? He clearly said that when Qin Shang parted from them, his level was only, how long had it been, and he had already reached the 8th transition. Aren't you at the South Sea shore? Bai Haoran asked, looking at Qin Shang beside him in confusion. The beasts and evil spirits at the South Seas shore have been dealt with, so I came here. Qin Shang nodded and replied. Then this demon lord level evil spirit? Bai Haoran hesitated to ask. I killed it. Qin Shang calmly nodded. Seeing Qin Shang's reaction, Bai Haoran gasped. Although he had learned from Wu Xian that Qin Shang had killed an 8th transition imperial powerhouse on Sky Dome Island, Wu Xian had specifically mentioned that Qin Shang had expended a great deal of energy. Yet, it had only been a short time, and Qin Shang had already killed a demon lord-level evil spirit. Has this guy cast spells without any consumption? Even if he can kill our clan's demon lord, he's just a slightly larger ant. A glint flashed in Soul's eyes. Qin Shang, be careful, this guy is very fast. Bai Haoran forcibly stood up, blocking in front of Qin Shang. It's fine, Senior Bai, let me give it a try, Qin Shang said, standing beside Bai Haoran. Fast? That can be discussed with my, wait a moment. Soul swung his short hammer, his gaze icy as he looked at Qin Shang. Arrogant ant, how many moves do you think you can withstand in my hands? Hearing Soul's words, Qin Shang slowly raised a finger. 1 move? Ha, humans are so weak. Soul laughed proudly. No, 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 I mean, I'll kill you within a minute. Qin Shang smiled faintly, killing intent radiating from him. Arrogant. Soul swung his short hammer and charged at Qin Shang. As Soul dashed forward, he transformed into a streak of black-purple lightning. Be careful. Bai Haoren's expression was tense. He had been severely injured before, because of Soul's speed. Meanwhile, Qin Shang remained unhurried. Wait a moment. Soul, who was in mid-charge, was momentarily stunned by Qin Shang's words, then a sinister smile crept onto his lips. And, are you just now thinking of begging for mercy? Unfortunately, it's too late. Soul took Qin Shang's words as a plea for mercy before death. With a sneer, he accelerated, his body almost turning into a point of light. He darted between Qin Shang and Bai Haoren, looking for an opportunity to strike. However, in the next moment, he sensed something was off. With the appearance of a black long sword beside Qin Shang, an imperceptible force of the law of time spread throughout the area. At this moment, Bai Haoren, standing next to Qin Shang, wore a face full of tension. Having fought against Soul before, he knew exactly how strong Soul was. Soul's speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. Yet Bai Haoren still tried to track Soul's figure with his eyes. Gradually, he realized he could actually see Soul's speed. Could it be because of our second encounter that my eyes can keep up with his speed now? Bai Haoren was somewhat surprised. No, it wasn't that his ability had improved, but that Soul's speed had slowed down. What was going on? Soul, who always liked to crush them with speed, how could he suddenly slow down? But soon he noticed that Soul's speed was becoming slower and slower, almost as if someone had pressed the pause button. Meanwhile, Soul, who was moving rapidly, also felt the change. Strange, how come? These two guys are getting faster and faster? Faster than me. No, wait, it's not that their speed has increased, but that I have slowed down. Soul quickly realized this is the power of the law of time. This guy actually possesses a treasure with the power of the law of time. Soul looked at the black longsword beside Qin Shang, his eyes filled with surprise. But then a greedy look appeared on his face. Treasures related to the power of the law of time, although their effects are extraordinary. But they usually don't last long. As long as I endure this period, it will be the death of these guys. Soul gritted his teeth and said. But as time passed, Soul found his speed becoming slower and slower. Moreover, the power of the law of time that was affecting him showed no signs of diminishing. What is going on? Panic appeared on Soul's face for the first time. And all of this seemed to take a long time, but in reality, due to the law of time, not even a minute had passed. At this moment, Qin Shang slowly grasped the black longsword in front of him, looking at Soul. Next, I'll deal with you, and it won't even take a minute. Holding the black longsword, Qin Shang then swung it down, and in an instant, black light erupted. Waves of black sword energy shot out from the black longsword, charging forward like a black dragon. A total of 386,519 sword energies surged towards Soul. No, as Soul watched the approaching sword energy, a hint of panic appeared in his eyes. He felt the threat to his life, but he wanted to dodge and found himself unable to move an inch. In the next moment, the merciless black sword energy crashed into Soul. This is impossible. With Soul's unwilling cry, his entire being was torn to shreds by the sword energy. Ding! You have killed the demon god Soul. Your level has risen to level 85. Ding! All your basic attribute points have increased by 2560 points, and your free attribute points have increased by 10,240 points. Hearing the announcement in his ears, Qin Shang's face showed a look of surprise. Goodness, as expected of a demon god level evil, just killing one allowed his level to rise by 5 levels. This was truly a bountiful harvest. Meanwhile, Bai Haoren, who was watching the battle, was completely stunned. He felt as if he had turned to stone. His mind was about to crash. No, that guy. Wu Xian said that Qin Shang could only kill evil beings at the level of a venerable, right? He even told me to warn Qin Shang to be careful of the demon lord, but now Qin Shang not only killed that demon lord level evil, Nijhad, but also killed the demon god Soul who was chasing him. How long has it been? Qin Shang could actually slay gods. Bai Haoren suddenly felt like he was getting old. He had just advanced to the god ceiling stage, and Qin Shang could already slay gods? This was simply infuriating. At that moment, Qin Shang walked over to Soul's corpse. This is a pair of glasses. No way, even a demon god needs glasses? Curiously, Qin Shang picked up the glasses and used a detection spell to check the information about them. Anti-magic glasses information 1, after wearing them, they can break through an illusion effect once, restoring it to its original state. Information 2, the demon god Soul specifically requested the dwarven demon god to create this equipment to counter the illusion of the demon god Loki. Can identify illusions? Good heavens, isn't this just like the Monkey King's fiery golden eyes? Qin Shang said with a smile, stroking his chin. Although the introduction of the anti-magic glasses stated that they could only break through an illusion effect once, this was only for others. After all, Qin Shang currently had 386,527 layers of spell casting. As long as he wore these glasses, he could cast 386,527 times, breaking through the illusion effect. It was simply like the Monkey King's fiery golden eyes. With that thought, Qin Shang put them on. The glasses had an invisibility effect, and soon they became invisible on Qin Shang's face. Meanwhile, in an underground palace of the Free Empire, the Grand Elder Trang was watching a battle scene. His expression changed several times, first becoming ugly, then revealing a hint of greed. I never expected that kid from the Divine Xia Kingdom actually cleared the 5th level. So, does that mean he has obtained the heart of the Immortal? I must personally devour him. He then turned to Ganner beside him and said, quickly summon the leaders of the other 5 empires to form a coalition of 6 empires. This time, we not only want to destroy Divine Xia but also obtain that heart of the Immortal. Yes, I will obey the Grand Elder's command. Ganner nodded in response and then withdrew. In another battlefield, Long Lao and 4 other god-level powerhouses were fiercely attacking Loki, who was dressed in green robes. However, in a certain void, another figure of Loki in green robes appeared. A bunch of useless fools, just by releasing an illusionary clone, I've made you all dance around. Then Loki looked into the distance. That guy Soul thinks I don't know your intentions? Going alone to chase the god-level powerhouse from the Divine Xia Kingdom is just wanting me to face 4 enemies alone. The struggle for the title of heir has always been like this. If only Loki invaded Divine Xia alone, he would naturally exert all his strength, but now that Soul has also come, the two would have to scheme against each other. However, if I hide nearby and wait for an opportunity to ambush, it's not impossible to kill Soul and that god-level powerhouse. Loki revealed a sinister smile, then waved his green robe and vanished from the spot. In another battlefield, Qin Shang said with confusion, "Senior Bai, didn't you say that the demon invading Xinxia is called Loki?" Hearing Qin Shang's words, Bai Haoren finally snapped out of his shock. He sighed and replied, "That's right, the demon invading Xinxia is indeed called Loki. I encountered Loki near the Death Mountains, and fortunately, with the help of Old Long, I was able to survive by a stroke of luck." Bai Haoren continued, "But not long after, another demon descended upon Xinxia, which is the demon you just killed, Thor." Hearing Bai Haoren's words, Qin Shang nodded, "So that's how it is." With Bai Haoren's explanation, Qin Shang understood that there were now 2 demons invading Xinxia. Doesn't that mean Qin Shang's heart stirred. One demon had already allowed him to level up 5 times. If he killed another, he would reach level 90. He would be at the threshold of advancing to godhood. At this moment, Bai Haoren had walked up to Qin Shang and patted him on the shoulder. "Speaking of which, we owe it all to you, kid. If it weren't for you asking Wu Xian to bring the heart of the gods, the 3 of us wouldn't have been able to advance and hold on until now." Qin Shang smiled just as he was about to wave his hand and say something. In the distance, a flash of green light appeared, and a figure shot towards them. "It's Little Long. How did he get here? Has the battle over there been resolved?" Bai Haoren recognized the person and said in surprise. Hearing Bai Haoren's words, Qin Shang also looked over, and he saw that the one approaching them was Long Feiyu, the creator of the Class Change Guild. "Oh, brother Bai, have you resolved the battle already?" Long Feiyu said, curiously, his tone laced with surprise. "Yes, that's right, it's already resolved, and we owe it to." Bai Haoren replied with a smile, but just as he was about to step forward, he was stopped by Qin Shang. Qin Shang's gaze was warily fixed on Long Feiyu across from him, sensing something was off. In Long Feiyu's earlier words, there was a hint of smugness. This was very strange. After all, Xinxia was currently facing a full-scale invasion by evil demons. Even if they had killed a demon, they should be happy, not secretly pleased. There was definitely something wrong here. Thinking of this, Qin Shang activated the demon-breaking glasses he had on. Sure enough, in his eyes, Long Feiyu suddenly transformed into Loki, dressed in a green robe. "Senior Bai, this person is Loki." Qin Shang reminded him. "Loki? It's you!" Bai Haoren exclaimed angrily upon seeing Loki's true form. At this moment, Loki looked bewildered. He was unaware that Thor had crafted the demon-breaking glasses specifically to counter him. He was still a bit dazed, but he quickly regained his composure. "I didn't expect you to have equipment that can break my illusions, but how many times can you use it?" Loki said smugly, then with a flick of his green robe, a wave of green mist spread out. Qin Shang frowned slightly, and just as he was about to turn and remind Bai Haoren of something, he discovered that there were actually 2 Bai Haorens behind him. Clearly, this time Loki had transformed into Bai Haoren's appearance. "Qin Shang, I am Bai Haoren, this guy is Loki," the 2 Bai Haorens said almost in unison. At this moment, Qin Shang looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This Loki, as expected, was the trickster demon, truly skilled at manipulating people's hearts. In this way, it would be extremely difficult for other professionals to take action. After all, the demon-breaking glasses he wore could only break an illusion once for most professionals, but Qin Shang was different. He could break illusions 386,528 times. Enough for him to see through Loki, but he wasn't prepared to expose him directly. Meanwhile, the real Loki was secretly delighted. "You little brat, let's see what you do this time." As the trickster demon, Loki loved to toy with people's minds before killing his enemies. This could be a bit troublesome. Qin Shang frowned slightly, and upon hearing Qin Shang's words, Loki felt even more pleased. The real Bai Haoren frowned tightly. But then a glint of brilliance flashed in Qin Shang's eyes, however, since I can't tell you apart, I guess I'll just have to hit both of you. Upon hearing Qin Shang's words, both Bai Haoruns were taken aback, but the real Bai Haorun secretly nodded in his heart. Come on, Qin Shang, just go ahead. Loki, seeing Bai Haorun's reaction, could only follow suit and say, yes, Qin Shang, go ahead, only this way can we tell who is Loki. Loki's illusion was indeed impressive. Not only did it mimic his appearance, but even his expressions were identical. However, within the line of sight of Qin Shang's magic-breaking glasses, it would soon be easy to distinguish who was Loki. But Qin Shang pretended not to know, suppressing the corners of his mouth that were about to curl up. He then said, then I'll begin. Immediately, Qin Shang first activated the skill effect of the Dragon King's ring, incapacitation. In an instant, Loki fell into a state of weakness. What is this state? Loki was startled, but he quickly calmed down. This negative effect of weakness usually wouldn't last long. Loki was confident that even if Qin Shang attacked him, he wouldn't be afraid. As the foremost mage among the abyssal demons, he not only excelled in various spells but also possessed the ability to be immune to skills. At this moment, he had activated it, meaning that any skills or equipment used by Qin Shang would have no effect on him. Unless Qin Shang used a basic attack, he wouldn't take any damage at all. However, how could a mage like Qin Shang have any powerful basic attacks? As soon as he sensed something was off, Loki would immediately cast a skill to counterattack. At this moment, Qin Shang also began to act. He knew from probing Loki's information that the opponent could be immune to skills. In that case, I can only use basic attacks, Qin Shang thought to himself. Although he was a mage, let's not forget that he was the top fighter in high school. Then, Qin Shang dashed forward, rushing in front of Loki and immediately punched him in the face. At this moment, Loki was still enduring. Although it hurt a lot, he comforted himself that it would be over soon, and it would soon be Bai Haorun's turn. As long as he waited for the weakness effect to disappear, when Qin Shang attacked Bai Haorun, he could step in and deal with these two ants, Loki thought proudly. However, he quickly sensed something was wrong. Qin Shang suddenly grabbed his leg and began to throw him around. Moreover, it seemed that there was no stopping the action. It felt like Qin Shang was solely focused on throwing him. Realizing this, Loki couldn't help but shout, "You brat, after throwing me so many times, can't you tell I'm not Loki? If I were Loki, I would have fought back by now." Upon hearing Loki's words, Qin Shang was first taken aback, then he continued to throw him around. "Senior Bai, be careful when detecting Loki," Qin Shang said. Loki was so furious that he gritted his teeth, and after another round of being thrown, his face was already bruised and battered. Soon he realized something was off and shouted, "You little brat, have you already seen through my identity?" Hearing Loki's words, Qin Shang shook his head. "What are you babbling about? I don't understand a word." Loki was furious. "Damn it, I am a demon god, I won't be." Before Loki could finish his sentence, he was thrown around again by Qin Shang. Meanwhile, at another battlefield, everyone put in more effort. "Loki is about to give in," Old Long said, staring at Loki in a green robe with a determined gaze. This demon dares to invade my divine Xia. I will make sure he returns empty-handed." Wu Xian shouted, then punched out. "That's right, slay this demon and drive out the abyss," Ji Fengyu said passionately. Slash! Long Feiyu swung the long sword in his hand towards Loki. Everyone's attacks landed on the green-robed Loki, but the next moment, Loki transformed into a green mist and disappeared before everyone's eyes. "What is going on?" Wu Xian exclaimed in shock. "Damn it, it's this guy's clone." Long Feiyu gritted his teeth. "Damn it! This bastard, no wonder he's called the trickster demon god. Truly full of schemes." Ji Fengyu's expression was grim. At that moment, Elder Long, looking at Loki transformed into green mist, suddenly remembered something. "Not good, hurry, head towards the Death Mountains. This guy must be going to the battlefield where Soul is, to kill Haoran and Xiaoshang." Hearing Elder Long's words, Ji Fengyu and Long Feiyu exchanged glances, both showing shock in their eyes. Meanwhile, Wu Xian's heart raced, and with Loki also going to attack Qin Shang, didn't that mean Qin Shang and Bai Haoran were currently facing the encirclement of two demon gods? Thinking of this, Wu Xian couldn't help but worry for Qin Shang. "Qin, you must be okay." Elder Long, rushing towards the Death Mountains, also had a very grim expression. It was important to know that this time Qin Shang was facing not just one demon god, but two. Xiaoshang is still so young, facing two demon gods, he must be weak, pitiful, and helpless at this moment. With this thought, Elder Long accelerated his flight speed again. At that moment, on another battlefield, Bai Haoran sat dazedly to the side, watching Loki being tossed around by Qin Shang. Completely petrified, he understood the strength of his opponent from their previous battle. Loki was not only full of tricks but also had considerable combat power. Yet now, he was being tossed around like a rag doll by Qin Shang, as if he were just a piece of trash on the roadside. Loki, being thrown around by Qin Shang, seemed as if he was about to cry. As the first mage of the abyss, he was now close to being killed by being thrown around. If this got out, it would be a disgrace for a demon. But Loki was utterly helpless now. He was under the effect of a powerlessness spell. Not to mention resisting, he couldn't even chant a skill. At this moment, Qin Shang was still swinging Loki around as if he were tireless. There was no other way. Loki's damage immunity body could resist skill effects. Other than using physical attacks to deal with Loki, Qin Shang had no other options. After a long while, Qin Shang rubbed his sore wrist and looked at the bloodied Loki, letting out a light sigh. Finally resolved. After Qin Shang's continuous efforts, Loki was finally thrown to death. And in his ears, a notification sounded, ding. Congratulations, you have killed the demon god Loki. Your level has increased to level 90. Please choose the difficulty of your god sealing task. Hell. Qin Shang nodded and chose, your god sealing task is, God Slayer, kill 10 god sealing level professionals. God Slayer? Kill 10 god sealing level professionals? Qin Shang frowned slightly at his god sealing task. Goodness, this is a rhythm that would lead him to destroy nations. It should be known that god sealing level professionals are the pillars of each country, the stabilizing force. To judge the strength of a country, it depends on whether it has god sealing level professionals. In Blue Star, why are Xinxia, Gaul, Lion, and Freedom called the top 4 countries? It's because only these 4 countries have god sealing level professionals. Also, due to the importance of god sealing level professionals, they rarely move around. Usually, they are like dragons that are seen but not heard, let alone killing them. Even meeting one is difficult. Moreover, the task is even harder as it requires him to kill 10 god-level powerhouses. Goodness, if we count the god-level powerhouses that have appeared in Blue Star's history, there are indeed 10, but now, apart from Xinxia, the Empire only has 4 god-level powerhouses. Where is he supposed to find 10 god-level powerhouses to kill? Qin Shang shook his head. I'll think about the task later. For now, let's check the loot. He looked at the place where Loki had died and saw a crown-like piece of equipment. Qin Shang picked it up and used detection magic to check the information of the Crown of Causality. Information 1, when releasing a skill, if the enemy dodges, they will receive a heavenly thunder attack that follows the cause after they effect damage, equivalent to 10 times the user's mental power. Information 2, Loki specially commissioned the Dark Elf clan to create a magical artifact to deal with the incredibly fast Thor. These two brothers really know how to scheme against each other. Qin Shang chuckled as he looked at the introduction of the causal ring. However, this piece of equipment is indeed outrageous. When releasing an attack, the enemy cannot evade it. If they try to dodge, they will be struck by the causal thunder. Although Qin Shang didn't know what this causal thunder was, just listening to the skill description made it clear that the damage would definitely be significant. After all, this corresponds to 10 times the user's mental damage. Moreover, after Qin Shang equips this item, it will become even more formidable. If other professionals wear this equipment, when their attack is evaded, the enemy can only suffer from the causal thunder once at most. But Qin Shang can trigger the skill effect 386,528 times. It's simply outrageous, truly outrageous. Just then, several figures flashed out from a distance. It was Long Lao, Wu Xian, Ji Fengyu, and Long Feiyu. As soon as they landed, they began to inquire about Qin Shang's situation. You too, you're actually fine? Could it be that Loki didn't attack here? Long Lao was initially delighted, but then he grew worried. With the power of the demon god Loki, if he wasn't held back by others, it would be quite easy and extremely dangerous for him to cause destruction elsewhere in the divine summer. Loki? He's right here. Qin Shang pointed to the side where Loki lay as a corpse, saying, yes, right here? Wu Xian looked at the body, his eyes wide with shock. The Loki they had surrounded and attacked for so long had actually turned into a corpse. For a moment, Wu Xian found it hard to believe. Long Lao and Old Wu, you don't need to doubt it, this is Loki, and the other body is Thor. Bai Haoren nodded and affirmed. What? The other one is Thor, and this corpse is Loki? So, both demon gods that invaded divine summer are dead. Upon hearing Bai Haoren's certain words, Ji Fengyu, Long Feiyu, Wu Xian, and even Long Lao all revealed expressions of shock. Each of these demon gods possessed royal bloodlines with immense combat power and astonishing abilities. To think they both fell here. Long Lao, with a surprised look, glanced past Qin Shang at Bai Haoren. Haoren, when did you become so strong? You've been hiding your strength. Hearing Long Lao's praise, Bai Haoren couldn't help but blush. Long Lao, no, this isn't my doing, it's all Qin Shang. He single-handedly killed the 2 demon gods. What? Upon hearing Bai Haoren's words, Long Lao was even more shaken, while Ji Fengyu, Wu Xian, and the others also turned to Qin Shang, their expressions stunned. Meanwhile, further away from the South Sea shore, armies were gathering, quickly forming a grand coalition. This army was composed of 6 nations: Freedom, Lion, Gaul, Cherry Blossom, San, and Kimchi, forming the 6-nation alliance. Behind the alliance, in a secret command room, the Grand Elder of the Freedom Empire, Trang, stood before the leaders of the other 5 nations. Among them, the leaders of Lion and Gaul were both god-level powerhouses, while the leaders of Asan, Kimchi, and Cherry Blossom were merely respected-level strongmen. Itobachi, are your methods ready? Trang inquired. Rest assured, Lord Trang, as long as we have the remains of the god-level powerhouses provided by the leaders of each nation, we can perform the impure world reincarnation. Itobachi said proudly. If everything goes smoothly, our 6-nation alliance can increase by 10 god-level powerhouses. Meanwhile, in another battlefield within the Death Mountains, a figure with a snake head and a human body was engaged in combat with Wu Jiuchong. It was Emer, who had fought his way from the Misty Sea to the Death Mountains, alongside Wu Jiuchong. Ha, you practitioners of the Divine Xia Kingdom really excel at dying in vain. To tell you the truth this time, invading Divine Xia, besides my Lord Loki, there is also Lord Thor, Immergard said proudly. What? Wu Jiuchong's face darkened. He hadn't expected that there would be two demon gods invading Divine Xia this time. Wu Jiuchong's heart sank. Even if the four esteemed ones of Divine Xia all advanced to god-level power, they would only be 90-level god-level beings, still far from the gap with the demon god Thor. Damn it! Wu Jiuchong roared and charged at Immergard. Even though the Divine Xia Kingdom was at a disadvantage, he would not give up easily. Even if he died here today, he would reduce the pressure on Divine Xia. However, the next moment, rumble. A series of loud noises came from the distance, drawing the attention of both Immergard and Wu Jiuchong. They saw a massive dragon corpse falling from the sky. Following that, there were two more loud bangs. What is going on? Wu Jiuchong was taken aback. Whether it was the dragon corpse that fell from the high sky or the two loud bangs just now, Wu Jiuchong felt a bit dazed, while Immergard's expression changed drastically. The one that just fell from the air should be the black dragon Nyagard. A very ugly expression appeared on Immergard's face. He sensed that the auras of two demon gods had just disappeared. Could it be that His Highness Thor and His Highness Loki have already? No, that's absolutely impossible. Immergard's face turned ugly, and then the dark aura behind him flickered and disappeared into the Death Mountains. Wu Jiuchong watched Immergard leave, and a guess began to form in his heart. At that moment, Wu Jiuchong received a new order from Wu Xian to head to the southern coast. Meanwhile, in a vast palace within the abyss, Immergard was trembling, kneeling before the palace gate. This was the Demon Spirit Hall in the abyss, accessible only to demon emperors and above. In the center of the Demon Spirit Hall, there was a spatial light curtain. Projected on the curtain was a scene of battle from another world. In the image, a tall figure wielding a uniquely shaped spear rode an eight-legged steed, leading a massive army of evil spirits in a slaughter. Beside him was a powerful female demon god dressed in a green robe, wielding twin swords. My emperor, this is what happened. Immergard stammered as he recounted the events. Hearing Immergard's account, the female demon god in green armor showed a look of disdain. Have my two useless brothers become this weak? They fell just for conquering a small country, the demon god Hela mocked Loki and Thor before looking at the tall figure riding the eight-legged steed. Father, I told you long ago that you should pass the throne to me, not that waste. Odin, riding the eight-legged steed, swung his Gungnir, annihilating most of the flying spirit army before him, his tone turning cold. Shut up. Hearing Odin's words, Hela snorted and closed her mouth. Then the demon king Odin coldly said, after I destroy the flying spirit realm, I will personally flatten that little planet. Meanwhile, in the Death Mountains, hearing by Hauran's affirmative words, everyone looked at Qin Shang with increasing shock. Phew, we held on. Wu Xian finally reacted after a long time, exclaiming. It should be noted that every time they faced the attack of the abyssal demons, whether they could hold Divine Xia depended critically on whether the opponent's high-level demons could be repelled by human practitioners. This time, not only were they repelled, but Qin Shang single-handedly killed two of their demon gods. Without the demon gods, even if there were more invading demons, it would not be a concern for Divine Xia now. Beside him, Ji Fengyu also reacted. This time, it really is all thanks to you. However, Long Feiyu beside her also nodded, looking gratefully at Qin Shang. Yes, if it weren't for the divine stone you sent, we wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. The gratitude in both their hearts was genuine. Originally, when facing the invasion of evil spirits, every time a demon god invaded a country, there would inevitably be a large number of casualties among practitioners below the level of the venerable. This time, due to the lack of support from other imperial divine level experts, they had even begun to contemplate the idea of perishing together with the divine Xia. But because of Qin Shang, Wu Xian sent the heart of the divine, allowing them all to advance to divine level. At this moment, however, Qin Shang shook his head, but the crisis of the abyss has not been resolved. According to the information I gathered from breaking through the 5th level, there still exists a 10-turned demon god emperor in the abyss. Long Lao beside him smiled and comforted. Xiao Shang, you've done very well. You have obtained the heart of the immortal. As long as you continue to work hard to level up and develop, in due time, becoming a 10-turn true immortal level practitioner is just around the corner. Hearing Long Lao's words, the four of Wu Xian present looked at Qin Shang with envy and excitement. After all, this was a 10-turn practitioner, and in the hundreds of years since the professionalization of Blue Star, there had never been a practitioner who could achieve such a transformation. If Qin Shang truly took that step, he would undoubtedly become the strongest in Blue Star. Divine Xia would then be able to sweep away the 6 nations. Hauran, spread the news of the demon gods being killed throughout Divine Xia. Long Lao instructed. Although there wasn't much time left for the evil spirit's invasion, it had brought immense pressure. to various places in Divine Xia. Divine Xia needed such a victory to inspire morale, and for a time, the news of Qin Sheng killing 2 demon gods was reported across Divine Xia. On the battlefield of the Misty Sea in the demon capital, Bai Shuangchuan, Feng Yao, and Feng Ying were killing the evil spirits in front of them while listening in shock to the broadcast. What? Both demon gods have been killed. And it was Qin Sheng who killed them. Bai Shuangchuan's face was filled with astonishment. She remembered that Qin Sheng was just a high school student like them. How did he get involved in killing demon gods? Feng Ying and Feng Yao exchanged glances, their eyes also revealing shock. If it weren't for the fact that this news was personally spread by Bai Haoren, the founder of the War God Hall, they would have doubted the authenticity of the news. After all, how long had it been since that big shot who participated in the Tianjiao competition just like them could already slay demon gods? On the battlefield by the South Sea, Long Outian was leading 18 king-level practitioners behind him fighting fiercely against the enemies. He had also received the announcement from Bai Haoren of the War God Hall. What? The demon god has been killed. Long Outian looked at the information on his communicator, feeling a bit dazed for a moment. Wait, when did my junior brother become so strong that he could already kill demon gods? On the city wall, Bai Wujie also received that information, and he couldn't help but sigh. Just a few days ago, Qin Sheng was still a 3-turn practitioner whom he had taken as a disciple, but now he had already advanced to 8 turns and could even slay demon gods. Sometimes, the gap between people is indeed greater than that between a person and a pig, Bai Wujie lamented. But then his eyes widened suddenly. A mighty army appeared on the defense line by the South Sea. That army was composed of 6 different national flags, the coalition of the 6 empires. At the same time, on the battlefield of the Death Mountains, Long Lao and Wu Xin and others also received news about the coalition of the 6 nations encountering the South Sea. Damn it, these bastards really know how to pick their timing. Wu Xian gritted his teeth and said, how dare they say they are helping us clear the evil spirits? They come at just the right time, right when we in Divine Xia have exhausted ourselves fighting the evil spirits. It's clearly a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year with ill intentions. Long Feiyu's expression was also grim. A bunch of petty people just using a pretext to try to divide Divine Xia for themselves. They have done the same thing before, haven't they? In Ji Fengyu's eyes, it seemed as if fire was about to burst forth. Then let's fight. It would have been one thing before, but now we have 5 divine-level powerhouses in Xinxia. Are we still afraid of them? Bai Haoren's tone was filled with a chilling killing intent. Hearing Bai Haoren's words, the other 3 nodded in agreement. Indeed, if it had been in the past, Xinxia might have truly feared the coalition of the 6 nations. But now, due to Qin Sheng, Xinxia had 5 divine-level powerhouses. As far as they knew, only Gaul, the Lion, and the Free 3 nations currently had divine-level powerhouses. Although all 4 of them were only level 90 divine-level powerhouses, the other side had only 3. Even if they were greatly exhausted, it was not impossible to fight. Haoren is right, these bastards clearly want to take advantage of the chaos. However, as long as the 5 of us head straight to the South Sea coast, we can stabilize the situation. Elder Long nodded and said. But then he hesitated and looked at Qin Sheng. It's just. Qin Sheng sensed Elder Long's hesitant tone and understood what he was worried about. The 5 of them were divine-level powerhouses, and their speed was far greater than Qin Sheng's. Even if he wanted to go with Elder Long and the others to the South Sea coast, he would definitely not keep up. Elder Long, the front line at the South Sea coast is crucial. You all go ahead, and I will follow shortly. Qin Sheng nodded and smiled. Hearing Qin Sheng's affirmative words, Elder Long nodded. All right, then we will go first. With the 5 of us heading to the South Sea coast, it will be enough to stabilize the situation. You can rest up and join us later. Qin Sheng nodded. Okay. However, before Elder Long left, he handed over all the Emperor's sealing and King's sealing stones on him to Elder Long and the others, asking them to give them to the nearby professionals at the South Sea coast. After Elder Long nodded, he quickly took off with Wu Xian and the other 4 towards the battlefield at the South Sea coast. As they were all divine-level powerhouses, their speeds were not much different. During the flight, Wu Xian couldn't help but show concern. Elder Long, leaving Qin Sheng alone there, won't it be a bit dangerous? Although Qin Sheng had killed 2 demon gods back-to-back, Wu Xian was worried about Qin Sheng's excessive consumption. Moreover, the coalition of the 6 nations was currently invading Xinxia and might have learned that Qin Sheng had passed the 5th level. They might send someone to assassinate Qin Sheng. Hearing Wu Xian's words, Elder Long nodded and said, I understand what you're worried about, but according to the information Haoren just provided, the 3 divine-level powerhouses on the other side are currently at the South Sea coast, so it's impossible for any divine-level powerhouse to come and assassinate Xiao Shang. Upon hearing Elder Long's explanation, Wu Xian finally relaxed. That's good. In Wu Xian's view, as long as no divine-level powerhouse came to assassinate Qin Sheng, even if Qin Sheng consumed too much with his current level as a respected powerhouse, and his powerful skill effects, he could definitely be said to be invincible against anyone below divine level. Bai Haoren beside them also nodded. Don't worry, old Wu, my information is very accurate. The 3 divine level powerhouses on the other side are all at the South Sea coast. So unless something unexpected happens, Shin Kid is not in any danger. Hearing Bai Haoren's words, Wu Xian nodded. And then the 5 of them hurried to the South Sea coast. With the speed of the 5, it didn't take long before they arrived at the South Sea coast. At this moment, on the Great Wall at the South Sea coast, upon seeing the arrival of Elder Long and the other 5, everyone cheered with excitement. Great! Look, Elder Long is here. With Elder Long here, these people are in for a tough time. Look, the 4 respected powerhouses have also arrived. With Elder Long and the 4 respected powerhouses here, this time they will definitely come and not return. Meanwhile, Bai Wujing, who was stationed at the South Sea coast, and Wu Jiuchong, who had just arrived at the South Sea defense line, both approached respectfully to greet Elder Long upon his appearance. Then, they looked at the 4 respected powerhouses behind Elder Long. Bai Wujing's eyes widened in surprise. The respected powerhouses had all advanced to divine level. However, Wu Jiuchong, who was in the know, was not too surprised. He had long known that Qin Shang had given 3 divine hearts to Wu Xian. There was no surprise at the advancement of the 4 elders to the divine level. Beside them, Bai Wuji was initially astonished, but then a hint of excitement appeared on his face. He never expected that the 4 elders had also advanced to the divine level. With this, the divine Xia side now had 5 elders. Bai Wuji gazed into the distance at the coalition of the 6 nations. When he saw the coalition arrive at the shores of the South Sea, and even leading the coalition were 3 divine level powerhouses, his heart sank into despair. After all, divine Xia only had 1 divine level powerhouse, but now with 5, the situation could be stabilized. At this moment, Old Long led Wu Xian and 3 others out of the Great Wall by the South Sea. They looked out at the coalition of the 6 nations. Talon, what do you mean by this? Old Long scolded sharply. On the side of the 6 nations coalition, Talon, dressed in a white robe, stepped forward with the divine level powerhouse from the Lion Kingdom, Edward, and the divine level powerhouse from Gaul, Claire. Old friend, you've misunderstood me. I learned that Divine Xia was facing evil demons, so I formed a coalition with other empires to specifically help Divine Xia eliminate the demons. Talon said with a forced smile. Stop spouting nonsense. When the Abyss first invaded, you didn't come. Wu Xian shouted angrily. Now that the crisis of the Abyss and Divine Xia has been resolved, you lead the armies of other empires here, clearly intending to invade Divine Xia. Ji Fengyu, Long Feiyu, and Bai Haoren also stepped forward, their gazes coldly fixed on Talon and the others. At this moment, seeing Wu Xian and the others appear, a glint of cold light flashed in Claire's eyes. They really have advanced to the divine level. It seems Talon's previous intelligence was correct. Edward's expression also changed. Then he greedily said, then what are we waiting for? Let's proceed according to plan. Talon chuckled. Exactly, as long as we hold back the divine level powerhouses of Divine Xia, our predecessors will have the chance to capture that kid alive. Talon then waved his hand, signaling the coalition of the 6 nations to launch an attack on the defensive line at the shores of Divine Xia. Meanwhile, in the Death Mountains, Qin Shang was flying on his sword. Suddenly, a change occurred before his eyes. What's going on? It seems like a domain-type skill? In the next moment, Qin Shang found himself in a purple space. Could it be the evil demons? Qin Shang speculated. But the next moment, several figures appeared in the space, and these figures did not exude the aura of evil demons. They were all practitioners from Blue Star. Qin Shang observed the newly appeared figures, his expression turning cold. The only ones who could attack him were those practitioners from the 6 nations, but what surprised Qin Shang was that these practitioners had no living aura. Instead, they were wrapped in a sense of death. Kid, don't use your detection skills. We're not evil demons, but we're not living either. Sneered the first-generation divine-level powerhouse of the Free Empire, Tylian. Hee, kid, if you die at our hands, you'll have no regrets, chuckled the first-generation divine-level powerhouse of the Lion Empire, Dryer. That's right, even throughout the history of Blue Star, no one has ever been surrounded and killed by 10 divine-level powerhouses, said the first-generation divine-level powerhouse of Gaul, Leo. Ha, look, this kid is trembling in fear, said the second-generation divine-level powerhouse of the Free Empire, Looker, proudly. Indeed, at this moment, Qin Shang was trembling, but it was not from fear, it was from excitement. Because there were actually 10 divine-level powerhouses appearing in this space. Did that not mean his 9-turn mission was secure? At the same time, on the Great Wall by the South Sea, a fierce battle had already broken out between Divine Xia and the 6 nations. Although the practitioners on the Great Wall had previously engaged in battles with evil demons and magical beasts, resulting in considerable exhaustion, now facing the practitioners from the 6 nations who were about to invade and even wanted to carve up Divine Xia, they once again gathered their spirits, vowing to fight to the death. What truly tipped the scales of this battle were the fights among the god-level powerhouses high above. In the sky, Long Lao, the steadfast pillar of the divine Xia kingdom, faced off alone against Tran from the Free Empire. Meanwhile, Wu Xian and Ji Fengyu battled against Claire from the Gaul kingdom. Bai Haoren and Long Feiyu confronted Edward from the Lion Empire. Although the divine Xia kingdom had the numerical advantage in terms of god-level powerhouses, all four of them had just recently ascended to the divine rank and could only join forces to barely contend with the god-level powerhouses from the six empires. In the aerial battlefield, Trad laughed heartily, saying, "Old friend, there's no need to struggle in vain, this time. You divine Xia are bound to lose." Long Lao commanded the dragon-type spirit beasts to attack Trant while coldly snorting, It's still too early to be so pleased." Long Lao's tone was filled with confidence, not to mention, the practitioners by the South Sea were all full of fighting spirit enough to hold on for a while. Wu Jiuchong also followed his orders, sending the king and emperor sealing stones given by Qin Shang to the practitioners near the South Sea. Soon, a large number of king and emperor level practitioners would come to support the South Sea. Even if the battle situation was stalemated and Qin Shang did not arrive in time, the scales of victory would gradually tilt towards divine Xia. Indeed, not long after Long Lao's words fell, a series of exclamations erupted from the direction of divine Xia by the South Sea. "Great! Our reinforcements have arrived. Look, so many king-level practitioners. Not just kings, but over there are also many emperor-level practitioners. Heavens, how could so many strong ones come to support us? Have the strong ones from other battlefields already dealt with the evil? No, these strong ones are all unfamiliar faces. Strange, how did our divine Xia suddenly have so many strong practitioners? Who cares about that? How magnificent is our divine Xia?" The practitioners of divine Xia on the Great Wall by the South Sea erupted in cheers. For in their sight, over 4,000 king-level practitioners and over 100 emperor-level practitioners surged from within the South Sea. At this moment, Bai Wujie also looked back in shock, unable to believe that these people had just recently advanced to king and emperor levels. He had no idea when the divine Xia kingdom had accumulated such depth, nor did he know the reasons behind these people's advancements. Meanwhile, Long Outyen, who was killing enemies on the battlefield, and the other young talents who participated in the ancient battlefield of the sky, revealed smiles at the corners of their mouths, knowing that all of this was thanks to Qin Shang. Qin Shang had broken the hell-level record in the first stage of the ancient battlefield of the sky and had killed a large number of practitioners from the 5 empires in the subsequent second and third stages. This was what allowed Qin Shang to obtain a large number of king and emperor sealing stones, which was also the reason why so many strong practitioners appeared in divine Xia now. High above, Bai Haoren, Ji Fengyu, and Long Feiyu looked at the king and emperor level practitioners emerging from divine Xia, equally astonished. How could divine Xia have so many strong practitioners advancing? The three then turned their gazes towards Wu Xian, who remained calm. All of this is thanks to Brother Qin. At this moment, Edward from the Lion Empire was first taken aback, then revealed a smug smile. "It's just a small advantage gained in the ancient battlefield of the sky. What truly determines the situation in Blue Star is still the heart of the Immortal." Claire from the Gaul Empire also laughed. "That's right, if we calculate the time, the seniors should have succeeded by now." Hearing their words, the faces of Wu Xian and the others changed drastically. "What did you say? How do you know about the heart of the Immortal? What do you mean they should have succeeded? What kind of conspiracy are you plotting?" The four shouted in anger, while high above, Long Lao's expression also darkened. "You dare to lay hands on Xiao Xingzi?" Trant, however, smiled insincerely and said, "Rest assured, old friend, we won't kill him quickly. After all, we still need to know how he passed the 5th level." Treelan and the others had never entered the final stage of the celestial battlefield. They were unaware that there was only one heart of the Immortal, so they wanted to capture Qin Shang alive to learn the strategies for clearing the 5th level. Meanwhile, in another battlefield, within a purple space. "Alright, stop wasting time. With this kid, let's make our move." The first-generation god-level powerhouse of the Free Empire, Treelan, snorted coldly. Waves of mental attacks began to drift towards Qin Shang. At that moment, a notification rang in Qin Shang's ears. "Ding! Your 1000 illusion necklace has successfully activated, granting immunity to 1 instance of mental control." "So they wanted to control me?" Qin Shang raised an eyebrow. At that moment, Treelan in the sky had a grim expression. "Damn it, this guy can actually resist mental control. Let me handle this." Dralar grinned and charged at Qin Shang. "Stop!" Qin Shang shouted in a low voice. "Stop? Hee, don't worry, I won't kill you right away," Dralar sneered, clearly thinking Qin Shang was begging for mercy. However, the next moment, his smile froze on his face. A flash of white light appeared before Qin Shang, revealing a white longsword. Immediately, the white longsword shone brightly, unleashing waves of white sword energy that violently struck towards Dralar. In an instant, Dralar's body was shredded to pieces. The entire arena fell into shock, silence enveloping the crowd, as the remaining 9 god-level powerhouses stared at Qin Shang's figure. The originally mocking and disdainful smiles all froze on their faces. How could this be? How is this possible? He actually killed Draylar with a single strike. Everyone was stunned, but the next moment, the first-generation Leo of Gaul mocked, "What's the panic? Although his methods are astonishing, he definitely can't use them multiple times." After saying that, the confident Leo charged at Qin Shang, who calmly shouted again, "Stop!" The white light burst forth once more, and the sword energy struck down Leo as well. The 8 god-level powerhouses exchanged glances in disbelief. Goodness, they had said he was just an 8th-turn little mage of the respectable level. They had assured themselves it was foolproof, yet they hadn't even managed to capture this 8th-turn kid from the Divine Xia Kingdom. Instead, they had lost 2 god-level powerhouses. Everyone, don't panic. Although his attacks are strong, can't we dodge them? We can attack him while dodging, slowly wear him down. Draylar from the Lion Kingdom said proudly. Hearing Draylar's words, the remaining 8 god-level powerhouses quickly began to move within the space. But Qin Shang first used the golden light bracers, placing himself in an invincible state. No matter how their attacks struck him, they had no effect. Meanwhile, the swiftly moving Draylar still disdainfully said, "Everyone, don't worry, this kind of skill that can resist damage definitely won't last long," while Qin Shang calmly declared, "Ring of Causality." He first activated the equipment effect, then swung the white longsword again. Waves of sword energy attacked a god-level powerhouse. However, this time, the attacks were all dodged by that god-level powerhouse. Seeing that his attacks couldn't hit, Draylar became even more smug. I told you, his attacks can't hit us at all. We just need to slowly." Draylar's words were cut short as he could no longer speak, because he realized that the next moment bolts of lightning exploded almost right against his chest. When did this attack appear? Draylar had no idea about the arrival of the causality thunder. The next moment, Draylar was completely obliterated. What is happening? The remaining 7 god-level powerhouses shared the same question in their minds. However, Qin Shang continued to unleash attacks as they tried to evade his onslaught. He could only continue to dodge, but in the next moment, the same causal lightning flickered in front of a divine-level powerhouse's chest. Soon, that red lightning exploded before the second-generation divine-level powerhouse of the Free Empire. "No, this is impossible." With a reluctant exclamation, the divine-level powerhouse turned to ashes. In just a short time, Qin Shang had killed 4 divine-level powerhouses. Only 6 divine-level powerhouses remained on the field. How on earth was this guy doing it? That attack just now should be a causal-type attack, one of the divine-level powerhouses said. Causal-type. The faces of the other 5 divine-level powerhouses changed dramatically. Throughout the history of Blue Star's confrontation with the evil demons, various skills had emerged. Causal-type was one of them. It could be said that causal-type was the most perverse among all skills. However, according to common sense, such a heaven-defying skill could usually only be used once, yet the opponent had already unleashed it twice in succession, as if it had no cost at all. Damn it, this kid's skills are too perverse, the second-generation divine-level powerhouse of the Lion Empire said with a grim expression. That's right, we can't block his frontal attacks, but if we dodge, we will face the causal-type attack. The third-generation divine-level powerhouse of Gaul gritted his teeth and said, "We can't attack, we can't dodge, are we really going to retreat like this?" The third-generation divine-level powerhouse of the Free Empire had a face so dark it seemed ready to drip water. Each of them was once a prodigy of their own country, a stabilizing force like a divine needle. This time, they had been resurrected by the Sakura nation using the technique of dirty soil reincarnation, with 10 divine-level powerhouses surrounding and killing Qin Shang, a practitioner of the venerable level. Not only did they fail to capture him, but they also lost 4 divine-level powerhouses and were forced to retreat. If this were to be known, they would lose all face. But even if we want to retreat, we can't, the second-generation divine-level powerhouse of the Lion Empire said, with a grim expression. That's right, the one who cast this space, Drael, is already dead. The third-generation divine-level powerhouse of Gaul observed the purple space in front of them. This purple space was released by Drael. As long as Drael was dead, this space would not dissipate unless it reached a 1-hour limit. Just as they were speaking, Qin Shang had already raised his sword again. Let's go for it. The 6 divine-level powerhouses approached Qin Shang. As long as we can kill this kid before the causal skill triggers, there's still a chance. That's right, his skill that immunizes damage surely can't last too long, another powerhouse said. Then, the 6 figures approached Qin Shang like phantoms. Just as their attack was about to strike Qin Shang, the golden light surrounding him still had not faded. Therefore, Qin Shang suffered no damage at all. What a good person, delivering himself right to my door. Qin Shang smiled. If I kill a few of you, I should be able to ascend to godhood. Qin Shang then swung his white long sword, and waves of overwhelming sword energy continuously erupted from in front of him. Several powerhouses hurriedly retreated, but Qin Shang was not the least bit flustered. Even if they dodged the sword energy, they could not escape the damage from the causal lightning. Sure enough, in The next moment, another powerhouse was struck down by the causal lightning. Qin Shang continued to swing his sword, and before long, all 10 divine-level powerhouses in this space were killed by him. Ding! Congratulations, you have advanced to the godhood-level powerhouse. Each time you level up, all basic attribute points increase by 1024 points and free attribute points increase by 4096 points. Your multiple casting has risen to level 10. Each time you kill a monster, you will gain 10 layers of casting. Listening to the announcement in his ear, Qin Shang stretched lazily. I've finally reached godhood. As long as I advance one more time, I can undertake true immortal level tasks. While waiting for the purple space to dissipate, he began to search for the equipment dropped by the others. Unfortunately, most of the equipment was not very suitable for Qin Shang. After Qin Shang put away the equipment and skill books, he hurried to the battlefield by the South Sea. On the Great Wall by the South Sea, Long Lao, Wu Xian, and others, upon hearing the words of the three from Tlang, intensified their attacks. Waves of assaults continuously bombarded the three from Tlang. Damn it, we must rush back to provide support, Long Lao said angrily. He had just learned from Tlang that not only had they sent people to attack Qin Shang, but they had also dispatched 10 god-level powerhouses. These 10 god-level powerhouses were originally figures only found in history, freedom fighters from Gaul and the Lion Kingdom. However, through the use of dirty soil reincarnation by the Sakura Nation, they had all been resurrected. In their madness to obtain the Heart of Immortality, they had actually joined forces to kill Qin Shang. Thinking of this, Long Lao's expression grew even darker. Although he knew Qin Shang's strength, capable of consecutively killing 2 demon-level powerhouses, this time Qin Shang was facing the combined might of 10 god-level powerhouses. Moreover, Qin Shang himself had already exhausted too much energy. How could he possibly be a match for these 10 god-level powerhouses? With this thought, Long Lao couldn't help but intensify his offensive, wanting to support Qin Shang. But the Tlang in front of him could easily guess Long Lao's intentions. Various equipment and skills were unleashed, entangling Long Lao and preventing him from leaving the battlefield. On the other side, Wu Xian and the other 3 shared the same thoughts. Upon learning that Qin Shang was under attack, they continuously unleashed their attacks, trying to break free from the battlefield. However, the opponents also guessed their intentions, and Claire and Edward fought desperately to entangle Wu Xian and the others, not allowing them to escape. Meanwhile, on the battlefield by the South Sea, although the Divine Xia had a significant advantage, they were unable to support the fight here. Anxiously, Wu Xian couldn't help but shout, "Get out of my way!" He charged out, trying to break through the encirclement of Edward and Claire. But soon, he was blocked again. "As long as we are here, you won't get away," Edward said smugly. "And even if you leave now, what difference will it make? An hour has already passed. I believe our seniors have already succeeded," Claire said disdainfully. Hearing Claire's words, Wu Xian and the others felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Indeed, an hour had passed, and it was known that this ambush on Qin Shang involved 10 god-level powerhouses. Not to mention an hour, even 10 minutes would be enough to take down Qin Shang. With this thought, Wu Xian's anger surged even more. He was the first among the 4 elders to come into contact with Qin Shang and had long admired his various performances in his heart. He had witnessed Qin Shang's achievements time and again, and in his heart he had already regarded Qin Shang as the hope for the future of Divine Xia. But now, Qin Shang was ambushed by the other 6 empires, and he couldn't lend a hand. Wu Xian's anger grew even more intense as he charged forward, disregarding defense, unleashing attacks towards Edward. In an instant, Wu Xian found himself in a perilous situation, and the other 3 elders hurriedly moved forward to assist him. Seeking death, Edward's expression turned cold as he prepared to strike, but the next moment his hand froze in midair. He looked towards the South Sea, in the direction of Divine Xia, and a smile of joy appeared on his face. Claire beside him even shouted, "A god-level powerhouse is coming. It seems our seniors have succeeded." Indeed, a figure of a professional was rapidly approaching the battlefield by the South Sea. Since he did not conceal his aura at all, everyone could see that he was a god-level powerhouse. In an instant, not only Edward and Claire, but even the Tlang in white robes revealed a proud smile. Since a god-level powerhouse had arrived, it meant that their seniors had succeeded. On the other side, however, Long Lao and Wu Xian and the others from Divine Xia showed ugly expressions. Since a god-level powerhouse had come, did that not mean that Xiao Xingzi had already? With this thought, both Long Lao and Wu Xian couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness in their hearts. They had witnessed Qin Shang's extraordinary achievements with their own eyes and had long regarded him as the hope to save Blue Star and resist the abyssal demons. Now, he had been killed by the god-level powerhouse of the 6 empires. Damn it! Elder Long's eyes were about to burst into flames. It should be known that he had watched Qin Shang grow up, and his grief was even greater than that of Wu Xian and the others. "None of you will leave here alive today," Elder Long almost roared. The entire South Sea shore trembled with Elder Long's fury. The faces of Trump and the others also showed signs of vigilance, but just as Elder Long was about to take action, Wu Xian stammered, "No way, the one who came is actually Qin Shang." Hearing Wu Xian's exclamation, Elder Long, who had originally wanted to fight to the death, abruptly stopped. He looked over with an incredulous gaze. In his sight there was a tall figure standing on a flying sword, exuding the aura of a god-level powerhouse. That figure could only be Qin Shang. Little Shangzi. Elder Long almost trembled as he spoke. Oh my god, it really is him. He actually survived the siege of 10 god-level powerhouses. Long. Fei Yu exclaimed in shock. Idiot, the fact that he came back alive isn't the point. The point is that he has already become a god. Ji Fengyu swallowed hard and said, when we parted ways, he was only at the 8th transformation and he has become a god so quickly. Bai Haoren said in astonishment. Then Elder Long and the 5 others withdrew from the battle and slowly returned to the Great Wall. By the South Sea, reuniting with Qin Shang. Little Xingzi, are you okay? Elder Long looked at Qin Shang with concern, fearing he might be injured. I'm fine, Qin Shang smiled. He really hadn't sustained any injuries thanks to the protection of the golden wrist. Guards. You kid level up like you're on a rocket, Wu Xian remarked, looking at Qin Shang with a sigh. By the way, what about those 10 god-level powerhouses? Ji Fengyu asked in confusion. Oh, I've already killed them, Qin Shang said slowly, as if he were discussing something utterly mundane. Upon hearing Qin Shang's words, everyone was once again shocked. They had originally thought that after Qin Shang killed 2 demon gods, he would have greatly exhausted himself. Coming to the Great Wall this time, he must have escaped the encirclement of the 10. They never expected that Qin Shang had actually turned the tables and killed those 10. Goodness, first he killed 2 demon gods, then 10 god-level powerhouses, killing 12 9-transformation beings in a single day. How terrifying. Sigh, I feel like I'm about to be washed up on the beach by you, the younger generation, Bai Haoren said somewhat dejectedly. Among the original 4 elders, Bai Haoren was the fastest to level up and the strongest in combat. He could be considered a prodigy among his peers, but now it seemed that not only was his leveling speed no match for Qin Shang, but even his combat power fell short. Yet, he felt more excitement in his heart, knowing that there was someone like Qin Shang beneath the heavens. Naturally, there was no need to fear the invasion of the 6 empires this time. At this moment, Qin Shang had already set his sights on the coalition of the 6 empires. It's time to counterattack. Upon hearing his words, both Elder Long and Wu Xian, as well as the others, revealed a hint of fervor in their eyes. Just now, they had been held back by Trump and the others, and although the battlefield below was in a stalemate, the 6 empires were continuously replenishing their numbers. The situation had begun to tilt in favor of the 6 empires, which was one of the reasons they couldn't break free earlier. They were worried about Qin Shang being surrounded and about the defense line at the South Sea shore being breached. However, now that Qin Shang had returned, everything could be reversed, and Qin Shang was gazing at the distant coalition of the 6 empires, feeling somewhat emotional. He had now advanced to a 9-transformation god-level powerhouse. He had crossed a significant milestone, but the only regret was that leveling up was quite difficult and the number of enemies in front of him was still too few. Meanwhile, the 6 empires were even more shocked as Trump looked at Qin Shang, who had appeared on the Great Wall by the south. See, the entire person staggered back several steps in shock. This is impossible. We clearly sent out 10 god-level powerhouses to surround and kill him. How could he possibly come back alive? Beside him, Claire, although shocked, quickly calmed down and snorted coldly. I said long ago that the method proposed by that idiot from Sakura country is completely unreliable. Edward nodded in agreement. That's right. It's very likely that the time for those seniors to be resurrected has come. How could one person kill 10 god-level powerhouses? Hearing Edward and Claire's words, Tron's expression gradually settled down. You're right. I was too panicked. It doesn't matter, even though the time for those seniors has come. But I have already issued a dispatch order gathering all high-level professionals from the 6 empires to rush over here. This time, we must annihilate Xinxia and capture that kid alive. Upon hearing Tron's words, both Edward and Claire turned to look behind them. In their line of sight, many professionals from the 6 empires were flying over and joining the battle, further expanding their ranks. On the Great Wall, Qin Shang looked at the distant team and couldn't help but smile. He stopped the eager Dragon Elder, Wu Xian, and a few others. What are you doing? Dragon Elder asked, somewhat puzzled. The others, including Wu Xian, were also confused, wondering if Qin Shang wanted to negotiate with the enemy. They thought about this possibility. On one hand, Qin Shang had fought continuously and must have exhausted a lot. On the other hand, Dragon Elder and Wu Xian, along with the other 5, had also consumed quite a bit. In the past, there had been friction between the 7 great empires of Blue Star, but due to the threats from evil spirits and the abyss, it always ended without resolution, resolving hatred and negotiating peace. No, what I mean is, let me handle the killing alone, Qin Shang said with a smile. He looked at the 3 god-level powerhouses in the distance, as well as the numerous professional teams from the 6 empires. As long as he killed these people, his level might just rise from 90 all the way to 100. Hearing Qin Shang's words, Dragon Elder initially wanted to refuse but then recalled Qin Shang's previous achievement of killing 10 god-level powerhouses. Dragon Elder nodded, alright, just be careful. Upon hearing Dragon Elder's words, Wu Xian couldn't help but want to stop him. Dragon Elder, he's going alone. There are 3 god-level powerhouses on the other side, along with so many professional teams. The leaders of those legions are all respected level professionals, and there are even many Emperor and King level professionals behind them. How can he handle it alone? Before Wu Xian could finish, he was interrupted by Dragon Elder. Trust Qin Shang. At this moment, Qin Shang was already floating in midair, facing the coalition of the 6 empires. Ha, you actually dare to come out alone? Tron's eyes gleamed with greed. Edward and Claire also looked at Qin Shang with eyes full of desire, as if they were about to make a move at any moment. If I don't come out, how can I kill you? Qin Shang said coldly. You alone want to kill us? Tron couldn't help but laugh at Qin Shang's words. That's right, I can kill all of you by myself. Qin Shang replied indifferently. Arrogant. Even if you're strong, I have 300,000 professionals gathered behind me from the 6 empires. What? Do you have to compete with me? Tron boasted. It seems you really want to compare numbers with me. Qin Shang chuckled first. Then he shouted, Shadow Clone. Immediately, shadows began to flash out from Qin Shang's body. There were a total of 386,528 shadows. The number of these clones already surpassed the number of professionals from the 6 empires. What is this? Tron stammered out the words. Edward and Claire also looked on in shock, while Qin Shang had no intention of saying any more nonsense. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Tron and the many professionals from the 6 empires. These were all his hard-earned experience points. Then, Qin Shang made his move, and a white sword light once again howled out, covering the entire battlefield. The powerful white light dazzled the eyes of the professionals from the 6 empires. On the southern coast of the Great Wall, the people of Shinya were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape as the white light flashed, and the entire battlefield was swept clean by Qin Shang's sword light. Qin Shang, with a joyful expression, listened to the announcements in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed 3 divine-level powerhouses and 300,000 professionals. Your level has risen to 100. Please choose your true immortal level task. Hell! Qin Shang chose again. Your true immortal level task is annihilate 1 million demon troops. Annihilate 1 million demon troops? Qin Shang furrowed his brow as he listened to his true immortal level task. The million demon troops referred to targets that were all evil spirits, but the total number of evil spirits currently appearing in Lanshan probably didn't even reach that amount. I'll think about this task later. It's time to deal with the 6 empires now. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Shang slowly turned his attention to the city wall on the southern coast. You brat really did it, killing the coalition of the 6 empires with a single strike. Wu Xian patted Qin Shang on the shoulder inside. The 6 empires have plotted against us for so many years, and unexpectedly, you solved it. Bai Haoran also expressed some sentiment. Now, we can focus on dealing with the abyss and no longer worry about these countries backstabbing. Ji Fingyu nodded in agreement. That's right, because of the existence of the abyss and the strength of Shinya, every time we were schemed against by these empires, we had to endure the disgust and reconcile with them. Now we finally don't have to. Long Feiyu stretched lazily. The 4 of them rolled up their sleeves as if preparing for some major action. Beside them, Old Long had a faint smile on his lips. Now that the external threat is resolved, we can start cleaning up the evil spirits within Shinya. Hearing Old Long's words, Wu Xian and the others hurried to various battlefields in Shinya to begin their actions. Qin Shang wanted to help but was stopped by Old Long. Now that the evil spirits in Shinya are almost gone, let those 4 handle it, they will resolve it quickly. You should go home and rest well. After continuous battles, you must be tired. After a moment of thought, Qin Shang nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Old Long's words, indeed, since coming out of the ancient battlefield, he had hardly stopped fighting. First, he dealt with the leader of the 5 empires, then the battle on the southern coast. Next were 2 demon gods and 10 divine-level powerhouses, followed by the coalition of the 6 empires and 3 divine-level powerhouses. Although Qin Shang had not sustained any injuries, he did feel mentally exhausted. Alright, then, Master Shin, I'll head back to rest. Qin Shang said his goodbyes. Go back, leave the rest to us, Old Long nodded. Subsequently, Qin Shang flew back to his room on his sword and fell into a deep sleep. This was not due to him lowering his guard. The evil spirits had been gradually exterminated. The strong ones from the 6 empires had also been dealt with, and for the time being, there was no danger on Lanxing. After falling into a deep slumber, Qin Shang did not wake up until noon the next day. During this time, his phone received several messages. In addition to the thanks from Long Outyan and others, as well as congratulations from various major forces, there were also messages from Old Long and Wu Xian. After cleaning up the evil spirits within Shinya. They dispatched teams to subdue the forces of the Six Empires. They even named this operation Qin Sweeps the Six Nations. What a creative name. Qin Shang rubbed his nose. He then checked the rewards from killing the coalition of the Six Empires and the 3 divine-level powerhouses. Most of the equipment and skill books were not suitable for him. He handed over all the unused skill books and equipment to the Demon Suppression Army, the War God Hall, and the Job Change Guild, letting them equip the professionals of Shinya. After all, although Shinya already held an absolute position on Lanxing, it would still face challenges from the Abyss in the future. Therefore, as a member of Shinya, he hoped for it to become even stronger. Qin Shang only kept 2 books, useful equipment and skill books for himself, one called Shared Aura. The effect of Shared Aura, it shares status or skills with teammates. Don't be fooled by this equipment. It seems like a support type gear, but when paired with another skill book of Qin Shang, it becomes utterly extraordinary. The other skill book is called Commander, and its effect, any practitioner affected by the user's skill effects will grant the user an additional point in all 4 attributes. If you calculate it this way, Qin Shang stroked his chin. Based on his 386,528 layers of skill effects, he could influence over 380,000 practitioners' shared status. In other words, he could gain 300,000 points in his 4 attributes. Thinking of this made Qin Shang's mouth dry. Good heavens, his total 4 attributes didn't even reach 300,000. Yet, with the synergy of these 2 effects, Qin Shang could obtain 300,000 attribute points. It was simply outrageous. Qin Shang learned both technical books. Then he checked his attribute panel. Qin Shang age, 18 occupation, mage level, 100 spirit, 104,982.5 strength, 20,680.5. Agility, 21,130.5 constitution, 20790 health, 20790 mana, 524,912.5 skills, fireball, thunderstrike, spirit return, detection, taunt, windblade, bone-chilling ice sword, all laws return to 1, body of the demon god, fury of the wood fist, yin-yang reversal, change at will, space cage, cloud detection hand, shadow clone, annihilation heavy eye, commander. Equipment, true bracelet, blood cloak, destiny. Necklace, recovery ring, reverse flow ring, guardian spirit armor, thousand illusions necklace, space boots, immunity ring, golden light. Bracers, stop, slow down, shared aura, dragon king's ring, causality ring, demon breaking glasses. Multiple casting layers, 386528. Effect, increases casting layers by 11 for each monster killed. Special status, you have been marked by the sage's protection. You can currently resurrect 386,528 times. After a brief review, Qin Shang nodded, but just then, a thunderous roar erupted above his head. Enemy attack. Qin Shang's gaze flickered as he soared into the sky. Alongside him were Long Lao and Wu Xian, among others. Other esteemed practitioners also gathered around them, along with numerous emperor and king-level practitioners. They had long been aware of the evil forces destroying the spirit sword realm and their intention to annihilate all realms. So even though the divine summer had swept through Blue Star, they remained vigilant. That's why they quickly assembled a large team. At this moment, as the booming sounds continued in the sky, a massive spatial portal appeared before everyone. Countless evil beings flew out from the portal. Leading them was a demon god, Hela, riding a giant wolf clad in green armor and wearing a strange crown. Is this the planet where my 2 weak brothers perished? It really is small, even my million-strong demon army can't fit here, Hela scoffed. At this time, Qin Shang also checked Hela's information. Name, Hela. Identity, Grand Princess of the Demon God Clan, possessing the bloodline of the Demon God Emperor. Ability, can transform slain enemies into puppets to fight for her. With this ability, she has extinguished countless worlds. Immortal. Body, can resurrect. Seeing Hela's introduction, Qin Shang's eyes turned cold. Meanwhile, Hela in the sky revealed a cruel smile. My little ones, charge for your queen. Annihilate this realm. With a point of her long sword, the demon army behind her roared and charged towards Qin Shang. The divine summer side did not back down either. Engage. At the command of Qin Shang, the divine level experts behind him, along with numerous professionals from the divine Xia kingdom, all charged towards the opposing undead army. Of course, Qin Shang had activated a shared skill at the start of the battle, sharing his status with every professional from the divine Xia kingdom. Similarly, when these professionals from the divine Xia kingdom killed the undead army, Qin Shang could also gain an increase in levels. As he watched the professionals from the divine Xia kingdom collide with his undead army, Hela sneered, with your strength, you think you can contend with my demon army? You have merely over 300,000 professionals, while my undead army boasts 1,000,000. Moreover, the attacks from my undead army are lethal, and they possess a resurrection ability. What do you have to compete with me? However, Qin Shang remained unfazed. He had long since cast the effect of the annihilation heavy eye on Hela's demon army. The demon army had already lost its resurrection ability, and many of the undead had been killed by the professionals from the divine Xia kingdom and could not be revived. What's going on? Hela was astonished. Her demons had actually lost their resurrection ability, and what shocked her even more happened next. The professionals from the Divine Xia Kingdom who had been killed by her undead army suddenly revived after a flash of golden light. This was also the effect of Qin Shang's shared skill. He had over 300,000 resurrection levels, and after sharing, each professional from the Divine Xia Kingdom also possessed the same number of resurrection chances. The professionals from the Divine Xia Kingdom, realizing this, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Divine Xia is invincible. Qin Shang is invincible. Divine Xia will surely win. A series of cheers erupted as the professionals from the Divine Xia Kingdom, led by Qin Shang, Long Lao, Wu Shen, and other divine-level experts, launched wave after wave of charges, forcing the demon army to retreat in layers while the system upgrade. Notifications continuously rang in Qin Shang's ears. Qin Shang's level kept rising. Damn it, how is this possible? Hela couldn't believe it and swung her weapon again, trying to attack Qin Shang. It's over. Qin Shang slowly drew the black and white twin swords from his body. The black and white swords crossed, simultaneously releasing an attack. A series of astonishing black and white sword energies surged forth like twin dragons. No! With a reluctant roar, Hela, along with the giant wolf Fenrir beneath her, was torn to shreds by Qin Shang. At the same time, the system notification rang in Qin Shang's ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached the true Immortal level. You have gained 10 million casting levels. Current casting levels 10,368,548 levels. Goodness, the casting levels have already reached over 10 million. Qin Shang exclaimed as he listened to the notification. He also felt the change in his aura. At this moment, his aura was ethereal and void, possessing strands of immortal energy. He then looked towards the place where Hela had fallen and saw a body floating there. This body was androgynous, tall, and featureless. Qin Shang flew to the side of the body and began to check its information. Information on the extraterrestrial body. 1. Can immunize against one attack of any effect. 2. Obtained by Hela after killing an extraterrestrial being used to combat Odin. As he examined the extraterrestrial body before him, Qin Shang's expression changed. These guys really know how to scheme against each other. Even Hela schemes against her own father. But soon, Qin Shang's gaze turned cold. This extraterrestrial body was obtained by Hela after killing an extraterrestrial being, meaning that the one who died at Hela's hands was a fellow traveler like him. But he had no idea which world this androgynous extraterrestrial came from. Qin Shang shook his head, not thinking too much about it, and then summoned Bai Zhe and Lilith. After careful examination by Bai Zhe and Lilith, they found no traces of evil or any other markings on it. Qin Shang then activated the body from beyond the heavens, and his own body merged with that celestial form. The original features of this body transformed into Qin Shang's own facial features, only becoming even more handsome. He then looked towards the abyss gate behind him. Since this gate was opened by Hela, it should lead directly to the stronghold of the abyss demons. I will go slay those demons. You all wait here, Qin Shang said with a smile. But, Elder Lon's expression was tense. Qin Shang was going to the demon stronghold alone, charging in single-handedly to the abyss realm that had destroyed countless interfaces. Not just him, but Wu Shen and the others were also worried, while Qin Shang waved his hand, not allowing anyone to follow. It should be known that after entering the abyss this time, Qin Shang's main enemy was the 10-turn demon god, Emperor Odin. There was a huge gap between the 10-turn and 9-turn. Even though Elder Long and Wu Shen were god-level powerhouses, they could not participate in this battle. Seeing the determination in Qin Shang's eyes, everyone finally gave up their thoughts. Qin Shang then entered the abyss gate alone. Ding! Welcome to the Nibelungen interface. Nibelungen, Qin Shang murmured. He then looked at the space before him, where a suffocating purple mist permeated everywhere. Qin Shang flew on his sword for a short while before encountering the demon army. This army was led by several dozen demon emperors, along with hundreds of demon kings. It was a complete army of 10,000 demons. Strange, didn't Princess Hela just lead her troops into battle? How could anyone come through the abyss entrance to our realm? After a slight shock, the demon emperors turned their cold gazes towards Qin Shang. A wolf-headed demon emperor brandished a large blade, looking at Qin Shang. Daring to invade our realm alone, I must weigh his worth. Qin Shang looked at the wolf-headed demon emperor stepping forward and coldly smiled. With your mere 8 turn, do you think you can weigh my worth? Let the demon god emperor come. Upon hearing Qin Shang's words, the demon emperors couldn't help but feel furious. It should be known that apart from the 3 demon gods of the abyss and the demon god emperor, they were the strongest beings among the abyss demons. Arrogant. Then, the dozen or so demon emperors charged forward, with their army of 10,000 demons rushing towards Qin Shang. However, upon seeing this army, Qin Shang remained completely unfazed. With a flick of his white long sword, he killed them all. Ding! You have slain 10,000 demons, earning 110,000 layers of spellcasting. Qin Shang simply nodded and continued to slay forward. Along the way, he encountered many demons, all of which were cut down by Qin Shang. In a short time, he had killed 1,000,000 demons, earning 10 million layers of spellcasting. But soon, more enemies appeared, blocking Qin Shang's path. A horse's neigh echoed, and a purple heavenly ladder descended from the sky. Looks like the main character has arrived. Qin Shang stood on his flying sword, smiling at the heavenly ladder. He did not know the location of the demon god emperor, so he deliberately slaughtered demons to attract the attention of the beast emperor, Odin. On the heavenly ladder, a figure on horseback slowly descended. The imposing aura made it hard to look directly at. The figure had one-eyed blind, wielded a golden spear, and wore purple-black armor, while the steed beneath him was also peculiar, an 8-legged horse. Looks like he is the demon god emperor Odin. Qin Shang narrowed his eyes. Odin also looked at Qin Shang with cold eyes. "Ant, you have such audacity to invade my realm. Are you seeking death?" But then Odin's eyelids twitched. "No wonder, daring to invade my realm alone. It turns out you are a 10-turn existence. However, the aura on you feels somewhat familiar." Hearing Odin's words, Qin Shang pondered and said, "You can detect my 10-turn aura at a glance. It seems this guy is undoubtedly Odin, and the familiar aura the other party mentioned was clearly the heart of the Immortal on him. To know that this heart of the Immortal was obtained from the Spirit Sword Palace in the ancient battlefield of the sky, left behind by Zhang Zhouling." At this moment, Odin, riding his 8-legged steed, gradually approached Qin Shang. "I admit, dealing with a 10-transmission existence is indeed troublesome. Why not submit to me, and we can conquer the myriad realms together?" But Qin Shang shook his head. "No, I don't think conquering the myriad realms is important at all. Killing you is far more important." The abyssal evil had killed countless people from Blue Star over the years. Now, they actually wanted to reconcile? "Forgiving you is a matter for those deceased predecessors of Blue Star, and what I must do is send you to meet those predecessors." Stubborn and unyielding, the remaining eye of Odin revealed an expression of anger. Then he raised one hand and shouted, "Power of Confinement." With Odin's roar, Qin Shang felt his entire body was bound, unable to use any skills, not even able to raise his hand. Odin stared fiercely at Qin Shang. "This move is my confinement skill, although it can only last for 10 seconds, it is enough to kill you." Then Odin raised his Gungnir in his hand, proudly saying, "Those locked by my Gungnir cannot escape. They are bound to die." Immediately, Odin threw the spear in his hand towards Qin Shang. However, something surprising happened. Just as Gungnir was about to hit Qin Shang, the spear abruptly stopped in midair, unable to attack Qin Shang any further. "What is going on?" Odin was shocked. "It must be because I can't target you," Qin Shang shrugged. His soul was that of an outer world soul, and his current body was also that of an outer world body, naturally unaffected by Gungnir's lock. And the 10 seconds had already passed, allowing Qin Shang to move freely. At this moment, the white jade token at his waist flashed, and Bai Zai's figure emerged from it. She stared at Odin in front of her, her eyes turning red with anger, saying, "Master, it's him. He killed my previous master. Please, you must avenge me." Bai Zai was already crying at this point, sincerely pleading with Qin Shang. "Alright, I promise you, right here, I will kill him." Qin Shang nodded. "You think you can kill me with just that?" Odin scoffed, although he could no longer use the confinement skill. But behind him, the entire army of the evil realm had gathered. Even if it took time, they could wear Qin Shang down. "I've never been this excited before." Qin Shang pulled out his black and white twin swords, his gaze fixed on Odin and the army of evil behind him. A threat that had plagued Blue Star for hundreds of years was now right before his eyes. "Today, in this place, I will kill all of you, evil beings." By the end of his statement, Qin Shang nearly shouted. His killing intent was almost palpable, causing some lower-level evils to collapse under the pressure of his murderous aura. The leading Odin even broke into a cold sweat. "This guy, how is he even more like an evil being than us?" At this moment, Qin Shang swung his twin swords simultaneously, and 2 black and white sword dragons roared out. They charged towards Odin and the army of evil behind him, and with each scream, the army of evil was torn to shreds by the black and white sword dragons. As the notifications rang continuously in Qin Shang's ears, he had already killed all the evils, leaving only the barely breathing Odin begging for mercy. "Wait, don't kill me. If I hadn't destroyed the Spirit Sword Realm, you wouldn't have obtained the heart of the Immortal." A cold smile appeared on Qin Shang's lips. "So, I should thank you." Odin was taken aback. "That's not necessary, as long as..." Before Odin could finish, Qin Shang crossed his black and white twin swords and beheaded Odin. After doing this, Qin Shang leaned against Bai Zai's shoulder, letting out a gentle sigh. At this moment, all the evils in the evil realm had been killed by him. Whether it was because he had killed the demon god Emperor Odin or not, the entire abyss realm began to collapse. Meanwhile, outside, Long Lao and Wu Xian, along with the 4 others, were staring at the entrance of the abyssal space. Just now, the entrance to the abyss had unexpectedly closed. However, in the next moment, Qin Shang's figure flashed out from the spatial passage. "Xiao, Xingzi, you're alright, that's wonderful," Long Lao exclaimed with joy. The other 4 hurried to greet him. "It's all over, Qin Shang smiled slightly. The evil spirits have all been dealt with. After the crisis of evil spirits that had plagued Blue Star for hundreds of years was completely resolved, the nations on Blue Star gradually unified, and Qin Shang naturally became the most revered Grand Elder among the practitioners of Blue Star. Many practitioners referred to him in various ways, some called him Qin Huang or Qin Shen. Time passed, and one afternoon, the sky over Linhai City suddenly darkened with rolling thunderclouds, as if a celestial gate from the immortal realm had opened above the city. And Qin Shang, having reached the peak of the 10th transformation, broke through the layers of heavenly thunder on his sword, heading straight for the celestial gate. Once again, he left a legend for everyone. The end.